On a rainy night, a flash of lightning split the night sky, dazzling and striking the man and his car. When the man opened his eyes again, he was already in the Warring States period, lying on a brick bed in a dilapidated village in South Korea. What's worse, the man became a cripple, relying on a broken stick to walk, limping. In this chaotic world, the strong are kings, and disability means death at any time. So the man was half disappointed. But there is always a way out. The man who traveled through time and space came with a golden finger. Simplified cultivation system. Breathing can accumulate internal strength, and sleeping can also strengthen physical fitness. This cheat looks simple, but it is actually as fierce as a tiger. In a year, the man has become strong enough to lift tripods and climb walls, but he always keeps a low profile and hides his true abilities, just wanting to survive in this chaos. Until one day, South Korea forced marriages to gather soldiers, and the village chief forced a mute girl with unknown origins and a cloth wrapped around her face on the man. On the wedding night, the red candle flickered. The man overcame his inner fear and mustered up the courage to remember her face with his hands. The moment the other person's fingertips brushed across Jingwei's delicate facial features, the man's consciousness surged out like a raging storm. The surrounding 10 meters was clearly visible. The fluttering of birds' wings and the patterns of anthills in the ground all appeared clearly in the man's mind, as if the whole world had become a high-definition live broadcast of the man. What's even more outrageous is that the man's thoughts slowed down the enemy's movements by 2 times. The battle instantly seemed to enter bullet time. Chinemo knew that he had to go out and try out the new abilities he had just acquired. Outside, Chinemo released his spiritual sense and was surprised to find that under the perception of this spiritual sense, even in the dark, the world Chinemo saw was as clear as day. The presence or absence of light is no longer important to Chinemo now. Under the coverage of divine consciousness, everything in the world is visible, and there is no need for any light source to assist. Awesome, I really found a treasure this time. Chinemo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chinemo clearly noticed that Jingwei, who was originally sitting by the bed, had quietly crawled into the bed. When Chinemo pushed the door and walked in, he suddenly realized the situation in front of him. Jingwei's eyes were fixed on the curtain above, his body lying straight like a sword drawn from its sheath, his hands folded on the quilt, his knuckles slightly white from the force. A clear blush appeared on Jingwei's delicate face. It was obvious that both of them knew what was going to happen next. For Jingwei, if she doesn't want to, no one in this world can force her to submit. However, Jingwei at this moment is no longer the cold-blooded killer Jingwei. Jingwei is Chunmo's wife. Since she has made the choice to become Chunmo's wife, Jingwei is willing to fulfill the responsibilities of a wife. Jingwei was already lying quietly on the bed. Facing such a stunning beauty, Chunmo was not a hypocritical person. Chunmo is not a eunuch, and he would never say such stupid things as, "I'll sleep on the floor," or "we'll sleep in separate beds." Chunmo finally got his wife home. Should he still be timid like a thief? No. Should he wait for her to be left to someone else? Chunmo is not a muck. He can't do it anyway. Chunmo walked over, gently lifted the quilt, and then crawled in. As soon as he entered, the faint and charming fragrance in the quilt made Chunmo slightly dazed. Chunmo leaned over to Jingwei and stretched out his hand to gently hug Jingwei's willow-like soft waist. The moment his arm just touched her, Jingwei's body suddenly tensed up like steel, but soon slowly relaxed. Chunmo leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Madam, it's time for us to rest." The gentle breath brushed over her earlobe, causing Jingwei's whole body to tremble slightly, almost softening. "Well, then I'll turn off the lights." Jingwei responded softly. His tone was clear, but it sounded particularly seductive to Chunmo's ears. Chunmo raised a smile. "Well, here I come." Before he finished speaking, Chunmo leaned down, put his lips accurately on Jingwei's cherry-like mouth, and kissed her hard. On weekdays, Chunmo's life was not difficult. Although Chunmo was a cripple in name, with the help of the system, Chunmo's body had already surpassed that of ordinary people, and this so-called disability had no effect on Chunmo at all. In fact, the lame leg had been healed a long time ago, but Chunmo couldn't explain it to outsiders, so he deliberately hid it. Now, he not only married a wife, but also possessed a powerful spiritual consciousness. In the past world, Chunmo was an ordinary college student who had been single since birth. He had just graduated and originally thought of finding a girlfriend after entering the workplace. Who would have thought that before he could start a new stage of his life, he would be inexplicably transported to this world? Not only did he travel through time, but he also became a cripple. Although the problem was eventually solved, Chun Mo did suffer a lot at the beginning. But now, everything is different. Chun Mo is not only physically strong, but also has a spiritual consciousness that can perceive the overall situation. The vision of ordinary people is limited to what is in front of them, but Chun Mo's consciousness can break through obstacles and pass through walls, achieving true, no blind spot perception. This ability greatly improves the convenience of Chun Mo's survival in this world. In addition, Chun Mo now even possesses the special ability to slowly become stronger by breathing and sleeping. Even if chaos really comes in the future, Chun Mo has enough power to protect himself. Madam, ahem, how about we come down first and let me change the sheets? Chun Mo climbed up from the bed with a little helplessness and took out new sheets and quilts. At this moment, Jingwei showed unprecedented shyness and panic. Jingwei's cheeks were red as if blood could drip out. He buried his whole head in the quilt, leaving only his little head exposed. His expression was shy and a little annoyed. Who could have imagined that this seemingly weak and shy young wife was actually the decisive and ruthless top killer of the past? Woo, I don't know why this happened. I really don't know. Jingwei bit her silver teeth lightly, her voice soft and charming. Now, she looks like this, she really can't face anyone. Chun Mo smiled even more happily. It's okay, although I don't know much about this, but this should be a normal phenomenon. Many people will be like this for the first time. It's no big deal. Chun Mo comforted her while changing the bed sheets. Madam, don't worry too much. I'll clean it up. What do you mean by not understanding? That was just what Chun Mo said to tease Jing Yeo. Chun Mo has never eaten pork, but he has never seen a pig run. Of course, making Jing Yeo happy is the first priority. After several attempts, the bed sheets were finally changed, and Jingwei and Chun Mo lay back on the bed. Chun Mo reached out and took Jingwei into his arms. Jingwei looked up at Chun Mo's handsome face and gently leaned his head on Chun Mo's chest. An unprecedented sweetness and peace of mind quietly spread in Chun Mo's heart, causing Chun Mo to slowly sink into an unprecedented beautiful dream. However, while Jingwei was immersed in a sweet dream, Chun Mo was not asleep. Chun Mo was concentrating on studying the spiritual power that had just awakened. Chun Mo focused all his attention in his mind, tried to explore the boundaries and possibilities of this new ability. As his consciousness expanded, Chun Mo's perception quickly spread. Chun Mo's perspective seemed to be elevated, extending all the way to the wall outside the house before barely stopping. Everything Chun Mo saw was extremely clear. Even the ants hiding in the corners were clearly visible. When Chun Mo concentrated his attention, he was able to follow the ant's path into the nest, see through the intricate passages, and even directly find the queen ant hiding in the deepest part. In Chun Mo's eyes, every feather of the birds flying in the sky was clearly discernible. As long as they were within the range of his spiritual awareness, he was like a god sitting high in the clouds, controlling everything and seeing everything. However, the range is still limited at the moment. Chun Mo roughly estimated that the current perception radius is only about 7 or 8 meters. Chun Mo tried to expand his consciousness further, but it had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it looks like this is the current observation boundary. Chen Montag seit invatli. Just as Chun Mo was about to retract his spiritual sense, something strange attracted his attention. There was a strong wind outside the house, and the branches were shaking violently. However, under Chun Mo's gaze, the shaking began to slow down and then stopped. Chun Mo frowned slightly, and for a moment he didn't understand what was going on. Chun Mo then turned his attention to a flying bird. The bird seemed to be under sudden heavy pressure, and flapping its wings became extremely difficult, and its flying speed was as slow as a snail. At this moment, Chun Mo's heart was shocked. Chun Mo seemed to have accidentally touched another ability of the divine consciousness. In order to verify whether it was an accidental occurrence, Chun Mo deliberately withdrew his attention. The bird immediately seemed to have escaped from its shackles and rushed away in panic. Chun Mo suddenly realized it and was overjoyed. Sure enough, this was Chun Mo's unique ability. On the surface, it looked like some kind of external force was exerted on the object, but in reality, Chun Mo used his spiritual sense to influence the other party's sense of time, slowing down its speed. At present, Chun Mo can exert a deceleration effect of about 2 times. 2 times may not sound like much, but those who really understand combat know how terrible this ability is. Not to mention the competition between masters where every second counts. Even among ordinary people, if one is twice as fast as the other, it is almost an overwhelming advantage. What if it was a contest between masters? It would be a massacre like cutting leeks. The opponent had just drawn his sword, and Chun Mo might have already beheaded him several times. Of course, if this ability is just this, it may only allow ordinary people to barely survive in front of masters. But for Chun Mo, it is another matter. Even if Chun Mo is just sleeping and breathing, he can slowly increase his strength. It won't be long before Chun Mo will become a real strong man. With this divine consciousness, Chun Mo has the confidence to protect himself even in troubled times. At this rate, as long as he is given some more time, he is even confident that he can surpass any top master in the world. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shined into the room through the window lattice and happened to shine on Jingwei's face. Jingwei suddenly opened his eyes and immediately sat up. His eyes were as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, and even the air around him seemed to be frozen a little. Over the years, Jingwei has been walking on the edge of life and death, and has long developed an extremely vigilant instinct. To put it more exaggeratedly, even when sleeping, Jingwei must keep one eye open. Normally, Jingwei would be alert immediately to the slightest movement at night, let alone sleeping in broad daylight. However, this time, Jingwei slept for a whole night without any precautions. I was so careless. I need to be more careful next time. Jingwei blamed himself in his heart. But soon, the sharp look quietly faded away, replaced by a gentle and peaceful look. Jingwei suddenly realized that she was no longer the assassin on the run, but Chun Mo's wife. Maybe she was too tired last night, so she let her guard down. It was not necessarily unacceptable to fall asleep once in a while. No one here knows Jingwei, and no one threatens Jingwei, so it is indeed safe. Chun Mo is just a farmer. Although his legs are a bit inconvenient, he is a handsome man. Thinking of Chun Mo's firm muscle lines, Jingwei's face could not help but blush with embarrassment. Jingwei found that Chun Mo was no longer on the bed. With a soft hum, Jingwei slowly sat up, holding her somewhat sore waist with gentle movements. The quilt slipped from her shoulders, bringing out a wisp of light fragrance, as if she was in a spring field full of blooming flowers. The folded clothes were neatly placed on the bedside table, and a pair of clean new shoes were neatly placed beside it. Looking at these details, Jingwei's eyes were filled with warmth. Just like those tiny but sweet drops of spring rain, quietly nourishing the delicate and nascent emotional sprout in Jingwei's heart. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open. Chun Mo came in with a bowl of hot porridge and a plate of side dishes. At this time, Jingwei was already dressed and started to make the bed. Chun Mo frowned suddenly, walked forward quickly, put down the dishes and chopsticks, and took the quilt. Really? Why are you up so early again? You were so... Chen Montak snotted. Although he didn't finish his words, he was distressed. You must have a good rest today. Don't move. I'll. Since Jingwei is his own person, he should protect her wholeheartedly. Last night was so intense that Chun Mo felt a little fierce and made Jingwei suffer a lot. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry. When Chun Mo thought of the astonishing water output last night, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. That's why Chun Mo got up early in the morning to cook this bowl of hot porridge, thinking of nourishing Jingwei's body. Jingwei was amused by Chun Mo's serious look and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Jingwei said, I'm not that weak. You underestimate me. For a top master like Jingwei, this little thing is nothing. After a little breathing and recovery, he was no longer a problem. Chun Mo looked at Jingwei's smiling face and was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and came to his senses. Compared with Jingwei, those so-called female stars in his previous life were just dull duckweed. After breakfast, Chun Mo firmly implemented the principle of Madam, you are not allowed to use your hands, and did not allow Jingwei to touch the dining table. Chun Mo noticed when he was eating just now that although Jingyo said that he was fine, he frowned several times and kept holding his waist secretly. Chun Mo felt so distressed that he was still trying to be strong despite being like this. If he still let Jingyo work, then Chun Mo would really be a beast. Jingwei sat on the small wooden rocking chair made by Chun Mo, rocking quietly, looking at the busy Chun Mo with gentle eyes. How nice it would be if the days could be so peaceful forever. Chapter 6. Let's get ready to leave, Jingwei said. Xinjiang? Isn't this the capital of your country, South Korea? After all, the journey is long, and you're not in good health, so let me go with you. Although Jingwei was a little surprised, he did not ask Chen Mo what he wanted to do. He just wanted to accompany Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's not far. We can get there in an hour on foot. Madam, you were tired yesterday. You should rest at home. I walk this road so often that I know it by heart. If you want to buy anything, you can tell me and your husband will bring it back for you." This road is not only often walked. Chen Mo walks this road almost every day. Over the years, it has been like this almost every day because Chun Mo's Real Foundation is still in Xinjiang. Only yesterday, due to special circumstances, he stayed at home with his wife and did not go to Xinjiang. Jingwei was silent for a moment, but still shook his head and said firmly, "Let me go with you. I'm in good health and I'll be fine." Jingwei stood up, turned around with a smile, and suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze. Chen Mo was a cripple, and it was somewhat ironic for him to do this. Jingwei's heart suddenly ached, and his expression became serious. Then he walked to Chen Mo, took the wooden stick from Chen Mo, and held Chen Mo's hand tightly. Jingwei said, "Husband, don't rely on yourself anymore. I am your wife. I will be your legs." As the capital of Korea, Xinjiang is naturally prosperous. The streets are bustling with people coming and going, and the shouts of vendors are heard one after another, making it very lively. The city of Xinjiang is located at the junction of Wei, Qin, Zhao, and Chu. Its unique geographical location has also made Xinjiang a commercial center. All kinds of goods gathered here, which not only attracted a large number of merchants, but also promoted the economic development of the entire Xinjiang city. Almost everything is available on the market. On the crowded streets of Xinjiang city, two figures were walking through the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. Walking in front was a white-haired young man. He was young but had a strong aura. He was wearing brocade clothes and had a cold gaze, like a wolf waiting for an opportunity to strike. Following behind was a young man in a white Confucian robe. He had a broad smile on his face and a refined temperament with a hint of unruliness. He was panting and chasing the man in front. "Brother Wei Zhuang, don't walk so fast. If you go any faster, I really can't catch up with you." The man was Zhang Liang, elegant and clever. At this moment, he was chasing while muttering, with helplessness written all over his face. Suddenly, Wei Zhuang, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly. Zhang Liang had no time to brake and bumped into Wei Zhuang's back. "Ouch! Why do you stop just like that?" "Really?" Zhang Liang covered his forehead and complained, but he realized that Wei Zhuang ignored him and was staring sharply at a certain direction on the street. "Hey, say something. What are you looking at?" Zhang Liang frowned and moved closer, following Wei Zhuang's gaze. "Tell me, how can a blind person write so quickly and well?" Wei Zhuang asked indifferently, as if he was talking to himself. Zhang Liang was stunned. "A blind person writing? Isn't that just like drawing with eyes closed? I believe if he writes fast, but it would be strange if he writes well." Wei Zhuang didn't say much, but just stared quietly at a table on the corner of the street, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Zhang Liang looked over there and found that there was indeed a man and a woman over there. The man was blindfolded, sitting at the table with a white cloth in front of him and writing with a pen in his hands. The woman had a dignified temperament and a graceful figure, with a veil on her face. She was standing silently beside him, holding an inkstone. Zhang Liang said, "Is this guy really blind, or is he just pretending? This way of writing is too strange." The more Zhang Liang read, the more confused he became. The person in front of him could not see, but his handwriting was neat and powerful, and his brushstrokes were as smooth as flowing water. And Zhang Liang naturally could not imagine that the person writing was Chen Mo. After Chen Mo regained consciousness, he came up with this idea. Originally, he made a living by working hard, but now he uses this trick to attract onlookers and grab more eyeballs. In the past, Chen Mo relied on his disability and strength, but now he relies on his spiritual awareness and gimmicks, which makes him more mysterious and easier to make money. "Don't look at it anymore. They are still waiting for us. Let's go." Wei Zhuang saw Zhang Liang was absorbed in watching, so he said lightly and turned to leave. Zhang Liang curled his lips. "You mentioned it first, and now you say don't look at it anymore. Really? Have you finished writing?" Jingwei asked softly, carefully taking the brush from Chen Mo's hand and inserting it into the thick bamboo tube. Chen Mo looked at Su Wan on the table and blew a few times to let the ink dry quickly. Chinamo said, "It's done, but I came a little early today, so I may have to wait a little longer." Jingwei smiled, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "I am yours now. Let alone waiting a little longer, I don't mind even sleeping on the street with you." While Jingwei was packing up the inkstone and stationery, he leaned on Chunmo's shoulder with natural and gentle movements. Jingwei's eyes fell on Su Juan, and she asked curiously, "Husband, what are these characters you wrote? I can't recognize any of them." Although Jingwei is the top killer in Luoyang and has carried out countless missions, Jingwei, who has learned various cultural knowledge since childhood, is actually a versatile person. However, today, looking at the words written by Chan Mo, Jingwei couldn't understand them at all, as if they were symbols he had never seen before. Although they looked familiar, Jingwei didn't recognize any of them when he really wanted to identify them. When Chan Mo heard Jingwei ask this, he smiled and said, "This is called Simplified Chinese Characters. I sorted it out myself." Chun Mo took Su Wan into his arms, patted his chest, and said, "What's written here is the money for our meal today." Feeling that the writing was almost done, Chun Mo took Su Wan into his arms and said, "I think the time is almost up. Let's get ready to leave." Jingwei nodded and helped Chun Mo pack up his things. Then Jingwei stood beside Chun Mo to show him the way and support his body. Chapter 7. See for yourself. We're here. This is it. Chun Mo pulled Jingwei's hand, stopped, and indicated that the destination was ahead. In fact, Chun Mo's body was already accustomed to walking, and he didn't need anyone's support at all. But since Jingwei was willing to accompany him closely and was so sweet and soft, Chun Mo naturally enjoyed it. Chun Mo wouldn't feel bored if he could walk around with Jingwei in his arms openly, even if it lasted for the rest of his life. Here. Jingwei looked at the magnificent restaurant in front of him, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. At this time, the sky was getting dark, but there were still many people on the street, and the front of this exquisitely decorated restaurant was particularly lively. Jingwei noticed that almost all the people coming in and out were men dressed in fancy clothes, either alone or in groups. Moreover, the girls at the door, who were scantily clad and extremely charming, were standing in a row, swaying their waists and hips. They did not look like the receptionists of an ordinary restaurant at all. Jingwei's heart suddenly tightened, his brows slightly furrowed, and he slowly raised his head to look at the sign on the door of the restaurant. Kaianjiula. Jingwei instantly understood why Chinamo was reluctant to bring Jingwei here at first. It turned out that he was afraid that Jingwei would know that this was a brothel. A force suddenly came from his hand, and Jingwei took advantage of the situation to increase the strength of his hand, pulling Chun Mo so hard that he almost grinned. This scene was really embarrassing. Chun Mo was probably the only one in the world who dared to bring his wife to a brothel so openly. "Miss, madam, listen to my explanation." Chun Mo's face turned green. "It's not what you think. I make a living here by my cooking skills. I'm running a business." Jingwei glanced at Chun Mo, then looked at the black cloth on Chun Mo's eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Serious, are you here in the brothel to perform calligraphy?" "Seriously? Ahem, really. Chen monta kuhitia upsilon el upsilon." Chun Mo's expression was obviously unnatural, and his voice unconsciously lowered a few notes. Chun Mo also understood that this scene was really hard to explain. If he really asked about it seriously, Chun Mo himself would almost be confused. Jingwei sighed softly, with no extra emotion on his face, and said calmly, "It's okay. Since it's work, then go in." This kind of place was not unfamiliar to Jingwei. In the past, in order to assassinate his targets, what place had Jingwei not sneaked into? When Jingwei and Chun Mo approached, the women welcoming guests at the door immediately noticed Chun Mo and smiled. One of the women, who was wearing the most revealing clothes, took the initiative to greet him in a coquettish voice. "Hey, Master Chun, you are finally here. We sisters missed you so much yesterday. If you don't come again, we are all planning to go to your house and invite you." Jingwei, who was standing by, had no expression on his face when he heard this. He just looked at Chun Mo quietly and said, "They miss you so much. Your regular business is really popular." Chun Mo's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. This cheap-mouthed thing, will he die if he shuts up? But he had a smile on the surface. "Ha! They're just cheap-mouthed, madam. Don't take it seriously. Xiongyu Building is not only a place for girls to have a lot of charm, but it is also really big, divided into the front building and the backyard. The front is the business area, and the back is where the girls live. At this time, in a luxurious private room upstairs, the lights were on, and 6 figures were gathered in the room. 3 men and 3 women, each sitting at a circle table. Although the number of people was symmetrical and the environment was ambiguous, the atmosphere was surprisingly serious, without any frivolous intentions. Among the 3 men, 2 of them were Zhang Liang and Wei Zhuang, whom I had just met on the street. Amid the lingering aroma, a woman in white was sitting upright and playing the piano. The sound of the piano slid as her fingertips slid, as clear and pleasant as the sound of spring water. When the song ended, a girl in pink clapped her hands and cheered, saying with a smile, "Sister Nonyu's piano skills are really getting better and better. Listening to her makes me want to become her disciple." Nanyue smiled slightly, stood up and saluted. "Princess Honglian, thank you for the compliment. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Princess Honglian nibbled on an apple and grinned. "Why don't you teach me? Your piano skills are far better than those old men in the palace." Zhang Liang had a headache beside him, with black lines on his forehead. "Can you get down from the table first? You are a princess, not a female bandit." Honglian rolled her eyes. "You are so nosy. My brother doesn't care about me. So who do you think you are? If I really become a female hero, the first person I will kill is a talkative intellectual like you." Upon hearing this, Han Fei touched his nose with a wry smile and said, "You're taking me with you now? How dare I control you?" Honglian has been spoiled into a little bully since she was a child. King Han regards Honglian as a treasure, and almost no one can make Honglian obedient. After the quarrel, Honglian jumped off the table, flicked her skirt, and ran towards the purple-haired woman who was making tea. Honglian said, "Sister Xinu, will the blind cripple who writes fast and handsomely come today? I sneaked out of the palace just to see him. You stood me up yesterday. If you don't see me today, I won't agree. Then I'll let the royal guards tie him up and bring him to the palace, and only allow him to perform for me." After saying this, Honglian really thought about this plan seriously and seemed to think it was a good idea. Xinu was slightly startled, then looked up at Honglian, revealing her beautiful face. "Can you please stop making trouble? This building has just opened, and he has attracted a lot of customers. If you really kidnap him, will I still be able to do business?" Zhang Liang was completely confused and couldn't help asking, "Who is this guy? How can he make a living by performing calligraphy?" Xinu thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "He is a cripple. He usually wears a blindfold and looks like a blind man, but he is better than anyone else at writing. Looking at his demeanor and behavior, he doesn't look like an ordinary disabled person. Maybe he is really a master." Zhang Liang was thoughtful after hearing this, and suddenly thought of the blind scholar on the street. That person also wrote with his eyes blindfolded, and his skills were amazing. Could it be the same person? Honglian snorted. "Why are you asking so many questions? They'll be here soon. Why don't you just wait and see?" Honglian turned to look at Xinu, blinked, and asked, "By the way, Sister Xinu, isn't the name of your building Qiongyu Lu too vulgar? Such a vulgar name. Anyone who sees it will know that it is a brothel. It has no characteristics." Xinu chuckled. "A vulgar name is easier to remember, and a loud name is better for doing business. You don't understand. I think you should just change it. I can help you come up with a name." Honglian's eyes lit up. Xinu nodded. "What a coincidence. I just thought about it all night last night, and I am indeed planning to change one." Chapter 8. Everything is as expected. Okay, this is the name. Let's have someone replace it with a new plaque tomorrow, Xinu said, and slammed a small wooden plaque engraved with words on the table. Princess Honglian was just about to move closer to see what was going on, but at this moment, a crisp bang of a gavel rang out. It started. He finally started talking again. Honglian immediately withdrew her hand excitedly, trotted to the window, leaned on the windowsill, and looked down. The Qiongyu building is a typical tube-shaped building, with 4 floors of corridors surrounding the central open space. In the middle is a small wooden pavilion, surrounded by bamboo curtains, which are tightly covered and make it impossible to see what is inside. However, with the loud bang of the gavel, the windows of the surrounding rooms opened one after another, and the guests in the boxes leaned out one after another, with anticipation written all over their faces. Honglian muttered, looking at this situation, "All these people are here for that guy. What kind of story did Chun Mo tell that could fascinate people like this?" At this time, Chun Mo's clear voice rang out in the pavilion, his tones steady and rhythmic. Let's continue from the last chapter. It is said that the southern wasteland Saints Su Fengyin and Lao Bai returned from their travels, but they were ambushed by a mysterious master on the way. Chun Mo continued. Just as the two men were on the verge of death, a white shadow suddenly fell from the sky, like a god descending. The man covered his face with a bamboo hat and a white veil. He had two swords hanging from his waist and was dressed in white like falling snow. He defeated the enemy with one move, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. At this moment, Chunimo sat behind the table in the pavilion with only a gavel and a cup of tea on the table. Chunimo was still blindfolded, holding a folding fan in his hand, and spoke clearly with ups and downs in his tone, full of visual sense. The story that Chunimo told was a classic martial arts novel from his previous life, Swordsman in the Snow. The content involved political upheavals and martial arts battles, as well as political schemes and passionate love and hatred. It can be described as a panoramic martial arts legend. In this era, without novels or TV dramas, such a story is simply unheard of, and it caused a sensation the first time it was told. Especially Chin Mo's penetrating way of telling the story. It makes people feel as if they are in the scene, and the listeners are all intoxicated by it. Once, when Chin Mo just talked about the key point, even a couple of guests who were practicing downstairs couldn't help but stop just to listen to the next plot. After that, Kyanjila became popular instantly, and it was crowded almost every night, and even seats had to be reserved in advance. It was originally a place for selling jokes, but Chun Mo turned it into a storytelling place. The change in style was so great that even Xenu did not know whether to laugh or cry. But it is precisely because of this that those princes, generals, wealthy businessmen, and nobles are willing to come again and again just to listen to Chun Mo's unfinished story. These people have lived a life of luxury, but have never experienced the martial arts world. So Chun Mo's story has become their fantasy sustenance. Nowadays, although the girls in Xiongyu Lu are pretty, the real draw card is actually Chun Mo's mouth. Chun Mo, who was sitting under the pavilion, told the story vividly, and Jing Wei, who was upstairs, had already been listening attentively. Although Jing Wei had experienced countless life and death situations and was well informed, this story made Jing Wei so nervous that his palms were sweating. Especially when he heard that the master wielded his knife to force Su Fingyan into a desperate situation. Jing Wei unconsciously grasped the corner of his clothes. When a mysterious man in white appeared like a god, Jing Wei actually breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Jing Wei subconsciously recalled how he once broke out of the battlefield alone with his sword stained with blood. He wondered if in the eyes of others, he was as cool and decisive as the man in white he mentioned. In the box upstairs, Hong Lian was already lying on the windowsill, her eyes shining, listening more attentively than anyone else. Zhang Liang quietly sipped his tea and, after listening for a while, he exclaimed, "This person is very talented and precise in his language. He tells a simple story in a dramatic way. It is really extraordinary." Wei Zhuang, who was standing by, looked at the sword in his hand with a slightly serious expression and said, "In the story, the man in white easily killed hundreds of armored soldiers. If there really is such a person, why has there never been any news about him in the martial arts world?" After hearing this, Nongyu laughed and said, "Brother Wei Zhuang, this is just a fictional story. It's not a real person, so naturally I haven't heard of it." Wei Zhuang nodded. "So that's how it is fiction, but how could a blind and lame person create such a wonderful story?" Xenu poured tea for everyone slowly and calmly, with a smile on her face. "This is what makes Chun Mo so special. Chun Mo is such a special person." Han Fei leaned against the window, his eyes deep, listening carefully to what was said next. After a moment, Han Fei suddenly murmured, "If someone really ambushed Su Fingyan, then there must be a big conspiracy behind this. To analyze who is the perpetrator, we must also look at who benefits from it in the end." Han Fei has completely immersed himself in the role and even began to analyze this story from the perspective of court strategy. At this moment, Chen Mo's voice suddenly stopped. He picked up the teacup and began to drink tea slowly. Jing Wei was listening nervously, and the sudden silence made her very anxious. She quickly pushed Han Fei gently. "Husband, why don't you talk anymore?" Chun Mo smiled mysteriously. "Madam, don't worry. Let's wait. They are more anxious than you." Sure enough, the next moment, a girl's clear voice rang out from downstairs. "Mr. Fu gives Master Chen a reward of $300. Then, shouts came from the boxes in all directions. Room B3 gives $200. Room A6 gives $500. Room C1 gives $1,000. Those gorgeously dressed women came in one after another, holding thick stacks of coins, and piled up the copper coins like a mountain into the square pavilion. Jingwei opened his mouth wide and stared. Although Jingwei was a first-class killer and never lacked money, he had never seen such an easy way to make money. Jingwei suddenly understood why Chan Mo paused at the climax. This was the routine which made people feel itchy, and then they voluntarily paid to listen to the sequel. Chun Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled gently. The hook has been released, and the fish will naturally take the bait. Chapter 9. Isn't this embarrassing for a blind man? Princess Honglian asked, "What's going on?" Chun Mo stopped talking when we were talking about the most crucial part. In the private room on the 4th floor of the Cheongyu Tower, Princess Honglian was so anxious that she was circling around the room, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Who was that mysterious man in white? Why did he help? The truth has not been revealed yet. As a result, Chen Mo stopped talking at this critical moment, which really whetted people's appetite. The more Honglian thought about it, the angrier she got. This wasn't storytelling at all. It was clearly torture. It wasn't until she heard shouts of rewards from the private rooms downstairs that Princess Honglian realized this was a trick. That damn Chen Mo. Turns out he just wanted to earn the reward money. Princess Honglian was so angry that she gritted her teeth, looking like she wanted to rush over, pick up Chen Mo, and shake him. Xinu sat at the side and smiled. "Princess, this is not called extortion. People rely on their skills to tell stories, and the listeners like to listen, so they are naturally willing to pay. This is called a win-win situation. Just like when my girl accompanies guests to drink, the guests give her tips. This is also something they are willing to do." Honglian curled her lips and said in a sullen tone, "But you can't just stop when you want to. You get stuck halfway through, which makes people feel itchy. Since Chan Mo has started, he should be responsible for finishing it. How can you suddenly stop halfway through? This is too unpleasant." Xinu wanted to continue explaining, but she felt something was wrong with what she said, and her face suddenly turned red. The more she listened to Hong Lian's words, the more it sounded like she was talking about something else. But Hong Lian had already changed her target. She ran to Han Fei and stretched out her hand to him. "Brother, give me money." Han Fei was confused. "What for?" "Of course I'm giving a reward to that bastard. If Chen Mo doesn't keep talking, I won't be able to sleep well tonight." Hong Lian reached out to grab Han Fei's purse. Han Fei was about to take out a few coins from the purse, but Hong Lian was quick and grabbed the whole bag of gold. Hong Lian walked to the window without looking back and threw the money bag out. Hong Lian said, "Who is that down there?" "Room A rewarded you with a big bag of gold. Go on and tell me your story. Tell me now." Han Fei stared at him. "Are you crazy? That's 20 gold. Do you know what this means?" In this era, 1 gold is equivalent to 10,000 knife coins, and 20 gold is equal to 200,000 knives, enough to buy a mansion in the center of Xinjiang City. Hong Lian waved her hand nonchalantly. "Do you need it?" "I don't." Han Fei was speechless. "Of course you don't. It's mine." Xinu and Nong were also dumbfounded. Princess Hong Lian was too generous, just like she was sprinkling candy, not taking the gold seriously at all. At this time, Jingwei downstairs had already caught the bag of gold. When he opened it, he was stunned. Jingwei finally understood why Chan Mo never worried about his livelihood. It turned out that he came to the brothel every day to pick up money. Chen Mo came over to take a look and laughed from ear to ear. "Oh, which god of wealth is this? He is so generous." That being said, the reward had already been given, so Chan Mo naturally couldn't keep people in suspense any longer. So Chen Mo slammed the gavel, changed his tone, and continued speaking. The woman took off her veil, and her face was stunning. She was Nangong Shui, who was ranked first on the list of most beautiful women. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the whole building is boiling. Oh, the man in white saved a beauty. No, it's the other way around. This time it's the beauty who saved the hero. This plot is interesting. We've seen heroes saving beauties many times, but it's new to see beauties saving heroes. There was a lot of discussion in the building, and one listener was particularly surprised when he heard the word beauty list. What is the origin of this list? Is it a list of beauties in the world ranked in order? Interesting. I have never seen such a list before. Hong Lian's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she turned to ask Han Fei, "Brother Wang, if there really is such a list, do you think I can be on it?" Although Hong Lian is young, she has loved beauty since she was a child, and her competitive spirit was suddenly ignited at this moment. Xinu smiled and said, The princess is as beautiful as a fairy. If there were such a list, she would definitely be among the top few. Hong Lian laughed and couldn't hide her pride on her face. No way, no way. My sisters are the real beauties. I am at most rank behind you. Hong Lian rolled her eyes as she spoke and couldn't help but sigh. I'm really curious. If someone could really rank all the beauties in the 7 countries, how stunning would the first one be? Zhang Liang interrupted and said with a smile, You should ask Mr. Li Si about this question. With his memory, he might be able to write one out. Xinu shook her head and laughed. Zifeng, you are an outsider. No matter how smart Mr. Li is, he has to see people before he can give good review. This list of beauties must be seen with one's own eyes. A blind man cannot rank them. Unexpectedly, this sentence immediately irritated Honglian so much that she leaned over to the window and shouted, Hey, whoever is down there, are you blind? If you can really rank among the most beautiful women in the 7 countries, I will reward you with another 20 gold coins. Hearing this, Chen Mo was shocked. 40 gold coins for one night. This amount is enough to buy a house in the center of Xinjiang, the capital city. Whose family is this young lady who is so aggressive? Xinu upstairs couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. You're poking at someone's scar in front of everyone. I'm a blind person. But Holian's words unexpectedly resonated with everyone, and many listeners responded one after another. Yes, if a list can really be made, I will also give rewards. Even if I can't give as much as her, I will still do my best to make it more lively. In the pavilion, Jingwei frowned slightly. Jingwei knew that Shunemo was not blind at all, but was just pretending to be so in order to hide his tracks and avoid getting into trouble. But these people asked blind people to judge beauties one by one. Isn't this obviously looking for trouble? What's more, the 7 kingdoms are so big and there are so many beauties. Even Jingwei dare not say who is the best. But to Jingwei's surprise, Chinemo not only did not panic, but took a sip of tea elegantly with a calm tone. Chinemo said, The 7 countries are vast, with different customs and beauties. Who is the first is ultimately a matter of opinion. But as for who can make the list, Chen can make a brief comment. If Chinemo were asked to talk about the list of masters, he might not remember it clearly. But as for the list of beauties, he had seen a lot of them online in his previous life. For men, the ability to remember beauties is just as strong as women remembering lipstick colors. Jingwei was shocked when he heard this. Chinemo really planned to rank the list? Could he really rank it? Some guests upstairs were not convinced and shouted, Hey, isn't he blind and lame? He only walked a few steps from the village. How could he know any beauties? If he can really make a decent list, I will eat my meal standing on my head today. Another person agreed with a smile. Mr. Chun, since you were so confident, please start speaking. If you speak well, there will be a reward. If you speak poorly, it will be embarrassing. Chapter 10. No doubts. As soon as the teasing words from the upstairs landed, Jingwei's brows instantly frowned. Jingwei looked through the curtains at the box where the conversation was taking place, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Anyone who dares to threaten Jingwei's husband in public must have lived too comfortably in this life. Do you think that I, Jingwei, am easy to bully now that I don't hold a knife? If you destroy my family's rice bowl, I will make your whole family starve to death and eat in the underworld. Chun Mo sensed the murderous intent around Jingwei and quickly held Jingwei's hand, patted it gently, and comforted her. Don't worry, your husband knows what to do. Chun Mo knew it was time to collect some money. So Chen O stood up steadily and said loudly, Since everyone is looking forward to it, I will dare to talk about my personal opinion. Xinu upstairs also heard it and couldn't help but become interested. A scholar who claimed to be blind and lame actually had the audacity to comment on the list of beauties in 7 countries. Xinu wanted to see what Chun Mo could come up with. Bang! The gavel rang again, and Chun Mo spoke. In that case, let's start with our Korea. Chun Mo said, In the capital, the current King Han's favorite Madame Mingzhu is naturally beautiful and the most beautiful woman in the palace. She naturally deserves a place on the list of beauties. As soon as these words came out, many dignitaries who had served in the court nodded in agreement. Madame Mingzhu is indeed an extraordinary beauty. Otherwise, King Han would not have regarded her as his beloved daughter. Princess Honglian was very dissatisfied when she heard this. She wanted to refute, but had nothing to say. After all, that woman was really beautiful. That enchanting woman almost made her father lose his soul. Honglian was angry just looking at her. Chinmo continued. Furthermore, there is Madame Hu. who is also one of the concubines of King Han. She is charming and has a unique temperament. She also deserves to be on the list. There was silence upstairs, and no one responded. It wasn't that no one objected, but no one dared to speak up. After all, she was the woman of the King of Han, and anyone who dared to publicly say that she was unqualified would be asking for trouble. Princess Honglian was even more upset when she heard this. Her face almost turned black. Honglian rolled her eyes in her heart. The most beautiful list? It should be called the Fox Charm list. Madame Hu and Madame Mingzhu were both more pretentious than the other, especially Madame Hu. She could make a man dizzy with just a glance, and even Honglian almost fell for her. However, after hearing this, Honglian began to look forward to it. The palace girl had already spoken, so was it Honglian's turn? As a result, Chinamo changed the subject and said, "Let's leave it at that for now. Let's talk about things outside the palace." Honglian stood up suddenly and said in astonishment, "What? That's it? I was skipped just like that." Chinmo's voice continued to ring out, his tone calm. Outside the palace, there are also two beauties who can be regarded as top choices, and they come from the same place. Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued, and they all focused their attention. The first one is the head of Zilan Xian, Miss Xinu. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is both talented and beautiful, and she deserves the title. And the second one is also from Zilan Xian, named Nong Yu, who is amazing at playing the zither and is equally beautiful. As soon as the words fell, several men upstairs looked at the two people who were on the list. Han Fei, Zhang Liang, and Wei Zhuang all had smiles on their faces, and they obviously did not deny this evaluation. Nanua blinked, not reacting for a moment. How did she suddenly debut? Nanua looked at Xinu quietly, wanting to see how Xinu would react. But Xinu was stunned, sitting there in a daze, her eyes full of shock. How was it possible? How did he know? Zhang Liang said with a smile. Why not? Miss Xinu is so pretty and charming. It is only natural that she should be on the list. Xinu shook her head repeatedly, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Don't you think there's something wrong with what he said? Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? Isn't it Xiongyu Tower? Why did you bring up Zilan Xian? Xinu smiled bitterly. It's Xiongyu Tower now, but won't be soon. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and instantly cast their eyes towards the wooden sign on the table. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Xinu walked forward and turned the wooden sign over with slightly trembling fingers. Everyone gasped. 3 words were written on it. Zilan Xian. For a moment, the whole room was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Even Honglian, who is usually lively and energetic, stood there blankly, forgetting her grievance of not being named. At this moment, who cared about the beauty list? The creepy feeling instantly enveloped everyone's heart. Xinu gritted her teeth and whispered, I just decided on this name last night and wrote it down this morning. No one knows it except me. If the princess hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have had the chance to tell anyone. Han Fei's face was extremely solemn, and his voice was low. That is to say, he couldn't possibly know this name. Zhang Liang got goosebumps all over his body, and he sat up straight. What the hell? Could it be that the man is psychic? Wei Zhuang stood up and looked at the square pavilion downstairs, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, which instantly alerted Jing Wei downstairs. Jing Wei looked up and just happened to come into contact with the aura for a short time, and then it quickly dissipated without a trace. What is the origin of that man? Wei Zhuang retracted his gaze and asked Zinu's voice was a little unstable. I checked. Chenmo's identity is very ordinary. He is a farmer from a village outside the city. His family is poor, and he is a distant relative of the head of the village. His resume is so clean that it is unbelievable. Honglian opened her lips slightly and whispered, Could it be? He just guessed it? He just happened to guess it right. No one answered Honglian. None of the people present were willing to believe in coincidence. Chapter 11. Madam, have you thought of this? Zhang Liang raised his eyes and glanced at Honglian, but finally decided to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Arguing with Princess Honglian was like cutting yourself with a knife. If you lose, you will lose face, and if you win, you will lose your life. It is not worth it at all. Xinu held the wooden sign with Zelangshuan engraved on it, and her eyes had not yet regained their composure. The more Xinu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Chen Montak, was he really an ordinary blind storyteller? Not only did Xinu feel strange, but the guests who were listening to the story also felt it was a little weird. Especially the regular customers who had seen Xinu and known you. They really had no opinion on Shenmo's comments. But why can Shinamo even say the name of an unannounced new building so accurately? However, apart from the people in the box who felt something was unusual, the other listeners no longer had the energy to analyze these things. They just wanted to know which other beauties on the list would be next. Chunamo smiled slightly, and seeing that no one raised any objections, he continued. Next, let's talk about the beauties of the other 6 countries. If we want to talk about the 6 countries, we have to mention a special sect, the Yin-Yang school among the 100 schools of thought. At this point, Chun Mo paused, and his tone became a little more steady. As we all know, the women of the Yin-Yang family are breathtakingly beautiful. But don't forget, they're also extremely dangerous. Don't be fooled by their gentle appearance. When it comes to killing people, they are not ambiguous at all. For example, Dongjun Yinfei and the Right Protector Yueshin. These two have beautiful looks and cold temperaments, both of which are top-notch. As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. No one dared to comment on these two. The women of the Yin-Yang family were not the ones to be discussed casually. If you refute them, you might not know how you died tomorrow. In addition to these, there are 2 pairs of twin flowers. The elders of the water department are a Huang and Vying. The elders of the wood department are Heibai Xiao Siming, and the elder of the fire department is Desiming. When talking about Desiming, Chunmo's tone paused obviously. Chunmo thought for a moment and added, "This person's style is indeed a little weird, especially those hands that seem to be covered in blood, but his appearance is still stunning." Someone upstairs exclaimed, "The Yin-Yang family has taken up 5 places? What kind of list is this? Just change the name to Yin-Yang Beauty List. Whoever can marry them will have a truly heavenly life." Of course, this is just a thought. Anyone who dared to have any thoughts about the Yin-Yang family woman would probably have turned into ashes in the ground by now. Shinamo listened to the laughter and just smiled faintly without saying much. This was just the beginning. The finale was still to come. In addition to the Yin-Yang school, there are many outstanding figures in other countries. The first dancer of Yin State, Snow Girl. Light dancing posture, icy skin, one dance that captivates the whole country. The white snow falls, making people cry. The famous disciple of the medical family, Duan Murong, has a beautiful face, a kind heart, and an extraordinary temperament. Every time a beauty was mentioned, the audience upstairs responded excitedly, and some couldn't help but call out her name to echo. I have seen the Snow Girl. She is indeed incredibly beautiful. Duan Murong is even more gentle and generous, with a rare beauty. Chun Mo changed his tone and said, "However, there is still one person left. Everyone has heard of this person, but few have actually seen her. Her beauty is spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, but she is always shrouded in mystery. Can you guess who she is?" After that, Chun Mo kept silent, just picked up the teacup, drank tea, and looked at the audience. The atmosphere was instantly controlled by him. No one knew who Chun Mo was going to talk about, but they couldn't help but speculate and discuss, and the whole building was on high alert. Even Jing Wei, who was standing next to him, fell into deep thought. Jing Wei thought he had seen a lot of people, but when it came to the person who was famous in rumors but never showed up, Jing Wei couldn't guess who it was. Princess Hong Yin upstairs had bright eyes, and the corners of her mouth began to curl up uncontrollably. "I've heard of it, but never seen it. Isn't this talking about me? Everyone in Korea knows Princess Hong Yin, but how many people have actually seen me in person?" Hong Yin was already moved by herself, and even silently imagined the situation of her name being called out later. "Alas, I don't really care about the ranking. Chun Mo insisted on putting me in, so I'll just accept it reluctantly." Oh, this is so embarrassing. Everyone looked at Hong Lian, who was sometimes blushing and sometimes grinning, and they were all confused. Is this princess possessed? But no one dared to expose it. Chunamo finally put down his teacup and slammed the gavel. The building suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was once again firmly controlled by Chunamo. A light flashed in Xenu's eyes. Xenu had confirmed that Chun Mo not only knew how to tell stories, but also knew how to control the rhythm. This kind of control was not possessed by ordinary people. Chun Mo's tone sank, and he said in a loud voice, "Since no one can guess it, I will reveal the answer to you. This person is none other than Qin State Luoang, the #1 assassin, one of the 8 swords of the king of Yu, Jing Wei." As soon as the words fell, the whole building was in an uproar. "Oh my God, it's her! No wonder we've heard of her, but never really seen her. I heard that she kills with one move, and no one can escape wherever she goes. A beauty of this level can only be admired from afar. How did this blind man know that she is a beauty? Is she lucky enough to not be killed? Some people exclaimed in surprise, while others turned pale and even broke out in cold sweat. The name Jingwei was equivalent to the word death in a martial arts world, and there were only a handful of people who had heard of her and were still alive. Princess Honglian, who was standing by the window on the fourth floor, was completely petrified. Huh, it wasn't me. It was that killer. Honglian opened her lips slightly, her expression changing from expectation to collapse. Chen Mo, in the audience, chuckled and turned to look at Jing Wei beside him, shaking his head. I've already given such obvious hints, but they still can't guess. It's really just talk. Madam, have you figured it out? Chapter 12. How did today end so quickly? Chen Mo continued to shake his head as soon as he finished speaking. How did Madam know the name of this killer? I would never have thought of that. As soon as he said this, Jing Wei's eyes widened. Jing Wei's heart almost exploded. What you mean is, I don't even know who I am? But before Jing Wei could figure out the joke, his heart trembled again. Chen Mo was right. She was indeed a very low-key person. Even within Luoyang, there were only a few people who knew her true appearance. And all the enemies who had seen Jing Wei in action had basically returned to the dust. But the question is, isn't Chen Mo a country boy? How can a blind cripple like him know that he is Jing Wei? Jing Wei's breathing was slightly stagnant. Jing Wei thought about last night, when she was tortured to death by Chen Mo. She would never forget that embarrassing scene. If this guy really knew that she was Jing Wei, how could he dare to do that? Jing Wei was almost certain that this man didn't know the truth. Chen Mo's mention of Jing Wei was just a coincidence. And in fact, it was true. The Jing Wei Chen Mo mentioned was the anime character that Chen Mo remembered from his previous life. As for the cold, calm, and tender lady in reality, Chen Mo didn't associate the two together at all. Chen Mo coughed lightly at this time and continued to slam the gavel with a slightly naughty tone. But, speaking of it, there are more than 7 countries of peerless beauties. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Someone laughed and asked, have you really traveled all over the world and even seen the beauties of the barbarians overseas? Someone echoed. No one disagreed with the beauties he just mentioned. Even if he said he really traveled around the world, I would believe him. Everyone immediately started to make a noise. Then please open your eyes, Mr. Chun, and tell us what beauties there are outside the 7 kingdoms. Could it be possible that fairies can also appear among the barbarians in the grasslands of the southern wilderness and northern desert? Chun Mo still looked calm and said slowly, I don't know much, but I heard that there was a charming and beautiful Hu girl in the Xiongnu grasslands. The high priest of the ancient country of Lulan was also the most beautiful in the western regions. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. I haven't heard of it, but it sounds like it's beautiful. Are there any more? Are there any more? Don't keep us in suspense. Chun Mo smiled slightly, and his tone suddenly became serious. There is one more person. If she is missing from this list, my inventory will not be complete. Oh, is there anyone more amazing than the Lulan priestess? Who is she? Tell us quickly, so we can hear it. The audience pricked up their ears, their eyes burning with excitement. But Chen Mo shook his head gently and changed the subject. What a pity. I only heard people describe her, but I don't know her name. I only remember that she was dressed in red and looked stunning at first glance. This, everyone wailed and stamped their feet in anger. You're just keeping us on suspense. What's the point of saying it when you don't even know its name? It's hard to say whether it's true or not. This is too irresponsible. But Chen Mo remained calm and composed, with a faint mysterious smile on his face. Only Jing Wei stared at Chen Mo quietly. Jing Wei could feel that when Chen Mo said this, he had some special emotions in his heart. Chen Mo clearly knew this person, but he just avoided talking about it. In the box on the 4th floor, everyone was silent. They had never thought that this blind storyteller could actually list the beauties from all 7 countries, and even included people from abroad. Zhang Liang and the others looked at each other, with a bit more solemnity in their eyes. The territory of the 7 kingdoms is vast. Without broad knowledge, how could one be able to name the names so accurately? What's more, this man is blind. Xinu smiled softly. I didn't expect that Chen Mo, who has never even met me, could actually click me in. Han Fei crossed his arms and began to pace around the room. I have only heard of the names of these women he mentioned, but have rarely seen them in person. Han Fei turned around and asked, Zifeng, Wei Zhuang, you two have been traveling around the world for many years. Have you ever met these people? Zhang Liang glanced at Hong Lian, who was now full of depression, and quickly looked away. Women are like tigers. It is best to stay away from them. Wei Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, the moon goddess of the Yin-Yang school has been in seclusion for many years, and I have never met her. As for Jingwei, she never shows up. It is said that wherever she goes, there are only dead people. Not to mention me. No one even knows what she looks like. Lulan, Xiong knew I have never set foot there, nor have I heard of it. Han Fei's expression became more serious when he heard this. Then how did Mr. Chun know these people? Xinu looked at the wooden sign, Zilan Xian, on the table and said softly, I actually feel a little ridiculous. I always thought Chun Mo was just a storyteller, but I didn't expect him to be a great god. This doubt was like a vine, quietly entwining and sprouting in Xinu's heart. Xinu wanted to know more and more who Chun Mo was. And when a woman becomes curious about a man, the result is often the prelude to love. Everyone, that's all for today. Chen Mo took the reward money and bowed slightly to those around him. Why are you only saying this much today? Aren't there usually 2 shows? No, I feel like I haven't said enough, Mr. Chun. Everyone looked reluctant, but Chun Mo ignored them. Chun Mo, holding a bag full of knife coins, left the Sifong pavilion side by side with Jingwei. Princess Honglian was so angry that she stamped her feet upstairs. How come it's over? What about me? Where is I, Honglian? Honglian is a princess of a country, but she is not even on the list. She was not even mentioned at all. Zhang Liang couldn't help laughing beside her and covered his mouth with his hands. He was so happy just looking at Honglian's angry face. The 3 ladies in Qiongyu Tower, Xinu and Nongyu, were already on the list, but Hong Lian didn't even have her name on it. How could Hong Lian bear such a blow? Just as Chun Mo and Jingwei were about to leave, Hong Lian gritted her teeth, pushed the door open, and rushed out. Chapter 13, Is he looking at us? Hey, Hong Lian, come back. Han Fei was immediately startled. He was the one who brought the person out. If anything unexpected happened outside, he would not be able to take the responsibility. But no matter how he shouted, Hong Lian still rushed out like a small whirlwind. Let her go as she pleases. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Xinu put the wooden sign in her arms and smiled confidently. At this time, Jingwei was holding a bag of money in one hand and supporting Chun Mo with the other. Suddenly, he stopped. Jingwei was pulled by him, and before he could ask anything, he saw a figure approaching them rapidly. Hey, stop right there. Hong Lian was lifting up her skirt, and before she stopped, the voice came over. Looking at the angry little girl, Jingwei became alert even though he didn't understand what she was doing there. But Chen Mo smiled and asked, Is this girl here to give a reward? She's quite trustworthy. He could tell from the voice that she was the one who had been rewarded with 20 gold coins. She also said that if she really made the list, she would give him 20 gold coins. I originally thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect her to chase me and give it to me. What good girl. The 4th floor was beyond the range of his spiritual sense, so it was not until Hong Lian approached that he could see Hong Lian's appearance clearly. She was 15 or 16 years old, very young, like a flower bud about to bloom, and there was some baby fat on her face. Full of spirit, at first glance you can tell that he is a naughty kid who has been spoiled. When Hong Lian heard this, she immediately became furious, and her chest heaved up and down with anger. You're still offering rewards. This princess is here to send you to jail. She stopped and panted. Ben, I want to ask you, is your list of beauties complete? Chun Mo nodded. Yes, within the 7 countries, the various schools of thought, outside the 7 countries, the wild borders, I had just finished the inventory. Didn't the girl listen carefully just now? Hong Lian bit her teeth. What did she mean by not listening carefully? She was angry because she listened too carefully. She sneered and snorted. I heard it clearly, of course I heard it clearly. If I hadn't heard it clearly, I wouldn't have come to see you now. If you don't make your point clear to me today, don't even think about leaving. Let me ask you, is there someone missing from this beauty list? Chen Mo groaned for a while. Someone is missing? There shouldn't be anyone. He still had some impression of the famous beauties, and at this moment he went over them again in his mind to make sure there was nothing missed. Except for the name that he didn't mention, he basically introduced all of them. Hong Lian said angrily, I see that you are a disabled person, so I'm kindly reminding you. That person is Korean, tall and graceful, as pretty as a flower, stunningly beautiful, both beautiful and intelligent. Besides, he is of noble status, someone you cannot afford to offend. So, have you figured out? Hong Lian became more and more proud as he spoke, and his momentum was rising steadily. Jingwei on the side almost wanted to laugh out loud at this time, because he knew she was talking about himself. How could Chinamo not hear it? South Korea, there are really people who haven't lined up yet. But he really didn't expect that this person was actually a Korean princess, who would be known as Chi Lien in the future. From this perspective, she is quite similar to the two-dimensional image. Princess, you are joking. Of course, it's not because you're not pretty enough, but that's of course because cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. Chinmo's consciousness swept across her Wangzai bun, and he suddenly wanted to laugh. You little bun, if I didn't have spiritual sense and just looked at you with my naked eyes, I might not be able to tell the difference between your front and back. If it was the later Chi Lien, he would certainly be on the list no matter what. But the young and immature Hong Lian is at most cute. Compared with the Chi Lien who will charm everyone in the future, there is a huge difference between them. Besides, in Chinmo's opinion, 15 or 16 years old is just a child. Since she is a beauty, she must at least be an adult. Of course, this adulthood is not the standard of today, but the standard of future generations. Hong Lian's focus at this moment was not on his appearance on the list, but on his eyes that suddenly widened. How do you know I'm a princess? At this time, Han Fei was lying by the window, worried that Hong Lian might cause some trouble. Suddenly, he frowned and said, he actually figured out Hong Lian's identity. Oh, what did Xiao Hong Lian say? And he actually guessed it. Zhang Liang suddenly became curious and came to the window. This is really bizarre. A blind man not only knows all the beauties in the world, but can even recognize a princess who not many people have seen. Is it him? When Zhang Liang saw Jingwei in Chinamo, he was immediately surprised. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, do you know this person? Zhang Liang took a deep breath and said, let me ask you, how can a blind man write so quickly? Han Fei smiled and looked at him and said, do you think you are humorous? Zhang Liang was stunned. Why was this guy stealing my lines? Mr. Zifeng, have you seen this man? Known you brought 2 cups of tea, handed them to Han Fei and Zhang Liang, then looked inside curiously. A figure covered with black cloth came into view, standing out from the crowd downstairs. Manhwa had met Chun Mo before, and her impression of him was that he was quite humble and talented. He looks very handsome, but unfortunately he is blind and lame. But after the Zilan Xian incident just now, Nonyu also became curious about Chinamo. What kind of person is this, to be so strong-willed and talented despite being disabled? Those wonderful stories make people feel as if they are part of the story, as if they had experienced it personally. Zhang Liang took a sip of the tea and said, I ran into him when Brother Wei Zhuang and I came here. He and the woman beside him were writing furiously on the steps. I don't know if he was writing or painting, but his writing speed was much faster than mine. Nonyu looked downstairs with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Xinu had walked to another window at some point, pushed it open and started looking out. Her gaze fell on Chanamo, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She only knew of this person before, but had never seen him in person. He was also surprised when he saw Chunmo's appearance at this time, especially the smile on his lips. Not only does he not feel inferior because of his disability, but he looks much more optimistic and cheerful than ordinary people. That smile has a kind of confidence and cheerfulness, as if it can infect people with that emotion. Chunmo downstairs suddenly raised his head, and his eyes seemed to look at them through the black cloth covering his eyes. He is looking at us? Nanhua asked uncertainly, her body involuntarily stepping back. Chapter 14, Another Change. Perhaps it heard our discussion. Its eyes are not very sensitive, but its ears may be more developed. Xinu sighed comfortingly. Although she said so, she was still unsure at the moment. Who would believe this? The voices of the people were not loud. It was quite far from here, and it was noisy downstairs. So how could he hear it? This person is becoming more and more mysterious. Everyone, let's not talk about this mysterious Mr. Chun for now. Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with Yi Mu's situation? You asked me to come here, didn't you, so that I can listen to the book? He has always been a capable person, but now looking at the crowd gathered around the window, he felt a little confused. Instead of gathering there to discuss the blind man, it would be better to just call him up and ask him. Yes, Wei Zhuang is right. Our real purpose is to discuss how to deal with Yimu. Han Fei withdrew his gaze. At this time, Hong Lian had also returned. The princess was carrying a kitten on her arm, with a face that looked like an eggplant hit by frost. Since there is nothing going on, there is no need to pay attention to what is happening downstairs. I'm just a little surprised that Chan Mo could let his lawless sister suffer a loss without losing his temper. This is really unprecedented. Although South Korea appears to be peaceful today, things are actually turbulent behind the scenes. General Ji Wuya founded his own organization called Knight and was extremely powerful. The murderous General Yi Mu under his command has undermined South Korea in all aspects. Bai Yifei, Marquis of Snowy Clothes and the Lord of Snowy Clothes Castle, not only has unfathomable strength himself, but also holds great power. He is in charge of 100,000 troops in the northern part of Korea and is eroding Korea from the military side. The Emerald Tiger on the Stone is good at business and is very wealthy in Korea, eroding Korea's wealth. The man in the straw raincoat under the moon is the leader of the Night Intelligence Network. This man is very secretive. Ji Wuya relies on him to collect intelligence about South Korea and monitor any movement in the government and the country. The last one is also the most difficult one to deal with. That is the king of Han's current favorite concubine, Madame Mingzhu, the fashionable enchantress who just made the list of beauties. She used her beauty to gain the trust of the king of Han, but actually interfered with state affairs through the king of Han and corrupted the kingdom of Han through politics. The king of Han favored her so much that he trusted her more than his own son Han Fei. These four people, each of whom has his own abilities, are the main internal troubles for South Korea. If one wants to move to General Ji Wuya, the most important thing is to kill these four people first and start to disintegrate their power bit by bit. It's late at night. On the path leading out of the city, there were only two figures holding hands. Madam, when I was talking to Princess Honglian today, did you see the figures on the fourth floor? The fourth floor was beyond the range of his spiritual awareness, and his eyes were covered with a black cloth, so he naturally couldn't see it. He just felt someone's eyes were on him, so he looked up. Jingwei recalled for a moment, then said, there were four people, 2 men and 2 women. Judging from their clothes, they were not ordinary people, and those women were not prostitutes either. Chan Mo nodded and said, anyone who can be with Princess Honglian is certainly not an ordinary person. Is there anyone special among those 4 people? When the word special was mentioned, a figure suddenly appeared in Jingwei's mind. Yes, a purple-haired woman, very beautiful. Chen Mo stopped, then stood there and began to think. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. What's wrong, husband? Do you know these people? Jingwei stopped and gently supported Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head, holding her soft little hand, and continued forward. No, of course he didn't know them. He just knew these few people. From his point of view, the Cheongyu Tower, where he is the so-called Zilan Xian. No wonder Princess Honglian, a princess like her, would appear here. This Zilan Xian is not an ordinary place of entertainment. Instead, it will become the place where quicksand is created. It is also the main place they use to obtain intelligence. Jingwei was sensible and didn't say much, but asked worriedly, my husband has offended Princess Honglian today. Aren't you afraid of a revenge? She had actually been thinking about it all the way. Chen Mo did not put Princess Honglian on the list of beauties. Judging from the princess's angry look, she was very dissatisfied. It would be too easy for a princess to cause trouble for Chen Mo. Jingwei was even considering whether he should sneak into the palace at night and kill Honglian, so as to prevent any disaster from happening. I have finally got a stable life, and I don't want anyone to destroy it. Chen Mo smiled and said, don't worry, I know a little bit about that princess. Although she is spoiled and a bit aggressive, she actually has a good nature. And I told her that the reason she wasn't on the list wasn't because she wasn't pretty enough. Jingwei burst out laughing. So you lied to the girl and said that if a prince from another country heard about her beauty, he would come and marry her? The princess's expression at that time was so funny that it immediately frightened the bad guy, Chen Mo. She doesn't want to get married, let alone marry a foreign prince. Jingwei suddenly slowed down and looked at Chen Mo's profile. Feeling her gaze, Chen Mo turned around and said with a smile, what's wrong? Did you find that your husband is handsome again? Jingwei curled his lips and then used some more force on his hands. He is already very handsome. I just want to know why my husband knows the name of the last woman but refuses to tell it. Chen Mo smiled and said playfully, Madam, are you curious about who this woman is? In fact, the two people thought completely different things. Chen Mo thought that Jingwei was angry because he didn't let her on the list. In fact, he didn't know that not only was he on the list, but the evaluation was also quite high. Jingwei's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Then, can my husband tell me? After saying this, she was suddenly in a daze. Was she being coquettish? It's unbelievable that one day I would act like a spoiled child to someone else. Chinamo looked at her face and was suddenly shocked. Because after Jingwei realized that she was acting coquettishly, a blush appeared on her pretty face. That charming look is beyond description. Madam, let's go back quickly. I suddenly remembered that the quilts at home have not been put away yet. I think we should go back and put them away early in this weather. He doesn't have the habit of taking his wife into the woods. Jingwei had a confused look on his face as Chun Mo quickly dragged him away. After returning home, not only did he not put away the quilt, he even changed it for another one. Chapter 15, Are You Really Going to Sleep? Under the moonlight, Chun Mo gently massaged Jingwei's legs. Jingwei collapsed on the bed, with a hint of seduction in her eyes. Husband, aren't you tired? Not tired. It's the madam who is really hardworking, producing so much water. Chun Mo grinned foolishly. The lady is really amazing. She can even do the splits. When Jingwei heard what he said, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. How come after being with my frivolous husband for so long, I am almost becoming frivolous myself? All right, go and have a rest, my husband. You don't have to press me anymore. After being served by Chun Mo for half a day, Jingwei began to ask him to stop. In this era, it is impossible for men to serve women like this. Chun Mo put a little more strength in his hands and said with a smile, It's okay. Your husband is not tired at all. When Jingwei heard what he said, he felt his heart tremble. She sat up, held Chun Mo's hand, and said softly, That won't work either. You are a man, the master of our family. When life gets better in the future, you will still have 3 wives and 4 concubines. When your sisters come home, how will they look at you if you do this again? Besides, if you do this to me, will you do the same to them when the time comes? A man should be upright and not serve a woman in these little matters. Obviously, this is the difference in thinking between Jingwei and Chun Mo. Education in the new era emphasizes equality between men and women, but in this era, it is obviously not yet at this point. Even Jingwei, a top assassin, is just a woman after all, and is bound to be influenced by the times. Therefore, in her opinion, she can help her husband oppress, but how can she let her husband serve her? I'm a disabled person, and being able to marry a wife is already the happiest thing in my life. Why would I expect to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Being able to serve you well is my greatest happiness. Chun Mo also held her hand tightly and gently stroked Jingwei's palm with his fingertips. However, he also felt a little strange at his heart. There was a thin layer of calluses on Jingwei's hands, as if left by years of clenching a hoe to do farm work, but her skin was fair and smooth, and she didn't look like someone who did farm work, but rather like a lady from a wealthy family. Moreover, if the person is doing farm work, such a layer of callus would be too thin. Who would have thought that Jingwei would suddenly become excited after hearing his words? She said seriously, What's wrong with being disabled? My husband is such a capable man. If he becomes famous in the future and doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, wouldn't it be a joke? I know my husband loves me, but that's why I can't monopolize this love. If you are embarrassed, I can help you find one. You don't have to worry about it. Chun Mo's performance today really surprised Jingwei. With her vision, how could she not see that Chun Mo was definitely not an ordinary person and was definitely not an ordinary person? However, Chun Mo now has no pursuit for these things and is just content with being well off. In this era, for capable men, women are just a symbol of status. Only incapable men would live alone with a woman. Chen Montag was suddenly confused. His wife personally helped him take a concubine? This was a shock to him as a modern young man. Speaking of life, Chun Mo suddenly remembered something, got out of bed, and started searching. Jingwei looked at his back and asked curiously, What are you looking for, my husband? Chun Mo did not answer, but searched for a while, then took out a jar wrapped in cloth and walked over. After he removed the cloth, he stuffed the jar directly into Jingwei's hands. He raised his head and looked at Jingwei seriously. Take this. This is my savings over the years. I will give it to Madame to manage from now on. Jingwei held the jar in his hands, a look of disbelief in his eyes. You really want to leave this to me? She knew that this contained all of Chun Mo's belongings, but would he just hand it over to her so easily? However, if the man works outside and the woman works inside, I can earn money outside, and my wife can count the money at home. Of course, our lives will get better and better. Chun Mo was not worried at all that Jingwei would run away with the money, not only because he trusted her character after spending these days with her, but also because of her appearance. With Jingwei's looks, if she was a money-loving person, she could just hook up with a prince or noble and get mountains of gold and silver. Why would she live a hard life with a countryman like him? She held the jar in her hands blankly, and suddenly a brilliant smile broke out on her face. A sweetness like honey spread in her heart. Chinamo coughed awkwardly, then burrowed into the bed and yelled, "Go to sleep. I don't want to think about it today." Of course, it couldn't be that he was not able to do it, but because there was no more quilts left at home. If they don't control it, the two of them will get rheumatism without a blanket. Ew, you really want to go to bed? Jingwei put the money jar aside, then hesitated and pushed Chun Mo from behind. Chun Mo leaned forward to make room on the quilt. Yes. Jingwei looked at his back with amusement. That's not the case. Chun Mo turned around again, a little puzzled. What about this? It's so strange. Why is the lady suddenly acting so strange? Jingwei didn't say anything else, but dived into the bed. The palace of King Han. Eternal lamps hung on the wall, lighting up this center of Korea like day. And under each lamp, there was a well-equipped soldier standing. And in different locations, there are pairs of soldiers patrolling continuously. With such defensive power, even if a fly flies over, it will inevitably be slapped. But there was a figure who ignored all the guards and moved around the palace like a ghost. Soon, the figure disappeared into a luxurious room. There was only one woman in the room, sitting with her legs crossed on a soft couch covered with precious fur. The woman had a curvy figure, and her top was pushed out in a jaw-dropping curve. Her figure alone is enough to charm all men in the world, but at the same time, she also has a face that is enough to fascinate everyone and can simply seduce all men's souls. This person is Madame Mingzhu. Chapter 16, What's Going On? It's about me. Madame Mingzhu leaned lazily on the couch, holding an incense burner in one hand and a long needle in the other, stirring it. Suddenly, as if a breeze was blowing, the gauze curtains in the palace fluttered slowly. Madame Mingzhu's eyes flickered, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do. You're not afraid of being caught by the King of Han, but I am afraid too. Although she said this, there was no fear in her tone. Instead, there was just a sense of impatience. Haha, do you think I wanted to come? I just came to inform you that Wei Zhuang is back. A voice sounded, and at the same time a man in red walked out from behind the gauze curtain. His pale complexion made him look like a demon, and the red clothes made him look even more evil. Bai Yifei, he was not like this from the beginning, but became like this because of practicing evil skills. Hearing this, Madame Mingzhu paused. A look of surprise appeared on her stunning face. Why is he here? Bai Yifei glanced at the incense burner in her hand and said slowly, since he finished his studies at Gigu, he has been wandering around the martial arts world. His skills are probably not inferior to mine now. You'd better be careful. If he is determined to kill you, I'm afraid this little trick won't do anything to him. Madame Mingzhu is good at using aromatherapy to confuse people, and she also has good attainments in martial arts. But facing a master like Wei Zhuang, 3 moves were enough to break through these obstacles and take her life directly. Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly. Thank you very much for your reminder. I wonder if he can still be so ruthless to a beauty like me, who is on the 7 Kingdoms beauty list. Although Madame Mingzhu is in the palace, she is well informed and is not an ordinary concubine in the Deep Palace. So she had already received the news about the beauty list not long after it came out. Bai Yifei said sarcastically, I don't care whether he can do it or not. I'm just worried that your death will delay our plan. That Wei Zhuang is not a good man. He is a man without emotions. His blood is colder than the sword in his hand. A list of beauties, haha, a list made by people with disabilities. Only a fool like you would believe it. Bang! The incense burner was smashed to the ground. A fierce look appeared in Madame Mingzhu's eyes. Do you dare to say to me again? I am stupid. Ha! If I am stupid, can the King of Han be fooled by me? If I hadn't whispered in his ear, would you, Bai Yifei, be able to lead 100,000 soldiers? I'm telling you, if you piss me off, nothing good will happen to any of you. She was angry not because of that stupid remark, but because of Bai Yifei's questioning of the beauty list. That's not questioning the beauty list, that's questioning her. I am as beautiful as a flower. Of course I can be on the list. At this moment, Chen Mo was not a disabled person in her eyes, but the most aesthetic man in the world. It's long overdue for something like this to celebrate her beauty. The only thing that made her a little unhappy was that the vixen-like lady who was actually on the list. Bai Yifei still looked down on him and sneered. If you really have the ability to make King Han obey you, why don't you ask him to kill Han Fei immediately? You should know much more about how much Han Fei has ruined our business recently than we do. Madame Mingzhu lay back down, shaking her big white legs, and said faintly, he's his own son, so you let him kill him if you want to? Every time I used illusion to give him this idea, he would fiercely resist it subconsciously. If you come a few more times, I'm afraid you'll be exposed. Bai Yifei turned around and said expressionlessly, that's your business. I'll go to Baiwei during this period of time. I hope to hear the news I want to hear before I come back. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bai Yifei snorted, this is an order. After saying this, he disappeared silently back into the room. Madame Mingzhu was so angry that she was bent over. She grabbed the incense burner again and smashed it towards Bai Yifei's previous position, gritting her teeth and saying, you'd better let me hear that you died in Baiwei. Although they were all one of Knight's 4 evil generals, the others had always looked down on her, including his so-called cousin. What's wrong with her just knowing how to mix aromatherapy? What's wrong with her just knowing how to be horny? She's just pretty, so what? Aren't these all her abilities? If not for these abilities, how could she have manipulated the king of Han in the palm of her hand? If I hadn't been there as an insider in the palace, how could you have been so successful outside? Mrs. Mingzhu was in Korea, so she got the news the fastest. But the news about the beauty list is not just known in Korea. Although it took half a month to spread, it eventually spread to all countries. In this era, apart from some special means, the only way to spread information is by word of mouth. Especially after everyone learned that the inventor of this list was a blind man, almost everyone sneered at it. You're a blind man and you can't see, so how do you know whether someone is good-looking or not? But when we really got to know the names listed here, we were dumbfounded. Each of those names is well-known and worthy of their reputation. For example, the snow girl from Yin State whose dance was so stunning that it could captivate the whole city. And the favorite concubines of King Han are all recognized beauties. Among the others who knew about this list, there were many who had extensive knowledge. Some had seen the women of the Yinyang family and were shocked by their strength, while also being aware of their beauty. From this perspective, this list is not made up at all. In Yin State, a woman with snow-white hair was leaning on the railing. As the head of Feishue Pavilion, the snow girl's beauty and singing and dancing are the best in the 7 countries, making the kings and princes fall in love with her. Countless kings and princes have tried to make her smile, but she has always been like a fairy from heaven, untouched by worldly desires, and has never had any worldly feelings for anyone. Sister Snow Girl, I just heard some good news. Hey, do you want to listen to it? A little girl came running over excitedly with excitement on her face. A helpless and doting smile appeared on the snow girl's lips. She stretched out her hand and scratched the nose of the youngest disciple of Feishue Pavilion and asked in a clear voice, what good news? Did you learn a dance or a song? The little girl snorted, showing no fear at all of the head of the family. Neither of them. It has nothing to do with me. It's about you. The snow girl raised her eyebrows, a hint of curiosity showing on her face. What's going on? It's about me? Chapter 17. Why? Have you seen that blind man? The little girl laughed at her expression and said cheerfully, yes, about you, sister. You are on the list. The snow girl, who was just cooperating with her, was really surprised at this moment. On the list? What list? The little girl secretly had aspirations. The beauty list. All the girls on it are really beautiful. When I grow up, I want to be on the list too. All of them are the most beautiful women in the 7 countries. After hearing this, Xuannu lost all interest. Beauty list? Did she, Xuannu, need this kind of weird list to prove herself? Okay, then when you grow up, I will come down from above and give my seat to you, okay? The little girl thought for a moment and said, okay, but the blind man hasn't seen me yet. I don't know if he will choose me when the time comes. The snow girl raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by blind? I heard from them that the person who reviews this list usually covers his eyes. He looks like a handsome blind man, and he's not that old either, about the same age as my sister. He even knows about things outside the 7 kingdoms. How do you think he does it? The snow girl suddenly fell into deep thought. The underworld of the 7 kingdoms is vast, and the population is so large, not to mention the scenery outside the 7 kingdoms. Even she doesn't know it. How could there be such a knowledgeable blind person? Interesting. I have been in seclusion for many years and have never seen outsiders, but this blind man was able to name me. Could it be that he is using my reputation to make people afraid to refute him? At the Yin-Yang family headquarters, a woman with her eyes covered with purple gauze slowly stood up from the futon. A purple long skirt wrapped around her slender figure, making her look particularly tall. After listening to the description of the great god of destiny, even the moon goddess felt a little curious. It would be fine if he just reviewed others, but he even gave her a review. You know, she has almost always been practicing various secret techniques in the Yin-Yang school and rarely sets foot in the martial arts world. People in the martial arts world only know that the Yin-Yang family has her as the right protector, but very few people have ever seen her. Apart from the people from their Yin-Yang family, not many other disciples had seen her. But now she has suddenly been listed on the beauty list. This blind man seems to have some secrets that are not as simple as they seem. The moon goddess' voice was long and distant, as if it came from the heavens above. She didn't remember having any contact with any blind man. Then how did he know what he looked like and was sure that he was a beauty? How strange. The Yin-Yang school has many disciples with a strict hierarchy. Among them, the top one, and the most mysterious one, is Donghuang Tai, who always wears a black robe. No one in the world knows her identity, and her strength is unfathomable, which makes all the philosophers fear her. Below her is Dongjun, a woman who is also very beautiful and dangerous. Dongjun is known as the most extraordinary woman in Yin-Yang magic, and is also the only enemy that the moon goddess fears. Both of them are geniuses in practicing Yin-Yang magic, but Yin Fei is always one step ahead of her. Below these two is the right protector, Yueshin. In ancient times, the right was respected, so the right protector was slightly more honorable than the left protector. In addition to the left and right protectors, there are 5 more divisions below. Yin Zhongjuan, the elder of Minister Jin, is a man, so there's nothing much to say about him. The elder of the Mu department is the white-haired Siming, who is on Chun Mo's beauty list. They were a pair of twin sisters, and according to the rules of the Yin-Yang school, Xiao Siming was the shortest lived, as evidenced by the word Xiao. The ending has already been determined. She will be killed by the next Xiao Siming. Coincidentally, the elders of the water division are actually a pair of twin sisters, and both of them practice the unique skills of the Yin-Yang school. Along practiced an extremely cold technique, so her personality was exceptionally cold, even colder than her sister. Her younger sister, Nuiying, practices the art of being as kind as water and has an exceptionally gentle personality. The leader of the fire department, the Siming, looks glamorous, but his methods are as vicious and cruel as his appearance. A total femme fatale. She has a dark and pure style, and is a mature and domineering lady who makes people want to conquer her. There is nothing much to say about the local elders. There are so many characters in On My OG from top to bottom, and almost all the women are on the beauty list. So it seems appropriate to call them Beauty Nest. The fire department is under the command of the right protector moon goddess, and the moon goddess is in seclusion all year round. So a lot of news from the outside world is reported to her by the great god of destiny. For example, this time the beauty list incident. The Siming really didn't expect that not only the moon goddess would be on the list, but even she couldn't escape. Her scarlet lips slowly curled up and she smiled. It's really interesting. How did this blind man know about Lord Moon God? She lowered her head and looked at her hands. The flame-like skin is eerie and creepy, with faint strange silver patterns flowing. The black nails looked as if they were coated with poison, flashing with the cold light. She never thought that there would be a time when she would be called a beauty. I don't know whether this guy is brave or has vision. I almost forgot that the guy who made this list is blind. But the moon goddess didn't care about this. She cared more about Yin Fei is also on the list, right? Yes. The Siming put away his playful expression and his face suddenly tensed. She had known for a long time that Yueshin and Yin Fei didn't get along, so she wouldn't make herself uncomfortable. However, the moon goddess had already anticipated this time. As expected, that woman will also be on the list. In one of the Yin-Yang family's buildings, there's a sturdy tree with lush branches and leaves, and many beautiful flowers blooming on it. It's a pity that no matter how beautiful the flowers are, they are not as beautiful as the 4 figures in the courtyard. The 2 pairs of twins, Ahuang and Nuiying, and by He Xiao Siming, are here now. Nuiying smiled softly and said, "Sister, this beauty list is really interesting. We are even on the list." Nuiying touched her moist face, and a blush appeared on her face. Ahuang, however, showed no joy at all. She glanced at her silly sister and said calmly, "Why? Have you seen that blind man?" Nguyen was stunned, then shook her head and said, "He is in Korea. How could I have seen him?" Ah Huang frowned. "He has never seen us. How does he know what we look like?" Anyway, Ah Huang knew that she had never seen a blind person before. "I haven't seen it myself, so the only possibility is my sister. If two people look the same, seeing one of them is the same as seeing both of them. What Elder Nv Ying said is true." Just when Vine felt a little aggrieved, Xiao Siming on the side actually spoke. Chapter 18 is not finished, right? It's impossible to get through it, right? Bai Siming's tone was somewhat puzzled. "We two sisters have never seen him before, not to mention that we always wear veils when we go out. Even you don't know what we look like. How can he, a blind man, know?" Hey Simon continued. "Yes, he is indeed an interesting person. According to our intelligence, this person makes a living as a storyteller in Xinjiang, the capital of South Korea. His stories are wonderful and popular, and he is very famous in the local area." Nguyen raised her hand to stop their discussion and said, "Storytelling? What is storytelling?" Ah Huang rolled her eyes at her, then said, "It means to orally tell the stories in the book." Nguyen touched her chin, her eyes a little confused. "Can telling stories also attract people?" Hey Siming said calmly, "If you really want to know, just go and listen for yourself, and you'll know." Nv Ying's eyes lit up, but she was glared at by Yi Huang, and she immediately became obedient. "I'm warning you. You'd better not run around." Nguyen touched her head in fear and stuck out her tongue. "No, don't worry, sister. In the dense forest, the branches are lush and the sunlight shines through the leaves, shining on a beautiful face." The woman raised her head, closed her eyes, and felt the warmth of the sun with her beautiful face. Her hair was as loose as clouds, emitting a peerless charm. "The beauty list is really interesting, but why am I not on the list?" Her voice floated slowly here like a song. With that fiery red dress, she looked like a blooming red lotus that seemed about to go out in the next moment. The woman sat on a high branch, gently shaking her ivory-white legs. Suddenly, she opened her aqua-blue eyes, lowered her head, looked at the two people under the tree, and whispered, "Tell me, why am I not here?" Under the tree, a man in a black robe and surrounded by death said, "Maybe he has never heard of your name, or maybe it's too far away. After all, he is a blind man. How can he know your name?" The woman held her fair chin with her hand and shook her head, saying, "Although he is blind, he is definitely not an ordinary blind man. He knows the high priest of Lulan and the people from Ishonu. There is no reason why he doesn't know me. Isn't that farther away?" Lulan was far away in the desert, and the Huns were even farther north in the grasslands. I don't know how far this place is from Xinjiang. In this era, there are no convenient means of transportation. I wonder how long it will take to get here. Many people cannot even leave the town where they live in their entire lives, let alone go that far away. Even if they heard, they are limited to the 7 kingdoms. Moreover, in times of chaos, bandits are rampant, so no one would travel far away easily. As a blind man, there is no way he can have the ability to travel around the world. I'm afraid I can't even find the direction. The other party seemed to be stumped by her question. He hesitated for a long time before responding. Perhaps he is ignorant? The woman sighed, but he even knows the moon god of Yin-Yang clan and Jingwei of Luo Wang. So why doesn't he know me? Her slightly furrowed brows even showed a hint of sadness. It seemed like she cared a lot about this issue. You know all about those people who have secluded themselves from the world. So how could you not know me, who is so active in the world? Is it really because I'm not good-looking enough that I can't make the list? The man under the tree fell silent for a moment, regretting that he should not have answered her question in the first place. Knowing that beneath her beautiful appearance lies a mischievous heart, why bother yourself? Okay, let's stop wasting time here, let's go. He chose not to answer. The woman pretended not to hear and leaned against the tree with her head tilted. It was not until the man was about to disappear in the woods and could no longer be seen that she sighed, slowly jumped down, and followed behind him. Okay, let's go. It was not until a few days later that this beauty list, which was talked about by people from all over the world, gradually died down. However, Chun Mo, who made this list, is still busy with his own things every day. Go to the city, tell stories, and then go home with a wife with a lot of money, Van game. After returning home, both of them would sit at the table and count their day's income for half a day. Every time he accumulated a certain amount, Jingwei would collect the knife coins and prepare to exchange them for gold in the city the next day. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to store so many knife coins, so gold is easier to store. After finishing her work, Jingwei curled up in Chunmo's arms and said solemnly, "My husband, I have something I want to tell you." Chunmo nodded silently, casually hugged her in his arms, and rested his chin on her forehead. "If you're really tired, we won't split next time." He could feel that Jingwei was much more tired this time than before. Jingwei was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at him. "That's not what I'm talking about." That's not the case." "Then continue chopping next time." "Jingwei, it's not over yet, right? It's impossible to get through, right? If you do that again, I'll kick you in the face. Let's see what you're up to." She continued, "I was thinking about that. Why don't we buy a house in Xinjiang? It won't be difficult to do that with our current savings." "What do you think, husband? Why did you suddenly think of asking this?" Jingwei said anxiously, "I'm not a woman who only seeks to enjoy life. I don't need to buy something very nice. I just want something closer to me. In this way, my husband won't have to travel back and forth for more than an hour every day. If the weather is good every day, it's fine, but what if it's windy and rainy? The road is already difficult and unsafe, so why bother?" She was silent for a moment. "Besides, my husband's health is not very good. If I buy a house in Xinjiang, wouldn't it be much more convenient?" Jingwei had considered this problem a long time ago. The two now live in the village, and it takes a long time to commute back and forth from Xinjiang every day. Moreover, the place that was renamed Zelangshuan is a place of romance, and it only does business at night. By the time Chinmo finished his work and they returned home, it was already midnight. Like now, the two of them had finished being intimate, and it was already slightly bright outside. Chinmo's heart moved. Although he knew that he had no inconvenience at all, he felt warm in his heart that his wife could consider him so much. Moved by this, he immediately climbed onto Jingwei, found that tempting little mouth, and sucked hard, until Jingwei was a little breathless and pushed him away. Chinmo hugged her and said softly, "Why don't I change my job? Although the income from reading books is not low, it is not a long-term job." Chapter 19 Life is good now. It didn't matter if he was alone before, but now he has a wife, and he still goes to the brothel every day and even takes his wife with him. This is really not good. Isn't storytelling good? Why do you suddenly want to change your career? Jingwei looked at him with some confusion. She has seen the income from Chunmo's business in recent days. It is already a sum of money that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime. The most important thing is to feel relaxed and effortless. For Chunmo, a person with some physical defects, there is simply no one more suitable. Chunmo teased, "That's a brothel. I work there all day. If I really get seduced by them one day, won't you regret it?" Jingwei grabbed his hand and bit it gently, saying in a delicate voice, "If you could really let these vulgar women hook up with you, you would have been seduced away long ago. Why now? And now that I'm here, I'd be a failure if I could let you get hooked away." Chunmo felt warm in his heart when he heard her words. Damn, how could he have such a good wife? "I'm just saying it, ma'am. Don't take it seriously. By the way, if we really want to buy a yard, do we have enough money? Although I have no idea about the housing prices here, based on my experience in my previous life, I know that this is the capital after all, and the housing prices cannot be cheap no matter what. Don't you even know how much money you have?" Chunmo shook his head. "It's enough for me to spend anyway. I didn't count it. I just threw it into the jar when I got back." Jingwei was a little amused and confused. It was the first time he had seen such a carefree person. "Your money is more than enough to buy 10 houses in Xinjiang." Chunmo was surprised and said, "There are so many? I thought it would be hard to even build one, even if we sold all our stuff." Otherwise would I have advised you to buy it." Chunmo nodded, thought for a while, and said, "If we want to buy a house, we should buy a big one so that we can get it done in one go. The location is not important, and it doesn't matter if it's a little remote, but the environment must be good. Then we could buy a few maids to serve you well." Jingwei patted Chunmo and said, "I have hands and feet. Why do I need a maid to serve me?" Then she seemed to think of something and shook her head, saying, "Husband, that's not what I meant." Chunmo knew that she was not mocking him, so he just smiled and pinched her little face. Jingwei has always been a loner and is not used to being served. Even all the maids combined are not as skillful as her. The two discussed buying a house yesterday and started looking at houses today. Under the guidance of the boy, the two spent a whole day choosing before they finally picked one that they were satisfied with. Although the location is relatively far and is not considered the center of Xinjiang, it is now truly part of the city of Xinjiang compared to before. It is only half an hour away from Zelangshuan. Moreover, The safety of the city is guaranteed, and the roads are easy to travel on. So Jingwei can rest assured even if Chun and Mo goes out alone. The new courtyard is a 3-entry house with several rooms. The front hall alone is much bigger than the entire room before. There's a well in the yard, so Chun and Mo doesn't have to take care of it again. After cleaning up the last room, Jingwei looked at the warm and cozy home that had been renovated and suddenly couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a bright smile. So this is the life of ordinary people. From now on, when he goes to tell stories, he can go out to buy groceries, and then the meals will be prepared and waiting for him at home. Eat together, chat together, live together, look forward to a better future together, and do some embarrassing things together. Jingwei rubbed his face, wondering why he thought of this for no reason. It's all that bad guy's fault. He does such nonsense every day, and that's why I'm so worried about him. Yes, it's all his fault. Jingwei, with a blushing face, directly put the blame on Chun and Mo. Chun and Mo, who had not yet left the yard, yawned twice in succession. Strange, who is talking about me secretly? Ma'am, I'm going out first. Please stay safe at home. Now that they are close, Jingwei doesn't have to accompany Chun and Mo out every day. The two of them have moved here now, but they cannot forget the kindness of the village head who took Chun and Mo in before. But Chun and Mo is still claiming to be someone's cousin's nephew. Therefore, Jingwei prepared to give some money to the head of the village as a way of repaying his kindness, and by the way, to retrieve the sword he had buried at the entrance of the village. Girl, be sure to be careful on the way back. The village headman accompanied Jingwei to the village entrance and gave him many instructions. He never thought that Chun and Mo was so lucky. When he brought Jingwei back from there, he sighed for Chun and Mo all the way. After all, not only can he not speak, but he's also so thin and his face is covered with cloth. I wonder if there is something wrong with him. It turns out that she's not only good at talking, but also very pretty. Before, she accompanied Chun and Mo on his journeys day and night, and all of this was seen by the village head. At that time, he began to feel that he had misjudged the person and that Chun and Mo was just lucky. Jingwei walked out with brisk steps, in a good mood. When I gave the money to the head of the village just now, he said he dared not accept it at all. It was only when I played a little trick before I left that he kept the money. Listening to the headman's words of thanks, Jingwei felt mixed emotions, but mostly sweetness. This is the first time I have received thanks from others in all these years. That kind of gratitude was as sweet as the first time he tasted the honey Chun and Mo gave him. After the village head left, Jingwei looked around for a moment and prepared to take action. There was not much entertainment in that era, so except for the dignitaries in the city, people in this small village usually worked from sunrise to sunset. It was already dark at this time, so naturally there were not many people around. Jingwei counted the trees on the roadside one by one, until he reached the 10th tree. After making sure that there was no one around, she pulled out a branch and started waving it. It didn't take long to dig a hole. There was a long object in the pit, wrapped in a cloth strip. It was put there by Jingwei earlier. She had originally not planned to dig this thing out again, but after all, it had been with her for so long and it was her closest companion, and she really couldn't bear to abandon it here. Jingwei squatted down, picked up the long strip, and gently brushed off the dirt on it. While Chun and Mo is still busy outside and can't come back, take this thing back home and bury it in the yard. If possible, she hopes to live peacefully as an ordinary person and never have the chance to use it again. Life is good now. Chapter 20. Can't you wait until I leave before coming? The cold moonlight covered the ground like white frost, dotted the flowers and plants on the roadside. A light mist lingered, making the road ahead a little blurry and unclear. As Jingwei walked, he was thinking about what to cook for Chun and Mo when he returned. In the midst of total silence, several sounds of breaking through the air suddenly were heard. Jingwei's gaze froze for a moment. Her long-established habit made her alert immediately, and her temperament changed. She suddenly went from being a happy little woman to a killer with a sharp sword. In the hazy fog, 7 figures flashed by like ghosts and disappeared into the night. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Jingwei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and loosened the sword in his hand. Just now, she thought that it was Luo Wang's people who came to find her, and she was ready to draw her sword, but who knew that these people ignored her completely and didn't even look at her. Obviously, their target is not themselves. Since it's not him, it has nothing to do with him, and Jingwei is not going to join the fun. My job is to go home, cook for my husband, then wash myself, and wait for him to come back. I got my good friend back tonight, and I was in a good mood, so I decided to reward him. Use your mouth to help this bad guy for once. Huh, why did you think of this again? Jingwei's face turned red. Why did she think of this again? It seemed that she was really led astray by her husband. She took a deep breath and then walked quickly. In the woods beside the road, a woman among the figures suddenly said, "Vulture, that woman just now is not simple. I felt a murderous aura from her." The man she called Vulture's eyes flickered a few times and then said, looking at the direction she's heading, "It seems she's going into the city." The woman frowned. Could it be their helpers? "We have worked so hard to defeat them one by one. If something unexpected happens, we will be held responsible." When the vulture heard this, he stopped in his tracks. Several people behind him also stopped at the same time. Both he and Nightingale were ordered to rush to Honghu's aid in hunting down the Baiyu Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake Army. If the man just now was really an helper of the other side, once they joined forces, there would definitely be trouble. "We have been pursuing today's goal for a long time, and we cannot afford to lose." Thinking of this, Vulture still had murderous intent. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let her go. "You take 2 people to kill her, and I will take the rest to support Honghu." The Nightingale, like him, is a killer of birds at night and is no less skilled than he is. Xinjiang City seems to be much more lively tonight than before. When Chun Mo returned at this time in the past, the streets were already sparsely populated. But today is quite different. There are still many vendors on the streets who have not closed their stalls. There are people selling fruits, wontons, oil paper umbrellas, all kinds of things. There were quite a few people at the stall selling wontons, eating wontons in groups of 3 or 5. Chen Mo smelled the fragrance from a distance. There was a fork in the road ahead, and he should have turned, but he changed his mind and decided to buy some wontons. His wife was probably still waiting for him at this time. If he took some wontons back for a midnight snack, she would definitely be happy. The busy streets were still bustling, but seemed to be getting a little weird. All pairs of eyes were focused on Chun Mo. Someone's coming in. He is blind, and he seems to be the storyteller. 2 pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness just stared at Chun Mo. The subordinate lowered his voice and asked the old man beside him, "Do you want this?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. This old man is the straw-robed man, one of the 4 evil generals of the night. His status and position in the night is second only to Ji Wuye. Logically speaking, ambushes and assassinations were not things he should have done, but when Bai Yifei went to Baiyu, he took 2 of the Bainiao killers away with him. Ji Wuye was determined to succeed in this operation, so he came here. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No need to bother with this. He's just a blind man, and he's also famous to a certain extent. Just wait for the fish to take the bait." As soon as he finished speaking, the person next to him said hurriedly, "He seems to have stopped." The man in the straw raincoat opened his eyes and saw that Chun Mo had suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, standing there thinking about something. If there is nothing unusual, just let it go. If there is something unusual, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Kill without mercy. Chun Mo stood in the middle of the street. The wonton stall was only a dozen steps away from him. It had long been covered by his spiritual sense, so even with his eyes covered, he could see it clearly. Now every one of the wonton stall has a sharp weapon that flashes with cold light. Not only them, but also on the fruit stall next to them, there were many sharp weapons buried in the piles of fruits. Chun Mo knew clearly in his heart that he had walked into an ambush. It was an ambush for others, and he had simply strayed into it by mistake, because he could see that those people's faces were as confused and puzzled as he was now. Obviously, their appearance was not what they expected. He was considering whether to just leave or pretend that he knew nothing and go by wontons. After thinking about it, he decided to buy it. If I retreat now, it will inevitably cause misunderstandings. I won't be able to explain myself clearly then, and the only option left is to silence me. And now, I pretended to buy wontons, and they didn't take action, which meant that I was not a threat yet, and maybe I could leave smoothly. Of course, he didn't dare to eat the things he bought here, let alone take them back for his wife to eat. He would just throw them away when he went out. I'm so unlucky today. I wanted to buy some wontons on my way home and encountered this kind of thing. It looks like he is trying to determine the direction. After all, he is a blind man and cannot see the road. He needs to listen. The man in the straw raincoat saw Chun Mo continue to walk towards the wonton jar and said something casually. Follow the plan and ignore him. After hearing this, the subordinate immediately made a gesture to the wonton stall owner. The boss nodded and then returned to normal. 2 bowls of wonton, take away. Chinamo took out 2 knife coins from his pocket and handed them over. The boss stared at him for a while and only took it after seeing Chun Mo's confused erection and confirming that he was really a blind man. When I opened the lid of the pot, a puff of white smoke came out. The boss didn't even look at it and just grabbed a handful of wontons and threw them in. Chun Mo's eyes twitched twice. Boss, how long have you been selling wontons? It's been 7 or 8 years. Old craft. Chun Mo looked at the dough in the pot and nodded. Not bad, not bad. They smell good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to buy them. Boss, give me a bowl of wontons. At this moment, a cold voice came from beside him. Chun Mo sighed and said, Can't you wait until I leave before coming back? Chapter 21. What kind of body movement is this? Looking at the corpse-driving demon that suddenly appeared in front of him, the boss's eyes narrowed immediately. Kill! The man in the straw raincoat hiding in the dark sneered, and in an instant, dozens of assassins rushed out from the darkness. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on the face of the corpse-driving demon under his hood. After getting separated from Wu Shuanghui and the others, he wandered around the city for several days and didn't dare to show up. It wasn't until today that I couldn't help but come out to buy food, but I didn't expect that it was a trap set up by Yi Mu specifically for me. The wonton stall owner overturned his stall and pulled out a long knife from under the cart. The boiling hot water in the overturned stall all poured down on Chun Mo. Chun Mo's heart moved, and his spiritual sense expanded. Everything around him seemed to stagnate and become slow. He could even clearly see the boiling water rushing towards him. He took 2 steps forward and dodged the attack of the hot water. The wonton stall owner's rush towards the corpse-driving demon suddenly stopped. He looked at the boiling water still steaming on the ground, then looked at Chun Mo and roared, He is not blind, kill him. Not to mention a blind person. Even an ordinary person who has received some training would find it unlikely to avoid a basin of hot water coming towards him when faced with such a situation. Not only is this person not blind, I'm afraid he has quite some accomplishments. His words spread quickly like a thunderclap exploding in a pool. The killers involved in this operation were all well trained. After hearing the news, they immediately split a group of people and started to kill Chun Mo. Long knives fell from everywhere. Chun Mo had no choice but to pick up his crutch and sweep it out. This ordinary crutch seemed like a sharp sword in his hand, and immediately there was a series of clinking sounds that continued to ring in his ears. He swept away more than 10 long swords at once. The wonton stall owner was shocked. He didn't expect that this disabled man was so skilled. Even though he couldn't be seen, the lame man seemed not to be affected by his leg at all and was extremely agile. Everyone, I just stumbled into this place by mistake. I don't want to interfere in your feud. You fight your battles, and I go mine. How do you think? Chun Mo's tone was flat, as if he really didn't care, just discussing the price of wontons. Kill. The wonton shop owner sneered and had no intention of letting him leave. Regardless of whether Chun Mo came here by mistake today, since they already knew their purpose, they definitely could not be allowed to leave. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. This is their creed. Chun Mo's face changed. I talked to you in a nice way, but you didn't agree. Then I had no choice but to show my strength and send you to see the King of Hell, and then I fought my way out. The spiritual consciousness enveloped the area, and in an instant it covered an area of 60 meters in radius. During this period, as time passed, the range of his spiritual awareness was actually expanding, and now it was much larger than before. At this time, his divine sense had already fully revealed the man in the straw raincoat in the dark. A group of aggressive killers were under the cover of spiritual awareness, and every move they made was filled with mistakes. The cane in Chun Mo's hand was like a dragon at this moment, and every time it was stretched out, it easily took the life of a killer. As long as they were hit by the crutch, Chun Mo's internal force would be infused into their bodies, and then the crutch would directly shatter their hearts. In just a moment, dozens of killers surrounding him fell to the ground without a single one left. The man in the dark was horrified and lamented. Damn it, I really made a mistake this time. He could see that all his opponents combined were no match for Chun Mo. He picked up the fishing rod beside him and threw it directly towards Chun Mo. On the fishing rod, the transparent fishing line seemed to be alive and wrapped around Chun Mo's neck. However, this seemingly imperceptible fishing line is clearly visible under Chun Mo's spiritual sense. He casually waved the cane in his hand, swung it in the air a few times, and directly wrapped the fishing line around the cane. Chun Mo shook his wrist, and a strong force was transmitted along the fishing line. The man in the straw raincoat only felt his hands go numb, and the fishing rod in his hands suddenly flew straight into the sky. He suddenly felt a cold sweat on his back. The fisherman was actually caught by the fish. Who on earth is your excellency? Suwai no longer regards Chun Mo as a disabled person. How could there be a disabled person who is lame and blind and could easily kill a dozen well-trained killers? Even those who are caught in the trap may not be able to take it so lightly. Just now I was just an outsider passing by, but now I am an insider. Now that we have started, we must kill everyone here. No one can be left alive, otherwise my wife and I will never have a peaceful life in the future. Even that man in black robe, who looks like a walking corpse, cannot be left behind. The man in straw raincoat was silent for a while, then said, "This matter must be a misunderstanding. Our target is only him, and it has nothing to do with you. Since you have mistakenly entered this place, I will naturally let you go. And I promise that I will never settle accounts with you later." Hearing this, Chin Mo immediately laughed and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, and you're fooling me with such words? I tried to reason with you before, but you didn't want to listen. Now that you can't beat me, you're trying to reason with me instead? I really thought it was just playing house." He sneered, his body trembled, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The man in the straw raincoat looked confused and even rubbed his eyes, but he didn't see where Chin Mo went. What kind of body movement is this? With his level of cultivation, he didn't even see a shadow. Before he even had time to find Chin Mo, the man in the straw raincoat felt a chill on his back, as if something was pressing against his back. Cold sweat instantly soaked the ends of his hair. This feeling reminded him of the bamboo pole in Chun Mo's hand. The last words that remain in his memory are, "Sorry, it's too late to tell me this now." Chun Mo released his internal force and instantly shattered the heart of the fourth villain. On the other side, the corpse-driving demon who was surrounded by dozens of killers suddenly felt relieved. Looking back, I found that the inconspicuous blind man, holding his walking stick, was harvesting the names of all the killers like leeks. It was not until he discovered the body of the man in the straw raincoat on the ground that he suddenly felt a surge of ecstasy. It is true that there is always a way out. They thought they were doomed this time, but they didn't expect that they had provoked a blind man and brought about their own destruction. Seeing those dozens of killers helpless against Chun Mo, the corpse-driving demon felt terrified. Chapter 22, What If I Don't Agree? This blind man is so skilled, it seems that he is at least as good as Qianzi. However, the corpse-driving demon soon became a little nervous. Why would this person help him? He didn't know when he would have such a master on his side. We have traveled all the way from Baiwe, so how could we possibly meet such a master in Korea who could lend a hand? "Excuse me, who are you? Why are you helping me?" Seeing that the killers around him had been almost eliminated by Chun Mo, he quickly asked. "Haha, you don't need to know. It's meaningless for a dead person to know this." Chun Mo shook his head, then walked towards him with a wicked smile. The weapon and attire of the old man in the straw raincoat reminded him of someone. The straw raincoat man, one of the 4 evils of the night. Then, the man in front of him, who was full of death and looked like a zombie, might be the corpse-driving demon of the red-eyebrow dragon snake army of Baiwe. They came here to save Qianzi, but were ambushed by Night. I have destroyed all of Night's plans today and killed their important figures. If the corpse-driving demon falls into their hands and is tortured to reveal my appearance, even if I'm blindfolded now, I am afraid I will never have peace in the future. Therefore, the safest way now is to kill the corpse-driving demon as well. The corpse-driving demon felt nervous when he heard his tone. This blind man actually wanted to kill him as well? Was he just going crazy? "Why is this happening, sir? We can talk if you have something to say." He was now completely confused and had no idea why Chun Mo wanted to kill him. Logically speaking, he has killed all of Yi Mu's people, so it shouldn't be Yi Mu's people. But apart from Nightfall, the corpse-driving demon didn't know what other forces wanted to kill him. He knew very well that he was no match for this blind man. If the other party really wanted to kill him, even if he was a cripple, he would definitely not be his match. So he waved his hands, and a burst of black smoke with a foul smell immediately came out of his black robe. The emergence of black smoke immediately obscured the surroundings, and the corpse-driving demon wanted to take advantage of the black smoke to escape. It's a pity that the idea is good, but the reality is extremely cruel. This method is useful for ordinary people, even the straw raincoat man, but it is a joke for Chun Mo, who is now pretending to be blind. Chun Mo's spiritual sense could easily penetrate the black smoke, and he saw the corpse-driving demon moving quickly inside like a big rat. He raised the cane in his hand and pointed it in one direction, and the cane immediately flew out like a sword out of its sheath. What? The corpse-driving demon was immediately terrified. This was his last means of saving his life. It was made from corpses and could disrupt a person's five senses. Even if this blind man couldn't see anything, his sense of smell and hearing should have been affected, right? How did he determine his position? The small crutch flew towards the corpse-driving demon's throat, but in his eyes, it was like a mountain pressing down on him. He had no way of coming up with any effective countermeasures and could only watch the crutch coming towards his throat. Just when he thought he was going to die, a cold light flashed before his eyes like a dragon and knocked his crutch away at the critical moment. Ding dong. At the moment when the bamboo pole and the sharp sword touched each other, there was a sound of metal colliding that should not have been made at all. A spark appeared at the point of contact, which was particularly conspicuous in the night. Looking at the intact bamboo pole, Wei Shuang frowned immediately. My shark tooth is known to be the nemesis of famous swords, so how come it can't even cut a bamboo pole now? It's you? When he saw Chun Mo with his eyes covered by a black cloth in the distance, he was confused again. Isn't this the blind man who told stories in Zelangshuan before? Interesting, no wonder you can do so many strange things. I never thought you have such skills that even I couldn't see. Wei Zhuang glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, and his eyes suddenly became serious. It seems that Xinu was right. This blind man is not an ordinary person at all. He had seen Chun Mo many times in Zelangshuan, but apart from being handsome, he couldn't see anything special about this blind man. Besides being a cripple, he can walk very fast. But this blind man, who used to need his wife to hold his hand to go to work every day, can now kill many killers, including the man in the straw raincoat. If I hadn't arrived just in time, even the corpse-driving demon wouldn't have been able to survive a single move from him. Wei Zhuang. As soon as Chun Mo saw his white hair and the peculiarly shaped sword, he immediately knew his identity. It seems that it is not surprising that someone saved the corpse-driving demon. Wei Zhuang and his men now want to deal with Yimu, but unfortunately they are too weak and are no match for him. And just in time, the red-browed dragon snake arrived, which made it a good target for cooperation. You want to take him away? Chun Mo asked calmly. Wei Zhuang glanced at the corpse-driving demon and said slowly, not bad. Well, what if I disagree? Wei Zhuang tightened his grip on his sword and said, you don't have the final say. You should ask the sword in my hand. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The spacious street suddenly became dead silent. The breeze is blowing gently and corpses are everywhere. It is really a poetic scene. The chill like a thorn in his back made the corpse-driving demon look at the two people nervously. Drops of cold sweat formed on his forehead, then gathered together and flowed down his pale cheeks. A bright cold light burst out in his eyes. That was the sharpness of shark teeth. Wait a minute. A shout came from afar, but it was too late. The sword in Wei Zhuang's hand has already moved. Compared to his previous ease, Chun Mo was silent and extremely cautious at this moment. Wei Zhuang is not one of those small fry. A world-famous swordsman, he studied under Giguzi and was one of Giguzi's two direct disciples. His sword skills are extremely powerful. Although his current age is not that old compared to those famous swordsmen, genius is never measured by age. There are probably only a handful of people in the world who can say they can definitely beat their fellow disciples. If he didn't have any real ability, Madame Mingzhu wouldn't have changed color just by hearing his name. Chun Mo concentrated again, and Wei Zhuang's almost imperceptible figure gradually slowed down. The rules of his sport were all under his watch. The speed slowed down by nearly 3 times. Recently, not only has the range been improved, but even the slow-motion multiples have been increased a lot. This is all thanks to my dear wife. Chapter 23, Who Are You? In the past, in order to appreciate Jing Wei's intoxicated expression at his peak, Chun Mo would slow down the speed every time and appreciate it carefully. As time went by, Chun Mo discovered that his ability to slow down movements had actually improved. Now it has doubled from the beginning and is nearly tripled now. Chun Mo slightly turned sideways and directly avoided Wei Zhuang's tentative sword. After Wei Zhuang's sword missed, his eyes focused, and he quickly changed his moves. The long sword swept across, directly entangling Chun Mo and continuing to tangle with him. However, Chun Mo was dodging the sword light with ease. Wei Zhuang swung out 3 swords in the blink of an eye, but he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. It was only at this time that he became alert and was shocked. Every move he made seemed to be predicted by the opponent. It seemed as if he understood the landing point of each of his moves and the changes after each move, then quickly make corresponding circumventions based on the answers. Wei Zhuang was secretly surprised. No one knew better than him how fast he was just now. The time it took to strike those 3 swords just now was less than a blink of an eye. Even if this blind man could determine the position by sound, the distance was so close, and he was using his sword at close range that the next sword came out before the sound of the previous one stopped. So what does he rely on to make this judgment? Wei Zhuang was shocked, but Chen Mo was also surprised at this time. Just from looking at a photo, he had already found 3 flaws of Wei Zhuang based on his spiritual sense. Although these 3 flaws are not fatal, they can still easily repel Wei Zhuang. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen, because disguise is something that is rarely seen in the world with top masters. How could there be so many flaws in it? Was it intentional exposure to confuse himself? Whether it was intentional or there was a real flaw, you will know if you try it yourself. Chen Mo slipped and avoided Wei Zhuang's sword again. Then he sucked with his hand and directly took the crutch that was knocked away by Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang glanced at the cane and immediately swung the sword in his hand towards the cane, not wanting Chen Mo to get the weapon. However, the sword that was sure to win the battle missed. Just as he drew his sword, Chen Mo flashed by like a ghost and put the crutch into his hand at an incredible angle. For the first time, an expression of surprise appeared on Wei Zhuang's expressionless face. This person's speed, just now, was even several times faster than mine. How is this possible? This speed alone is enough to play with yourself at will. How could such a thing exist in the world? You know, I have traveled to 7 countries, but I have never met anyone who can surpass me by so much in speed. This is simply unbelievable. The corpse-driving demon, standing aside, was already dazzled. He saw 2 blurry figures appearing and disappearing there, and he couldn't even see their movements clearly. Who is this blind man? Even Wei Zhuang can't defeat him. Wei Zhuang missed again and was about to put away his sword and change his tactics, but Chen Mo had already seen through his flaw. The crutch bypassed the shark tooth's obstruction and went straight towards his middle door. Wei Zhuang panicked and quickly put away his sword to block. However, this time his flaw was still caught by Chen Mo. The crutch that was pointed at him changed and turned his wrist. Just this one move made Wei Zhuang break out in a cold sweat. This was the first time since he left Gigu that he felt that every move he made was somewhat passive. This feeling was clearly what I felt when I was under the master's hands. It was impossible to change tactics at this time, so Wei Zhuang made a decisive choice. He wanted to loosen his right hand so that his left sword could inflict the injury. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Mo changed his tactics again. The crutch came from behind and hit the shark tooth's sword directly. A powerful force came and directly numbed Wei Zhuang's left hand. Before he could switch back to his right hand, he felt his left hand was empty. The crutch actually picked up the blade of the shark tooth, then spun it in the air and threw it far away. The scene suddenly became silent. The only sound echoing was the buzzing sound of the shark's teeth falling to the ground. The shark tooth was a heavy sword, so after it landed, 3/4 of the sword stood upright, like a corpse-driving demon watching, motionless. The corpse-driving demon was dumbfounded at this time. The muscles at the corners of his mouth were trembling constantly. He had never seen or heard of Chen Mo, but Wei Zhuang's name was well known to him. That is an existence that even by Yifei dare not underestimate. But now, the shark tooth that made swordsmen all over the world tremble in fear was actually picked up by someone. A sense of fear spread rapidly in his heart. He actually snatched Wei Zhuang's sword in just a few moves. Just how strong must this blind man be? Wei Zhuang is a world-famous top master. To be able to take away his sword, one must be as brave as his master Giguzi. But how old is Chen Mo? He looks to be about the same age as Wei Zhuang. And what about Giguzi? That is an old monster who is the same age as Confucianist Xuanzi and Taoist Beimingzi. Wei Zhuang stared at his empty hands in a daze, standing there as if he had lost his soul. On the eaves, a purple figure slowly appeared. This, Xinu, who had just arrived, watched Chen Mo personally pick up Wei Zhuang's sword, and it fell under her. Although the fight between the two seemed long, it was actually only the time between when she saw them fighting and then rushed over to stop them. At most, it would only take a few breaths. However, during this short period of time, Not only did the imagined scene of Chun Mo's blood splattering on the spot not appear, but Wei Zhuang's sword was even taken away by him. Xinu looked at Chun Mo with complicated eyes. How many secrets does this blind man who has been telling stories to her have? He can actually be this strong. Chun Mo tapped his crutch on the ground, and even he himself was a little bit unbelievable. Those flaws discovered by divine sense were actually real. People of Wei Zhuang's level can all be found to have many flaws through divine sense. Perhaps this is the third effect from the divine consciousness. Who the hell are you? Wei Zhuang came back to his senses and stared at Chun Mo in front of him. How could someone with such skills be unknown in the world? I'm just an ordinary storyteller. You should have seen me at Zilan Xian, right? Bookkeeper. Wei Zhuang repeated the name with mixed feelings in his eyes, totally disbelieving it. Suddenly, Chun Mo said, "Since the boss lady is here, why don't you come down and have chat? Why stand so far away?" Chapter 24, Why haven't they come back yet? Only then did the graceful figure float down from the eaves. After she came down, she stared at the black cloth on Chun Mo's face with burning eyes. Her expression was particularly strange. Haha, don't look at it. Is it so important to you whether I am blind or not? Chun Mo has already decided that he will meet people in this way in the future. This way, he can confuse others and also better train his spiritual awareness. Xinu took a deep breath and bowed, saying, "Senior, you are a hidden dragon in the abyss. I am blind and ignorant. I hope you will forgive me." There was actually such a master in her Zilan Xian, but half a year had passed, and she hadn't noticed it at all. Ever since Chun Mo predicted Zilan Xuan's name, Xinu has been observing quietly. But no matter how she observed, she couldn't see any difference between Chun Mo and ordinary people. It was not until now, when Chun Mo took action, that she realized that this was no ordinary person, but a martial arts master who had reached the highest level of cultivation. No wonder I couldn't see anything. As long as this kind of existence wanted to hide itself, I wouldn't be able to see it at all. When the title of senior was uttered, Chun Mo suddenly fell silent. Xinu was the mature and charming type, about 25 or 26 years old, even older than him. Calling him senior is really awkward. Madam Boss came here to take him away too? Chun Mo pointed his crutch at the corpse-driving demon on the ground. The corpse-driving demon suddenly trembled all over, thinking that Chun Mo still wanted to attack him. He finally realized that as long as Chun wanted his life, no one here could save him. Xinu's mind changed instantly. Wei Zhuang had taken action just now because Chun Mo wanted to kill the corpse-driving demon. She just knew Chun Mo's skills. With her strength and Wei Zhuang's, it was probably impossible for them to really stop Chun Mo. She said, "Yes, we want to take this person away. He is very important to us. We hope that you will show mercy to us." The corpse-driving demon is the link between them and Tianzi. If they want to cooperate with Tianzi, they must have someone to act as a middleman. Chun Mo took back his cane and said calmly, "Okay, but I don't want to be disturbed." Xinu was so smart that she immediately understood what he meant. She quickly said, "Senior, please rest assured. We didn't see anything today. These assassins were all done by Wei Zhuang. They have nothing to do with you. Please rest assured." Wei Zhuang turned his head to look at her, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "So I came here today just to take the blame." At this time, Xinu also winked at the corpse-driving demon. The corpse driver immediately understood and quickly raised his hand and said, "I, the corpse driver, swear to heaven that if you reveal even a little bit about the senior, I will make my lord Tianzi die without a burial place." Wei Zhuang. From this perspective, it doesn't seem like it's unacceptable to take the blame today. The night is as cold as frosty and the night wind is howling. There were 3 recently dead bodies lying on the ground. The long sword exuded a breathtaking aura in the moonlight. Jingwei shook his wrist, and blood immediately flowed along the edge of the sword. Her eyes were filled with a chilling light that made one's heart tremble. At this moment, the number 1 assassin who frightened the princes of the 7 kingdoms is back again. Jingwei put away the sword in his hand expressionlessly and rushed out with his graceful figure like a cheetah, disappearing into the night in an instant. There are 7 people just now, and now 3 of them are killed, so there are 4 left. Now that we have started, we must leave no one alive. Otherwise, if today's events were to leak out, the powerful Luoyang would definitely be able to analyze something. By then, I will definitely never have peace. Jingwei was flying among the branches, even lighter than a bird, and soon he saw a fire in the distance. In addition to Vulture and others who passed by before, Honghu, another killer of Banyao, was also here. Jingwei stopped moving and hid himself holding the sword. For a top assassin, acting rashly is absolutely impossible. Why haven't Nightingale and the others come back yet? The Red Swan frowned and asked the Vulture next to him. At this moment, Vulture didn't even have the energy to answer. He just stared at the fiery red figure in the middle who was surrounded by a group of killers. They didn't expect that this target was so difficult to deal with, and the elusive flames even caught them off guard. Whenever these killers were hit by her hairpin, they would be ignited by a ball of invisible flame. The most outrageous thing is that there was even a killer approaching her, but when she saw him, he didn't have the heart to attack her. It should be soon. He was actually a little puzzled in his heart. Considering Nightingale and the other skills, they shouldn't have come back for so long. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, given their qualities as killers, they should have returned long ago. Even if Nightingale and the others didn't kill that woman, they should have come back earlier to reunite. Honghu looked at the figure in the firelight and frowned, saying, "This woman's fire charm technique is extraordinary and can have a great impact on our minds." He almost succeeded several times, but after looking into those aqua blue eyes, he would feel his heart beating faster and couldn't bring himself to do it. It was as if the person in front of him was not the assassin's target, but his first love. I just can't bring myself to do it. So they could only hope that Nightingale, who is also a woman, would not be affected. But the Nightingale has not come back yet. If this continues, the entire forest will be set on fire, and the target will probably take this opportunity to escape. Don't look into her eyes. I'll attract her attention and you attack from behind. Vulture's eyes flashed, and then he thought of a solution. Okay, that's it. Honghu made the decision immediately, and then the two of them held swords and rushed towards the fiery red figure. The Vulture had good physical skills and quickly approached the target under cover. But when the sword in his hand stabbed out, the opponent did not show any fear, but just blinked at him and smiled gently. Vulture's heart skipped a beat, and his hand's movements suddenly slowed down as if he had been poisoned. Oops, it feels like a heartbeat. Aha, you also want to kill me. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of pride. Then the hairpin in her hand had already pushed away the long sword, and she took advantage of this time to stab him directly between the eyebrows. However, at this moment, her expression quickly became restrained and solemn. Because Honghu had already rushed over from behind, the tip of the knife was heading straight for her back. However, at this moment, Honghu's movement suddenly stopped, and the whole person actually fell from midair. Only after he fell to the ground did his head roll down and roll several times on the ground. Chapter 25, I was just about to find you. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The person who made the move was none other than Jingwei. She suddenly appeared when Honghu was most proud and thought he was going to succeed, and then chopped off his head with a sword. It's you? The Vulture looked at those cold and ruthless eyes, and his face was suddenly filled with shock. The speed of the sword just now was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. He didn't know until Honghu's head fell. The sword just now was not only extremely fast, but the timing of the attack was also extremely precise. With this way of attacking, the opponent is even more like an assassin than they are. Vulture suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. If this was the case, it wasn't that Nightingale and the others were late, but that she had killed them. But who is this woman, and why does she have such terrifying skills? His eyes fell on the sword in Jingwei's hand, and his breathing suddenly stopped. As they are both killers, he may not know Jingwei, but he definitely knows the dreaded Jingwei sword in her hand. The Vulture was suddenly terrified, and cold sweat broke out on his face. His voice couldn't help but tremble. You Jingwei sword, you are Jing. His last words were choked back along with his neck. After killing the Vulture, Jingwei looked at the frightened killers around him with an expressionless face and immediately attacked without mercy. The sword energy of Jingwei's sword was raging, harvesting the lives of the killers like harvesting wheat. Flames shot up into the sky and the woods, and the scorching flames licked two beautiful faces. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the woman in red was a little confused, and there was great confusion in her watery eyes. She tilted her head and looked at Jingwei, saying slowly, I don't know you. Are you here to save me? Why? Jingwei said nothing, but a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he attacked boldly. Or they are a couple. It's not that the same kind of people can't sleep in the same bed. The couple's way of thinking is exactly the same. If anyone is left alive, There will be no peace in the future. Wei Zhuang picked up his shark tooth from the ground and gently brushed his fingers across the sword, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Xinu looked at the figure, leaving with a cane. She had no idea what was going on in her mind, and she stood there in a daze. It's time to go. It was not until Wei Zhuang's cold voice sounded beside her that Xinu came to her senses and withdrew her gaze from the direction where no one was anymore. After taking a look at the long sword on Wei Zhuang's waist, Xinu pursed her lips and asked, "What did it feel like when you fought with him just now?" Wei Zhuang snorted and said unhappily, "Just try it yourself, and you'll know." He didn't seem to want to mention what happened before, but it was normal. With his current level, he was already proud of being a top master, but he had the sword knocked away from his hand in just a few moves. On the surface, he remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. How could this matter be as simple as it seems? As a swordsman, the sword is their life. A swordsman without a sword is like a tiger without teeth. Just now, Chen Mo clearly just tapped the sword lightly, but the force was enough to make his palm numb. But the sword was clearly intact, which meant that the force he used was not very great. But it was precisely because of this that Wei Zhuang was even more surprised. The sword in his hand was even stronger than his arm. How could it slip out of his hand so easily? Xinu shook her head, her eyebrows knitted together. I asked about his strength. When you two were fighting just now, I only felt the fluctuation of your internal strength. As for him, she paused, as if searching for words to describe it. After a moment, he said, "It is like an ancient well without any ripples." After Xinu said this, Wei Zhuang also remembered. He was just shocked by Chen Mo's skills just now, but now that he thinks about it, he really didn't seem to feel any fluctuation of internal force from him. But if there's really no internal strength, how can a seemingly ordinary crutch withstand the shark tooth sword? How could his arm be numbed so easily? After a moment of silence, Wei Zhuang spoke with some trembling. He has no inner strength, just like an ordinary person, but he can do this. This reminds me of someone. Who is it? A figure emerged in Wei Zhuang's mind. That person was the same. He looked like an amiable, ordinary person, but in fact he was an insurmountable mountain. He thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Impossible. It must be my illusion." That person practiced for many years to reach that level. How could Chen Mo be the same as him? This was even harder to accept than being easily defeated just now. Wei Zhuang took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. "Give me a little more time. I will definitely surpass him." Xinu was so angry that she felt a tightness in her chest. There's already a lot of meat here, and if you get angry like this, it'll be even more suffocating. Who taught you to only speak half of what you want to say? Chen Mo stood at the door of his house. After checking carefully and confirming that there was no blood, he walked in with confidence. Madam, what are you doing in the yard so late at night?" As soon as he walked into the new backyard, Chen Mo ran into Jingwei, who was doing something in the yard. Jingwei was startled, and a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. She trotted up and took his hand, then walked back and said, "I saw you hadn't come back yet so late, and I was just about to go look for you." Jingwei was immediately glad that he had acted quickly. If you had come back earlier and seen yourself wielding a hoe in the yard, it would have been hard to explain. Chen Mo was moved and held her hand, smiling. "I wanted to bring some midnight snacks back for you, but I couldn't find them after walking for a long time, so I wasted some time. Please don't blame me, madam. My wife was so worried when I came back a little late. I don't know how scared she would be if she knew that I had just killed a group of people. I can't tell you, well, I absolutely can't let my wife know that I'm worried about you." Jingwei felt warm in his heart, and he actually took the initiative to hold Chen Mo's hand and rubbed it on his smooth jade face. She said softly, "Don't do this next time. As long as you are fine and can come back safely, I will be happier than eating anything." Who would have thought that she looked like this? But just now she had killed a group of killers with just one sword and without blinking an eye. "My husband misses me so much. I wonder how sad he would be if he knew that I am such a cold-blooded person and a ruthless killer. If you were so disappointed then, you might not like yourself anymore. Keep it a secret. You must keep it a secret. Don't let him know." Jingwei thought seriously. Chapter 26, Why Don't You Ask? The next day, after the sun rose high, Jingwei yawned and woke up lazily from his dream. He forced his eyes and reached out to touch his side, and sure enough, Chen Mo was no longer there. A happy smile involuntarily appeared on Jingwei's lips. "Since marrying Chen Mo, my life has become happier and happier, and I look less and less like my former self. Lethargy is simply unimaginable for an assassin. When he was an assassin, he was not only sleepy, but even the sound of leaves would wake him up. It was not like now, when he didn't even notice Chinemo got up. After thinking about it, Jingwei felt that it was not entirely his fault. All I can say is that I am really tired every night. I am a martial artist. How could I be inferior to an ordinary person? This is too exaggerated. Chinemo was full of energy every time. Even Jingwei couldn't stand it. What happened to the saying that there are no fields that are damaged by plowing, only cows that are worked to death? Why is the actual situation different from what I know? Jingwei felt more and more that it was necessary for Chan-mo to take a concubine to share the pressure with him. I can still hold on weekdays, but what if I have my period? What if I get pregnant in the future? Looking at Chan-mo's vigorous appearance every day, if I can't satisfy him, he might be deceived by those questionable women in Zelangshuan. It was almost sunset when Chan-mo, who had been with Jingwei at home all day, started to go out. After walking out the door, I clearly felt that there were a lot more soldiers patrolling the city today than usual. Yemu is Ji Wuye's organization, but last night, even one of the 4 evil men, the straw-clothes man, died. You can imagine how angry he would be. Chinemo, walking on the street with a cane, did not arouse the suspicion of the patrolling soldiers at all. After all, who would have thought that so many assassins and the straw raincoat man, one of the 4 evils of the night, would be killed by a blind man? In the general's mansion, Ji Wuye listened to his subordinates' reports, his face gloomy enough to drip water. The wine glass in his hand had been crushed by him, and anger was gushing out of his eyes. The death of the straw raincoat man and the 3 bird killers was a heavy blow to Ji Wuye. The killer can be trained after his death. In this position, the thing he has the most is people. But the status of the straw-robed man is different. He is in charge of the top of the intelligence system. Those were his eyes and ears. Once they died, he would become a blind and deaf man. Some intelligence personnel had a one-on-one contact with the Suikra, and he didn't even know how the 2 of them communicated with each other. This is equivalent to destroying all the hidden chess pieces buried in those countries. One can imagine how big of a blow this was to Ji Wuye. Have you found out who did it? Ji Wuye asked with gritted teeth. He didn't believe that the mob of Baiyue could kill so many of his people. Among the 4 evil spirits of the night, except by Yifei, the one with the best skills is the man in straw raincoat. One corpse-driving demon is no match even in a one-on-one fight, let alone there are so many killers. There is news that Wei Zhuang appeared there last night. The person who answered Ji Wuye was a fat middleman. It was the Emerald Tiger, one of the 4 evil beasts of the night. Ji Wuye's eyebrows jumped. Wei Zhuang? Humph! I didn't bother him, but he dared to provoke me. Issue a wanted order for Wei Zhuang. Anyone who finds him will be rewarded 10 gold coins. Jade Tiger bowed again and said, but there's one thing that is quite strange, that is, Wei Zhuang used a sword, but the straw raincoat man and those assassins had no sword wounds on their bodies. They were all killed by someone directly shattering their vital parts. On the contrary, Ji Wuye glanced at him and snorted coldly. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. The fat on the Emerald Tiger's body trembled a few times, and he quickly said, on the contrary, the vultures outside the city all died of wounds. The opponent's methods are extraordinary. Judging from the wounds, they were basically killed in one blow. The person who attacked was very fierce. Ji Wuye pondered and said, strange, besides Wei Zhuang, is there any other swordsmanship expert around Han Fei? Emerald Tiger shook his head and said, that man doesn't look like an ordinary swordsman, but more like a killer. Could he be the helper they invited? From the wound, it can be seen that the person who drew the sword did it purely for the purpose of killing. This method is more like that of an assassin like Baiyue, rather than a master like Wei Zhuang. In fact, the opponent's methods are much more fierce than those of Baiyue. Ji Wuye nodded and said, it's possible. Investigate. Use all means to find out the identity of that person from his moves. Jade Tiger said, among the 7 nations, there are only a few who dare to attack us 100 birds and have such strength, except for Luo Wang of Qin. Ji Wuye raised his head and asked, you mean it was Lu Buwei who did it? He rubbed his fingers and thought for a moment. Lu Buwei is a man of deep thoughts. Although he seems to have a lot of dealings with us on the surface, we can't let our guard down against him. But if it's really him, what good will it do for him to help Baiyue? What tricks is that old guy trying to play? Jade Tiger touched his nose and said, why don't you ask? Ji Wuye shook his head. How is that possible? There is no real evidence. If I ask, it will only be denied. Let's investigate first. If it turns out that it was really done by Luo Wang's killer, I want to see how that old guy explains it to me. Half an hour later, Chen and Mo had already arrived downstairs. We came at a perfect time today, at nightfall, which is when these places of entertainment are at their busiest. Now, the range of his spiritual awareness is becoming wider and wider, and he can already feel the situation in every private room. Sure enough, a figure on the fourth floor had already stopped by the window and started observing him. Given my performance last night, if Xinu didn't pay attention to me, that would be a problem. Chun Mo withdrew his spiritual sense and limited the range to his own vicinity. Because of the vivid colors in those rooms, it is inevitable that one will be distracted if you look at them too much. These people have very weak abilities, and their postures are not standard. I really want to teach them. As soon as he entered the square pavilion, a maid brought him tea. Oh, interesting. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows. The taste of this tea was actually more than one level better than before. Of course, the maid didn't dare to change his clothes to such a good one. This could only be the instruction of her master Xinu behind the scenes. He put down his teacup, picked up the gavel, and slammed it on the table. Let's continue from the last chapter and talk about that. In the box on the fourth floor, Xinu's graceful figure was leaning against the window. She listened quietly to the sounds coming from downstairs, and a look of fascination appeared on her face. Chapter 27. Please lead the way, Miss Nongyu. Inside the house, Hong Lian, who had followed Han Fei out of the palace again, was not interested in listening to the book at all. Her big eyes were rolling around, and her gaze was directly fixed on Xnu's exquisite body. Every time she took a look, she had to lower her head to look at her skinny little chest, and then her face would immediately fall. She seemed to know why she couldn't make it to the beauty list. The previous statement was just fooling her and treating her like a fool. During this period of time, she also paid attention to two vixen in the palace, Madame Mingzhu and Madame Hu. She even paid close attention to Nongyu, who was only a few years older than her. But it was only then that she realized that every one of them was so big. My two little buns together seemed to be not as good as someone else's. Hong Lian was sulking with indignation. Men are really superficial. All they care about are those two lumps of flesh. What kind of beauty list is this? If you look at it this way, why not just change the name to the cow list? Big? What's the big deal? It's hard to walk. Although I am small, but I am exquisite. The sword energy spans 9,000 miles. How far is that? Han Fei, who was absorbed in listening to the book downstairs, couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Liang immediately counted on his fingers and said, I'm afraid I can cut from Xianying to here with one sword. Then he looked at Wei Zhuang and said, Brother Wei Zhuang, do you think it is possible that someone in the world can do this? Wow, Brother Wei Zhuang? Brother Wei Zhuang? What are you doing? Zhang Liang was surprised to find that Wei Zhuang, who had always been extremely vigilant, was distracted today. Wei Zhuang collected his thoughts and glanced at Zhang Liang, but had no intention of paying any attention to him. Xinu looked at Wei Zhuang, but covered her lips and chuckled. Only she knew that this was because she was hit hard by Chun Mo yesterday, and she hasn't recovered yet. She smiled and said, Of course it's impossible. How can such a thing be done by human beings? It's like I'm telling you now, if there is someone in this world who can defeat the combination of me and Mr. Wei Zhuang in 3 moves, do you believe it? Han Fei and Zhang Liang were stunned. What do you think you are? Zhang Liang covered Han Fei's mouth and asked, Do you think you are humorous? After saying that, he let go of her hand with satisfaction, feeling refreshed. Xinu shrugged her shoulders, still smiling. That's it. This kind of thing is obviously impossible. There is no need to come out and ask. Wei Zhuang raised his head and stared at her like a vicious wolf, with a stern look in his eyes. You woman, not only did you make me a wanted criminal for no reason, but now you are being sarcastic to me? Xinu smiled apologetically, turned around awkwardly, and stuck out her tongue. Seriously, I forgot this guy is a cheapskate who can't take a joke. She once again turned her attention to the square pavilion, and the person inside was more interesting. Han Fei seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Wei Zhuang, and then asked, Is Xiao Zhuang thinking about the person who attacked outside the city yesterday? Today I've been thinking, besides us, who else has the ability to dare to take action against Yimu? Yesterday, dozens of assassins and 300 birds assassins were killed outside the city. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even for those who can do it, they usually have their own limitations and are not convenient to do so. Although that person killed so many people in Yimu, Han Fei could not guess who did it. let alone the other party's motive. The key is the other party an enemy or a friend? Even though the other party helped him kill Knight's men, they might not be teammates anymore. If the people who attacked outside the city were also on the opposing side, then their situation would be somewhat difficult. After all, the only expert they can muster is the top swordsman Wei Zhuang. Similarly, Xinu is also thinking about this now. In order to deal with the Knight, what they lack most now are two things. One is money, the other is people. To be more precise, he is a master. Xinu's eyes looked more and more profound as she looked towards Sifong Pavilion. What we need most is this kind of unfathomable master who even Wei Zhuang is no match for. To know what happens next, please listen to the next episode. The gavel was banged, and Chen Mo's voice came out faintly, indicating that today's storytelling had come to an end. Amidst the boos and at the urging of everyone, Chen Mo walked out of the Sifong Pavilion. It's like this every day, but rules are rules. They only happen twice a day and cannot be easily violated. Unless, give him more money. Sir, someone upstairs would like to invite you to have a cup of tea. As soon as Chen Mo walked out of the Sifong Pavilion, a beautiful and elegant woman came over, bowed respectfully, and then spoke in a soft voice. This woman was extremely beautiful, almost as beautiful as Xinu, and most importantly, she was someone Chen Mo had seen before. Under the coverage of divine consciousness, in the box on the 4th floor. It's not Xinu, but since she can be there and has such a beautiful appearance, this person must be Nongyu. Chen Mo smiled. Why, didn't your boss lady treat me to tea before? Why do you want to treat me again? Nongyu was stunned on the spot, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was different. You, how do you know she is our boss's wife? Although previous events had made her aware of Chen Mo's extraordinariness, she did not expect that he was like a demigod and knew everything by heart. Okay, let's not talk about these useless things. Since it is the boss lady who invites you, of course we have to do you the honor. Please lead the way, Miss Nongyu. He raised his hand, signaling Manhwa to lead the way. In fact, Chen Mo can find it by himself without a guide. But it's not appropriate for me to just go there like this. Nongyu immediately raised her hand and wanted to support Chen Mo. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then placed his hand on her slender arm. Madam said, it's okay as long as it's clean. Manhwa felt the warmth from Chen Mo's hand, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. This was the first time she was touched by a man. Gently push open the door of the box on the 4th floor, and a fresh fragrance will hit you in the face. This spice is extraordinary. Just tasting can make people feel relaxed and comfortable. At this moment, Xinu was the only one in the room. She was kneeling beside the table, and the tea set on the table had been prepared long ago. When she saw Manhwa supporting Chen Mo walking towards her, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Please take a seat, senior. I am sorry for not welcoming you to my place. I hope you will forgive me. Xinu's respectful words stunned Nongyu, and she opened her mouth in surprise. After all, Xinu has a mature style and looks much older than Chen Mo. Why does she call him senior every time she opened her mouth? Noticing Nanyua's expression, Chen Mo knew that Xinu had kept her promise and did not reveal the matter to anyone. Chapter 28, I just want to live a stable life. Boss lady, you are too polite. I don't deserve the title of senior. Just call me sir. Calling people senior all the time makes me feel like I'm some old monster. If I hear it too much, I'll feel old too. Xinu immediately changed her tone and said with a smile, then I will call you sir. Yuer, please go out first. I have something to discuss with sir. Manhwa was stunned again. This was the first time that Xinu asked everyone to avoid her when she met someone. Even when Han Fei and the others were discussing secrets, they were always together. Why is I so abnormal today that even I don't know? If I remember correctly, today seemed to be the first time that Xinu met someone in the house. Before leaving, Nongyu took a deep look at Chen Mo, trying to see what was so special about this blind man. It seems that this blind man is highly valued by Sister Xinu. She is a good girl. Although her life story is miserable, she is lucky to have met a good master like Miss Xinu. After closing the door, Chen Mo made a casual comment. Manhwa is the person Xinu trusts the most, and she deserves such trust. Although the two are nominally master and servant, neither of them takes it seriously, and they are just sisters. Xinu paused and looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Sir, you actually know Yuer's background? Chen Mo asked back. Don't you know Miss Xinu? Xinu put down the kettle in her hand and shook her head. Then he added, although I know she's an orphan, I only found out about this after I rescued her. How did you know this, sir? If it weren't for their own reasons, who would make a living in a place of romance? It's just a guess. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, responding without comment. Xinu looked at Chen Mo with burning eyes, not wanting to believe a word of what he said. She always felt that Chen Mo must know something, but if he didn't want to say it, Xinu didn't dare to ask. She looked towards the door, then towards Chen Mo, and continued, is a gentle, kind, and sensible girl. She is now in her 20s and has grown into a beautiful lady. She is even more fortunate to be on the list of beauties. If you like her, why not give her to you? Chen Mo suddenly fell silent. Xinu was lying in front of the table, holding her beautiful chin with one hand and tapping on the table with the other hand, as if counting down. A pair of huge buns might be tiring to hold, so Xinu was smart enough to put them on the table to share the pressure. There was a hint of a smile on her rosy lips as she looked at Chen Mo with a playful look. After a moment, Chen Mo shook his head and said, I appreciate Miss Xinu's kindness. As soon as these words came out, Xinu's smile froze on her face, and she asked in confusion, why? Could it be that Mr. is not satisfied with you, heir? She knew that although Chen Mo seemed to be blind and lame, he was basically no different from a normal person. After all, he could even dodge a sword as fast as Wei Zhuang's, so why would he need help going up the stairs? Since he accepted it, it means he must be interested in it. But now that such a beauty has been offered to him, how could he, as a normal man, refuse? Of course Chen Mo is a normal man. After all, Jingwei is exhausted every day, and it's no joke. It would be a lie to say that I wouldn't be moved by a beauty like Manhwa. But Xinu is a businessman after all. Would such a businessman do something that would lose money? I'm afraid that they will use a little bit of profit to squeeze the blood out of me and make it back in a big way. Everything requires reciprocity. If I accept knowing you today, I will not be able to escape from their game. Of course, Xenu's plan was not meant to be a trap. After seeing Chen Mo's strength, they would not set any trap. This refers to the game. It's a game between Xinu and the others and Yimu. If you're alone in this situation, you can consider it. Gambling around the world, it's fun just thinking about it. Besides, he could also get a beautiful girl named Manhwa. In fact, after spending a long time together, it would not be difficult to get Xinu. But now I have a stable and happy life and my own wife. If I join their trap, such a life will definitely be far away from me. Besides, I am not afraid of all kinds of situations, but what about my wife, a weak woman? If any accident happens, it will be Chen Mo's regret in his life. It is absolutely impossible to involve his wife in danger for a stranger named Manhwa. Putting loved ones in the center of danger just to satisfy one's own lust is something that no human being can do. Although his wife agreed to let him take a concubine, Chen Mo would not do anything rash even for the sake of friendship. Chen Mo remained calm and said calmly, I'm very satisfied, but Miss Inu is so smart. I think she understands better than me what it means if I accept Miss Nongyu. Although I'm interested in Miss Nanhua, I have no interest in your game. I, Chen Mo, just want to live a stable life. The boss lady is a businessman. I think she won't do business at a loss. If I take the money but don't do the job, Miss Inu probably won't be very happy about it, right? Chen Mo knew clearly that if Xinu asked, Nongyu would have no objection even if she was asked to be with an old man in his 70s, let alone a disabled man like him. Xinu suddenly fell silent. She knew in her heart that this was what she was thinking. Send Nanhua away in exchange for pulling Chen Mo into his own camp. There are many masters in Yimu, and they are secretly involved with Luoyang. If you want to deal with them, it's not just a matter of talking about it. But Chen Mo's strength yesterday gave Xinu hope. A leader of the Night Intelligence Organization, with many assassins helping him, it would be very difficult to kill Wei Zhuang even if he was in the situation he was in yesterday. So yesterday, they just wanted to save people, but who knew they would see such a scene? Coupled with his ability to know everything, Xinu would try to win him over to her side no matter what. The death of the straw raincoat man at the hands of Chen Mo was a great thing for them. A completely unexpected victory. Without the intelligence chief, Siyika, they could act more boldly than before. Although the corpse exorcist has agreed to help them persuade Tianzi, no one knows where Tianzi is now. If you want to cooperate with the red eyebrow dragon snake, you must rescue Tianzi first. Saving Tianzi, dealing with Yimu, one thing after another, it's really a puzzle. Chapter 29, What kind of mortal is this? Xinu has been so busy lately that she feels like her head is about to explode. After all, one person is still not enough. Xinu frowned, turned her gaze away from Mo Chun, bit her lip, and fell into deep thought. Then she seemed to have thought of something and smiled like a blooming flower. Yes, sir, you are right. Xinu is a businessman. Since you are a businessman, you must understand one thing. That is, if the deal is not done, it means that one party's price was unreasonable. Chun Mo drank tea and said, "It seems that this is Miss Xinu's business philosophy." The tea in the cup was clear and transparent amber in color, obviously of great value, and the aroma of tea wafted through the room. Xinu did not respond, but picked up the teacup, swayed her body, walked slowly to Chun Mo, and then put the teacup on his table. Then he leaned over and looked at the black cloth covering Chun Mo's eyes. Xinu spoke slowly, her breath sweet as orchid. "So what if I am included? We will be two sisters." Squeak! There was a sound from the tightly closed door. Nongyu, who was guarding the door, looked up and saw Chun Mo pushing the door open. I don't know what the two discussed in the room, and I can't tell from Chun Mo's expression that there is anything wrong. But Nanyue knew that Xinu would let her know what she should know, and she would not ask about what she should not know. Perhaps it is because of her sensibleness that Xinu values her so much. "Please trouble Miss Nongyu to take me downstairs." Chun Mo closed the door, and just as Nanyue was about to take a look at Xinu in the room, her view was blocked. She nodded obediently and said softly, "Okay, sir, please." Chun Mo put his hand on Nanyue's arm, and then was supported by her and walked downstairs. When he walked to a private room, Chun Mo suddenly paused. "What's wrong, sir?" Nanyue stopped and looked towards the door of the box with a look of surprise on her face. It's okay, let's go." Chun Mo shook his head, looking normal. Nongyu's heart was filled with curiosity, like a cat scratching its heart. Why didn't it stop anywhere else, but had to stop here? Could he know we were here? Inside the house, Zhang Liang covered his mouth and asked in surprise. Hong Lian puffed out her cheeks and rolled her eyes. "Do you think you're funny? You think he's a god? The door is still closed. How can he know what is going on inside?" Zhang Liang touched his nose with a wry smile, not wanting to speak. What a joke these brother and sister are. How come they have learned to steal each other's lines? Although he dared to cover Han Fei's mouth, he could never cover Hong Lian's mouth. This girl really dares to hit people. Wei Zhuang, who was sitting like a sculpture, had his eyes flickering. He was the only one among the people present who knew that Chun Mo really knew they were here. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly closed door was pushed open. Xinu suddenly appeared in the room. "How is it? Did you convince him?" Han Fei quickly stood up and asked anxiously. Xinu closed the door and leaned against it gently, hugging her pair of plump breasts with her hands crossed. Her smiling face was now tense, and she looked quite embarrassed. Han Fei knew what was going on when he saw her expression. He let out a breath and sat down with some disappointment. Even Wei Zhuang's eyes dimmed a little, and he withdrew his gaze from her. Zhang Liang pursed his lips, his eyes suddenly becoming dull, perhaps because his brain was working so fast. Only the heartless Hong Lian didn't realize anything at all. Seeing a bunch of them sighing here, he even curled his lips in disdain. He's just a blind cripple. What's so great about him? Sie nu glänzt sehr dimly. This little girl was truly ignorant and fearless. If she knew that this blind man could defeat Wei Zhuang in 3 moves, would she be scared to tears? I have offered to sacrifice myself. How can this blind cripple remain indifferent? What kind of mortal could this be? After Wei Zhuang's proud sword was defeated yesterday, today Xinu was also defeated in the field she was most proud of. Even if Chun Mo can't see it, her charm is more than just her face. Just an enchanting voice and intoxicating fragrance are enough to make many men fall at her feet. This time she offered a huge price, a buy one get one free deal, and she never thought that any man could refuse it. Until now, she still doesn't understand why Chun Mo chose to refuse. I clearly saw that he was moved, but why did he still suppress it and choose to refuse? Han Fei sighed and said, "Since he doesn't agree, we can't force him. If he doesn't agree, we have to consider what to do without him. Besides, Hong Lian is right. He is just a strange blind cripple. Is it necessary for Miss Xinu and Xiao Zhuang to take him seriously?" Xinu said in a muffled voice, as if she was very angry, and said, "Don't mess with me." She glanced at Wei Zhuang, her tone showing some undisguised irritation, and said impatiently, "If you ask him, you will know everything." Everyone's eyes were on Wei Zhuang, who leaned on his sword and narrowed his eyes. He recalled the scene last night that made him feel deeply humiliated and said in a deep voice, If we can really get this person to join our camp, we will have already won half the battle. This. The room suddenly fell into deathly silence. They never imagined that Chen Mo could get such a high evaluation from Wei Zhuang, who was always arrogant and conceited. Holian's mouth was wide open, and she looked completely stunned. No way, he is just a blind and crippled man. Could he be a god who has descended to earth? Why does Wei Zhuang say such humorous things? Is Chen Mo attracted by Xenu's conditions? Of course I will be tempted. It can be said that there is no one in the world who would not be tempted by such a condition. Even a person as hard as stone as Wei Zhuang would be tempted by this condition. However, being moved is one thing and acceptance is another. Although beauty is good, it is not easy to obtain. The price was too high, and it was possible that he could not even accept it. So, Chen Mo chose to suppress his desire. He admitted that his lower body was impulsive and made the choice before himself. But Chen Mo's upper body was still rational, so he finally chose to refuse. Before he even got home, Chen Mo already felt Jing Wei standing at the door, eagerly waiting for him. I came home late today, and I wonder how long she's been waiting here silently. She stood up and took Chen Mo's crutches, and the two of them linked arms and started walking towards home. The house is filled with the aroma of food and the subtle fragrance left by the Jingwei. All the warmth and beauty seem to be contained therein. Chapter 30, It's Really Strange. This is your food for the next few days. If there's nothing else, I hope you don't step out of this yard. Jingwei carried a bag of food and returned to the small courtyard in the countryside where they had lived before. She placed what she was holding on the manhole cover in the yard, then looked up and spoke to the fiery red figure sitting on the wall. The man on the wall turned around and smiled brightly. The exquisite figure under the fiery red dress looks particularly curvy under the setting sun. Her stunning beauty seemed to overshadow the sunset in the sky. With a charming curve at the corner of her mouth, she tilted her head and blinked at Jingwei. The voice responded in a clear voice, "Okay, thank you." Although they are both women, and both are beautiful women. But even Jingwei had to admit that this monster was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. It didn't seem like the kind of beauty that should exist in this world. That night outside the city, he should have killed her, but for some reason, she softened her heart. Perhaps it was because she was being chased by hundreds of birds, and she was being chased by Luowang, so she thought of herself. The two had similar experiences, which made her feel a little sympathetic. But even though she wasn't killed, it was absolutely impossible to take her back. Jingwei also remembered the small house in the countryside, with Chonimo. This house is far away from Xinjiang and is located in a remote location in the village, so it is very hidden. Originally, he just asked her tentatively if she was willing to go with him, but who would have thought that this guy would actually agree so readily? You say she is naive and gullible, but she is also very smart. You say she is bold, but also very cautious. Aren't you afraid that I tricked you into coming here and then told Knight to report you? Jingwei was tidying up the yard with a broom in one hand, while asking casually. The woman on the courtyard wall shook her white legs and looked at the busy Jingwei with interest. I can't beat you. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Besides, you saved me. Why would a good person collude with you, Mu? Your question is so weird. Jingwei couldn't help laughing at her logic. It was the first time he heard such ridiculous and unreasonable statement. Jingwei herself couldn't believe that she, a killer who had killed countless people, would one day become soft-hearted and spare someone's life. She has really changed in every aspect. When did it start? Maybe it started on the day I met Chen Mo. Thinking of the figure in her mind, she gave a silly but happy smile. The woman looked at her curiously, tilted her head, and thought for a while before asking. Your hand should be used to hold a sword, but why are you using them to hold a broom now? Ever since Jingwei took action that day, she could tell at a glance that this man was definitely a top-level assassin. The kind of professionalism she had never seen before. Because she herself was very sure that she was probably dead. But now she couldn't understand why such an assassin would be like an ordinary woman on the street, full of life. Shouldn't she have a cold, dead face, and then be ruthless and chop herself into pieces? Jingwei seemed to have hit upon something she said. He suddenly stopped and stretched out his hands. There was a thin layer of calluses on her palms, which were caused by the friction from holding the sword and swinging it countless times over the past 20 years. But now, as time goes by, it has become increasingly faint. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. It was like that before, but later, it was different. The woman smiled and asked, "What happened next?" "There is one person who changed me." "Who is it?" the woman asked curiously. Jingwei stood up the broom, looked up at the beautiful figure of the woman, and said proudly, "My husband." The woman was a little surprised. She stretched out her slender fingers like white onions and rubbed them on her chin. "Your husband? It's unbelievable that someone like you has a husband. Is he a killer too?" Jingwei shook her head. "No. He is an ordinary person, or rather a disabled person. My husband has a disabled leg, and he seems to be playing a blind man recently. There are people who play the role of a blind man." This time she was really curious. What kind of disabled person is this? Who could actually change the character of an experienced killer? He must be a very remarkable person if he is so amazing. Jingwei smiled. Of course he is amazing. What he has done is something that only a few healthy people can do. If you could meet him, you would know that he is really amazing. He is the most amazing person in the world. The woman shrugged. Maybe, but it's hard to say whether he is the most powerful person in the world. Then she rolled her eyes and showed a sly smile. "Can I see him? You told me there is such a good husband. Aren't you afraid that I will fall in love with him after seeing him, and then snatch him away from you?" Jingwei was neither anxious nor annoyed after hearing this, and started cleaning again, with a smile in his tone that he couldn't hide. "Okay, if that's the case, I don't mind having another sister. I was thinking about where to help him find a suitable one." After hearing this, the playful woman suddenly fell silent. This was one of the few times when she was left speechless and didn't know how to respond. Is there such a woman in the world? It's really rare. She also knew that she was making herself look boring, so she simply stopped talking and began to lie on the wall to watch the sunset. Jingwei didn't say anything else. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." The woman sat up, supported herself on the walls on both sides with her small hands, and raised her head to let the golden sunset shine on her charming face. Her legs seemed to be unable to rest and continue to shake. Then she responded nonchalantly, "Yen Lingji." Recently, Xinu has become increasingly anxious and worried. On the one hand, there was no progress in the game of Night. Although the straw raincoat man died, the fall of Night did not mean that the intelligence system was scrapped. Jiwuye has already begun to secretly contact the hidden agents planted by the straw-robed man. If he could get in touch with those people, the loss of the straw raincoat man's life could be minimized. The strawcloth man himself may be important, but the most important thing is the information he collected. If Jiwuye could regain control of the information, he would be able to train a few more straw raincoat men. Chapter 31. Sorry, Xinu lost her composure. On the other hand, it was because of problems inside the store. Sister Xinu, the end-of-month accounts are finally out. At the end of every month, Xinu would always tally up the store's accounts. This time the day for the final reckoning had arrived, but she had no mood to do the math. Throw it directly to Nongyu. In this era, it is extremely troublesome to sort out the accounts. Nongyu is not a professional, and her scalp is almost broken from scratching. It took her 3 whole days to finally sort out these messy accounts. But after the haircut, her face looked even uglier. How is it? Is it less than before? Xenu's eyes no longer had the calmness they usually had. She put her elbows on the table and asked with her chin in her hand. Manhwa frowned somewhat melancholy and placed the heavy bamboo tube in her arms on the table in front of Xenu. Xenu flipped the page casually, and her expression gradually became serious. How so? Things were worse than the worst expected. Compared with last month, my income this month has dropped by nearly 30. Manhwa sighed. I asked the girls, they said that not only are there fewer customers, but even if they come, they won't order them. Many people even come here specifically to listen to the books and leave after they finish listening. Xenu threw down the bamboo tube in her hand, with some confusion in her eyes. Manhwa was also puzzled, but the number of people listening to his books has not decreased at all, so why are there so few people looking for girls? Could it be that the girls here are not as attractive as the books he tells? Xenu seemed to have just woken up from a dream, as if she had suddenly figured something out. She immediately said, listen to the noise down there. When it's over, ask the gentleman to come up immediately. Nongyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, but invite him? What does our business here have to do with you inviting him? Chunmo's storytelling is indeed good, but although this storytelling could attract people in the beginning, it has nothing to do with their business now. Xenu is just trying everything possible to cure her illness. Shouldn't she ask a storyteller for help? Xinu waved her hand. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The location is right here, in the same room as last time. Although she was confused, Manhwa still bowed and did as she was told. He put away the bamboo tube on the table and walked out. Half an incense stick later, Chun Mo, with a confused look on his face, came to the fourth floor again. I wonder why the boss lady invited me this time. The familiar fragrance came to her face again. Xinu was still kneeling gracefully to prepare tea set, just like last time. Is the master here? Help the master over here. Xinu smiled and nodded to indicate the position opposite her. Manhwa looked at her in surprise, and only after Xinu nodded firmly again did she take Chun Mo over. Drinking together at the same table? This has never happened before. As soon as he sat down, Chun Mo smelled a faint fragrance. Although it is light, it actually covers up the smell of all the aromatherapy. This is the body fragrance of Xinu, elegant and fresh, yet particularly intoxicating. Manhwa looked at the two people sitting opposite each other and immediately pointed to the door sensibly. Xinu shook her head gently. No need, just sit down. Another fragrance wafted over. It was the fragrance of Nongyu. She sat next to Chun Mo. This situation completely confused Chun Mo. What was going on? What was Xinu doing? Didn't he succeed in convincing himself last time? So he wants to convince himself by sleeping with himself this time? Boss lady, just speak frankly. I'm in a hurry to go home, and my wife is waiting for me at home. Chun Mo picked up the tea handed to him by Xinu, took a sip, and immediately squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Yeah, very moist. Xinu elegantly fiddled with the tea set in her hands. Sir, you are so smart. Why don't you guess what Xinu invited you to do this time? If you guess correctly, well, there's a prize. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, interesting. Then I will play with the boss lady for a while. Nongyu immediately looked at him curiously. Are you really going to agree to this? Xinu didn't give any clues. How can you guess? Are you guessing with your head? You know what? I really am guessing with the head, but I'm not using the big head, but the small head below. Chun Mo pondered for a while, then raised his head and smiled. In my humble opinion, if I'm not mistaken, the boss lady probably wants to ask me why the business has been getting worse recently, right? Bang! 2 consecutive breaking sounds were heard, and the teacups in Xinu and Nongyu's hands actually broke to the ground at the same time, and the expressions on their faces suddenly changed from smiling to solemn. Damn it, how did you guess that? When Chun Mo heard the sound of the teacup breaking, he knew that he had guessed right again. Xenu's expression was complicated at this moment, with shock mixed with a hint of deep fear. This person is so scary. It's unbelievable that he knew about Zelangshuan in advance. This time I didn't say anything, not even a hint, but the other party still guessed it. If this is the case, then can people still keep secrets from him? At this time, Nongyu felt that her brain was overloaded. She just stared blankly, unable to speak. After a long time, Xinu finally reacted and gave a forced smile, with the meaning in her eyes changing. Her voice was trembling slightly. I'm sorry. Xinu lost her composure. Not to mention her. Even if the person here was that stinky Stoneway Zhuang, he would probably lose his composure. Because this matter is really too unbelievable. Haha, it doesn't matter. Are you all curious about how I guessed it? After Chun Mo finished speaking, Nongyu nodded repeatedly, then realized that Chun Mo couldn't see, and added, Please enlighten me, sir. Chun Mo picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea slowly, and then said calmly, You two don't have to panic. This matter is not that mysterious. I just relied on my instinct and felt that the business in the store has not been so good recently. I made a reasonable guess. Xinu was somewhat non-committal about this answer. Even if she could feel it, how would she know that I came to ask you this question? After all, this was not what I asked last time, and I didn't achieve my goal last time, so I can't just keep pestering her, right? That being said, Xinu still doesn't understand how the gentleman guessed to ask this name. It was like she couldn't figure out how Chun Mo knew the name of the store she wanted to change. Chun Mo said casually, Because it's time to settle the accounts, the business in the store is bad, but there are still many people listening to the book. I think Ms. Xinu will be curious why their interest in listening to books has not changed, but their interest in girls has decreased. So you can ask me a lot of questions, but at this time, this possibility is the greatest. I just made a random guess, but it seems I was lucky and guessed it right. Chapter 32, I don't know what this is. In fact, Chun Mo didn't say the most important reason. That is the bamboo tube placed on the table. Although the bamboo tube was rolled up, the contents were completely visible under Chun Mo's spiritual sense. He made this guess after seeing the general ledger on the bamboo tube. This is a private room, not Zinu's room, and she doesn't work here. The bamboo tube of this general ledger would appear here, and it was such a coincidence that I was called here, which means it is related to the account above. Combined with what was said before, the answer is obvious. Zinu and Nonyu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. So that's how it is. Sir, you may be blind, but your mind is so delicate. Zinu admires you. Zinu's words expressed her sincere admiration. After all, it was not easy for someone to have such ability. Chinemo smiled and said, "Since I guessed it right, shouldn't I cash out the girl's reward?" Zinu is a wealthy woman. Although her business has been a little bad recently, she still has plenty of business to her credit. Her small reward must be worth at least several thousand gold coins. It's really great to earn this much just by saying a few words. Zinu smiled, then stood up and refilled the tea for several people, saying softly, "Of course, even if Zinu dares to deceive the whole world, she would not dare to deceive you, sir." She pushed the poured tea in front of Chunemo. Chunemo was about to reach out to take it, but Zinu pulled him back a little, and he just missed it. Chunemo was stunned. What does this mean? Before he could figure it out, he felt a fragrant breeze blowing towards him. Then, I felt a warmth on my cheek. "How about this reward, sir? Are you satisfied?" The warmth quickly faded away, and then Zinu's voice, pretending to be calm, sounded. Chunemo was dumbfounded. "You snatched my cup just to kiss me while I was moving forward?" Manhwa, who was standing next to her, had her eyes as big as bells. "No, I'm still watching here. Is it appropriate to do this? Is this really the Zinu she knows? You told me before that all men are bad, but now you're taking the initiative to offer yourself to me." Zinu, with rosy cheeks, glanced at Manhwa, who immediately pretended not to see her and turned her head away. He said sensibly that he saw nothing. Chunemo reached out and touched his cheek. Zinu had just drunk tea, so there was more water in his cheek. It's still moist when I touch it now, which is obviously the saliva that Zinu left just now. "Sir, you seem a little disappointed?" Zinu herself also felt her heart beating faster at this moment because of her boldness and excitement just now. She had just said it casually before and had not prepared any reward at all, but who knew that this monster Chunemo actually guessed it right? If she is asked to redeem the reward, what will she use? But if he fails to fulfill his promise and Chunemo gets angry, the consequences will be serious. It just so happened that Chun Mo's last rejection hit her hard, and she decided to try again without believing in evil. "I just don't believe it. My Zinu's charm is of no use to you at all? This time, I will take back the place no matter what." "Sir, what's this? Are you disappointed?" Zinu's face had changed at this moment. This time she came up with such a bold idea just to vent her anger, but Chun Mo's performance made her even more disappointed. "What does touch mean? You don't still dislike me, do you?" Chunemo said with a strange expression. "Well, that's not the case. It's just a little unexpected. I thought Ms. Zinu would reward me with some gold. But who knew the reward would be this? Well, it's just unexpected." After hearing this, Zinu immediately became proud again. "Look, even you, who seems to know everything, have encountered unexpected things now, right?" At this time, Nonyu looked at Chunemo in disbelief. "Brother Gold? Do you know that this is my sister's first kiss? If this kiss were put up for auction, I wonder how much the price would be. Is there any comparison with gold?" Zinu coughed lightly at this time, then pushed the tea over. She picked up the bamboo tube beside the table and placed it on the table, since her already knows Zinu will get straight to the point. "Business has indeed been quite bad this month, so I would like to ask you for some advice, sir. Why are there so many people coming to listen to the master's storytelling, but so few people looking for girls?" Chunemo said calmly. "This question is very simple. In fact, there are only 2 points. The first point is the sense of anticipation. The second point is freshness." After hearing this, the 2 women looked at each other and immediately understood. The 2 were not stupid, and what Chunemo said was exceptionally clear. Zinu pondered and said, "I understand what you mean, sir. Could it be that the girls here are no longer interesting to the guests, so they no longer have any expectations and don't want to come again?" Chunemo smiled. It was indeed easier to talk to smart people. "Yes, just like when I tell a story, I always stop at the most interesting part, that's why." Nanyue's eyes lit up. "That's why they are looking forward to what you, Jieshilai, have to say, and so they will come again tomorrow." Chunemo nodded. "Miss Nanyue is very smart. That's exactly the case." Nanhua blushed at his praise and said with a smile, "No, it's just what the teacher said." Xinu frowned and said, "But the storyteller can say whatever he wants, but this girl is fixed. It's impossible to change her every once in a while, right? And the variety of that thing is just that, right? Same girl, same skills. How to make customers feel more fresh and expectant?" Shinamo was stumped by this question, because he really didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "I can add some of that content to the book. Maybe it will be helpful. But this is just a stopgap measure, not a good solution." Xinu certainly understood this. What Shinamo talked about were mainly about court intrigues and the ways of the world. How could this be appropriate? The room suddenly fell into a long silence. Xinu lifted her collar in annoyance and said softly, Go open the back window and get some fresh air." Nongyu pushed open the window, and the cool evening breeze blew in from outside the window, blowing the gauze curtains in the room. The thin gauze was blown so hard that it actually landed on Xenu's head. Xenu was already in a bad mood, so she immediately pulled it off. Unexpectedly, it covered her head and got caught on the headdress. "Oh, it stuck? Come and help me fix it." Chun-Mo looked at the scene in front of him, stood up immediately, and grabbed Xenu's wrist. "Don't move." "What's wrong, sir?" Xenu looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Chun-Mo looked at the gauze, rubbed it gently, then raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "I think I seem to know how to make girls more attractive." Chapter 33 seems quite comfortable. Chun-Mo released Xenu's wrist and gently helped her remove the gauze that was hooked on the headdress. "What's so special about this gauze?" Xenu combed her purple hair, which was a little messy just now with her hands, and asked with a slightly disordered breath. Chun-Mo was still fiddling with the gauze at this time. He looked up and asked, "Where did you buy this gauze?" Nanhua walked behind Xenu to help her take care of her purple hair and said softly, "It's not bought. It was woven by the cloth workshop under Sister Xenu." As the big boss, Xenu certainly cannot do everything herself, so she knows less about these small matters than her assistant Nongyu. Chun-Mo raised his eyebrows. The cloth shop under his control was indeed a small, wealthy woman. He pulled the gauze and found that it was very tough and elastic. Although it was immediately tightened, it did not break. This material is good. Normal fabrics shouldn't have such good elasticity. Chun-Mo put it down and returned to his seat. After thinking for a while, he said, "Is there any black version of this color?" Xenu turned her head and looked at Nanhua, who frowned and said, "Black. I think I have it. If you need it, I'll go find it. The warehouse sent quite a few colors at the beginning, but I only used this one. I put the others in the warehouse." "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Nongyu." Chen Montauk nodded. Nanhua waved her hand. "Sir, you are here to give me advice. I'm just looking for something. It's no trouble at all." After she left, Xenu couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what do you mean by this? It's just a piece of gauze. Why can it make the girls feel fresh?" She was really confused by Chun-Mo. How can a piece of gauze have such a magical effect? If it was used to cover the face, it might be a little more mysterious, but the girls here have been seen naked countless times by others, so even if they were wearing masks, there would be no novelty. Chun-Mo smiled confidently. The girl will know in a few days. At this moment, Nongyu brought the thing and handed it respectfully to Chun-Mo. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Nongyu. Now that the things have arrived, it's time for me to leave. Also, thank you for the tea. It's very moist." Xenu was confused by this word. Moist. The tea is very moist? What does this mean? Chun-Mo turned around and left, walking down the stairs steadily in the sight of the two people. Nongyu stared blankly. Strange, he could go downstairs without my help. Then why did he do that before? Xenu nodded her head and said, "Our Yuer has delicate skin and tender flesh, and the master likes to lean on her." Nanyue's face immediately turned red, and she murmured shyly, "No way, there's clearly a layer of sleeves between us." The next morning, Jingwei, who was yawning, just walked out of the bedroom and saw Chun-Mo sitting in the yard, busy tinkering with something. Jingwei came up from behind as quietly as a civet cat, and then with a gust of fragrant wind, hung its soft body on Chun-Mo. She looked at the two balls of black gauze in Chun-Mo's hands and asked in confusion, "Husband, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Chun-Mo felt a sudden huge elasticity on his back. He stopped what he was doing, turned his head, hugged Jingwei in his arms, and kissed him hard. "Secret weapon, hee. When I'm done, I'll use it to deal with the madam." Jingwei reached out and flicked his forehead. "Husband, are you going to let me live or punish me?" This is all thanks to the fact that I'm not an ordinary person. Otherwise, facing Chun Mo's beastly fighting power would really be. Madam, do you need to be punished? Look, your skin is better than before. Chun Mo's hands wandered restlessly on Jingwei's body. Jingwei slapped him down, and his face suddenly turned red. It must be said that in recent times, her face has been rosy and her complexion has been very good every day. Jingwei said angrily, Yes, my husband is right. It's all your credit, okay? She stood up and straightened her clothes. What would you like to eat for lunch, my husband? I'll go out to buy some groceries and make you a good meal. Chinamo also stood up and took her hand and went into the room, saying with anticipation, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go and try this good thing that I just made with my husband. As soon as he entered the room, Chinamo closed the door casually and stuffed the 2 pieces of black gauze into Jingwei's hands. Jingwei was confused, staring blankly at the black gauze in his hand, pulling it twice, wondering, What is this? These 2 long black veils look like the ones Chinamo usually uses to cover his eyes. At first I thought Chinamo was sewing a blindfold, but now it seems that is not the case. Chinamo smiled evilly and said, This is called silk stockings, specially made for people to wear. It can set off the beauty of a lady even more vividly. Okay, madam, put it on quickly and let your husband touch it. Jingwei blinked. Stockings? What are these? How can there be such strange socks? She pulled the black gauze and put it on her legs to compare. It had already reached her thighs. What kind of socks are these? As Chun Mo watched her movements, his expression became more and more interesting. When he saw the fabric yesterday, he had an idea. Isn't it simple to feel fresh? Just put on these stockings, and it is guaranteed that men's fighting power will double in a period of time. Jingwei took off her cloth shoes, revealing a pair of snow-white, delicate feet. She put her calves on the edge of the bed, then stretched her thighs and put on the 2 strange stockings. Is that so? After putting them on, Jingwei moved his ankles awkwardly. The 2 pieces of gauze wrapped around his feet were really awkward. Chinamo sat next to him, picked up Jingwei's little feet with a smile on his face, and started playing with them in his hands. The already delicate jade feet now feel even better in the hands with this layer of gauze between them. Chun Mo reluctantly let go of her hand. Madam, you are wearing the wrong socks. You have to take off your clothes first to put them on. Jingwei raised her eyebrows. This was the first time she heard that one had to take off clothes before putting on socks. Come, let your husband show you how to dress. Chun Mo sensed her confusion and decided to take matters into his own hands. With his smooth operation, the Jingwei soon became a smooth little white fish. Chun Mo held her delicate ankle, lifted her leg, and slowly lifted the gauze on her ankle. Watching Jingwei's long legs slowly being wrapped in black stockings, Chun Mo's hands were shaking with excitement. Finally, the stockings slowly stopped at the base of the thighs. Mission accomplished. The translucent stockings wrapped around Jingwei's pair of round and straight legs, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the black gauze, which was extremely beautiful. Is this how you wear it? It seems quite comfortable when worn this way. Chapter 34. What is my husband doing? Jingwei put down her legs, stood on the ground, and looked at her own legs curiously. The slender hands slowly slid across the legs, feeling the silky texture of the gauze. This charming move almost cost Chinmo's life. Madam, how do you like a dress like this? Let me touch it. Jingwei was not shy in front of Chinmo. After all, they had been together for so long and had touched each other countless times. She took Chinmo's hand and rubbed it on her leg. It feels good like this. It's more comfortable than the cloth socks we wore before. But why do you have to make it so long? Chun Mo was like the monkey king who had just obtained the golden cudgel. He held Jingwei's thigh and swallowed his saliva. Perfect, so perfect. Round and plump, straight and slender, and with this vague beauty when wearing stockings. Who can withstand this? No, I can't bear it. Chun Mo is not Lu Xiaohui. Hey, husband, what are you doing? Jingwei screamed and was picked up by Chun Mo. Oh no, my husband is so itchy, huh? Stop. Why are you acting like a puppy? Husband, stop making trouble. Giggle, it's itchy. Jingwei's happy laughter kept echoing in the room and slowly turned into bursts of panting. Really? You're just doing this in broad daylight. After a long time, Jingwei gave Chun Mo a cold look and finally had the energy to settle the score with Chun Mo. Secret weapon? Humph, you said it was your secret weapon, but I think it's more like mine. Look at how anxious you were just now. Chun Mo chuckled. It's all because my wife is so alluring that she has seduced my soul away. Upon hearing this, Jingwei narrowed his eyes and snorted in a somewhat arrogant manner. Is there anything in the world that could be more pleasant to hear than your direct words? You are so smooth-talking, really. Come on, let go. Have you had enough? I still need to go buy groceries. Jingwei grabbed Chun Mo's greedy big hand and took a light bite of it. Chinamo said seriously, Madam, don't you know whether my mouth is slippery or not? Jingwei laughed at his expression, then sat up and took off his socks, teasing, Yes, yes, husband, you have the smoothest mouth. Isn't that enough? Chinamo held Jingwei's hand and asked in surprise, Why did you take it off? Didn't Madam say it was very comfortable to wear? Just wear it. Anyway, it's worn under the skirt and no one else can see it. Only he, Chun, can enjoy this beauty. Jingwei stuffed the stockings with body temperature into Chun Mo's hands in a bad mood. Why did you take them off? You still have the nerve to ask. Touch them. Touch them yourself and tell me why. Chinamo touched it and said, Hey, don't say it. Don't say it. Jingwei looked at his actions and said shyly, Really? You are shameless. Don't you mind the dirtiness? Chun Mo bared his teeth and said, Madam is very fragrant. I don't dislike it at all. If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you again. As he spoke, he smiled and touched Jingwei's ankle. Like a frightened rabbit, Jingwei quickly retracted his feet and said with a frown, No, it's not you who is itchy. The only person in this world who could scare even Jingwei was her husband Chinmo. She held down Chinmo's hand that was still trying to do something naughty and changed the subject. Why did my husband think of making this thing? Chinmo leaned against the head of the bed and told the reason without reservation. Jingwei nodded. Then it seems that the purple-haired woman I saw last time is the boss lady? Yes, that's her. Jingwei's eyes were rolling around. His gaze was shining as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, she looked up and blurted out, Is she clean? Jingwei went out to buy vegetables with a basket on his shoulder. It was still early for the storytelling, so Chinmo was not in a hurry to go out. On the clothesline in the yard were hanging the silk stockings that Jingwei had washed and hung up. Chinmo sat in the yard and continued to work. As for stockings, the more the better. I should prepare more for my wife, and it would be best if they had more colors and varieties. I'm going to ask Knowing You to get more today. Although there is nothing wrong with my idea, and I have actually done it, there is still some gap. He made stockings, and it would be perfect if they had some lace or something. However, this requires embroidery skills, which touches on Chun Mo's blind spot in knowledge. As a grown man, it was good enough for him to be able to do needlework, let alone embroidery. The same goes for Jingwei. The most he can do is patch it up. Moreover, stockings alone are not enough. For women, stockings can add 10 points, and high heels can add 30 points. Only when high heels and black stockings are combined together, they can become a magic weapon to attract men. After making the stockings, Chinmo began to think about what to do with the high heels. If you want to make it, you have to analyze the structure of the shoe first. The upper, the sole, and the heel are all things to consider. Chinmo thought about it, and it didn't seem that difficult. The main thing is the material of the heel, which should not be too heavy nor too fragile. The heels of high heels bear the weight of the entire person. If they are too heavy, it will be difficult to walk in, and if they are too fragile, they will break easily. The upper is simple, just animal fur wrapped in gauze. Suddenly, Chinmo had an idea. If the uppers could be made of animal skins wrapped in gauze, then why couldn't the heels be made of wood with metal embedded in them for support? I'm such a fucking genius. This way I can have both lightness and strength at the same time. He did it right away. According to the impression in his mind, Chinmo took out the brush and silk cloth and started working. Finally, when Jingwei came back from buying groceries, he had made the high heels. The sole is made of wood and is made into an arc. That's it. Long spikes are driven into the heel to connect the sole and the heel. What is my husband doing? After Jingwei came back from buying vegetables, he put the basket next to the well and drew a bucket of clear well water to wash vegetables and cook. Chinmo held up the high heels and smiled at her. Madam, your husband has invented a new secret weapon. Do you want to try it again? So Jingwei had no time to cook and was pulled into the house by Chinmo for experiments. Ahem, madam, have a good rest. I will bring you some midnight snacks when I come back. Chinmo prepared some food for Jingwei and placed it on the table, and then prepared a large pot of water next to it. You don't have to rush about other things, but you must not ignore hydration. Jingwei only showed a small head outside and rolled his eyes helplessly. It seems that the matter of taking a concubine really cannot be delayed. 2 days later, Chinmo prepared all the things and brought them to Zelangshuan. He knew in his heart that this would be a groundbreaking invention and a major breakthrough in changing women's charm. Chapter 35. I'm here to help you. There have never been outsiders in the backyard of Zelangshuan. This is where the girls live. Of course, there is no one else here. An independent courtyard is built alone in the deepest part. The courtyard is full of green trees, blooming flowers, flowing water, rockery, and pavilions, and it is like a paradise. Compared with other courtyards, the environment here is much better. After all, it's where the boss lady lives, so of course it's much better than other places. It's hard to imagine that this is the backyard of a brothel. Sister Xinu, Mr. Chun is here and wants to see you. Nongyu trotted to the door, knocked gently, and spoke while panting slightly. Xinu has been wondering these days what methods Chun Mo can use to give her a surprise. Was the use of that simple-looking gauze? So she was looking forward to it in recent days. When she heard Manhwa calling her outside the door, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's finally here. The door was opened, and an extremely beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Xinu said with anticipation on her face, "Take Mister to the private room and wait for me. I'll be there soon." Okay. Nongyu nodded in agreement, then turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Manhwa stopped, turned around, and asked with a frown. Xinu thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to let the gentleman go to the private room. Just bring him to see me directly." Huh? Come to your room. Nongyu was very surprised, her face full of disbelief. For a man, it was unheard of for him to enter Xinu's room, or even their backyard. At this moment, Manhwa felt her head buzzing. Her sister kissed him and asked someone to enter her room. Could it be that she was in love with him? The bedroom was filled with fragrance. Xinu, wearing a purple palace dress and with an elegant smile on her face, stared at the things Chun Mo brought on the table, feeling a little confused. Manhwa also looked at him with a frown. But after looking at it for a long time, the two of them still didn't know what the use of it was. "Sir, Xinu doesn't understand what this is used for. Please explain it to me." Xinu withdrew her gaze and made a cup of tea for Chun Mo with her bare hands. Chun Mo silently withdrew his consciousness from Xinu's bed. Xinu's bed is really big, and it looks like it is big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep on it. He picked up something on the table and said, "This is called silk stockings. The black ones are called black silk stockings, and the flesh-colored ones are called flesh-colored silk stockings. This thing can shape women's legs and make them look more attractive. And this thing, called high heels, is a type of shoe that has a similar function to stockings, both of which are used to increase a woman's charm." Xinu and Nongyu fiddled with the stockings and high heels curiously. Her fingers slid across the smooth and delicate stockings, and the smooth feeling made her nod slightly. "If you wear this thing, it really feels good." Nongyu pinched the high heels curiously. "These shoes are so high. How can I wear them? Won't I fall when I walk?" She put her high heels back on the table, looking puzzled. Chun Mo smiled and said, "It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but it will be fine later." Xinu's attention returned to the third object. She picked up the 2 red bowl-shaped objects and asked, "What are these?" This thing." Chun Mo touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing how to say it. "Yeah, these 2 bowls can't be worn. How can it be worn?" Manhwa picked up the other pair of black ones and looked at them. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to her. "I know, Sister Xinu, these must be eye masks. Look, sister, this thing fits perfectly over your eyes, and there's a strap at the back to fasten it." She put it on her eyes and said happily, "It must be like this." When Chun Mo saw that abstract scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This thing is not a mask, it is a bra. Listen to me, this is not a blindfold, it's a bra." "Huh, bra. The 2 girls said in unison, their voices filled with confusion. Chun Mo gestured with his hands. Bra, as the name suggests, is used to cover this area, similar to the nature of a belly band. The advantages of a bra are much better than a belly band, mainly because it can help shape the body. You know, except for those strong women in the world who can maintain their perfect figure, the rest of the ordinary women will always be unable to resist gravity once they reach a certain age. Sir, are you sure these things can increase the girl's charm? Nongyu threw the bra on the table. Her face flushed. Chunemo said confidently, "Of course, my wife has tried it herself." Xinu pondered for a moment, then said, "We'll know if we try." Nanyu nodded and said, "Sister is really smart. I will go back and ask 2 girls to try it out." Who knew that Xinu would grab her and look at her as if she were a fool? "Why do you have to make another trip? Can't we just do it together?" Nongyu was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, The two of us? Xinu nodded. What else? Nanyue's eyes darted around among those things, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Xinu didn't care much about it. She walked up to pick it up and asked, Sir, how do I put on? Chen Mo gave a simple demonstration on his own, and Xinu nodded to indicate that she had learned it. Well, you two can try it slowly first. I'll be out first. Who knew that before he could even stand up, Xinu came over and held him down. Sir, you can't see. It's not good to wait outside. Just wait here. It's okay. After saying that, she picked up the stockings and bra and gently moved them on her shoulders, and the lights in the room suddenly brightened. A work of art from heaven was revealed, like a masterpiece created by nature, so breathtaking that there was not a single imperfection to be found. Chun Mo sat there dumbfounded, listening to the rustling sounds around his ears, and dared not move. Nongyu is much more shy. She is not as bold as Xinu. Maybe Chen Mo couldn't see it because he was sitting there, but he was a grown man after all. How could she let go? Hurry up, what are you still standing there for? When Nanyue bit her lip and hesitated, Xenu's urging voice came. Chen Mo lowered his head and said nothing. It's not that he wants to pretend to be a gentleman, but whether he raises his head or not doesn't affect his ability to see everything clearly. The capital seems to be more substantial than the madam's, but he seems not as tall as the madam, and his legs are not as long as the madam's. It's even. Hurry up, or I'll come and help you. Xenu Urjidagain. Chapter 36. Yang, you're this big now? Finally, under Xenu's urging, Nanyue reluctantly took off her clothes. Although the tender and soft Nanyue does not have as luxurious a figure as Xenu, she is still quite something. You know what? This thing seems to be quite convenient to wear. Xenu swayed her body from side to side, looking very satisfied. Her surprised voice interrupted Chun Mo's thoughts and made him start to pay attention. Boss, stop wandering around. Don't you know how bright your light is? Da-da-da. The sound of high heels echoed in the house. After Xenu changed into the three-piece suit, she walked around the house. Although high heels are a little inconvenient, it is no big deal for an expert like her. She got used to it after walking a few times. The thin black stockings combined with the high heels perfectly outlined Xenu's devilish figure. Nanyue finally finished her outfit and looked at Xenu in surprise. Sister Xenu, your legs are really long. Xenu has long legs to begin with, and these three-piece suits make her look even more perfect. She is almost catching up with the lady who doesn't wear high heels. Hearing this, she turned around and gave Nanyue a charming smile. How about it, Xiao Yuer? Does my sister look good? Nanyue's face suddenly turned red, and it was Xenu's appearance that made her blush. She nodded repeatedly, and couldn't help thinking that if the girls outside put on this, wouldn't they be able to seduce all the men's souls? Xenu walked up to Nongyu in a graceful manner, pulled off the skirt that she was wearing to cover her body, and then circled around her several times in admiration. Not bad, Xiaoyuer. You look like you're almost catching up with me, your sister. After hearing these teasing words, Nongyu's face turned red, and she secretly glanced at Shinamo. Sister, don't be like this. At this time, Shinamo was about to crush the cup in his hand, and frantically told himself to stay calm. Ahem, how do you feel, both of you? Chun Mo suppressed the anger in his heart and began to ask them about their business. That's great. Although these three things look simple, they really do, as you said, greatly enhance a woman's charm. Xenu responded with a smile, while fiddling with the stockings in her hands. Sir, why is your face so red? After tidying up her clothes, Xenu actually raised her head and teased. Shinamo drank a cup of tea fiercely and said sullenly, It's nothing, I just feel a little stuffy. This room is a little stuffy. Xenu curled the corners of her lips, revealing a charming smile. Change your clothes and open the window to get some fresh air. When Nanyue heard this, she immediately felt relieved. Such bold clothes were still a little difficult for her to accept, so she quickly changed her clothes. The master and servant changed their clothes in a short while. As they enjoyed the night air, Shinamo finally felt his anger subside. Sir, you are really amazing. These things are extraordinary. Xenu held the fragrant stockings and bra in her hands and praised them. Ahem, as long as it works, I'll give you the blueprint and production method so that you can ask the cloth workshops you accept to produce a large number of them in the future. Then Xenu will write more, sir. Her tone was a little excited and her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Shinamo. With these, the girls in Zelangshuan are more attractive to men than ever before. This is simply an aphrodisiac for men. But Xenu was very curious. Isn't Shun Imo a blind man? How'd he come up with these things? Does he know so much about the female body structure? Xinu was a decisive woman. After Chinamo handed her the drawings and methods that day, she immediately arranged for her subordinates to start production. 3 days later, the first batch of finished products was delivered to Zelangshuan. Xinu personally taught the girls how to dress. After that, they were asked to put on gauze and stand directly on the street. Their thighs wrapped in stockings attracted the attention of all passers-by nearby. Half hidden, that hazy sense of mystery is like a hook that directly hooks the soul of every passerby. The girls standing at the door were all sharp-eyed and went up to greet the familiar faces they saw. "Hey, Lordly, are you here to listen to a book or drink tea today?" "Listen, hiss little Chwayer, what is that thing you're wearing on your legs? It's so smooth. Come on, go to the room and let me taste it carefully." As soon as an adult entered this side, another adult came over there, and a girl, as soft as a bone, wrapped herself around him. "How come Master Fu is free to come here today?" Mr. Fu felt his eyes blurred, and he was immediately surprised and asked, "I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you've grown so big, Xiang?" "Oh, really? Sir Fu, do you want to take another closer look?" Xianger giggled and shook her body, and the reflected white light made Lord Fu feel dazzled. Yes. Of course we have a taste it. Hey, let's go in quickly." In just a few days, Zelangshuan became famous in Xinjiang. This novel three-piece suit had already captured the attention of men, and Xinu also arranged for the girls to solicit customers half-covered on the street, which was a direct killer move. Wearing stockings on your legs not only covers up the blemishes on your skin, but also makes your legs look more beautiful. What men want is that hazy feeling. 10 days later, Nonyu rushed into Xinu's room, excitedly holding a pile of bamboo tubes. Sister, hey, I just finished the accounts for the past half month. Guess what happened?" Xinu was experimenting with a new style of stockings in the room, the drawings of which were also provided by Chunamo. But this is a new model with an extra layer of lace and 2 straps extending all the way up the trousers. Wearing a short skirt to cover the pants, only the 2 straps and the thighs wrapped in stockings are exposed. The temptation is overwhelming. Sister, why do you look so sexy when you wear this?" Xinu and Non, you had a very good relationship, so they were very frank when speaking to each other. Xinu, with her head full of purple hair, immediately threw a seductive glance at Manhwa. She said in a soft voice, "That's right, this is the feeling I want." Not everyone has mastered the art of seduction like her, and most of the girls out there are just ordinary people. Therefore, if you want to retain customers, you need these external decorations even more. Chapter 37, sir, please come in. What's going on? Look how happy you are. Xinu adjusted her stockings, then put down her skirt and hid the stockings under her skirt. She was still wearing her high heels, and she walked to the table and sat down with her graceful figure swaying in various postures. Only then did Nongyu remember her original purpose. She put the bamboo tube on the table and said excitedly, "Sister, I calculated the account for the past half month today. Can you guess how much we're making now?" Xinu poured her a cup of tea and said leisurely, "With Sir's advice, the benefits will definitely get better. It's just a matter of how much it will change." Excited, Nongyu drank the tea in one gulp, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Sir, you are truly amazing. Since these 3 sets came out, our profits in the past half month are almost catching up with our profits in the previous 2 months. The income not only comes from the girls' mark prices, but also from the tips from the guests, which is the real big chunk of the income." Xinu raised her eyebrows. Although she knew there would be changes, she didn't expect it to be so obvious. Nanua started to chatter over there, and said excitedly, "Sister, how can this layer of gauze covering the legs have such a use? How did the master come up with this? It's amazing. I'm telling you, sister, if it weren't for what Mr. came up with, I think our business this time would be even lower than before. Those court officials were originally more difficult to serve than the others, but now they are rushing to come one after another, fearing that they will be late and there will be no seats. This is all thanks to you, sir." Xinu smiled as she looked at Nongyu's face full of admiration, calling him Mr. on the left and on the right. Finally, she couldn't help but said, Okay, since you miss Mr. so much, why don't you just go and invite him over, and then I'll let you take a good look at him, okay?" Nanua was thin-skinned after all, and her face immediately turned red after being teased by Xinu. She whispered, No, when did I ever say that I miss my husband? I didn't, sister. You are teasing me again." Xinu couldn't help laughing at her silly look. "Okay, Xiao Yuer, whether you want to or not, Just go and invite the person over first, okay? Nonu scratched his head and asked now. Xinu chuckled. Silly you, of course the storytelling is over. They have helped us so much, we should at least thank them. Nanyuan nodded seriously, then said in distress. That's true, but how can we thank him? Xinu's eyes flickered, and the corners of her mouth were a little playful. I see that you like Mr. Chun very much, so how about giving you to Mr. Chun as a token of gratitude? This. Nanyue was immediately confused. You can give money or gifts, but why give people gifts? Why, you don't want to. The master might be very sad if he knew. Listening to Xinu's teasing, Nonyu clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Her face turned red, and her heart began to beat rapidly. Chinamo, although he is blind and lame, he is very handsome. Moreover, he is so powerful that even Sister Xinu and Mr. Wei Zhuang think highly of him. Such a man is really amazing. 2. Nanyue stammered, not knowing how to answer. Xinu couldn't hold back her laughter after seeing her look. Haha, girl, why are you really getting horny? Do you think I want to send you away? Haha, you're really making me laugh. You're such a fool. Xinu laughed so hard that her body was shaking with laughter, and Nonyu was dumbfounded. Her little silver teeth were gnashing. Sister Xinu, you are teasing me again. The child is stupid to begin with, and he's trying to tease others. This is even more disastrous. Haha, don't mind it, Xiaoyuer. It's just a joke. Sister is just joking with you. Xinu waved her hands and laughed, so hard that tears were about to come out. It took her a while to come back to her senses. Seeing the angry Nonyu, she leaned forward and began to rub her egg-smooth face, coaxing her. Okay, Xiaoyuer, why are you so stingy? It's my fault, please forgive me. Nanyue took a glance and was about to let go, but after thinking about it, she turned her face away and snorted. Xinu continued to move closer, biting her ear, and said, If you continue to be angry and don't ask the gentleman to come over quickly, he will finish his book and leave. Okay? After hearing this, Nonyu stood up and said, Oh yes, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Humph, let's forget it for now. I'll go and ask the gentleman to come over first. Nanyue looks very abnormal today. When I supported him, his eyes were always wandering and he seemed absent-minded. If he hadn't been there, it seems likely that this girl would have missed a step and fallen down the stairs several times. Tell me, who is supporting whom here? Miss Nanyue, what's on your mind? Seeing Nonyu stepping on empty air again, Chinamo finally couldn't help but ask. No. Nonyu glanced at Chanemo, then a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head in thought. Chinemo smiled helplessly. With such poor acting skills, even a blind person could tell that you were worried about something. Okay, we're finally here. Please come in, sir. Finally arriving at Xinu's room, Nanyue breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open the door without knocking. It seems that he is really panicked. Fortunately, Xinu did not change clothes inside, so no erotic scene occurred. At this time, Xinu was holding a few counting sticks and recalculating her income for the past half-month. Sir, you are here. Please take a seat and wait for a moment. I will talk to you after I have calculated the bill. Go serve tea to the gentleman. Nonyu bowed obediently, then made a cup of hot tea and brought it to Chanemo. After putting it in front of him, he didn't even dare to raise his eyes and ran away again. Chinamo looked at her back in some confusion, touched his nose but said nothing. What's wrong with this girl today? Why is she so abnormal? She didn't look as dignified as usual, but instead had a fierce and reckless personality like Hong Lian. Xinu was checking the bill carefully at this time and did not notice Nongyu's abnormality for a while. Although Nongyu has already calculated the bill, inspection is still an indispensable step. This is a very complicated process, and mistakes can easily occur if you're not careful. Therefore, even the quick-witted Xinu did not dare to be distracted when calculating. Chenemo looked at Xinu's frowning face, which looked quite strenuous, and couldn't help but ask, I wonder if you could give me the account so I can take a look. Chapter 38, Is There Anyone Home? Xinu and Nongyu were both surprised, and then Xinu smiled and said, Since you want to take a look, of course you can. Nongyu took the bamboo tube from her hand and handed it to Chunemo. Chunemo stretched out his hand and stroked the account left by the carving knife. After a moment, he said, This account is wrong. It is short by 3 gold and 16 knives. When Xinu heard these words, the expression on her face froze, and she stared at him blankly. Nongyu also opened her mouth and looked at Chun Mo in disbelief. Both the master and the servant stared at Chun Mo in confusion, wondering why he spoke with such a precise number. Chunimo pursed his lips, then said seriously, Miss Zinu's account is a total of 913 golds and 892 knives, but 3 golds and 16 knives were missing. Nongyu and Zinu looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. No, brother, you are a disabled person. Can you please give us ordinary people a little respect? It's really hurtful that you are so powerful. Zinu had not finished half of the calculation yet, but Chunimo just stretched out his hand and touched it, and he actually figured out the total number? Chunimo pushed the bamboo tube in his hand forward and said calmly, If you don't believe it, you can calculate it again. Since you said it, sir, of course Zinu believes it. But sir, I don't understand how you calculated that the account is wrong so quickly. Zinu glanced at Manhwa, with some confusion in her words. Manhwa secretly curled her lips at the look in her eyes and said, Sister Zinu would rather believe an outsider like me than me. I can't live like this anymore. Chunimo said, It's nothing, I just had some training before, so I can calculate faster than ordinary people. What training? Mental abacus. Mental abacus can even calculate square roots, multiplication, and division, let alone simple addition and subtraction. After training to a certain level, you can instantly calculate the answer to your own calculation problem, even if you hear it. Chunmo's speed is average. Manhwa exclaimed, Pig mental arithmetic? Sir, you... Chunmo almost spit out his tea. I was the one who did the math, so you're saying I'm a heartless person? Zinu turned her head and glared at him, then said to Chunmo, Excuse me, sir, what is this pig mental arithmetic? Chunmo coughed twice. This abacus mental arithmetic is not the pig's heart, but the beads, the pig's mental arithmetic. This is an algorithm that evolved from the abacus. Zinu sat up and listened attentively like a primary school student in class. She stared at Chunmo intently and asked, What is that abacus? If I want to learn mental abacus, do I have to learn the so-called abacus first? Zinu was smart after all. When she heard what Chunmo said, she immediately understood the cause and effect. The longer you get in touch with Chunmo, the more you discover that he is different and surprising. Just now I saw how fast Chunmo calculated. If I could reach his level, I would be able to do the calculations easily in the future, and it would no longer be an energy-consuming task. With so many industries here, it's a torture every time we settle the accounts. Zinu was almost overwhelmed with having to deal with business and the night at the same time. The young assistant, Nongyu, made mistakes repeatedly after calculating several times. This shows how much pressure Zinu has been under during this period of time. Chunmo smiled and said, Why? You want to learn? Then I'll teach you. Zinu's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I'll leave it to you, sir. Nongyu listened to their conversation and scratched his head. Sir, can I learn? Chunmo nodded at her and said, Of course, let me bring something tomorrow and teach you. Although mental abacus is quick, it takes a lot of effort to learn, and it cannot be learned overnight. You can start by learning how to use the abacus. This thing is simple and easy to use, and you can basically use it just by following a mnemonic. Chunmo had made an abacus before, but he placed it in the courtyard outside Xinjiang City. He would bring it back tomorrow and teach them. Then Zinu would like to thank you, sir. You heir, bring the package I prepared in the cabinet. Manhwa opened the wardrobe according to Zinu's instructions. The first thing that catches your eye is the dazzling array of colorful stockings. Next to the stockings, there was a package that looked quite large. When Chunmo brought the package back in the evening, Jingwei took it over. She was a little surprised and asked, What is this, my husband? Why is it so heavy? Chunmo took it back, held her hand and smiled. Madam, you will know when you open it when you get home. When the bundle was opened under the flickering flames, a bright golden light immediately caught the eyes of the two men. After Jingwei finished counting, he immediately laughed. 300 gold coins. This lady boss is quite generous. My dear, I'm going to the street to buy some chickens and ducks. I may be back late. If you go to tell stories, don't forget to close the door when you leave. Jingwei was carrying a basket of vegetables and was nagging Chunmo like every worried housewife. There was no way. There was a huge amount of money at home, and she was always a little worried. That was all Chunmo's hard-earned money. Not long after Jingwei left, Chunmo also calculated the time and went out. It's just the right time to go out of town and get something back. After returning to the village, of course, I would go to visit the old head of the village first. Of course, the old headman showed concern for Chunmo and expressed his admiration for finding a good wife. Uncle, I'm leaving first. I have to go back to get some things and then rush back to the city. After sitting for a while, Chunmo stood up. and said goodbye. The head of the village accompanied him to the door and said repeatedly, "Okay, okay, then you should be careful. Next time you come back with your wife, your uncle will cook for you." Chinemo was still very grateful to the old village chief. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be where he is today. Maybe he would have died on the roadside. In a few years, troubled times are about to come, and Chinemo plans to take the two elders away at that time to prevent them from suffering from the war. After leaving the village head's house, he walked to his hometown with ease. Chinemo has deep feelings for the place where he started. But before he could push open the door, he suddenly stopped. His spiritual sense noticed that there was a bolt on the door. "Is there anyone home?" Chinemo immediately became alert, and his spiritual sense took in the entire yard. The house is full of traces of past life. The manhole cover was open, the kitchen door was open, and there were even unwashed dishes in the sink. It was obvious that someone was living here. His spiritual sense scanned everywhere, but found no one, until there was a bathtub in the corner of the room. "Oh my God, it's so white." Chapter 39, Do You Understand What I Mean? With a creak, the door was pushed open from the inside. Yin Lingji, who had just finished taking a shower, had her hair tied up, and was wearing a fiery red dress, appearing like an elf. She picked up the wooden bucket on the ground and poured the water out without even looking. After pouring the water, I suddenly realized that there was someone at the door. I almost poured the water on him. "Who are you?" Yin Lingji was carrying a wooden barrel and looked curiously at Chinemo, who suddenly appeared here. Although he had seen his wife and other beauties such as Nanyuan Xinu, he was still extremely surprised when he saw the person in front of him. Chinemo was very surprised by the woman's angelic appearance and devilish figure. He frowned and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this, young lady?" A beautiful woman suddenly appeared in my house and asked me who I was. "By the way, who is this guy and why is he in my house? And it looks like it has been lived in for some time. Are you a hermit crab? Well, this hairpin on the top of the head really looks like a crab." Yin Lingji looked at Chinemo, and suddenly her eyes turned, and she smiled and said, "I know who you are. You are her cripple husband, right? Well, the black cloth on your eyes is used to pretend to be blind, and it really looks like a blind man." After she said this, Chinemo understood why she came here. "My wife asked you to live here. But why did the lady never tell me about this?" Chinemo was a little confused and decided to ask when he got home. After all, his wife would never harm him. "Yes, she saw that I was homeless and took me in out of pity and let me live here. Your wife is a good person." Chinemo immediately said proudly, "Of course, my wife doesn't hurt ants when she sweeps the floor, and she doesn't even want to kill a chicken. Of course, she's a kind person. You can tell that she is a good person and has good vision." Yin Lingji was suddenly speechless. This guy really trusts his wife. You didn't see her slashing people with a sword, right? She killed one person with one sword and chopped off their heads like it was a piece of cake. Since the lady took him in, Chinemo would of course respect her decision and not chase him away. Besides, I just saw her naked, so I'll just consider it as rent. Chinemo once again looked at the hairpin on her head and asked, "When did my wife take you in?" Yin Lingji put down the barrel, put her finger on her chin, and raised her head to think. "About 20 days ago." Chinemo nodded, recalling that his wife had indeed gone out of town more than 20 days ago. That day, he happened to encounter some things. Yin Lingji watched Chinemo enter the room and take out a strange thing, her eyes fixed on him. In addition to looking handsome, he also likes to play a blind man and looks no different from an ordinary disabled person. But that person praised him to the skies, so there should be more to him than meets the eye, right? Chinemo suddenly stopped walking when he reached the gate, turned around, and looked at Yin Lingji, who was leaning against the gate leisurely. "You can live here. I don't have any requirements, but I hope you don't run around and don't cause any trouble to us. Do you understand what I mean, Yin Lingji?" The market is quite lively, with all kinds of stalls along the way, selling food, toys, and various daily necessities. There was naturally no industry to speak of in this era, and everything was made by hand. It is strong and durable and requires no high technology or hard work, with guaranteed quality and quantity. At this moment, Jingwei couldn't even show any trace of the past, as if he was a 1,000-year-old black ice that had melted, and there was often a smile on the corners of his mouth. She had a vegetable basket on her left arm, which was covered with a layer of blue cloth. She looked just like a woman from an ordinary family. Her big eyes swept across the stalls one by one, thinking about what she should buy to take back. There seemed to be a lot of rice and vegetables at home, but as for snacks, Jingwei didn't care about them. "Although my husband is not short of money, He cannot waste it like this. The money has to be saved for him to take a concubine in the future. Jingwei seemed to have completely forgotten her past identity as an invincible killer, and instead became a housewife who only cared about the daily necessities of life. But she didn't hate herself like this. She even liked it and enjoyed it. She is willing to pay any price to keep such a life from being destroyed. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at one of the stalls. After hesitating for a moment, she stretched out her long legs and walked to the stall. She stretched out her slender fingers and picked up an object, which then made a series of crisp dong-dong-dong sounds after being shaken gently. The stall owner immediately came up to me with a smile and said, "Girl, this rattle is very cheap. Buy one and take it home for your child to play with." Child? Jingwei touched his flat belly. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he felt some anticipation in his heart. Is it time for me to have a child with him? This way, even if he goes out, I will have something to do. No, thank you. Jingwei put down the rattle in his hand and shook his head. My husband said that now is not the time to have a child. Although I don't know why, I just listened to him. When the stall owner saw Jingwei turn around without hesitation, he sighed with regret. Another business deal was ruined. Sister, do you like children? Suddenly, a crisp and rising voice sounded beside Jingwei. Jingwei was stunned. It sounded like a very cute kid was asking this question. She smiled and turned her head. Of course I like it. The sound stopped abruptly as if it was stuck in the throat. Her eyeballs began to tremble in her deep pupils, and her eyes became empty. The world seemed to be paused, and the surroundings seemed to be submerged by huge blood-red waves. Opposite Jingwei, there's only a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, with cute pigtails and a weird smile on her face. Sister, do you like a kid like me? Jingwei stood there blankly as if he had lost his soul. The basket of vegetables on his arms slipped down and fell to the ground. The lively little chicks inside rushed out one after another, chirping and running away in all directions. Chapter 40. Maybe I'm tired. 1 up, 1 down, 5 minus 4, 2 up, 2 down, 5 minus 3. In the Zilong Xian, Xinu and Nongyu sat close together, fiddling with the beads and muttering to themselves. Sir, this thing is really convenient. Not only is it easy to use, it is also much more convenient to carry than counting sticks. Xinu raised her head, the joy in her eyes almost overflowing from them. Just now, she followed the method Chanimo taught her, and in just a cup of tea, she actually recalculated yesterday's accounts. And the result was actually the same as what Chanimo said. There was an error. Moreover, she had just learned this method, and she didn't know how much faster the calculation speed would be in the future. The accounts that used to take half a month to settle will now probably not take much time. This really solved the big problem. Chanimo nodded and said, "You two are really smart. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't have figured out how to use it yet." Nongyu was still a little confused, but Xenu's learning speed was truly amazing. I only said it once, but she actually remembered it. Xenu's smile became even brighter when she received the compliment. She personally stood up to help Chun Mo add tea, and said with a bit of coquettishness, "Xenu's cleverness is just a little cleverness. How can it compare to your intelligence?" Sir, you are such a fool. Why didn't you give me such a good thing earlier? If you had given it to me earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about it for so long. Chin-Mo took a sip of tea and complained silently in his heart. Who knew you would need it? Besides, we weren't familiar with each other before. Since Miss Xenu feels good about it, I'll give it to you. Anyway, this thing will just gather dust in the house, so it's better to give it away in exchange for a favor than to keep it unused. Xenu's eyes suddenly lit up, really? Of course, she has such a plan. If she wants her own subordinates to do it, she can certainly follow suit. What makes her happy is that this was given to her by Chanimo. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. It's getting late, and I have to go back. Let's stop here today. When I get back, I have to ask my wife why she hit a fireman at home and why she didn't tell me. Before Chanimo stood up, Xenu immediately tried to persuade him to stay. Sir, please wait a moment. Xenu has something I want to discuss with you. Chanimo stopped and frowned immediately. Xenu observed carefully and of course noticed Chunmo's expression and immediately said, Don't worry, sir. Xenu knows what's going on. This matter is not related to Yimu. She knew very well that Chunmo didn't want to get involved in what happened between him and Yimu. Chunmo frowned because of this. There's nothing wrong with helping with small things, but if it disturbs my peaceful life, then of course I will refuse. Go ahead, girl. Chunmo sighed and sat back down. Since it has nothing to do with the night, I still have to listen to it. Xinu said, with the stockings and bras that Mr. had bought before. Zilanxian's business has indeed improved a lot. Xinu is thinking, should we open a few shops in the city and sell these things in the city? Wouldn't that bring more profit? To put it bluntly, Zilanxian is this old, and there are only a few girls like him. No matter how good the business is, there is a limit. Recently, Xinu has noticed that not only men like to look at those things, but girls themselves also like to wear them. Men are lustful, women love beauty. Xinu had a keen business sense and immediately spotted the business opportunity. If these things can be sold externally, I think there will definitely be a market for them. After all, if you put yourself in her shoes, she would be tempted to buy it. Besides, this is Xinjiang, one of the most important commercial centers among the Seven Kingdoms. By then, their market may not only be Xinjiang, but will extend to 7 countries. Opening a shop. Chen Mo suddenly fell silent. That's a good idea. The production method has been given to you anyway. As for how you do it, that's your business. He had already given Xinu the production method and drawings, and Xinu also gave him 300 gold in return, which was already a buyout of the technology. What happened next was all Xinu's choice. But Xinu didn't see it that way, and immediately shook her head and said, "That won't do. The thing was invented by the master, so of course I have to ask for his opinion." After hearing this, Chen Mo was immediately satisfied. As a businessman, he really knows how to talk. "If you have no objection, can we discuss the division of profits?" Chen Mo was puzzled. The girl is already paid, and this shop is funded by the girl alone, so how can we talk about profit sharing? He didn't think that this was an attempt to get him to invest. She is a wealthy woman. What can I do with these few dollars? Xinu retorted, "Of course there should be. The 300 gold coins are just a reward for proposing a solution, but it is not a reward. Since it was designed by you, of course I can't let you suffer any loss. Besides, I'd expect you to design more styles in the future, so how can I not get a share from you?" Chen Mo now understood that this meant that he wanted to invest his own technology. No matter how much the profit is, I will definitely rack my brains to invent in order to make money. It's still the businessman who thinks clearly. But this is not impossible. After all, Xinu was able to make it happen. So no matter how much she gets as a share, it would probably not be a small amount. As for inventing new styles, this is certainly not a difficult task. It is just a matter of drawing things from previous lives according to one's own memory. Okay, in that case, let's do as Ms. Xinu said. Chen Mo smiled and agreed to the request. As for how much share he would get, whether it was 10 or half, it was all Xinu who paid for it, and he didn't have to pay anything. It was all free money, so of course it didn't matter. Xinu was immediately delighted and said cautiously, "In that case, how about we split it 50 to 50? Ahem." Chen Mo almost choked to death on his tea. Nongyu, who was fiddling with an abacus at the side, was stunned, her eyes wide open. "No, sister, what's the difference between what you're doing and giving it away for free?" Xinu obviously didn't care. She just wanted to give it away for free. First the money, then the person. Chen Mo walked back with his crutches, wondering why Xinu did this all the way. She gave half to herself without considering the cost at all. And even if we don't consider the cost, if this market really opens up at that time, this half will be a significant amount. But Xinu was determined, and Chen Mo had no choice but to agree. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Whenever he thought of this, his pace would involuntarily quicken. Of course, good news can only be considered good news if it is shared. It won't work if only you know it. He couldn't wait to get home and tell his wife. But when he reached the path near his home, Chen Mo suddenly stopped. Strange, why didn't Madam wait for me at the door today? At this time in the past, Jingwei would always be waiting at the door with a smile on her face, but today was quite unusual. Forget it, I guess I'm just tired. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled, then continued walking towards home. Chapter 41. The day after tomorrow. Chen Mo's spiritual sense can cover a radius of 50 meters around him. Although he hasn't entered the house yet, it can already cover the whole house. Something's wrong. His expression began to become alert. The lady was at home at this time, but there was no light in the house, and it was dead silent. Jingwei sat alone in the bedroom, looking dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Her affectionate eyes, which usually seemed to be able to speak, were now empty, and her picturesque face was pale. Chen Mo's heart tensed, and he immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. The sound of the crutches thrown on the ground made clanging sounds which kept echoing in my ears. Chen Mo stroked his hand on Jingwei's cold face, his tone more panic-stricken than ever before. Even when he was alone, facing nearly 100 assassins, He had never been so scared. Madam, madam, what's wrong with you? A sudden warmth came from his face, like the first ray of light in hell. Hearing Chun Mo's voice, Jingwei suddenly came back to his senses as if awakened from a nightmare. Her body was trembling. She opened her arms wide and embraced Chun Mo's body in her arms, burying her head in Chun Mo's broad chest. Don't be afraid, ma'am. I'm here. Chun Mo squatted down and hugged Jingwei tightly as if he wanted to rub it into his body. Tell me what happened. Jingwei's body was shaking. He said nothing, but he put more strength into his arms and shook his head vigorously. When Chun Mo looked at her, he felt waves of sadness welling up in his heart. Madam has never appeared so vulnerable in front of him. What happened? Tell me what happened. I can definitely help you solve it. Jingwei just shook his head and pressed his cold cheek against Chun Mo's chest, listening to his heartbeat that was like a drum. Chun Mo's heart ached, and he placed his hand on her back to comfort her gently. Then can you answer 2 questions for me? Jingwei was silent for a moment and finally nodded slightly. Tell me, has anyone bullied you? Jingwei didn't move, as if he was recalling something, and after a long time he shook his head slightly. Did someone threaten you? Chun Mo's voice was colder than ever before. Jingwei closed her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Husband, don't ask, don't ask. Husband, please stop asking, okay? Chun Mo closed his eyes, then said softly, Okay, I won't ask anymore, I won't ask anymore. As long as my wife is fine, nothing else matters. As long as she wants to say it, she will tell me naturally when the time comes. As for asking about the fire maker and opening a shop, he had long forgotten about it. The only sound in the dim room was the thumping of heartbeats. The two hugged each other tightly, as if this was the end of the world. After an unknown amount of time, Jingwei suddenly moved and poked his head out of Chun Mo's arms. She stretched out her cold hands, held Chun Mo's cheeks, stared into his eyes motionlessly, and said with a trembling voice, Husband, let's go, shall we? Chen Montag was Stund. Leave? Where to? Jingwei shook his head. It doesn't matter where we go. We can leave here with you, Qi or Yin, the grasslands or the borderland. Anywhere is fine. As long as we can get out of here, okay? Chun Mo immediately agreed. Okay, let's go. When does Madam want to leave? The corners of Jingwei's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Now, leave immediately. Chun Mo was stunned by this sentence. But he still said, Let's go. Pack up our things and buy a carriage. I will accompany you wherever you want to go, madam. Jingwei finally managed a fragile smile on her face, like a porcelain doll, which made Chun Mo feel heartbroken. A fragrant breeze accompanied by a touch of coolness came, and Jingwei's cold lips covered Chun Mo's lips like a moth seeking warmth. The two of them struggled for a long time before Jingwei stood up, as if he had thought of something, and said to Chun Mo, I will pack my things by myself. You go buy a carriage, and by the way, say goodbye. Chun Mo knew what she meant by goodbye, but he shook his head firmly and said, Let's pack together and then say goodbye together. No matter what, he was not comfortable leaving Jingwei alone at home. However, Jingwei was firm in his attitude. It's okay, my husband. I won't commit suicide. I will accompany you all over the world. Listen to me, okay? Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, then sighed and nodded. He took out a bag of gold and then went out. As soon as Chun Mo left, Jingwei immediately found a shovel and started shoveling the ground. If she left with Chun Mo now and was discovered by those people, she would be like a fish on the chopping board, powerless to resist. Only if she gets the Jingwei sword can she become the Jingwei feared by the 7 nations, the heavenly killer. Soon, a brand new carriage slowly stopped at the door of Zelangshuan. The girl outside the door's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurried forward to greet him. Such a carriage is very valuable, and I'm afraid not everyone can afford it. In the backyard of Zelangshuan, candles were still lit in Zinu's room. There were bamboo tubes everywhere in front of her, and the abacus that Chun Mo gave her was crackling like a violent storm. The more she calculated, the more she liked this thing. As he counted, the image of a handsome man with a smile, a black cloth covering his eyes, and a cane in his hand gradually took shape. And when she thought about how this blind man could move the abacus so quickly while sitting on the table, she felt like laughing. How could there be such a miraculous disabled person? How many secrets does Mr. have that she doesn't know? Is there anything that Mr. can't do? A small smile crossed her face before she shook her head and patted her cheeks with her hands. Really, why am I becoming such a fangirl again? Knock, knock. There was a knock on the closed door, and Zinu didn't even raise her head. Come in. The only one who could come at this time was manhwa. Sister, sister, I heard from the girls that the gentleman is here. Why did you come at such a strange time today? Wasn't he always at home at this time before? Oh, never mind. I just happen to have some questions for him. Hey, where's the gentleman now? Nong Yu, holding up her skirt, trotted over happily. But after looking around, she only saw Zi Nu standing by the window with her back to her, and there was no sign of the gentleman. At this time, Nong Yu turned her attention to Zi Nu and walked over and asked, Sister, where is the master? Zi Nu didn't look back, her tone trembling. He's gone. Nanhua curled her lips. Well, I really don't know why you are here at this time. I will ask you tomorrow. Zi Nu's voice paused for a moment, then continued. I won't come tomorrow either. The day after tomorrow, then? Zi Nu raised her head, her long hair fluttering in the wind, still holding the abacus in her arms, her eyes a little out of focus. Not the day after tomorrow either. Chapter 42, Who Can Withstand This? Zi Nu's charming face was dull at this moment, and she collapsed by the window as if she had lost all her strength. Her lips were pale, as if she had fallen seriously ill. Seeing her like this, Nanhua was startled and hurried forward to grab her shoulders, holding her body, and anxiously asked, Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? She took a closer look and found that Zi Nu's eyes were red and swollen, and there was a trace of tears in the corners of her eyes. She hurriedly asked, Sister, you cried? The corners of Zi Nu's mouth trembled a few times, and she said weakly, He's gone. He won't come tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. He's gone and will never come again. The carriage sped through the night, with Chun Imo sitting inside it with a complicated expression. When he said he wanted to leave Xinjiang, Zi Nu did not try to keep him. But her expression at that time already revealed her mentality. The carriage was moving much faster than walking, and soon he appeared on the path home. He tied the horse to a tree at the edge of the woods and walked back home. The expected scene of Jingwei packing up his things did not happen. Fortunately, the scene he least wanted to see did not happen either. However, the scene before him was something he really had not expected. Jingwei was actually busy in the kitchen. My husband is back. You must be hungry. The porridge is ready. I'll serve you a bowl. You can take a rest first. Jingwei poked his head out from the kitchen, a familiar smile on his face again, as if nothing had happened before. Chun Imo was stunned in the yard, confused, and said, Aren't we leaving? Jingwei came over with 2 bowls of hot porridge, placed them on the table, and pushed them to Chun Imo. I'm not leaving. I thought about it, and this place is pretty good. Chun Imo, I've resigned, bought a car, and said goodbye, and you tell me I'm not leaving? If it weren't for the familiar body fragrance of Jingwei telling Chun Imo that this was his wife, Chun Imo would have thought that it was someone else in disguise. At this moment, Jingwei did not look distraught at all, and still had that familiar smile on his face. Well, then I won't leave. What else can Chun Imo say? Just take whatever the madam says. What on earth happened to you today, madam? Chun Imo sat in the yard, enjoying the cool night breeze, savoring the sweetness of the rice porridge, and touching his wife's thigh. He knew that his wife must have encountered something today, and it was not a small matter. But he could never guess what would happen to his kind and lovely wife. Could it be that he was jealous of my relationship with the people in Zelangshuan? That's impossible. Not to mention that there was nothing wrong with them. The lady is not such a stingy person. Even the lady knew that Zi Nu and the others were clean, and she couldn't wait to let him take it back home. Seeing Chun Mo's thoughtful look, Jingwei slowly stopped drinking porridge, and the smile on his face gradually faded. She put the spoon in the bowl, raised her head, and looked at Chun Imo and said softly, Husband, don't ask if it's okay or not, and don't think about it. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. I just want you to know that no matter what, I will always love you, never hurt you, and never leave you, okay? Chun Imo put down the rice porridge, took Jingwei's hand, and squeezed it tightly. Okay. When you think you can tell me, tell me. Since you said that, you must have your reasons. I understand you. But I also want to tell you that no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Although I am a cripple, as long as I am here, no one in this world can bully you, understand? No one can. The corners of Jingwei's mouth moved, and she smiled helplessly. Okay, I believe my husband. But now I want to be bullied. Chun Imo looked at Jingwei in silence, and then, accompanied by a burst of fragrance, Jingwei threw herself into his arms. The perky buttocks rubbed against his body, and Jingwei hung on Chun Mo's neck like a koala, breathing sweetly, and said with a dazed look in her eyes, What should I do if I'm bullied by my husband? Who can withstand this? This battle was earth-shattering and lasted until dawn. Jingwei fell into a deep sleep with a sweet smile on his lips. But Chen Mo just couldn't fall asleep. Although Jingwei didn't say anything and didn't let him think too much about it. How could he not think about it? But what exactly is going on? Chen Mo's consciousness scanned the room aimlessly until it passed the beam. Then his body suddenly tensed up. Sword. After being stunned for a long time, Chen Mo turned around and reached out to touch Jingwei's face. Jingwei poked his head out and rubbed against me like a kitten, with a peaceful smile on his face, and continued to sleep soundly. Chen Mo also smiled and held Jingwei's little hand and rubbed it gently. In the soft palm, there's a thin layer of callus. This callus is not caused by working, but by holding the sword. Zilan Xian, still on the 4th floor, still with those familiar people. But at this time, Xinu no longer made tea, and Nongyu no longer played the piano. The atmosphere was quite depressing, and no one even spoke. Honglian, who was only dressed in red, could not stand the oppressive atmosphere and could not help asking, Sister Xinu, where is the storyteller? Why didn't he come today? Xinu and Nongyu were shocked at once, as if their soft spot had been touched. Xinu's smile was somewhat bitter. She lowered her head and whispered, not coming anymore. Honglian sighed, well, it looks like another wasted trip today. Soon she changed the subject and said with a smile, but it's okay. I'll just come a few more times. Nongyu opened her mouth and was about to explain something, but after taking a look at Xinu, she swallowed it back into her stomach. Zhang Liang's gaze lingered between the two men. He had long felt that something was not right with the two men today. Xinu and Nongyu both looked dejected, and both the master and servant looked as listless as eggplants hit by frost. Han Fei was also worried at this time. He sat in his seat with a frown and sighed from time to time. Wei Zhuang sat steadily, his eyes looking around at everyone like sharp swords. Everyone, I'm here to do business, not to accompany you to lose your soul here. Chapter 43. Madam, what are you busy with? Let me do it. If you have plenty of time, then continue to be dejected. I will take my leave first. Wei Zhuang always pays attention to the purpose when doing things. In his opinion, it is a waste of time for everyone here to be dejected. There is nothing that cannot be solved with one sword. If there is, then use 2 swords. Xinu forced herself to sit up and said, Mr. Wei Zhuang is right. Let's talk business first. Master Han Fei, why are you gathering us together this time? Han Fei said slowly, yesterday, Wei Wuji, the eldest son of Wei State, came to Xinjiang, but he did not pay a visit to my father, but went to see Ji Wuye. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Wei Wuji was the younger brother of King Wei and represented the state of Wei. When he arrived in Xinjiang, the person he should have met first was the king of Wei. But why'd he go to see Ji Wuye first? Is it that Wei Wuji does not know etiquette, or is it that Ji Wuye has really become omnipotent? But no matter what, the meeting between these two people does not send a good signal. Everyone was aware of Ji Wuye's rebellious heart. If the state of Wei really supported him, then rebellion would be imminent. Xinu's expression was solemn. Are you worried that Wei would lend Ji Wuye troops? Han Fei nodded and said, that's right. Whether it's borrowing troops or anything else, when the enemy is strong, we are weak, and when we are weak, the enemy is strong. His meaning was very clear. No matter what Wei Wuji and Ji Wuye discussed, as long as the cooperation was reached, it would be a blow. Zhang Liang thought for a moment and said, I have a plan. Han Fei still believed in his wisdom and said immediately, Zifeng, please go ahead and say it. Zhang Liang analyzed. Wei Wuji came to see Ji Wuye. Although it is a bad thing for us, it is also an opportunity. Several people immediately looked at him in confusion. What kind of opportunity could this be? Zhang Liang explained, Wei Wuji came here for Ji Wuye, but he also discussed things with him. But what if he died at Ji Wuye's place? Wei Zhuang immediately sneered. That's easy, I'll kill him tonight. Zhang Liang's meaning was very clear. Wei Wuji came to find Ji Wuye. If Wei Wuji died here with Ji Wuye, no matter what the reason was, Ji Wuye must bear part of the responsibility. By then, let alone cooperation, the king of Wei will probably vent his anger on Ji Wuye. This would not only disrupt his plans, but would also bring him a lot of trouble. This method sounds really good. Xinu frowned and said, no, Wei Wuji cannot be killed. Wei Zhuang, who had already drawn his sword and was polishing it, suddenly stopped and stared at Xinu with eyes as sharp as swords. Why can't you kill her? Hong Lian also nodded and said, "Yes, I think Zai Liangzi's method is good. Just kill him and it will be over." Han Fei actually shook his head and said, "Miss Xinu is right. He really can't be killed. We're still thinking small. The death of Wei Wuji will certainly bring trouble to Ji Wuye, but it's just a small trouble for him, but it's a big trouble for us in Korea. If Wei Wuji died, Ji Wuye would indeed have to take the blame. But Wei Wuji came here to represent the entire Wei state. If he died in South Korea would be the one that would be in trouble. At worst, Ji Wuye could find someone to act as the murderer and take the blame. But what about South Korea? When the time comes, the king of Wei will seek an explanation from someone, but he will ask the kingdom of Han, not the great General Ji Wuye. Therefore, Wei Wuji's death intensified the conflict between Han and Wei. Even if the king of Han gets furious and punishes Ji Wuye, what will happen? As a prince of the state of Han, Han Fei must of course consider the overall situation, not just Ji Wuye. After hearing this explanation, Wei Zhuang fell silent and sheathed his sword. Then let's spare his life for now. Zhang Liang continued slowly. But if we kill him, the king of Han will definitely punish him to appease the king of Wei's anger, and may even demote him, reduce his power, and greatly destroy his influence in Han. Wei Zhuang's eyes flashed, then kill him. Xinu glared at him. What if the king of Wei sends troops directly? Wei Zhuang put down his scabbard and said, "Then I won't kill you." Zhang Liang retorted, "Wei and Yin are at loggerheads. If Wei sends troops, Yin will not sit idly by. Wei will then have to fight on two fronts and will almost certainly be defeated. For the sake of a son, is the king of Wei willing to take this risk?" Wei Zhuang drew his sword, "Then we should kill him." Xinu analyzed. After the Battle of Chongping, Zhao was attacked by Yin. If Yin took action, Zhao would not be able to sit idly by. Wei Zhuang, kill him or not? "Let me kill it, madam. Just give it to me." In the courtyard, Jing Wei was holding a live chicken and was getting exhausted by the chicken's desperate flapping wings. Chen Mo had a strange look on his face, but he still took the chicken from her. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll go get some water." Jing Wei breathed a sigh of relief and threw the chicken to Chen Mo. He picked up the wooden basin beside him and went into the kitchen to get hot water to soak the chicken feathers. Chen Mo looked at her back, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. Then he went to the corner and started bleeding the chicken. Today's chicken soup was very sweet. After lunch, Chen Mo couldn't help but take a rest in the yard for a while. When I woke up again, I saw Jing Wei busy in the yard. "What are you busy with, madam? Let me do it." There was a pile of bamboo poles next to Jing Wei, which were being hammered into the ground one by one and then tied up with ropes. When she heard Chen Mo's voice, she replied, "I plan to raise chickens at home, so I don't have to buy them. The price of one chicken can buy 10 chicks, and you can also get eggs by raising them yourself. This way you don't have to buy eggs anymore, saving a lot of money." Chen Mo handed out the bamboo pole and kept praising her. "Madam is really good at managing life and is very thoughtful." Jing Wei smiled, looked up at the sky, and asked curiously, "My husband, aren't you going to tell stories today?" "Chen Montak, what's your problem? I resigned yesterday, just for you." "No, I'll stay at home with my wife." Jing Wei smiled when he heard this, but then his expression became a little dazed, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, she said to Chen Mo, "That's perfect. I'll come and build a yard, and you go to the market and buy me some chicks. I couldn't find any good ones when I went there yesterday." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Come with me and walk around with me." Jing Wei pushed him and said with a smile, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm tired of going there every day. Go quickly. If you don't come back by the time I've built the yard, forget about getting into my bed tonight." Chen Mo had no choice but to turn around and agreed with a smile. "Okay, madam, you are busy. We can work together as a man and a woman. It won't be tiring, I'll go." Chapter 44, It Could Only Be Him Who Did It. In the luxurious manner, a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance was playing the piano under a tree in the yard. The sound of the piano is desolate, just like his name, full of loneliness. Wei Wuji, the younger brother of King Wei, is the eldest prince of Wei. He had a noble status and a high position, with 3,000 guests under his door, and was highly regarded by the king of Wei. Han Fei's estimation was correct. This time he came to Korea to discuss the matter of borrowing people with Ji Wuye. But it was not borrowing troops, as Wei's direct dispatch of troops would have a bad impact after all. The purpose this time is to borrow people. Those who are borrowed are not ordinary people, but talented people. The straw raincoat man was killed, Bai Yifei was not there, several of the 100 birds killers were killed, and a group of them were taken away by Bai Fei. Ji Wuye now urgently needs an expert to help him. It would be best if he could fight against a master of Wei Zhuang's level, even if it's only for a while. A maid trotted over to Wei Wuji and bowed, saying, "Sir, General Ji Wuye has sent someone to invite you to the banquet. They're waiting outside now." Wei Wuji didn't even raise his head. The music of the piano continued to play, and he seemed to have no intention of stopping at all. To him, he is the one being asked and the one holding the initiative. The longer you drag this matter out and the more you refuse to agree, the greater benefit you can get and make the other party offer a higher price. The maid didn't dare to urge her and could only stand aside and wait. After a long time, the piano music slowly stopped. "I understand. Go tell him I'll go after I shower and change my clothes." Wei Wuji's voice sounded slowly like the ethereal sound of the piano. "Promise." Soon, rows of maids came into the bathroom carrying buckets of water. "Sir, the hot water is ready." Wei Wuji responded and stood up and walked towards the bathroom. At this time, there were already 6 maids waiting in the bathroom. The maid who followed Wei Wuji closed the door. Wei Wuji closed his eyes, opened his arms, and waited for the maid to help him undress. However, after waiting for a long time and with my arms outstretched for a long time, I didn't hear any movement. He frowned, then opened his eyes. The people arranged by Ji Wuye are a little too ignorant. It seems that the price will be slightly higher this time. But what came into view were the corpses of several maids who had turned into corpses at some point in time, lying silently on the ground. A tall figure stood among the corpses like a ghost. Her cold and ruthless gaze was like a sharp sword, staring at him coldly. Wei Wuji felt as if he was in a forest, being stared at by a tiger looking for food. His throat tightened. "Someone help!" Before the words were uttered, a cold light suddenly flashed, and a head flew high into the sky. Crash! Warm blood splattered all over the ground, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. The shadow glanced at the corpse casually, still as cold and ruthless as ever. She lightly raised the sword in her hand and caught the head steadily. The maid who followed Wei Wuji stepped forward quickly, took the head off the sword, put it into the bucket, and covered it with a cloth. When she looked up again, the figure had disappeared. On the street of the market, Chinamo was walking back with a basket on his shoulder. The basket was covered with a piece of coarse cloth, exactly the same as the one Jingwei was carrying at that time, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Suddenly, there was a rapid sound of horse hooves, and a pair of soldiers followed behind with tense expressions. Like the people on the street, Chin Imo immediately hid to the side of the road when he heard the deafening noise, leaving the way for these old men. Several cavalrymen with a dozen soldiers rushed past him. Suddenly, the leading cavalryman pulled the reins and stopped, and the soldiers behind him also stopped in an orderly manner. The cavalryman pulled the reins and slowly turned the horse's head around. His sharp eyes swept across everyone, then fell on Chunimo and finally on the cloth-covered basket in his hand. "What's in the basket? Open it quickly." The corners of Chun Mo's mouth twitched, and then he reached out and pulled open the cloth strip on the basket. "Shichichi." Several furry heads poked out curiously, chirping one after another. The expression on the cavalryman's face relaxed at first. Then he grumbled a few times in annoyance, and then turned around and shouted. Prince Wei Wuji of Wei State was assassinated. The general orders that anyone who finds the assassin and provides information will be rewarded with 1,000 taels. The crowd suddenly became excited and talked a lot. The death of the Prince of Wei in Xinjiang, the capital of Han, was no small matter. It was a major event that concerned the situation of the two countries. When Jingwei walked into the house with a bundle of hay, she found that Chun Mo had returned home at some point and was sitting by the well, looking at her quietly. A trace of doubt appeared on Jingwei's face, and then she whispered, "How come my husband came back so soon? I just went out to collect some hay. It's really a coincidence." Chun Mo smiled and put the basket in his hand beside the well. "Madam, what are you going to do with the hay?" Jingwei raised the hay in his hand and said, "This? Of course it's for building a nest for the chicks. We can't just fence it off. They need a place to live." She placed the hay in the fenced yard and brushed off the grass debris as she walked towards Chun Mo. "Let me see how the chicks you picked are and whether they are lively or not. If they are not as good as mine, I will have to buy new ones tomorrow." "Not bad. My husband is quite good at choosing. They are all lively and of good quality." While opening the basket and praising it, she put the chicks one by one into the small yard that had been built. Chun Mo just looked at her quietly and smiled, his consciousness silently staying on the beam above the bedroom. Zilan Xian, private room on the fourth floor. Han Fei, with a solemn expression, was fidgeting in the room. Sometimes he sat and sighed, and sometimes he stood up and walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. But no matter what action he took, his beauty was always firmly fixed. Zhang Liang leaned softly in the seat, his eyes fixed on the window, not knowing who he was waiting for. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. Even Hong Lian, who usually liked to follow Han Fei, did not come. Xinu was still in no mood to make tea. She just looked at the anxious Han Fei and said, "Master Han Fei, there's no point in being anxious. Whether he did it or not, we can ask him when he comes." Han Fei sighed. "I can't think of anyone else in Xinjiang who has such skills and can kill Wei Wuji silently under heavy siege. Apart from him and Bai Yifei, I can't think of anyone else who can do it. Bai Yifei is not in Korea right now. Even if he is, he can't go against his boss, right? Besides us, who else wants Wei Wuji to die? It could only be him who did it." Chapter 45, what is this saying? Zhang Liang touched his nose in embarrassment after hearing this. That's just what I said. Who knew Brother Wei Zhuang would be so impulsive and really kill him directly? Although the option of killing Wei Wuji directly was proposed yesterday, the option finally discussed was that Wei Wuji could not be killed. After all, killing him can indeed interfere with Ji Wuye, but the consequences are also difficult to predict. If things go wrong, it will lead to countless casualties. However, they killed sometimes and didn't kill sometimes. Halfway through the discussion, Wei Zhuang left in anger and didn't know the result of the discussion. Xinu sat at her seat and pondered. It may not be Brother Wei Zhuang who did it. It may also be that Ji Wuye did the opposite. If the king of Wei really sends troops in anger, he may get involved and take the opportunity to gather more troops in his hands. After all, Ji Wuye is a great general of South Korea and is also known as the God of War. If Han and Wei really went to war, he would certainly be the commander-in-chief without any hesitation. Crunch. The window in the house seemed to move, but also seemed not to. But this sound has attracted everyone's attention. When everyone's attention shifted away from that, a figure was already standing in the room. Zhang Liang was startled, patting his chest and complaining, "Brother Wei Zhuang, why do you have to be so elusive? You go through the window instead of the door." The corner of Wei Zhuang's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Xinu and said coldly, "I am a wanted criminal now. Guess why I didn't just go through the door, but had to climb over the eaves and walls?" Xinu shrugged, pretending not to understand, and ignored his sarcasm. Zhang Liang pursed his lips, feeling helpless about this answer. He sat up straight and looked at Wei Zhuang. "Did you kill Wei Wuji?" Wei Zhuang remained silent. Zhang Liang seemed to understand. He slapped his hand on his forehead and leaned back in the chair. The faces of the other people also became visibly gloomy. No, the moods of several people are now like a roller coaster with ups and downs. "It's really not you?" Zhang Liang seemed a little unconvinced and continued to ask. "No." Wei Zhuang glanced at him coldly, seeming a little dissatisfied with his questioning. "Really?" Wei Zhuang said nothing and just raised the shark tooth in his hand. "If you ask again, this will be the answer I'll give you next time." Zhang Liang smiled awkwardly. "Then it's not." Han Fei said it this time. Since Xiao Zhuang said it's not him, then it shouldn't be him. He knew Wei Zhuang quite well. Since he was the one who did it, of course he would admit it. Dare to do but not dare to take responsibility, that is the behavior of a weak person, and it is not what Wei Zhuang would do. But since Wei Zhuang said it wasn't him who did it, they were in trouble again. If it's not him, who else could it be? Although Xinnu's previous guess was not without reason, Ji Wuye was not a madman with a crazy mind, right? He can't be so crazy as to disregard the safety of South Korea and take a risky move. You know, once Wei Wuji dies, he will be the first to suffer. The risks are extremely high and the benefits are unpredictable. This is not something a smart person like Ji Wuye would do. Some people want to cause chaos in South Korea. When Xinu spoke, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Zhang Liang looked up at the ceiling dejectedly. Everyone knows this, but the question is, who is this person? Han Fei Fruovnid, Bai Yifei. If Ji Wuye was really demoted by King Han because of this incident, then he would be the most likely person to replace him. Yi Mu will suspect that Han Fei and his men did it, while Han Fei and his men will suspect that Ji Wuye directed and acted in it himself. The one who benefited the most was Bai Yifei, who sat on the mountain and watched the fight between the two tigers. Although he is nominally Ji Wuye's subordinate, his ambition is no less than Ji Wuye's. It's possible, but it's hard to say. By the way, what is King Han's reaction now? Si nu lukes en fei. Han Fei shook his head. My father was of course furious and told Ji Wuye to give an explanation within 3 days. Now the news of Ji Wuye's death has been sent to Wei State. I believe that soon, the king of Wei will send someone to ask for an explanation. Zhang Liang sneered. To confess? Isn't it just to find a scapegoat? It would be easy for Ji Wuye to find a scapegoat, but it's hard to say whether the king of Wei is so easy to fool. Han Fei suddenly laughed and said, It's better if it's not easy to fool. Huh? Are you crazy because of this? Zhang Liang looked at Han Fei with a puzzled look on his face. Han Fei continued, The king of Wei will definitely take this seriously and send his men to investigate. This is a matter involving Wei Wuji, so he will not just brush it off. Using him to find out who is behind this will not do us any harm. But Ji Wuye will still have to bear the responsibility of failing to protect us, and the cooperation with Wei State is doomed to fail. In this way, we are just sitting on the mountain watching the fight between the tigers. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Zhang Liang stroked his chin and said, Indeed, but who do you think the king of Wei will send? Aren't you afraid that the person behind the scenes will kill the person sent, adding to the chaos? Xinu said, The king of Wei will also be worried about this, so he is bound to send someone with great strength, wisdom, and who has connections with Wei Wuji. Zhang Liang pondered for a moment, searching for someone who met the requirements in his mind, and suddenly said in shock, You mean? Wei Zhuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, Wuming. 7 days later, a luxurious carriage, escorted by heavy troops, slowly moved to Xinjiang. This is the envoy sent by the king of Wei. Unlike last time, this time the envoy came to investigate the murder of Wei Wuji. In order to express his sincerity, the king of Han actually agreed to the king of Wei's request. As an exception, the Wei Wuzu were allowed to escort envoys into the country. The king of Wei has now completely lost confidence in the defense capabilities of South Korea. Wei Wuzu was a very elite military force within the Wei State. The soldiers' training methods are extremely cruel, and likewise, their fighting capabilities are also extremely strong. Such a team can be described as the heaviest armored troops among the heaviest armored troops. Usually there is a combat unit consisting of 1,000 people. This time, the king of Wei sent an entire troop of Wei Wuzu to escort the envoy. So, is the messenger the nameless one? Han Fei had just walked into Zilangquan when Xinu immediately started asking. His expression was a little strange, and he shook his head and said, I didn't see it. Didn't see it? What does that mean? As a prince of the state of Han, Han Fei had to attend the banquet hosted by the king of Han, and the messenger should also appear. The envoy did not attend the banquet and refused the accommodation arranged by my father. After arriving, he went directly to Yinshan Valley and lived in Yinshan Pavilion. Manhwa was surprised and asked, You are so arrogant that you don't even give face to the king of Han? Han Fei smiled bitterly and said, It's just that they clearly don't trust us, South Korea. Chapter 46, I'm waiting for you. The envoy not only refused the arranged accommodation, but also rejected all the guards arranged by the king of Han. Each of the Wei Wuzu soldiers is an elite force capable of fighting 10 enemies at once. The combat power of 1,000 Wei Wuzu soldiers is already quite impressive. Even if the king of Han sent guards, he couldn't possibly send an army of 10,000 people. Zhang Liang was speechless and said, So, we don't know who the envoy is. Han Fei did not answer, and was obviously lost in thought, wondering if it was that Wuming. Xinu thought for a while and nodded. It should be Wuming. Such a strong guard force is probably intended to influence judgment. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole. Zhang Liang immediately understood. Yes, that's right. Wuming himself is already the strongest fighter and doesn't need any guards. Han Fei agreed. That's right, Wuming's strength. He glanced at Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang said calmly, He is stronger than me. He is a very scary opponent, just like... He pursed his lips, and his eyes fell on Xinu. Xinu suddenly thought of something and froze in place. After a long silence, she came back to her senses amidst the puzzled gazes of Han, Fei, and Zhang Liang, and said with some melancholy, Yes, just like him. Zhang Liang and Han Fei were both so confused by the two of them that their scalps numbed. After everyone had left, Xinu walked to the window with a lonely look on her face. Tonight is a full moon night. The full moon is high in the sky, and the moonlight is hazy. After seeing off the few people, Nongyu quietly returned to the room and saw Xinu sitting silently by the window. She picked up a cup of tea and walked quietly to her side. Sister, are you thinking about Mr. again? Xinu shook her head and did not take the tea from manhwa. The bright moonlight shone through the window and fell on her beautiful face. Her usually charming features now looked pale. Her lips trembled, and she said gently, "Tell me, where will he go?" Under the moonlight, there is a perfect couple. Chen Mo held Jing Wei's little hand, and the two of them strolled under the moonlight. The food in this restaurant today is average. I don't like it. Let's not go there next time, Chen Mo said as he burped. Jing Wei's attention was attracted by the burp, and his gaze fell from the bright moonlight to Chen Mo. She gently reached out and touched Chen Mo's belly. Okay, their food is usually eaten up by someone. Look at how round their belly is. Chen Mo chuckled. I call this thriftiness, not extravagance and waste. But ma'am, why did you think of going out to eat today? This is not like you. Jing Wei is usually frugal and manages the household frugally. Not to mention going out to eat, he is reluctant to use more meat even when cooking. Jing Wei shook Chen Mo's hand and said coquettishly, Husband, why do you have so many questions? I'm tired and don't want to do it today. I want to have a good meal and enjoy myself. Is that not okay? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. That's not right. We did it last night. We should have rested well during the day. We shouldn't be tired now. Jing Wei was stunned for a moment, but soon realized the meaning of his words. She grabbed Chen Mo's hand in a rage and bit it fiercely like a snarling kitten. Husband, you are such a pervert. You think about that kind of thing every day. I'm talking about cooking. Chen Mo burst into laughter, and his laughter echoed far away in the night. The two of them returned home playing and laughing all the way. Just after entering the room, Jing Wei suddenly stopped, reached out to touch her head, and said with a changed expression, Oh, my husband, my hairpin seems to be lost. Chen Mo comforted him. It's lost, so let it be. Maybe it got loose while we were playing on the road just now, so it fell on the road. Anyway, there are still many at home, so I could just go back and change into another one to wear. Jing Wei shook her head vigorously and said, That's different. This is a gift from my husband. Chen Mo smiled and said, I'll give you 10 more. Jing Wei rolled her eyes at him. That won't work either. This is different. I remember that I took it off when I was eating. Husband, why don't you go ask the store for me? Chen Mo touched his head and said, Now? It's already this late. Why don't we go tomorrow? Jing Wei said coquettishly, Please, my husband. It might be picked up by someone tomorrow. Please excuse me for the trouble. I really like the hairpin you gave me. I will give you a reward when you come back. Chen Mo scratched her tall nose bridge. Really? Jing Wei smiled like a blooming flower, nodded and said, Of course it's true. I'd lie to you if I were a puppy. Well, madam, go and wash yourself nicely. I will go right away. Wait for me to come back. After sending Chen Mo out of the house, the smile on Jing Wei's face suddenly disappeared. She walked into the bedroom, and with a light jump, she took down a long object from a beam. When the wrapping cloth was lifted, what came into view was an extremely sharp sword. At this time, Chen Mo walked out of the house, took a few steps, and then hid in the woods. He reached out and took out a hairpin from his bosom. A cloud of smoke filled the bridge. 4 wide chains connect the bridge to the tall building on the cliff. The suspension bridge swayed in the wind, and the chains made a clinking sound as they swayed. A tall figure appeared beside the suspension bridge, and the long sword in his hand flashed a sharp cold light in the night. His sharp gaze penetrated through the layers of fog and fell on the man on the opposite bridge. The man was dressed in a long gown and looked elegant and handsome. Her pupils were as bright as the moon, as if they could see through everything in the night. He held a sword in his hand, a very special sword. I'm waiting for you. He spoke slowly, but his voice was clearly heard by the person on the other side. Are you my target? The tall figure responded, and it was actually a woman's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a continuous sound of chains clinking. The woman flew over, like a black feather arrow flying through it. I advise you to stop. If you cross this bridge, you will die. The man consoled her calmly, but he already had the strange-looking sword in his hand. A few sparks burst out, and the chain that was half a meter thick turned out to be as fragile as paper under the sword. Every time the figure on the suspension bridge took a few steps forward, a chain would break. Finally, after the last chain broke, the entire suspension bridge broke apart with a loud bang. His eyes suddenly focused, and his figure was like a flying wild goose. At the last moment, he grabbed the broken chain and flew away. There were echoes from the cliff below her feet, and when she appeared on the platform, the other party had disappeared. Chapter 47, This Person is Weird. Several sword lights flashed in the night, and the wooden door shattered. The woman glanced around the room with a stern gaze, but saw nothing except a candlelight. She stepped in, and suddenly, the flickering candlelight swayed and then suddenly went out. The woman's eyes turned cold. She turned her wrist and swung her sword. Ding dong! The two swords clashed, and sparks flew in the air. The man who had just disappeared appeared at the door with a calm expression. The woman turned around and looked at him. Her eyes fell on his empty right hand. A hint of doubt flashed across her eyes. No sword? Wrong. A ray of moonlight fell on his right hand, and a transparent sword revealed his hazy outline. Light sword. The woman raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Are you Wuming? Wuming did not answer, but calmly said, Wei Wuji, did you kill him? The woman's eyes tightened, and she gripped the sword tightly, realizing that this time the situation would not end well. I can send you down and ask him. Even though the situation was dire, her pride as an assassin prevented her from giving in. Wuming looked at the long sword in her hand and sneered. Luo Wang's #1 killer, Jingwei. No wonder you were able to kill Wei Wuji. It's a pity that you will die here today. Before he finished speaking, Jingwei's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. The long swords are like rain. The moves are like water drops, continuous. Each move is ruthless, and each sword is deadly. But Wuming responded calmly, moving around in the small room without any pressure. His speed was so fast that even Jingwei was slightly slower than him, so he could only rely on instinct to deal with it. You seem very anxious. You dare to be anxious in the face of an opponent like me. Don't you know that this is a taboo? Haha, I really don't know what you were so anxious about. He easily deflected another sword, and Wuming's voice came from behind like a ghost, causing Jingwei to tremble all over. Jingwei estimated the time in her mind. She wanted to complete the task and return home before Chinemo did. Just like last time. But this time, the target's strength was far beyond her imagination. He had a very high understanding of the sword, and it seemed as if every move of mine was predicted by him. His body shape transformation is also top-notch, even better than mine. Not to mention getting back in time, Jingwei even doubted whether he could go back to see Chan-mo. Finally, after another sword missed, the long sword came towards her face. Jingwei's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly stepped back. However, the opponent's speed was much faster than hers. Before she could draw her sword to defend herself, the sword would pierce her forehead and kill her. Jingwei closed his eyes, and the man with a gentle smile on his face, who seemed to be able to solve anything, appeared in his mind. Husband, I'm sorry. At this moment, a spark exploded before his eyes, and a silver light rushed straight over, knocking the invisible sword away. The force was so great that even Wuming staggered a few times. Boo! Wuming stood firm, raised his invisible sword, and looked outside the door warily. The person coming is very powerful, so I need to deal with him with caution. Seeing the hairpin embedded in the wall, Jingwei frowned immediately. Such a familiar hairpin. Why does it look so much like mine? She turned her head to look. Her pupils suddenly dilated, her whole body trembled, and tears almost burst out of her eyes. Chun-mo just stood there quietly, holding a crutch in his hand to support his lame leg, and the cloth covering his eyes fluttering in the wind. Why are you asking her what's the hurry? Chun-mo smiled slightly, looked at Jingwei, and said gently, because she's in a hurry to go home. Jingwei's heart suddenly started beating rapidly. She was surprised at first, but then she felt like she was falling into an abyss. Why is he here? How'd he get here? The suspension bridge was broken. How did he get here? Wuming snorted coldly. No matter who you are, today, none of you can leave. Torches flickered downstairs, and hurried footsteps could be heard. The thousands of Wei soldiers downstairs were already taking action. Chun-mo tapped the ground with his cane, his voice as steady as a mountain. Come here. Jingwei felt cold all over. The thing she feared most finally happened. She didn't know how to face Chun-mo, and didn't know what Chun-mo would think after discovering her true identity. She was obviously just a weak wife who didn't even dare to kill a chicken at home. But now she has become a killer who kills people without blinking an eye. How would he view her? Jingwei's thoughts were in a mess. He stood there staring at Chun-mo, motionless. Chinmo knocked again, his voice as soft as the wind. Come here. I'll take you home. Go home. These two words seemed to have some magical power, making Jingwei unable to control himself and take a step towards Chunmo. Wu Ming sneered, his bright eyes flashing with anger. Go home, do you think you can take her away? Just you, a blind and lame guy. He lowered his head and looked at the crutch on the ground. You are all alone, without even a sword. You are right. Who would have thought that? Chunmo pondered for a moment and actually nodded. He suddenly smiled brightly, put away the cane in his hand, and took the sword from Jingwei. Then he took off his blindfold. Now, none of the conditions are met. Are you ready to die? Chunmo raised his head, and there seemed to be stars flowing in his eyes. He thrust the cane into Jingwei's hand and pointed the sword at Wu Ming. I'll take your sword within 7 moves. Jingwei stood beside Chunmo in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. It wasn't until the two figures rushed out like thunder and a gust of wind blew across her face that she came to her senses. Husband, be careful. This person is weird. Wu Ming is very strong, even stronger than Wei Zhuang at this time. I knew at the moment Chunmo fought. This guy's speed and strength are both faster than Wei Zhuang. Most importantly, he has a terrifying ability to observe. When Jingwei fought with him before, every move seemed to be predicted and he was at a disadvantage. But when fighting with Chunmo this time, the situation was completely opposite. The cold sword in Wu Ming's hand is invisible and difficult to detect, but to Chunmo's spiritual sense, it is visible. His speed is very fast, but after slowing down 3 times, he can be seen clearly immediately. Chunmo attacked 3 times, and each time Wu Ming was forced to defend. The Jingwei sword seemed truly invisible in his hand, making it difficult to detect. Wu Ming's swordsmanship was very sophisticated and had reached a certain peak, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became. His moves, which usually always worked wonders and allowed him to win battles, were completely useless in front of Chunmo. Chapter 48, I seem to overestimate you. He followed the path of practicing both Confucianism and Taoism, emphasizing on seeing through karma and being able to see into people's hearts through their eyes. However, even though Chunmo took off the black cloth covering his eyes seemed to be non-existent and he could not see anything. It would have been fine if he just couldn't see, but it was as if the other party could see through him. Every move he made was as graceful as a startling swallow, and he was able to strike later but be the first to arrive, easily breaking his moves. If it weren't for his rich experience and quick change of moves, he wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 moves and would be exposed. Given the opponent's skills, if one shows a flaw, it would mean death. After a few more moves, the Jingwei sword stabbed straight towards him. Wu Ming changed his body shape, tried to avoid the sharp edge, but the long sword followed him like a leech. Wu Ming suddenly broke out in a sweat, and he had no idea how Chunmo did it. Why is it that the moves that Chunmo has already launched can still change position with him? Where did this master come from, and why is he so strong? Why have I never heard of such a powerful master? Over the years, Wu Ming has only felt this kind of oppression from 2 people. One person is Bei Mingzi, a Taoist who has not appeared in the world for 40 years. The other is Master Sun, the Confucian who has always been in the library. Ding dong. The tip of the Jingwei sword hit Han Guang. A huge force came, causing Wu Ming to tremble all over, and he actually flew backwards. Choo! Wu Ming rolled on the ground awkwardly for a few times before he was able to get rid of the force. He knelt on one knee, holding the sword with one hand and covering his chest with the other, looking at Chunmo with eyes full of shock. No wonder he couldn't feel the fluctuation of Chunmo's internal force after fighting for a few moves, because Chunmo didn't use any internal force at all. You are not a killer from Luoyang at all. Who are you? Wu Ming's tone was no longer as calm as when he first faced Jingwei, but was full of doubts. Although Luoyang is not weak and makes the 7 countries quite afraid of it, they are not qualified to have a master who has cultivated qi serve them. I never said I was from Luoyang. Chunmo passed the sword to his left hand, then walked step by step to the wall and pulled out the hairpin on it. I just came to pick up my wife. Jingwei finally saw it clearly and knew why it looked so familiar. This is hers, the one she left in the restaurant before she left. She suddenly felt her face getting hot, as if her prank had been exposed. My little trick seemed a bit stupid to Chunmo. Wu Ming looked at Jingwei with a cold gaze, but she is. Chunmo walked to Jingwei and carefully inserted the hairpin into her hair. He said with certainty, it was before, but it won't be anymore. Wu Ming did not say anything, but quickly adjusted his internal energy to stabilize his injuries. Haha, I've already made 6 moves, and there's only 1 left. It looks like my sword isn't that easy to take away. Chen Mo looked at the Jingwei sword in his hand and shook his head. I'm not used to using swords. I just feel that it's more convenient to carry a sword than a human head. There were rumbling footsteps in the attic, and the whole building began to tremble. That's the way Wuzu downstairs. When Wu Ming heard the noise, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he laughed out loud. It seems that you can't take my sword away, and you can't take my head away either. Once a large number of Wei Wu soldiers arrived, even such a master would have no choice but to retreat. Although he was unknown, he could obviously hold out until the arrival of Wei Wuzu. Husband, Jingwei said with some concern. Now the suspension bridge has been cut off by Wu Ming, and the way down is blocked by Wei Wuzu. Even if both of them are masters, even the most powerful masters will always be exhausted when facing the power of the crowd. The Wei Wuzu's defense is stronger than that of heavy armored soldiers, which is a natural restraint for swordsmen. Chen Mo calmly took the crutch from Jingwei and threw it towards the cliff behind him. Before Jingwei could react to what to do, he felt himself being embraced by a warm embrace, with the sound of wind whistling in his ears. Chen Mo appeared above the abyss holding Jingwei. So this is how he got here. He is indeed a master who has cultivated qi. This is truly incredible. Wu Ming walked to the edge and watched Chen Mo tap his toes on the crutch, then used the force to fly dozens of meters away, as free as a flying bird. After using this force several times, he actually reached the other side of the cliff. Although Chen Mo and Jing Wei had escaped, his mission was considered accomplished because the murderer of Wei Wuji was found. Luo Wang was behind this incident. There's one more trick. I seem to have overestimated you. Wu Ming stood on the edge of the cliff, holding Han Guang, a smile on his face. Jingwei looked at him with a stern gaze, then snorted coldly, grabbed Chen Mo, and said, Husband, let's go. She knew that Wu Ming wanted to provoke Chen Mo to fight with him, so that the Wei Wu soldiers could surround him. Chen Mo released the hand holding Jingwei, took a step forward, and said, There is still 1 move, so I will just use 1 sword. Wu Ming sneered, 1 sword? At this distance, even if I ask you to use 10 or 100 swords, what's the use? Why don't you come back and I will fight you for another 10 rounds? Jingwei pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. At this distance, even she wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the opponent, right? Chen Mo smiled and said to Jingwei, Madam, watch out for this sword. Jingwei was stunned. Why? Because this sword will be very cool. The bright sword light pierced through the darkness, like a divine punishment tearing through the sky. It was as if the sun was blooming in the canyon, and everything around was as bright as day. Wu Ming only felt a sharp pain in his eyes and could not open them. His whole body seemed to be locked, as if he was entangled in chains and could not move at all. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw an extremely powerful sword energy coming towards him. Nameless cold sweat covered his entire body, but he couldn't move at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge attic was actually split in half by a sword. Dust rose up in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Countless Wei Wu soldiers and Wu Ming's body that was split in half were buried in the ruins. Jingwei suddenly widened his eyes, looked at Chen Mo, and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Is this an attack that a human can launch? She now understood why her husband said that she would no longer belong to Luo Wang. With such strength, Luo Wang really doesn't dare to provoke him. This sword cut off all her fear of the net. Chapter 49, Is This Han Guang? Bang! The gate of the yard was kicked open. Chen Mo pulled the dazed Jingwei back home. Jingwei was like a puppet, being dragged by Chen Mo all the way, stumbling along beside him. Chen Mo remained silent along the way, his face gloomy, and he didn't say a word. He didn't say anything, so Jingwei didn't dare to speak. After entering the bedroom, he pushed Jingwei onto the bed and said, Sit still and don't move. I'll ask you questions and you answer them. Jingwei sat there in a daze and nodded obediently. Has the net found you yet? Jingwei nodded. Didn't they tell you that if you didn't help them, they would kill me? Jingwei nodded again. Chen Mo took a breath and didn't ask any more questions. When did you know that? Jingwei asked tremblingly. Chen Mo picked up the 2 swords in his hands. One was Han Guang and the other was Jingwei. The day you said you were leaving, I found these 2 swords on the rafters. Jingwei shuddered. Then why don't you ask me? Chen Mo sighed. I asked you, but you just didn't want to tell me. Jingwei remained silent. It was not because she didn't want to speak, but because she didn't dare to speak. What she feared most was that Chun Mo knew her true identity. In his heart, his wife should be a gentle, considerate, virtuous, and kind person, rather than a killer with bloody hands. Chun Mo placed the Jingwei sword beside the bed and said in a deep voice, "You're my wife? I respect you, so I give you a chance to prove your own ideas." Jingwei looked confused. Opportunity? Chun Mo explained, "Kill Wei Wuji." He placed his hand on Jingwei's face, which was as cold as that day. "Do you feel that if you agree to help them kill Wei Wuji, they will let us go?" Jingwei nodded. Chun Mo said calmly, "Now you see their so-called letting you go is just a delaying tactic. If you hadn't known my strength today, would you have kept me as their threat and kept being coerced? I respected you once, but it turns out that your idea doesn't work. Next, you have to follow my idea." Jingwei whispered, "What are your thoughts?" Chun Mo held her cold face, gently lowered his forehead, and rested his chin on her head. He gently stroked her hair with his right hand. "Now, all you need to do is tell me where they are." Crunch, crunch. The dilapidated wooden windows creaked in the wind, like the last gasp of an old man who may die at any time. There was a dim oil lamp lit in the room. The orange-yellow light was not bright, but several figures in the room could be clearly seen. For people were sitting at the table, both men and women. In the dark corner, there was a tall figure. A woman leaning against the wall closed her eyes and seemed to be sleeping. "What time is it?" Suddenly, the man in the corner asked a dull question. A masked young man at the table narrowed his eyes and said, "It's just past the hour of Cho. It's the hour of Een." "Een, sure. Huh. It looks like the mission has failed." The burly man said in a cold voice, "This is the first time in all these years that Jingwei has failed." Another voice came, "So, the envoy sent by Wei is really Wuming?" The woman leaning against the wall asked, "She died at the hands of Wuming?" "Probably not. If Jingwei wants to leave, no one can stop her." "Yes. Didn't we let her run away on the street before?" If she hadn't exposed her skills, Jiwie would have seen from the wounds of his dead men that they were caused by the Jingwei sword. Who would have thought that she was hiding in Xinjiang? The masked man sneered. "She even married a blind and lame loser." A short man licked his lips and said, "Jingwei, that figure, wow. I've been craving it for a long time. It's even more attractive than Li's." Buzz. A cold light flashed in the room, and a flying needle brushed past his cheek. The short man suddenly became furious. "Sun Feng, what are you doing?" The masked man narrowed his eyes and said, "Kanshu, I'm just reminding you to be careful with your words. If you dare to say Li again next time, the needle won't prick you in the back." Li is the woman who was dozing against the wall. She opened her eyes and glanced at Sun Feng, who stood up for her, but remained indifferent. "You guys are so noisy. I can't sleep." A little girl of 7 or 8 years old came out from the inner room, holding a round bamboo tube and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Conrad said gloomily, "Little one, when adults are talking, children should stay away." The little girl raised her eyebrows. "But you disturb me." "Okay, let's all stop talking." A hunchbacked old woman came over holding a clay pot. She scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and said in a hoarse voice, "None of you is worry-free. Up to now, there are 8 figures in the room. There are men, women, young and old. They are Luo Wang's killer-level assassin Ba Linglong. All 8 of them have unique skills, and they are one body, so they should not be underestimated. Jingwei's mission has failed. Li will go back and report to the Prime Minister. Everyone else, follow me to kill Jingwei and her disabled husband." The man in the corner emerged from the shadows, his eyes filled with hostility. He said this as if it was the final word, and no one else objected. It seems that he should be their leader. Jingwei's betrayal of Luo Wang is already a capital crime. If she managed to escape from Wuming, now will be the best opportunity to kill her. Boom! With a loud bang, the tightly closed door was suddenly smashed. A cold light flashed outside the door and directly hit the table. Who? Several people became alert instantly. "Thesis, this Han Guang." Sun Feng's gaze fell on the table. An array of moonlight shone in from the broken door, illuminating the table. A long sword was looming on the table, sticking straight into it. The faces of several people changed, and their eyes turned to the Han Guang sword. It really is the sword of light, the nameless sword. A swordsman's sword will never leave his body. The sword is with the man. The sword is here. Is Wuming dead? Khonshu's eyes rolled, and he said in surprise, "Impossible? Can Jingwei kill Wuming? If Jingwei could even kill Wuming, how could he ever have any plans for her in this life?" Since you're already here, why don't you show up and see me? The leader, Qian Sha, stared at the door with vigilance in his eyes. A gust of wind blew, and a figure suddenly appeared at the door that was empty just now. She was wearing a black tights, and her tall and slender figure was well-proportioned. Khonshu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Chapter 50, I told him myself. The woman leaning against the wall had a flash of jealousy in her eyes and said coldly, Jing, I didn't expect you could actually kill Wuming. Qian Sha took a deep breath, with deep surprise in his eyes. Jingwei stood outside the door expressionlessly, his eyes looking at them as if they were dead. Then she unexpectedly said, Everything is here now. I'm going home to prepare breakfast. The people in the room were stunned for a moment, not knowing what she meant. Qian Sha took a step forward and said in a deep voice, The mission is completed. You can start the next mission. Next mission? Might as well just take out the 8 of you. Suddenly, a light voice accompanied by a clear sound came from behind them. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Someone entered the house without them noticing. Everyone turned around at the same time and was immediately frightened out of their wits. I saw that the woman leaning against the wall had her neck broken and collapsed to the ground. And the one who killed her was a blind, lame cripple. Please wait a moment, ma'am. I'll be quick. Jingwei rolled his eyes at Chen Mo and asked, When will you be here soon? Every time you said it would be soon, you fooled me so many times. Leave. Sun Feng was suddenly heartbroken. He had always admired Li from the team. Seeing his beloved dying in front of him, he suddenly went crazy. Dozens of densely packed needles scattered like raindrops and flew towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo sneered, and the flying speed of the needles became extremely slow. He pulled them away casually and blocked the corpse in front of him. Dozens of needles were pierced into the corpse, turning her into a hedgehog. Leave! Sun Feng collapsed immediately. Not only did his beloved die in front of him, but he also destroyed the body with his own hands. What does it mean to kill someone and destroy their heart? This is killing someone and destroying their heart. Disable. The leader Qian Sha looked solemn and placed his large hands on Xu Wenfeng's shoulders, pressing him down. This disabled person is not simple. His strength is terrifying, not inferior to mine. Puff! Jingwei, who was at the door, listened to their conversation and suddenly laughed out loud. Kuan turned her head away, staring at her like a venomous snake. What are you laughing at? Jingwei glanced at the Hongguang's sword on the table, and his eyes became disdainful. Cripple, disabled. And he's her husband? Khonshu's eyes rolled around for a few times, and suddenly he cried out in surprise. According to their intelligence, Jingwei's husband was a crippled man who was both lame and blind. But as to why he was here now, the answer had undoubtedly been revealed. But isn't it said that this person is just an ordinary person? For the first time, Khonshu began to doubt Luo Wang's intelligence. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who could easily break the neck of Ba Linglong in front of them? Even if he hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have noticed him. Jingwei, what do you want to do? The gate was blocked by Jingwei, and there was a killing god inside. Even a steady Qian Sha was panicked at this time. What? To eliminate the trouble forever, of course. Chen Mo threw down the shattered corpse and casually waved the crutch in his hand, directly exploding the head of Sun Feng that was rushing towards him like a broken watermelon. The agile Xu Wenfeng seemed as slow as a disabled person in front of him, and was like a target that could be easily killed. The other few people were immediately filled with fear. This man killed both of them with just 2 sentences. Qian Sha suddenly thought of something and took a step back, trembling all over. He glanced at the Hongguang sword on the table and said in a trembling voice, Wuming was killed by you? With Jingwei's skills, he can only save his life from Wuming at best. How can he possibly kill Wuming? But now, the Hongguang sword appeared here, and Jingwei was unharmed. Then there's only one answer. The one who killed Wuming was her husband, whom they had never taken seriously. The hearts of several people suddenly began beating violently. They know Wuming's strength better than anyone else. What's more, there were 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers guarding the place. In such a situation, how could he kill Wuming and leave without any harm? How strong has this person become? You guessed it right. Chen Mo's words had just been delivered when he appeared in front of Khonshu. I really don't like the way you look at my wife. The short rat stared at the person in front of him in amazement, standing there as if petrified, frightened by Chen Mo's speed. Are you a human or a ghost? His answer was a cane piercing his throat. Jingwei, are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill us? Kuan-pa held the jar tightly in her arms and roared with a ferocious look on her face. You will be hunted down by Luowang endlessly to the ends of the earth until you die. It's already this hour, and you still dare to threaten us. You don't think there's any chance of reconciliation now, do you? Shinmo's cold voice came from behind Kuan-pa. Kuan-pa was horrified and picked up the jar in her hand and was about to smash it on the person behind her. Chun-mo hit her wrist with his crutch, and the jar flew out of her hand. Before Kunpo could show her panic expression, the jar filled with poison fell from above her head and filled her entire head. Ah! The poison inside killed people instantly on contact with blood. Kuan-pa only had time to scream before she fell limply to the ground. After twitching a few times, she died. Mother! Seeing Kunpo's sudden death, Qiansha's eyes widened. From now on, I will kill anyone I see who is in your trap. The remaining few people were completely powerless to fight back against Chunmo. Every time Chunmo moved, a body would fall down in the house. Qiansha, the strongest one, had just drawn his sword when the crutch came like a shadow and touched it. The long sword was shattered with a loud bang. Boom! The remaining force even knocked Qiansha flying, and he slammed hard against the wall before stopping. He was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and fear and pain made his whole body tremble. Only at this moment did he understand. Luowang provoked an enemy that he could not afford to offend. Soon, the rest were killed, leaving only Qiansha lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Chun-mo walked over, used his walking stick to lift up Qiansha's head a little bit, looked down at him, and said sternly, "Go back and tell Lu Buwei." Qiansha was suddenly delighted, as if he still had hope of survival. He didn't dare to breathe and listened quietly to what Chun-mo said next. But Chun-mo smiled and said, "I was just kidding. I told him myself." Gansha's astonishment froze on his face, and his body fell on his back. Chapter 51, There is no such reason. Jingwei, who had long been aware of Chun-mo's strength, still couldn't help but feel palpitations when looking at the corpses all over the room. Ba Linglong, they're the strongest among them below the Tianzi killer. Even if it was her, she would not be a match for 8 people at the same time. The best we can do is look for opportunities to defeat them one by one. But Chun-mo rushed directly into their hideout and killed them so badly that they couldn't even fight back. Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? Chun-mo picked up the Han Guang sword on the table next to him and pulled Jingwei, who was looking at him blankly, back. When the two returned home, the sky was already turning pale. Chun-mo threw the Han Guang sword into the corner of the bedroom with a clanging sound. Jingwei suddenly came to his senses and trembled all over. Chun-mo felt her trembling and turned his head in surprise. A top killer, but he is so cowardly. Are you scared just by seeing him kill a few people? Jingwei stood there at a loss. She was not frightened by the noise just now. Instead, she felt that Chun-mo threw the sword so casually as if he was angry with her. Well, he must be angry. He was angry that his wife was such a killer. Okay, you can talk now. Chun-mo sat on the bed and patted the place next to him gently. Before, let Jingwei be talked to, just watch. As a result, she really hasn't said a word until now, and has been as obedient as a little lamb. Jingwei looked at Chun-mo's expression, then looked at the seat next to him, thought for a while, and then slowly moved over. He sat down carefully on the edge of the bed. His back was straight, like an elementary school student ready to be taught a lesson by his teacher. Do you know where you went wrong? Jingwei looked at Chun-mo eagerly, nodded, and shook his head blankly. Chun-mo suddenly laughed angrily. You were wrong for hiding it from me and not trusting me. Jingwei's face suddenly turned pale, and a surge of pain surged in his heart. He was indeed angry and was blaming me. She was somewhat at a loss, and said in a panic, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Her voice became smaller and smaller. But I'm a killer with blood on my hands. She bit her lip and her voice trembled. In your heart, I should be a kind and gentle person. I don't know if you will abandon me after knowing my identity. I have killed many people. I'm afraid. There were tears in her eyes, and she looked at Chun-mo anxiously. Chun-mo said calmly, What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will dislike you for being a killer? Are you afraid that I will be afraid of you? Or are you afraid that I will not want you after I find out? Jingwei lowered her head and said, My husband, I will be obedient and I will never kill anyone again. Please don't leave me, okay? The corners of Chun-mo's mouth twitched, revealing his signature smile. The extremely familiar and reassuring warmth suddenly came to Jingwei's cold little hand. Who said I don't want you? Who said I would dislike you? Fool! If I really disliked you, would I still rush thousands of miles into the enemy camp to save you? Would I still rush into Ba Linglong's tent for you and kill everyone without leaving a single piece of armor? I am angry, but I'm only angry that you wanted to face Luo Wang alone without telling me. Chinamo held up her hands and held them in his palms as if they were treasures. We are husband and wife. No matter what lies ahead, you should tell me, trust me, and let me face it and overcome it together. Jingwei was stunned and said stupidly, Don't you dislike me for being a killer? She thought Chinamo was angry because of her identity. But I didn't expect that he was angry just because he was worried about me. Why are you angry? No matter who you were before, the Luowang killer or the legendary assassin Jingwei. To me, you only have one identity. You are my lady. His wife is a giant salamander. So what if she has killed people? So what if she has killed many people? If she doesn't kill someone, she will die, but that doesn't mean she is someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Besides, haven't I killed enough people today? This is a chaotic world, a world where if you don't kill someone, you will die. This is an era of life and death. I am your lady. Jingwei was trembling and kept muttering to himself. Yes, you're my wife. You always have been, you are now, and you will always be. So what if you were a killer before? This is not your fault. Luo Wang forced you to do it. Chinamo looked straight into Jingwei's eyes. I am also wrong. I should have told you earlier that I have martial arts skills. It's just that I feel... Before he could finish his words, Jingwei flew over and blocked his mouth. The words just now instantly thawed Jingwei's heart, which was almost frozen. All the worries and fears were thrown away by the impact of surprise and emotion. She could only express her feelings with a passionate kiss. The two hugged and kissed for a long time, until they were almost suffocated. Jingwei hugged Chun Mo tightly, as if he would slip away from her hands in the next second. Her small face was burning hot, but she looked at Chun Mo lovingly, her small hands constantly stroking his face and caressing his ears as if in fascination. She gasped, Don't tell me, I know everything. You think I'm just an ordinary person and you don't want me to worry. Chinamo held her small earlobe in his mouth and whispered, It's as if you think I'm an ordinary person and don't want me to worry. When Jingwei was kissed on the soft spot by him, she immediately moaned and her body softened. This bad guy knows too much about his entire body. So what should we do next? Jingwei leaned in Chun Mo's arms, raised his head, and asked, If we kill Ba Linglong today, Luo Wang will find out sooner or later. They will come looking for us sooner or later. Chun Mo played with her earlobe, making her eyes suddenly blurry. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. The net is certainly not weak, but so what? If we continue to escape and hide, they will only become more arrogant and pursue us more closely. Only when we get rid of this problem once and for all can we truly settle down in peace. Jingwei was extremely sensitive, and her long, slender legs kept rubbing against Chun Mo's body. The whole person has been wrapped around him. She exhaled sweetly, her eyes blurred, and said, So what you mean is you want to? Chun Mo pursed his lips and smiled, and responded directly. Enter the game and counterattack. The emotional Jingwei suddenly came to his senses. You want to kill Lu Buwei? Lu Buwei is not only the controller of Luoyang, but also the prime minister of Qin. High position and great power. Right? A fierce look flashed across Chun Mo's eyes. He wants to kill us, so can we just endure it and not fight back? That doesn't make sense. Chapter 52, Is This Called a Pinch? Jingwei was stunned by his words and got up from the bed and said seriously, He is the prime minister of Qin State and the uncle of the king of Qin. He is also a cautious person. He has been staying in Xianying all the time and is protected by countless experts. There are 100,000 imperial guards in Xianying. Don't mess around. She was really worried that one day Chanamo would go to Xianying without saying a word to settle accounts with Lu Buwei. Yes, Jingwei knew that with the strength Chun Mo showed today, it was indeed possible for him to break out of the encirclement and kill Lu Buwei. But how to get out when the time comes becomes a problem. A master can be invincible in a one-on-one fight, but human power has its limits after all. When thousands of arrows are fired at once, even gods would find it hard to withstand it. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot fight against an army of 100,000. What's more, the troops in Xianying are not ordinary soldiers. They are the best of the best. Luo Wang also has many experts lying in ambush, both openly and secretly. If we are delayed for a moment, The large force of the Imperial Guards will arrive, and it will be too late to recover. If one person could really fight against a large army, then how could someone as ambitious as Dong Huang Tai kill people in all the palaces and unify the world? Father of the king of Qin? Ha! Chen Mo laughed out loud. Yingzheng dreamed of killing this guy. He pinched Jingwei's tense face and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't let you become a widow. Since I can't leave Xianyang after killing him, then I won't come out." Real? Jingwei stared at him intently and asked worriedly, "Certainly. You didn't lie to me?" Chen Mo was immediately amused. "I'm not you. I'm not a puppy. I don't lie." Jingwei then nodded and said, "Then aren't we leaving now?" What she meant was whether she should temporarily avoid the limelight. Chen Mo shook his head and said, "Of course we won't leave. Not only that, we will become famous all over the world. Since the lady is Jingwei, there is nothing to worry about. Although her skills are not as good as mine, if she wants to protect herself, there are only a handful of people in the world who can kill her. At least, no one in Korea can do it. The only ones in the entire Luoyang who can be her rivals are the other 3 Tianzi killers. If Luoyang could really kill her, he wouldn't have let her escape for so long and remained helpless. Wu Ming can kill her. After all, in the original novel, Wu Ming can kill her instantly. However, the Jingwei in this world seems to be much stronger than in the original book. And unfortunately, this Wu Ming had already been killed by himself. They're a couple and have joined forces. It's good that Luo Wang is sensible. If he doesn't give up and sends people over, he will kill one for each one that comes, and kill a pair for 2. If there are 6, then all of them should stay. Jingwei didn't listen to any more, but held Chen Mo's hand tightly and said, "Then I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. By the way, husband, your strength." Jingwei suddenly thought of this question. The strength Chen Mo showed today was truly powerful. From a distance of 100 feet, he cut Wu Ming in the attic behind him in half with one sword. This scared Jingwei directly. She searched through her memory and found that among all the swordsmen in the world, only the mysterious Giguzi who existed in the legend could do it. But Giguzi, even his disciples, didn't know how long he had lived. He is a top figure who is as powerful and mysterious as Dong Wang Tai and others. But Chen Mo, even compared to Jingwei, is 2 years younger. Even if he had started practicing since his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to make such progress, right? Chen Mo said slowly, "It is indeed a bit strange, but I don't know to what extent. Anyway, it is a little better than Madam." Wu Ming said the word qi at that time. This should be referring to the power in his body that can be condensed through breathing and sleeping. Moreover, the power and purity of this force are far beyond ordinary internal force. Although he had only been practicing for over a year, masters like Wei Zhuang and Wu Ming were no match for him. Jingwei. Is this called pinching? Never mind, whether it's just a little bit or a large amount, the stronger my husband is, the better. The sword strike Jingwei had seen before was still lingering in his mind. My husband is right indeed. You really have to look closely at that sword. It's so cool. Jingwei's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he held Chen Mo's head and kissed him a few times. She was intoxicated like a little fangirl. My husband is indeed the best man in the world. Chen Mo touched her little head and said with a smile, "My wife is also the best woman in the world. Where can I find a lady who helps me take a concubine?" Jingwei was of course aware that his eyes were deliberately created to confuse the enemy, so he touched Chen Mo's leg and asked, "Your leg?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It just appeared like this at the beginning, and suddenly it didn't seem right, so I just kept pretending." Jingwei suddenly understood. No wonder he didn't seem to have any problems at all. The sun was already rising outside, and the two had been busy all night. Chen Mo glanced at the setting sun and said, "Madam, are you hungry? I'll give you something to eat." Jingwei curled his lips and said, "Okay, then I shall go." Chen Mo, who was about to get up and go to the kitchen, was pushed down by Jingwei. The small house was full of warmth, but at this moment the majestic palace of King Han was in chaos. When King Han received the news that Wu Ming had been killed, he was so horrified that he almost suffocated. Wei Wuji is dead, and now even Wu Ming, who was invited by the King of Wei to investigate the truth, is dead. South Korea has to take the blame, even if they don't want to. It is conceivable that the King of Wei will definitely not give up this time. What is even more shocking is who was the one who did it, and even killed a peerless master like Wu Ming. Han Fei was stunned when he arrived at the scene. A 7-story attic was split in two and turned into a ruin, with countless bodies buried in it. Of the 1,000 Wei soldiers, only 300 or 400 outside the building survived. Others were either crushed to death or injured and trapped under the building. Waves of shrill wails coming from under the ruins were creepy. It is true that the Wei Wuzu were heavily armored soldiers, but they could block swords and knives, but they could not block the ruins of buildings weighing thousands of pounds. South Korean soldiers cleared the rubble bit by bit and pulled out the soldiers who were still alive. When he saw Wu Ming's body cut in half, Han Fei broke out in a cold sweat. This time, Zilan Xian and Ji Wuye both realized the seriousness of the problem. If there really was some third party behind this matter, then their strength was already strong enough to pose a real threat to both of them. The atmosphere in the Zelangshuan private room was more depressing than ever before. Chapter 53 Impossible. It can't be his. Han Fei looked solemn, with worry flashing in his eyes. Still can't find any clues? Xinu frowned and asked with a worried look on her face. Han Fei is one of the main people responsible for this investigation. But so far, even with the help of the South Korean government, they have gained nothing. I don't even know where the other party comes from, not to mention wanting to get information about the person who did it. Han Fei remained silent and did not want to answer at all. Zhang Liang on the side said seriously, "In fact, there is still a clue now." Xinu's eyes suddenly lit up. "What clue? Tell me." Zhang Liang smiled and said, "The person who made the move is very powerful." Xinu, aren't you talking nonsense? The opponent couldn't even block Wu Ming and was chopped into pieces by one sword. How would he not be strong? Zhang Liang saw Xinu rolling her eyes and immediately said unconvincedly, "Hey, don't be unconvinced. This information is very important." Several people immediately turned their eyes to him. The occasion was not right, so Zhang Liang stopped joking and analyzed, anyone who can kill Wu Ming must be stronger than him. And Wu Ming is already a rare master in the world, and there are only a handful of people who have the ability to kill him. If we sort out who these masters are, then analyze them one by one, that's fine. As soon as Zhang Liang said this, everyone suddenly became enlightened. Han Fei recalled the scene he had seen and said, "What Zifang said is correct. Judging from a situation of the attic, the person who attacked directly shattered the attic along with hundreds of Wei Wuzu and Wu Ming with one sword. There should be only a handful of people in the world who can have such strength." Xinu was stunned for a moment, and then she said in disbelief, "What did you say? One sword?" The whole attic was smashed to pieces. Wei Zhuang's eyes were also solemn, and his whole body seemed to be burning. He stared at Han Fei's face with sharp eyes, waiting for his answer. They had not been to the scene, so they could only hear Han Fei's words about some details. Han Fei raised a finger and took a deep breath, and it was split in half vertically. This, Zhang Liang, who was standing by, took a deep breath and felt a chill on his back. Several people in the room were so shocked by Han Fei's words that they were speechless. Han Fei did not give them time to buffer and continued. "The key is that the attic is located on the edge of the cliff, and the suspension bridge of the attic has been cut off, so the person who drew the sword has nowhere to gain leverage. Besides that, the only place to stay is across from a cliff." Even Wei Zhuang felt cold sweat breaking out at this moment. He stared and asked, "You mean he achieved this effect by striking with the sword from a distance of 100 feet? Han Fei didn't dare to believe this fact, but judging from the scene, this was the only correct speculation. Yes, that sword not only split the attic, but also left a sword mark on the cliff behind the attic. Wei Zhuang immediately crushed the armrest of the chair and stood up. A sword energy from 100 feet away? This person's strength is simply unbelievable. Xinu frowned, looked at Wei Zhuang, and said, "Brother Wei Zhuang, as far as you know, how many swordsmen in the world can do this?" Wei Zhuang took a deep breath and said slowly, "As far as I know, there's only one person in the world who can do this." "Who?" Wei Zhuang's eyes flickered. "My master, Senior Giguzi." Xinu nodded, as if she had the answer in her mind. She asked Wei Zhuang just to hear his opinion. After all, Wei Zhuang himself is a famous swordsman, and he is also the disciple of Giguzi, the world's #1 swordsman. With his knowledge, the only person he could think of who could do this was his master Giguzi. Zhang Liang coughed and said, "Ahem, Brother Wei Zhuang, my teacher is now." Wei Zhuang glanced at him and said calmly, "My master hasn't left Gigu for decades." Zhang Liang smiled awkwardly. "It's all right, I'm just asking, don't take it seriously. Is your master in good health?" Wei Zhuang withdrew his gaze, too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Liang's boring question. He said in a deep voice, but it is impossible that it was done by my master. He didn't explain anything, but just said this sentence with certainty. Although Zhang Liang was so angry that his teeth itched, he could do nothing about it. Besides Senior Geguzi, is there any other swordsman in the world who can do this? Xinu pondered over what he said. There aren't many masters who can kill Wu Ming. Apart from Senior Geguzi, there are Dong Huang Tai Yi from the Yin Yang school, Master Sun from the Confucian school, and Bei Ming Zi from the Taoist school. Dong Huang Tai Yi uses Yin Yang magic. Master Sun doesn't use a sword. And although Bei Ming Zi uses a sword, like Geguzi, hasn't left the mountain for many years. Moreover, he is far away from here, so it is impossible for him to do it. Besides, he is not specialized in swordsmanship, so it is doubtful whether he can achieve such a level in swordsmanship. Wu Ming practices both Confucianism and Taoism, so he is from the same lineage as Bei Mingzi. Bei Mingzi also gave him some guidance. After a thorough analysis, it turned out that none of the people who could kill him had a motive to do so. Zhang Liang rubbed his temple and looked up at the ceiling. This is weird. Is it possible that apart from these few people, there are no other masters who can kill him? Han Fei denied it. Of course it's impossible. The world is so big, there are countless masters. Of course there are some. Hearing this, Xinu and Wei Zhuang looked at each other. They all thought of one person, someone who could snatch Wei Zhuang's sword in an instant. No way, it can't be his. Xinu shook her head, looking like she didn't want to mention it. This guy just said goodbye to her some time ago, and now he probably doesn't know where he is. Maybe he's not in Korea anymore. Why would he kill Wu Ming here? Wei Zhuang thought about it, and it seemed that the man didn't use a sword either. Who is it? Zhang Liang looked at the two people playing guessing games again and couldn't help but ask. No one, it's not him. Zhang Liang was retorted by Xinu with a roll of her eyes. He couldn't help but touch his nose and muttered, "How do you know? Maybe it's him." Xinu said affirmatively, because he has no motive. He had tried so hard to win over Chan Mo before, and had even offered all kinds of conditions and thrown himself into the mix, but he still couldn't get him to sacrifice himself. How could he possibly get himself into so much trouble for Wu Ming now? The news of Wu Ming's murder is not limited to the 2 countries, but now all 7 countries have learned about it. The first person to know about it was, of course, the Honorable Prime Minister of Qin. He was the one who issued the mission, and he was also the one who sent Jingwei out, so he paid more attention to this matter than anyone else. Chapter 54. The Lord is thoughtful, in a manner that is as luxurious as a royal palace. An old man in his 50s was squinting his eyes while listening to the report from his subordinates. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes from time to time. You mean Wu Ming is dead, and Ba Ling Long is also dead? The person who reported to him was wearing a ghost mask, and his voice was buzzing when he spoke. Hearing this, he replied, "Yes, judging from the time, Wu Ming and Ba Ling Long both died on that night." A cold light flashed in Lu Buwei's eyes, and he said in a grim tone, "Did Jingwei kill them?" The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Ba Ling Long is quite powerful, and Jingwei is certainly quite powerful, but it is impossible for them to be killed in one move. Especially the one who killed Gan Sha." He had a horrified expression on his face, as if he wasn't killed, but frightened to death. Qian Sha's strength is the strongest among the 8 Linglongs, but even he has no power to fight back against his opponent, which means that the opponent's strength is probably beyond imagination. Even if Jingwei was extremely powerful and had extraordinary assassination skills, it was impossible for him to kill all 8 of them alive in one breath. Therefore, the person who took action was not Jingwei, but a being whose strength far exceeded Jingwei. Lu Buwei's face twitched, frightened to death. They were frightened to the point of losing their ability to resist, and then they were slaughtered unilaterally. He was able to scare Qian Sha like this. Is this person so powerful? Lu Buwei took a deep breath, his eyes grim. No matter how strong this person is, if he goes against Luong, he will only seek his own death. The subordinate was silent for a long time. Wu Ming also died easily in his hands. The corner of Lu Buwei's eye twitched. Let me think about it again. He sent Jingwei to assassinate Wei Wuji in order to cause conflict between Han and Wei. Therefore, not only level 5 will have to die, but even the messengers sent by the King of Wei to investigate the cause will have to die. But unexpectedly, the King of Wei actually sent Wu Ming. And this is the reason why Jingwei took action. If her assassination succeeds, the relationship between Han and Wei will deteriorate again. And if she died accidentally at Wu Ming's hands, It would not be a bad thing for Lu Buwei. Even if Wu Ming killed her, it wouldn't be a big deal. Jingwei is the one who betrayed Luo Wang, and her actions have nothing to do with Luo Wang anymore. Without evidence, no one can pin this incident on her. But now Wu Ming is dead, and Ba Linglong, who went to look for Jingwei, was also killed. Jingwei is nowhere to be found. What's more crucial is that there's a mysterious person who is disrupting the situation in secret and whose strength is far superior to Wu Ming. This is what Lu Buwei really cares about. My lord, there's no need to worry too much. I am just guessing at this possibility. After all, Wu Ming and Ba Linglong were both killed on the same night. It was quite a coincidence. Lu Buwei snorted. How can you say that? The subordinate groaned and said, Wu Ming died by the sword. The one who attacked him was a swordsman, but Ba Linglong was not. Judging from a wound, he was killed by someone using a blunt weapon to break his vitals. A swordsman of this level will only use a sword to kill people and will not use other weapons. So, I guess they must have died at the hands of different people. After saying this, Lu Buwei's expression looked a little better. He knew that Wu Ming was not killed by Jingwei. After all, Jingwei is only good at assassination, but he does not have the ability to split the attic directly. Lu Buwei's face was gloomy. Yinri, in your opinion, the man who killed Wu Ming and the man who killed Bao Linglong, whoever of them is stronger is stronger. It should be between the same level. On par with. From this perspective, Jingwei may have failed in the mission to assassinate Wu Ming. So he joined forces with others to kill Ba Linglong in order to escape Luo Wang's responsibilities. I never thought there are so many hidden masters in this world. Most of the famous masters in the world are recorded in Luo Wang. There are only a few people who can kill Wu Ming. If they face the enemy head-on, I'm afraid no one in Luo Wang will be able to match them. But Luo Wang is a killer organization after all, and the killer's biggest advantage is surprise. Therefore, even if the opponent's strength is far superior to that of the assassin, if he is targeted, he will be in great danger. Yinri was puzzled and said, the person who killed Ba Linglong might be related to Jingwei, but why did he kill Wu Ming? Lu Buwei sneered. No matter what his purpose is, killing Wu Ming is helping us anyway. If we can use such a master, wouldn't that be a good thing? Yinri immediately understood what he meant. My lord wants. Lu Buwei smiled proudly and said, that's right, find that person and then win him over at all costs, and then let this person kill the person who killed Ba Linglong. Yinri nodded and said respectfully, my lord, you are very thoughtful. Lu Buwei felt a little better. So what if he was good at martial arts? Couldn't he defeat him? He has money and status. Aren't you, Jingwei, looking for an expert to help you? I am the Prime Minister of Qin State, and I have a network of traps spread all over the world. But I can't deal with your so-called master. What a joke. Find the expert who killed Wu Ming and tell him that as long as he works for Luo Wang, he will give me a mountain of gold for money and a group of beauties for beauties. By the way, Jingwei is a rare beauty. Tell him that if he can kill the person who helped Jingwei, Jingwei will be given to him. Go ahead. Yinri immediately bowed and said, yes. The Korean general's mansion. There are also two people plotting here. One had a cruel face, and the other was as fat as a mountain. Officially Ji Wuye and Faikuihu. Ji Wuye has not had a good time recently. Two important figures from the Wei state died in Han state, and it was all because of him. Now the king of Han is very dissatisfied with him. The state of Wei was also pressing him step by step. If the murderer is not found, his life will be difficult. Now even Wu Ming, who was sent by the king of Wei, has been killed, so Ji Wuye can't even find a scapegoat. Have you ever seen a scapegoat with something like this? With his strength, can you still capture Ji Wuye alive? General, how do we deal with this matter? The Emerald Tiger's fat face was covered with sweat at this time. Half panic, half fear. Damn it, that faceless man could be chopped to pieces with one sword. If they come to our door someday, I'm afraid they will be killed one by one with one sword as well. No matter how thick your flesh is, can it be thicker than a 7-story attic? Where on earth did this expert come from? What he feared most was that the other party was from Han Fei's side. If they were Han Fei's people, then the balance of the scale would basically have been completely affected, so they would have no time to play. But think about it, it's impossible. Wu Ming's death is not a good thing for them. Chapter 55, you don't ask me why I changed my mind. Han Fei is the biological son of the king of Han. Not only does he not share his father's worries, but how could he do such a stupid thing? Response? Humph, this matter is not aimed at me, Ji Wuye, but at the two countries of Han and Wei. Ji Wuye's face turned pale. After all, he was experienced, and he could see at once that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, and that someone was playing tricks behind it. If he can't even see this clearly, then his role as a general and leader of the night will be in vain. Jade Tiger kept wiping his sweat and said, "The person who made the move is so powerful. What force could be interfering?" It would have been better if he didn't say it, but as soon as he said it, Ji Wuye's eyes were filled with resentment. Who else could have found such a master and wanted to cause chaos in Korea except for Lu Buwei from Qin? Emerald Tiger was startled. "Is it him?" "But he is not," Ji Wuye interrupted. "Don't forget, he is a businessman after all. All businessmen are dishonest. As long as there is profit to be made, he will do whatever it takes." The Emerald Tiger nodded repeatedly, not daring to say a word in rebuttal, because he is also the kind of businessman that Ji Wuye mentioned. Ji Wuye glanced at him and said, "Ba Linglong of Luoyang was also killed in Korea. This may be good news for us." Emerald Tiger asked doubtfully, "Good news?" Ji Wuye raised his lips. "The man who killed Ba Linglong is equally skilled. Luoyang has masters, so why can't I have some too? This person killed a master like Luo Wang, and he is determined to fight Luo Wang to the death. Maybe he had a deep hatred for Luo Wang before." Emerald Tiger's eyes suddenly lit up. "General, do you mean to find this person to counterbalance the mysterious master who killed Wu Ming?" Ji Wuye nodded. "Yes, this person's strength is far above Bai Yifei. As long as we find him and let him join our night, he can set any conditions. Isn't Mingzhu the best at making aromatherapy to influence people's hearts? Let her take action when the time comes." Emerald Tiger complimented him repeatedly. "Great, great. General, you are really thoughtful." The lights in the room were on brightly, and a beautiful figure was sitting alone at the table. The voluptuous and graceful figure rises and falls, which is breathtaking. Her plump figure and stunning face are like a bright and delicious fruit, making people salivate. However, at this moment, there was a heartbreaking sorrow between the brows of this beauty. It was late at night. Xinu was leaning over a pile of bamboo tubes. The sound of bamboo tubes popping could be heard throughout the house. The day for the final accounts was a few days ago, but she had been putting it off until now. "Because every time I see the abacus in my hand, I always think of that figure." After a long time, Xinu finished calculating the accounts in her hand, stretched her beautiful waist, covered her rosy little mouth, and yawned. The pair of peaks in front of him almost touched his chin. After drinking a cup of strong tea to sober up, her eyes once again fell on the abacus in front of her. After a moment of trance, she still held the abacus and lamented, You gave me an abacus, but you stole my heart. You are really better at business than me. Why do I seem to have lost?" The goods have been sold, so of course they cannot be returned or exchanged. Since the boss lady is a businessman, how can she not understand such a simple truth? Suddenly, a somewhat teasing voice slowly sounded in the room. Xinu was stunned and stood there, not knowing whether the voice just now was an illusion or the longing caused by tiredness. That person has been gone for such a long time. How could he appear here? Even if that person was here, he would not accept me even if I gave him away for free, let alone where I know he is now. It's only been a short time since we last met. Why is the lady boss so cold and indifferent she doesn't want to talk to me anymore? Xinu trembled all over, and the already thin sleepiness she had felt was instantly thrown away. The abacus was not held firmly and fell on the table, making a clanging sound. Xinu raised her head, and her pupils dilated little by little, until she saw the figure clearly. Her breathing suddenly stopped. Only her heartbeat seemed to jump out of her throat. "You!" She opened her mouth several times, but swallowed it back into her stomach and couldn't utter a word. "Madam Boss, are you trying to ask, didn't I leave?" Xinu nodded, but her eyes were always on him, not daring to blink. "I was afraid that the next time I blinked, this figure would disappear like a dream." Chen Mo touched his nose and said, "Actually, I haven't left yet." "You?" Xinu opened her mouth and shook her head. Chen Mo smiled. "Madam Boss, do you want to ask since I didn't leave? Why didn't I come to see you?" It's a long story. He had been following Jingwei during that time just to find out who was in contact with her through Luoyang. But the connection between the networks was indeed strange, and even he couldn't find anything unusual. Xinu took a deep breath, as if she had finally come to her senses. "So you came here this time? To see me?" Chen Mo pursed his lips and secretly changed his words in his heart. "I came to see you and talk about something, by the way." Xinu immediately laughed, sat down next to him, and said with a smile, "Just tell me what you want to do. As long as I can do it, I will naturally help you. Chen Mo also said directly, join the game. Join the game. Well, the game between you and Knight. Good. You're not going to ask me why I changed my mind? Xinu shook her head. The fact that Chen Mo was willing to join was already the best news. Why bother to delve into the reasons? Chen Mo nodded. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Xinu understood what she meant. She wanted her to call Han Fei, Wei Zhuang, and the others as well. Before Chen Mo stood up, he teased, by the way, now that I'm in the game, do the conditions I offered before still count? Xinu was in a trance for a moment, and her brain, which had been a little confused until now, suddenly started working rapidly. She chuckled and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo was so scared by her stare that he smiled awkwardly and said with a cough, just pretend I didn't say anything. But just as he was about to stand up, Xinu walked up to him and gently pressed him down. Chen Mo was stunned, and a fragrant breeze filled his nose. Xinu sat directly on her lap. The curvy body pressed against him. The tender red lips were close to his ear. The voice was extremely charming, and the breath was as sweet as orchid. I'm yours tonight if you want. The soft and fragrant breeze blew on Chen Mo's neck and then into his ears. It went straight down along his ear and easily captured his heart. Chapter 56. It smells pretty good. He could clearly feel how plump and beautiful the body in his arms was. I can also clearly feel the joy in the eyes of the person in my arms at this moment. Her charming face was like a blooming flower, and her rosy and attractive lips slowly kissed his neck. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Chen Mo calmly put down the crutches in his hand and picked up Xinu horizontally. The bright candlelight in the room gradually changed color. The orange light gradually faded and was replaced by blushing pink light. A bright yellow figure walked into the yard. Nonyu looked up at the sky, then at the light in Xinu's room, and suddenly let out a soft sigh. Since Chen Mo left, Sister Xinu has been sleeping later and later. I can't sleep all day, but I have no mood to deal with affairs. He either tossed and turned or stared at the abacus in a daze. After sleeping with her for a few nights, Manhwa began to suffer from insomnia. Looking at the candlelight at this time, she knew that Xinu had not fallen asleep yet. The backlog of accounts has been sent over again. Manhwa is very worried that if Xinu continues like this, she might ruin her health. She walked slowly to Xenu's door and was about to raise her hand to knock when a look of doubt suddenly flashed across her face. He put his hand down and put his ear to the door and began to listen. Manhwa rolled her eyes and sighed. Sister Xinu is still using the abacus to calculate the accounts so late at night. She must be working so hard. She has to do everything herself, and being this boss is not an easy job. Manhwa felt a little distressed and didn't know whether she should go in and help her. She put her hand on the handle and pulled it back. Forget it, I'd better not go. Even if I go in, I'll just be making things worse. A young assistant must have the awareness of a young assistant. If you can't help, at least don't make things worse. Suddenly the sound of abacus stopped. Manhwa nodded. She heard the sound of Xenu stretching. The accounts that had been piling up for so long are finally settled, which is a good thing. It must be refreshing all over. It looks like it went smoothly, otherwise this stretch wouldn't be so satisfying. The room suddenly became quiet. Nonyu curled her lips, guessing that Xenu was planning to take a rest. In that case, don't bother her. She has been very tired recently, so let her have a good rest. Are you exhausted? Do you want to take a rest? Chen Mo smiled and combed Xenu's messy purple hair behind her ears. Her delicate face is like a flower that has been nourished by the rain, tender and charming. There was a meaningful smile on her lips, and she curled up in his arms like a lazy and elegant cat. You guys, do you know that I have been suffering from insomnia recently and come here to help me get a good night's sleep? Xenu murmured in a seductive voice, her eyelids already beginning to twitch. Finally, I set myself out. The smile on her face remained on her face, as if she was happier than Chen Mo after sending herself away. As if this was something to be happy about. Insomnia? Is it because of the night and recent events? Chen Mo held her slender and soft hand and asked softly. Xenu smiled, sat up, put her chin on his shoulder, and whispered into his ear, "Guess." Chen Mo pursed his lips. He was not stupid. Since people asked him that, how could he not know what it meant? It's my fault. I should have come to see you earlier. Xenu was very satisfied with this answer and immediately laughed out loud, like a blooming flower. It's good that you still remember me, sir. You have been so sweet with your wife for so long. I'm afraid you have forgotten me a long time ago, right? Chun Mo remained silent. Why do these words sound weird? But Xinnu's current seductive look and considerate personality really make her like a little canary. Oh no, not the canary. It's purple all over. It should be a little purple bird. Speaking of this, Chun Mo suddenly noticed a problem that he shouldn't have noticed. He put his hand into the quilt. Xinnu rolled her eyes at him and said shyly, "It's natural. Xiao Yu even laughed at me before." Chun Mo raised his eyebrows, but a fiery red figure appeared in his mind. I wonder if hers is also natural. Xinnu hugged her tightly, wanted to chat with him for a while longer. But before he could say a few more words, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and soon he fell asleep with steady breathing. It seems that he is really exhausted during this period. Chun Mo carefully placed her on the bed and covered her with a quilt, hiding the blurred rose on the mattress. After he had packed up, he opened the door and walked out quietly. After closing the door, Chun Mo looked around. How could he have hidden Nong Yu's arrival from him? But Chun Mo couldn't understand what was going on with Nong Yu's expression of worry and relief as she stood at the door. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the issue. Xinnu and Nong Yu are like sisters, so it is normal for the younger sister to be worried about her elder sister's health. It's not that Chun Mo doesn't want to spend the night here, nor is he a heartless person. However, he had not thought of this development before this trip. Jingwei was still waiting for him at home. If he did not return home overnight, Jingwei would definitely wait for him at home all night. But when he got back, he realized that he had really thought too much. At this time, Jingwei had already fallen asleep. After being woken up by the sound of him opening the door, she got up from the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked in surprise, "Husband, why are you back?" Chun Mo was stunned and said, "Well, I just sat for a while and came back." Jingwei lifted the quilt, put on her small, snow-white feet, and walked over. "Did you do it? Well, then why didn't the boss lady keep you there tonight?" She leaned closer to Chun Mo, her nose twitching a few times, sniffing like a puppy. She smiled. "It smells pretty good." Chun Mo lowered his head and moved his nose. "Why don't I smell anything?" Jingwei's expression was normal. "I've gotten used to it after hearing it so many times." Chun Mo put his arm around her waist and said, "How come you seem to be able to predict the future and know everything?" Jingwei leaned his arms and glanced up. "Why else do you think I didn't go with you today?" A woman's sixth sense is quite sharp, especially when she loves someone. The more you love, the more accurate this feeling is. Listening to Chun Mo chatting with her, Jingwei knew what Xinnu's attitude towards him was. Now Chun Mo felt sad because he hadn't been to Zelangshuan for such a long time. What good could happen if a man and a woman were alone for so long in the dead of night? But it is a good thing for Jingwei. I was finally able to have a good sleep, but I didn't expect this guy to come back again. You haven't washed yet. I'll go boil some water for you. Chapter 57, Madam. You know I'm awesome. The water at the right temperature made Chun Mo feel so comfortable that all the pores on his body opened up. He stretched his waist and said to Jingwei, "Madam, do you want to take a bath together?" Jingwei walked over and poked his face with a smile. "Stop thinking about that. I've washed it. You go in and want to take a peaceful shower. Do you really think I don't know you?" Jingwei didn't believe that he could really take a good bath. She lowered her head and looked into the bucket. A faint red color was smudged by the hot water, then quickly dissipated and became invisible. Only then did she nod with relief. "Yes, it's really clean. Sit down. I'll give you a massage." Jingwei stood behind Chun Mo, placed her soft hands on his shoulders, and began to massage him. Chun Mo almost moved her to tears. How could there be such a good lady in the world? After secretly eating some wild food outside, he didn't blame himself when he came back. Instead, he boiled hot water for himself to take a bath to relieve his fatigue and gave himself a shoulder massage to relax. Just when Chun Mo was moved, Jingwei's voice sounded again. "Next time at this time, you still have to stay there. You don't have to come back. Otherwise, if you act like this, people will always feel sad. They will think you are a heartless person. Even I, their sister, may be a mean and jealous person in their eyes. Is this my wife teaching me how to pick up girls?" Chun Mo thought about it for a moment and really wanted to laugh. "Madam is really thoughtful." Jingwei nodded in satisfaction. "Of course, let's see whose wife this is. But I still want to say that now that there's one more person here, you can't do whatever you want. You still have to take care of your body. Even though you're powerful, you can't just indulge yourself." Chun Mo spread his hands. "Madam, you know how powerful I am. It's nothing." Jingwei couldn't help laughing. Seeing his ugly face, he couldn't help but pinch him. He said unhappily. That won't work either. How's the business going? After a moment's hesitation, she added, Did you talk about serious matters? She was thoughtful. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time that it was normal for them to forget their business when they met. Chinamo was a little amused. Of course, I went there specifically for serious business. I'll take you there tomorrow. The hand of Jingwei behind him suddenly paused, and he asked worriedly, Me? Is it appropriate for me to go? Of course, it's not about whether it's appropriate for her to meet Xinu. She will be her sister in the future, so it's only a matter of time before they meet. He was just worried about his identity as a killer. After all, it was something that could not be seen in public. Now that she's being hunted by Luo Wang, she is the embodiment of trouble. Wherever she goes, trouble will follow her. Of course it's appropriate. We don't need to hide. We should live openly. Don't worry, madam. I will kill every one of the Luo Wang people who come. If there are 2 of you, I'll kill a pair. If there are more, we'll just kill them all. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you. I will make them pay back 100-fold and 1,000-fold for everything that Luo Wang did before, and make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Chun Mo held Jingwei's little hand, and his tone became colder. Jingwei felt warmer in his heart as he held her hand. With a husband like a mountain standing before her, protecting her from wind and rain and blocking all the evils in the world, what regrets did she have? Okay, I'll do as you say. Jingwei's tone was soft, but he leaned forward and lay on Chun Mo's back. Chun Mo needed her little hands. How could such a pair of slender and delicate hands be used to kill people? He exerted a little force with his hands and pulled Jingwei, who was still wearing his clothes, into the bathtub. The giant salamander is best when it is in water. Zelangshuan's business has been booming recently, and how much money can be earned here is not so important as he knew. Rather, the better the business, the more dignitaries will come, and the more detailed the intelligence can be obtained. When business was declining before, we were worried that the acquisition of intelligence would be affected. But now it's okay. That thin layer of gauze can actually hold the men easily. Xinu is extremely intelligent and has high expectations. In her eyes, all men are just the same, except for one person. In recent days, she has obtained even more intelligence than Han Fei, the son of King Han. For example, Ba Linglong of Luoyang was killed in South Korea some time ago. The 8 Linglongs are the strongest among the 8 people under the Tianzi. The targets they can target are certainly not insignificant. This person was able to kill 8 of them, so his strength should not be underestimated. Xinu had thought about it before, whether she could win over the target that Ba Linglong was hunting. Although this may bring her into trouble, Xinu is a businessman. She knew very well that the benefits were proportional to the risks. The more Luoyang values someone, the more important that person is. This is the kind of person they need right now. On the wide wooden bed, there is a charming figure sleeping, as intoxicating as the legendary Sleeping Beauty. Nongyu walked in for the 3rd time, looked at Xinu, who was still sleeping soundly, and walked to the bedside quietly. He secretly placed his hand on Xinu's nose. Well, he's still breathing and not dead, that's good. What are you doing? Xinu, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and asked softly. Nanhua jumped up in fright, patted her chest to calm down, and then said, Oh, I was scared to death, Sister Xinu. I thought you were going to die in your sleep. What time is it now? It's almost dark outside. Xinu had a deep sleep. Not only did she get some sleep, but she also made up for what she had missed before. This is the first time I slept so well in all these years. It turns out this helps with sleeping. Xinu covered her lips with her hands, sat up, and yawned. Unexpectedly, this movement made her gasp for air and her brows wrinkled slightly. What happened to Sister Xinu? Nanhua had just asked in confusion when she was suddenly surprised. Oh, sister, why are you sleeping without clothes? Nanhua, who was tidying up things at the table, just turned around and saw the magnificent scenery in front of her. In an instant, she felt a flash before her eyes. Why do I feel that my sister is more beautiful and charming than yesterday? She couldn't tell what had changed, and even after staring at it for a while, she still couldn't put her finger on it. It seems that nothing has changed, yet something seems to have changed. It seems that after fertilizing, the flowers grow more beautifully. Xinu smiled, and immediately reached out to pull the quilt to cover the mess under her body, and said calmly, It's okay. You will know later. Go get me some water. I'm going to take a bath. Okay. Nanhua nodded, and immediately went out to work. Chapter 58, I didn't expect she was so beautiful. An hour later, Xinu, who had finished bathing, opened the door of the box on the fourth floor with a long-lost smile and unprecedented confidence. The eyes of several people in the room suddenly brightened. Even Wei Zhuang, who had no emotions, looked at him with a frown. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Bring some tea. I'll make tea for everyone to make amends." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Liang raised his eyebrows. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. There is something wrong with Xinu today. She hasn't made tea for everyone for a long time. Is it because she doesn't have hands? Miss Xinu called us here today for what? Several people held up tea, but no one dared to drink it. Xinu put her elbows on the table, folded her hands, and interlocked her fingers, smiling. "I'll take everyone to see someone." This sentence is very sophisticated. Take you to see someone, not someone calling you. This means that this person means more to her than them. That's strange. The people present here are not just any ordinary people. A Korean prince, a famous swordsman, a famous Confucian scholar. Who could be more important than all of them combined? Han Fei asked in confusion. Who on earth is this person that Miss Xinu values so much? Xinu smiled. Almighty. Almighty. Han Fei was stunned. Xinu's words are certainly not without purpose, and she is not someone who would exaggerate. If she dares to say that, then the other party's level really needs to be carefully considered. Xinu said with some admiration in her eyes, "My talent is better than mine. My wisdom is better than Zi Fong. My knowledge is better than Master Han Fei. And my skills are better than Wei Zhuang. Can I call such a person almighty?" Manhwa was completely confused at this time. I stared at her blankly and asked, "When did you get to know such an awesome person?" I had no idea about him. Wei Zhuang frowned. Given his personality, he was naturally unhappy that the other person was stronger than him in terms of skills and words. His eyelids drooped slightly. "Really? I'll go see what kind of person he is and whether he can withstand a few moves from my sword." Xinu looked at Wei Zhuang, a little surprised. "You said that yourself." Wei Zhuang's eyes were calm. "Of course." Xinu looked at him with a smile, then shrugged. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked, "Could it be that this person is willing to help us?" This sentence is a bit redundant. If Xinu was not willing to help, why would she bring him to see them? He was really looking forward to it. Xinu rubbed her waist and said, "I didn't want to do it before, but now I am willing." In order to persuade him, I suffered heavy losses. Several people were suddenly incredulous. The person that Xinu took so much trouble to invite must be no ordinary person. Tap-tuck. There was a gentle knock on the door. Xenu's eyes lit up, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Okay, I'll open the door." She asked Manhwa to step aside and walked up to the door. This made them even more puzzled and excited. She invited me personally and opened the door herself. When did Xinu start to value someone so much? Something is wrong. This is not paying attention. This is caring. Even Nongyu was very excited at this time and began to look around curiously. "Come." Xinu suddenly paused, as if she saw something unexpected, and was stunned. The sight of several people was completely blocked by Xinu's figure, and no one could do it if they wanted to take a look. Manhwa stood on tiptoe curiously and looked outside over Xenu's shoulder. "Gentlemen." When she saw the familiar black blindfold, her eyes suddenly brightened. Isn't this the bad guy who suddenly left and caused Sister Xinu to lose her appetite? No wonder my sister was in such a good mood today. It turns out that my husband is back. It was just strange. I was with my sister all day. So how did she suddenly know that my husband had returned? It's impossible that they met secretly at night. No, we were settling accounts until very late yesterday. Nanyue's thoughtful expression didn't last long, and suddenly she was stunned when she saw what was behind. Who is this woman? She is so beautiful. Well, come on, please come in. After a brief moment of daze, she came to her senses, realized her impoliteness, and quickly welcomed the two people in. She was such a smart person that she naturally knew who Jingwei was behind Chen Mo. When Jingwei followed Chen Mo here before, he was also blindfolded. Xinu also didn't expect that his wife was so beautiful. Before, I only noticed her figure, which was very slim and well-proportioned. Only now did I realize that her face was so beautiful, almost comparable to mine. But the expression on his face was a little cold, like the snow that had never melted on an iceberg. A pair of deep eyes, as sharp as a knife. Xenu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that she knew about what happened between me and Chen Mo? Was she here today to call me to task? Just when she was a little worried, Jingwei withdrew his gaze from the room and turned to Xenu. This made her feel uneasy. Oh no, it looks like he is here to cause trouble for me. As a result, Jingwei showed a meaningful smile. It was very faint, but it was particularly obvious on her icy face. This smile made Xinu stunned. Manhwa came to Xinu one step ahead and looked at her with a changing expression and said, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Who is that person next to the gentleman?" Xinu's eyes flickered, and she waved her hand and said, "That's the gentleman's wife." Ah! Manhwa was shocked. It turned out to be the one who followed the master here with a veil. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. The gentleman is indeed a gentleman. Even though he is a disabled person, he can find such a beautiful wife. This would be fine if there was nothing wrong with my health. He has to take all the beautiful women by himself. At this time, the people in the room also saw clearly who was coming. Han Fei stood up from his seat, his eyes full of surprise. "Mr. Chun?" He always remembered what Wei Zhuang said back then. If you can get this person's help, you're at least halfway there. "Master Han Fei, I have heard of you for a long time." Chinemo nodded and responded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at Wei Zhuang with a smile on his face. "Mr. Wei Zhuang, nice to meet you again." Wei Zhuang turned his head and looked directly at Xinu. No wonder he spoke strangely before, so this is the case. There are really no good women. Xinu clearly knew that it was Chan Mo who came, but she still tried to provoke him on purpose. As expected, the only thing you can trust is the sword in your hand. Wei Zhuang felt his face getting hot for no reason, and he nodded towards Chan Mo as a greeting. Now I suddenly realized what it meant to be socially dead. Fortunately, what I said before was not heard by Chan Mo. Chapter 59, I killed him too. "Mr. Zifeng, I have heard a lot about you." Chen Mo greeted Zhang Liang and did not ignore him. Zhang Liang, he was going to be a great figure in the future. Zhang Liang rubbed his head, stood up and laughed. "I don't deserve it. I'm just an ordinary Confucian disciple." Chen Mo smiled. Grandson of Prime Minister Zhang Kaidi, nephew of Master Sun, and sweetheart of the famous Master Gongsun Linglong. If such a person is just an ordinary disciple, then Chen doesn't seem to be much better than ordinary people. Zhang Liang was stunned by this series of words. The other people in the room also looked at Chen Mo in surprise. It is not surprising that Zhang Liang's first two identities were known to people, but how did people know that Gongsun Linglong was pestering him later? You have to know that this incident happened thousands of miles away. Even if someone talked about it, it would not spread here. Several people looked at Xinu secretly. She really wouldn't speak without thinking. Her knowledge is indeed superior to Han Fei's. It seems that the beauty list back then was not made up casually. At this time, Xinu came over gracefully, looked at Han Fei, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wei Zhuang, do you remember what you said before? It seems that you said you wanted to see how many times this newcomer could take your sword, right?" The corner of Wei Zhuang's mouth twitched violently. "Why are you bringing up things that are not relevant? Why is this woman so annoying?" "I didn't say that." "Okay." He admitted that he was indeed scared. "How many strikes can you take? I think you want to see how many strikes it will take for him to take my sword away." Han Fei took a deep breath and felt that this matter was really quite strange. Wei Zhuang was so arrogant that his words were as firm as iron. Why did he deny it today? "Guzi, you have changed." But Wei Zhuang's denial made Han Fei confirm one thing. That means he admitted that he was no match for Chen Mo, or even far from being his match. Han Fei only felt his heartbeat suddenly get louder. Who is this? Wei Zhuang's eyes fell on Jingwei. It wasn't because Jingwei was good-looking. He, a piece of stone, didn't know how to appreciate anything. It was just because Jingwei's eyes gave him a sense of threat. Those eyes were deep and sharp, like a sharp knife, which was definitely not something an ordinary woman could possess. The rest of the people also looked at Shan Mo intently, waiting for his introduction. Zhang Liang turned his head and began to pretend to drink tea. Jingwei's gaze and temperament made him feel uneasy and extremely uncomfortable. Chinemo said calmly, "This is my wife, Jingwei." Clang! Zhang Liang's hand trembled, and he lost his grip on the cup, causing it to slip out of his hand. The scalding tea splashed on his legs and shoes, scalding him so much that he cried out in pain. "Ooh!" Han Fei was suddenly confused and asked again in a lost voice. It's not that he didn't hear it clearly, but he simply couldn't believe it. If this Jingwei is the Jingwei they are thinking of, then who is this Mr. Chun? This kind of thorny rose can be conquered by him? Chen Mo pursed his lips, somewhat surprised by their reaction. The previous Luoyang number 1, Jingwei. This time, not only Han Fei was shocked, but Xinu and Nong Yu beside him also opened their mouths in surprise and stood there in a daze. Zhang Liang held his feet and forgot to cry out in pain for a moment. staring at Chun Mo in amazement. Nobody, are you serious? Are you really not afraid that she will give you kidneys? Jingwei's identity certainly surprised everyone. But what was even more surprising was that she was actually subdued by Chun Mo. The way she walked beside him just now was really as well behaved as an ordinary young wife. Xinu is a little silent now. How could she know that Chun Mo's so-called wife was actually the legendary Jingwei? What if she found out about their relationship and became dissatisfied and squatted under my roof every night trying to kill me? Jingwei is the most legendary assassin in Luoyang, with the highest assassination success rate. Since his debut, he has never failed. This sister can't handle it anymore. Wei Zhuang's eyes moved, and he looked at Jingwei. Jingwei, I heard that you have already betrayed Luoyang. Jingwei looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes were cold, and he did not reply. In front of outsiders, she is Jingwei. Only in front of Chun Mo, she is the giant salamander. Personality is very important. Chun Mo answered for her. That's right. Han Fei poked his head over and said, What about that Ba Ling Long from a while ago? I killed him. Chun Mo nodded. Han Fei was startled. Sir, you are very powerful. With you and Xiao Zhuang here, we don't have to worry about killing Wu Ming's master. Chun Mo looked a little strange and pursed his lips. That was also killed by me. Han Fei was having trouble breathing, and he suddenly fell down in his seat, waving his arms and breathing out, Quick, quick, open window. I'm having trouble breathing. Xinu just said that Chun Mo's skills are better than Wei Zhuang's, and Wei Zhuang also agreed. Han Fei originally thought that even if Chun Mo was very strong, it shouldn't be that outrageous. After all, he still looked young. I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. When Han Fei heard that Wu Ming was also killed by him, he could no longer control himself. He also clearly remembered what Wei Zhuang said, that only Giguzi could use that sword. What does this mean? Chun Mo, has he now become a master who can rival Giguzi? Giguzi never came into the world. Bai Ming devoted himself to Taoism. Dong Wang secluded himself all year round, and Master Sun did not care about worldly affairs. Now suddenly there comes a Chun Mo who is comparable to them. Doesn't this mean that he can dominate the 7 countries? Han Fei understood. No wonder he could even subdue Jingwei. It was actually like this. Car bar. Wei Zhuang simply crushed all the chairs in Zilangquan. Are you kidding me? I know you are stronger than me. Much stronger, but it is outrageous that you can do this. We are not much different in age. How did you do it? Xinu pushed the dazed Nongyu, and Nongyu came to her senses and ran to open the window. As the cool breeze blew, everyone felt a little clearer. Xinu never thought that as soon as Chun Mo arrived, there would be one thunder after another. He even chopped himself into pieces, the person who had been honest with him yesterday. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Chun Mo explained, In fact, things are not that complicated. The Luoyang people found my wife and threatened her with my name, wanting her to assassinate Wei Wuji and Wu Ming. Later, I found out about it, so I helped her kill Wu Ming, and by the way, I went to kill Ba Ling Long. The corner of Zhang Liang's mouth twitched. Using your name to threaten him. Has Lu Buwei's brain become rusty? Chapter 60, Who is it? Xinu's gaze fell on Jingwei. She was able to understand a lot of information from Chun Mo's few words. It seems that the reason why he joined the game is inseparable from his wife. The reason why he didn't agree to me before was also for his wife's sake. For Jingwei, he even rejected such generous conditions. From this point of view, the position of Jingwei in his heart is probably difficult to estimate. Well, I must hold this thigh tightly. Xinu stood up calmly and carefully selected a small amount of tea leaves. She took out a white jade cup from the cabinet, made a cup of tea with swift hands and feet, and walked towards Chun Mo. Thank you very much. Chun Mo smiled and reached out to take it. Who would have thought that Xinu would actually bypass him and hand the tea to Jingwei next to her? She said in a tender voice, Sister, please have some tea. Jingwei was stunned at first, but after he reacted, he immediately retracted the sharpness in his eyes and softened it a little. She took the tea from her hand with a look of satisfaction and took a sip. Then he nodded and smiled. Thank you, it tastes very good. Thank you for your hard work, sister. She was quite satisfied in her heart. This sister is quite capable. She is pretty and has a good figure. Her child will definitely not go hungry in the future. But is big too. Maybe I can have a big fat boy in my family in the future. Jingwei is now very satisfied with Xinu, no matter how he looks at her. After all, Xinu was an extraordinary woman with extremely high emotional intelligence and IQ. After a little probing, she was already clear about Jing Wei's attitude. It seems that she already knows what happened between her and Chun Mo. No wonder I looked at myself strangely at first. I was worried before that I might not be able to see the sun the next day, but now Xin Nu is relieved. After drinking this cup of tea, we all become a family. Everyone around them frowned at the same time. Something is wrong. About 9 out of 10 things are wrong. This is the first time Jing Wei and Xena meet, right? Why do you start calling me sister as soon as you come up? Nanyue couldn't close her little mouth at this moment. When did Sister Xenu become so good at pleasing people? She glanced at Jing Wei. Sister's sister. Isn't this the big sister? But when she thought about it carefully, that sharp look and unusual identity seemed to indicate that she was indeed the big sister. As long as you like it, I'll make you another cup. With Jing Wei's recognition, Xenu immediately felt in a good mood. She smiled at Chun Mo as if 100 flowers were blooming. This smile is so charming that it makes people's bones go weak. The people around him looked solemn and fell into deep thought. There must be something fishy going on. However, compared to this question, Han Fei is more curious about another answer. Sir, you told us this. Aren't you afraid that I will report it to my father? Now both Han and Wei are looking for the murderer who killed Wei Wuji and Wuming. Once Chun Mo reveals his identity, both countries will make trouble for him. Chun Mo smiled. Master Han Fei. Han Fei quickly waved his hands and said, It's too formal. You can call me Xiao Han or Xiao Hanzi. This is Xiao Zhuang, and this is Zai Liangzi. That's what we all call them. Don't you think so, Miss Purple Girl? Xenu pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, that's what they all call me. I think the gentleman will call me that too. Chun Mo nodded, and then said calmly, Because I believe that you are all smart people and can make the most basic judgment. Since I can kill Wuming, it will be easy for me to kill everyone here. Han Fei was of course aware that this was a hint at him, and he immediately felt sweat on his neck and was startled. Zhang Liang quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Sir, there's no need to be like this. Han Fei was just, joking. Chun Mo picked up the tea and said, I was just joking. As mentioned before, we are all smart people. It goes without saying what Chun Mo's joining will bring to them. Wei Wuji and Wuming are both dead, so the person who is under the most pressure now should be Ji Wuye. Han Fei's only worry was that Ji Wuye would quit his job, and the king of Wei would be at a loss as to what to do and might simply send troops in anger. He hesitated for a moment, his lips trembling. Just as he was about to say something, Chun Mo said, Don't worry, Han and Wei will not go to war. Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, Why do you say that, sir? Chun Mo said confidently, Because they're not stupid people, they can guess that someone is interfering in this matter. If they really send troops, it will be exactly what Lu Buwei wants. The king of Wei is furious now, but he just wants to save face and ask for an explanation. Do you think the king of Wei would walk into his trap just for 2 dead people? You can go back and tell the king of Han to tell the king of Wei that Wei Wuji came to Han to look for Ji Wuye, but he failed to pay his respects to the king, which was a disrespect to him. And Ji Wuye is a poor protector. He can ignore Wei Wuji's disrespect and severely punish Ji Wuye for it. After all, the king is the ruler of a country, and he cannot just think about personal emotions. Even if the king of Wei really wanted to send troops, those dukes and nobles would not agree. Han Fei suddenly understood. This not only demonstrated the king of Han's broad-mindedness, but also saved the face of the state of Han, gave the state of Wei a way out, and at the same time suppressed Ji Wuye. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone, really amazing. Xenu looked at Chun Mo with burning eyes, the meaning of which was self-evident. Look, this is the man I like. I just came and solved the big problem that you have been struggling with just a few words. After thinking for a while, Zhang Liang suddenly looked embarrassed and said, There is a problem. That Lady Mingzhu is not only the most favored concubine of King Han, but also their knight. The king of Han has great trust in her. Oh, yes, I'm not saying that your father is incompetent. I'm just talking about this situation. If Madame Mingzhu slanders Ji Wiley in front of King Han, he will most likely not punish Ji Wiley. There is some truth in what he said. After all, Ji Wuye had made great military achievements. If Madame Mingzhu were to whisper in his ear, the king of Han might really have been on guard against him. Chun Mo knocked on the table and said, Madame Mingzhu can persuade King Han to do something for her. So can't someone in our group persuade that? As soon as these words came out, Han Fei suddenly realized, You mean Mrs. Who? The second favorite concubine of King Han, whose words carry no less weight in front of King Han than those of Lady Mingzhu. But he soon shook his head and said, Miss Hu has no vested interest with us, so why would she help us for no reason? Chunimo said leisurely. Then we need a second person to persuade her. Everyone asked in confusion, Who is it? Chunimo looked at Nongyu and said shockingly, You? To be precise, it's her mother. Chapter 61, Who is my father? Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Nongyu. At this moment, Nongyu was stunned where she was. She pointed at her nose and asked doubtfully, Me? Please, I don't even know Miss Hu. How can I possibly convince her? No one understood what he meant. Especially Zinu. Manhwa has been living with her for all these years, but she has never met Mrs. Hu, let alone have any friendship with her. Sir, is there any deep meaning behind what you said? Zinu now has unconditional trust in Chunimo. Although she knew that Manhwa didn't even know Mrs. Hu, she believed that Chunimo would never make a fuss. Just like what Chunimo told her yesterday, that swallowing it could improve her skin tone, she swallowed it without hesitation. Chunimo smiled and said, Miss Nongyu, look at your neck. Manhwa placed her hand on her neck in confusion and looked at Chunimo. Do you have half a jade pendant? Nongyu was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, How did you know that, sir? She always wore this half of the jade pendant close to her body, hiding it inside her clothes. I never took it off even to take a shower. No one knew about it except Sister Zinu, who took a bath and slept with her. But why would Sister Zinu tell the gentleman about such an insignificant matter? Zinu immediately responded, Nongyu has such a half jade pendant. How did you know that, sir? Her eyes suddenly became strange. Are you peeping at someone taking a bath? If you want something, just tell me. Why do this? I could just let Nongyu take a shower and lie down on the bed. But Zinu changed her mind and realized that Chunimo had always been blindfolded when meeting people, so he should not be able to see anything. Moreover, based on her understanding of him, he would not be the kind of person who would peek at others taking a bath. That's even more strange. How did he know about this? Chunimo shook his head and said, It doesn't matter how you know it, but it is very important that Nongyu has this half of the jade pendant. He stretched out his hand to Nongyu. Miss Nongyu, may I borrow your jade pendant for you to see? Manhwa looked at Zinu, and only after Zinu nodded did she reach out and take it out. Here you go, sir. She adjusted her collar and handed the gift to Chunimo with both hands. Chunimo reached out and took it. It was still slightly warm. There is even a faint fragrance. He noticed that the last time Nongyu and Zinu changed clothes in front of him. This fiery red jade pendant against the snow-white skin is hard not to notice. Is there anything special about this jade, sir? Nongyu looked at Chunimo playing with the jade pendant in his hand, and her face suddenly turned red. Chunimo said calmly, What's so special about it? Miss Nongyu should know it best, right? For example, if you wear this jade in winter, you will feel warm and you won't have to worry even if you're wearing thin clothes. Is that right? Manhwa opened her mouth in surprise and covered it with her little hands. That's right, sir. How did you know? Because this is fire rain agate produced in Baiwe, it will emit warmth when the temperature is low. Ah? Nongyu blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise, Produced in Baiwe? Exactly. Has this jade been worn by you since you were a child? Manhwa seemed to have a premonition in her heart and nodded quickly. Yes, it has been with me since I can remember. Sir, you asked this, maybe you have thought of something. Zinu's eyes lit up at this time, and she quickly asked, Is this related to you heir's life experience? Even she had no idea about Nanyue's life experience over the years. But given Chunmo's magical powers, maybe he can really say something this time. Nanyue was even more nervous, with her hands crossed and her fingertips turning white. She looked at Chunmo, her eyes full of hope. She has been an orphan since she was a child. If it weren't for Zinu's rescue, she might not even be alive today. Now that she actually had clues about her family, she was of course extremely excited. Chunmo did not keep the secret, but said directly, Yes, this jade pendant should be a pair, and the other half should be in your mother's hand. Nanyue's eyes turned white, her face turned pale, and her whole body began to tremble and shake. Zinu hurried over to support her and put her on the seat. I quickly gave her a few sips of tea, and she finally came to her senses. Her hands holding the teacup were still shaking, her eyes full of excitement. My mother. The word mother is indeed a distant word for her. Where is she and who is she? Sir, you must know that, right? There was a hint of crying in Nanyue's voice, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Mo, and they began to get nervous for Nonyu. Zhang Liang was still sober at this time, and felt confused as to why this topic came up so suddenly. Didn't they want to ask Mrs. Hu to restrain Mrs. Mingzhu? How did it suddenly become a family search activity? Is there any connection between the two? However, he was also aware of Nonyu's feelings at the moment, so he did not say anything and just listened quietly. He was not the only one who was confused, but when Chen Mo spoke again, everyone suddenly understood. Your mother is in Xinjiang now. Chen Mo's voice was so sonorous that Nonyu immediately held her breath and listened attentively. She is the wife of the left Sima Lu Yi, and the elder sister of the favorite concubine of the king of Han, Lady Hu. Madam Hu, what? Everyone suddenly fell into silence. After a long while, Han Fei asked, Sir, do you want Miss Nanyue to go and recognize her relatives, and then ask Madam Hu to help us persuade Lady Hu to help? With this relationship, this matter does not seem impossible. Nanyue suddenly stood up and said, Then Lu Yi is my father? This is not good news, because this was Sima Lu Yi is Ji Wuye's man, who knew Chan Mo, shook his head and said no. No. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Nonyu is the daughter of Mrs. Hu is Lu Yi's wife, but Nonyu is not Lu Yi's daughter. Okay, I see. It turns out he was wearing a hat. Nonyu quickly asked, Then who's my father? Chun Mo hesitated for a moment and said, You can ask your mother when the time comes. When Nanyue heard the word mother again, she had hope of recognizing her relatives, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. She ran directly to Chen Mo's side, grabbed his arm and begged, Sir, can I see her, sir? Can you take me to see her? Will she recognize me? Who knew that Zhang Liang shook his head and said, I'm afraid this matter is a bit difficult to handle. Nanyue was still full of expectations, but when she heard this, her heart suddenly sank, and she quickly asked, Why? Chapter 62. How difficult is it to escape? Han Fei explained, Because Lu Yi loves Madame Hu very much. Even if she goes out, she will be followed by a large number of guards and servants. It is probably not an easy task to hide from his eyes and ears. Nanyue's expression suddenly collapsed. An indescribable feeling of grievance welled up in my heart. This is the first time that mother and daughter have such a clear connection, so why can't they meet? She looked up at Chun Mo, her eyes filled with deep desire. In her eyes, her husband is omnipotent, and there must be a way to solve the problem. Chun Mo looked at her lovingly, then said, Don't worry, there is a way. Care? It's just the view of outsiders. It's more of surveillance than protection. Nanyue's eyes suddenly brightened up, and she knew that the master must have a way. Han Fei asked curiously, Sir, what solutions do you have? If they could be reunited as mother and daughter, not only would it fulfill Nanyue's wish, it would also be beneficial to them. It is impossible for Mrs. Hu not to agree to take action under such circumstances. Chinamo changed the subject. However, although there's a way, it is a bit offensive. Please tell me, sir. As long as we can be reunited as mother and daughter, it doesn't matter if I offend you a little. Nonyu bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth and looked at Chun Mo pitifully. Chun Mo smiled and said, Then we can just tie her mother up and bring her here. Didn't Lu Yi send people to monitor me? Then why don't I just snatch the person back directly? A few days later, at the residence of Zwasima, a beautiful woman in her 30s was combing her hair in front of a bronze mirror in the room. From the mirror, one can see that the beautiful woman's brows are filled with sadness. But this sadness not only did not affect her beauty, it even added a unique and pitiful charm to her. She combed her long hair and looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the dressing table with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Without any decoration, she just went out with her soft black hair draped over her shoulders. Where do you want to go? As soon as I stepped out of the courtyard, I ran into a middle-aged man. This person is the Zwasima Lu Yi, and this beautiful woman is Nanyue's mother, Mrs. Hu. The moment she saw Lu Yi, her face turned pale. Then he pretended to be calm and said calmly, I'm going to watch a play. Ever since that incident, Mrs. Hu rarely goes out. My only hobby is watching plays. Huh? Watching a play? You've been watching it for so many years. Haven't you seen enough? Lu Yi didn't believe what she said. Their words didn't sound like those of a husband and wife. Instead, they were full of distrust and defensiveness. Mrs. Hu lowered her head, her fingers tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, making wrinkles all over it. She also seemed unwilling to face her so-called husband. Or rather, I don't dare to face it. In addition to sadness, there was also a hint of fear between her drooped brows. I'm alone. If not going to the theater, what else can I do? Finally, she sighed softly and said this meaningfully. Snort. Lu Yi showed dissatisfaction on his face, flicked his sleeves, and walked past her. The guards following him immediately turned around and followed Madame Hu. Madam, the master is worried about your safety when you go out, so I am ordered to protect you. Mrs. Hu ignored them and turned around and walked out. It's like this every time. What's the point of struggling? It will only make people more embarrassed. And this is just the beginning. By the time she reaches the door, there will be more than just these few people behind her. After so many years, she has gotten used to it. There were not many entertainment facilities in this era, and watching a play was one of the most popular activities. The stage was built in the most prosperous area of Xinjiang, and the performance was performed by the most famous Korean drama troupe. Therefore, every time the stage is set up, there are many people coming to watch the show. Although it's a long way from starting, the audience is already bustling with people. Mrs. Hu was followed by a large group of guards, and passers-by around her retreated when they saw her. She walked aimlessly on the road, and groups of children playing and fighting would appear on the roadside from time to time. Every time at this time, she would stop and stare for a long time, her beautiful brows unconsciously furrowed. Especially when she saw the little girl with pigtails, she seemed to forget her sadness, her brows relaxed, and she even showed a hint of a smile. But what followed was an even more intense sadness. Yes, I have been watching plays for so many years. How could I come out just to watch a play? She just wanted to come out and see these children. After watching the children playing and fighting walk away from her, Mrs. Hu sighed softly. That's her. She is Lu Yi's wife, Madame Hu. At the tea stall that she hadn't noticed, there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged, their eyes following her closely. A white-haired young man, a handsome scholar, and a blindfolded man with a cane. After all, Zhang Liang was the prime minister's son, and he was quite familiar with the families of these officials, so he recognized Mrs. Hu as soon as she appeared. 12 guards, and 2 more in secret. Haha, with this kind of situation, and in the capital, is Lu Yi so worried about Madame Hu? Wei Zhuang said nonchalantly, It's okay, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. I'll be back soon. After seeing the number of people clearly, he picked up the shark tooth and prepared to kill them. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Wei Zhuang raised his head and found that it was Chun Mo who held him down. No need, I'll go anyway. You are a wanted criminal now. If you're discovered, you will be in trouble. If you are carrying a living person with you, it will be even more difficult to escape. Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes, feeling unhappy as if he was being looked down upon. It's not difficult to escape, just fight your way out. Chun Mo shook his head and said, I don't doubt your strength. Of course you can fight your way out. They can't stop you. But what about Mrs. Hu? Any attack that she fails to block will seriously injure her. How are you going to explain this to Nong Yu and the others? Wei Zhuang fell silent. He really wasn't sure if he could lead Mrs. Hu out in this way and leave her unscathed. Zhang Liang also said quickly, Yes, sir, what you said makes sense. Let him do it. Chen Mo continued. After kidnapping Madame Hu, Lu Yi must be furious. No matter what the reason is, it means that he must keep Madame Hu under his control. Now that the wanted order for you has finally been relaxed a little, there's no need to let you get involved in any more trouble. I'll go. Wei Zhuang nodded and sighed. Then I'll trouble you, sir. Chun Mo hummed, picked up the straw hat on the table, turned around, and walked out of the tea stall. Chapter 63, You will be obedient after reading this. The gongs and drums of the troupe had already sounded, and Mrs. Hu, hearing the sound, began to lead people to their seats. However, at this moment, a figure wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared nearby. He had a black cloth covering his eyes, was leaning on a cane, and one of his feet was a little shaky, making him look like a cripple. But soon, he seemed to walk in front of them silently and block the road. The guards finally realized something was wrong. They put their hands on the hilt of the knife and looked at Chun Mo vigilantly. Who? Mrs. Hu looked at the disabled man in front of her with some curiosity and asked calmly, What's wrong? Why are you blocking me? Chun Mo looked at her expression and laughed out loud in his heart. As expected of mother and daughter, their confused expressions and thoughts are exactly the same. Chun Mo tapped the cane in his hand and said calmly, Go back and tell Lu Yi that if he wants someone, prepare 100 gold. The guards' faces suddenly changed. No, buddy, you kidnapper are too arrogant, aren't you? Let's not talk about Mrs. Who's identity. They're all still blocking here. And you announce that you are preparing the ransom? How come it has been confirmed as a success? Capture this lunatic. The leader snorted coldly and drew his sword. All I could hear was the sound of swords rubbing against each other nearby, and bursts of cold light reflecting in the sunlight. However, the next moment, Mrs. Who couldn't even see what happened, and the guards were lying on the ground. Immediately afterwards, her view flickered, and she was looking at the ground. Chinamo actually just picked her up. The soft body seemed to have no bones, and it didn't seem like he was carrying a person, but rather a pillow. A soft and fragrant aroma wafts to the tip of your nose, making you feel as if you are in a bush of flowers. Zhang Liang, who was sitting not far away, clapped his hands and said in delight, "As expected of you, sir. You have amazing skills. You were so fast that I couldn't even see what happened." The corner of Wei Zhuang's mouth twitched, and then he said in a muffled voice, "Humph. Now he will become a wanted criminal too." The two guards in the dark realized something was wrong after hearing Chenmo's announcement. But before they could rush out, Chenmo had already dealt with the guards in an instant and stood up carrying Mrs. Hu. "Big Bold, who are you? Do you know that this is the wife of Zhuasima? If I put you down now, I can still save your life." The guards were not fools. The scene just now had frightened them, and they dared not move forward at all. They had no choice but to bring up Zhuasima's reputation and pray that this young man would be frightened. Chenmo turned around, leaving behind a faint voice floating in the wind, saying, "I will not change my name or surname. Go back and tell Liu Yi that the kidnapper is Wei Zhuang." Wei Zhuang? No, it was agreed that he would also be a wanted criminal. The rustling sound of the wind passed by her ears, and Mrs. Hu felt like a flying bird. This mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere carried her on his back and ran across the roof at lightning speed. Mrs. Hu's dignified and beautiful face was now filled with horror. She knows some martial arts skills. Although she is not an expert, she is not a weak woman. But at this moment, she felt a little unbearable just being carried by this person. It's too fast, it's really too fast. His shoulders kept rising and falling, pressing against her abdomen, and soon her little face turned pale. She opened her mouth wide as if she was drowning and breathed desperately. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Please go slower." Mrs. Hu finally couldn't help but beg out loud. Chinamo was unmoved and did not slow down at all. He just consoled her, "Madam, bear with it. It will be over soon." He could see Mrs. Hu's expression now. She could no longer bear it. "But this is a small problem. Although it may be uncomfortable now, I guarantee that you will be extremely happy soon. After a while, not only will you forget all the pain, you will also be so excited that you will keep thanking yourself. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Please let me go." Mrs. Hu's voice was already a little tearful. She really couldn't understand. If they wanted to kidnap her, they had to kidnap her. Why torture her? If she kept this posture any longer, she felt like she was about to come out in front of this man. Woo woo woo. How could I lose my composure in front of the kidnappers? No, absolutely not that kind of thing. Chinemo heard something wrong, but he frowned and didn't stop. How can I stop at a time like this? Not only did he not slow down, he even sped up a bit. Be patient. The pain now is for the happiness in the future. Besides, kidnapping people in the capital is no joke, and there's a group of people following behind. Mrs. Hu's face turned even paler as she became more nervous. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. "No, I want it. She began to struggle violently with both hands, tightly gripping Chinmo's waist, and said in a hurried tone, I'm going to vomit." Chinmo took a deep breath when he was pinched. "Can you pinch people randomly in this place? Madam, will you compensate me for the damage I have done to this place?" He groaned and said, "Just bear with it for a moment. Can you please stop making such a fuss? I told you it will be here soon." Madam, who put more strength on her hands and said through gritted teeth, "You're not the one being carried. If you dare, try it yourself. I can't bear it anymore. If you don't let me down, I'll strangle you to death." What a hassle. How to put it? The large group of pursuers behind us are not just for show. Mrs. Hu struggled more and more violently, and Chenmo became a little impatient. He raised his hand and slapped her big round ball. Mrs. Hu was suddenly struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, unable to move. Her eyes suddenly widened. This might be the first time in my life that I have been spanked. A loud slap echoed in her ears, and waves of hips surged on it, thrilling. Chenmo shook his hands and felt a little pain in them. After a moment of blankness in her mind, Mrs. Hu began her most violent struggle ever. She used her hands and feet, her fists falling down wildly, and her two slender legs kept kicking Chunmo's back like beating drums, and her whole body was struggling hard. Chunmo couldn't stand it anymore. It was like carrying a whale on his back. It was so tiring. How could such a gentle person normally become so violent when he gets crazy? He sighed and decided to take a break from his busy schedule to make his final move. Stop messing around. I'm going to show you something. You'll behave yourself after you see it. How is that possible? No matter what you show me, I won't give in today. Chunmo smiled, took out something from his arms with his left hand, and waved it in front of her. Mrs. Hu opened her mouth in disbelief and stopped moving. Chapter 64, please. Chunmo smiled as expected and said, How about it? Telling you earlier would make you happy. In Zilon, Xian, Nonyu was walking around the room anxiously. She was about to meet her relatives whom she had never met before. She was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. Xinu looked at her fidgeting appearance and shook her head helplessly. The child has a hard life, but now he can finally see his family, so it's understandable. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Did something unexpected happen? Nanhua frowned and bit her lips, thinking wildly. Xinu glanced at her and comforted her. Don't worry, the master will personally take action this time. If he can't do it, then no one in the world can do it. After hearing this, Nonyu felt relieved. Yes, with you here, my mother will definitely arrive safely. Xinu made another cup of tea, held it up to Jingwei, and said with a smile, Sister, have some tea. I guess you must be getting impatient, right? Jingwei took the tea and, for the first time ever, smiled in front of someone other than Chunmo. Don't worry, the man is busy outside, and it's our job to wait. Xinu sat down next to her and said with a smile, Sister, you are so thoughtful. Sir, you are so lucky to have a wife like you. Jingwei looked at her and said with relief, You too. He used to often tell me that the proprietress of Zelangshuan is extremely intelligent, kind-hearted, and beautiful. Now it seems that he is not talking nonsense. Zinuza is sudenli litap. This sentence has been said, no matter whether Chunmo said it before or not. Coming from Jingwei's mouth, at least it represents her attitude. She has already acknowledged herself. The two sisters were chatting when the door was kicked open. Chunmo, with messy hair, rushed in carrying the pale-faced Mrs. Hu. The straw hat on his head had long since flown away to who knows where. I'm back. Nanhua suddenly stood up and stood there in a daze. All her emotions accumulated in her heart. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. Chunmo squatted down and put Mrs. Hu on the ground. Mrs. Hu then noticed that Chunmo's face was covered with a black cloth. Could he be blind? How could a blind man be so powerful? As she thought about it, her face suddenly turned red. Even if you are blind, you can't hit people there. Looking at the crooked hairpin on Chunmo's head, Mrs. Hu lowered her head silently. Xinu went over and glanced at Mrs. Hu, then noticed Chunmo's hairpin and asked curiously, What's going on? Chunmo touched his head and spread his hands, saying, The wind is too strong. I pretended to be crooked. Kalai. Xinu was a little surprised for a moment, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, Mrs. Hu's face turned even redder. Are you that big? However, seeing that the people in the house had no ill will towards her, Mrs. Hu felt relieved. Excuse me, where did you get this jade pendant? What do you want me to come here for? She held the jade pendant tightly in her hand and asked cautiously. The other party brought her here and showed her the jade pendant, so his purpose must be related to this. Jingwei stepped forward to help Chunmo fix her hair, then looked at Madame Hu and said, You are Lu Yi's wife, Madame Hu? When Nanhua heard this, she trembled all over like a small tree blown by a strong wind. Mrs. Hu retracted her gaze, then nodded and said, It's me, and you are. Xinu looked at Nonyu with a smile as beautiful as a flower and said, Mrs. Hu, take a look here. Is there anyone you know? Mrs. Hu's heart trembled, as if she had a premonition, and she quickly scanned his face. But soon she shook her head in disappointment. No, I don't know many people here. There was no one she knew in the venue, except for a pretty girl who was staring at her, which was a bit strange and unexpected. But it's normal that she couldn't recognize it. Not to mention that girls change a lot when they grow up. How old was Nanhua when she left her? Now, after so many years, my memory has become fuzzy, so it is normal that I can't recognize it. Xinu continued. I have something to ask Mrs. Hu. I hope you won't hide it from me. Mrs. Hu tilted her head to look at Nanhua, then retracted her gaze and said, Okay, ask your question, young lady. Did the lady have a daughter before? When Mrs. Hu heard this, her eyes dimmed suddenly, and she nodded weakly. Yes, this jade pendant was left to her back then. She tremblingly took out the half of the jade pendant that Chun Mo had given her, and took out another half from her arms. The two jade pendants fit together perfectly. At this moment, she suddenly stopped what she was doing, raised her head, and stared at Xinu. Girl, do you know the whereabouts of my daughter? Where is she? Where is she? Just let me see her. I'm willing to pay any price. Please, can you tell me? Mrs. Hu's eyes flickered, and tears were faintly visible in them. Chun Mo on the side touched his nose and said, I clearly brought you to see her, but you beat me all the way. Mother. Finally, a call sounded from his side. Mrs. Hu shuddered all over, and then turned her head away as stiffly as a wooden figure. What did you say? She began to breathe heavily and walk towards Nanuet step by step. Myself, did I really not hear it wrong? A layer of mist appeared in Nanuet's eyes, and she shouted again. Mother! Tears suddenly burst out of her eyes, and Nanuet could no longer speak. Mrs. Hu stretched out her arm tremblingly and said, are you really my daughter? Nanuet nodded, choking with sobs and unable to answer with words. Pa! The jade pendant fell to the ground at once, and Mrs. Hu took 2 steps at a time and rushed directly to Nongyu. Her tears suddenly fell like beads from a broken string, and she held Nongyu tightly in her arms. You are my poor child. When the mother and daughter met for the first time, they could only look at each other with tears in their eyes and were so excited that they couldn't say anything. The 3 of them looked at each other, then stepped back together, walked out of the room, and closed the door. Let's leave the space for the mother and daughter who just met. I didn't expect that Yuer's mother is Madame Hu. She has been in Xinjiang for so long. Maybe they have met before. Xinu felt a little emotional. Chun Mo also nodded and said, Yes, it is far away in the sky, but it is right in front of us. By the way, you brought Mrs. Hu back. Did anything go wrong? Chun Mo shook his head and said, Nothing unexpected, just some guards. The 3 of them chatted outside for a while, and suddenly the door rang. Chapter 65, Because of You. The one who ran in was Zhang Liang, who was out of breath. Xinu looked at him curiously and asked puzzledly, Why are you the only one back? Where is Wei Zhuang? Zhang Liang glanced at Chun Mo, then said awkwardly, Brother Wei Zhuang. It seems he is wanted again and is being hunted by the army now. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and felt like laughing. South Korea is quite efficient. It hasn't been long since they issued a wanted notice. But no one cared. After all, with Wei Zhuang's strength, no one could do anything to him as long as he didn't want to. After chatting for a while, they saw the door was opened. The gentle and dignified Mrs. Hu walked out arm in arm with the well-behaved and lovely Nongyu. Both of them had red eyes. Obviously, they had just cried. After the 2 came in, they looked at each other, then walked to Chun Mo and knelt down together. Chun Mo quickly stepped forward to help them up and said, What are you doing? Get up quickly. Do you want to share my life? Mrs. Hu looked at Chun Mo gratefully and said, Thank you, sir, for reuniting us mother and daughter. I have no way to repay you for this great kindness. Chun Mo smiled and waved his hand. Madam, you are too kind. I just pointed out the facts and didn't do anything. It's just a piece of cake for you, sir, but it's a huge favor to us. Mrs. Hu took a deep breath and said, From now on, Mr. S affairs are our mother-daughter affairs. Please don't be polite to us. You just told me about your situation. I will go to the palace to find my sister right away. She paused for a moment, turned her head and looked at Nongyu, smiling gently. Can mommy take you to see your aunt? They had just talked for such a long time, and Nongyu had told her everything she needed to say. Although her husband Liu Yi was Yi Mu's man, she had only endless hatred for Liu Yi, so she naturally had no objection to him wanting to deal with Yi Mu. Who knew Chun Mo shook his head and said, Madam, don't worry, you can't go now. Mrs. Hu touched her head in confusion and asked, Why? Chun Mo was somewhat helpless and explained, Madam, have you forgotten that I kidnapped you? If you just show up in the streets and palaces like this, even a fool can see that there's something wrong. Mrs. Hu suddenly understood. Then I will stay here first and listen to Mr. S arrangements. I will go when it is convenient for me. Chun Mo nodded and said, It just so happens that you and Nongyu have reunited after a long separation. Let's chat about the past first. When Liu Yi sends a ransom, it will be natural for us to send you back. Pay the money and let him go, and there will be no problem. But Mrs. Hu suddenly looked gloomy and shook her head, saying, No, if we are waiting for the ransom, then we won't be able to wait. Zhang Liang was puzzled. No way, sir. You deliberately left someone alive to pass on the message. Now that the wanted person has been issued, it's impossible that Lu Yi doesn't know about it, right? Mrs. Hu is protected so strictly whenever she goes out. Now that she has been kidnapped, Lu Yi can't just ignore it, right? He knows, but he doesn't care whether I live or die. Why is this happening, mother? Doesn't he care about you? So many people follow you every time you go out. Manhwa took Mrs. Hu's hand and sat aside, feeling a little confused. Mrs. Hu was about to speak when she suddenly gasped and jumped up. What's wrong, mother? Nongyu hurried forward to check. Mrs. Hu's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes swept over Chen Mo without leaving a trace. She turned sideways silently, carefully sat down with half of her buttocks, and then explained, Mom, I'm fine. It's just, I just accidentally bumped into him on the road before. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Chen Mo touched his nose awkwardly and turned his back to the sky. In order to ease the embarrassment, he took over Mrs. Hu's words and looked at Manhwa and said, Because of you. Because me? Nongyu was still a little confused, but Xenu had already reacted. Chen Mo had said before that Nongyu was Mrs. Hu's daughter, but not Lu Yi's daughter. In this case, the most likely possibility is that Mrs. Hu framed him and it was discovered. Manhwa finally came to her senses and asked cautiously, Mother, then who is my father? Everyone thought that Mrs. Hu would not answer this question. After all, this matter is really embarrassing. In this day and age, not only is she unfaithful to her husband, but she also has a child with someone else. This is something that cannot be justified no matter what, unless she's some shameless street slut. But obviously, a gentle and kind person like Mrs. Hu would never do that. She touched Nongyu's smooth, white face with some sadness inside. Your father is dead. Nongyu had a bit of sadness on her face, but Mrs. Hu continued, Your mother is actually dead. This sentence immediately stunned everyone. Chen Mo suddenly tensed up and frowned. That's not right. This development is not right. Is it going to develop into a fantasy world? This Madame Hu felt soft, elastic, and warm when she touched along the way. How come she suddenly turned into a ghost? Mrs. Hu saw the reactions of the crowd and realized that what she said was somewhat ambiguous. So she quickly explained, Everyone has misunderstood. This is a long story. More than 10 years ago, Mrs. Hu was still young and had just married Lu Yi. But the two of them never had sex. It's not that Mrs. Hu was unwilling, but Lu Yi never had this intention. It was not until later that Mrs. Hu gradually realized that Lu Yi had fallen off his horse and his roots were crushed by the horse's hooves. It's really depressing to have to be a widow just after getting married. So the worried Mrs. Hu went back to her parents' home. This time lasted for a whole year, and he was unable to relieve the sorrow in his heart. Finally, his wife persuaded him to go back home. Who would have thought that this time she would bring home a baby? Mrs. Hu held Nongyu's hand and recalled, At that time, the Baiwa people were in turmoil. Although my family was quite powerful, the swords were merciless. My father was worried, so he let me go back. Zhang Liang trembled and asked, Who is Miss Nongyu? Mrs. Hu stroked Nongyu's hair and said, She is the daughter of my good sister and Likai, the right Sima of Han State. Both of them died in the disaster, leaving the infant Yuer with no one to take care of her. Lu Yi, he is a useless person, so I adopted you. Needless to say, everyone knows what happened next. She went back to her parents' home for a year and then came back with a child. Everyone would think she was being framed. Therefore, from then on, Lu Yi developed a great hatred towards Mrs. Hu. No matter how Mrs. Hu explained or how she found people to testify, it was useless. Lu Yi is stubborn and self-righteous, and only believes in what he guesses. Chapter 66, Ignore Him. Manhwa was raised by Mrs. Hu until she was 4 years old. Mrs. Hu treated her as her own daughter because she had no children. However, looking at the relationship between the mother and daughter, Lu Yi felt his head getting heavier and heavier, as if countless alpacas were running around. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he arranged for his men to steal Nongyu away. The subordinates were originally ordered to kill Nongyu directly, but they ended up feeling sympathy for the little girl. So they threw her outside, leaving it to her fate to decide whether she could survive. Nongyu was lucky enough to be adopted and then abandoned after many twists and turns. She didn't settle down until Xenu took her in. Although she heard this, Manhwa still held Mrs. Hu's hand tightly. Mother, no matter whether you gave birth to me or not, you raised me, so you are my real mother. Her biological parents had passed away, But Mrs. Hu not only treated her as her own daughter, but also endured many years of misunderstanding because of her. This kindness was greater than the kindness of giving birth to her. Then I understand. Lu Yi sent so many people to follow you, not to protect you, but because he was afraid that you would have another chance. Zhang Liang stroked his chin and thought. Manhwa turned around and kicked Zhang Liang, saying fiercely, I was adopted by my mother, she didn't. Zhang Liang laughed awkwardly and said, it was just a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it, you too. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he smelled a faint fragrance when he was carrying Mrs. Hu. It turns out that this is the fragrance of virginity. I should have been gentler earlier, otherwise I don't know if it would be broken after such a bumpy ride. But that may not be the case. Although Lu Yi has been a useless person for so many years, what if Madame Hu does it herself? That thing is so fragile it might just break. So what Mrs. Hu meant was that Lu Yi not only didn't know how to save people, but he also wanted you to die in this incident. Xinu brought tea to Madame Hu and spoke. Mrs. Hu took it quickly and nodded. Based on what I know about him, he will definitely do it. It is estimated that a targeted wanted notice will be issued immediately. And this matter will be done perfectly, so that no one can see any problems. She looked at Chinamo and said, I am really sorry to trouble you this time, sir, because of you and I, you have to bear such trouble. You and I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Chun Mo smiled and said, it's okay, it's just a wanted order, it doesn't threaten me. He complained silently in his heart. Anyway, I'm not the one wanted. The kidnapper is Wei Zhuang. What does he have to do with me? Don't you see that he is still being chased around outside? Xinu groaned and said, in this case, we must find a way to let Madame Hu meet Lady Hu in private. If this matter is delayed for too long, something might happen later. Ji Wuye and Madame Mingzhu will not wait for them to make careful arrangements. Mrs. Hu also understood the importance of this matter, so she started thinking about it actively. Suddenly she looked at Chun Mo and said, my sister probably won't leave the palace recently. If you want to see her, you have to go inside. I'm very familiar with the layout of the palace. If I rely on your skills, it shouldn't be difficult for me to sneak in. Nonyu blinked and said, Mother, do you want the master to send you to the palace? Ahem, madam. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you earlier. However, the situation is urgent and we have to make do with the emergency. Under the moonlight, Chun Mo and Mrs. Hu were walking on the quiet and deserted street. His spiritual sense was open, taking in everything around him. This time is different after all. There is no need to carry Mrs. Hu all the way. Mrs. Hu followed Chun Mo with her head down. It was fine before when there were people around, but now that they were alone, she felt awkward. She shook her head and said, it's okay, I understand. Chun Mo scratched his head. Did you hurt the lady? Madame Hu lowered her head and looked at her toes. She shook her head vigorously and said, it's okay. I'm not that fragile. You don't ask anymore. When she talked about this, she couldn't help but think of the intimate contact that day, and waves of shame and anger surged in her heart. Chun Mo said with some concern, Madam, you don't have to force yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Otherwise, I will go to the front to buy some wine for bruises. Madam, you'll get better faster if you apply it. He also noticed that Mrs. Hu always sat sideways in Zelangshuan. It looked like she was hit pretty hard. As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Hu's face turned red. She twisted her hands together, shook her head, and said, no, it's really okay. Don't say anything. Chun Mo laughed a little, and then added, well, madam, you can sleep on your stomach these days, so it may not hurt. Mrs. Hu's mouth twitched a few times. Is this guy speaking human language? She felt like she was about to cry due to embarrassment, so she bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, stomped her feet, and walked forward. This guy is such a hysteria. He must be making fun of himself now. Ignore him. Chun Mo looked at her back and shook his head and smiled. She was exactly like Manhwa. She was so gentle even when angry. She was too gentle. The two of them walked in silence. No one spoke. Suddenly, Chun Mo walked up and stopped her. Madam, wait a minute. There are people ahead. Before Mrs. Hu asked, Chun Mo had already spoken first. Mrs. Hu stopped and understood what he meant. She struggled for a moment, then pulled her clothes together, took a deep breath, and said, come on, sir. I'm ready. Chun Mo was amused by her behavior. Don't worry, ma'am. I won't carry you this time. I've already said it before. I just had to act out of urgency last time. Now that we know each other, there's no need to use such an uncomfortable posture. Mrs. Hu's eyes lit up and she asked, you're not going to carry it anymore? I won't carry it anymore. Chun Mo nodded, walked over, lifted her legs, and held her in his arms. Mrs. Hu's delicate body tensed up the moment he touched her. Chun Mo held her in his arms, and with a little effort, he flew directly onto the roof. The whistling sound of the wind passed by her ears, and the feeling of weightlessness that came over her almost made her scream. She managed to suppress her emotions with great difficulty, but she couldn't help but hug Chun Mo's neck tightly. The sound of a strong, heavy heartbeat came from the chest, next to her ear, and Mrs. Hu felt particularly safe. That sense of security was accompanied by a kind of warmth, a peace of mind that I had never experienced in the past few decades. She secretly raised her head and looked at Chun Mo, who looked serious at the moment. That handsome young face shone like a star before my eyes. Mrs. Hu wanted to reach out and touch his face for no reason. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she was shocked. I secretly cursed myself for being shameless. How could I have such an idea? Chapter 67, Why do you have a handprint here? I am a married woman, and the other party is not only young and handsome, but also kind to me and you are. Wouldn't it be ungrateful for me to repay kindness with enmity? However, the reassuring feeling in his arms now made her addicted. After so many years of living in fear, I now feel this way and really don't want to leave this warm embrace. Mrs. Hu raised her head again and looked at Chun Mo's face, her heart beginning to beat faster. Or, touch it. Just touch it, it's nothing. What's more, he is blindfolded now, so what's wrong with touching it himself? Even if he cares about it, I can deny it. I just said that the wind messed up his hair, and I accidentally touched it when I was helping him tidy up his hair. Yes, it is great that you can also say that this is caring for the younger generation. Okay, let's do it this way. After struggling for a long time, Mrs. Hu finally made up her mind. She stretched out her hand and moved closer to Chun Mo's face. Here, ma'am. However, just as he stretched out his hand, the rustling sound of the wind stopped, and Chun Mo's voice suddenly rang out. Where is Madam Hu's bedroom? Please show me the way. After waiting for a while without any response, Chun Mo asked again, Madam. Mrs. Hu blushed, and after hesitating for a while, she pointed to a place and said, Over there. Soon, Chun Mo and Mrs. Hu appeared there. At this time, the palace was still brightly lit, and there were 6 beautiful women standing on both sides of the door. A beautiful woman in a palace dress is embroidering under candlelight. Her body was graceful and elegant, with beautiful curves, and the slender legs exposed from the side had an intoxicating white reflection onto the candlelight. The calf has a graceful curve, and a unique crystal anklet is tied around the ankle. However, although she has a slim figure, the fat is just right in the right places. This figure, which seems to be a work of nature, is truly applauded. Ing Chun, go prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath. The beauty lowered her head and concentrated on the embroidery in her hands. The light sound came out like the singing of a yellow oriole. However, after she finished speaking, there was no response. This abnormal situation made her feel a little strange, so she looked up. However, this sight made her pale. The maids beside them had all fallen to the ground, and a handsome man with his eyes covered by a black cloth was standing not far away. Lady Hu's heart trembled. She felt that something was wrong. This person was able to invade the palace and quietly kill all her maids. I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult for him to take me away. Someone come. He had just uttered 2 words when he saw the person behind him and was immediately choked. My sister is me. Mrs. Hu walked out. Elder sister? Lady Hu was stunned. You? Why are you here at this hour? No. How did you get into the palace? Also, who is this person? She was a little confused. If Mrs. Hu wanted to come, she could just come in openly during the day. Why did she have to be so sneaky? She looked at Chun Mo and felt relieved immediately. Fortunately, I came a little early. If I had come a little later and was taking a shower myself, what would I have done? But this person is blindfolded, so he probably can't see it. This is Mr. Chun Mo. He was the one who brought me here. Mrs. Hu extended her hand and introduced. But I don't know if it's because of the thought she had on the way, but at this moment, Mrs. Hu felt even more awkward facing Chun Mo. I am his elder. How can I have such thoughts? Mrs. Hu took Lady Hu aside and told her everything. Lady Hu covered her lips with her hands and said in surprise, Sister, did you really find Yua? Then I really have to thank this gentleman. She looked at Chun Mo in confusion and said, Then why don't you let Yua come along? Chun Mo suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Of course it's because I can only bring one person. Where would she be if I brought another? Now he understood why Hong Lian had said before that lady who was a vixen. This person's every move can be described as naturally charming, and his eyes are so charming that they are almost drawing. This is in stark contrast to her older sister, Mrs. Who is dignified. The appearance is about 50 similar to what I imagined, but the temperament is completely different. Lady Who turned around and bowed to Chunamo, saying, "Thank you, sir, for resolving my sister's concern." After sending Mrs. Who over, Chunamo did not stay here for long. Mrs. Who is much safer staying here than at home. As for what Guy and Lady Who were, Mrs. Who already knew it. Not long after they left, the palace maids who had been knocked unconscious slowly woke up. These palace maids who were here were all Madame Who's confidants. When they saw Madame Who here, they didn't dare to say much, let alone ask what had happened before. It was their dereliction of duty that they were ambushed, and it was good enough that the master did not pursue the matter. "Ing-chun, go prepare some hot water." The maid nodded quickly, and Lady Who continued to talk to Madame Who about manhwa. Not long after, the palace maid came over to report with the hot water ready. Lady Who smiled, took Mrs. Who's hand and said, "Sister, let's go together and chat while we wash." Mrs. Who turned pale and quickly raised her hand and waved, saying, "No need, just go by yourself." "Oh, sister, we haven't been together for a long time since Ewer was born. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are sisters, and I miss you so much." She suddenly smiled mischievously and said, "Sister, are you afraid that your figure is not as good as mine, and you are afraid that you will be embarrassed by being outdone by me? I won't laugh at you. Go away." Although Mrs. Who was still unwilling, there was no way that Lady Who would let her go, and she forced her in. In the steamy bathroom, two bodies, each with its own unique features, are breathtakingly beautiful. Mrs. Who stood by the bathtub and bent down to test the water temperature. Meanwhile, Lady Who was standing aside, was feeling playful at the moment. She sneaked to the side and was about to grab a handful when she was suddenly surprised. "Sister, why do you have a handprint here?" The mark looked quite fresh. Obviously, the person was beaten not long ago. Plop! Mrs. Who didn't know whether she hadn't stood firmly or was just embarrassed, but she fell into the pool. Lady Who was startled and quickly squatted by the pool and started to fish Mrs. Who out. After finally pulling the soaked Mrs. Who out of the water, she pouted and said, "Sister, what's wrong with you? You are so careless. Only children are so stupid." Suddenly, she stopped talking, looked at Mrs. Who's shoulder, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Mrs. Who was still wiping water with a confused look on her face, was directly pushed over by her. Lady Who looked at her back, and her mouth opened wider and wider. Chapter 68, I Can't Hold It Anymore. When Chunamo returned to Zilangchuan again, there were 3 more people there. One is Han Fei, and the other is Hong Lian, who followed Han Fei to join in the fun. There is also Wei Zhuang, who is wanted for the 2nd time and has been chased for half a day. As soon as he saw Chan Mo coming in, Wei Zhuang pursed his lips. "Never mind, I can't beat him." Hong Lian sat next to Jing Wei, looking at Momo with some surprise, her eyes rolling around. Suddenly, she said in a very mature tone, "I heard that you sent Mrs. Who to Lady Who." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Was his sister going to cause trouble again? He quickly winked at her, but Hong Lian ignored him completely. She looked straight at Chinemo, wanting to see what he would say. Chinemo nodded and said frankly, "Yes, princess. Do you have any advice?" Hong Lian snorted and jumped off the stool, circling around Chun Mo with her hands behind her back. He looked up and down, and his nose twitched like a puppy, sniffing something. Han Fei looked embarrassed, not knowing what she was going to do next. What if I anger Chin Mo and get beaten up? Hong Lian, you can't be rude to the master. Come back. This sister is really lawless. She is someone I should treat with respect. Princess Hong Lian turned her head and made a face, then ran to Jing Wei and shook her arm, saying, Sister, what's the matter? All men are bad. He smells like another woman." "Humph. It must be the vixen, Miss Who. That guy must have been seduced by Lady Who. Otherwise, why would he come back at this time? Let me tell you, that vixen is so charming and seductive. Her eyes are so charming that they make me dizzy just by looking at them. Sister Jing Wei, I have helped you catch his evidence. How good am I? Do you want me to teach you martial arts?" Hong Lian was talking incessantly, as if a box of chatterbox had been opened. I looked at her eagerly with a look of anticipation on my face. She is a person who cannot sit still and has long wanted to be able to climb walls and fly over rooftops and become a female knight. Who knew that the guard in the palace were only mediocre in skills. Hong Lian was very dissatisfied. Now that she knew Jing Wei's identity, her eyes were shining. "Jing Wei, This is Luo Wang's most powerful killer. His skills must be extremely powerful. If I could learn half of her skills, my dream of becoming a heroine would come true. Chinemo couldn't hold it anymore. You are so secretive. Are you trying to frame me in front of my wife? What is the sin of Lady Hu? That's obviously her sister's. Jingwei's attitude towards Honglian was quite good. He was amused by what she said and actually showed a gentle smile. She reached out and flicked Honglian's head and said, "So what? It just shows that my husband is charming." She paused and continued, "My skills are all used to kill people. You can't learn them." Honglian covered her head with a grievance and said grumblingly, "Sister, there's a vixen seducing your husband. Don't you do anything about it?" Jingwei looked at Shan and Mo with some amusement, then shook his head at Honglian and said, "No matter what, men are the ones who make the decisions in our family. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a man looking for a woman outside. As long as she's clean, there's nothing wrong with me helping him find one." Honglian was stunned. "No, what kind of game is this? Am I part of it?" Xinu on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Yes, that's how we play at our house. Only incompetent men will act sneakily. Let capable men fly freely." She said, "Okay, Honglian, your sister Jingwei's skills are all for killing people. You can't learn them. If you really want to learn, I'll teach you when I have time, okay?" Although Xinu's skills are not as good as Jingwei's, she is much stronger than the female hero that Honglian imagined. If the martial arts in this world are divided into levels, someone like Wuming, who is powerful enough to surpass the imagination of ordinary people, would be at level 9, while someone like Giguzi, who is unpredictable, mysterious, and powerful, would be at level 10. Currently, there are only a few people known to have reached level 10. According to Wei Zhuang's estimation, Chen Mo's level is already at level 10. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such an exaggerated effect and to kill a master like Wuming in an instant. In fact, levels 9 and 10 also have their own nicknames, which are recognized by people in the world. The 9th level is also called the Grandmaster, and the 10th level is called the Grandmaster. Wei Zhuang and Jingwei are both at level 8, close to being a Grandmaster. Xinu is a little behind, but is also at level 7. However, Xinu's martial arts skills are nothing special. What people praise most about her is her wisdom. When Honglian heard that Xinu was willing to teach her, she happily ran over and said, "Okay, sister, shall we start now?" Han Fei slapped his head and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. We are busy now." Honglian snorted and raised her chin, saying, "You guys take care of your things. I'll chat with Sister Xinu about ours." Han Fei was very upset, but he had no choice but to ignore her. He turned to look at Chinemo and said, "Sir, may I ask how is Missu doing?" Chinemo pondered and said, "I'll be back soon after I send my wife there." The two sisters have a deep relationship, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, this matter is not that difficult. It's just using my position to pass a message. It's not dangerous. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Excuse me, sir." Honglian looked at Han Fei and then at Chinemo with interest. It's strange. Why does Brother Wang, who usually looks fearless, now seem to be trying to please Chinemo? Honglian shook her head, rolled her eyes, and interrupted. "I say, you guys keep getting together like this all day. Do you want to give your little organization a name?" Han Fei corrected, "Team, not organization." Honglian waved her hand casually and said, "Okay, your little gang must have a name. Choose a leader, right? Otherwise, if you have too much work to do in the future and people ask you your name, what are you going to say? Besides, if there are any disagreements in the future, there must be someone to make the final decision, right?" Han Fei nodded secretly beside him. "Yes, my sister finally did something human and said something human." Zhang Liang agreed. "Yes, I agree with this proposal." Wei Zhuang said in a deep voice, "Okay." Xinu also looked at Chen Mo and felt that there was some truth in what Honglian said. Honglian put his hands behind his back and walked around proudly. "Why don't I help you come up with a name?" She rolled her eyes and said, "There are 7 of you. Why not call us the 7 heroes of Korea?" I saw that all the heroes in the books were named like this. Everyone's mouth twitched. They really shouldn't count on this guy. Han Fei rolled his eyes and grabbed her. He looked at Chinemo and said, "Sir, you are very knowledgeable and talented. Why don't you tell me one?" Chinemo thought for a moment and said, "Quicksand." Chapter 69, What Can't Be Escaped? Quicksand. Several people looked puzzled. Honglian blinked and asked, "Why is it called quicksand? I feel like it's not as good as mine, such a rustic name." The others remained silent, just looking at Shun Mo and waiting for his explanation. Chunimo said calmly. Our targets are organizations like Nightfall and Luoyang that are causing harm to the world. To assassinate, we must stop killing with killing. Quicksand, also known as quicksand. No matter where the enemy is, no matter whether they are strong or weak, hidden or visible, or near or far, we must find them and kill them. Although there are only 7 of us now, I believe that we will have 770,000 people in the future. We kill those who can be killed by others, and we kill those who cannot be killed by others. We can build a tower out of sand and overthrow the world. So, I named it Quicksand. Several people were overwhelmed by these words. Zhang Liang immediately slammed the table and said excitedly, Great Luxia, what a good name. Han Fei nodded slowly, feeling his heart beating like a drum. It's indeed a good name. Wei Zhuang looked solemn and his eyes were calm. What courage. Several girls looked adoring, with love surging in their eyes, so handsome. Hong Lian was stunned at this moment. This sounded much more impressive than her original name. She asked hesitantly again, Then, who will be the boss? Han Fei smiled and said, Whoever gave the name will naturally be the leader. Besides, your talent, wisdom, and strength are far superior to ours, so you deserve the position of leader. Zhang Liang nodded and said, Yes, I have no objection. He looked at Wei Zhuang and asked, Brother Wei Zhuang, what about you? Wei Zhuang was silent for a moment, then said, People who are stronger than me are qualified to walk ahead of me. Hong Lian's eyes widened immediately. Does this mean that even Wei Zhuang agreed? And this means that this person's skills are even better than Wei Zhuang's? This guy is so powerful. No wonder someone as powerful as Sister Jingwei wants to be his wife. Hong Lian looked at Chen Mo with a gleam in his eyes at this moment. Hero, can you accept me as your disciple? Since these people have no objections, there is naturally no need to say more about Nongyu, Xinu, Jingwei, and others. What can they say when their men are the boss? After the discussion, everyone quickly dispersed. Only Hong Lian refused to leave, wanting to be a disciple, but was dragged away by Han Fei. Nongyu picked up everyone's teacups and sent them for washing. Before Chen Mo stood up, Jingwei walked up to him and said, Give me the key to the house. Chen Mo took out the key from his arms and asked in surprise, What? Jingwei took the key and said with a raised corner of his mouth, It's okay. You don't have to go home today. Just stay here. The Xenu next to her was stunned. Of course she understood what this meant. Jingwei recognized her and wanted Chen Mo to stay with her tonight. Sister, this. Jingwei raised his hand to signal her not to say anything more. You already call me sister, so I can't be selfish, right? She has been watching Xenu's performance these days and is very satisfied with her at this moment. Every time she went home with Chen Mo, she could clearly see the undisguised disappointment in the eyes of Xenu who was waiting behind them. But Xenu never said anything. She just quietly did what she was supposed to do. But Jingwei is not a fool, and she knows why she is disappointed. Xenu suddenly raised her lips and smiled, and said coquettishly, No. Actually, I want to ask, do you want me to stay too? Let's play a game of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. My bed is very big, right? Chen Mo suddenly coughed secretly, his mind full of thoughts. She is worthy of being my good wife. She easily accomplished things that I couldn't do. She just thought about it and never dared to say it out loud. Who knew? Jingwei snorted and said, Don't come on, I won't do that. This is your time alone. I'm leaving. It was a pity that her blushing face had already exposed that she did not have the firmness in her words. Xenu laughed out loud when she saw her running away and said from behind, Don't worry, sister. I have many rooms at home, so it's okay even if you stay somewhere else. The giant salamander ran even faster. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the clear night sky and gusts of wind began to blow in the yard. The soft willow branches swayed in the wind, and as the wind grew stronger, they began to become increasingly violent. The wind is rustling, and a storm is about to come. After washing the teacups, Nanua carried them back against the wind. Then I started to tidy up the tables and chairs. This private room is their little base, and no one other than them is allowed to enter. So these things can only be done by her exclusive assistant. By the time we finished cleaning up, half an hour had passed. White lightning began to appear in the night sky, which was a bit frightening. As soon as Nanua walked out, she felt a chill on her face. She looked up and saw that it was raining. How strange. Why is it raining all of a sudden? She curled her lips. It was windy, rainy, and thundering. She would be scared to sleep alone. Let's go find Sister Xenu together. Sister, it's raining and I'm a little scared. I'm here with you. I'm sorry. I'll go out right now. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything today. Ooh, sir, please don't silence me. It was raining heavily outside, and Nanhwa didn't even bother to knock on the door and just pushed it open and walked in. Who would have thought that his face would change drastically as soon as he entered, and he ran out in panic. I ran a long way and turned back. I actually forgot to close the door. She closed her eyes with a bang and then ran away again. Was it you or who came just now? Xinu was lying on the bed, her eyes confused and her body limp. Well, did you forget to close the door? Xinu smiled and said, It seems so. Never mind her. This girl won't be able to escape sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if she sees it. What can't be escaped? Chen Mo pretended to be ignorant, even though he knew the truth. Xinu closed her eyes, smiled mischievously, and said, I won't tell you. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. Are you being naughty with me? Why are you sleeping? Get up and continue having fun. Xinu was immediately tickled and started giggling and begging for mercy. Ha ha ha. Please, I really want to sleep. I'm so tired and sleepy now. Xinu closed her eyes and thought for a while, then stretched out her white and tender little feet and kicked him. This is for you to play with, okay? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. Are you going to make me the warden? What's the big deal? Which man doesn't like beautiful feet? Do you really think I won't? Then there was another fight between dragons and tigers, and it was a continuous autumn rain. It seems that Xinu won't be able to sleep this time, so she can only serve him well. Who makes her man so fierce? Chapter 70, who else could it be? The next day, Nanhwa sneaked into Xenu's room and saw that the door was open. She still lay at the door and peeked in for a long time. After confirming that there was no problem and Xenu was the only one inside, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked in tremblingly. Sister, why are you washing your feet in the middle of the day? Xenu sat on the edge of the bed, her pair of snow-white, delicate feet moving playfully in the basin of water. Hearing this, she raised her head and looked at Nanhwa, smiling a little stiffly. Something got on me last night, and it's a bit uncomfortable if I don't wash it off. The gentleman is worthy of being a gentleman. He knows everything and knows a little bit about everything. He can even do this. Nanhwa was a little puzzled and asked, What got stuck on it? Could it be that a mouse climbed up there? Xenu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yes, it's a rat, a big black rat. Nanhwa asked nervously, Rat? Are there really rats? Where is it? I'll help you find it. This rat is hard to find. It digs very deep holes. If you don't find it, it will keep digging holes and things will be damaged. Xenu was amused by her busy figure and said, Okay, don't look for it anymore. You won't find it. Nanhwa said indignantly. How can I not find it? I used to hunt rats all the time. As long as I find the rat hole, I can find it. If it doesn't work, I'll bring you a cat. Xenu was somewhat speechless and said, You can't even find the rat hole. Nanhwa was immediately confused. How could she not find a rat hole when it was so easy to find? Are you questioning my eyes? Could it be hidden? But why did my sister hide this? Xenu didn't say anything else. She lowered her head to see that her feet were almost washed, then took them out of the water. She smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't break. The little feet in the air were still stained with crystal water droplets. The skin on the instep was white and delicate, and drops of water were sliding down from it. Why won't it break? Nanhwa muttered some doubts, but still picked up the towel beside her, squatted down, and helped Xenu wipe it. Xenu's small feet were held in her hands. They were as soft as two balls of cotton, delicate and small, making her hard to let go. Nanhwa exclaimed, Sister, your feet are so white and beautiful. Xenu smiled, tapped her forehead and said, Girl, why are you so sweet? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Nanhwa was a little flustered, her eyes flickered, and she pretended to be calm and said, No, what could happen to me? Xenu tilted her head to look at Nongyu squatting on the ground. A smile blossomed on her face, and she said in a long tone, Really not. She is an expert at observing people's words and expressions, and Nanhwa is someone she spends every day with. So how could she not see it now? Do you want to ask me something, sir? Nanhwa was walking on the road with a basin of water in her hand. When she heard this, she froze in her place and said cautiously, You and Mr. Xenu nodded and said with a strange smile, Why, didn't you see everything last night? Nanhua's heart skipped a beat, and she said, No, I didn't see it. You really didn't see it? Yeah, really not. Then how do you know it, sir? Well, because .0. Now she couldn't answer. She couldn't say that she looked into the eyes of her husband at that time. Xenu chuckled and said, Look at your expression. If you saw it, then Then you saw it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Manhwa pouted and suddenly felt a little lost for no reason. By the way, the room next door is empty. Why don't you move in here in the future? Xinu, who was bending over to put on her shoes, suddenly spoke. Huh, why would I move here? Xinu's eyes were blurry and her expression was vague as she said, Come and help me catch the rat. Ji Wuya has been sweating profusely recently. Wei Wuji and Wu Ming's problems were not yet resolved, and now another mess had appeared. The assassins he sent out on missions always disappeared inexplicably. The key is that no clues can be found. No one is seen alive or dead. He just disappeared from the face of the earth. Now the killers under my command are afraid to take on missions. It doesn't matter whether the mission itself is dangerous or not. What matters is that once you take the mission, there's basically no way back. If it were just that, it would have been fine, but even Lu Buwei of Qin sent him a message. The meaning of the letter is clear. Before, Baling Long, whom he sent, was killed just like that. He suffered a great loss. Luo Wang certainly would not let it go like that. However, the people he sent to Xinjiang to explore and look for Jingwei had all disappeared. As soon as they entered the Xinjiang area, they would be like a stone sinking into the sea, and all news would be lost. Who else could be capable of doing this in Xinjiang? It can only be Ji Wuye's knight. Now it seems that the biggest possibility is that he found out that he was doing some tricks between Han and Wei. It seems that now he is taking revenge on his web. But where on earth do you get the courage, Ji Wuye? Even if I plotted against you, how dare you retaliate against me? But apart from Ji Wuye, Lu Buwei really didn't know anyone else who could do such a thing in Xinjiang. Jingwei? Impossible. He knew Jingwei. Although Jingwei was very powerful, he was not stupid, and the people he sent out were also not ordinary people. Even if they were not opponents, it was impossible for so many people to disappear without a sound. Jingwei's helper? He may have such strength, but he does not have such ability. The people Luo Wang sent out were not just one or two, and not just once or twice. How could he kill them all by himself? To achieve this, at least two requirements are required. First, the other party must have someone in the Korean court, and they're not even ordinary people. There must be people at the border with South Korea and the Xinjiang City defense post. Only in this way can we know exactly who has been sent there. Second, the other side is not fighting alone. All the troops I sent out were killed. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they can't have multiple bodies, right? Therefore, they not only have a large number of people, but also many experts. After much thought, Ji Wuye is the only one who could have the power in the entire Xinjiang. But Ji Wuye himself was also puzzled. Lu Buwei suspected him? Damn it. He even suspected that it was him who had been responsible for the recent killing of his men. The two of them are now at odds with each other. Their private cooperation has broken down, and they are wary of each other. Nightfall. The night is dark and starry. Chun Mo and Jing Wei walked out of Zilan Xian, hand in hand, like an ordinary loving couple. However, when passing through an alley, Jing Wei's pace suddenly slowed down. Chapter 71. A dark and windy night. A good time to kill. What's wrong, ma'am? Chun Mo also stopped and stood beside her. Jing Wei stared at the wall at the entrance of the alley with his deep and bright eyes. It's Luoang's secret code for contact. There's a black pattern on the wall, as if it was casually drawn by a child. But if you look closely, it seems to be a spider with a unique charm. Chun Mo nodded and said, How is it? Jing Wei stared at it for a moment and said, 1 eye, 6 legs, 3 on each side. One day later, 30 miles away, Chun Mo pinched his chin and thought, What's the direction? Southeast. Chun Mo raised his head and looked at the spider. It was indeed as Jing Wei said. The couple stayed here together, leaning against the wall next to them, not talking or communicating. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly a series of bang, bang, bang sounds were heard. It's dry. Be careful with fire. It's past midnight. Jing Wei opened his eyes and said lightly. Chun Mo smiled. A dark and windy night is a good time to kill someone. In the woods with complex terrain, a series of agile figures moved around as quickly as cheetahs. They were very skilled and powerful, but at this moment their eyes were extremely cautious, and they looked more like prey than predators. Because their current situation is extremely dangerous, the previous groups of people have already verified the danger here with their lives. Once their whereabouts are revealed, their fate will not be much better than those before them. No one is seen alive, and no one is seen dead. At the same time, several figures were approaching rapidly from other directions of the woods. Figures kept flashing in all directions. In just a dozen breaths, dozens of people arrived. Yes, not one less. Standing in the center is a tall and slender woman. But under her tight clothes, you can see her well-defined and explosive muscles. Although she is a woman, her strength will only get stronger, not weaker. White Shark is a Luowang killer-level expert, and his strength ranking is even higher than Ba Linglong. He is a genius trained in the same batch as Jing Wei, and is also the #1 person under the Tianzi character. Her mission this time is to find Jing Wei's whereabouts, then kill her and retrieve the Jing Wei sword. Then she will be the new Tianzi killer. The killers of Luowang have no names. After entering, they only have a code name, which is the name of the sword. Just as Jing Wei is famous for the Jing Wei sword, so is her name. This is also Luowang's philosophy. People may die, but the sword's legacy will continue. This is also her last mission, or rather, her last mission as a kill level. Success means promotion, or even becoming the new Jing Wei. If you fail, naturally everything will be over and you will be buried in a foreign land from then on. Those who came this time are all masters of Luowang. 36 people, not one less. They sneaked in from different places, avoiding all places that might reveal their whereabouts. No one knew they were here except for 2 people. That is Jing Wei and Chinemo. The secret code on the wall was left by her on purpose. White Shark is not a stupid person. She knows very well that this will be recognized by Jing Wei. But this is an open conspiracy. She believed that Jing Wei would definitely come. The best hunters often appear as prey. This time, they are hunters in disguise of prey. Soon, all the figures dispersed and disappeared into the woods again. Crack! There was a very slight sound of a branch breaking. The white shark on the treetops moved its ears, and its eyes suddenly became serious. Fall into the trap. Here it comes. Her plan was successful. It seems like I'm late. Jing Wei's figure appeared below, casually, and he reached out to touch the scratches on the tree trunk. It looks like the mark at the alley entrance was left there before. There's also Luowang's secret contact code here, which means that Luowang's people have indeed been here before. Jing Wei put down his hand, with a look of regret on his face. In the darkness, White Shark's gaze penetrated through layers of branches and leaves, staring at the sword in Jing Wei's hand. It was a long sword with a lotus shape. As long as I can get it this time, I will be the next Jing Wei. A leaf floated down slowly, attracting Jing Wei's attention. In the blink of an eye, a cold light, like the dawn light, instantly pierced through the green and came before the eyes. The white shark has a cold and determined look in his eyes. The best time to assassinate is only a split second, and the best killer is the one who can seize it. Jing Wei seemed to be completely defenseless, as if she had not expected a sneak attack at all, but her movements were not slow either. The Jing Wei sword was taken into his hand at some point, and with a wave of his hand, the back of the sword collided with the cold light that was coming towards him. The leaf between the two was instantly turned into powder by the sword energy. Ah, White Shark, your strength is still the same as before. You haven't improved at all. Jing Wei lightly swung out a sword and directly forced the White Shark back. White Shark's face darkened, and he suddenly became alert. As expected of Luowang's strongest killer, he can even block this. Only after this simple fight can one deeply appreciate her strength. If the roles had been reversed, I would have been lying on the ground and would not have been able to block this attack at all. However, at this moment, Jing Wei not only blocked it, but also took the initiative in an instant. Jing Wei held a long sword and looked at the white shark with a gaze as calm as a lake. There was no surprise, no disdain, and no emotion at all, as if he was just looking at a wooden man. Those bright eyes were like those of some wild beast used to hunt everything. As cold and efficient as a machine, without any flaws. I'm indeed no match for you. White Shark held the sword upright in his hand. The moonlight shattered on the sword blade, reflecting her eyes. But you're definitely no match for Luowang. Hand over the sword, and I'll leave you with an intact body. The white shark arched its back like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Jing Wei opened her cherry-like mouth slightly and said with an elusive smile, "Just you?" She wouldn't need more than 10 moves to kill the white shark. The white shark's broad mouth curved up and sneered, "Depend on us." Surrounded by the dragnet, Jing Wei will not be able to escape death today. I've said before, I'm no match for you, but you're no match for Luowang either. Jing Wei, you are a genius, but you are a fool to go against Luowang. The white shark was fearless, with a victorious look in its eyes. The prey has fallen into the trap, just like a fly struggling helplessly in a spider web. She is not in a hurry to take action. The fear and struggle of the prey before death are the most enjoyable and anticipated things in the hunting process. Chapter 72, A Vengeful Woman. Jingwei frowned slightly. The white shark suddenly showed a ferocious and excited smile. Yes, that's right, that's it. Especially when this person is a genius far beyond herself. She even feels so happy that she is about to reach perfection. Jingwei, the strongest assassin? What does it matter? When she walked in her own trap without fear, the ending was already doomed. That is to become a prey in your own trap. The consequence of carelessness is death. Jingwei relaxed his frown and even said with a little smile, "Where are your people? Let them come out." "Oh, are you in a hurry to die? Then I will grant your wish." The white shark grinned and snapped his fingers. "Pa!" The clear sound echoed in the quiet woods at night, far and long. A breeze blew through the silent woods. And then, nothing happened. White shark loosened his mouth, suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and snapped his fingers again. This time, there was still no movement. White shark's heart skipped a beat. She realized that something was wrong. Jingwei tilted his head and looked at her and said, "Where are your people? Did they hide for too long and fall asleep?" White shark clenched the sword in his hand, and 10,000 alpacas galloped past. How could she not hear that this was a mockery of her? How could a Luowang killer fall asleep while on a mission? White shark looked at Jingwei, his arms trembling slightly. "Did you do this? Impossible. Since your people can't get out, I'll let my people come out." Jingwei's lips curled into a smile, but there was no warmth in it, only the coldness of the sword in his hand. The white shark shuddered suddenly. "Your man? Him?" A look of fear appeared on her face. "Who is this person?" "The one who killed Wuming with one sword in the legend." Jingwei shook his head and sent her words back. "It's us." A figure slowly walked out of the forest. He has a tall stature and handsome appearance, but he was holding a crutch in his hand and had a black cloth covering his eyes, and he was actually a disabled person. White Shark frowned. How could such a person be a master? "Who are you? Is this the legendary master?" White Shark was a little skeptical. What shocked her even more was that Jingwei, who was as cold as ice, actually pulled up the disabled hand the next moment. Her face broke into an unprecedentedly bright smile, and a kind of pride emerged in her eyes. "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, the leader of the quicksand, Chinemo." White Shark froze in place, feeling as if his brain was about to shut down. This emotionless Jingwei actually got married, and she looked so happy. "You kill my people?" She quickly calmed down and stared at Chinemo. If this person is the legendary master, I can only avoid the spotlight this time. This news must be brought back to Luowang. As long as it is brought back, it will be considered a great achievement. At that time, Luowang will have to reposition this matter. This is also the reason why Lu Buwei only sent out killing-level assassins. You want to know whether the expert beside Jingwei helped her by chance or was always by her side. Now I know that not only has he always been by her side, but the distance between them is even less than 0. Damn, they're all in. Who knew Chonamo also laughed and said, "It's us." Another figure appeared from the side. His hair is white like snow, and his eyes are like frost. White Shark widened her eyes and began to tremble all over. She felt that she was really doomed this time and had no chance of escaping. Chunemo ignored her reaction and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to Lu Sha and Wei Zhuang." Traveling in Gigu, Wei Zhuang. White Shark turned pale and repeated it with gritted teeth. Another figure walked out immediately afterwards. He continued, Liu Sha's non-staff member, the corpse-driving demon. White Shark took a deep breath and said, "Red-brow dragon snake, corpse-driving demon." Now, she understood why all those Luowang killers were killed before. Who can withstand such a lineup? A figure as tall as a mountain came from the side, and the earth seemed to be shaking slightly. This is also a non-staff member, Wu Shuanggue. Chunmo's nonchalant voice sounded from the side. White Shark had lost the will to resist, and her face looked ashen as she looked at the masters surrounding her from all directions. The hunter pretending to be the prey actually became the real prey. "Why don't you introduce me?" A flame shot up in the woods, and a somewhat dissatisfied and naive voice was heard. The fire dispelled the darkness, but ignited the fear in the White Shark's heart. A fiery red figure walked towards them. The dancing flame in her hand was like a blooming, flaming rose. Under the red skirt, the snow-white slender legs crossed forward, appearing and disappearing, sexy and enchanting. There was a faint smile on her stunningly beautiful face, but there was a hint of anger in her eyes. It seemed that his name was forgotten just now. Chunemo laughed awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I just forgot." Then he added, Lu Sha, Yin Lingji. He is also a Baiwa person. White Shark suddenly realized a blind spot. Why is she not a non-staff member? Yin Lingji looked at Chun Mo and sighed, with some resentment in her eyes. Forgot? Just like you forgot to put me on the beauty list. Chen Montag was sviting profusely. He just pretended not to hear and didn't want to pay attention to the question. This was the 32nd time Yin Lingji had asked him this question in the past few days. A woman who holds a grudge is so scary. It's just like a sticky piece of malt candy, so sticky that it makes your teeth hurt. If you don't get the answer you want, you can just keep sticking to him. Damn, so annoying. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp ringing sound echoed. One after another, stiff limbs with missing limbs emerged from the forest, then bent down like puppets and began to dig in the ground. This is creating their own tomb. Under the control of the corpse-driving demon, the killers who were killed by Luowang all crawled into the graves they dug themselves. It seems that the goals this time are much more than before. Wei Zhuang said calmly while holding the sword. Chen Mo quickly turned around to avoid Yin Lingji's resentful, yet flaming bright gaze. Next time it won't just be about quantity, the strength will also be on a higher level. Lu Buwei is not a fool. At this point, the price of testing him is already heavy. But now there is no Tianzi killer appearing. So next time, Lu Buwei will definitely let Tianzi take action, but he doesn't know how many people will take action. Chen Mo's target is them. As long as they were killed one by one, Lu Buwei would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and he would no longer be a threat. Chapter 73, Can I Move to Your Place? Why are you scared? Chen Mo looked at Wei Zhuang with a smile. He didn't believe that this guy would be afraid. Sure enough, Wei Zhuang snorted coldly. My sword has never been afraid of anyone. It just so happens that it has not tasted the taste of the Tianzi killer yet. After dealing with the corpse-driving demon stood obediently in the distance, and at the same time kept looking at Yin Lingji, who was playing with fire, as if reminding her of something. Yin Lingji glanced at him, then continued playing with fire. Simply ignored his gaze. Her long nails scratched across the tree trunk, and a small flame immediately burned silently where it was scratched. Yin Lingji's eyes suddenly lit up. Her eyes were burning as she carefully carved a pig's head on the tree trunk. After finishing the painting, I looked at it from left to right, but I always felt that something was missing. After turning her head to take a look, her frown suddenly relaxed. Then suddenly there was a black cloth on the pig's head to cover the eyes. A lifelike blindfolded pig head, surrounded by flames, was placed there brilliantly. Yin Lingji narrowed her eyes, and her rosy lips curled up high, as if she was very satisfied with her masterpiece. The corpse-driving demon opened his mouth wide, with a look of collapse on his pale face, but he said nothing. He glanced at Chen Mo's back and hesitated for a long time without daring to speak. I can't afford to offend either side, so I just pretend I didn't see it. He still remembers how he almost peed himself when he first met Chen Mo. If Wei Zhuang and Xinu had not arrived in time, the grass on his grave would have been 3 feet high by now. Wu Shuang Gui can't speak, and Yin Lingji is disobedient. After much thought, it seems that he has to speak. But he didn't dare. Who are these people? A ruthless guy holding a sword and ready to kill people at any time. A killer who is exceptionally good-looking, but whose eyes are more ruthless than a sword. Not to mention the old man who almost sent me to meet my grandmother the first time we met. The psychological trauma still remains. You seem to have something to say. Chen Mo turned around and asked quietly. The corpse-driving demon's hesitation could be hidden from others, but how could it be hidden from him? No, nothing to say. He was startled and immediately shook his head and stepped back, indicating that he didn't want to get involved. Who knew Chen Mo said meaningfully, if you have something to say it quickly, otherwise you may not have a chance to say it. The corpse-driving demon felt a chill on his back. Hold the grass. You want to kill me again, brother? We are one family. Because we are ready to go back. Chen Mo smiled, took Jingwei's little hand, and continued. The corpse-driving demon heaved a sigh of relief, and his trembling knees slowly came to a stop. Damn, I almost knelt down to him. Brother, if you have something to say, please say it all at once, and don't breathe so heavily. Yes, yes. His throat rolled up and down, and he reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his face. My Lord Tianzi, you promised. He is not good at speaking, so he can only be brief and get to the point. The Wushuang ghost next to him snorted, agreeing with his words. Chen Mo nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Their efforts are not in vain. Chun Mo promised them that as long as they helped Liu Sha, he would rescue Tianzi on behalf of Liu Sha. Tianzi was once the crown prince of Baiwei. He was called the red-browed dragon snake because of his natural appearance. Han once plunged Baiwei in a deep war, and all the royal families were slaughtered. Tianzi survived by chance and was secretly imprisoned by Yi Mu. The corpse-driving demons came this time just to rescue him. However, it is simply a pipe dream to rely on just a few of them to accomplish this. If Yan Lingji had not met Jing Wei and the corpse-driving demon had not met Chun Mo, they would have been wiped out before the battle even started. The corpse-driving demon was immediately surprised and asked, "Do you know where my lord Tianzi is being held captive?" They have recently searched all the prisons in Xinjiang, but have not found any trace of Tianzi. Not to mention the difficulty of jailbreaking itself. If you want to save people, you have to know where they are, right? Chun Mo pondered and said, "We don't need to look for him. He'll come out on his own in no time." Everyone was confused by this unclear statement. Yan Lingji turned around and looked at him with her head tilted, with clear stupidity in her eyes. "Why?" Chun Mo explained. Ji Wuye is now displeased by the king of Han because of the Han dynasty. He needs an opportunity to prove his importance to the king of Han and let the king of Han regain his trust in him. If that opportunity didn't exist, he would create one himself. Under the influence of Lady Hu, Ji Wuye finally got into trouble. Although he was powerful and entrenched, the punishment was neither too light nor too severe for him. The position of general was retained, but a lot of power was shared. King Han did not dare to really deal with Ji Wuye, so this punishment did not affect his foundation. But what is important is that this affected Ji Wuye's prestige among his subjects. He needs to retest his prestige and consolidate his position. He needed to let the king of Han and the people know that this country could not do without him, General Ji Wuye. Yan Lingji tilted her head to the other side again, playing with a cluster of flames with her fingertips, and said, "What kind of opportunity will he create? What does it have to do with Tianzi?" Chun Mo smiled and didn't intend to tell her. He just shook his head and said, "The secret cannot be revealed. You just need to know that he will release Tianzi." Yan Lingji let out a long sigh. "So I didn't know that either." Chun Mo hummed and said, "Provocation doesn't work on me. Go find some other kids your age to play with. Just pretend I don't know. Also, we're leaving soon, so stop playing with fire and be careful not to wet the bed at night." Yan Lingji still lives in the same house as before, and if she wets the bed, there is no quilt to change for her. His words made Yan Lingji, who was always eccentric, confused. What does playing with fire have to do with bedwetting? Shaking her head to get rid of these words, she pinched her chin with one hand, held her arm with the other, and stared at the backs of the two people leaving. A cunning gleam flashed in her eyes. "Don't want to tell me? I'm going to make you tell me." She smacked her lips and immediately chased after the two of them. "Sister Jingwei, it's too lonely living alone. Can I move to your place?" A luxurious palace was brightly lit. The interior furnishings are simple, with no wide screens or thick pillars. It looks like a clear view. In fact, this is true. As long as someone appears here, there is no place to hide. Only layers of gauze blocked the large wooden bed in the middle. There was a figure lying on the wooden bed. Chapter 74, let's see who can't stand it first. It's midnight, time to fall asleep. The figure on the bed has entered the dream. Suddenly, he frowned, and his breathing became rapid. I don't know what kind of nightmare he had, but his face suddenly became extremely ugly, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His frown brows were like two strands of hemp rope, tightly twisted together. "Ah!" He screamed, suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and gasped for breath. In just a moment, his brows relaxed, and the fear in his eyes disappeared instantly. What replaced? It was an indescribable determination. The tightly closed palace door suddenly opened, and a swordsman in green clothes rushed in with a sword in hand. "I am fine." The person on the bed rubbed his eyebrows and spoke in a flat tone. The swordsman Qing Shan looked around the bedroom with a calm gaze, and then he released his hand on the hilt of the sword. "I dreamed of my brother again." Just as the Qing Shan swordsman turned around, the person on the bed spoke again. He paused, then said calmly, "He has been executed. Your Majesty, please rest assured." The person on the bed shook his head and said, "I just don't understand why he betrayed me." He pushed aside the layers of gauze curtains and walked down. Although he was only wearing a simple white lining, he exuded a heavy and noble aura. Gainya, in this world right now, Is there no one else I can trust except you? After all, even his own brother would betray him. He really couldn't think of anyone else in this world he could trust. But the person he should trust the most turned out to be his biggest concern. Zheng knew clearly that in the eyes of the prime minister, he was just a puppet in public, a tool for him to make profits. Among the countless people in the world, he could only trust Nye, who taught him swordsmanship and served as his part-time bodyguard. Nye remained silent. His lips moved slightly a few times, but he said nothing. Swordsmen are good at killing people, but not good at comforting others. Zheng smiled and shook his head, then asked softly, "What time is it?" "It's the hour of Yin." He nodded and said, "It's time to start the court meeting at Yin hour." The morning meeting, haha, is simply a joke. In the so-called court meeting, as the king of a country, I can only be a pathetic listener. It is enough for me to just be there. It was still dark at this time, but there were already many luxurious carriages traveling leisurely on the road in Xianyang City. They were all heading towards one place, which was the majestic Xianyang Palace. The Prime Minister's mansion is right next to the Xianyang Palace. Therefore, the Prime Minister Lu Buwei was not in any hurry to go out like other ministers. But in his study, the candlelight remained burning all night long. Lu Buwei did not sleep the whole night because something was haunting him like a nightmare. So, White Shark and the others have all lost contact. Lu Buwei had his back to Yenri and spoke in a calm tone, but everyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Just like the calm before a volcanic eruption, once it erupts, it will be devastating. This is the first time someone has made me so embarrassed and caused Luo Wang to have such a tragic experience. Xinjiang. This place has actually become a forbidden area for Luo Wang. No one is left if you go there. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen dead. This is the fourth wave of killers sent out, and each wave is stronger than the last. Although his army had a large number of people and great power, they could not withstand being wiped out like a chicken being slaughtered. We completely lost contact a day ago. I'm afraid he's in the same bad condition as the previous person. Yenri's tone was indifferent, as if the dead were not people, but a group of unknown animals. But for him, it is true. Being killed means that they're just like that, and are not as skilled as others. As for Luo Wang, there are plenty of trash like him. They deserve to die. He didn't feel sad at all. Even if they all died, it wouldn't affect him at all. The only one who feels sorry for him is Lu Buwei. These killers represent a lot of money and resources. What about the master who killed Wuming? He didn't even understand this. Yenri suddenly fell silent. People can't even get into Xinjiang, let alone get out. So how can we find someone? Of course, Lu Buwei understood this truth, but he was really upset. He will not be able to sleep well until he finds out the person in the dark. Yenri then said, "I have another piece of news, which should also be very important." "Explain." "The people of Nightfall are also being hunted." Lu Buwei turned around suddenly. There was a gleam in his eyes, like a lion in his twilight years. "You mean there's a secret organization that is hunting down our two killer organizations at the same time? It's unbelievable. Is the other person a lunatic? Even if they are capable of clearing out a large number of personnel from the two organizations, it will not cause them any serious damage, as their true strength has not yet been revealed. But if you offend these two organizations, they will uproot you sooner or later. The most outrageous thing is that this incident actually happened in Xinjiang. Xinjiang, and even the whole of South Korea, was almost under the control of the night. But even so, the other party is still able to continue hunting people in the night. Isn't the other party afraid of being exposed? Or are they so confident that they won't leave anyone alive?" Yenri said in a deep voice, "From the current situation, this is the case." Lu Buwei snorted coldly and said, "It's really interesting. The fierce hunter who was once a hunter has now become the trembling prey in the hands of others." Yenri said, "If you want to kill a more ferocious hunter, you need to send out a beast that is stronger and more cunning than him." Lu Buwei tapped the table with his fingertips. "In your opinion, who should we send out?" Yenri sneered and said, "Xinjiang." Xinjiang. Now, not only the two forces of Yimu and Luo Wang are having headaches, but Chun Mo, the leader of Lu Sha, is also having headaches, because a quirky third party suddenly appeared in his and Jingwei's beautiful life. Yan Lingji's arrival disrupted their original rhythm of life. Before, no matter whether it was day or night, as long as he had an idea in his mind, he could carry Jingwei into the room and start having sex at any time. Now, there is an extra eavesdropper in the house. Not only can you not be shy now, You even have to think twice before kissing. Chen Mo didn't care. Let's see who can hold on first. But Jingwei is a thin-skinned person. You see how she can have a cold face like ice in front of others. But at home, Chen Mo always controlled her and made her blush with laughter. In front of Chen Mo, he is always the passive party. After all, this man is her husband. Chapter 75. You win. In the yard, Jingwei blushed as he changed last night's bed sheets. Yin Lingji squatted aside with a smile on her face, holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand and occasionally throwing out a handful of melon seed shells. Chun Mo, holding a broom in his hand, felt the blood vessels on his head beating. Damn it, this woman definitely did it on purpose. I'm going out to buy groceries. Do you want to come with me? Okay, I'll go with you. After drying the quilt, Jingwei prepared to go out. He looked at Yin Lingji with a basket in his hand. However, the person she asked was Yin Lingji, but the person who answered was Chen Mo. Jingwei glanced at Chen Mo and ignored him, still staring at Yin Lingji. Yin Lingji smiled and shook her head. At present, they're all wanted criminals, and these people from Baiwe try not to go out. Okay, I'll go by myself then. I'll go with you. Chen Mo emphasized it loudly again. But Jingwei had already gone out with the basket. Just do your housework first. As soon as Jingwei left, two people, each more bored than the other, were left at home staring at each other. Yin Lingji proudly lifted her snow-white legs and said to the petrified Chun Mo leisurely, "What do you think? Do you find it hard to understand why your wife agreed to let me move in? Are you curious? If you are, please exchange your information. Tell me quickly why Ji Wuya let Tianzi go. Also tell me why you didn't put me on the beauty list. Don't tell me you didn't know I existed at that time. You even know people outside the Seven Kingdoms. I don't believe you don't know me." Yin Lingji's watery blue eyes were filled with pride, and her rosy lips were already curled up 8 degrees. "You won't tell me? I don't believe you won't tell me. How about it? Are you curious? Curious? Do you want to know?" "I'm not curious. I don't want to know," Chen Mo said calmly. Yin Lingji's expression suddenly froze on her face. She blinked in confusion, then stood up and walked in front of Chen Mo in an annoying manner. A pair of beautiful aqua blue eyes glared at Chen Mo fiercely and said, "You are curious." Chen Mo stared at her without blinking and walked around her with a broom in his hand. "Not curious." Yin Lingji puffed up her cheeks and continued to walk around and stood in front of him, staring at him, her voice raised an octave. "You are curious." Chen Mo curled his lips and said while sweeping the floor, "I'm not curious. This guy, not only does he not work, but he also keeps making trouble when he comes to our house. Is this what a guest does? Looking at all the melon seed shells on the ground gives me a headache. I don't know how long I will have to finish sweeping them." Yin Lingji followed behind him and repeated over and over again, "You are curious. You're curious." Chen Mo repeated faithfully, "Not curious." The two of them were like childish children, constantly playing the game of repeating words. "You." Yin Lingji put her long nails on Chen Mo's nose and stared at him with wide eyes. She gnashed her little silver teeth with a crackling sound, and gusts of fragrant wind blew onto Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo stopped and looked at the angry Yin Lingji, smiling like a winner. "Not curious." Yin Lingji collapsed immediately. "I'm so angry. How can there be such a person who doesn't know how to give way to girls?" Chen Mo hummed an unknown tune and began to bend down to sweep the floor, not paying any attention to Yin Lingji, who was about to explode beside him. "Humph, I know exactly what you were thinking. Don't be fooled by this guy's usual obedient appearance. Even when he's angry, he speaks in a gentle voice. But if you really believe it, you will definitely be fooled. This guy's eccentric and naughty. He deserves a beating. I'm not curious. I just want to see if you feel more uncomfortable because you can't say it out." Chen Mo was sweeping the floor in circles in the yard, and Yin Lingji followed him, staring at him like a spinning top. "I don't believe I can't cure you. I'll annoy you to death." She pinched her chin and thought for a moment. Then an idea came to her mind. "Hey, you look so confident all day long. Do you think there's nothing in the world that you don't know?" she asked, crossing her arms, a pair of surging waves surging under her hands. Chen Mo shook his head and said, "There are so many things in the world, and knowing a little about them is already the limit of human ability. However, although Chen Mo is not talented, he can still know a little bit." Yin Lingji's eyes widened immediately. "Isn't this guy talking too arrogantly?" she snorted. "You mean you're as powerful as a god?" She rolled her eyes, and regardless of what Chen Mo wanted to say, she immediately said, Let me ask you a simple question first. Do you know why the Wushuang ghost can't speak? Chun Mo continued sweeping the floor, indifferent to her words. Yin Lingji raised her eyebrows. Can't you answer this? Chun Mo sighed, then stopped what he was doing and looked at Yin Lingji. When he was 7 years old, he had a serious illness. He had a high fever for many days. After the fever subsided, his throat was damaged. His body also changed. He became bigger and bigger, and his strength increased dramatically. At the same time, his intelligence stagnated and remained at that age. His family thought he was a monster and abandoned him. Later, he met Tianze, who took him in. And he listens to you because he thinks you're a good person and you often buy him food. Yin Lingji was stunned. This doesn't count. Change another one. Everyone in the red eyebrow dragon snake has their own abilities, like she can set fires. If we really investigate these things, it is actually not difficult to find out. We have to find something that cannot be found out to give him a hard time. There are 4 fear-level killers in the red eyebrow dragon snake. I, Wushuang Ghost, and the corpse-driving demon are all here. Where do you think the 100 Poison King has gone? Yin Lingji was very proud and was about to get angry when Chun Mo couldn't answer. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have strong intelligence capabilities? This cannot be checked. The Poison Cave of Baiyue. When this place name came out, Yin Lingji froze. Chun Mo ignored her and continued. He needs one last poisonous substance to practice the 100 Poisons curse, so he went to the 10,000 Poisons cave to look for it. But that's just one aspect. Another consideration is that if you're all captured in Korea, he, as the last person left, can still find a way to rescue you. But if he comes along, then we'll all be wiped out. Yin Lingji's beautiful eyes widened, her rosy little mouth opened, and her head felt buzzing. No, buddy, you know all this? How do you know this? This was something they discussed before they came here, and no one else knew about it. How come he acted like he was there and heard it? Yin Lingji turned her head and said with a curled lip, "You win." Being able to make her admit defeat with her personality shows that she is truly convinced. Chun Mo smiled. Aren't you curious about how I know this? Chapter 76, it's almost the same as before. Yin Lingji was about to ask this question, but when she saw Chun Mo's smug smile and her previous behavior, she immediately turned around and snorted, "Not curious. You want to piss me off? I'm not stupid. Is that so? I wanted to tell you to satisfy your curiosity, but since you don't want to know, forget it." Chun Mo shook his head, turned around slowly, and continued to sweep the floor with his head down. Yin Lingji, why should I move here? Why? This guy is so infuriating. She has always been like a little devil, playing tricks on others, but this is the first time she has been controlled by others. If I couldn't beat you, I would have burned your house down today. She had seen Chun Mo's skills the last time they hunted in the woods. There were so many assassins in the dark, but he seemed to know their locations. They were all found out, and then it was as easy as crushing an ant, a simple loss of life, much more powerful than that big ice cube. There's no point in talking to this guy. Just enjoy the scenery. Yin Lingji glanced at the courtyard wall and prepared to jump up to get some fresh air. But after walking a few steps, she turned around again and said unconvincedly, "What about me? What's so special about me?" "For you, that's more complicated. It depends on which aspect." "Everything." "I see." Chun Mo put down the broom, counted on his fingers, and said, "He is born with the ability to control fire, is proficient in fire magic, his eyes can make people hallucinate, and he has a younger brother, but you know it yourself." He stopped talking, as if he didn't want to touch upon other people's sorrows, and didn't continue. As a result, Yin Lingji acted as if she didn't care at all and said nonchalantly, "That's all, is that all? There's nothing special about it. Isn't this something that everyone knows?" She seemed to have finally won a victory, and she walked more lightly. With a slightly victorious smile on his face, he jumped lightly onto the top of the wall. "You are White Tiger." Chun Mo's faint voice came from behind. Yin Lingji slipped and fell from the wall. Boom! She rubbed her head and sat up, then sat on the ground with her snow-white chin raised in astonishment and looked at silence. "No, how could he know something that only I know? How could he know? I'm the only one in the world who knows about this kind of thing, right?" Yin Lingji stood up, dusted herself off, and looked at Chun Mo as if he were trash. "How do you know? Did you spy on me taking a shower? Shouldn't it?" Although everyone now knows that the blind man Chun Mo is just a fake blind man, he seems to have some means to perceive the outside world even with his eyes covered. This is just to confuse the enemy. But putting aside the fact that he is not that kind of person, Even if I am a wimp, I can't be so stupid as to be peeped at while taking a shower without noticing, right? Chun Mo's expression became serious, and he said seriously, I know a little bit about it. Unfortunately, this matter is also among them. Yin Lingji stopped talking. She just looked at Chun Mo with disgust and some wariness. She pressed her skirt with her hands and jumped onto the wall again without looking back. This guy is so weird. Just hold down your skirt. Chun Mo smiled, lowered his head, and continued sweeping the floor. Are you convinced now? Finally, no one is disturbing me anymore. I have to stimulate myself before they will behave themselves. Pa pa pa. Waves of collision sounds continued to echo in the room, accompanied by low groans. Xinu frowned and moved her hands quickly. The white and tender little hand fiddled quickly in front of her body. The day of reckoning has come again. Having an abacus makes it much easier to do your own accounting, but it always makes me feel a little worried on such days. She groaned sadly again and fell on the table. But looking at the abacus in front of her, the corners of her mouth curled up again. Is that guy's brain structure different from others? Not only are there so many novel things, but there are also so many tricks in that matter that even the owner of a brothel like me is amazed. Did Jingwei teach him? That's not right. He is more like teaching Jingwei. The assistant at the side looked at Xinu's expression, which changed every now and then, as if he had seen a ghost, feeling a little confused. Sister, have you finished your calculations? Was the profit last month good? After much thought, this is the only possible answer. How could the innocent manhwa have imagined that Xinu would think of such a thing for no reason? After all, she was smiling so elegantly now. How could she possibly think of such obscene things? No, except for Zilan Xian, everything is pretty much the same as before. Nanhua was even more confused. We are training more and more assassins now, and the master said he wanted to train more people. He said something like, a single spark can start a prairie fire. This is nonsense. It's good to have more manpower, but if things continue like this, our financial resources won't be able to sustain it. Supporting people is the most expensive thing. Whether it's raising a woman or a killer, it's the same. And it's impossible for the four of them to be responsible for everything, right? Some things can only be done well if you have people under you. Lu Sha has no reputation yet and cannot accept many tasks from employers. Therefore, all these expenses are borne by Xinu, but she does not suffer any loss. In terms of official matters, it was Chun Mo who squeezed her small treasury, and in terms of private matters, it was her turn to squeeze Chun Mo. We are even now. She had originally planned to open a store to sell stockings, but after Chun Mo left, Xinu was no longer in the mood to do it. Later, Chun Mo came back and told her not to rush. After all, there are many dignitaries who come to Zelangshuan for this. Delaying the loss of money is a small matter, but delaying the loss of intelligence is a big matter. When everyone gathered together tonight, Xinu brought up this matter. Although Han Fei was a prince of the kingdom of Han, he did not have much savings. At most, he could open a back door in Xinu's business. His own salary and land were just a drop in the bucket for this cause. Besides, he also has to keep retainers, which also costs money. So everyone, funding is the biggest problem for our expansion right now. The boss lady is the boss lady, and her aura is completely different when she talks about money. Xinu looked at everyone with a smile, her elbows on the table and her fingers crossed. No matter which force it is, it must be supported by strong financial resources. Ji Weie has the Emerald Tiger behind him, and Lu Buwei himself is a businessman with huge amounts of capital. That is why they have such great power. If Lu Sha wants to develop, it certainly needs money. I probably have some there too. How many do we need now? Han Fei thought deeply and asked slowly. Chapter 77, sir. Do you have any good ideas? Xinu shook her head and said, looking at the current situation, your little money is of no use at all. Besides, we are not going to achieve success overnight. The more we develop, the more funds we will need. We need this organization to run it. To put it bluntly, the speed at which they earn money cannot keep up with the speed at which they spend it. Currently, they are the core of Lu Sha, but they have developed quite a few people as subordinates. Hong Lian actually fell into deep thought for the first time in a long time, and then poked Chun Mo like a meat bun, curiously saying, Hey, are you going to tell your story? You can make a lot of money from that. Chun Mo's mouth twitched suddenly. Your Highness Princess, you really don't know the sufferings of the world. That little bit of hard-earned money is just a drop in the bucket. Puff! Xinu laughed out loud. I think you want to hear the next story from the gentleman. Ever since Chun Mo was thought to be leaving, he has never come to talk about books again. For a period of time before, there were people coming to Zhejiang every day to inquire, but only recently have the numbers gradually disappeared. The story is at its most exciting part, but it suddenly comes to an end, which really makes people feel like they're being scratched by a cat. Hong Lian immediately became angry and poked Chun Mo fiercely. Isn't it your fault? Isn't it your fault? If you hadn't stopped suddenly, how could I be in such a dilemma? Jingwei suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Chun Mo. What's wrong with you? Did the princess of the fallen country marry the prince in the end? Do you want to tell me about it? Hong Lian added hastily, and Jingwei secretly spat this time, realizing that he was overthinking. Chun Mo's eyebrows moved. A princess of a fallen nation, .0. He looked at Hong Lian and sighed in his heart. If it weren't for him, Hong Lian's fate would have been so tragic according to the original work. Without responding to her, Chun Mo looked at everyone and said, I do have a way to make money. Xenu's eyes suddenly lit up. My man really has a way. You just come up with the ideas and leave the rest to me. I will naturally find a solution for you, guaranteeing that our finances are full and we make a lot of money. This is the confidence of businessmen. Han Fei asked, Sir, do you have any good ideas? Chun Mo picked up the teacup and said with a confident smile on his face, Publish a book. Ah, publish a book. What book? The book I'm talking about. Everyone suddenly fell silent. The expressions on the faces of the several people were different. Some felt that it was not very practical, but they trusted Chun Mo and did not want to question anything. Finally, Hong Lian said carelessly, This princess admits that your storytelling is indeed wonderful. But if you make it into a scroll, are you sure that someone will buy it? And how much will it cost? The most important thing is that your story is so long. Do you know how many words a scroll can contain? You haven't even finished carving a single story, and I'm guessing we'll disband because we're out of money. What Hong Lian said was exactly what the others wanted to express. This matter is really unbelievable, especially Han Fei and Zhang Liang. These two people came from Xianxing, which has always been a holy place for Confucianism. Therefore, they understand publishing a book better than others. Publishing books in Shangxianzhuang depends on the predecessors to carve them out on bamboo tubes one by one for the younger generations. Therefore, books are extremely luxurious and precious products in this era. This is also the reason why only princes and nobles can receive education and easily monopolize knowledge. Even though the writing speed can be greatly increased by using pen and ink, it is still a fantasy to publish a book. You can see this by looking at the pile of bamboo tubes on Xenu's desk. This is just 1 month's number. The memorials approved by the kings of various countries had to be carried over specially. People read books for entertainment. You can't possibly transport a bamboo tube onto a horse-drawn carriage, right? Xenu, who trusted Chun Mo immensely, knew that this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. She pressed Hong Lian and said, Sir, you probably haven't finished yet. Don't worry. Chun Mo smiled. He is indeed one of us. He knows himself well. Publishing a book is just a goal. What's more important is the process. This is where we really make money. What's more important than publishing a book is the derivatives that come before it. Several people were suddenly surprised. Before publishing a book? What is this? Chun Mo sat up and said solemnly, Paper making and movable type printing. The spread of text in this era was basically through letters and even bricks and tiles with only a small amount on cloth. Although cloth is convenient, it is extremely expensive. At that time, cloth could be used as hard currency, and it was too luxurious to use it to make paper. Writing with this thing is exactly the same as writing on bank cards in later generations. Even if you have a mine at home, you dare not do this and can only produce a small amount. Paper first appeared in the Western Han Dynasty, but not only was its texture rough, but its cost was also very high. It was not until Kai Luan in the Eastern Han Dynasty that the paper-making technique was reformed, which reduced costs and improved quality. At the same time, the transmission of text has also undergone tremendous changes. From various random carriers, it has become cheap and convenient paper. What does cultural inheritance rely on? Just rely on words. The emergence of paper not only increased the speed and efficiency of information dissemination, but also allowed these cultural carriers to be passed down for a longer period of time. This is quite a remarkable invention. The people in the room were completely confused after hearing what he said, but it was pretty cool anyway. What Chun Mo meant was that publishing a book was not the main purpose or goal to make money. Paper making and movable type printing are the most important. Books are merely used to expand publicity, attract readers' attention, and let more people know about paper and printing. Think about it. When you're studying hard at home with a mountain of bamboo tubes, and suddenly someone brings a few thin books and reads while traveling, how would you feel? After listening to it, Zhang Liang and Han Fei immediately understood what it meant. If this is true, once this technology appears, it will really sweep the world. Not to mention anything else. Even the people in their little sage manner probably have a copy of their ancestors' classics in their hands, right? Although Manhwa didn't understand, she was also surprised. If what Chinamo said was true, then I wouldn't have to carry so many heavy bamboo tubes around in the future. Just thinking about it, everyone was looking forward to it. What is inseparable from paper is printing. There are several types of printing techniques, and what Chinamo is talking about is of course movable type printing. Once this thing appears, it will surely become popular in the 7 countries in a short time. Not only the common people, but even the royal family were flocking to it. Words are not enough. So the next day, Chun Mo started the intensive production. Chapter 78, Am I Not Beautiful? There are many kinds of materials for paper making, and the quality of paper made from different materials varies greatly. And this is also a very troublesome task. According to the different uses of paper, it is also divided into fine method and rough method. Chun Mo chose bamboo as the main raw material. Select young bamboo, chop it into pieces, and then soak it in lime water to degumming. Disperse the fibers and bleach it. Then take it out and mash it. Then wash off the mortar and magazines. After that, you can pour it into the trough prepared in advance and mix the pulp evenly. At this time, the paper fibers will float in the paper trough. Use the prepared paper-making mold to scoop out the pulp and shake it evenly. Stack them together, squeeze out the water, and put them in a ventilated place to dry. Finally, peel off the dried paper and the production is completed. If we follow the strict production method, it may take anywhere from 10 days to hundreds of days. However, Chinamo tried to save as much as possible when making it. After 7 days, the paper was placed in the yard to dry. Of course, it was impossible to make just one, so this one filled up the entire yard. Yin Lingji looked at the white papers curiously. Chinamo looked at her lively eyes and suddenly became worried. There's something wrong with the look in this firemaker's eyes. From now on, you're not allowed to play with fire at home. You are quick to light the fire, but this is the result of my hard work over the past few days. If you ordered them all for me at once, where'd I go to cry? It would have been fine if he didn't say it, but as soon as he said it, Yin Lingji's eyes became even brighter. The fiery red figure passed through the drying racks and came to Chunamo, who was lying in a chair and watching him. She pretended to sigh and said, I have always had a problem. Chunamo nodded and said, Well, Mao's disease, there's no Mao. I don't need to emphasize what I know. Yin Lingji, if you dare to bring this up again, I'll burn all of this. She said this through gritted teeth. A flame already shot out from her fingertips and placed it on the tip of Chun Mo's nose to let him feel the temperature. After thinking about it for so long, she still had no idea how he knew such a private matter. This person has never seen it or touched it. So how did he know? Okay, let's not talk about it. You seem to be so careless all the time, but I didn't expect you to care so much about it. Go on, tell me what's wrong with you. Chinamo just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. This firemaker is quite shy. Normally when I like to tease people, I don't seem to be that thin-skinned. Yin Lingji put away the flame in her hand and rolled her eyes at Chun Mo with her clear sapphire eyes. She put her hands behind her back and shook them, saying, The problem is that once I have something on my mind, I get easily distracted. But if you lose focus, the fire in your body will easily burst out. What if I accidentally get distracted and burn something in your yard? She blinked her aqua blue eyes and spoke innocently. Chun Mo smiled nonchalantly, pointed to the well in the yard and said, It's okay. I'll throw you in and see whether your fire is stronger or your water is stronger. Yin Lingji, can this guy still have a good conversation? Suddenly Chun Mo frowned and asked, Can you set your whole body on fire? Yin Lingji smiled proudly and said, Of course. Then she spread out her 10 slender fingers and shook them in front of Chun Mo. The flames above kept lighting up and going out, vivid and spiritual. All right. I told you not to play with fire. You don't need to put on a show here. Chun Mo tapped her thigh with a bamboo pole. She is really a fire starter. The fire is really everywhere. If there was anger everywhere, he suddenly thought of an important question. Everyone knows that water and fire are interdependent, but what if something happens? It's just if, don't think too much. Then let's assume that if she, the fire baby, meets Jingwei, the water baby, what will the scene be like if the two of them are together? Chunmo's heart started beating wildly. Damn, this is too exciting. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. This visual is absolutely amazing. No, I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, if my wife finds out, she will probably stab me in the kidney with a sword. Jingwei is too shy, unless... Forget it, why think so much? Firefighter is still an outsider now. Wait until she becomes an insider. Your smile tells me that you are thinking about something disgusting right now. You are drooling. Yin Lingji looked at Chun Mo with a look that was 5 parts disgust and 5 parts contempt, especially the saliva on the corner of his mouth. Chun Mo reached out his hand to wipe off his saliva and said seriously, Ahem, I was wondering why you're threatening me like this? The auras of the two people intertwined. Yin Lingji shrank her neck and her face looked a little strange. Then she said with resentment, Why am I not on the beauty list? Am I not beautiful? Chun Mo took a deep breath and said, Damn, here it comes again. Yin Lingji had no intention of letting him go and was determined to get a result today. Beautiful. Of course it is beautiful. Chun Mo sighed and said sincerely, This is the truth. To be honest, whether it's Yin Lingji's enchanting figure or her charming appearance, there's really no one more beautiful than her. What's more, she is also good at seduction. She looks gentle as water on the outside, but passionate as fire on the inside. If I'm beautiful, why am I not on top? Yin Lingji squatted down and raised her head to look into Chun Mo's eyes. Beauty is not just about looks. Appearance, figure, temperament, and identity are all taken into consideration and used as criteria for judging. Yin Lingji nodded thoughtfully, then frowned and said, Which one of mine doesn't meet the requirements? Chun Mo said they all fit the bill. Yin Lingji raised her eyebrows. Something was wrong. That, I did it on purpose, a little bit. Yin Lingji, no, I provoke you. You didn't provoke me or provoke me. Who knew that Chun Mo would say the same thing right afterward? Yin Lingji's eyes suddenly widened. No, I didn't say anything just now, right? How does this person know what I am thinking? I can guess what you are thinking even if you don't tell me. At this moment, Yin Lingji, who was squatting on the ground, was so shocked that she sat down on the ground. She raised her delicate hand, pointed at Chun Mo, and said tremblingly, You. Chun Mo sat where he was, smiled, and held out the pole for her to pull up. Don't be so surprised. I'm a human, not a god. This is what we know about Yin Lingji, and, combined with the current situation, we can guess it after a simple psychological analysis. There is nothing surprising about it. Chapter 79. This isn't it possible? Yin Lingji hesitantly took the bamboo pole that Chun Mo handed over and stood up. His eyes scanned Chun Mo with complicated expressions. It seems that Jingwei was right. This is truly the most amazing man in the world. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. Chun Mo has really given her a lot of trouble these days. He said slowly, First of all, those on the list are not ordinary women. They are certainly beautiful in appearance, but if you look closely, you will know that they are not ordinary people either. Of course, it doesn't mean that you are of ordinary status. Don't think too much. For someone as beautiful as Yin Lingji, her identity no longer needs to be considered as a plus point. Let's not talk about those people from the Yin-Yang family. Everyone in the world knows who they are. They are very powerful and ruthless, so no one dares to mess with them. Madame Mingzhu and Lady Hu are both the favorite concubines of the King of Han, so no one wants to take advantage of them. Although Xinu is a businessman, she's a local boss in Xinjiang. Few people in Xinjiang would not give her some respect. There is no need to mention Hu Ji and the Lulan High Priest. The Snow Girl of Yin State is well known enough and has many admirers. Even if she is not on the beauty list, she will be as famous as she is all over the world. This is her amulet. When Chun Mo said this, he looked at Yin Lingji and knocked with his cane, saying, This is about you, the people of the fallen Baiwei country, homeless, and the red eyebrow dragon snake is dead or scattered. Although you have some strength, this strength is not taken seriously. You are like a gorgeous little bird right now. If those powerful people knew that you exist, pretty and beautiful, yet weak and vulnerable, what would they do? You're very smart. I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes. Yin Lingji didn't care about what he said about his weak strength. After all, Chun Mo does have the capital. His strength of barely level 8 was nothing compared to that of this grandmaster. Yin Lingji fell in a deep thought and sighed. They will come to catch me. Chun Mo nodded and said, The reason why one has to have a noble status is not just a plus, but also a protective umbrella. Without sufficient status and strength as protection, extreme beauty is only a scourge. They will try every means to catch you. Of course, you won't die, but you probably won't want to be alive by then. I don't think I need to tell you what they will do to you. You might become an exhibit, a tool for the rich and powerful to show off. You may even become a trading item, a commodity for them to climb up the ladder. At this point, are you still yourself? Think about it. By then those... Okay, stop talking. It's disgusting. Yan Lingji shuddered, pretending to be calm and speaking with some disgust. Chen Mo smiled. This was just the beginning. He hadn't even mentioned the more disgusting things. Yan Lingji looked at him strangely and said in a long tone, "So according to what you said, you still want to protect me?" Staring at Chen Mo at this moment, he found that this man was not as annoying as before, but rather somewhat pleasing to the eye. He looked so serious just now, and kind of charming. Chen Mo said non-committally, "You can think so. For example, my wife, I didn't know her identity before. I only knew that Jingwei was stunningly beautiful. But why didn't you say a word about why she was ranked so high?" "Because no one dares to mess with Jingwei. This name represents strength, and we are just ordinary people." Yan Lingji curled her lips. "Is that really what he said? You are still an ordinary person, killing Luo Wang as if it were chicken. If you are ordinary, there will be no ordinary people in the world." "What are you talking about? Jingwei, how come you heard me when I just arrived at the door? What are you talking about?" At this moment, Jingwei, who was carrying a basket full of vegetables, came back and asked with a smile. Chen Mo was immediately happy. He stood up, took her basket, and put on his body. Then he grasped her soft little hand and kissed her fair little face. "Madam, why did you go out for so long? I missed you. I'm going out to look for you." Jingwei blushed, glanced at Yan Lingji beside her, and tapped Chen Mo's head with her little hand. "Who is that? There is someone else next to you." Yan Lingji, who was standing by, looked on in amazement, feeling goosebumps all over her body. These two are so corny. After a few days, the paper in the yard was finally dried. Ever since the analysis of Yan Lingji that day, this guy's become more obedient. Not only did he become more honest, but he also became a little different. Not only did he pretend to pass by and cough when the couple was being affectionate, but his attitude towards Chen Mo was even different. Chen Mo couldn't tell exactly what was different, but he could feel it. Probably just don't challenge him or go against him. Chen Mo felt that this was not a good sign. "If you don't go against me and let me do it all by myself, it would be so tiring. This kind of thing should be fun together as two people. I always feel that Yan Lingji is not that fun now. This firefighting Ji is still as fond of making trouble as before. It's fun to see the two of them fighting each other when nothing happens. You talk a lot, and she responds with something. Hey, what fun guy this is." Chen Mo collected the dried papers one by one and stacked them neatly together. The surface of paper made of bamboo is white. The texture is fine and the toughness is very strong. He touched it with his hand and then broke it open. Finally, he shook his head and put it down. "What's wrong, husband? Is this not possible?" Jingwei stood aside with a worried look on his face. Seeing Chen Mo sighing and shaking his head, his heart suddenly tightened and he hurried forward to show concern. But she knew how much thought Chen Mo had put into this. Not to mention that this thing is also related to the future development of the Quicksand organization. If he fails, Chen Mo will be so sad. "Huh? No, this paper is very good, better than I thought." Chen Mo's thoughts were interrupted by Jingwei's words, and he answered in a daze. Jingwei heaved a sigh of relief, then said unhappily, "Then you just shook your head and sighed, and I was really worried for nothing." Chen Mo laughed out loud. "Why?" "Because although the paper is white, it is not as white as the lady. Although this product has good toughness, it is not as good as the lady's. But now there is a fire starter at home, and I can't just take my wife away to celebrate or feel the good resilience. That's why I shook my head. When the door is closed at night, we can talk in private, and I will teach it to you step by step." Chapter 80, It's Really Unexpected. Chen Mo picked up the Jingwei sword that Jingwei used to kill people and started cutting paper in the yard. "I have to say, this thing is really good. It opens as soon as you touch it." Yan Lingji watched from the side with her mouth wide open and her eyes confused. "No, is that how you use your sword on him?" Jingwei smiled immediately and looked at Chen Mo, who was working with eyes full of doting. In a gentle tone, he said, "What's mine is his, and he can use it however he wants." Yan Lingji nodded thoughtfully. "Just like you?" Jingwei was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Yes." Yan Lingji looked at Jingwei with a smile, and her sapphire eyes shone with a cunning light. Then he walked up to her and whispered, "Can you tell me what it means to do a bigger split, madam?" Jingwei was suddenly struck by lightning. No, sister, you are so rude. How dare you eavesdrop on us? Yan Lingji burst into laughter when she saw Jingwei's stiff expression. This guy succeeded in playing a prank on her again. But suddenly, Jingwei became serious and said, You want to know? How about asking your husband to come to your room tonight and teach you step by step? Now, it was Yan Lingji's turn to be stunned, and Jingwei started laughing. Chen Mo was concentrating on cutting paper and didn't notice what the two people were whispering about. After he finished cutting, he breathed a sigh of relief, put a stack of paper in his arms, and asked Jingwei to put away the rest. Then he went out with a wooden carved text printing module. In Zi Lan Suan. Han Fei and Zhang Liang leaned their heads over the table and watched. As he watched, he made sounds of amazement. Although Wei Zhuang didn't come over, he was looking over here with the corner of his eyes. Is this the paper you were talking about, sir? Han Fei carefully picked up one and looked at it next to the candlelight. The paper was so thin that it was translucent even under the candlelight. The stack of papers that Chan Mo brought was lighter than a bamboo tube, but with so many sheets, I wonder how many bamboo tubes could be used to write the words. Han Fei was so amazed that he held the paper in his arms as if it were a treasure and dared not move. Seeing this, Xinu burst out laughing and said, Master Han Fei, there is no need to do this. Although it looks flimsy, it is quite tough and will not break easily. And I've tried it. If I write with ink, the ink doesn't show through. The one in your hand alone probably contains more content than a scroll. If you compare them, you will know how lightweight this is and how much profit it represents. Her eyes were on Chanimo, who was drinking tea at the side. The admiration and respect revealed in her eyes almost overwhelmed Nongyu, who was standing beside her. She, Xinu, has done so many things, but now it seems that the most correct thing she did was to fall in love with the man in front of her. She would believe Chan Mo now if he said he was a fairy from heaven who came to earth to save the world. If it weren't for gods, how could there be such ingenious things? What weight does a piece of paper have? Almost nothing. This will be a blessing for all the Confucian scholars in the world. This will be an invention that will change the world. Zhang Liang was trembling all over at this time, and he was restless even when sitting in the house. He held the papers in one hand, which rustled constantly due to his shaking. In his other hand, he held a text printing module carved out of wood, breathing heavily. It is hard to imagine what would happen and what a sensation it would cause if something like this was brought to Zai Shengxianzhuang. The appearance of this thing means that they no longer have to sigh in despair because of the heaviness of the bamboo tubes. The existence of printing technology has made bamboo tube seal carving no longer time-consuming and laborious, which has led to the inability of ancient sages to be passed down. The only trouble is that the subtitles require 7 different languages. Xinu looked at Zhang Liang and smiled, adding, This is not only a blessing for the Confucian scholars of the world, but also a blessing for all the people in the world. Zhang Liang slapped his forehead, calmed down, and said, Not bad, not bad. Look at me, I am so happy that I am confused. He looked at Chen Mo with eyes that almost glowed. Sir, can this technology be tested in our little sage manor? We have a large number of rare books there. If we have printing technology in this paper, we don't have to worry about them being damaged or lost. With paper and printing, they were able to engrave all of this on a paper. It is not only easy to collect, but also easier to read and spread. Just imagine what the situation would be like if everyone in Zai Shengxianzhuang had a copy of the Analects. The emergence of these two things is of epoch-making significance, and they promote more than just the preservation of text. Rather, it is the beginning of a leap forward in cultural inheritance and popularization of education. Chen Mo has plenty of ways to make money, but the reason he picked out these two is to pave the way for what he wants to do in the future. Well, you can ask the boss lady about this matter. I won't ask. Chen Mo came back to his senses from his thoughts. We agreed before that I'm only responsible for coming up with ideas. As for how to implement them, it is up to the professional lady boss to do it. Xinu looked at Chen Mo with a smile and was very satisfied with his words. After thinking for a while, she nodded slowly and said, Zifang's suggestion is also a good idea. Zai Shengxianzhuang had an extraordinary status and influence in Qi State. If we can get recognition here, it will be equivalent to opening up the entire Qi market. The disciples of Shao Shengxian Manor are spread across the 7 countries, which is equivalent to a large amount of free publicity. This can save an incalculable amount of expense and manpower. Xinu is such a smart person, Of course, she would not do business at a loss. Chun Mo is not professional in business, so it would be better to let Xinu decide on the matter, which would be more reliable and reassuring than doing it himself. Besides, this is not an outsider. This is my wife. By the way, sir, I wonder what the cost of this paper is and how we should price it. Naturally, only Chun Mo knew about this, and Xinu also had to ask for his opinion. Chun Mo smiled and said coarse cloth, hemp rope, tree bark, tree trunk, straw, or bamboo will all work. What do you think the cost is? Several people were stunned on the spot and felt a shock all over their body. Zhang Liang held the white paper in his hand and kept flipping through it under the candlelight. Finally, he said in disbelief, "Sir, you mean that this paper can be made with just straw?" When Zhang Liang saw this thing, he had a very high price in mind as the reserve price. After all, this thing is so light, portable, and durable. I think people who need it are willing to pay a high price for it. But I never expected that the raw materials of this thing are so common and easy to obtain. It is really unexpected. Chapter 81, I won't laugh at you. This is really... Han Fei stood there holding the paper, muttering to himself, so excited that he couldn't speak. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Seize the good fortune of heaven and earth, and turn decay into magic." Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped and laughed. Yes, it is to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and turn decay into magic. Those rough things can actually be made into such exquisite and easy-to-use paper. Isn't this turning decay into magic? Xinu and Nong, you were both dumbfounded at this time. The gentleman was indeed not an ordinary person, but a capable man. What was wrong with his brain? Xinu stared at Chinamo and said, "Then what is our price?" Chinamo thought for a moment and said, "Depending on the raw materials, the quality of the paper produced will also be different. Paper made from bamboo is a fine product. We can set the price according to the grade." After hearing this, Xinu suddenly understood. Now only Chun Mo knows how to make this thing. Then they're the only supplier and have achieved a monopoly on technology. As for the price, the purpose of differentiating the grades is to set a high price, because only high-end things are divided into grades. But it is also true that at this year's end, those who can read and write are all from well-off families. The bamboo tubes they use came in carts, not to mention the papers. Even the price of selling a booklet for a bundle of bamboo tubes is not a high price for them, but rather an extremely cheap price. Because this booklet is 100 times or 1,000 times more convenient, and it can even write down the contents of dozens of bamboo tubes. Without Chinmo's reminder, Xinu had already figured out how to keep this craft a secret. She plans to open workshops in different areas. Each area is only responsible for one of the processes. After the previous process is completed, the semi-finished product will be sent to the next workshop for production. Although the production of this assembly line will be slightly slower, the confidentiality effect is very good. Moreover, different workshops are in different locations, and no one knows what the previous or next process is. This avoids the problem of the production method being leaked. They can monopolize this industry. What should we do if some local merchants become jealous? Do you really think that they are unarmed? Chun Mo and others are fully capable of reaping their own benefits. Lu Sha spent so much money and hired so many killers, just waiting for this moment. Two beautiful figures walked towards each other under the moon. Xinu and Nongyu walked side by side towards their residence. Nanhua held the paper left by Chun Mo in her arms as if it were some treasure, and looked at it every time she took a step. I was afraid that it would accidentally fall to the ground or get wrinkled. This is such a precious thing. It would be so sad if it got dirty. Xinu looked at her cautious look and suddenly found a little funny. This is for writing. It doesn't matter if it falls on the ground. It won't affect your writing. Why are you so nervous? Nanhua shook her head firmly and said, "That's not possible either. These are all the hard work and wisdom of the master. How can they just fall to the ground and be trampled on?" Xinu sudenli froze in place. How come this little girl is so enlightened? She hadn't thought about it so deeply. Nongyu's eyes were full of admiration as she asked, "Sister, do you think the master is really a god descended from heaven? His ideas are just like those of God. How can we mortals come up with them?" Xinu walked on the road, her graceful figure exuding alluring charm and shining under the moonlight. The white moonlight fell on the faces of two beauties, one big and one small, like a beautiful painting. Xinu was actually stumped by Nongyu's question, and she was chewing on it carefully at this moment. Nanhua originally thought that with the relationship between her and Chun Mo, she definitely understood him thoroughly. But the truth is, Chun Mo shocked them time and time again. What kind of person is the gentleman? It's hard to say, but at least he is a very capable man. Ah, Manhwa was confused by this answer. What kind of review is this? Sister, what do you mean? I am confused. Although Nanhua is not a stupid person, she is not as smart as Xinu. Xinu glanced at her, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. To put it a little more clearly, it is profound and extensive. Nongyu nodded thoughtfully and said, It is profound and extensive. Yes, it is indeed in line with your knowledge and experience, sir. Yes, it not only fits his knowledge and experience, but also fits his expertise. Nanhua nodded hurriedly. Yes, I feel the same way. Your specialty is that you can do what others cannot. Xinu poked her little head and said with a smile, What do you think? What do you think? You have never seen it before. Nanhua looked at Xinu with some grievance. Sir, this is not the first or second time that you have created miracles. Everyone has seen it. Why haven't I seen it? Okay, don't feel wronged. Looking at Nanhua's clear and pitiful eyes, which were like those of a young animal, Xinu's heart softened immediately. This little girl is getting prettier and prettier. If you really want to see it, how about I let you see it? See what? Xinu touched her head and said lovingly, Of course, sir. I ask you, do you like sir? Huh? This. Nanhua was at a loss for words by this sudden question and began to stammer for a while. Go ahead, I won't laugh at you. Nanhua became flustered and picked up the stack of papers in front of her and held it in front of her. Really, it's so direct. How can people answer? But do you like it? She asked herself in a daze. Let's not talk about Chun Mo's personal charm and abilities. Even if he just allowed the mother and daughter to recognize each other, it would be a great favor. Which girl would not like such long-lasting admiration and kindness? Nanhua's face gradually turned red, but she still couldn't speak. Seeing this, Xinu deliberately teased. Don't talk? It seems that you just don't talk. No. Nanhua clenched the paper in her hand, but her monkey-like face completely betrayed her inner feelings. Really? Xinu asked deliberately while leaning against the doorframe. Nongyu lowered her head, struggling for a long time, and finally stammered like a mosquito. Yes. I can't hide it from my sister anyway. She's so smart. She must have seen through a long time ago, and that's why she asked me, right? Oh, what? I didn't hear it clearly, Xiaoyuer. Xinu turned her body to the side and continued asking as if she hadn't heard clearly. Chapter 82 Push. Nongyu pouted, stamped her feet, and shouted. Okay, really, I like it. Okay, sister, you are really annoying. After saying this, she felt her face was so hot that it seemed like it was about to explode, and she ran away in panic. Xinu looked at her fleeing back with a smile, like a cunning fox. After laughing enough, he pushed the door and entered his room. He locked the door, then crossed his arms and said to the people in the room, How is it? Did you hear it? Are you happy? I'm telling you, you're really lucky. Your little arms are so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. In the next room, the room was pitch black. Nanhua, who had been teased by Xinu and had fled away, did not even take off her clothes and dived directly into the bed. Her little face is still red. I don't know if it's because of what happened just now or because she was suffocated in the quilt. The little red face is like a ripe nectarine. Really, sister, asking me such a question is really embarrassing. Nongyu muttered softly and rubbed her face with her hands. Although he was muttering to himself, he didn't regret what he had said in his heart. Although it seemed that Xinu forced her out, these were also the words that she had always kept in her heart. After saying it, I felt inexplicably relieved. It was like a stone in my heart fell to the ground. Nanhua moved her hand and suddenly felt something hard and soft. After a moment of confusion, I remembered that it was the paper made by the gentleman that I had been holding in my hand. Because of the panic just now, I had forgotten about this matter. Nanhua lifted the quilt, picked up the paper, and held it in her hand, while her other hand began to stroke it as if possessed by a ghost. It's like caressing your lover's face. No, it seems that this is what the gentleman brought with him in his arms. Thinking of this, her fingers suddenly trembled. Does this count as touching the gentleman's chest? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she blushed. Then she picked up the paper and placed it carefully on her chest. Well, that's fair now. She has been in my husband's arms, and now she is in my arms. But it's still so embarrassing. Is this equivalent to me hugging my husband? As she thought about it, the corners of Nanhua's mouth actually curled up. With a hazy feeling of happiness, she slowly fell asleep. But when she was half asleep and half awake, she was woken up by a strange sound. There was a creaking sound, as if a mouse was digging a hole. Nongyu opened her eyes and listened carefully, and found that the sound became clearer and clearer. And this noise came from the side. Next door. Manhwa immediately became alert. Isn't Sister Zinu's room next door? Sure enough, the rat appeared again. Humph, you should have told me earlier. Last time I said I would help you catch the mouse, but you didn't listen. Look, you're annoying me again. Really, I don't know how I can fall asleep after being annoyed like this all day. She threw back the quilt and prepared to rush over. But suddenly, Zinu cried for help. My sister is very skilled in martial arts, and now even she is asking for help. Manhwa trembled all over. Her sister's life was in danger. How could she not go? She gritted her teeth, picked up the broom next to her, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed over. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Nongyu to freeze in place. Gentlemen. After all, Manhwa was not completely ignorant, so she knew what was going on. Her little face, which had finally calmed down, turned red again, and she jumped back into the quilt to cover herself. Who am I and where am I? Why should I move here? It's over. What can we do about this? Sister, don't die first. Let me die first. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. At this moment, Zinu, who was so happy that she was flying, yawned lazily. Her beautiful eyes were half closed, emanating an astonishing charm. But Zinu was really sleepy, as if she would fall asleep in the next second. Chun-Emo touched his nose in confusion. What's wrong with you? Do you want to sleep after eating? Wait a minute, don't go to sleep yet. I haven't cleaned up yet. Chun-Emo pushed her shoulder and called out softly. Zinu closed her eyes and shook her head. No, I won't clean it up. I'm so sleepy. Chen Montauk sighed helplessly. You had to wash it, right? Otherwise, it might form a scab overnight. Where's the washroom? I'll go get some water to help you wash. Chun-Emo crawled out from under the quilt. The purple girl pupated a few times, hugged Chun-Emo, and held him down, saying, Don't run around. There are girls in the bathroom. Be careful that they will drag you in and swallow you. The corners of her mouth curled up suddenly, and she said leisurely, I'll let you do the fighting. You just take a good rest. It's so late. You should be resting. Don't wake her up. Chun-Emo shook his head. Zinu opened her eyes and said meaningfully, No, she must have been woken up just now. How can you come here alone? Take a good rest. I will definitely arrange for someone to serve you. Then she shouted to the next door, You come here quickly. Nongyu curled up in the quilt and heard Zinu calling her from next door. This time, the names were mentioned. Her body trembled suddenly. Call me? Why are you calling me at this late hour? Zinu said sweetly. Good come here and help your sister. Nongyu's eyes suddenly widened. No, what is this for? Let me help you, how? She stretched out her tender little white hands in front of her and looked around. This push? Well, no, I can't accept it. Just pretend I can't hear it. I can't hear. However, Zinu's voice sounded like a death warrant. I know you haven't slept yet. Come and help me. Come and get me some water. Nongyu jumped out of the bed in a flash. Hi, I want to fetch some water. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, I see. I'll go right away. She responded a few times in a muffled voice, picked up the barrel, and stumbled out. Sister, the water is ready and placed at the door for you. Nongyu put it at the door and turned around to slip away. Bring it to the door. What? Come on, it's for bathing. Bring me some more. Manhwa suddenly looked like a cat and squatted at the door for a long time, scratching her scalp until it was about to break. He gritted his teeth, picked up the bucket, and rushed into the room. As the door opened, a pink gas came towards me. So weird. Manhwa immediately closed her eyes, relied on her memory to find Zinu's bathtub, poured water into it with a splash, turned around, and ran away. Zinu and Chun-Emo watched Nongyu's operation in amazement. She just filled the buckets with water with her eyes closed. Okay, sister, I'm going back to bed. Nongyu heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 83, I will do it. Xiao Yuer, you did a good job. Light the candles, and you can help Mr. take a bath. Zinu's voice sounded slowly from the side, which made Nongyu stand there in a daze. Me? Zinu lazily stood up and said, How about letting someone else do it? If I don't add fuel to the fire, you will never be able to step out of this shameless situation in your life. Really, where can you find a sister as good as me who would take the initiative to help you? Chun-Emo clearly understood what Zinu meant. Now it depends on what Nongyu feels. Oh, all right then. Nongyu puffed up her cheeks and forced her eyes open. I don't want those dirty people outside to serve my master. I'm so clumsy. What if I break something? She fumbled around and lit the candle, and the scene inside the room became clear. Manhwa blushed and went to support Chinemo, but was suddenly startled. Wow, big rat. Nonyu was really scared. No wonder Sister Inu made such a loud noise that she woke her up. It would be strange if there was no noise. The sound of water in the bathtub slowly rose up, and Nonyu's eyes were blurred and her movements were absent-minded. She stood by holding a towel, looking a little overwhelmed. She secretly glanced at Xinu, and in just a moment, she didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Xinu had fallen asleep. Nonyu sighed in her heart. It looks like I can only rely on myself. She set her sights behind Chunemo. Sir, your shoulders are so broad and your muscles are so strong. If I touch them, will they feel good? Manhwa swallowed her saliva, and her little face felt a little hot. Sir, let me help you press it. For some unknown reason, she still said this. Thank you for your hard work, Chinemo said softly. Manhwa stretched out her white jade fingers, placed them on her shoulders, and began to rub them gently. My heart started beating wildly, and the sound of it echoing in the quiet room. Xinu seemed to be really asleep. Her light breathing was barely noticeable. Chinemo lay in the bathtub with his eyes closed, looking peaceful and seemingly asleep. Nonyu helped him massage for a while, and when she saw that Chinemo had stopped moving, she couldn't help but stick her head out to take a look out of curiosity. By the way, I glanced into the bathtub. When he saw this, he shivered all over like a frightened rabbit, and then retracted his head. The corners of Chunmo's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little amused. This little girl has the desire, but not the courage to do it. That's easy. Ido, how is your mother doing lately? Chunmo's faint voice suddenly sounded in the room. Manhwa was a little flustered, lowering her head and said, It's still with my aunt. I don't know. Chen Montak nodded. It seems that what Mrs. Hu said was true. Lu, you just want to take the opportunity to let her die outside. So many days have passed, and let alone the ransom. It's even as if nothing happened. They just pretended to issue a wanted order for Wei Zhuang and asked a few people to search for Mrs. Hu's whereabouts in Xinjiang. These are just for outsiders to see. This is all thanks to the fact that it was Mrs. Hu who was kidnapped by me. If Lu Yi's opponents kidnapped Mrs. Hu, who knows how tragic the situation would be. After all, considering how Lu Yi usually protected Mrs. Hu, it was hard for anyone to believe her when she said that Lu Yi wished she was dead. But there's a problem now. What should they do if Lu Yi refuses to pay the ransom? It's impossible to just let the person get away like that. How is Mrs. Hu going to explain when she returns? The kidnapper has a change of heart. No one would believe that. But it's not a good idea to stay in the palace and be with concubine Hu all the time. We should make some arrangements for her. After all, there are many people in the palace, and it is easy for something to go wrong. Since you kidnapped the person yourself, you must be responsible to the end. Let's ask Mrs. Hu for her own opinion later. Gentlemen, seeing that Chunemo suddenly fell silent, Nonyu's timid voice sounded again. Sir, please help me reunite my daughter and I. I will repay you no matter what. Chinmo chuckled. Why would I want you to work like a cow or a horse? It's just a piece of cake. Nanyue's arm trembled, and she said in a low voice, Sir, do you dislike Yue? Before Chinemo could respond, she continued to talk. Although Yue is not as smart as Sister Xinu, she can still help the gentleman serve tea, wash clothes, and cook. Chinemo didn't expect her to say that, and comforted her. Of course not. Xiao Yue is loved by everyone, and of course the master will not dislike you. But I have selfish motives in helping you. It's not as great as you think. I helped you and your daughter reunite because I wanted to get your mother's help and ask her to go to your aunt to persuade her. I didn't want you to thank me. Feelings are feelings. Gratitude is gratitude, and these must be distinguished. Besides, Chinemo did that in the beginning and never thought of repaying a favor. Nanyue felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and her eyes became a little moist. Sir, you must have said this to comfort me. Sir, you are such a good man. Ah, Chinemo was stunned. No, why do you give me the nice guy card? No, why does this girl look even more touched? Okay, go back and rest, it's getting late. Chinemo felt the force on his shoulders becoming weaker and weaker, and thought she was a little tired. Nanyue turned her head and glanced at Xinu, then said in a trembling voice, My sister asked me to serve the master. You haven't finished washing yet. Chinemo was immediately amused. Do you really listen to Xinu? Nanyue nodded and said, Yes, my sister not only saved me, but also treated me as well as her own sister. Whatever she asked me to do would definitely not harm me. Whatever I am asked to do, I will do it. Suddenly, she whispered, Besides, I also want to serve you, sir. Chinemo didn't hear her last sentence, but just teased. What if she plans to give you away? Do you also think this is for your own good? Manhwa paused for a moment, then said firmly, If it is from you, sir, then it is for my own good. Chinemo pursed his lips, not knowing how to answer. Isn't this little Ewer so well-behaved? Who wouldn't love such a well-behaved little girl? Chinemo turned around and suddenly found that Nongyu was still wearing the same clothes as before. Even her hair was still in place. He asked doubtfully, You haven't had any rest? It's the middle of the night. Why are you staying in your room instead of sleeping? Nongyu also wanted to sleep and was almost sleepy, but was woken up by Xinu. Manhwa simply stopped explaining and responded directly, Yes, I will go back to wash and sleep after I finish serving you, sir. Chapter 84 I'm not going. Chinemo raised his eyebrows. Why bother with so much trouble? He reached out and pulled gently. With a splash, ripples appeared on the water surface. The hot water overflowed from the bucket and wet the ground. The water drops fell on Nongyu's face, which was as white and smooth as a shelled egg, and then fell like pearls. She just stared at Chun-Mo blankly. Blinking blankly, he seemed to have no idea what was happening. There's a kind of pure stupidity and clarity in those clear eyes. It wasn't until Chun-Mo's face got closer and closer to her that she started to panic. I'm not ready yet. Sir. Nongyu's small voice suddenly stopped. Xinu woke up yawning and looked up at the window. The sun had already risen to the center outside. It looks like it's already noon. This sleep was so peaceful. Every time my husband is around, I can sleep so sweetly. It was as if in his arms, I felt like a small boat that had anchored, and I had a full sense of security. Xinu lay down again and began to grope in the quilt with her little hands. Touched it. She smiled sweetly, turned over, and put all her hands and feet on the person next to her. Wrong. She was a little puzzled. Why was it so soft? Where are those strong muscles, sir? Also, what are these two bowls about? Woo, sister, what are you doing? A crisp cry of pain was heard, and Xinu suddenly opened her eyes. You are. Manhwa looked at her aggrievedly, her eyes still full of confusion. At this time, a thin layer of mist rose up, and she looked at Xinu pitifully. How come your hands are so strong? You won't let me sleep after work, and now you won't let me sleep. What are you doing? I'm really sleepy. Xinu looked at her aggrieved little face and suddenly burst out laughing. With her intelligence, it was clear to her why Nongyu appeared here. After looking around for a while, she pretended to be confused and asked, Strange, how come I slept in the middle of the bed? Manhwa blushed and said, I won't tell you. Xinu sat up and asked casually, Where's the sir? Manhwa retracted her head into the quilt, and only a muffled voice came out. I don't know either. How would I know? I don't even know what I fell asleep for. Xinu yawned and stretched. The quilt slipped off her body, and the turbulent waves made Nongyu, who was peeking, a little frightened. That's weird. What's that on my face? Xinu closed her mouth and touched it, then said in some confusion. Nanyue's eyes suddenly widened, and she put her peeking eyes back. A muffled voice came out. I don't know anything. I'm really sleepy. I want to sleep. Please don't disturb me. Xinu pursed her red lips speechlessly. Really, if you don't know, then you don't know. Why are you reacting so strongly? Then go to sleep. Get up and help me change the quilt. There are scissors in the bedside table. You can cut it if you want. Xinu touched the bulge in the quilt lovingly and said, Chinemo had actually just left not long ago. If we go back at this time, we can have dinner. Perfect, really perfect. Everything is perfect. Xinu is perfect, and Manhwa is perfect. Along the way, Chinemo was thinking, can't we just ignore the order of priority? Is there any way to avoid prioritizing? Chun-Mo, who had been thinking hard but could not find an answer, returned home feeling a little melancholy. This question is worth thinking about. You didn't come back last night. As soon as I returned to the yard, the person who greeted me was not Jingwei, but Fire Girl who was sitting on the wall looking at the sky. It's not a question, but a definite fact, because she heard nothing last night. Yeah, he didn't come back. Chun-Mo answered very frankly. So what if he didn't come back? Madam agreed. And it has nothing to do with you, a fireman. Yin Lingji felt embarrassed, so she snorted, retracted her head, and continued to look up at the sky. The hem of her fiery red skirt fluttered in the breeze, and her stunningly beautiful face was as calm as water. There was only a hint of melancholy between his brows. It was as if she was some kind of resentful woman who was alone in her empty room, as if Jingwei was not the lady, but she was. What happened to her? Jingwei came out of the house, glanced at Yin Lingji on the wall, and asked in some confusion. We were chatting fine just now. Why did it suddenly become like this? Chun Mo spread his hands and said, I don't know. With her personality, she will get better soon if we leave her alone. He felt a deep sense of loneliness from Yin Lingji. It is not the kind of loneliness that gods feel and is incompatible with mortals. It is the loneliness that every normal human being experiences, a feeling from the bottom of their heart that makes them feel disconnected from the world. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk in the blink of an eye. Chun Mo brought out the food from the kitchen and found Yin Lingji still sitting on the wall. Judging from the position, it seems that it has not moved at all. A pair of moving aqua-blue eyes were staring at the fiery red sunset without any focus, and the whole person looked dull, as if he had lost his soul. It's time to eat. Chun Mo shouted at her. Yin Lingji didn't turn around, but just nodded slightly, her long hair swaying behind her. Chun Mo shrugged and said it's up to him to eat it or not. I won't cook for you if you don't want to eat. I'll eat it all later. You are so old. Why are you still as depressed as a teenager? When the two of them finished their meal, washed the dishes, and wiped their hands, they found Yin Lingji still sitting there. From watching the sunset to watching the stars. She's been doing this a lot lately. I feel like there's something wrong. Help me untie my apron. Jingwei walked out from behind and said in a low voice. She was a little worried that if Yin Lingji continued like this, something might go wrong. Chun Mo untied Jingwei's apron and said casually, maybe it's too boring. Since Yin Lingji met Jingwei, she has never left the house. At first, I lived by myself in an old house outside the city, and later I moved here. This was the time I took her out when we were hunting Luowang. If this continues, everyone will get sick. But come to think of it, I was alone in the old house at the beginning, and even after moving here, I didn't have much common topics with them. From this perspective, what she said at the time, it's really shameless, was not just an excuse, it might also be something she really meant. Gotta find her some fun. Otherwise, it would be a sin if such a beautiful girl was spoiled by others and became a fool. Chun Mo said to Jingwei, why don't we take her out for a walk? The range of his spiritual awareness is now getting wider and wider. As long as he wants, he can avoid all patrolling guards. Jingwei glanced at Yin Lingji's back with some sympathy in his eyes and shook his head and said, you can take her there, I won't go. Chapter 85. The heroine is really courageous. Yin Lingji seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and turn around at some point. There was a gleam in a pair of beautiful eyes, and the surging desire was almost overflowing. Chun Mo swallowed his words back into his stomach. Who can resist this look? How could he refuse this? It looks like he's really holding it in. Okay, I'll take her out for a walk and be back soon. Jingwei smiled and nodded. Go ahead. It's still early. Take me out to play for a while. Go ahead. Hey, look, where can you find such a considerate lady? As soon as she went out, Yin Lingji seemed to be resurrected on the spot. There was not a trace of hesitation on her beautiful face, only full of excitement. Looking here and there, it was as if I was seeing this bustling world for the first time. Her fiery red figure kept moving around like a fire elf. Chun Mo seemed nonchalant, but in fact he was following her very attentively. His spiritual awareness expanded, paying attention to any movement around him and locking onto her. This is not a worry-free owner. Now that she has escaped, she is like a bird out of cage. If she doesn't do something useful, she will no longer be called Yin Lingji. This firefighter girl doesn't care whether she is wanted or not. I hadn't been going out before just because I didn't want to cause them trouble. If she were left to wander around outside by herself, she would even be able to set fire to King Han's palace. Yin Lingji looked around at the things, her eyes full of curiosity. Since coming to Xinjiang, she has never taken a good look around here. Looking at those rare things that Baiwa people don't have, she was quite surprised. Putting down what I was holding, my attention was drawn to another stall. Just as I was about to go over and take a look, I suddenly felt my whole body tense up. An unshakable force came over me, and a deep voice said, "Come here." Before she could react, Yin Lingji was dragged by Chun Mo into the alley next to her and pressed against the wall. In the alley, Yin Lingji's eyes suddenly widened. Her graceful back was pressed against the cold wall, almost in a straight line with the vertical wall. Yin Lingji's brain suddenly froze. No wonder this guy suddenly wanted to take me out of kindness. Is it because he can't do anything to me at home? You brought me out here on purpose. Do you want to keep me company against the wall? Countless thoughts were running wildly through my mind. There's a main street next to here. What if someone sees us? She looked at Chun Mo's face, which was so close to her, and felt his breath, which made her feel confused. What should I do? What should I do? Does he want to kiss me? What should I do? Should I close my eyes? I haven't kissed him before. Will he bite me? Yin Lingji stood there in a daze, and for a long time, she couldn't think of the option of pushing Chun Mo away. When she finally reacted, Chun Mo suddenly came close to her. The two hearts actually started beating together. Yin Lingji's eyes widened. No, what does this guy want to do? Should I call for help? Don't move. There are Imperial guards. Chun Mo's calm and peaceful voice rang in her ears, instantly calming Yin Lingji down. I see. This guy wants to press me against the wall. Only then did Yin Lingji realize that the Imperial guards had arrived. Was he protecting himself by worrying about being discovered? Just like he didn't say he was on a beauty list? Well, although this posture is somewhat ambiguous, since this guy is considering me, I will just hold off for now. Chun Mo hid Yin Lingji's entire body in his arms. Yin Lingji rested her chin on his broad shoulders, and her breath tickled her earlobe. The nose was filled with Chun Mo's clean and powerful scent, which made people feel at ease. This feeling is so warm and fulfilling. Feels so safe. It seemed that the person in front of him was not just a person, but a mountain high enough to shelter him from the wind and rain. Ever since joining the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake Army, Tianzi has told them a truth. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Therefore, over the years, since joining the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake Army, she has not known what it feels like to be protected. Therefore, she is alone. In this world, she has no friends and no relatives. She and a few other survivors of the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake were the only ones hiding away with nowhere to call home. The Wushuang ghost cannot speak, and the corpse-driving demon is not good at speaking. Not to mention the old man, the king of 100 poisons, whose words are like a broken gong, and there is nothing much to say. So Yin Lingji gradually developed the only pleasure, which was to sit on the branches of a tree and watch the sunset. After arriving, I sat on the wall and watched the sunset. There is nothing beautiful about the sunset. Even if it looks beautiful at the beginning, it will no longer be beautiful after you see it too much. Until I met Jingwei. Although he's a cold guy, at least he is someone you can communicate with normally. Later, I met this guy. The amount of arguments I've had with him during this period combined is more than in the previous year. I was originally upset that he didn't include me on the list, but after knowing the reason, I was moved by him. And now, so this is what it feels like to be protected? Yin Lingji blinked her eyes, feeling extremely at peace. It seemed like this was the second time he protected me. Hey, it's over. Why are you still in a daze? Come back to your senses, come back to your senses. Yin Lingji suddenly came back to her senses and found that Chun Mo was looking at her with a puzzled expression, waving his big hands in front of her. Oh. Her big eyes moved around, and after a while they finally fell on Chun Mo in front of her like a thief. My thoughts were not here at all just now, and I didn't even notice the Imperial guards passing by. It was not until the two of them walked out and saw the Imperial guards walking away that she noticed something was wrong. Isn't this the royal guard in the palace? Is the king of Han leaving the palace? A layer of murderous intent suddenly swept across Yin Lingji's calm eyes. Although the culprit for the fall of Baiwei was the bastard Ji Wuye, how could Ji Wuye have done that without the permission of the king of Han? If he sent troops without the permission of the king of Han, it would be treason. Chun Mo sensed her murderous intent and shook his head. It's not the king of Han, it's the crown prince of Han. Yin Lingji turned around, looked at him curiously, and asked, How can you be sure? Chun Mo pursed his lips and said, The emperor has 6 carriages, and the princes of the vassal states have 5 carriages. This is the one with 5 carriages. Yin Lingji thought about it and said murderously again, Kill him anyway. My son is just like me. Neither of us is a good person. Chun Mo said with some amusement, Okay, the lady is really brave, I like it. He continued slowly, But if you kill him, you won't be able to save Tianzi. Chapter 86, You Can't Kill This Person. Yin Lingji looked at Chun Mo with some confusion, not understanding what this had to do with Tianzi. Remember what I said before? Ji Wuye needs a chance to prove his ability as a general to the king of Han. Chun Mo pointed at the departing team mysteriously and said, Now is the chance. This practice of holding the emperor hostage to control the princes was not the first time in the Eastern Han dynasty. It can be said that every powerful official would want to do this once he reaches the highest position in the country. The current crown prince and Ji Wuye are of the same faction. It was also Ji Wuye who supported him to take the position of crown prince. It's not because this prince is so virtuous. On the contrary, it was because of his cowardice and incompetence that Ji Wuye supported him. Because people like this who have no opinions of their own are easier for Ji Wuye to control. Now, because of the affairs of Wei State, Ji Wuye's prestige in Han State has greatly declined. If you want to regain your prestige, you need to prove yourself. If the prince was kidnapped and he rescued him, his prestige would inevitably be enhanced both in the court and in the opposition. And the kidnapper is naturally Tianzi, who has national hatred and family feud with South Korea. In terms of motivation, he is suitable, and in terms of skills, he is also suitable. Ji Wuye would naturally not be so stupid as to let Tianzi go. This is a ferocious tiger, and once it is out of the cage, there is a risk of it getting out of control. So we had made sufficient preparations before letting the tiger return to the mountains. And this time, Ji Wuye's goal is not just to restore his prestige. His real target this time is King Han. If the king of Han died, the crown prince would ascend the throne and become a puppet in his hands. By then, the whole of South Korea will be in his pocket. Once the prince was assassinated, he could use the prince's safety as an excuse to withdraw the imperial guards. By then, the king of Han's palace will be left unguarded. As long as King Han dies and the new king ascends the throne, the world will belong to Ji Wuye. As for the murderer, how could he have anything to do with him? Naturally, it was the traitor of Baiwei. It was Tianzi who made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, so the king of Han was killed. What does it have to do with Ji Wuye? Ji Wuye spent so much money and kept so many people in the palace, just waiting to use them today. It can be said that as long as Tianzi takes action, his chances of success are halfway there. The sound of orderly and heavy footsteps rang out. The luxurious carriage moved slowly on the street, surrounded by hundreds of elite imperial guards who had experienced many battles. Prince Han sat in a spacious carriage, with 2 palace maids serving him attentively. A palace maid picked the fruit and handed it to his mouth. As soon as they finished eating, another palace maid immediately brought a glass of fine wine. Before Prince Han could open his mouth, the carriage suddenly stopped. The palace maid was unsteady and the glass of wine spilled all over him. "Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life." The palace maid turned pale and immediately fell to her knees, trembling. Prince Han was about to explode with murderous intent when a burst of shouting and killing was heard outside the carriage. Prince Han's face suddenly changed, and he no longer cared about punishing the palace maid. He rushed to the window and took a look and broke out in a cold sweat. 3 figures were seen approaching his car despite being surrounded by the royal guards. The well-equipped guards were completely powerless against them. Judging from this rate, the guards he brought with him would be slaughtered before the volunteers arrived. How could he have imagined that in Xinjiang, in his own country, someone would dare to attack him? Ji Wuye would certainly not tell him his plan. Of course, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Crash! The sound of chains rattling could be heard among the crowd. The 6 chains were like 6 poisonous snakes, madly reaping lives. Suddenly, the man seemed to notice Prince Han's gaze. He suddenly turned his head to look at him, grinning a ferocious smile. The bluish-gray skin looked strange, as if he had been poisoned. The blood-red eyes glowed a creepy red in the night, and the scales on the face were as terrifying as snake scales. Prince Han turned pale with fright when he saw his appearance. With a thud, he fell back into the carriage. Tianzi, red eyebrow dragon snake, Tianzi. Prince Han's lips trembled, and he muttered incoherently. A prince like this can be considered a waste. Are all the princes in Korea extinct? Tianzi saw that Prince Han was frightened by his look and immediately began to mock him with disdain. He was also a prince before, but compared to himself, this kind of loser is nothing. Why are there only 2 of you, Yanlingji and the 100 Poison King? The chains on Tianzi's body seemed to have intelligence. They automatically searched for the figures of the imperial guards, then rushed out and smashed their chests. Wu Shuang-gue grunted and slapped the imperial guard on the head with his hand as big as a palm fan. The imperial guard's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. The corpse-driving demon shook the bell in his hand and muttered something. After he finished reading it, the corpse on the ground suddenly stood up shakily like a puppet. This strange scene immediately made all the imperial guards in front of them silent. The 100 Poison King is looking for poison in the 10,000 Poison Cave. Yanlingji lives with Chun Mo, and the corpse-driving demon dares not go there. Therefore, when Tianzi was released by Ji Wuye to gather them, He had no choice but to come with Wushuang Gui. Tianzi looked serious and asked, "Are you crazy again?" When Yin Lingji goes crazy, no one can be seen. This has happened more than once or twice. Forget it. Let's take this piece of trash down first. His eyes were fixed on Prince Han's carriage, and the 6 chains were swung together, smashing straight towards the carriage. But at this moment, 6 tinkling sounds suddenly rang out. The 6 chains that were about to enter the carriage were blocked by someone. Damn it! Tianzi's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the figure standing on the carriage, murderous intent in his eyes. The repelled chain swayed in the air for a moment, but soon stabilized its trajectory and rushed back. The other person's eyes narrowed slightly. Tianzi is extremely powerful, and even he dare not underestimate him. He clenched the sword in his hand, and a cold light swept out. With a loud bang, it collided with Tianzi's chains. The chains were repelled once again, and the sword energy dissipated at the same time. In this attack, the 2 men were evenly matched. He who travels across the 8 directions is actually from Gigu. 6 chains were suspended around Tianzi. He recognized the man's origin from the opponent's moves just now. 100-step flying sword and crossing all directions are both unique skills inherited from the Giguzi lineage. Few people in the world don't know this. Wei Zhuang's white hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at Tianzi in front of him with a stern gaze. The long sword hums, and the swordsman looks cold and stern. You can't kill this person. It's not a discussion, it's a notification. Chapter 87. I was confused before. 6 chains danced around him, and Tianzi's eyes flashed with cold light. Interesting, Gigu's disciple actually became the running dog of Prince Han. Wei Zhuang's sudden appearance made him think that the other party was a guard following the prince. Wei Zhuang held his sword horizontally and snorted coldly. Him? He is not worthy of it. I came here only to tell you that you can't take this person away. In fact, Chun Mo's original intention was to convey his analysis to Tianzi and reach a cooperation. But what kind of person is Wei Zhuang? If you can take action, don't talk too much. Since you're not convinced, just fight until you are convinced. But how could Tianzi listen to him? He was also a man who would not give in. One of them is arrogant and proud. The other is unruly and undisciplined. It's really like a bolt from the blue. Once they meet head-on, they can't stop. Haha, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. He pointed at Prince Han and said, I must take this man away today. Wei Zhuang took a glance and said calmly, then my partner may not agree to this request either. In the general's mansion, the moment Tianzi appeared, Ji Wuye received the news from his subordinates almost simultaneously. He was well aware of the security forces surrounding the prince. With only a few useless retainers and a few hundred guards, it would be easy for Tianzi to capture them with his strength. Today, Tianzi is nothing more than a chess piece in Ji Wuye's hands, used to disrupt South Korea's interests so that he can take advantage of the situation. He could even use this guy to deal with Han Fei, who had been making trouble for him. Tianzi's strength is definitely not inferior to Wei Zhuang. With him at the mercy of others, Wei Zhuang won't be a big concern anymore. The expert who can kill Luo Wang has not been found yet, and Tianzi is his best chess piece. If he takes this opportunity to kill the king of Han and support the crown prince to ascend the throne, then the state of Han will be his. Ji Wuye was not worried whether Tianzi would hand over the prince to him. He should have known that he was going to exchange Tianzi's life for a useless prince. The poison that Madame Mingzhu had planted in him would break out every 7 days. During the attack, the pain is excruciating, as if being devoured by thousands of insects. And every time it breaks out, it gets bigger. After the 7th attack, it will burst out of the body, directly destroying the heart and killing the host. It was precisely because of this support that Ji Wuye dared to let the tiger return to the mountains. Since Tianzi has taken action, our people should not sit idle. Emoya, come with me to mobilize the palace guards. Huiga, go inform Mingzhu that we can start now. Ji Wuye was extremely excited, with excitement flashing in his eyes. As long as he succeeds today, he will become the real ruler of South Korea. Han Fei is just a mere figure, and he will be able to control us when the time comes. Now, everything is going according to his plan, and everyone is under his control. Ji Wuye was so excited that he was trembling all over. Nothing could stop him anymore. However, Ji Wuye would certainly not be so stupid as to dispatch the imperial guards to rescue the prince. If they really went there, how would Tianzi capture people? Upon learning of the prince's situation, the king of Han did not think much about it and directly sent a large number of imperial guards from the palace to rescue him. After all, compared to the army defending the city, the imperial guards are more powerful and can get there faster. But how could Ji Wuya not consider this? After years of planning, how could there be a flaw in such a small issue? He has the final say when the prince is in danger, so he also has the final say on where the prince is in danger. By the time the guards finally arrived after wandering around for a long time, the man was gone. In the palace of King Han. The king of Han, who is nearly 60 years old, cannot be said to be old and frail, but his temples are already gray and his eyes are cloudy. At this time, he was sitting restlessly in his bedroom with his belly bigger than a 10-month pregnancy. The crown prince is not only his future heir, but also the future of South Korea and the face of South Korea. If the current crown prince were to die in the capital, it would be a devastating blow. The entire royal family in South Korea would not be able to raise their heads among the 7 countries and would lose all face. It will also greatly reduce the prestige in the eyes of the people. After all, even the prince could die in the capital, so how could ordinary people like them ensure their own safety? So this is not just a question of the crown prince's safety, but also about the stability and future of South Korea. General, oh general, now that things have come to this, I can only rely on you. King Han closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sighed in his heart. Ji Wuya has already brought people to rescue the emperor, and with those experts, saving people should not be a problem. However, King Han could not feel at ease at this moment. He always had a bad premonition and was getting anxious. Your Majesty, Madame Mingzhu requests to see you. Suddenly a palace maid delivered a message. King Han frowned. He did not summon Madame Mingzhu, so why did she come here at this time? Let her in. After all, Madame Mingzhu was his most beloved concubine, so King Han was only puzzled for a moment and did not think much about it. A moment later, Madame Mingzhu, wearing a purple palace dress with her long skirt dragging, walked in. Mingzhu greets the king. Madame Mingzhu bowed, and her voice was as sweet as a mouthful of honey, so sweet that it made people sick. Her charming eyes swept over the palace maids around her, and they all understood what she meant. Everyone bowed and then left. Squeak. The heavy palace gate was then closed. King Han turned his head and looked after hearing the noise, then frowned and said, I am in a bad mood today and don't feel like thinking about these things. Madame Mingzhu had a charming smile on her face and walked lightly in front of him. The king is worried about the prince's affairs. The king of Han was pulled to sit by her, and he immediately said worriedly, Yes, I have issued a wanted order for Tianza a long time ago, but I never thought that he would hide in our South Korea. Now he is even more daring, actually daring to assassinate the crown prince directly in the capital. He really deserves to die. After the fall of the Baiwei kingdom, Tianza and his red eyebrow dragon snake army disappeared soon after. King Han originally thought that they were hiding, but he never expected that Tianza had already been captured and imprisoned by Yi Mu, a subordinate of Ji Wuya. Madame Mingzhu opened the incense burner next to her with her delicate hands and skillfully lit the incense in the house. The ethereal fragrance is refreshing and pleasant. She comforted him. Your Majesty, don't worry. With the general here, there won't be any trouble in Tianza. Your Majesty, just wait patiently for good news from the general. King Han nodded, and his complexion finally looked better. Yes, the general is the pillar of our Korea. I was confused before. Chapter 88. What's the use of a good plan? What he was talking about was naturally the punishment of Ji Wuya some time ago. Madame Mingzhu stood up naturally, walked behind King Han, and began to massage his shoulders. A cold light began to flash in her beautiful eyes. But her tone was gentle. Your Majesty cannot be blamed for this. It was the beauty who kept whispering to your side and bewitched you. She also couldn't understand why Lady who was always inferior to her, suddenly dared to go against her. As a result, she was scolded by Ji Wuya because of this incident. But it doesn't matter. After today, South Korea will be completely in their hands. By then, she will be able to deal with Lady Hu at her discretion. I must let that slutty vixen know the consequences of going against me. I want her to kneel in front of me and lick my feet every day. If you go against me, Mingzhu, I will hold a grudge. King Han was stunned for a moment. Then he patted Madame Mingzhu's hand as if he suddenly realized something. Yes, Mingzhu, you see it clearly. I was so annoyed by what Lady Hu said that I punished the general. Once this matter is over, I will explain it clearly to the general. Madame Mingzhu beside her pulled her hand away calmly. A look of disgust flashed across her face, and she smiled and said, That beauty who bewitched the king. We can't just let it go like this, can we? The king of Han hesitated for a moment before he said, well, that's true. I will punish her. I will ignore her for a while and let her figure it out herself. That's what you said, my king. You have been mine all this time. Madame Mingzhu leaned over to King Han's ear in a charming manner and said softly, Your Majesty, I have just learned some new tricks recently. It is a good opportunity for me to serve you today and help you relieve your internal heat. How about that? King Han's eyes lit up and he said, Okay, ha. Mingzhu, your skin is really nice. My beloved concubine is deeply loved by me. Yes, that's right. Come on, my beloved concubine. Change your tactics and let me see them. In the bedroom, the king of Han's intoxicated and licentious music could be heard continuously. Anyone who heard it knew what happened. But Mrs. Mingzhu, who should have been busy at this moment, was leaning leisurely aside. The fair little hand held a bright red fruit, and the rosy little mouth bit it gently. While swallowing, he looked sympathetically at the big bed not far away. There was no disgusting scene on the bed. There was only the fat King Han with a crazy look on his face, hugging a pillow and enjoying himself. How pitiful! Mrs. Mingzhu shrugged, looked away, and bit off another piece of fruit with a snap. The bright red flesh rolled in her little mouth, and her rosy lips opened and closed, full of attraction. Before I had even finished eating a single fruit, I heard a burst of exclamations from outside. Assassin! There is an assassin! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor quickly! Immediately afterwards, a series of noisy footsteps were heard outside the palace. My king, there are assassins coming. Please hide. The guards didn't dare to break in and could only report loudly outside the gate. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and spat out the fruit in her mouth with a poo sound. Then he cleared his throat and said, Your Majesty is busy. Your Majesty, don't pay attention to them. Let's continue, The guard outside the door shrank his neck. Madame Mingzhu is not only deeply favored by the king, but also has a bad temper, because no one dared to mess with her. Then, I will stand guard outside the door. If you have any questions, just call me. Mingzhu inside the door curled the corners of her mouth and sneered. Do you think that if you guard outside the door, the assassin won't be able to get in? You stupid guys, you didn't realize that the real assassin is already inside? You can guard against thieves day and night, but you can't guard against thieves in your own home. Madame Mingzhu threw away the fruit in her hand, reached her tender little white hand into her skirt, and slowly took out a long needle from it. No matter how good the layout is, what's the use? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me, Mingzhu. Madame Mingzhu played with the long needle in her hand while slowly walking towards King Han, who was lying on the dragon bed. As long as he could stick this needle into King Han's head, he would no longer have to face this disgusting, fat old man all day long. No need to flatter him all day long. When the time comes, I must find a group of handsome men to make up for the losses I have suffered over the years. I have devoted so many years of my youth to this cause, but I have yet to taste the sweetness of love. The long needle with a cold glow gradually approached the king of Han, who was panting on the bed. The sharp needle tip moved closer and closer to his head. A cold light flashed in Madame Mingzhu's eyes. Wonderful, wonderful. It's really worth the trip to see King Han's wonderful performance. Just as she was about to stab the king of Han, applause and a joking voice suddenly rang out from the side. Mrs. Mingzhu was immediately shocked. Who? She raised her hand and threw the long needle in her hand like a dart in the direction where the sound came from. The people from Nightfall are all outside, creating chaos, and it is impossible for them to come here at this time. She was the only one responsible for the mission of assassinating the king of Han. When the time comes, we will just have to put the blame on the assassin outside. As for the assassin, of course it's Tianzi's man. What does it have to do with her, the king of Han's favorite concubine, and their night scene? If the king of Han died, she, as the favorite concubine, would be the one who should be the most sad. Who would have thought that she was the one who did it? So, no matter who comes in today, he can't leave alive. The long needle flew out, and Madame Mingzhu sneered. But before she looked up, she heard a ding sound. The long needle was actually knocked to the ground. You're actually a blind man. Today, Chun Mo has completely removed his disguise as a cripple, but because of the existence of his spiritual consciousness, he still pretends to be a blind man to confuse his opponents. When Mrs. Mingzhu saw the other person at this moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. A blind man with black cloth covering his eyes, and he is very handsome. A blind person should not be able to see what he was doing just now. The best you can do is to identify the location by listening to the sound. He's so handsome. Should I imprison him and make him my male concubine? Although he's a blind man, I can move by myself. Chinemo was a little confused by her changing expressions. How come he is happy one moment and gloomy the next? I'm blind, but you're not. Can't you see it? Madame Mingzhu immediately stopped him. She snorted and said, "How did you get in? This is the king of Han's bedroom. Trespassing is a capital crime. There are guards everywhere outside. How could this person get in under the noses of so many people? The only possibility is that he has been waiting here for a long time." Chapter 89. Are you a human or a ghost? Could it be the king of Han's secret guard? Madame Mingzhu thought about it, and it was impossible. If there were secret guards, with her methods over the years, they should have been exposed long ago. If the king of Han knew what I had done over the years, he would have killed me long ago. How could I just let go like this? And given the old man's personality, how could he allow a secret guard to watch him the whole time? Chunemo said calmly, "As a blind man, my body must be more flexible to protect myself, so of course I walked in flexibly." When Mrs. Mingzhu heard this, she was immediately shocked. Even if Bai Yifei was the strongest among them at night, it was impossible for him to walk in quietly among so many people, right? Is this blind man trying to scare me? It must be. My wife Mingzhu is so smart. How could I let you fool me? When you come here, aren't you afraid of coming and standing up and leaving sideways? As long as I shout, the guards outside will rush in, and you will be dead for sure. Are you here to die? Madame Mingzhu stared at Chinemo with her bright eyes and threatened him. Of course this blind man has martial arts skills, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to knock down his long needle so easily. Chinemo nodded and said, "You are right, then shout." Ah! Madame Mingzhu was stunned and confused about the situation. You want to shout? Did I hear it wrong? Or did this guy not hear what he said at all? Chinemo looked at her with a smile, knocked the ground with the bamboo pole in his hand, and said, "Are you going to shout or not? If you don't shout, I will help you shout. My voice is louder than yours." As he said that, he actually opened his mouth and said, "Come." As soon as I shouted out a word, I felt a fragrant breeze blowing on my face. Madame Mingzhu swore that this was the fastest she had ever rushed. "If you dare to shout it out, I will cut off your tongue." Her white and tender little hand was clasped tightly on Chunmo's mouth like a bull, and anger was bursting out of her eyes. If the imperial guards outside were really at it in, she would be dead, and all her affairs would be exposed. At that time, not only would he fail to kill the king of Han, but he would also suffer. Chinemo pointed at her hand and motioned for her to take it away. Madame Mingzhu looked up and said, "If I move now, I can break your neck, so you'd better tell me the truth. Who are you? Who sent you? And how did you get in?" As she spoke, she began to exert force with her fingers, trying to give Chunemo a warning. But suddenly she felt a heat in her hands. Madame Mingzhu was a little stunned. "What is this? It's actually moving?" She blinked and suddenly understood. Then she quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and then jumped away with a look of disgust. "No, buddy, are you a pervert? What normal person would react like this in this situation?" She looked at Chunemo with a look of surprise on her face. I lowered my head to look at the sparkling crystals on the palm of my hand, and suddenly I felt unclean. Madame Mingzhu was trembling all over, pointing at Chunemo and saying, You, aren't you disgusting?" Chunemo shrugged and said, "You brought this upon yourself. Sweet, fruity, really good. At least this way you can save one of your hands. I'm a very ruthless person. If I had attacked you just now, you wouldn't have been able to save your hand." Chunemo said seriously. Mrs. Hu is very clear about this matter. After all, it would take 5 or 6 days for the mark to disappear from a casual palm strike. Didn't you want to call someone? You couldn't get anyone to come, so I called for you. But after I called you, you still weren't happy. You are such a troublesome woman. Chunemo shook his head. With his skills, it would be difficult for Madame Mingzhu to even get close to him as long as he didn't want to, let alone touch him. I was just teasing her. Why did she react so violently? Of course, Mrs. Mingzhu reacted strongly, as this was the first time she had come into contact with a man at her age. Who could have thought that the most favored concubine in the king of Han's palace was actually a virgin? Who are you? Mrs. Mingzhu finally realized that something was wrong. This blind man is too calm. There's a kind of confidence that comes from having everything planned out, so I remain calm. Quicksand, Chunemo. Madame Mingzhu frowned. Luxia, what kind of shady organization is this? I've never heard of it. Chun Mo's mouth twitched, and he sneered, "It doesn't matter, you just need to know that I will be your master from now on." But this sentence actually made Madame Mingzhu start laughing crazily, as if she had heard a joke. The pair of surging breasts on her chest are eye-catching, almost larger than Xenu's. Chun Mo picked his ears and looked at her laughing wildly. "You my master? Ha! Did you come here specially to tell me a joke?" Madame Mingzhu pointed at Chun Mo and then at her own nose. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, "This is not a funny joke." Chun Mo said nonchalantly, "It's not a joke in the first place. What's so funny about it? Tell me, if I tell him what King Han has done, what will he do? Tell me, if the king of Han knew that he had never touched his favorite concubine, what would he do? Also, what would happen if the king of Han knew that you were teaming up with Ji Wuye to kill him?" With every word spoken, Madame Mingzhu's expression grew uglier. By the time he finished speaking, Mrs. Mingzhu's face was already so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. Madame Mingzhu gritted her teeth and said coldly, "If I let you die here today, King Han won't know. Hee, if you're not my opponent, what can Madame do?" Chun Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Mrs. Mingzhu was suddenly shocked and looked carefully. In an instant, Chun Mo's figure had disappeared from the place where he was just now. Behind? Madame Mingzhu slapped out with her palm fiercely. "What if I want to kill Madame without any effort? What will Madame do?" Chun Mo smiled and actually stood in his original position again. Madame Mingzhu felt herself sweating all over, not because of tiredness, but because of fear. "You, are you a human or a ghost?" Chun Mo smiled and said, "Of course it's a human. Didn't Madame feel my warmth just now?" "Human? Is this a human? How can a person be like a ghost, appearing and disappearing? If he really changed his position, why didn't I notice it at all? Could it be that this person's strength is really so strong that he can change positions at will without her noticing?" In comparison, she was more willing to believe that Chun Mo was a ghost. Chapter 90, Let Her Let It Go First. Mrs. Mingzhu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It is probably impossible to win the fight, and calling for help is even more impossible. The incense is of no use to him, so he can only consider outsmarting him. Madame Mingzhu calmed down and analyzed. "Do you think the king of Han will trust me, his favorite concubine, or you, a mysterious person with an unknown identity? Did anyone see my one-man show? Do you have any evidence? If there was a problem with my incense, King Han would have discovered it long ago. Is there any need for you to expose it? Do you think King Han will believe that he is so stupid? As for my intention to assassinate him, that is even more nonsense. After all, in his mind, I have always been accompanying him in indulging himself in pleasure. There is nothing wrong with her idea. After all, the king of Han is not a fool, so why would he trust an outsider so easily?" She even turned the tables and said that Chun Mo was the assassin, which was reasonable. However, Chun Mo would certainly not be so stupid to come here. He had made preparations. "Sister Mingzhu, your incense smells really good. No wonder the king likes it so much." A charming voice was heard, but it instantly broke Madame Mingzhu's psychological defenses. Her whole body began to tremble violently, and she stood still as if struck by lightning. She turned her head slightly, trembling. "Mishu. Oh my, why is your sister reacting like this? Is it something very puzzling that you see me?" Lady Who walked out from the darkness and blinked her eyes, even with a hint of mischief in her eyes. But such a nice smile and that beautiful face were no less terrifying than a devil in her eyes. You, when did you come?" Her voice had begun to tremble. Of course, King Han wouldn't believe what Chun Mo said. However, if Concubine Who came forward, things would be different. "Of course, I just came in with the gentleman." Lady Who's fox-like eyes narrowed into a slit, flashing with an unknown smile. Just now, Madame Mingzhu's face suddenly turned pale. She took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground. She turned her head away, with a hint of despair in her eyes, and her breathing was particularly rapid. "You, who are you, and why do you know our plan?" The fear in her heart spread like a poisonous insect, gnawing at her heart. Why is Ji Wuye's plan so clearly known to outsiders? Those who were involved in this matter were all people they could absolutely trust in the night. After all, this matter is of great importance. If the news leaked, the worst that would happen would be failure. But if they wanted to assassinate the king of Han, that would be a crime of treason, and none of them would be able to escape. She couldn't understand why this organization, whom she had never heard of, and this strange-looking Chun Mo knew about this. Chun Mo looked at her expressionlessly and didn't intend to answer. Incredible? Unbelievable? This is exactly the effect we want. Just think about it slowly. Every thought you take will make you more frightened and more afraid of me. In fact, lady who was also wondering how Chanimo knew about this. At that time, she was taking a bath in the bathhouse with Mrs. Hu. Chanimo suddenly appeared and asked her to put on her clothes and get ready to leave. Fortunately, this guy was blindfolded, otherwise he would have been seen naked. Chinmo smiled slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You are not qualified to know." Mrs. Mingzhu took a deep breath and trembled. What do you want?" Chen Mo brought Lady Hu here. She discovered his intention, but did not call for help. She had the power to crush him, but did not take action. Everything shows that he is not here to protect the King of Han, nor to kill himself. Just a threat. Threats are made for the sake of interests, and the other party must be asking for something. As long as you have a request, we can discuss it and it will be easy to handle. Chinamo looked down at him and said bluntly, "Become one of us." I need you to help us in the future. Do you understand?" Chinamo was too lazy to talk nonsense and just said it directly. "Help you do something? What?" Mrs. Mingzhu felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. "I originally thought that this person came for me, and now he is asking me to do something. Am I not as attractive as that thing? Don't you know the charm of a peerless beauty like me?" Chinamo knew clearly what she was thinking. "But do you think that helping us means just doing one thing? Innocent. It's not about what to do, but what you are asked to do in the future." Chinamo sneered, and his words were like a sharp sword that pierced Mingzhu's heart. You want me to betray Yi Mu and Ji Wu Yi?" Madame Mingzhu's face turned pale, and she shook her head vigorously. No, if I betray them, I will die. I will definitely die." Chun Mo snorted coldly. "From the moment you started doing the first thing for us, you were destined to be against Yi Mu. Do you think it's not a betrayal if I only let you do one thing? Besides, you're afraid of Ji Wu Ye and Yi Mu, but you are not afraid of King Han or me?" Mrs. Mingzhu still shook her head. It's not that she is so loyal, but as a senior executive, she knows too well how terrifying the night is. Their people are almost everywhere in the imperial court, and there are countless assassins in the dark. Even she herself didn't know how many people around her were Ji Wu Ye's spies. Chinamo sighed and spread his hands, saying, "There's nothing I can do about it. I gave you the opportunity, but you don't cherish it. Concubine Hu, go wake up the King of Han and let him see for himself what he is doing and what his most beloved concubine looks like." Lady Hu had a charming smile on her face and glanced meaningfully at Chen Mo with her charming eyes. Then he nodded slightly and said, "Okay." After saying this, she walked towards the incense burner with light lotus steps and took out a small handful of incense ash from it. The ash of this incense is the antidote, which can make people wake up instantly. Mrs. Mingzhu suddenly became flustered. If the King of Han woke up, he would surely die. Okay, I promise you, we can discuss it if there's anything. You go first, let her put it down first." Madame Mingzhu was already incoherent and pleading to Chun Mo with fear in her eyes. "I agreed today, at least there will be follow-up and I can consider how to deal with it. But if I don't agree, I will definitely die today. It is better to live a miserable life than to die, so I might as well drag it out for now." Lady Hu stopped and looked at Chun Mo with a smile. Seeing Chun Mo nod, she put her hand down again, then clapped her hands and walked back. But there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. How did this person know that she understood this? So strange. Chapter 91 Guess? Chun Mo hugged his shoulders, looked at the pale-faced Madame Mingzhu in front of him, and said, "Now, shouldn't you call me master?" Mrs. Mingzhu looked embarrassed. Call master? Even after joining Yi Mu, she had never been so humble in front of Ji Wu Ye. At this moment, she wanted to strangle Chun Mo to death. "Is there anyone who insults others like you? Instead of insulting me like this, you might as well insult my body." At this time, Lady Hu was looking at Madame Mingzhu with amusement, which was quite interesting. "I haven't called it myself, so I don't know what it feels like to call in my heart." Chen Mo waited for a while, but still heard nothing, and immediately frowned with displeasure on his face. Mrs. Mingzhu bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. "You can scream all you want, it won't kill anyone. If you don't call, someone will really die." Master. He almost squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. Before Chan Mo could speak, Lady Hu on the side spoke first. "Oh, did she move her mouth just now? Why didn't I hear anything clearly? Did you hear it clearly, sir?" Madame Mingzhu's eyes suddenly widened, and she began to look at her. "I'm not your sister. Why should I care about you? You slutty fox, just wait. I will deal with you sooner or later. Chunimo said noncommittally. I really didn't hear it clearly, which shows that your attitude is not right. Keeping it will also be a disaster. Since it's a nuisance, there's no need to keep it around as a future problem. Just kill it. These words immediately frightened Mrs. Mingzhu. She raised her head and glanced at the other person's expression carefully. It didn't seem like he was joking. It seems that I'm just a bonus and not important in the other party's plan. She immediately knelt down, placed her hands on her plump thighs, bowed her head and said respectfully, I am Mingzhu, your subordinate, and I pay my respects to the master. Lady Hu raised her hand to cover her lips, and her voice echoed like a silver bell. It seems to be really interesting. I even want to try it myself. But he had no master, so even if he wanted to call out, he had no target. Could it be a strange habit of the fox? Why would it suddenly want to call someone master? The palace is very large, so there is no need to worry about being heard when you shout. Chunimo nodded slightly, then extended his hand directly in front of Madame Mingzhu. Mrs. Mingzhu looked up at him in surprise. Are you trying to help me up? Did he do that just to see my attitude? Yes, that must be the case. Mrs. Mingzhu was still feeling thankful for her own cleverness, but Chun Mo beside her was already frowning. What are you standing there for? Where's the antidote? Chun Mo waved his hand, bringing Madame Mingzhu back to reality. Huh? What antidote? Mrs. Mingzhu was stunned. Aren't you going to help me up? Antidote for the poison in Tianzi's body. She was responsible for the poison, so of course she has the antidote. Madame Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Chun Mo with eyes full of fear. Only she and Ji Wuya knew that Tianzi was poisoned. Even Tianzi himself didn't know about this. So how did this person know? Madame Mingzhu has begun to surge like a storm at sea. What is the origin of this person? Tianzi's poison is of extremely high quality, requiring years of cultivation using secret methods. Even though Madame Mingzhu has been running it for many years, there is only this one. It can be said that now she is the only one in the world who has the antidote. Handing over the antidote is her current token of loyalty. In Lady Hu's bedroom, Chunimo, who was standing aside, finally couldn't help but ask, You've been watching me all the way. If you have anything to ask, just say it. Lady Hu was surprised and asked, How do you know I'm looking at you? Chun-Mo pursed his lips and said, When I carried you back just now, your breath kept hitting my face. If you weren't staring at me, how could you keep breathing on my face? You don't even need to sense this to know. I thought Lady Hu would be embarrassed. But it turns out this fox is really shameless. She covered her lips and laughed, saying generously, I see. I thought the gentleman saw it. Chun-Mo could indeed see it, but not many people knew about it. After all, this matter is a card used to confuse the enemy. If everyone knows about it, it is no use. What's the point of pretending to be blind? Obviously, Lady Hu is not qualified to know, at least not at the moment. Compared to her sister, Mrs. Hu was always shy, Lady Hu was completely different in that she was cheerful and generous. A very obvious contrast. Today, Chun-Mo hugged me like this without me feeling shy at all. Thank you for your help tonight, Princess. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Although things here have been settled, he is still needed for other things. Lady Hu stared at Chun-Mo and said, Are you leaving now? Sir, don't you have anything you want to tell me? Chun-Mo was stunned. What do I want to say? It seems to be true. Princess, you smell really good. Keep it up. And you have a nice figure too. It's very comfortable to hug you. After Chun-Mo finished praising seriously, he was ready to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Lady Hu reached out and grabbed his clothes. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so careful in feeling it, sir. But I don't want to ask that. What I want to ask is, why did you know that I can remove the aphrodisiac? That's what I wanted to ask. There was a special fragrance in the princess room, similar to the one Lady Mingzhu had at King Han's place tonight. So, I mentioned it casually, but I didn't expect the princess to really understand it. Madame Mingzhu is good at Bayue's aphrodisiac incense, and Lady Hu was previously the second lady of Yuashan Villa, so it is not surprising that she knows these things. Chun-Mo's guesses were not random. They were all based on evidence. So that's how it is. Lady Hu nodded. Sir, you're really thoughtful. I wonder what else you have discovered. Can you tell me about it? Chun-Mo remained silent, but there were indeed other discoveries. He clenched his palms and recalled. In terms of scale, Mrs. Hu is still slightly better. That's all. But I also have some questions for the princess. Of course, Chun-Mo wouldn't be stupid enough to say such a thing, so he just thought about it himself. Lady Hu said generously, Sir, just ask. You don't have to be so polite to me. After these few contacts, she also understood Chun Mo's extraordinariness. If she didn't have this kind of foresight, she would have been killed in this deep palace full of intrigue. Chun Mo pondered for a moment and said, since the princess also knows how to use the Bai Wef fragrance, has the King of Han also been performing a personal show here for you? Lady Hu's fox-like eyes moved. Suddenly, he tilted his head and smiled. Guess? Chapter 92, How Do You Know Me? Chun Mo was stunned. He didn't expect that Miss Hu, who was so old, could still be so childish. Lady Hu couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his stunned look. Since you know everything, just guess it yourself. When you guess it, I will tell you the answer. You're just taking off your pants to fart. If you have guessed it, what else do I need you to say? Yes, there's one thing I'm still quite curious about. Lady Hu tapped her chin, smiled slyly, and said, Sir, why did you insist that Mingzhu call you master today? I'm afraid it's not as simple as just asking her to surrender, right? If you truly surrender, more than just one word will be enough. If you don't want to say it in your heart, it's useless even if you are forced to say it 1,000 times. Chun Mo nodded and smiled. Of course, Lady Hu said with a smile. Then why did you let her scream? Chun Mo smiled and said, Guess. I won't tell you. Just guess it yourself. I thought she and Yin Lingji would be speechless. But unexpectedly, Lady Hu curled her lips and said with a smile, I understand. This is the desire of you men to conquer. Chun Mo. She's quite smart, smarter than her sister. Looks like I guessed right. Lady Hu narrowed her fox eyes, with excitement shining in them. Chun Mo pursed his lips and said, I really underestimated you. If that's what the princess thinks, then take it as it is. Lady Hu suddenly stopped smiling, put her hands behind her back without saying a word, and stared at his face. The closer you look, the more careful you become. Chun Mo smelled the fragrant breeze again. It is as sweet and intoxicating as the sake brewed from peach blossoms. Princess, is there anything else you want to ask? Lady Hu raised a playful smile and said with a sweet breath, Then, do you want me to call you master as well, to satisfy your desire to conquer you? Chun Mo's mouth twitched, and he noticed that Lady Hu's smile was becoming more and more unbridled. I immediately realized her purpose. You want to tease me, right? Then I'll do as you say. Okay, then I'm all ears. Lady Hu was stunned. It's not that you were so nice. Shouldn't you be embarrassed because I teased you? Lady Hu said nonchalantly, It's getting late, sir. You should go back and rest early. It is a natural ability of women to cheat when they can't win the argument. She, Lady Hu, is the most beautiful among all beauties. She has mastered this passive skill to such perfection that she can even seduce a woman's soul. It's so natural to cheat. It was not until Chun Mo's figure disappeared from the bedroom that her face turned red as if she had realized something belatedly. What an interesting man. She raised her little hand to touch her cheek, then turned and walked into her bedroom. Sister, I'm back. Let me tell you, your husband is really capable. Mrs. Hu was stunned and asked, What are you talking about, girl? Why are you calling me that gentleman? Lady Hu smiled and said, Okay, that's the gentleman who brought you here, okay? Is that okay now? Then, under Mrs. Hu's resentful eyes, he began to describe what he had seen and heard that night, as if he was offering a treasure. The originally silent bedroom was suddenly filled with noises of playing and sweet whispers. Ji Wuye, who was circling outside the King Han's palace with the imperial guards, never thought that while he was out there hunting, he would be robbed. Chun Mo directly forced Madame Mingzhu to turn against him, and not only did the plan fail, but it also planted a landmine. Ji Wuye was still unaware of this matter and was still guessing how it was going to develop. Have you taken action against Madame Mingzhu? Did you succeed with Tianzi? Calculating the time, it should be about time. Ji Wuye gave a sinister smile. As long as someone comes to inform him, the situation will be settled. Suddenly, a dark shadow came rushing from a distance. Ji Wuye trembled all over it was coming. Meet the general. The person who came was Bai Niao's killer, who was responsible for checking the situation on Tianzi's side. He will only bring people in if Tianzi's people succeed. Ji Wuye glanced to the guard around him, and the killer immediately understood what he meant and whispered in his ear to report. Ji Wuye, who had been confident of victory, suddenly changed color and became furious. What, say that again? A pair of eyes filled with raging rage. The roar almost resounded through the sky. The bird killer lowered his head in fear and said, It is indeed as I said. They haven't left yet. This person is not referring to Tianzi, but the group of people who organized Tianzi. Asshole! Ji Wuye was immediately enraged. Where on earth did these people come from? Why did they know my plan tonight? Why did they come to stop me? Okay, if you dare to ruin my good deeds, I will definitely make you pay. Ji Wuye's teeth were grinding, and he was filled with murderous intent. Order the royal guards to advance quickly. You must follow this general and go to rescue the emperor immediately. The rescue was fake. The desire for revenge was real. If he doesn't chop those people into pieces today, I'm afraid he will never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Anyway, the useless prince obeys his every word, so when the time comes, all we have to do is put all the blame on him. He rushed to the scene with more than a dozen birds and dozens of ordinary killers. As long as we can get the prince into our hands, everything will be under control. General, there are people blocking the road ahead. After walking only a few streets, the sharp-eyed killer noticed a man standing in the middle of the road, blocking his way. Kill him. Ji Wuye was in a hurry at the moment and had no mood to care about these things. If someone blocked his way, you could only blame your bad luck. Be more careful in your next life. The killer's eyes turned cold, and he jumped up from the horse. It rushed out like a sharp sword and killed directly the person who was blocking the way. That swift movement made Ji Wuye, who was watching from the side, nod with satisfaction. Not bad. The strength has improved again. However, the following developments were unexpected. The killer who pounced forward suddenly fell from mid-air with a loud bang, twitched twice when he landed on the ground, and then stopped moving. What did you do? Ji Wuye was shocked and a little unsure whether it was this person who did it. After all, this person had not moved at all and was about 6 or 7 feet away. This man had a black cloth covering his face and even held a cane in his hand. How could such a person easily kill one of the best killers around him silently? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It seems that there is no one else here. If the general says that I did it, then I did a good job. Chunamo smiled and said slowly, How do you know me? Je vous affronte. Because I am waiting here for the general on purpose. Chapter 93, did you do it? Ji Wuye's eyes were gloomy, and he quietly put his hands behind his back and waved. The surrounding birds and killers began to move quietly, forming an encirclement around Chunamo. Well, now that I am here, tell me, what is your purpose? Chunamo seemed to be unaware of what was happening around him. He shook his head and said calmly, It was the general who had been looking for me recently. How did it become me who was looking for the general? Ji Wuye was immediately amused by his words. What a joke. When has this general ever looked for a blind man like you? Do you think you are? His words seemed to be choked for a moment, and something suddenly occurred to his mind. Yes, he had actually been looking for someone these days, the person who made them terrified and wanted to find at all costs. Haha, it looks like the general knows who I am. Chunmo stood there, quietly leaning on his crutches, but Ji Wuye's gaze became extremely solemn and began to scan his body. If the person in front of him was really the one he wanted to find, then Gray Pigeon's death would not seem so difficult to understand. Ba Linglong, did you kill him? Chunmo chuckled and said, You are just an ant, yet you dare to call yourself exquisite. Ji Wuye immediately clenched his fists and took a deep breath. It was actually him. There is no one in this world who dares to admit that he really killed Luo Wang, because that would be seeking death. Only someone with truly terrifying strength, who is not afraid of being hunted down by Luo Wang, would be so calm. Who are you? Ji Wuye spoke in a deep voice, the 8-foot-long sword in his hand trembling slightly. Originally, he wanted to find the master who killed Ba Linglong to use him to deal with Luo Wang. But now that this person knows him and has killed his men, he is probably an enemy rather than a friend. Quicksand, Chunmo. Je vous affronte. Quicksand? What is this? Are you Han Fei's man? He vaguely felt that the name was familiar, and after a while of thinking, he finally remembered it. Chunmo smiled and said, General, you are wrong. Han Fei is my man. Ji Wuye was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. How could a distinguished Korean prince have fallen to the point of being inferior to others? As for Quicksand, Humph, a small organization so small that this general has never even heard of it, and it is even more ridiculous to destroy it easily. What kind of thing is this little thing? How dare it become an enemy of me, Yimu? He sneered, then waved his hand and stood there leaning on his sword. Many ants can kill an elephant. Although you are powerful, you're just flesh and blood. Even if all these killers combined are no match for you, as long as they can hold you back and wait for the Imperial Guards behind you to arrive, you will be unable to escape. A small thing like Quicksand. Chen Mo smiled and slowly raised the cane in his hand. Today I will let you know what kind of existence quicksand is. Under the terrified gazes of the killers, Chen Mo disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chen Mo's voice came slowly from behind, and in the blink of an eye, several people arrived. Listen carefully. Before he finished speaking, several more people fell to the ground. Ji Wei was shocked. How powerful was this person that even he could not detect it? The birds that he had carefully nurtured were as powerless as children in front of him. Chen Mo's voice came from all directions, and the killers fell to the ground one after another. I can make it impossible for you to save the person you want to save at night. I can prevent you from killing anyone you want to kill in the night. In other words, I can prevent you from doing what you want to do, Yimu. I can make something happen that you don't want to happen at night. A pile of sand can turn a world upside down. This is quicksand. You understand? A cold crutch, without anyone knowing when, silently pressed against Ji Wei's back. Ji Wei only felt a chill on his back, and the big knife in his hand began to tremble violently. As he looked at the place not far away, the chill in his heart was indescribable. Dead, all of them dead. The elite bird killers he brought with him, as well as many experienced killers, were slaughtered like chickens and dogs in such a short period of time. Understand? A ball of sweat slowly flowed down Ji Wei's forehead. His dry lips moved, and his face was as pale as if he was seriously ill. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you in the future. I won't go against you again, and I won't target Han Fei again. Ji Wei was a little panicked and began to express his opinion. He was definitely no match for the mysterious blind man in front of him, and resisting would be seeking death. However, expressing your stance and making a vow does not cost anything and can instead delay time. As long as he could delay until the guards arrived, he would still have a chance to turn the tables. You want to wait for the guards to arrive? Chen Mo's voice sounded like a demon that could see through people's hearts. Ji Wei's heart suddenly tightened. It's a pity that they won't come. Waves of shouting could be heard from a distance. The palace is on fire. An assassin has appeared in the palace. Go back and rescue the emperor. Go back and rescue the emperor. A beam of fire shot up into the sky from King Han's palace, and the black smoke, like a blue dragon, immediately attracted the attention of all the guards. The King of Han is the current monarch and the current supreme leader. His safety is the most important. As for the crown prince, he is insignificant in comparison. Their mission is first and foremost to protect the monarch. At this time, all the guards brought out by Ji Wei suddenly turned around and began to return to the palace, without even the need for the command of General Ji Wei. On fire, Ji Wei's face darkened and his heart sank to the bottom. How could there be a fire at this time? The assassin he sent would not be able to do such a thing. You did it? He swallowed and asked tentatively. Chen Mo said calmly, this kind of thing is not something you can know. Now that you understand, remember it well. In your next life, if you meet me, quicksand, again, be careful. Ji Wei could never have imagined that his plan would be seen through and then easily cracked. Just like today, he never thought that he would fail here. In this Korea, how could anyone, as a great general, threaten him? Even the King of Han couldn't take his life. But this is what happened tonight. Thus, this hero who controlled the government and had his hands on all aspects of Korea died in this cold night. This was expected, and the same was true for Wei Zhuang and Tianze. Chapter 94, I have no interest in women now. At this time, all of Prince Han's guards were gone, and there were only two groups of people left on the field. On one side are Tianze's people, and on the other side are Liu Sha's people. Tianze was released and came to kidnap the prince again. Of course, Han Fei would deal with this kind of thing. Tianze, kidnapping the prince is just Ji Wei's plan. He wants to use you to cause chaos in South Korea. Han Fei looked at the corpses all over the ground and couldn't help but frown. Judging from the current situation, if there had not been the gentleman's notification and their interference, I am afraid that the prince would really not be able to escape his clutches this time. These guards could only hold out for a short while. At this moment, he was also amazed. Ji Wei would certainly not disclose this linked plan, but why did it seem as if everything was just as expected by the gentleman? He had said before that Ji Wei needed to restore his prestige, and Tianze would naturally be released at that time. Han Fei couldn't figure it out at that time, but now it suddenly became clear to him. Now it seems that this opportunity belongs to Prince Han. It must be said that at this moment Han Fei felt cold sweat oozing from his back. Ji Wei's plan is quite vicious. If it succeeds, South Korea will probably become his possession. But fortunately, there are people like you who saved this country and prevented it from falling into Ji Wuye's hands. As if seeing through everything, he was playing with everything in the plan. It was because of Chun Mo that they were able to save the prince and foil Ji Wuye's plan. But why didn't the gentleman show up at this time? After Han Fei arrived, he had been looking for Chun Mo, but it has never been found. No matter what, the most important thing right now is Tianzi. Tianzi stood there like a supporting stone pillar, his long blue hair fluttering in the wind like billions of poisonous snakes. A big commotion in South Korea. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. None of my business. Or rather, this is more to my liking. Tianzi was the crown prince of Baiwa back then. As for the fate of the Baiwa, there is no need to say more. Back then, Bai Yifei, a subordinate of Ji Wuye, led his troops to destroy Baiwa and even captured him alive and imprisoned him. It would certainly not be easy for Tianzi if he fell into their hands. The pain of losing a country, the mental torture, the physical torture, no one can bear such heavy torture. As the crown prince of Baiwa, he naturally hated Han to his core. That's why he didn't care what Ji Wuye wanted to do. As long as it can cause chaos in South Korea, he doesn't care about the consequences. If Ji Wuye takes sole control of South Korea, your chances of revenge will be almost zero. Compared with Han Fei's persuasion, Xinnu's persuasion was more considerate to Tianzi. Unfortunately, Tianzi sneered and refused to listen to anything. Kill the king of Han first, then kill Ji Wuye, and then kill Bai Yifei. It will be fine as long as we settle accounts with them one by one. Now the only belief that supports him is revenge. The tragedy of Baiwa back then was because Ji Wuye and Bai Yifei took it upon themselves to slaughter your royal family. Your real enemy is the same as us, and they should be them. If we kill one king of Han, there will be a new king of Han. But if this king of Han is the crown prince controlled by Ji Wuye, then his ability in Han will reach its peak, which is not good news for you. Xinnu was a little helpless. She had considered everything quite carefully, but who knew that she would run into Tianzi, who was so stubborn? After a moment of silence, Han Fei suggested, "We have the same enemy. Why don't we cooperate and deal with Tianzi together? Lu Sha is in need of people right now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so of course we should win them over if we can." This was exactly why they agreed to exorcise the corpse demon and save Tianzi. Tianzi's mouth corners suddenly curled up, and then his shoulders began to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at him in confusion, and his shoulders began to shake more and more violently. At last he looked up and broke into a great laugh. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what he was laughing at. This guy has been locked up for so long that his brain has been damaged? Tianzi covered his stomach, slowly stopped laughing, and looked at everyone sarcastically. Cooperation with you? He swept his eyes over the people and Lu Sha one by one, then pointed his finger and said, "Are you saying that you can rely on this kid who has grayed his hair early, or on the two of you scholars whose strength may not be as good as that of the soldiers? Or is it relying on these two women?" He looked at Xinnu and Jingwei. "Yes, they are beautiful, but unfortunately, I have no interest in women now. If you want me to join, let me see your strength." Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from them. He has been in the industry for many years, but this is the first time someone has said such crazy words to him. The corpse-driving demon next to him looked around and finally took a step forward and said reluctantly, "Master." "Shut up." Tianzi glanced at him, and the corpse-driving demon immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As soon as Xinnu heard it, she understood that Tianzi didn't want to cooperate, but simply looked down on the current quicksand. Yes, Tianzi's strength is no less than Wei Zhuang's. The people under his command are all extremely powerful, so it is understandable that they look down on the people under Lu Sha. However, this guy has been locked up for so long that his information is no longer up to date. Tianzi continued, "If you want to cooperate, let me see your strength. I've seen the strength of that white-haired boy, and he's pretty good. Besides him, if you have a few more, and anyone could take 5 more of my moves, I'll agree to cooperate with you." Xinnu's eyes flickered, and she began to think about it. She is at level 7, while Tianzi and Wei Zhuang are both at level 8, the top level. However, Tianzi had been tortured for so long and had just been released, so his strength was not at its peak. If I go up myself, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take 5 moves. That other person, Jingwei noticed the gazes of several people and silently took a step forward. I will take 10 of your moves myself. Let me see if your strength is as arrogant as your attitude. Tianzi looked at Jingwei with interest and sneered. Then I hope you are as confident in your ability as you are in your words. However, before he could finish his words, Jingwei had already attacked like thunder. Tianzi's pupils suddenly contracted. Jingwei's first sword was aimed at his heart without mercy. As powerful as thunder and as fast as the wind. The body changes unpredictably, like a swimming dragon under the siege of 6 chains. But in an instant, Tianzi judged that this woman's strength was probably not inferior to that white-haired boy. Tianzi became more and more frightened as the fight went on, because every move of Jingwei was aimed at killing him, without even trying to test this concept. Where did this madman come from? Are you here to compete or to kill? In a flash, 5 moves were completed. Chapter 95, Seeking Death. Tianzi danced with 6 chains together, and after he neutralized Jingwei's beheading sword, cold sweat broke out on his back. If he had not retreated in time, the other party would have hit him hard, even if he was injured. And judging from her desperate momentum just now, if I were hit, even if I didn't die, I would probably be seriously injured. He was now certain that this woman was a lunatic. Stop! Seeing Jingwei's fierce gaze falling on his neck again, Tianzi felt a chill and quickly shouted to stop. 5 moves have been made. Now it's time to look at the next person. If we continue to fight with her, the only outcome will be that both sides will suffer losses. I'm only here for revenge, but I don't want to die before accomplishing my mission. Jingwei snorted coldly. No need. I told you I could do 10 moves by myself. Tianzi said calmly. That's what you said. I didn't agree. My request is that each of us take 5 moves. Jingwei put away his sword and said calmly, Coward. These men are really bad. They are so different from my husband. No wonder I love my husband so much. Wei Zhuang felt a little funny when he saw Tianzi, who was blushing slightly but pretending not to care because of Jingwei's ridicule. He wanted to laugh, but laughing was not in line with his style. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Tianzi automatically blocked Jingwei's sarcasm and said, As long as I pretend not to hear it, it means you didn't say anything. Very good. Your strength still surprises me. But rules are rules. There still needs to be another person to withstand the 5 strikes. Jingwei's skills, just now, even made him feel a sense of crisis, a real feeling that his life was threatened. This was indeed something he had not expected. He never imagined that a woman could be so powerful. But it doesn't matter, he can cheat. Hearing his words, Wei Zhuang sneered. How wonderful. He was chosen. Tianzi didn't care at all. His thick skin was the result of hard work. At this moment, he looked carefully at everyone. The woman in purple? No, women are very dangerous. Just like beautiful poisonous snakes, the more beautiful they are, the more dangerous they are. The one with white hair? We have already fought each other. Why do it again? Those 2 Confucian scholars? Although they say they're just 2 people who are good at writing, judging from their calm expressions, they're probably not simple people. Maybe there is some killer weapon. I, Tianzi, am so smart that I won't be fooled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The blind man behind you, come out. Everyone in Lusha turned around in surprise, only to find that Chan Mo had quietly appeared without them noticing when. Several people looked at each other, and they all felt like they couldn't hold back their laughter. The corpse-driving demon suddenly opened his mouth wide, and his eyes widened. He quickly said, Master, Master. He was not good at speaking to begin with, and now that he was nervous, he was even more speechless. Shut up. I'll have to settle accounts with you for collaborating with them secretly later. Tianzi turned around and glared at him fiercely. The corpse-driving demon hesitated for a long time, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He likes to seek death, and you can't stop him. Wei Zhuang's icy face couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth at this moment. This guy really knows how to choose. Don't just stand there, come out, it's you. Tianzi urged impatiently. At this time, everyone made way for Chen Mo, and he appeared in front of Tianzi. A blind man who looks a little handsome, but otherwise ordinary. He must be a rookie. Well, he was holding a cane in his hand, so he looked like a weakling. After some analysis, Tianzi suddenly showed a grim smile on his face. This is a sure thing. The strong must ruthlessly bully the weak. The corpse-driving demon suddenly began to sigh. I don't know whether it is bad luck or good luck for the master to choose the leader of the other side, the strongest existence at once. Chen Mo smiled and walked forward slowly. Xinu suddenly had an idea, stood beside him, pulled his sleeve, and said worriedly, Sir, be careful. Tianzi was even more certain in his heart. This expression doesn't look fake. Don't kill him. Hearing Xenu's solemn addition, Tian Ze immediately sneered and said, "Don't worry, I will act with discretion." He glanced at Jingwei, as if hinting at something. Jingwei was too lazy to even look at him. Laugh. Laugh more. I hope you can still laugh in the future. I know what's going on. Chen Mo touched Xenu's little hand and whispered to comfort her. Don't hesitate. I won't take your life unless it's accidental. As Tianza shouted, 6 chains suddenly began to dance in the sky like 6 poisonous snakes. Like poisonous snakes from hell, they rushed towards Chen Mo to bite him. The power seemed to be even greater than the previous fight with Jingwei. This time, he would show no mercy and regain his lost face. Chen Mo smiled, and the next moment, his figure disappeared in front of Tianza. Before the stunned Tianza could find his position again, a green color appeared before his eyes. It's that bamboo pole. Tianza was suddenly extremely shocked. The chains moved one after another and turned back, trying to force Chen Mo back. However, Chen Mo seemed to know what he wanted to do. He swung the bamboo pole in his hand a few times like playing whack-a-mole and knocked all the chains back. The force was so great that even Tianza was dragged and staggered a few times. Unable to control himself, he fell forward. Before he could steady himself, a shoe sole that had suddenly grown larger came towards him. With a bang, it hit him hard in the face. Tianza only felt his nose sore, and his facial nerves went out of control, with snot and tears starting to flow out wildly. The people watching the fight felt a shudder all over and immediately covered their noses. This must be very painful. Zhang Liang covered his nose with his hands, his face full of pain. If you didn't know better, you would think he was kicked. Han Fei sympathetically said, "Your tears and snot are all pouring out. It must be very painful." Tianza was kicked so hard that he lost his mind. The dignified red eyebrow dragon snake was kicked in the face. Court death! He roared angrily, and black smoke surged out and surrounded him. His muscles were visibly bulging with blue veins, and his speed had increased by more than 3 times. Like a dragon descending from the river, he pounced towards Chen Mo from the sky. However, at this moment, he was crying and his nose was running wildly, and there was a big shoe print on his face. It was really hard to tell whether he had any imposing manner. There was only a sense of funniness that made people laugh. Chen Mo stood where he was and turned sideways calmly. Chapter 96, There is no chance of winning. Chen Mo stood where he was and turned sideways calmly. Then he held one end of the bamboo pole with both hands and tapped the ground leisurely, making a golf motion, and whipped it towards Tianza in the sky. With a loud snap, Tianza flew backwards in a daze in the air. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were dull. Why? I felt like I clearly dodged it, so why did the stick still hit me? Xenu shook her head and sighed, unable to bear to watch any longer. Based on his understanding of Chen Mo, he was afraid that Tianza would be in trouble this time. Sure enough, Tianza was still flying in the air when he was suddenly kicked in the back. Like a sandbag, it hit the ground hard. The whole ground vibrated. Immediately afterwards, a large foot followed, ready to fall towards his face. Tianza was suddenly filled with fear and shock. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Even though I'm not your opponent, I am. After all, the crown prince of Baiwei and the leader of the red eyebrow dragon snake. How can I allow you to humiliate me like this one after another? He immediately used up all his strength. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I give up." As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Boom! Chen Mo kicked him next to his head, and broken stones fell on his face like raindrops. Oh, not 5 moves. But there are only 2 tricks now, Chen Mo said lightly with a smile. Tianza lay on the ground, gasping for breath and waving his right hand weakly. Enough, 2 moves are enough. If you continue, someone will die. I give up. I cooperate. I will cooperate with you. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? It's okay for a white-haired boy to have extraordinary strength. After all, he is the descendant of Giguzi. He was puzzled that he did not have such strength. But how could that delicate woman who looked like a willow swaying in the wind be so awesome? The most outrageous thing is that this blind man, leaning on a cane, beat me like a kindergarten kid. What is he doing? Have I been driven crazy, and now this is all my fantasy? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? The corpse-driving demon stood aside, his heart finally at ease. Fortunately, at least he was not killed. Han Fei's heart finally settled down. If he was really killed, he didn't know how it would end. Who knew that? Chun Mo snorted and said, "Cooperation, it's too late to cooperate now." Everyone's expression changed. Han Fei was shocked and hurriedly wanted to step forward to dissuade them, but Xinu reached out and stopped him. "Wait a minute, trust what the gentleman is doing." Xinu nodded and said, after following Chun Mo for so long, she knew that she should change her attitude. Chun Mo always has his own plans when doing things, and he must have other plans now. Before, you and Liu Sha were equals, so you had the capital to cooperate. It's a pity that it's gone now. I'll give you two choices. First, you join the quicksand. As for the second one, I will bury you all in the sand. Only when the strength is equal can it be called cooperation. Obviously, since Chun Mo appeared, Tianzi's strength has been completely crushed. Therefore, he is no longer eligible to cooperate. The corpse-driving demon looked at Tianzi nervously. He knew Chun Mo's character very well. If he refused, he would really take action. Join the quicksand. Tianzi fell into deep thought. Joining Liu Sha would mean that he would have to give up his position as the leader of the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake, or simply disband the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake. But to be honest, there weren't many people left. However, if they joined, then his remaining subordinates would all belong to Liu Sha, and he would change from a leader to someone else's subordinate. Are you sure you can fight Yi Mu and Ji Wu Yi? Tianzi hesitated for a long time, but finally made a choice. There's nothing we can do. The sword of Damocles is right over our heads. What's more, the hatred between himself and Ji Wu Yi and the hatred between himself and Yi Mu had long been irreconcilable after years of torture. If revenge is possible, then there is nothing wrong with joining the quicksand. After all, I don't even have a place to stay now. Of the only 4 subordinates, one is now missing. Trying to recruit soldiers and horses is even more of a joke. Not to mention that this is South Korea's territory, it is Knight's territory. Even if no one cares, does he have money? He can't even afford to stay in and in now. After weighing the pros and cons, joining may be a good choice. Who knew that at this moment Chun Mo smiled and said, "Ji Wu Yi is dead." It was like a depth charge going off, and the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. "Sir, this is not a joke, is it?" Han Fei's heartbeat began to speed up, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. Ji Wu Yi is the culprit of the current turmoil and their biggest opponent this time. As a great general of South Korea, he has countless masters around him, and his mansion is filled with soldiers like an iron barrel. How could he die so easily? Wei Zhuang looked at Chun Mo steadily, his eyes no longer calm. Xinu pursed her lips and said, "You killed him." Tianzi also fell silent, raised his head, and looked at Chun Mo blankly. With this person's strength, he can indeed kill Ji Wu Yi. The question is, how can he escape from the encirclement? I just encountered him on the road and killed him. Chun Mo said it calmly, but it hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. General Ji Wu Yi, who had controlled the court for many years and designed military, political, and business affairs, leaving even the king of Han helpless, was actually killed just like that? In fact, if Chun Mo had not seen through Ji Wu Yi's plan in advance, Ji Wu Yi would have become the most powerful person in South Korea tonight. Ji Wu Yi, however, is probably unable to rest in peace even in his grave, as he has no idea how his plan was leaked. It seemed as if Chun Mo had predicted every step he would take, and that he had responded perfectly to the move. Let Tianzi kidnap the prince, and I will let Wei Zhuang rescue the prince. You take the guard away, and I will lead them back. You let Madame Mingzhu kill King Han, and I will deal with Madame Mingzhu directly. And Ji Wu Yi's death was doomed the moment he left the Imperial Guards. And this step was also within Chun Mo's calculations. The people of Liu Sha could have taken the prince away from the carriage long ago. They stayed here just to make Ji Wu Yi react like this. Sure enough, this guy got anxious when he heard the news. Any questions? Chun Mo's words were like a bell that woke Tianzi up and pulled him out of his shock. Tianzi shook his head blankly. I thought the other party was just a blind man with unfathomable strength, but I never expected that his wisdom and strategy were so unparalleled. If I face him alone, I'm afraid I don't have any chance of winning. Chapter 97, is that so? Very good. In that case, Liu Sha welcomes you. Bai Yifei is still in Baiwa now. We will deal with him when he comes back. In the night, the person that people fear the most is not the arrogant Ji Wu Yi. On the contrary, it is Bai Yifei, who currently has an army of 100,000, has profound martial arts skills, and is a calm and resourceful person. Xinu glanced at the corpses around her and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave first." Although the royal guards were transferred back to the palace by Chunimo, the city guards would come here sooner or later. Chunimo hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said, "Wait a little longer." "Wait? Wait for what?" Zhang Liang was even ready to run away, but stopped in midair and asked. Chunimo didn't say anything, but waited quietly. Soon, a pleasant humming sound came from the night. It was a woman's voice. Listening to that cheerful little tune, it looked like the other person was in a good mood. Of course, Yan Lingji was happy. Chunimo actually asked her to set fire to the Han Palace. She burned down half of the Han Palace. This time, it was really refreshing. Yan Lingji hummed a song and took brisk steps, appearing in front of everyone like an elf in the night. Seeing so many people here, she was stunned. After seeing Chunimo, her eyes lit up, and then she ran over quickly as if to seek credit. Then she put her hands behind her back, bent them, and deliberately cleared her throat before saying, "How is it? Did I set the fire well?" Then she waved her hands and said with some disappointment, "Alas, it's a pity that they came back a little too quickly, otherwise I would have burned down the entire Han Palace." Han Fei, who was standing by, listened with his mouth twitching. "Damn it, you burned down my house. Is it appropriate to say this in front of the victim?" Tianzi had a big shoe print on his face. He looked at the corpse-driving demon and asked, "Isn't she missing? Why did she go to the palace and set fire to it?" This sentence immediately caught Yan Lingji's attention. She immediately leaned over and poked her head out from beside Chunimo and saw Tianzi behind him. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "It was actually released." Then she took 2 steps at a time and jumped in front of Tianzi, looking him up and down with concerned eyes. Tianzi was immediately moved. Although Yan Lingji loves to play, has a bad temper, and likes to get into trouble, she still cares about her leader. "I shouldn't have been so harsh on her before." Before he could finish his inner drama, Yan Lingji suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "You were beaten and cried." Tianzi collapsed immediately. "Damn it, that blind man. Take your subordinates away quickly. I'm going to join the quicksand. I can't just join. You should take care of this guy." Zilan Xuan. A group of people were sitting in a private room. Only Yan Lingji was not behaving herself, her fiery red figure running around everywhere. From time to time, she would run to Tianzi and stare at his face with her innocent sky-blue eyes. Then he asked countless times, "Who made you cry? Why are you crying? Does it hurt? What does it feel like? Why don't you fight back?" Zinu, who was making tea nearby, couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "And you're fighting back?" He was almost beaten to death by these 2 moves. If he had fought back, I would probably be buried in his grave today. Tianzi was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and explained seriously, "I didn't cry. Also, I have joined Quicksand now. If you have any problems in the future, go bother him instead of me." He stretched out his hand and pointed at Chunimo, who was sitting at the head seat, angrily. "I can't beat you, but I have to pass this trouble on to you." Yan Lingji looked back at Chunimo thoughtfully. Chunimo smiled and nodded at her. Yan Lingji frowned immediately. "This guy is no good. I have been annoyed with him for a long time, but I ended up getting pissed off to death. Besides, he has his own big secret. You can't afford to offend him." Yan Lingji turned around, ran to the corner with a guilty conscience, and sat down obediently. Tianzi was stunned. "What the hell are you doing? Why don't you bother that blind guy?" Chunimo tapped his cane and pointed to Nong Yu's side and said, "Why did you run so far? Come back and sit over there." Yan Lingji got up obediently and ran to sit next to Nong Yu. This guy is really dishonest. As soon as she sat down, she took Nong Yu's hand and blinked her eyes and said, "Little sister, your hands are so tender and feel so good." Nanyue smiled shyly, then pulled her hand out and lowered her head. How could this woman be so charming? I don't know which one is more attractive, her or my aunt. Tianzi looked at the scene in front of him and took a breath. Something is wrong. Why is this guy so obedient? Tianzi closed his eyes, thinking that he must have been locked up for too long and was hallucinating. Yes, that must be it. Have a good sleep today, and everything will be fine tomorrow. Han Fei pondered for a long time before he said, "Sir, I would like to ask you, now that Jiwuye is dead, what should we do next? How should we dispel the emperor's doubts about us?" Jiwuye's death is no small matter. As the great general of the state of Han, the king of Han will definitely send someone to investigate the matter. Who knows? Chunimo smiled and said, "Why bother to dispel his doubts? Just tell him openly that you hired someone to kill Jiwuye." Han Fei was shocked. What the hell was this? Shouldn't you stay as far away from this kind of thing as possible? Why are you actively trying to get involved? Chun Mo smiled and said, Ji Wuye is a traitor. It would be a great achievement for you to kill him. King Han will not only not blame you, but will reward you instead. Han Fei still said sadly after hearing this. That's not the case, sir. Now many officials in the court are under the control of Yimu. Although Ji Wuye has committed treason, we are the only ones who know about it. Even brother Wang doesn't know about this. Although he was used as bait, I'm afraid he's still confused. Whether it's just my one-sided story or I ask you to come out and testify, I'm afraid my father won't believe it. Although Ji Wuye is dead now, Yimu is still here, and Bai Yifei is still here too. If Bai Yifei wants to take over the entire night, he must find the murderer who killed Ji Wuye and take revenge in exchange for the knight's loyalty. Han Fei's words are indeed well-founded. Normally speaking, Ji Wuye did rebel today, but no one really knew about it. He transferred the imperial guards, ostensibly for the crown prince, and even obtained the consent of the king of Han himself. At this moment, he is probably still considered a martyr who rescued the prince from being assassinated. Xinu looked at Chun Mo thoughtfully and said with a smile, Since you have made arrangements, I think you should have made a complete plan, right? Chapter 98, Is the Antidote Ready? Xinu was a very smart woman. She didn't believe that Chun Mo really just happened to meet Ji Wuye on the road and then killed him without considering the consequences. Yin Lingji was sitting in an awkward position at this time, with her hands behind her back supporting the ground. A pair of long and beautiful legs overlapped together, and the white jade-like calves were swaying leisurely. After hearing what Xinu said, she tilted her head curiously and looked at her. This woman is so weird, isn't she? Why do I trust this guy so much? So many people say there is no solution. Why do you believe that he will have a solution? The lady didn't even rush to offer help. Xinu also felt Yin Lingji's gaze on her, so after she finished speaking, she turned her head and nodded and smiled at her. This girl is living with my husband now. Maybe they could be sisters in the future. Yin Lingji felt numb at her smile, and always felt that there was some special meaning behind it. But this is clearly just a pure and beautiful smile. Why is she so frightened? Nongyu picked up the tea brewed by Xinu, cup by cup, and brought it to everyone's table. Chun Mo took it with a smile, and a blush immediately appeared on Nongyu's little face. The gentleman is indeed a profound person, just as my sister said. Yin Lingji looked at Manhwa with interest when she came back from serving tea with a red face, and actually reached out and started to rub her rosy face. Nongyu covered her face and looked at her in disbelief. Yin Lingji said calmly, Little sister, why is your face so red? Is it hot here? Manhwa was a little flustered, and after looking at Jingwei guiltily, she quickly shook her head and said, No, it's not hot. Jingwei was drinking tea at the time. When he noticed Nongyu's gaze, he looked back. This time, Manhwa didn't even dare to look up. She was not as brave as Xinu, who could not just go up to her and call her sister with a cup of tea in hand. Yin Lingji looked at the few people with her beautiful eyes with some confusion, and always felt that something was not right. It was a very strange feeling, as if these people had something in common, and I was the only one who was excluded. She looked at it carefully again, and became even more confused. I didn't lose anything, it's really weird. No, I must ask when I get a chance. Chun Mo and Han Fei were discussing business at this time, but the women on the scene had their own thoughts. He nodded slightly and said, What if someone can testify for us? This sentence made everyone stunned, and they all looked at him. Who will come to help them at this time? This is not a good idea, as he might be charged with being an accomplice in the murder of the general. Zhang Liang frowned and said, If someone really wants to help us, that person must have an extremely important identity. Han Fei tapped his fingertips on the table and looked up and asked, Miss who? After saying this, he shook his head to deny this statement. Although concubine whose words carry a lot of weight next to King Han, she has already helped them last time, and this time the situation is very dangerous, so she may not necessarily lend a hand. Chun Mo didn't waste time letting them guess, and said directly, The victim's words are the most trustworthy. A figure suddenly appeared in the minds of several people, and they asked in unison, Prince, but how can this person do it? Not to mention that he himself is Yimu's man. The most important thing is that Ji Wuye is also the person behind him. As his backer, Ji Wuye was plotting a rebellion. Could he get away with it by telling the truth? Although the prince was not very smart, he still understood such a simple truth. How could he possibly come out to testify for them? Just as we thought, no one else knew about Ji Wuye's rebellion. But if we change the details, won't others still not know about it? Chun Mo said with a smile. Xinu immediately understood and said, if Ji Wuye rebelled and became the king, then it has nothing to do with the crown prince. Tianzi sneered and said, what if the king of Han thinks that the loser said this in order to get away with it? He looked at Chun Mo, waiting for an explanation. Don't accuse me of ruining your career. This situation is very likely to happen. I don't believe you can get everyone in Nightfall to testify. Oh, what if there is another witness, Mrs. Mingzhu? Tianzi suddenly froze in his seat. Han Fei turned his head to look at Zhang Liang, and they both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Mingzhu, Madame Mingzhu, did I hear correctly? This is one of the 4 evil generals of night and Ji Wuye's confidant. Asking her to come out and testify that Ji Wuye is plotting a rebellion? It's a bit outrageous. Sir, are you serious? Chun Mo said calmly. Of course. He said slowly, I forgot to tell you, Madame Mingzhu, you'll belong to us Lu Sha from now on. Clang. The chair was hit directly to the back, and Han Fei and Zhang Liang stood up immediately. This news shocked them even more than Ji Wuye's death. What does Madame Mingzhu control in the night? It's part of politics. It is true that Yi Mu controls half of the officials in the court, but these officials are all controlled by Madame Yi Mu. It's just like the intelligence organization in the hands of the Strawcloth man back then. It is true that Ji Wuye is the boss, but if the key personnel in this area rebel, it can also cause a major blow. Maybe it cannot affect everyone, but now that Ji Wuye is dead and the group is leaderless, Madame Mingzhu's role is infinitely magnified. Sir, are you serious? Han Fei's Adam's apple rolled up and down as he stared at Chun Mo. It's not that he didn't believe it, but he just couldn't believe it. Tianzi looked at Chun Mo silently, his brows deeply furrowed. Where's the evidence? You should provide evidence to prove it. Words are not enough. You mean Madame Mingzhu follows us? If you can really take it out, I will respect you and get along well with you in the future. Chun Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Everyone didn't believe that he had anticipated this matter. So how could he come empty-handed? He fumbled in his arms, then took out a jade bottle and threw it to Tianzi. Tianzi took it, held it in his hand, and looked at it for a few seconds with a confused look on his face. This thing is not Madame Mingzhu's personal belongings. So what does it have to do with the previous topic? Chun Mo said slowly, do you remember that you drank a bowl of wine before? Tianzi's eyes suddenly widened. No, you know such a trivial thing? He didn't have time to think about it, so he just nodded and said, remember. Chun Mo pointed to his heart and said, there's a poison in the wine that Madame Mingzhu had placed in advance. This is the antidote I brought. Tianzi was stunned for a moment. Now, my friend, are you cheating? You know all about this kind of thing. I haven't even started to show any symptoms myself, but you've already prepared the antidote? Chapter 99, How on earth was this done? The Korean court was already bustling with noise. Ji Wuye's death was a matter of great importance and touched the hearts of countless people. When King Han heard the news, he was also extremely angry. He is a pillar of the country and now the most famous, powerful, and most outstanding general in the whole of Korea. Who was the other party that could have killed the general in Xinjiang? Tianzi is just a stray dog. If he had such ability, would he wait until now to take action? You have to know that the general was surrounded by many experts at that time, and there were tens of thousands of imperial guards following behind him to support him. If Tianzi had the ability to kill Ji Wuye in front of so many people, the Baiwen nation might not have been destroyed back then. When Madame Mingzhu in the harem heard the news, she was so frightened that she smashed the incense burner in her hand. She didn't sleep all night and kept thinking about how to deal with Ji Wuye in order to save her life. Now, the person that I was so scared of has actually been killed. How is this done? You must know that Ji Wuye has countless masters around him, and the 100 Birds killer never leaves his side. Moreover, he himself is a powerful existence who should not be underestimated. That was an invulnerable martial art that was honed through the blood and fire on the battlefield. Madame Mingzhu stood there in a daze, and suddenly her whole body trembled, because she recalled that Chun Mopo had told her meaningfully last night that she didn't need to worry about Ji Wuye. If that's the case, then this incident was done by them. Madame Mingzhu understood better than the officials in the court. It is amazing that he could have such skills and kill the powerful Ji Wuye under the protection of so many people. Tianzi couldn't do it. Bai Yifei couldn't do it either. Now it seems that the only possibility is the extremely mysterious Chun Mo, who seemed to have unpredictable powers last night. At this moment, Mrs. Mingzhu was extremely grateful for the choice she made yesterday. If I continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid that my final outcome will be the same as Bu Jiwuye's. She paced in her bedroom and began to think about what she could do to prove her loyalty. The night was definitely over, and the only way to survive was to throw myself completely into the quicksand. Her charming face was filled with anxiety and solemnity. After thinking for a long time, she slammed the table and said, "Come on, get up. I want to go to the king." Along the way, one can clearly see the strengthening of the guard force, but this is understandable. After all, not only did an assassin attempt to assassinate him yesterday, but he also almost burned down half of the palace. This was obviously planned by someone for a long time. Otherwise, how could it be possible that so many assassins came just when Ji Wuye was leading his men out? Madame Mingzhu walked past the guards, escorted by a group of maids. When she arrived in front of the palace where King Han was, she suddenly frowned. She scanned them with her narrow phoenix eyes. Are they actually Miss Hu's maids? He raised his hand slightly to stop the palace maid who was about to report, then started walking inside. "Hey, Sister Mingzhu is here." As soon as I entered, I heard an extremely charming voice. The beautiful lady who was wearing a palace skirt and looked extremely charming, stood beside her and looked at her with a smile. "Madam Hu, why are you here?" Madame Mingzhu's face darkened. "How come this slutty fox is here?" The fox beauty chuckled and said, "Sister, what are you talking about? There was an assassin in the palace yesterday, so of course I had to come and visit the king." She emphasized the word assassin, and the meaning was self-evident. Tell me, this assassin is really bold. He even dared to break into the palace. Alas, if it weren't for the king's favor, I'm afraid this time would be dangerous. These assassins are so arrogant, and I don't know who is behind them. Sister, do you know? Lady Hu smiled as beautifully as a flower, but every word she said was like a sharp sword piercing Mingzhu's heart. Madame Mingzhu clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white from the force, and her face became increasingly gloomy. However, she also knew that Lady Hu only said it here on purpose to disgust her, and she would not dare to do anything else. In the past, when I was stronger than this slutty fox, I gave her a hard time many times. Now, this slutty fox is relying on the power of her master and my leverage over her to suppress me. Although Madame Mingzhu wanted to eat her alive at this moment, she could only suppress her anger and said with a fake smile, "Who said it wasn't true? But I also have some guesses. I came here to help the king solve his problems." Lady Hu looked at her in surprise. Did I hear it right? Is she going to completely break up with Ji Wuye? Isn't she afraid of death? "Oh, it's Mingzhu, why are you here?" King Han was sitting on the throne with a gloomy face at this time. He asked casually when he saw Madame Mingzhu. Madame Mingzhu glanced at Concubine Hu and walked towards King Han with light lotus steps. "I am here to help the king solve his problems." King Han was a little amused and waved his hands, saying, "Why worry about it? Stop making trouble. Okay, everyone go back. I'm not that fragile yet." What he is worried about now is not the appearance of assassins in the palace, but Madame Mingzhu and Concubine Hu both left with a purpose this time. How could they leave just because of his words? Madame Mingzhu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, are you worried about General Ji Wuye?" King Han sighed and said, "Yes, Ji Wuye was the great general of Han State after all. I cannot rest easy knowing that he was killed just like that. No matter who the murderer is, I must find him and tear him into pieces." As he said this, he hammered the armrest of the throne hard, looking as if he was gritting his teeth. But just after she finished speaking, Madame Mingzhu immediately shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, the man who killed Ji Wuye may not only not be killed, but may even be rewarded." Lady Hu stood aside and watched with great interest, already having some guesses in her mind. Although she didn't know the details of what happened, she could guess some of it. King Han snorted coldly and said, "How can I possibly reward such a traitor?" Madame Mingzhu continued to say seductively, "This traitor could be Ji Wuye." King Han frowned. "What do you mean?" Lady Hu immediately said, "Your Majesty, think about it. The Crown Prince encountered kidnappers last night. Ji Wuye transferred the Imperial Guard away, and then the assassins came immediately. Why is it such a coincidence? Also, how did Ji Wuye know that the prince encountered kidnappers? Since you knew that, why didn't you go and rescue the prince immediately, instead of coming here to transfer the Imperial Guards?" Chapter 100. Of course, I refused with all my heart. King Han glanced at Lady Hu next to him, then looked at Madame Mingzhu with a strange expression and said, "Do you also think, like Lady Hu, that the general is behind this?" Madame Mingzhu's expression suddenly froze on her face. Also, what does that mean? Lady Hu on the side laughed and said, "Oh my, I didn't expect that my sister also thought so. I thought I was the only one who thought so." Mrs. Mingzhu now understood why she appeared here at this time. It seems that not only is his goal the same as mine, but he's even one step ahead of me. Madame Mingzhu looked at her deeply. There was something wrong with this woman. Why do you care so much about my master's affairs? This is my mission. It's not my feeling, but this matter, I'm afraid Ji Wuye is indeed plotting against me. I felt something strange last night, so I asked the commander who followed him out of the city. And these commanders all said the same thing. Ji Wuye took them for a leisurely stroll in the city last night. It didn't seem like they were going to rescue people, but rather they were just strolling around the city. I think he is just buying time for the assassins. King Han's face darkened, and he clenched his fists and asked, "Is this true?" Madame Mingzhu nodded and said, "I dare not deceive the king. You will know the answer as soon as you ask." Lady Hu also fanned the flames, saying, "Besides, does it take so many people to save the Prince? Ji Wuye has almost transferred tens of thousands of troops, leaving the palace empty. I think he is just creating an opportunity." The King of Han was not a complete fool. He understood what they meant and noticed many doubts in this matter. "You mean the assassins in the palace last night were all sent by Ji Wuye to assassinate me?" Both of them nodded. "Of course it is certain. After all, if Chen Mo had not intervened in this matter yesterday, King Han's body would have rotted by now. As the person involved, how could she not be sure?" When King Han recalled it, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. "So, the general wants to rebel," he murmured to himself. "Impossible, impossible. After all, the general is a minister of my country with great military achievements, and I have been very kind to him. Why would he do such a thing?" The two of them rolled their eyes immediately. He is worthy of being the confused king who can make Ji Wuye play around in circles. He still hasn't figured it out? "Of course I want to kill you and become the king of Han myself." Lady Hu sighed and said, "Your Majesty, it is precisely because Ji Wuye is already second only to the emperor that he wants to take the opportunity to move up a level. Besides, this person is narrow-minded. The king just punished him before, so he might be holding a grudge. In addition, he has long had evil intentions, so it is only natural for him to do this." Madame Mingzhu echoed the sentiment. This man has already extended his hand to every aspect. Which official in the court is not afraid of him? Just ask and you will know. This behavior shows that they no longer take the king seriously and are planning to replace him at any time. The officials on Yimu's side are now all controlled by Madame Mingzhu, so she lets them say whatever they want. Seeing the increasingly murderous aura of the King of Han, Madame Mingzhu immediately encouraged him. "Your Majesty knows that I have an extraordinary memory and can remember everything I see. Do you know what I found among the bodies of those assassins?" "What?" Madame Mingzhu became serious, pursed her bright lips, and said word by word, "Ji Wuye's retainer, Fu Yi. This person is also the 100 Birds killer, so Madame Mingzhu certainly knows him." The King of Han stood up suddenly, but because he was too old and had no strength, he fell back down. Madame Mingzhu looked at Lady Hu and asked, "Why don't you go over and help her?" Lady Hu was unmoved and glanced back. "Why don't you go?" The two of them just stood there, winking at each other. Before they could come to a conclusion through eye contact, the King of Han had already sat firmly in his seat. He took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, "Is this true?" "Absolutely," Madame Mingzhu said solemnly. "When I left the palace to visit my relatives before, the guards were arranged by Ji Wuye. Fu Yirong was among them. I remember it clearly. What a great Ji Wuye!" King Han had already believed about 70 of what the two men said at this point. He was clutching the armrest, gasping for breath, with murderous intent already rising in his heart. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince want to see you." Concubine Hu and Madame Mingzhu looked at each other, and they knew the motives of these two people appearing at this time. "Prince, why are you coming to me instead of resting at home?" "Forget it. I just happen to have something to ask him. Let him in." The King of Han was very angry at the moment. If Ji Wuye rebelled, the Crown Prince would be in trouble as well. As soon as he entered the door, King Han heard a wailing sound. "Father, father, I almost didn't see you anymore." The Prince of Han rushed in from the door and threw himself at the feet of the King of Han, hugged his thighs, and began to cry and howl. This made Han Fei, who was standing by, a little embarrassed. "It makes you feel happy, not sad. Han Fei has met the two beauties." Beauty is not a name for appearance, but a title similar to the imperial concubine in later generations. Han Fei saw the two of them, and combined with the king of Han's expression at the moment, it was not difficult to guess what they had just said. It seems that the gentleman was not lying. Madame Mingzhu actually sided with them. Han Fei's farabiat sudanli akshalarata. Could it be that this was a god descending to earth? It was unbelievable that he could even pull the absolute top leaders like the four evils of night to his side. What, say it again? Before Han Fei could finish his wild thoughts, the king of Han, who had heard the prince's words, suddenly roared in anger. Prince Han knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Ji Wuya came to me last night to try to persuade me to rebel. He also said that everything is ready except for the east wind. As soon as my father dies, he will immediately arrange for his son to ascend the throne. How could I possibly do such a thing? Of course I will righteously refuse. I wanted to come back and report to my father immediately, but Ji Wuya was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he arranged for someone to assassinate me on the road. Your Majesty, I almost didn't see you, my father. At this moment, the fat on King Han's body began to tremble like sieve bran. Ji Wuya, great. What a great Ji Wuya. Prince Han said quickly, if it weren't for my ninth brother leading people to bring them here, I'm afraid I would be dead. King Han immediately looked at Han Fei and asked in a deep voice, how did you know that Ji Wuya wanted to murder the prince? Chapter 101, I'll take your last name. Han Fei immediately said, of course I don't have this ability. It was a good friend of mine who possessed unfathomable abilities. He knew everything about astronomy and geography and was very good at making calculations. It was he who figured out the conspiracy and informed me in advance, so he asked me to support him. King Han frowned and asked, how could such a god exist in the world? Lady Hu's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, so, this person seems to have made the greatest contribution in this matter. Han Fei nodded and said with a smile, that's right. At least in my opinion, this matter is inseparable from him. Madame Mingzhu immediately looked up and down at Lady Hu with curiosity. Why is this guy so excited? I'm not even happy for my master yet. But she was not willing to be left behind, and immediately said to King Han, Your Majesty, this kind of god must be rewarded generously. Don't let him feel disappointed. Lady Hu looked at him with charming eyes and said, Yes, how about Your Majesty letting him serve as an official in the court? Madame Mingzhu immediately said, That's not enough. He solved Ji Wuya's conspiracy to rebel and save the prince. I think he should be given a title at least. She turned her head to look at the prince and said with a sweet breath, How about it? Your Highness, what do you think? After all, this is your savior. Are you, Miss Hu, the only one who would take credit for it? I, Mingzhu, can do the same and even take greater credit and involve the prince in it. She spoke to the prince who was crying happily, but who knew that he was so excited at the moment that he couldn't respond to her at all. Madame Mingzhu gritted her teeth and secretly kicked the prince a few times while King Han was not paying attention. King Han did not know Mingzhu's identity, but the crown prince did. No one dared to provoke her. After being reminded, he responded continuously. Lady Hu rolled her eyes, clapped her hands, and said happily, It's a good thing that Ji Wuya is dead, otherwise we could just give him the position of general. I think such a genius would be able to perform well even if he was leading troops in battle. Han Fei listened to their boasting and felt the corners of his mouth twitching. No, I just want to take credit for it. Aren't you two working so hard? After driving away the two beauties who had been chattering in his ears, King Han became a little puzzled. It's strange. Why are these two beauties suddenly so concerned about this matter? You don't even know him, so why are you speaking up for him? Lao Jiu might have deliberately exaggerated the facts for the sake of his own talent. What are you two making fun of? I really can't understand it. After the two men walked out, a cold wind suddenly blew into the palace, causing King Han's fat body to tremble. He touched his head and said to the maid, Help me find a hat. The weather is getting cold. I should wear a hat. By the way, take two. I want to take turns. On the wide road of the Han Palace, two stunning figures walk side by side. One is extremely charming, the other has seductive eyes, and both are experts in the art of seduction. Behind the two men was a group of beautiful palace maids. But in front of the two people, they suddenly pale in comparison. They are like the sun among the stars, making everything around them pale in comparison. It seems that lady who has a very close relationship with the master. She seems to care about him more than I do. Madame Mingzhu secretly glanced at the palace maids behind her and after making sure that they couldn't hear her, she immediately started to speak in a sarcastic tone. She really couldn't have imagined that Lady Hu, this slutty vixen, had actually run to King Han's palace to help earlier than herself. After all, the last time Chinamo brought the vixen Miss Hu over, it was just to threaten her. He didn't see how deep their relationship was. What Madame Mingzhu couldn't understand was why Lady Hu, who usually didn't fight for anything, suddenly joined forces with Chinamo this time and started to deal with Yimu together with Chinamo. Your master is also my friend. Since he is my friend, I must pay attention to him. Lady Hu responded nonchalantly with a smile on her face. Your master, my friend, you, Madame Mingzhu, are now lower than me. Madame Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, understood the meaning of her words, and said with a strange smile, Oh, friend, I don't believe it. Friends can be intimate with each other, but why was I carried around by someone yesterday? Lady Hu blinked her eyes and said with a smile, What else? Trying to trick me? That's hilarious. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes, so who is dumber than who? Do you want to know if I'm having an affair with my husband, so that you can use it as evidence to threaten me? What's on your mind? Don't say there isn't one. Even if there is, you can't know about it. Having finally caught Madame Mingzhu's handle, concubine who would certainly not be stupid enough to give it away, Madame Mingzhu gritted her teeth in hatred. This slutty vixen is actually quite smart. Oh my, Mingzhu, you'd better be obedient and don't have any bad ideas, otherwise. Lady Hu stopped and gave a meaningful smile. How else? Madame Mingzhu had a blank expression on her face, but in her heart she wished she could bite this vixen to death. She just didn't believe that concubine who would really tell King Han about her affairs. After all, once it gets out, it will affect Shinmo's chances. Even if they have some relationship, this slutty vixen will not have an easy time then. Lady Hu smiled, not caring about Madame Mingzhu's resistance at all, and moved closer to her peerless face. She stood beside Mingzhu's ear, her red lips gently opened and closed as she spoke. Otherwise, I will let your master spank you. Madame Mingzhu was stunned. She had thought of many ways to threaten herself, but she had never thought of such words. Before she could come to her senses, she felt someone touching her buttocks twice. Immediately afterwards, Lady Hu's charming voice rang out. Oh my, that's really good. I think your master must like this kind of punishment very much. Seeing Madame Mingzhu's extremely excited look, Lady Hu suddenly felt in a good mood. He returned to his bedroom with a series of giggles. Mrs. Mingzhu was about to bite her teeth to pieces at this moment. Not only did this slutty vixen threaten her, she even dared to tease her. Just wait. If I don't let you crawl down and lick my feet when there's a chance, I'll take your last name. Now the grudge between the two of them has become deeper and deeper. Lady Hu now relies on her relationship with Chun Mo and completely ignores her. With the whispering of Madame Mingzhu and concubine Hu and the testimony of Han Fei and the Crown Prince, Ji Wuye was finally labeled a traitor. And just as Chun Mo thought, Han Fei became the greatest contributor. As for Chun Mo, the manipulator behind the scenes, King Han did not mention a word. How did Chapter 102 come out? Although Han Fei repeatedly emphasized Chun Mo's contributions, the King of Han remained unmoved. After all, he had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. He just thought that Han Fei wanted to take the opportunity to bring his own people into the core of the court. But Han Fei really had no ulterior motive. He just wanted the King of Han to use Chun Mo. In recent times, he has been completely convinced by Chun Mo. If such a godlike person can help South Korea, his contribution will be equivalent to that of Tenji Wuye. The key point is that he can see that Chun Mo is the kind of person who lives a carefree life and has no greed for power. If it weren't for his wife, I'm afraid he wouldn't even interfere in what happened between him and Yimu this time. But what worries Han Fei the most now is the king of Hansdyke. He knew that King Han was not defending against Chun Mo at all. He and Chun Mo didn't even know each other, so why would he be on guard for no reason? His ultimate goal is still his own son. King Han was well aware that the prince's abilities were limited, and now that Ji Wuye was dead, the prince's foundation seemed very weak. He began to worry that he would replace the crown prince. This would not make anyone feel good. After all, they're all your sons. It's okay for you to favor one over the other, but the key point is that I really considered the country, but this is the treatment I got in return. I must be a little disheartened. However, the situation on the Qin side was completely opposite to that of the King of Han. Lu Buwei was also extremely shocked when he learned the news that Ji Wuye had died. After learning that it was an organization called Lu Sha that killed Ji Wuye, he was completely confused. It is so exaggerated that a small organization that has never been heard of before can actually kill the Night Shadow, who is so powerful in South Korea. This Ji Wuya is such a waste. Lu Buwei's face was gloomy, and he slammed the table heavily. Now that Ji Wuya is dead, the cooperation between him and Yi Mu is of course over. What on earth is this quicksand? Have you figured out? These days he has been trying his best to find out the news about Lu Sha. It is not good news that an organization suddenly appears and is no match for Night. If we allow them to continue developing silently, won't Luo Wang and the others be wiped out in a while? Lu Buwei had been in business all his life and knew very well what potential risks were. We found out that they are active in the Xinjiang area. Lu Buwei knocked on the table and said, "Go on." Then Yinri glared at him and nothing happened. "Speak." "No more." Lu Buwei was stunned. "What do you mean by gone?" It's gone, it's gone. How many people are there on the other side? How big? How many experts? Where is the headquarters? Who is the leader? None of you know anything." When he spoke the following part, Lu Buwei almost roared. At this time, beads of sweat appeared on Yinri's face under the mask. These questions are simply a torture to their souls. If Lu Sha hadn't killed Ji Wuya and exposed the situation, they wouldn't even know about the existence of this organization. But the other party is simply silent, but will make a big splash. As soon as he came out, he swept away Yi Mu, who was omnipotent in South Korea, and killed Ji Wuya, who was the most powerful man in South Korea and second only to the emperor. Lu Buwei felt like he was about to die of anger. Are all the people under you useless? With such a huge network, they can't even find out the situation of a small organization? Check. Lu Buwei stared at Yinri coldly. I don't care what methods you use or how many resources you mobilize. You must find out the quicksand thoroughly. I want to know how this thing came about. I'm telling you, I need to know how many bowls of rice and sips of water they eat every day. Mobilize all the people in Korea. I don't believe we can't find out anything. It's really weird. An organization that can kill Yi Mu and Ji Wuya must be a large organization, even if it develops secretly. To be able to reach this scale, there must be numerous clues in the outside world. I don't believe that there is no trace of you among so many people. At this time, Lu Buwei was so confused by the sudden appearance of quicksand that he lost his appetite. But on the distant shores of the Sanghe Sea, some people were also unable to sit still. Uncle Master, Junior Brother Han, Fei, sent someone from Korea to deliver something that will have a significant impact on us, and asked me to hand it over to you. Outside Xiaoshenxian Manor, an elegant middle-aged man was holding something in his hand. This is the important place of Xiaoshenxian's. Even he Fun Yin cannot enter casually. The only person who was qualified to stay there all year round was Master Sun, the master of Confucianism. The library is filled with sacred texts by ancient sages. No one can be held responsible whether they are damaged or lost. If you want to borrow it, you must have Master Sun's permission. Squeak. The door of the library opened silently, but there was no one at the door. Fun Yin had long been accustomed to this. Master Sun's methods are mysterious and unpredictable, but he is as famous as Giguzi. The thing in his hand actually floated into the study automatically, and the door of the study closed automatically with a bang. Fun Yin touched his head and retreated angrily. Master Sun had a strange temper, and no one in this small sage village had not been scolded by him. It would be strange if he had a good attitude when I disturbed him while he was reading. Fun Yin had just turned around and walked a few steps when he was suddenly frightened by a pair of wide-open eyes in front of him and took 3 steps back. Uncle, sure, why did you come out? The door of the study behind him was tightly closed, and with Fun Yin's strength, he couldn't even hear a single sound. I'm asking you, where did this thing come from? Tell me now. Master Sun stared at Fun Yin with a burning gaze, as if he was ready to take action in the next second. Fun Yin dared not delay and immediately repeated. This was sent by Junior Brother Han Fei from South Korea, who said he must hand it over to you. When the thing was delivered, it was in a box, and he didn't even know what was inside. It was not until now that Master Sun held it up in his hand and asked him that he could see it clearly. There are 2 thin white things. There were densely written words on it. Is this cloth? But it doesn't look like cloth at all. Before Fun Yin could finish thinking, Master Sun continued. Where is the person who delivered the things now? Fun Yin pointed outside and said, He left. He sent it here and left. Uncle Master, if you are looking for him, I will go right away. Before he could finish speaking, Master Sun's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. Fun Yin stopped and complained, Well, It will be faster if you do it yourself. Chapter 103. This thing is called paper. At this moment, Fun Yin was extremely curious about what was written on it that could make Master Sun lose his composure like this. He walked out while thinking. As soon as I walked out of the archway, I was frightened back by a pair of big eyes like copper bells. He patted his pounding heart to slow it down, then said, "Master, are you back? Or did you fail to catch up with the person?" There were streams of air coming out of Master Sun's nostrils. The whole old face of the man was stretched out like a donkey's face at this moment, and his expression looked particularly solemn. "I have to go to Korea. No one is allowed to enter the library before I come back." These words scared Fun Yin. You have to know that over the years, Master Sun has not left Xia Shengxianzhuang, and he has only rarely come out of the library. The only few times he went to the palace were when he was invited by the Queen Mother of Qi. However, now he actually said he wanted to go to Korea. How shocking it is. Could it be that junior brother Han, Fei, has encountered some difficulties? Then I am willing to go with Uncle Master. This is the only possibility Fun Yin can think of. Han Fei is one of the only two disciples of Master Sun now. Maybe he has encountered some crisis and came to seek help. There was a gleam of light in Master Sun's old eyes. If Fun Yin dared to look directly at it at this moment, he might be able to discover the excitement contained in it. "No, you stay. This matter is of great importance. I must go there in person. When I come back, this will be my chance for Confucianism to take off. This kind of divine object will surely make Confucianism flourish again and benefit countless Confucian disciples." Master Sun was muttering in a mysterious way, leaving Fun Yin feeling confused. Then he took a step forward, and each step was more than 10 feet long. At this time, Fun Yin was completely puzzled and had no idea what it was. A divine object? What on earth could make Master Uncle lose his composure like this? However, he still obeyed Master Sun's instructions, went back, closed the door of the study, and locked it. No one is allowed to enter during the time when Master Sun is away. After all, if it is damaged, it will be blamed on him, and he cannot bear such responsibility. A few days later, several more stores suddenly appeared in Xinjiang, South Korea. Several servants were waving fan-like objects in their hands, making rustling sounds. Come and see. Come and see. The teacher from Zilong Xian has published a book. Here comes the follow-up story of the gentleman. The boy's timing for hawking his wares was just right. It was low tide at this time. This is also a prosperous area, and many of the people coming and going are merchants and nobles. Many people have been attracted to Zilangxuan and are obsessed with what happened next. Now, this shout immediately attracted them over. "Mr. Zilangxuan, come to think of it, it seems like I haven't heard that gentleman tell stories for a long time. Let's go and have a look. They said that the master has been writing seal characters recently, right? It can't be in the bamboo tube. Go buy one quickly. If it is, the quantity will probably not be much." When the crowd entered in groups, they only saw several neatly arranged rows of bookshelves with many square objects placed on them, but there was no bamboo tube as they had imagined. "Shopkeeper, where is the scroll with the follow-up story?" The shopkeeper quickly walked forward with a smile on his face, then pulled out a book from the shelf and opened it. "Look, sir, it's right here." Everyone gathered around and began to look through the contents. After reading for a while, they found that it was exactly the same story Chun and Mo had told before, and it just connected the story that was disconnected before. Ha! Now I can finally know the sequel to the story. Just as everyone was watching with great interest, a majestic voice suddenly came from behind. "Humph! As an official of the imperial court, you actually gathered here and yelled. How can you be so disrespectful?" When they heard this, several people frowned. Since they knew we were officials, why did they come to meddle in other people's business? It seems that today I have to let you know about the big and small kings, and let you know why the flowers are so red. What a fool. I want to see you, Prime Minister. The official, who was about to curse and threaten, was suddenly startled when he turned around. The person who spoke was none other than the current Prime Minister. It would have been fine before, but with Ji Wuye in power, the Prime Minister's own position was in jeopardy. But now that Ji Wuye is dead, the Prime Minister's status has become even higher. The Prime Minister snorted coldly and said, "Why don't you go to your own government office and take up your post?" Several people put down the books in their hands and ran out in shame. When the Prime Minister saw that they had all left, he was about to leave as well, but suddenly a gust of wind blew and blew the books on the table open. He frowned, picked up the book, and looked at it. This is quite extraordinary at first glance. I saw that the book was filled with words with at least 100 words on one side alone. This is probably all there is to a set of bamboo tubes. However, when this thin thing is sewn together, it actually adds up to hundreds of pages. The Prime Minister took a deep breath. How many words are there on these? He looked at the trembling shopkeeper beside him and said in a gentle tone, "Shopkeeper, what is this?" Reply to the Prime Minister. "This is the storyteller's story told by Mr. Zilan Xian." "I didn't ask you that. I was talking about the material of the writing." The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "This thing is called paper. Not only is it convenient to write on, but most importantly, it is thin and light, and the price is very cheap." The Prime Minister was stunned. It is light, convenient, and cheap. Compared with bamboo tubes, its advantages are more than 100 or 1,000 times. If we can use this thing to directly replace bamboo tubes in the future, wouldn't it be far better than cloth? People in different positions look at things from different perspectives. Ordinary officials only saw interesting stories, but he saw the truly valuable things at a glance. Similarly, in the Qin state, another person of noble status also discovered an astonishing phenomenon from another perspective. In the Xianying Palace, there were 2 thick books placed in front of Ingzheng. This was brought from outside when I was on an incognito visit. Although he is the king, many things are now handled by Lu Buwei, so he, as the king, has a lot of free time. Therefore, he would take his guards out for a walk from time to time. He discovered this new gadget on the street today. He opened the book and read it for a while, then suddenly said, "Ganya, come and help me." He pointed at the handwriting on the book and said, "Why do I always feel that the handwriting is exactly the same? Is this my illusion? Or is it true?" Chapter 104, Don't Break It. Nowadays, words are all written or engraved by hand one by one. It can be said that there are no 2 words in this world that are exactly the same. But now Ingzheng sat here and looked left and right, but he couldn't see any difference in the fonts of the 2 books. Whether it is size, arrangement, or handwriting, they are exactly the same. This is simply unbelievable. No matter how steady your hands are, there should always be some difference. Besides, when we buy books today, the number is often more than 100. If this were written, I'm afraid it would tire countless people to death. If this was written one by hand, it would be a miracle. Upon hearing this, Ganya walked forward and examined it. Then he said confidently, "Yes, exactly the same. There is no difference." He is a swordsman and has a natural ability to distinguish these subtle things. However, through his glasses, the handwriting on these books was indistinguishable. There is no difference in the starting point, end point, and even trajectory of each one. As precise as a swordsman practicing his sword skills. Ingzheng took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at him, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Do you think this is possible?" He kept flipping through the book in his hands, as if he was a little crazy. The rustling sound of books continued to ring out. Every word and every stroke here are exactly the same. Ganya was silent, then said, "This is impossible unless..." Ingzheng tapped the table with his fingertips, then said firmly, "Unless it was not written by a human. But if it's not a person, what could be written on it?" There's also this thing called paper. I have counted it, and the things on this piece of paper alone are worth more than a scroll. And the contents of this thick volume are almost incalculable. Unbelievable, unbelievable. If this is a bamboo slip record, my desk wouldn't even be able to hold it. But now it's just this small piece. Who on earth created this? Ingzheng marveled at the contents and began to read them. The emergence of paper immediately caused a sensation in various countries. After all, there's still many knowledgeable people, not to mention that the advantages of paper are so obvious. This thing is much cheaper than bamboo slips, and almost everyone could think of it. So what would it look like if this thing were used to replace the bamboo tube? As soon as this idea came up, many paper shops began to spring up everywhere like mushrooms after a rain. As soon as these papers came out, they were snapped up by countless people. Everyone then discovered that this thing was not only convenient, but also had other advantages. After writing with pen and ink, not only does the ink dry quickly, but it is also extremely convenient to write with. You can write horizontally, vertically, or upside down. Anything is fine. It is much more convenient than writing on bamboo slips. The key is that it is also very convenient to carry. After the ink dries, it feels as light as a feather when held in the arms. In an instant, the method of recording and transmitting text in bamboo tubes was almost abandoned, and everyone began to use this light and durable device. Just like with full-screen smartphones, no one wants to use the old brick-like Nokia anymore. In the several stores that Xinu tried to open, The paper stock was immediately sold out. The price of paper is not high, and compared with bamboo tubes, the cost is even lower. The profits from just half a month brought Lu Sha a considerable income. This is still in the trial sales stage. If we wait until all 7 countries become popular, we will make so much money that we won't be able to count it. At the same time, people are also full of curiosity about the creator behind it. Who on earth could have created such a convenient thing? It is hard to imagine that humans could have come up with such a brilliant idea. And how is this thing called paper made? Just looking at its appearance, I have no idea at all, and I can't even guess what the material is. I'm afraid they would never know that the raw materials of this magical item are actually bamboo trees that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Even some tattered hemp ropes and some miscellaneous garbage can be made into such light and easy-to-use white paper. While people in the world were marveling at and studying paper, Chinamo, the man behind the scene, was also studying things. It's just that what he studies is a little different. This is a sharp weapon that is invisible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the cleaning today, Jingwei would have found the Hongguang sword that Chan Mo had thrown out earlier. Both of them would have forgotten about this thing. This is quite a shocking thing in the eyes of the whole world. Even Lu Buwei couldn't be so extravagant. The Hongguang sword is a famous sword in the world. It was actually thrown into the corner like garbage. I'm afraid even the sword spirit would cry. Chinamo was in the yard, holding the Hongguang sword and looking from all angles. The sword of light is an invisible object in a sense, and it only appears vaguely under the light. But it was nothing in Chinmo's consciousness. As long as he wanted to see, everything would be visible. Yin Lingji sat on the top of the wall, swinging her legs and looking at Chinmo with her head tilted in confusion. This guy has been studying this broken sword for a long time. He said you hold this thing and just look at it. What can you see? Your wife is the same. She was so bored that she sat with you for the whole afternoon and watched this unclear thing with him? I can't understand. I can't understand. What's so good about this thing? What are you curious about? Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Lingji jumped down from the wall and asked, "The material of this sword is very special. Don't you feel it?" Chun Mo brushed his fingers across the sword and spoke softly. This kind of transparent sword body is truly unique in this world. This kind of material does not seem to be something that can be synthesized artificially today. So it is no wonder that it has become a famous sword. Oh, I see. What did you research? Yin Lingji spoke extremely ruthless words with a serious expression. No. Chinamo shook his head, being very honest. But it is precisely because we cannot figure it out that we have to continue to study it carefully. If we have to give up when we encounter hardship, then we might as well just lie down. Yin Lingji curled her lips, then stretched out her hand to snatch the Hongguang sword. Then I'll help you study it and see if there's anything special about it. Give it to me. Chun Mo spread his hands, fearing that this idiot would hurt himself. So he put them directly into her hands. Take your time to study it. Don't mess with it or burn it. My wife and I are going to cook. Don't ruin it. Chapter 105. You really think I'm all-knowing and all-powerful? Yin Lingji blinked her watery eyes and nodded. Go ahead. Go ahead. I won't let you ruin it. Chinamo didn't say much. He just got up and left. Anyway, this place is within the coverage of his spiritual sense, so I will just pay attention to it later. But he had only taken a few steps when he froze in place, because an exceptionally crisp sound came from behind. Chinamo turned his head slowly like a robot, while Yin Lingji sat there, staring with innocent eyes. She held the hilt of the sword in one hand and the blade in the other. The atmosphere suddenly became oddly quiet. Well, I say, if I didn't do it on purpose, you wouldn't believe it, would you? The corners of Yin Lingji's mouth twitched, and she was speechless. Who would have thought that this thing was so fragile? She just twisted it a few times, and the hilt came off. It's really weird. Chinamo had been fiddling with it for a whole day, and it was fine, but why did it break as soon as it came into her hands? Was this guy setting a trap for her? Chinamo looked at her speechlessly for a while, then shook his head and said, "It's okay. You're not hurt. It's just a strange toy." Yin Lingji only felt her little heart suddenly jump up 3 feet high. Such a valuable thing was broken by her, but this guy not only did not blame her, he even cared about whether she was hurt or not, which touched even someone like her. As for the so-called strangeness, it was just to comfort her, right? After all, these are among the 10 famous swords. Whoever holds them would probably treat them as rare treasures and keep them well. Really? Chun Mo grinned and said, "Of course, if you don't fix this toy, I will beat you to death." Yin Lingji, I was really touched for nothing. She gritted her teeth and aligned the hilt with the sword, not caring whether it was inserted or not, and threw it directly into Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo didn't even reach out to take it. Jingwei, who was standing by, stared in amazement as the transparent sword body slowly slid out from the hilt under the light of the sunset, and then fell to the ground with a clang. But then there was another crisp, jingling sound, and an emerald green object actually fell out of the hilt, which was particularly eye-catching in the transparent world. Yin Lingji's eyes suddenly lit up. What is this thing? If it falls out of here, it must be something special. He lifted the hilt of the sword with his other hand, put it directly to his eyes, and began to look inside to see what was inside. Jingwei walked over, squatted down, picked up the thing, and handed it to Chen Mo. Husband, this thing looks like a piece of jade. Chen Montauk nodded. He had seen it too. What fell out from the hilt was a piece of emerald green jade the size of a little finger. What is it? Let me see it too. Yin Lingji put down the hilt of the sword, no longer feeling guilty. She even looked very proud and came up to Chen Mo and looked at him curiously. Hey, there's something engraved on it. Yin Wuji, what does it mean? The sharp-eyed Yin Lingji immediately noticed the 3 words engraved on it, and Chen Mo was shocked. The 7 stars of Azure Dragon. The other 2 immediately looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Chen Mo stroked the jade in his hand, feeling extremely emotional in his heart. This is something extraordinary. 7 stars, 7 countries, 7 secrets. It is said that whoever can master the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon will have the power to control the world. The secrets of the Blue Dragon and the 7 stars were divided into 7 boxes and hidden in 7 countries. Only members of the royal family could see them. The 7 stars of the Azure Dragon are also known as the 7 stars of the East. Jiao, Kong, Di, Feng, Xen, Wei, and Ji are the Azure Dragon's horns, throat, front feet, chest, heart, tail, and the whirlwind formed by the swinging of the dragon's tail. It represents the attributes of wood, metal, earth, sun, moon, fire, and water. But why is this thing in the hilt of the nameless sword? Jingwei took the jade piece from Chen Mo. Since it is a secret belonging to the 7 kingdoms, shouldn't it be in the hands of the heirs of the 7 kingdoms? Wu Ming is the most powerful person in the Wei Kingdom. The Han Guang's sword may be the safest in the hands of a master like him. Even he himself didn't know there was such a secret hidden in it. He just used this sword simply. The former king of Wei may have only told this secret to Wei Wuji, but after Wei Wuji's death, I think no one in Wei knew this secret anymore. Yin Lingji pinched her fair chin with her slender jade hands and looked at Chen Mo thoughtfully. Then how did you know? After all, no one in the entire Wei Kingdom knows about it now. She always felt that Chen Mo was an extremely mysterious guy, as if he knew everything. Although he said that he knew a little about the world, but after so long, Yin Lingji didn't find anything he didn't know. He knew that Ji Wuye was plotting a rebellion. He actually knew this secret, which was only known to the royal families of various countries, or even had been lost by some royal families. Even I am. He knows everything. What kind of things does he not know? Is this called knowing a little? Chen Mo sensed her doubts and immediately smiled and said, if you are willing to use your brain, maybe you can guess it. My wife killed Wei Wuji, and I killed Wu Ming. If the king of Wei knew this news, even if he didn't know who killed the person for the time being, he wouldn't have remained motionless until now. He would have to have some corresponding reaction. The former king of Wei did not tell him, but he could not let the secret be lost. I think he could only tell the news to Wei Wuji, who he thought was more talented. It's not that whoever inherits the throne will get to know the secret, but whoever has the greatest hope of cracking the secret will be qualified to know it. Yin Lingji now understood that this guy was just indirectly saying that she was stupid. What is the secret of the Blue Dragon's 7 stars? Do you know this too? Chen Mo shook his head and spread his hands, saying, I don't know. I really don't know about this. Who knew that Yin Lingji would glance at him a few times, snorted, and turned her head away. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Who cares about your secret? Who are you guarding against here? Chen Montauk. Damn it. You really think I'm omniscient and omnipotent? Jingwei returned the jade block to Chen Mo and said solemnly, since this thing is so important, it is safer to leave it in your husband's hands. If you can crack the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, you can control the world. How great is the temptation? However, this secret has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has cracked it until now, which shows how difficult it is. All 7 countries have mastered some of the secrets, but obviously no one is willing to share their secrets with others. Chapter 106, What If I Win? Now that the matter has been made clear, let's each go about our own business. Jingwei returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Yin Lingji continued to repair the Han Guang's sword that she had broken. Chinamo took out a red rope from the house, fiddled with it for a long time, then went to the kitchen and stood next to Jingwei. "Ma'am, I'll give you a little treat." While busying himself, Jingwei said with a smile, "Why are you giving me something again? Wait a minute. Wait until I'm done." "It's okay. You do your thing. I won't delay you. Look up. I'll help you put it on." Chinamo smiled, put his arms around her from behind, and tied the red rope around her fair neck. Jingwei looked down and was immediately surprised. "Oh my God. Why did you put this thing on me? Such an important thing should not be kept by you." On the red rope, there was actually a dazzling emerald green pendant hanging quietly on Jingwei's chest. "It's just a little thing. What could be more important than your wife?" The reason why a secret is a secret is because no one knows it. Now that the inheritance of the Wei Kingdom has been cut off, no one will cause trouble. "I think this piece of jade is quite beautiful. It looks good on you, madam." Jingwei put down the thing in his hand and picked it up with his hands in surprise. "Are you really giving it to me?" Chinamo put his arms around her waist from behind and put his chin on her shoulder. "Of course." Seeing Jingwei turning her head, Chinamo immediately shamelessly leaned over and began to kiss that tempting cherry mouth. After a passionate kiss, he finally let go, then said with a sly smile, "I'll help you put it in there. Don't let it get dirty with the fumes." As he spoke, he was about to reach out to unbutton Jingwei's collar. Jingwei spat and quickly slapped his troublesome hand away. "Get out of the way. There are people outside. I'll let them go myself. Stop making trouble." "Will you put it in? If you put it in, you can't get it out." Jingwei, am not that stupid." Outside the door, Yin Lingji cautiously leaned her head inside and just happened to see the scene of Chun Mo hugging Jingwei and kissing him passionately. She shuddered and retracted her head. "Oh my God, these two people are so corny, day after day. Xinjiang City seems to be more lively than before. I heard that this time it was the state of Zhao that came to relieve the worries and to perform the Wushan meeting. This news attracted many people to come and watch the fun. However, at this time, a team of fully armed guards rushed into the crowd, violently pushed them away, and soon formed a unique passage. This action naturally made the people around dissatisfied. What are you doing? What are you pushing? Why do you push people away and stop them from leaving this as your road? Who is this person? He puts on such a grand show, thinking he is so great. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't you want to kill yourself? Can't you see that these people are holding knives? Fuck, how can you come here with a knife? I'm holding a gun. Who doesn't have a knife as a bodyguard? You're trying to scare anyone by pretending to be a human. These are the palace guards. Oh my, I was wondering why he was so extraordinary and miraculous. So this is how it is. Hundreds of guards, wearing thick armor and holding weapons in their hands, stood in front of the crowd like a pile of walls. Everyone looked around with curiosity. Who on earth is this big shot that comes with such a grand ceremony? Just as there were constant discussions, 2 luxurious carriages were slowly approaching. The road was not wide, so the carriages stopped one after another at the intersection. At the same time, the tightly covered curtain was also lifted by the palace maid. 2 figures walked out. A red figure, charming, gorgeous, and enchanting. A glance from those fox-like, lively and charming eyes can make one's heart beat faster and make one's mouth dry. The other figure was wearing a purple palace skirt with a plump, mature, and sexy figure. Although those narrow eyes were also extremely beautiful, they were filled with contempt, as if looking at her any longer would dirty her eyes. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. "Oh my God, who is this? Why is she so pretty? My beautiful lady, if you look at me one more time, I will feel that my life is worth it. Hey, let me take another look at you. Do you know who these 2 are? Who is it? She's so pretty, like a fairy from heaven." Someone nearby immediately said, "These 2 are the favorite concubines of the King of Han. Be careful with your words, or you will die without knowing how." So it's them. No wonder they are so beautiful. Who says they aren't? These are all people on the beauty list. The discussion among the crowd suddenly stopped. The favorite concubine of the King of Han has such a noble status that people dare not even talk about them. No wonder so many guards cleared the way so violently. If these 2 got off the carriage, there might be some desperate pervert who would pounce on them. By then, Even if someone can breathe a few more breaths of spiritual energy, it will be a loss for these two. Sister Mingzhu, why don't you look very happy? Concubine Hu and Madame Mingzhu walked side by side in the passage formed by the Imperial Guards. Different from Madame Mingzhu's contemptuous and arrogant look, she always had a faint smile on her face, which made her look much friendlier. Humph, Miss Hu, don't think you can control me just because you have something on me. I came out this time just to see if this broken thing is really as good looking as you said. If it doesn't look good and you're wasting my time, don't blame me for turning my back on you. There was a hint of anger in Madame Mingzhu's tone. I was originally planning to have a good sleep in the palace, but this guy got crazy and insisted on bringing me out to watch a show. I don't like this stuff, so why do you force me to come out here? It's just a crappy play, full of babbling noises. What's so good about it? But unfortunately, she was being held captive after all, so she had to follow reluctantly. Believe me, when the time comes, I'll let you go, and maybe you won't want to leave. Lady Hu smiled, releasing an infinite charm. The people who were separated by the royal guards felt their mouths dry and their tongues parched. If the royal guards had not blocked them, they would have risked their lives to pounce on her and have a kiss. Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly. I don't believe this thing is really that powerful. Lady Hu said, in that case, how about we make a bet? What? Then let's make a bet. You won't want to leave. If I win, you can just call me sister. Mrs. Mingzhu narrowed her eyes. What if I win? Chapter 107. You are an elder. Lady Hu thought about it and immediately showed a charming smile. Then I will agree to a suitable request of yours. Mrs. Mingzhu immediately became interested. My legs are on me, so I can leave whenever I want. Right? It's stable this time. She sneered in her heart. Humph, you asked for this, little bitch. When the two princesses came out to watch the show, they naturally didn't have to squeeze together with ordinary people. There are also private rooms for the nobles on both sides of the stage. Not only is the privacy good, but the view is also wider. Concubine Hu and Madame Mingzhu went upstairs, surrounded by the Imperial Guards. The eyes of the people around them were fixed on them, unwilling to look away. Before entering the private room, the guards immediately ran over and pushed open the door to check. The sharp-eyed guards examined it for a long time and retreated only after making sure there was no problem. You guys stay outside and keep watch. Lady Hu smiled and looked at a palace maid. Just follow me in. It's better to lose the battle than the fight. You, Lady Hu, don't let anyone follow you, so I Mingzhu am afraid. Concubine Hu smiled secretly and left only the palace maid she had named to enter the private room. As soon as she entered, the palace maid immediately turned around and closed the door. Madame Mingzhu looked her over. Lady Hu is a good maid, very pretty. What's your name? The palace maid ignored her, glanced at her, and followed Concubine Hu. Mrs. Mingzhu was immediately angry and felt provoked. How dare a palace maid ignore my questions? He was about to scold the palace maid for not knowing the rules, but the next moment his face changed drastically. He knelt down on the ground all of a sudden. I am Mingzhu, your subordinate, and I pay my respects to the master. A layer of fine beads of sweat suddenly appeared on her smooth forehead. She lowered her head tremblingly, grabbing her gorgeous palace skirt with her hands. His attitude was also extremely humble and respectful, without any trace of the contempt and arrogance he showed outside. Well, get up. Chun Mo, who was sitting on the first seat, said lightly. Madame Mingzhu secretly looked up at him, then slowly stood up. Next to Chun Mo, there was a girl who looked particularly pretty and not very old. Madame Mingzhu pursed her lips and looked viciously at Lady Hu, who was sneering at the side. No wonder she dared to bet with me so confidently. It turned out that she was already sure of winning. However, what puzzled Madame Mingzhu was that so many guards came in to check just now. But why didn't they find that there were two living people here? The master's abilities are indeed unfathomable and cannot be guessed by myself. Madame Mingzhu became even more frightened. Mother! At this moment, the young girl stood up, ran towards the palace maid, and shouted crisply. Madame Mingzhu was stunned and began to look at the palace maid again. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. You're Mrs. Hu? Zhuasima Lu Yi is a staunch supporter of Yi Mu, and Madame Mingzhu, who controls the political power, also knows about his family. Meet the princess. The gentle and lovely Mrs. Hu immediately smiled at her and bowed. Madame Mingzhu had a million questions in her mind. Weren't you kidnapped? Lu Yi is looking for you everywhere in Xinjiang. How did you get into the palace? I was the one who kidnapped the person and sent him to the palace. Chun Mo's voice sounded slowly from the side. This time, The purpose of taking advantage of the opportunity to let concubine who bring concubine who out was also here. After all, it is not a good idea to let Mrs. Who stay in the palace forever. It was a good opportunity to use this opportunity of watching a play as an excuse to let her meet manhwa and see Mrs. Who off at the same time. You look a lot like your mother. What a beautiful child. I remember when your mother first brought you back, you were only this little, but now you become a big kid like this. Lady Who stretched out her hand to measure the size and looked at the mother and daughter in front of her with a smile. Nonyu immediately said sweetly, "You air greet Xiao." Before he could finish, Lady Who waved her hand. "Don't call me that. I'm so young. What should you call me?" Lady Who touched her fair and tender face and looked at Nonyu with expectation. Nonyu was suddenly confused. After thinking for a while, he tentatively asked, "Well, sister." When Lady Who heard this, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. "You is really sensible and well-behaved. Come here, let your sister take a good look at you." Mrs. Who standing by shook her head and sighed helplessly. "Really? Stop teasing me. How can you be an elder like this?" Lady Who curled her lips and reached out to pull off the bracelet on her wrist as a gift to manhwa. "Let's talk about our own things. She calls me sister, and I call you sister too." Mrs. Mingzhu didn't dare to participate at all, but instead started to help Chun Mo make tea. Who could have imagined that the princess who was so unattainable outside could only serve tea and water after entering this room? "I heard about what happened some time ago. It was well done." Chun Mo took a sip of tea and nodded. What he was talking about, of course, was what Madame Mingzhu had whispered in the King of Han's ear some time ago. Chun Mo did not instruct her to do this. It was entirely her own decision. This is good, which means that she has now truly begun to side with Chun Mo and started to consider them. Maybe I was forced to do it at the beginning. But now that she knows that Ji Wuye was killed by him and even became a traitor, if Madame Mingzhu is not stupid, she will probably completely side with him. What's more, she was still thinking about how to put herself on par with Lady Who in Chun Mo's heart. So naturally, she had to perform well. As long as you don't improve your status, you won't dare to deal with that slutty fox. Only with the master's trust can one take action. The three beauties, Lady Who, Madame Who, and Manhwa, gathered together. On Chun Mo's side, Madame Mingzhu was serving him obediently. In my heart, I was already curtsying to Lady Who's ancestors for 18 generations. Not only does she look like a fox, she is also as cunning as a fox. Of course, she didn't dare leave since Chun Mo was here. No matter what the show outside is like, she can only wait here. Has Nightmares been doing anything lately? Chun Mo put down the teacup and glanced at her. Although Ji Wuye is dead, the night is still there. Although Madame Mingzhu is on his side, everything else is going well. Especially by Yifei, this man is very ambitious. He will definitely find ways to replace Ji Wuye and take control of the night in his own hands. This is why Chun Mo planned to kill Ji Wuye and instigate Mingzhu to rebel. Chapter 108. It's him. Madame Mingzhu is the bomb prepared by Chun Mo, the kind that can kill people. The officials in the court are already under the control of my subordinates. I cannot reach out to the intelligence organizations, so there are many things that even I don't know. Emerald Tiger is still the same. He has been busy with business recently. But Madame Mingzhu frowned and stopped talking, as if she was not sure about the accuracy of the following news. Chun Mo took over the conversation and said, "But he seems to be preparing to transfer his wealth recently, right?" Madame Mingzhu looked at him in surprise. Chun Mo spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a god. I'm just making a reasonable guess. Ji Wuye is dead, Bai Yifei is not here, and you can't control him. So he must want to take the opportunity to transfer all the wealth away, so that all the money will belong to him. The Emerald Tiger is greedy for money, but timid and cowardly. Before Ji Wuye was around, he didn't dare to do it, but now that Ji Wuye is dead, he is worried that he'll be the next one, so he must be preparing to slip away now." Madame Mingzhu nodded, her eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect Chun Mo to see things so clearly. Who knew that Chun Mo shook his head, as if he was sighing. Bai Yifei will not let him go. If you want to get things done, how can you do it without money? Even if the Emerald Tiger wants to leave, it can't take away a single penny. If Bai Yifei's trip goes smoothly, he might not even be interested in the Emerald Tiger. Madame Mingzhu glanced at Madame Hu and Lady Hu and interrupted. Chun Mo shook his head, disagreeing with what she said. No one would think they have too much money, and I can conclude that Bai Yifei will not gain anything from this trip. Madame Mingzhu shuddered all over and asked tentatively, "Does the master know what he is going to do?" Chun Mo glanced at her and said, "He went to Baiwei to look for Lord Huayu's treasure." Mrs. Mingzhu stood there in a daze, took a deep breath, and her face was full of shock. Throughout the entire night, only Ji Wuya by Yi Fei, and she knew about this matter. Even that guy Emerald Tiger doesn't know about this. In addition, even the killers who set out with Bai Yifei did not know their purpose. Why is Chinamo, an outsider, so sure? Mrs. Hu, who was chatting nearby, suddenly became quiet and all looked over here. Looking for my father's treasure? Lord Huiyu is the owner of Baiwei Huiyu Villa. The two of them are the eldest daughters of Huiyu Villa, and the treasure that Bai Yifei wants to find belongs to their family. The destruction of Huiyu Villa occurred even earlier than that of Baiwei. According to rumors, Lord Huiyu is as rich as a country and has many buried treasures, which has attracted the attention of unscrupulous people. As a result, disaster struck. Overnight, a group of mysterious people wiped out Huiyu Villa, but they never found any treasure. The reason Bai Yifei went there this time was to personally find the whereabouts of the treasure. Do you know where it is? Madame Mingzhu looked at the two of them, her narrow eyes constantly scanning them. Mrs. Hu shook her head and said softly, "Father never told us about this when he was alive. We just heard rumors from the outside world that he had collected a huge treasure. Lord Huiyu only has these two precious daughters, but even they know nothing about it, which shows how important this treasure is. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just that I'm worried. If someone with ulterior motives knew that they knew about the treasure, they might set their sights on them." Fire Rain Villa was destroyed overnight, but they were in a hurry and didn't have much time to search. Besides, people from Bainiao were also involved at the time. Ji Wuye is a greedy man and will not share the treasure with them. He had previously been planning a rebellion and needed a large amount of military pay, so he became interested again and asked Bai Yifei to go to Baiwei to look for him again. Madame Mingzhu poured out everything she knew without reservation. After hearing her words, Miss Hu and Madame Hu stood up excitedly. His eyes fell on Madame Mingzhu like a wolf. What did you say? Did Ji Wuye send someone to build the Fire Rain Villa?" Madame Mingzhu spread her hands, looked at Madame Hu and said, "To be precise, it should be Lu Yi who did it." Mrs. Hu's face turned pale all of a sudden, and her plump body began to shake. Nanua hurried forward and helped her sit down. "It's him, it's actually him." Mrs. Hu's eyes were lifeless, and she felt as if the world was collapsing. She killed her loved ones and destroyed her home, and the culprit for all this was actually her own husband. Although the two have a bad relationship, they are still family members after all. The funny thing is that I didn't know anything about it. It turns out that the biggest enemy is the person next to you. Liu Yi. Lady who actually restrained all her charm for the first time in a long time, and there was only endless anger in her eyes. Neither of them had the slightest intention of doubting the truthfulness of Madame Mingzhu's words. She could lie to herself, but she obviously didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Chun Mo. I don't know what happened back then, but Lu Yi suddenly reported to Ji Wuye that there were a lot of treasures buried in Huiyu Villa. Ji Wuye was moved as soon as he heard it, and immediately arranged for him to do this. Although the treasure rumored to be from Lord Huiyu was not found, after looting Huiyu Villa, we still obtained an astronomical amount of wealth. Your family is really rich. You are worthy of being the eldest lady. Madame Mingzhu continued to talk about what happened in the past, and at the end she did not forget to hurt Lady Hu. Just half of the wealth from Huiyu Villa was enough for Ji Wuye to help him become the Zwisima. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the number of the rumored greatest treasure is. Rich enough to rival a country, this is obviously not a joke. But at this moment, the two of them didn't care about Madame Mingzhu's mood at all. Lady Hu took a few steps forward, stood beside Madame Hu, and held her hand tightly, with even stars in her eyes. She knew very well that Mrs. Hu was much sadder than herself at the moment. The one who killed her entire family was actually her own husband. "Sister, don't worry, I will find a way. I won't let that damn beast go." Lady Hu knew the relationship between the two of them, but expecting the gentle Mrs. Hu to find a way to take revenge is simply a pipe dream. Now all she can do is to think of a way to see if she can take advantage of the power of King Han. "It's me. I'm the one who killed my father in Fire Rain Villa." Mrs. Hu hugged Miss Hu's delicate body and lay on top of her, crying. Lu Yi reported this matter to Ji Wuye without any reason. It was obvious that he was not mentally ill, but was taking revenge on himself. Chapter 109. When did you leave? The two had a conflict that year, and she returned to Huiyu Villa and stayed there for a year before coming back. When he came back, he brought Nongyu with him, which of course ignited the conflict between the two. Although Lord Huiyu has been helping Madame Hu to clarify and explain the matter, in Lu Yi's opinion, it was just the father and daughter working together to deceive him. Your daughter went back to her parents' home to have an affair, and even gave birth to a child. Not only did you, as a father, ignore it, but you actually conspired with her to deceive me? I, Lu Yi, am so smart, how could I be fooled? You dare to put a hat on me? Then none of us will have an easy life. Madame Mingzhu looked at Lady Hu and said slowly, It's just Lu Yi. It would be like playing for me to kill him. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Her eyes were full of anticipation. Beg me, come and beg me. As long as you beg me and behave yourself in the future, I will help you get revenge. Now the chance to play with this fox beauty has come. It is indeed the right thing to follow the master. If the master hadn't mentioned this matter, I wouldn't have thought of it. No need. I'll figure out my own family affairs. Lady Hu glanced at her and decisively refused. How could this guy be so kind? He must be secretly plotting something bad. Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly. Do you think that you, a favorite concubine, can really rely on yourself to make the king of Han take action against Wasima for you? You think too highly of yourself. Siming is not a small official. He is an official in charge of managing horses. He has a high-ranking military position and controls chariots and horses. Concubine who may be difficult to deal with, but Madame Mingzhu is different. Lu Yi belongs to Yi Mu, so she's the one in charge of him. Everything Lu Yi had done and all the evidence he had were in her hands. If she revealed even a little bit of it, it would be enough to kill him without a burial place. Dealing with him is about as difficult as snatching a lollipop from a child. Thank you for your kindness, Princess, but we still don't intend to implicate anyone else in this matter. Mrs. Hu wiped her tears and spoke. Compared to Lady Hu, her personality is much gentler. Although Lady Hu appears to be harmless and likes to seduce others, she actually has her own little temper. But Mrs. Hu is indeed a gentle person to the core, and she always considers others first in everything. Madame Mingzhu smiled and mocked Lady Hu. Your sister speaks much better than you do. If you don't want me to help, then forget it. I'll find another way to deal with you later. Lady Hu glared back unwillingly, but the tears in her eyes weakened her aura by a little. She lowered her head and said to Madame Hu, Then, sister, please come back to the palace with me. For a man like Lu Yi, letting you go back is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Lady Hu originally planned to send Mrs. Hu back personally. It could be said that the person was saved by himself. But now that I think about it, forget it, let's not do this. With the murderer of her father hanging around her every day and even sleeping with her, Mrs. Hu's personality is such that she might collapse in a few days. No, I still want to go back. Who knew that Mrs. Hu actually refused? I can monitor him from Lu Yi's place. When I find evidence of his contact with Ji Wuye, I will let you hand it over to King Han, and then we can take revenge. After hearing this, Lady Mingzhu mocked Lady Hu again. Did you hear that? Your sister is much smarter than you. Now Ji Wuye's matter is the king of Han's Achilles heel. If anyone is found to be in cahoots with him, they will definitely be dead. Are you sick? Is this ever going to end? Under normal circumstances, they could still bicker with each other. But now Lady Hu could no longer bear Madame Mingzhu's sarcasm. Madame Mingzhu glared at him. She had finally angered this slut, and she would not admit defeat. Why, I did it on purpose. Do you want to do anything with your mediocre skills? I'll let you try with one hand. Although her kung fu was only mediocre in the eyes of experts, it was easy for her to defeat Lady Hu. Lady Hu looked at her arrogant appearance and became so angry that her chest heaved up and down like surging waves. Okay, shut up. Chen Mo's face looked a little ugly. He frowned and shouted. Madame Mingzhu's shoulders suddenly tensed up, and she immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. She bullied me first. She spoke in a wrong tone, as if it was really a serious matter. I bullied you. Lady Hu was so angry that she was almost stunned. No, how could this woman just open her mouth and start talking? She is so skilled at making complaints first. Okay, if you keep making noise, be careful not to bring people in from outside. Chen Mo's tone towards Miss Hu was much gentler. After all, no matter what, Manhwa has to call her, sister. Madame Mingzhu heard the completely different tone and gritted her teeth without saying a word. Lady Hu glared at Madame Mingzhu angrily and sat back obediently. Nongyu blinked and looked at Shan Mo, feeling extremely admired in her heart. It has to be Sir. The princess who is so glorious outside has to listen to him here. Madame Mingzhu looked at Chunamo, then at Lady Hu, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. It would be fine if you were obedient, as you had no choice, but why are you, Miss Hu, so obedient? The two of them are arguing like this after bringing up the matter of Fire Rain Villa. There's no point in listening to any more of this drama. Several people went back home, each to their own family. Concubine who personally escorted Madame Hu back to Sima's residence, while Madame Mingzhu returned to the palace as if she was escaping. If he doesn't run away now, is he waiting for Lady Hu to remember the bet before running away? She didn't dare to cheat when Chen Mo was here, but when she went back, who would care if she cheated? What bet? What lost? Did I bet with you? Who can testify? Mrs. Hu was sent back personally by Concubine Hu, so Lu Yi certainly didn't dare to say anything. It is understandable that a princess would want to pay for saving her sister out of her own pocket. Facing the enemy who murdered her husband, Lady Hu certainly did not look at him in a good mood. In addition, due to his inaction after Mrs. Hu was kidnapped, Mrs. Hu wished she could kill this guy right now. After instructing Mrs. Hu to be careful, she returned to the palace. As soon as he left, Lu Yi went out right after him. Damn, that's so depressing. I thought that the shameless bitch would die outside this time, but I didn't expect that her sister, who was a princess, cared about her so much and rescued her personally. Where's the master? After adjusting her mood and taking a deep breath, Mrs. Hu saw that Lu Yi had not come to see her for a long time, so she took the initiative to walk out of the yard and ask the servants. Madam, the master has gone out. He must have gone to have a drink with Master Zhang. Mrs. Hu's heart moved. When did you leave? It took about half an hour. Chapter 1, Tenure Smart. Mrs. Hu suddenly had an idea in her mind. It has been less than half an hour. It seems that Lu Yi should have started drinking. She turned around and walked quickly towards Lu Yi's yard. Now is the best opportunity. Find the evidence of Lu Yi and Ji Wuye's affair and give it to Lady Hu. She didn't want to stay in this house for even a second and didn't want to face Lu Yi's disgusting face for even a moment. When Mrs. Hu entered the study, she thought she would have to search for a long time, even rummaging through all the drawers. But I didn't expect that as soon as I lit the candle, I saw a bamboo tube on the table. It recorded the amount of military pay he withheld according to Ji Wuye's instructions. Mrs. Hu was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to take it or not. He just left something so deadly on the table. Was it a trap? Such a big thing happened to Ji Wuye, so Lu Yi certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to get involved with him. The reason this has not been processed yet is simply because he wants to write down the amount of the military pay. And he didn't expect that someone would come into his study and see this. Mrs. Hu searched the study room, but found nothing else. Although there's only this one, it is enough. She put away the bamboo tube and prepared to go look for Lady Hu. However, at this moment, the door of the study was kicked open with a bang. What are you doing here? With a livid face, Lu Yi approached step by step like a hungry tiger. He stared at Mrs. Hu with a gloomy look, hand over the things. I glanced at the table out of the corner of my eye and immediately understood. A murderous intent rose in my heart. If Lord Zhang had not been at home today, I might have really fallen into this woman's hands. Mrs. Hu's face turned pale, and she stepped back step by step. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes and closed the door. Give me the things, and I'll spare your life. I'll pretend that I saw nothing, and you can continue to be Madame Sima. Otherwise, he casually took the saber beside him. Otherwise, my wife would never have come back. Mrs. Hu was unusually calm at this time, gritting her teeth and said, Haven't you wanted me to die a long time ago? You killed my father and ruined Fire Rain Villa. And this time you want me to die outside, right? Lu Yi sneered. So you knew everything? No wonder you thought of looking for something in my study as soon as you came back. It looks like you want revenge, but do you think it's possible for you to do it? Although it is not easy to explain the killing of Mrs. Hu and Concubine Hu. But if I don't kill her, then it won't be a matter of explanation. Once the thing falls into the hands of Concubine Hu, I will definitely die. Mrs. Hu fell silent. She knew that she was definitely no match for Lu Yi. Everyone in the mansion is his, and there is no possibility for him to escape from here. Mrs. Hu's eyes were red, and her usually gentle eyes were now filled with hatred. She has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean she is weak. She was not afraid of death. She was just afraid that she would die here and would not be able to avenge her father in Huyu Villa. You little bastard. Lady Hu held it in for a long time, but only managed to utter this one curse. Villain Humph, I am a villain, but I am better than your shameless cousin. Lu Yi stared at her with vicious eyes, his face distorted. I never did that kind of thing. Why don't you want to believe it? Mrs. Hu's eyes gradually became moist, and she tried her best to explain herself. Lu Yi waved the saber in his hand and said frantically, "You haven't done it? If you haven't done it, how did that little bitch come? Do you really think that I, Lu Yi, am a fool and will allow you to deceive me? You are shameless, and your father who protects you is also shameless. I will kill him and your entire family, and you deserve it." Tears flowed from Mrs. Hu's eyes and fell to the ground like pearls broken off the string. Her tone was filled with despair, and she said angrily, "How could you do this? Why did you do this? I never let you down, and Fire Rain Villain never let you down. How could you do this? You beast, you beast." These two words were the most vicious words she could think of. Lu Yi didn't want to waste any more time talking and was about to move forward, waving his saber. At this moment, a sigh was heard from the side. "Really? You don't even know how to curse." "That's right. There's really no need to scold. Such a person who has no descendants is worse than an animal and has a ruthless heart and a ruthless heart." The sudden sound startled both of them. "Who are you? Come out here." Lu Yi held a knife and pointed it in the direction of the sound. Mrs. Hu gradually came to her senses and recognized who the familiar voice belonged to. A layer of disbelief appeared on her tear-stained face. "Gentlemen, with your personality, you can't even curse at anyone, and you don't have any plan in your actions. How can you fight this old bastard and get revenge?" The voice came again. This time it came from behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi's arms tightened, and he suddenly turned around and chopped with the knife. "Sir, be careful." Mrs. Hu quickly spoke up to remind her. However, Lu Yi's sword strike missed the target, and his palms were filled with sweat. That voice just came from behind, but why didn't I hit anything? Could it be that the other party is some kind of monster? "Bitch, is it you? Are you doing something wrong?" Lu Yi turned around and began to glare at Mrs. Hu. "Useless. Is it true that your greatest skill is to bully women? I'm right behind you. Can't you see me?" The voice sounded again, and at the same time, a pair of hands quietly rested on Lu Yi's shoulders. "Ah!" Lu Yi felt a chill in his heart and turned around with a roar and started hacking around, but he didn't hit anything. A cold bamboo pole suddenly appeared in the darkness, hit his hand with a bang, and the saber fell to the ground with a clang. Lu Yi stood there in a daze, ready to shout for help. He knew that this was definitely not something he could handle. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to call for help. "Come." A cold object pressed against his back. "Go ahead and scream. If you dare to make a sound, I'll pierce your heart right away. Do you want to try?" Lu Yi was shaking all over like a sieve, blinking in fear and shaking his head frantically. "Humph, you're smart." Sir, why are you here?" Mrs. Hu hurried forward, wiped her tears, and was full of surprise. Fear and despair disappeared in an instant after this figure appeared. "If I wasn't here, you would have been thrown into some mass grave by now." Chapter 111. Lie to you? Madam Hu bit her teeth, her eyebrows twisted together, and said with a gloomy expression, Are you here because you are worried about me?" Chinamo shook his head and said, "I came earlier than you and waited for quite a long time." Mrs. Hu was not stupid and understood it immediately. "The bamboo tube on the table? Well, I found it and put it there." Mrs. Hu immediately realized what was going on. No wonder Lu Yi was so stupid as to put such an important thing on the table. "I thought God had a vision, but he really forgot this. But now it seems that it was not God's will, but help from a noble person. It's a pity that I'm so useless that I had to waste time in the study and even failed like this." Mrs. Hu had an indescribable feeling in her heart. He looked at Chun Mo with emotion, his eyes overflowing with tenderness like a pool of spring water. Who are you? What is your relationship with this bitch? Ahem, this bitch." Lu Yi was trembling all over and looked at the person in front of him in horror. He had never seen the way Mrs. Hu looked at the other person. "At least it has never happened to me. If you dare to call her a bitch again, I will pull out all your teeth one by one." Chen Mo's tone was calm, but it made Mrs. Hu's heart flutter. "After losing my parents, is there finally someone to protect me?" Lu Yi watched as Mrs. Hu involuntarily shrank behind Chen Mo, and he immediately became furious. Pointing at them, he gritted his teeth and said, I understand. You are the wild man she found outside, right? I was wondering why she went out to watch a play every other day. Well, it turns out she wasn't going out to watch a play, but to hook up with you. Haha, this woman has a bad eye. She wants to find a blind man. Can he find the hole?" Louis looked at the black cloth covering Chunmo's eyes and naturally thought he was blind. Mrs. Hu clenched her fists immediately, like an angry kitten. You're not allowed to say that, sir. There is nothing wrong between us. Louis, stop indulging in fantasies and making random guesses all day long. Louis's eyes suddenly turned cold. You are still protecting him, and you are still protecting him in front of me? How dare you say you have no relationship? Haha, I think this blind man is really stupid. He really doesn't mind being dirty. I don't know how many people this bitch has slept with out there. Don't think she's a good person just because her voice is so soft. She can have a child with someone else without telling her husband. Haha, I was wondering why she couldn't tell whose child it was. It seems that the scene was too chaotic and there were too many people that she didn't know whose child it was. Pa! A loud slap was heard, and Louis was knocked away by the huge force. His mouth was full of broken teeth, which were flying out like shards of glass. Chinemo took a step forward, crushed all the teeth on the ground, and said coldly, Do you think I was joking with you just now? Mrs. Hu was immediately frightened and looked at Chinemo in front of her like a frightened little white rabbit. There's nothing to explain to this kind of person. It's just a waste of time to indulge in your own fantasies. Chinemo turned around and spoke softly to Mrs. Hu. This guy not only scolded Mrs. Hu, but also scolded Manhwa. This slap was far from enough. Mrs. Hu looked at Chinemo with many emotions in her eyes. After a moment, she took a deep breath and looked at Louis, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. She wanted revenge. She wanted him to die in vain in the underworld. There was a shocking hatred in his eyes. Louis, you guessed right. Louis raised his head and lay on the ground like a vicious wolf, with resentment flashing in his eyes. Mrs. Hu looked straight at him. Her tone as heavy as a mountain. You are right. This is the man I have outside. The corner of Chinmo's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. With his intelligence, he certainly understood what Mrs. Hu wanted to do. As expected, Louis immediately struggled on the ground, yelling incoherently, Bitch, bitch! Are you so short of men? You even want to find a blind man? Mrs. Hu's usually gentle face was now filled with hatred for her enemy, and she said with sarcasm in her tone, Yes, I just lack men. Although he can't see, he is a real man. Who are you? Not only are you not a real man, but you're also a vicious villain. Louis's anger was dampened as if by a bucket of cold water, and the expression on his face froze. Mrs. Hu's words really hit his weak spot. Mrs. Hu looked at his expression and felt refreshed. You're talking nonsense. He is blind. He is blind. What can he do? He can't see. Mrs. Hu remained calm and asked, Does it matter whether he can see or not? He's not only a real man, he's also a handsome guy. I can see that. She pulled the corners of her mouth and took a deep breath. I can go up and move myself. You don't know, I feel like a long drought has finally come. It's so refreshing. This is something you, a dead eunuch, can never do in your life. Chunmo was stunned as he listened to her lewd words. Are all women so scary when they go crazy? It's so annoying that you can just say such things. Although she knew that these words were meant to provoke Louis, Mrs. Hu still used all her strength to say them. After she finished speaking, she felt her heartbeat quicken, her breathing become difficult, her palms became clenched white, and her face became as red as a monkey's, which was so obvious even in the dark. But seeing that Louis was now so stimulated that he looked like an idiot, she just felt extremely happy and that her efforts were completely worth it. How could Louis have imagined that Mrs. Hu, who had always been submissive in front of him and dared not even raise her head, would have the courage to say such words today? Who gave her the courage? You lied to me. No. You bitch, you lied to me. People who don't know the truth are often the most fond of prying into it. But after learning the truth, people often cannot accept it. Louis is a stubborn and self-righteous person who thinks all his guesses are the same as his own, but he is extremely cowardly inside. He was like Yigong who loved dragons. When Mrs. Hu's words really pierced his heart like a sword, he collapsed. Mrs. Hu's hands, which were hidden behind her and holding her skirt, were shaking constantly, but her tone remained cold. Did I lie to you? Chapter 112, what to you? Mrs. Hu turned around and smiled at Chunmo. Mister. What's wrong? Chunmo, who was still in a daze, was pulled over by Mrs. Hu. Louis's eyes suddenly widened, and his heart in his chest began to beat violently as if it was about to explode. The next moment, he felt a sweetness in his throat and a stream of hot blood spurted out. He looked at the two people in front of him with eyes wide open. He raised his hands tremblingly and pointed at them. Bitch, you, do you still have any shame? Are you still a human being? I will kill you. I will kill you too, dogs. Lu Yi roared and crawled towards the saber that had fallen to the ground, but after grabbing the handle, he couldn't lift it up. He looked up and saw an expressionless face in front of him. Despair? Anger? Pain? Chen Mo stepped on the blade and spoke word by word. Lu Yi opened his eyes and stared at Chen Mo like a madman. Chen Mo smiled and ignored him. He just turned around and said to Mrs. Hu had exhausted all her strength, "He can die in despair and pain now." Mrs. Hu took a deep breath and nodded at Chen Mo. Then she seemed to have thought of something and added to Chen Mo, "Thank you, sir." Chen Mo released his hand that was stepping on the blade, and under Lu Yi's eager gaze, he exerted a little force, and the saber suddenly soared into the sky. Then with a plop, the sharp blade turned sideways and pierced through Lu Yi's chest, nailing him to the cold ground. Mrs. Hu's shoulders were shaking, and she squatted on the ground, crying. Finally, revenge. The grievances that had accumulated in my heart for so many years burst out at this moment like a volcanic eruption. Sir. Mrs. Hu's eyes turned red like a rabbit's from crying. Thank you. She really couldn't think of any words to express her gratitude for the silence. If it weren't for him, I would be the one lying here pierced by the blade. Let's go. This is not the place he should stay. Regardless of whether Lu Yi is dead or not, Mrs. Hu should not come back. He came here early before Mrs. Hu came back because he was worried that this situation would happen. In the end, it was him who was right. Then, where should I go? Mrs. Hu asked tremblingly. I can't go back to the palace and live with my sister, right? I'll take you too. Madam. Before Chen Mo had finished speaking, Mrs. Hu was in a state of mixed joy and sorrow, rolled her eyes and fainted. Chen Mo quickly reached out and embraced her. Looking at the beautiful pale face in front of him with traces of tears, Chen Mo felt overwhelmed. If we send it to Lady Hu like this, it will be very troublesome. Chen Mo sighed. Forget it. I'll just take you back to my house first. Madam, come and help. Pushing open the half-open door, Chen Mo stood in the yard and started shouting towards the house. Originally, I wanted to call Jingwei to come out for help, but Yin Lingji, who loves to join in the fun, also poked her little head out. Wow, you're taking this too far, aren't you? Yin Lingji looked at Chen Mo, who was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and her brows were furrowed into knots. It was bad enough that this guy stayed out all night and had sex with other women before, but now he brings other women back and even asks his wife for help. What a beast. But she seemed to have forgotten that she was also a woman brought back from outside. However, Jingwei was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he trotted over after hearing the call. What's wrong, husband? She raised her eyebrows only after seeing Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu? What's wrong with her? What happened? It's a long story. The child has no mother. Let's find her a room to rest. I'll tell you slowly later. To talk about this matter, we have to start with the tragedy at Huyu Villa, which is of course a long story. Although this house is not big, it has quite a few rooms. Jingwei considered that if Chen Mo needed to take a concubine in the future, he would have a place to live. As a result, he has not taken any concubines now, but he has moved into the houses one after another. In the wing room, Jingwei quickly cleared out a room. Chen Mo quickly put Mrs. Hu on the bed. It was not a good idea to hold her in his arms all the time. As a killer, Jingwei was proficient in various techniques, and taking a pulse was no problem for him. After feeling her gently, he found that Mrs. Hu had fainted simply because of emotional excitement, and he felt relieved. Take some rest, and you will wake up soon. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Mo, who was sitting aside, also described the whole process. In that case, Lu Yi's death is too easy for him. Jingwei covered Mrs. Hu with a quilt, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although Mrs. Hu had not had a good life in Sima Mansion before, she never expected that this guy would be so cruel as to wipe out his father-in-law's family. If it weren't for the fact that Mrs. Hu had a sister who was a princess in South Korea, she would have been killed long ago. After all, if my sister disappeared inexplicably, the first person to find would be Lu Yi. Oh my, that's strange. Why are you so sad about her? Gongwuji sat at the table with a smile on her lips. He glanced at Mrs. Hu, who was breathing peacefully on the bed, and stared at Chen Mo with his cunning eyes. The two sisters said they wanted to take revenge, so you were a good person and just ran over and prepared the evidence. It helps without leaving any trace. making people feel involved, right? Not only was he prepared, he was actually worried that the other person was stupid enough to just stand there and watch whether he could leave safely. You're worrying too much. Chun Mo remained calm. Lady Hu and Madam Hu have both helped us, especially since she is known Yu's adoptive mother. What's so strange about me helping her? Gong Huoji recalled for a moment and continued leisurely. Known you? Oh, that cute, headless, fair-skinned girl from Zelangshuan. It's so strange. Why are you so sad about her? This was not the first or second time she had been to Zilan Xian, and she had a deep impression of the well-behaved and lovely Known you. A cute, obedient, and extremely beautiful little girl. Her smile makes people feel heartthrob. She gets shy when you tease her a little bit, which is so cute. Chinamo glanced at her. Known you, follow me. With you what? Yin Lingji's watery blue eyes were suddenly filled with curiosity, and she stared at Chun Mo intently. Chun Mo smiled. What does it have to do with you? Why is this firemaker so curious? Nanhua and I already have that kind of relationship. How can I not care about our family relationships? However, Yin Lingji still doesn't know the relationship between them. She just had a woman's intuition that the relationship between Chun Mo and Xinu Known you was weird. Chapter 113, Let me help you. In the couple's room, Chun Mo hugged Jingwei's snow-white shoulders and carefully felt the warm feeling with his palm. Jingwei's face was flushed, as if he had just drunk a large bowl of liquor. And on the stool next to the foot of the bed was a set of quilts that had just been changed. It looks like I'll have to wash and dry them tomorrow, which will increase my workload. The atmosphere in the room is peaceful and warm. Perhaps because he was tickled by the teasing, Jingwei narrowed his eyes and hunched his shoulders lazily, as if telling Chinamo to stop making trouble. Chinamo understood and stopped, smiling and said, What are you thinking about, madam? Although Jingwei didn't go to sleep after doing it like Xinu, he was still somewhat weak. I'm wondering, what is Mrs. Hu going to do? What do you mean? Chinamo was a little confused. Jingwei said slowly, Think about it. Now that Lu Yi is dead, Madam Hu will definitely not be able to go back. Where is she going then? Fire Rain Villa is long gone. Concubine Hu is in the palace. She certainly can't stay there forever. Zilan Xian is a special place after all. If someone sees her in Zilan Xian, how could she live her life? The commotion at Sima Mansion tonight must have been noticed by some servants. However, because the rules are there, no one bothers to check. The couple and the host family quarreled, and whoever was tired of living would go and meddle in their affairs. Lu Yi would soon become an accomplice of the treason plotters, and of course no one would investigate the cause of his death. If you die, you die. But the next question is, where is Mrs. Hu going? Lu Yi was guilty of treason, and Mrs. Hu was more or less his wife in name. If she was implicated, she would definitely not be able to return home. An old house outside the city. The thought flashed through his mind, but was rejected by Chun Mo. That place is now the base of Tianze and his men. Jingwei looked at him and thought about it, but didn't say anything. Early the next morning, a beautiful woman lay quietly in the room. She looked to be no more than 20 or 30 years old, but her face was beautiful and peaceful. The thin quilt on her body was full of curves and could not hide her slender figure. She closed her eyes, her brows trembling slightly, revealing a heart-wrenching sadness. The long eyelashes trembled for a moment, and then the eyes opened as if the world was just opening. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes gradually became clear. There was a pitiful aura emanating from her. Mrs. Hu propped up her frail body and began to look around the unfamiliar room. The lively cleaning sounds and noisy complaints coming from outside the door made people feel calm. If you want to eat sunflower seeds, just eat them. Why do you have to throw the shells everywhere? Be careful, or I'll spank you. You guys were too noisy last night, and I didn't sleep well. This bucket is too far away, and I can't throw it in. Chun Mo was sweeping the yard with a broom. As soon as he finished sweeping, the yard was littered with melon seed shells. Yin Lingji sat aside, and there was even a large wooden barrel considerately placed in front of her, but the melon seed shells flew everywhere, and not a single one fell into the barrel. The corners of Chun Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This guy really deserves a beating. How can she be so confident eavesdropping on others? I really want to kick her out. At this time, Jingwei, who was carrying a quilt and going out, heard her complaints, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he slipped and almost fell to the ground. Just as I steadied myself, I saw the door next to me open and Mrs. Hu walked out. Is Mrs. Hu awake? Jingwei greeted him and moved the quilt in his arms to prevent some of his secret places from being seen. Well, I really bothered you yesterday. Mrs. Hu nodded, and for some reason her expression looked a little strange when she looked at Jingwei. As if he thought of something, his face suddenly turned red. Jingwei was muttering to himself at this moment, feeling a little shy. No, did she hear it yesterday too? There's a room in between, and she's not an expert. Is her voice really that loud? No, I can't let my husband be so presumptuous anymore. Immediately afterwards, Jingwei's face quickly turned red. Yin Lingji, who was watching from the side, was completely confused. They were not the same people, so why did they get shy when just saying hello? Can't I see that you are all socially phobic? If you keep littering, you'll have to clean it up yourself. If you can't clean it up, I'll beat you. The bucket is right here, so watch over it yourself. Chun Imo swept away Yin Lingji's melon seed shells with a gloomy face and kicked the bucket towards her feet angrily. Then he turned to look at Mrs. Hu and asked with a smile, Mrs. Hu, how are you feeling? When he saw Chun Imo, his face, which was already slightly red, suddenly heated up sharply. It's all right now. Last night, I really wanted to thank you for your kindness, sir. Thank you for saving me. You helped me many times. Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can't repay you enough. Mrs. Hu's eyes turned red, and she dragged her frail body and knelt on the ground with a plop. Chun Imo had helped her so much since the first time he met her. She didn't know how to repay all these favors. Jingwei was startled and immediately strode forward, holding the quilt in one hand and helping her with the other hand. It's just a small favor, and my husband doesn't want anything in return. Get up quickly, the ground is cold, and you just woke up, so you should take care of yourself. Chun Imo also hurriedly said, Yes, madam. You should go wash up first. We will prepare breakfast now. If you have anything to say, you can talk after you finish eating. Don't worry about it. But for him, it was just a piece of cake, and each one of them was a huge favor. He found his daughter, Nong Yu, who saved him and helped him avenge his great hatred. If Chun Imo hadn't appeared, I might never have accomplished these things in my lifetime. You may even never know that you will have to live with your enemy who wiped out your entire family. Chun Imo went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. There was a fire maker making trouble in the yard, and Jingwei went to the well to fetch water to wash the quilt. Everything looks so harmonious and peaceful. There are no extra servants, but there is a more natural atmosphere of life. Mrs. Hu felt this invisible atmosphere, and her heart gradually calmed down. An inexplicable warmth emerged. Mrs. Chun, let me help you. Compared to Yin Lingji's troublemaking personality, she couldn't stand sitting and waiting for dinner, so she walked straight to Jingwei and wanted to help. Just as he was about to move the quilt out of the wooden basin, Jingwei, who was fetching water over there, was so scared that he almost dropped the bucket. No, you're a guest. Yes, a guest. How can we allow you to come for such a thing? She smiled awkwardly and quickly rolled the quilt back up. All the things on there are what I left behind. How can I let others see them or even grab them and clean them up? Chapter 114, what do you want to say? Yin Lingji was also extremely curious at this time. She has lived here for quite some time, and she knows that they wash the quilts almost every day more diligently than ordinary people do their laundry. Even if you really like cleanliness, you wouldn't do that. It's not like you wet the bed every day, so why be so pretentious? Ahem, let's get ready for dinner, ma'am. Let the quilts soak there for a while. Chun Imo realized her predicament and quickly spoke loudly from the kitchen to help her out. After the meal, everyone began to discuss future events. If you don't mind, madam, you can stay at my place from now on. Chun Imo spoke first. This is actually what Jingwei meant yesterday. Besides, madam Hu is not an outsider. After all, Yin Lingji has already stayed, so it wouldn't matter if she were to stay one more. It's just a matter of adding one more pair of bowls and chopsticks. This is not appropriate. Isn't it inconvenient? Mrs. Hu asked cautiously, with a heartbreaking tenderness and sadness in her brow. They're a family of 3 living together. So what's the point of me coming in and living here for a long time? No, where did these 3 people come from? She glanced at Yin Lingji, and after thinking about it, she tacitly assumed that she was Chun Mo's concubine. Perhaps only such a stunning woman is worthy of you, sir. However, there is something strange about this concubine. The wife of the first wife is busy here, but she is not only idle, but also making trouble. It's really strange. It's nothing. There are many rooms at home. Besides, it will be more lively with more people. It's good. Jingwei had finally finished washing the quilt. He walked in slowly and spoke, shaking the water stains off his hands. Of course, she was not a person who liked to be in a crowd, but she said this just to reassure Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu hesitated for a long time and finally nodded after being persuaded. Yin Lingji supported her chin and thought, if we continue at this rate, it won't be long before all these rooms are full of people, right? The news of Lu Yi's killing spread throughout Xinjiang at extremely fast speed. After all, this is the second senior official to die since Ji Wuye's death. Of course, Chen Mo will be responsible for the aftermath work. That night, he entered the palace. Asking Madame Mingzhu to be in charge of this matter is more professional than concubine Hu. I'll give you these things to prove Lu Yi's crime of treason. Madame Mingzhu respectfully took the bamboo tube handed over by Chen Mo. Understood. She hesitated for a moment and then said, then what about Madame Hu? If the conspiracy is proven, she, as the madam, will not be able to escape. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then said, he jumped into the well. Madame Mingzhu said, okay, knowing clearly what he meant. Then she frowned and asked cautiously, is she with you now? Chen Mo took a glance and said, you seem to have too many questions. Madame Mingzhu's face turned pale immediately, and she knelt down and trembled, saying, Master, please forgive me. Chen Mo shook his head, but he didn't intend to embarrass her. Get up, tell Lady Hu about this later so that she doesn't have to worry. It's not that Chen Mo doesn't want to inform Lady Hu, but that vixen really likes to tease people. She is already very charming, and she always teases people with those words. Who can resist it? This kind of person is more open-minded than you when joking. If you take it seriously, she can make you feel ashamed. She looks coquettish and has no self-respect, but in fact, it is just a layer of protection for herself in the palace. She actually takes better care of herself than anyone else. Why run over and suffer this anger when you can't even put it in your mouth? When Mrs. Mingzhu heard Chen Mo asking her to find concubine Hu, her expression became a little tense. She wanted to stay away from him as much as possible, but Chen Mo asked her to go over to him. If she went over to him, she would just be bullied again. What's wrong? Is this troubling you? Just now, I'll let Madame Mingzhu handle Lu Yi's matter very smoothly. Why is it so difficult to pass on a message now? It's not difficult. I obey your command. Although she was indeed very resistant in her heart, Mrs. Mingzhu really didn't dare to say no. Master, I have a question. Madame Mingzhu raised her head again and looked at Chen Mo's face carefully. I just got told that I have a lot of problems, and I feel like I'm looking for trouble. But I'm really curious. She was prepared to kneel down and beg for mercy as soon as Chen Mo's expression looked a little strange. You say, who knew that silence would unexpectedly lead to good conversation this time? Madame Mingzhu chose her words carefully. You and Lady Hu, what I mean is, why does she listen to you so much? 1 inch. Chen Mo smiled, because she is smart enough. Clever. Do you think there's something between her and me? Mrs. Mingzhu did not answer, but just pursed her lips. Not denying it meant she agreed. Chen Mo shook his head and said, just a friend. She's smart because she knows how to find a backer. You bullied her before because you had a backer and she didn't. Madame Mingzhu nodded. So she wants to rely on her master to protect herself in the coming chaos. If you think about it, it is true. How many years can this old man, King Han, live? If he died, like concubine Hu, she would either be buried alive with the king or taken into the palace by the next king. In any case, she would not have a good ending. If there is a new king, he will not be as easy to bully as the old and confused king of Han. When Mrs. Mingzhu heard Chen Mo say that he and Lady Hu were just friends, her eyes suddenly brightened. She crawled directly to Chen Mo's legs, stretched out her white and tender hands, and began to massage his legs. Master, this strength is good. I have just learned this. Let me serve you. Chen Mo snorted. Not bad. It's really strange. Why did this guy suddenly become so bold? I didn't dare to move in front of him before. Mrs. Mingzhu pinched for a while, then stood up and began to move into Chen Mo's arms. She looked at Chen Mo's face and exhaled sweetly. Master, do you know where those sounds came from when I was talking to you? Chen Mo remained silent and just looked at her steadily. Although he did not answer, Mrs. Mingzhu was not embarrassed at all. She directly pulled Chen Mo's hand and placed it on her chest. In my heart. Chen Montak. What the hell can I feel? It's so thick, how can I feel anything? What on earth do you want to say? Chen Mo looked at her with sharp eyes, and he already had some guesses in his mind. Madame Mingzhu pulled up his hand again and moved it a few inches upwards. Chen Mo only felt that his hand was as if stuck in a quagmire, tightly wrapped, and as if being sucked up. Madame Mingzhu's eyes were almost drawn, and she directly pressed against his body and rubbed it, I want you to feel my heart deeply. Chapter 115. Extraordinarily suitable. In the King of Han's bedroom. Although it was late at night, the lights were still on, and the King of Han had no intention of sleeping. He felt depressed at the moment, his head felt heavy, and he seemed to hear the sound of galloping horses. After thinking about it, he still didn't know the reason, and just thought that Lu Yi's matter made him upset. All right, whatever you're pressing, get off. King Han frowned and impatiently drove away the palace maid who was massaging her shoulders. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Madame Mingzhu. It is still my beloved concubine's craftsmanship that really impresses me. After a few presses from her, I felt relaxed all over, as if I was floating in the air. No matter how irritated I was, I would feel drowsy. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Come here, help me pass on the pearl." "Father." Before he could finish his words, a clear call from outside the palace interrupted him. Immediately afterwards, a pink voice hummed a tune and came skipping in. Princess Honglian was deeply loved by him, so she didn't need to inform him of her coming here. King Han was surprised when he saw Honglian. Then he said lovingly, "Look at you. You don't look like a princess at all." Princess Honglian was a fearless person, and she didn't care much about what King Han said. After hearing this, he just stuck out his tongue and laughed. "Father, why haven't you rested yet at this late hour?" Princess Honglian glanced around the palace with her big, watery eyes. Seeing that neither Madame Mingzhu nor Lady Hu were here, I felt even happier. She had never been able to stand those two women. One is as seductive as a foxy woman, and the other looks just dissolute. Alas, I always feel depressed and can't sleep. King Han shook his head, sighed, and looked at Princess Honglian. "What are you doing here so late and not sleeping?" Princess Honglian rolled her eyes and said, "I knew that my father must be upset about Lu Yi's matter today, so I wanted to come and accompany you." Who knew that the King of Han was not as moved as she expected, but frowned and asked, "How do you know about Lu Yi?" Honglian stuck out her tongue and said bluntly, "Now the whole of Xinjiang knows about it." "Father, could it be that Lu Yi is really plotting a rebellion with Jiwuye?" The King of Han became angry when this matter was mentioned and nodded with a gloomy face. Honglian touched his chin and analyzed. Since Lu Yi will be with Jiwuye, then they will definitely not care about the two of them. I'm afraid there is an organization, and there may be other people in the court involved. "Father, don't you want to investigate this carefully? I saw many people flirting with Jiwuye before. Let me tell you, Father." "Red Lotus," the King of Han shouted in a low voice. "How many times have I told you that you are a princess, not a prince? You don't need to worry about the affairs of the court. Women are not allowed to interfere in government affairs. Do I need to remind you?" King Han seldom scolded Honglian, so this scolding made Honglian stunned. Tears of grievance suddenly began to well up in my eyes. King Han's heart softened immediately, and his tone became more restrained. Don't cry. It's your father who is wrong." The corners of Honglian's mouth were pouted so tightly that it seemed like they could hold a wine bottle. "Father is partial." King Han was stunned. "Why am I partial to you? Haven't I spoiled you enough?" Honglian snorted. "Mrs. Mingzhu keeps saying this and that in your ear every day. Today I was kind enough to help you analyze it, but you got mad at me." King Han shook his head and said, "Mingzhu is just trying to relieve my worries. Besides, I am not being mean to you. I just want to teach you. You are a princess, and you will marry a prince in the future. If you go to someone else's place, there won't be any rules like here with me. What if I break a taboo and lose favor? Am I not still thinking about you?" Honglian shuddered when she heard this. I don't want to get married. I'm still young." King Han sighed and said, "You are still young? Tell me yourself, how old are you this year? I will keep an eye out these few days to see if there are any suitable people in the court and find a consort for you." Given Princess Honglian's personality, he would be really worried if she really married into another country. I don't want to get married. I want to stay by my father's side forever." Princess Honglian immediately started to act coquettishly on the ground. "I haven't had enough fun yet. If I really never go out of the house in the future, won't I suffocate to death?" The King of Han was immediately amused by her and shook his head, saying, "That won't do. If you don't get married at your age, you will be laughed at if the news gets out. You don't have to let me look for it. Just look around on your own. If you find anything you like, tell me. That should be fine." Princess Honglian rolled her eyes, but she still couldn't escape the fate of getting married. But she can choose by herself, which gives her a lot of room for choice. It's better than asking King Han to help her find one. Then just wait for a few years and have more fun. "So that's what you said? Don't play tricks on me." King Han nodded. Sir, don't joke. Then let's make a pinky promise. Hong Lian stretched out her finger seriously. Seeing her expression, the King of Han also laughed and held out his little finger. Okay, pinky promise. Whoever cheats will be a puppy. Now you can rest assured. This is what I like most about my daughter. She has a pure heart and is so likable. Hong Lian narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and said obediently, I know that my father loves me, so I love him too. Let me massage your shoulders. King Han patted her head with relief and said, My daughter is the best. Go ahead and massage her. Finish quickly and go back to rest. After being interrupted by Princess Hong Lian, he completely forgot about summoning Mingzhu. Hong Lian pressed the button while looking around. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she looked at the table. Father, is this hat of yours new? It looks really good. The silk hat is soft and warm, but I don't know why it is dyed green. King Han glanced at the hat and said casually, It was cold a few days ago, so I put it on. Princess Hong Lian stopped what she was doing, ran over to get the hat, then ran back to carefully put it on him and hold it steady. Then you must wear it carefully, father, so as not to catch a cold. The weather has been getting colder recently. She stood before the King of Han, took a few steps back, and looked at him with great satisfaction. It's really beautiful. It fits father very well. After hearing this, the King of Han was in a good mood and reached out to adjust the bright green hat. I don't know why, but I always feel my head is heavier, and the sound of horse hooves is becoming more and more obvious. It's really strange. Chapter 116, No need. I've already left. Master, are you leaving now? In the dimly lit bedroom, Madame Mingzhu, as if drunk, lay on the bed in a seductive posture. Her face flushed, and her pair of bright big eyes were as dreamy as if covered with a layer of frosted glass. Chun Mo glanced at her and found his own clothes from the mess on the ground. Why? I can't stay here overnight. Mrs. Mingzhu lazily crawled over on the bed, her slender white arms directly wrapped around Chun Mo's neck, and she lay on top of him. His hot face pressed against Chun Mo's, and he said, Why not? I can serve you well. Today she finally understood what a woman's happiness was. The master is worthy of being the master. With just one move, he made me submit to him both physically and mentally. Chun Mo said calmly, Next time, you need to have a good rest now. Madame Mingzhu's shoulders trembled, and she gently held Chun Mo's earlobe. Master, are you concerned about me? Chun Mo paused for a moment. Any questions? Madame Mingzhu's heart suddenly moved. I thought I was just a tool of Chun Mo, including just now. He was just using her to vent. Although I posted it on my own initiative and accepted it voluntarily. But looking at how hard Chun Mo worked just now, he shouldn't care about her life or death and just want to have fun. But the first thing he considered now was to have a good rest. No, just a few surprises. Madame Mingzhu smiled, took the clothes from Chun Mo's hand, and said in a tender voice, I'll help you. Chun Mo nodded and opened his hands and suddenly said, You are quite skilled. Have you helped King Han to wear it before? Mrs. Mingzhu's hands trembled and her clothes almost fell to the ground. She quickly knelt on the bed and clarified, No, he was served by the palace maids before. After I used the incense, he fell into the illusion and had no idea what was happening outside the illusion. Subordinate is clean and belongs only to the master. Chun Mo looked at the blooming rose on the bed and waved his hand. I know, it's just a casual remark. Why are you so excited? Madame Mingzhu was not excited at all. She was scared. She felt relieved after hearing Chun Mo's words and continued to help Chun Mo dress. Before leaving, Chun Mo pointed at the quilt and said, Don't forget to change the quilt or you'll catch a cold. The Tide Banshee is worthy of its name. The amount is almost catching up with that of the giant salamander. Mrs. Mingzhu was immediately overjoyed and felt that she was cared for. Chun Mo was a little puzzled when he saw her sudden smile. He was so nervous just now. How come he is so happy the next moment? Women are really hard to understand. After seeing Chun Mo off, Mrs. Mingzhu didn't even bother changing her quilt. She even rolled around on the bed, constantly smelling the scent of Chun Mo. Humph, this time I am the master's woman. How can that slutty vixen miss who compare with me? I belong to the master from head to toe. Isn't our relationship closer than with you? As I was thinking about it, I felt a wave of tiredness coming over me. Mrs. Mingzhu just hugged the quilt and fell asleep with satisfaction. At noon the next day, Mrs. Mingzhu slowly woke up. Just as I was about to stand up, I felt a pain in my waist. Oh my God, this after effect causes a delay? Just as he got off the ground, he took a deep breath. She finally understood why Chonamo asked her to have a good rest yesterday. It seems that the owner is very experienced. Someone come. Where are the people? Mrs. Mingzhu is not a person with a good temper. Her gentleness and obedience are all specially provided by Chonamo. After shouting twice and no palace maid came in, she immediately became angry. The palace maid hurried over after the third call. Are you deaf? You didn't hear me even after I called you for so long. Madame Mingzhu frowned and started yelling on the bed. The palace maid only felt aggrieved. It was you who clearly told me to stay away yesterday. You are not allowed to come near me without my instruction. This servant deserves death. Please punish me, princess. Although I think so, I absolutely cannot talk back. Madame Mingzhu glanced at her and snorted coldly. Prepare hot water. I want to take a bath. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. After soaking the bathtub for a while, I felt the aches and pains in my body eased a little. As she was being helped by the palace maid's address, suddenly one of them brought a piece of white silk. Princess. Madame Mingzhu recognized the purpose of this thing at a glance. What do you do with this thing? The maid was stunned for a moment, then she was a little bewildered and said, You are here, aren't you? Mrs. Mingzhu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, how could she have forgotten about this? The maid must have seen blood when she was cleaning up, so she thought it was her period. She said calmly, No need, I've already left. Huh? Gone. It's only the first day. We're moving too fast. You talk too much. Madame Mingzhu narrowed her eyes and her tone became cold. Although these palace maids were her trusted confidants, it does not mean that she will not kill people. Your servant, I know my crime. Hearing her cold tone, the maid quickly knelt down and apologized, but she was still confused and didn't know how she had offended Madame Mingzhu. Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly and walked out of the bathroom. After returning to her bedroom, she opened the cabinet and took out an exquisite little flower bed. There is a half-foot-tall flower seedling in the small flower bed, and it is growing well. She put the flower bed in the hands of the palace maid and said with a smile, Come here, set up the frame, and go to Lady Hu. Lady Hu was a little surprised when she saw Madame Mingzhu coming to her with a smile on her face. She looked outside and saw Mrs. Mingzhu, whose walking posture seemed a little strange. What kind of wind is this today? How did it bring Sister Mingzhu here? When Madame Mingzhu heard her sarcastic tone, she suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. But after thinking about it, he suppressed his anger and said in a gentle tone, I heard that something went wrong at Lu Yi's house, so I came to see you. Of course, Lu Yi's accident had nothing to do with concubine Hu, but it has something to do with her sister who is Mrs. Sima. Lady Hu's expression suddenly darkened, and she frowned and said, Mingzhu, don't go too far. Mrs. Hu is missing and she is worried. Naturally, she thinks that Mrs. Mingzhu came here to cause trouble for her. The two of them have been at odds for a long time. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips, but didn't bother with her. She said to the palace maids in the palace, All of you go down. I will talk to your master. Of course, the palace maids would not listen to her. Even a strong dragon will defeat a local snake. Concubine, who also wanted to see what trick she was going to play, so she waved her hand and asked the palace maids to retreat. Chapter 117, mainly want to apologize to you. No one is here. What do you want to say to me? Madame Mingzhu sat down opposite her with a smile, not treating herself as an outsider at all. You don't have to be so hostile to me. I'm not here to cause trouble this time. I'm here to tell you about your sister. Lady Hu's expression suddenly changed, and she stood up immediately. My sister? Do you know where she is? Lu Yi died at home, but Mrs. Hu also disappeared. How could Mrs. Hu not be worried? Madame Mingzhu said calmly, Use your brain and think about it. Where could she be now? Who else in Xinjiang today would help you kill Lu Yi without being discovered and take your sister away? Lady Hu frowned, then her eyes lit up. You mean, it was the master who took action? Madame Mingzhu's words were very clear. The person who took action directly helped them kill Lu Yi and also took her sister away. The other party would definitely not help them without a reason, so it must be someone they know. And I'm afraid the relationship is not shallow. After much thought, the only master of this kind that I know is you, sir. That's right. Madame Mingzhu raised her chin with a proud look. Apart from the master who is so kind, who else would be so kind to help you? It was really the sir who did it. So how did you know? Lady Hu did not doubt the truthfulness of her words, but was just curious about where the news came from. She pursed her lips and said, Sir, why should he help us? Madame Mingzhu snorted, I just feel sorry for you two sisters. If we expect you to take revenge on your own, You might end up with nothing left. Lady who remained silent, biting her lips with her pearly teeth. This is absolutely true. Although she is a princess, it is very difficult to defeat Asima without real evidence. Now I owe Chinamo a huge favor. Not only did he save Mrs. Hu, he also helped her get revenge. You don't have to worry about anything else. Madam Hu is now with my master. She is safe. I will help you with the other matters. Lady Hu looked at her in surprise. You? But I understood it after thinking about it. How could Madame Mingzhu be so kind for no reason? It must be that her husband gave the order. It was the master who asked you to do it. Madame Mingzhu's eyes widened immediately. What do you mean? If a master doesn't tell me, I won't know? Am I such a fussy person? Lady Hu nodded without hesitation. If it weren't for Chinamo, it would be good enough if this guy didn't take advantage of the situation. Mrs. Mingzhu felt suffocated when she saw her nod. Damn this guy. Can't he even say a few nice words? Okay, don't be angry. I'll just assume that it wasn't arranged by your master, but that your sister Mingzhu was kind-hearted. Okay. Knowing the two good news that her sister was fine and that her great revenge had been achieved, concubine who was in a very good mood, and she also comforted Madame Mingzhu. Yes. Why are you helping us? Is it because you feel sorry for us? It is understandable that Chanimo helps them, but why does Madame Mingzhu suddenly take the initiative to help them? What is going on? She really couldn't think of it, so she had to assume that it was Chunmo's order. Madame Mingzhu took a deep breath and patted her chest to calm her waves of anger. Suddenly, she noticed that lady who was staring at her face, and she frowned immediately. What are you looking at? Lady who raised her hand and tapped her face. Madame Mingzhu was immediately startled. Is there something on my face? Right. Mrs. Mingzhu suddenly became nervous. What is it? Do you have a mirror here? Is it acne? No way. What if the owner sees it and is disgusted? Lady who looked at her anxious expression and smiled. Nothing has grown. I just feel like there is something extra on your face. What? Mingzhu asked hurriedly. Lady who thought for a long time about how to describe it, and finally said hesitantly, it seems to have a little more charm, more feminine than before. What supplements have you taken recently? Mrs. Mingzhu's mouth curled up immediately, and her expression became proud. Really, is it really better than before? Lady who nodded. Although she didn't want to admit it, at the moment, Mrs. Mingzhu did look better today than before. Her already top-notch temperament has changed a little bit, and her skin color seems to have a slightly more rosy complexion. Can you tell me what supplements you took? Now, it was Lady Hu's turn to have her eyes light up. It is women's nature to love beauty, especially for those who are as beautiful as they are. Mingzhu's mouth curled up, and there was an unstoppable smile in her eyes. Guess. This is the master's gift. Do you want it too? If you really want it, it's not impossible. Just be obedient, you slutty fox, and I'll help you. If I can help my master catch this slutty fox, my master should remember my achievement. By then, you, Miss Hu, will have to depend on my mood even more. The abacus in her heart was clattering. Although no one knew what she was thinking, Lady Hu felt as if the abacus beads were about to fall on her face. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't care. Lady Hu rolled her eyes. You really don't want it? I really want it. Madame Mingzhu said with a smile. Then go ahead and do what you want. If you have anything else to do, go and deal with Lu Yi's matter. If you are late, be careful that your master will spank you. Lady Hu waved her hand and started to chase people away. Mrs. Mingzhu frowned and immediately recalled what happened yesterday. You're right, I've already called. The owner can't put it down. But it doesn't hurt at all and is quite comfortable. You never expected it. Little bitch, this trick is no longer useful. Lady Hu was stunned when she saw her expression changing without concealing it. What's wrong with this guy? Of course I came to see you for something. Why are you in such a hurry to get me out? Do you have a man hidden here? Madame Mingzhu picked up the tea and showed no intention of leaving. Lady Hu sighed and said, You've got a man there. That's good enough. Tell me what's going on. Mingzhu is not right today, very wrong, nothing like before. Madame Mingzhu said, I told you not to be so hostile to me. You have such a good relationship with the master. What can I do to you? The main reason I came here this time is to apologize to you. Lady Hu looked at her in amazement, first touching her own forehead and then touching hers. What's going on? You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? This time Lady Hu was really confused. Chapter 118. Be decisive when necessary and be strong when necessary. Madame Mingzhu slapped her hand down and said unhappily, No, what's wrong with you? Do I really have to make you do this? Do you have any weird habits? Do I have to whip you with a whip to satisfy you? Lady Hu said disdainfully, If you hit me, I will let your master hit you. Madame Mingzhu fell into deep thought, then nodded and said seriously, "If you feel really good about this, it's not impossible to satisfy you." Lady Who simply told her she was stupid and began to seriously consider whether she was really crazy. Go, go, go. If you have something to say, just say it. Then go find your master to beat you up. I don't have this fetish. What the hell is this? Someone bring my things in. Madame Mingzhu turned around and shouted outside the door. A palace maid came in holding the small flower bed. What's this? Lady Whose eyes fell on the flower bed. Madame Mingzhu took it from the palace maid and asked her to leave. This thing is called yaju, a rare species with a delicate fragrance and pink petals. Because I know you like to grow flowers, I specially gave it to you. Just consider it as an apology for what happened in the past. Don't say bad things about me in front of the master in the future. Let's keep our distance and be even from now on. How about that? Lady Who frowned and looked at Madame Mingzhu. Did your master scold you? That's really strange. She didn't believe that if Chen Mo hadn't said anything to her, Mrs. Mingzhu would come to her for no reason and reconcile with her. Mrs. Mingzhu touched her head. It's true. Chen Mo really did say that about her. That was last time at the theater. The master warned me again later. The last time he said a few words to Lady Who, he was so scared by Chen Mo's scolding that he broke out in a sweat. No wonder. I was wondering why you suddenly became so nice. Lady Who clicked her tongue and then began to look at the flower buds in the flower bed. Then this flower? Madame Mingzhu asked expectantly. Lady Who thought about it and nodded. Then I'll accept it. Mrs. Mingzhu was satisfied. That's right, I won't provoke you in the future, and you don't try to trick me. Lady Whose attention was focused on the flower at this moment. She said casually, I know. Look at the flower you raised. The leaves are all wilted. Just leave it to me, and I'll make it bloom in a few days. Mrs. Mingzhu looked at her, stroking the flowers with a smile on her face, and nodded. Yes, blooming is good, the bigger the better. Xianyang. In the Xianyang Palace, there were several thick books on Ying Zheng's desk. These were all bought by him recently when he went out. At this moment, he was concentrating on reading the latest book he had bought. Gaines stood by his side, like an unshakable guardian god. There was a loud, rustling sound, and Gaines, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that it was the sound caused by Ying Zheng standing up. Ying Zheng was holding the book he had just finished reading in his hand, and a long-lost solemnity appeared between his brows. He walked back and forth in the room for a few times, and suddenly stopped. Gaines, I want to ask you, for you swordsmen, what is courage? Gaines closed his eyes, thought for a while, and then said calmly, with a sword in hand, I can roam the world. Ha ha ha, not enough. Ying Zheng smiled and shook his head, threw the book on the desk, and said solemnly, as for the so-called courage, there are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and they all have to bow their heads when they see me. Isn't this kind of courage what a swordsman should pursue? Gaines was stunned on the spot. Even at his level, these few words shocked him. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and they all bow their heads when they see me. He kept repeating these words, and the look in his eyes gradually became deeper. It's really bold. Ying Zheng laughed again and said, Then I ask you, what is courage? This time Gaines was silent. Ying Zheng waved his sleeves, his eyes filled with a bit of fanaticism. Don't say that common people don't have courage, but I dare to ask the world to sink into the sea. Is this courageous enough? Gaines' eyes were solemn. He looked down at the cloth clothes on his body and remained silent. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. Did I say something that touched your heart? Gaines raised his hand and saluted. I dare not. Ying Zheng snorted and waved his hand, saying, There is nothing I dare not do. I understand. Because he also spoke to my heart. Not only that, I want to ask you, do you know what a king should be like? This time Gaines was completely silent. This was not a question he should answer. Whether it is right or wrong, it is disrespectful. Ying Zheng saw his concerns and said directly, I tell you, the merits and demerits will be recorded in history, and the good and evil will be weighed by the king of hell. This is a great king. An unparalleled aura emanated from Ying Zheng. Even if the crime happened today, if the merits can last for generations, then it doesn't matter. What would it be like if a king was hesitant and looked ahead and behind when doing things? Be decisive when necessary. Be strong when necessary. This is the way of a king. He picked up the book again, feeling more excited than ever before. The questions I asked Gaines just now were also questions to myself. Gaines looked at the book in his hand, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Obviously, it was something inside that touched Ying Zheng's heart. Who on earth is this person who could move a king's heart with just a few words? Ing Zheng restrained his aura and became calm again. The voice was a little hoarse. Gainya, let me ask you again, do you know what loneliness is? Gainya placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and shook his head. The only thing in this life is the sword. As long as the sword is there, he will not be alone. So he couldn't understand. Ing Zheng sighed. I am a widow, a lonely man. I am a master of the world, but no one can understand my current situation, and no one can know my loneliness. In the eyes of the world, he was the almighty king of Qin. But he is the only one who understands it clearly, and now he has no way to express his pain. The so-called king of Qin was actually just a spectator in the court. Even if you have lofty ambitions in your heart that are higher than the sky, you have nowhere to display them and no one to talk to. This is how lonely he feels now. Ing Zheng closed his eyes, sat on the chair, and let out a long breath. It lasts long and lingers, as if intending to vent all the depression and melancholy in his heart in this breath. Gainya stood beside him without saying a word, just guarding him silently. He doesn't quite understand these things. All he could do now was to protect Ing Zheng's safety in this unseen vortex. The king is concerned about the country, and he only needs to consider how to better wield the sword in his hand. Ing Zheng tilted his head back, opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling in front of him. The fingers holding the book were shaking with excitement. Chapter 119, Is he pretending to be sick? Yin-Yang School. 500 years ago, the Yin-Yang School was still a branch of Taoism, but later it became an independent school of its own. The Yin-Yang School takes an unconventional approach and pursues the ultimate limits of nature, so its moves are famous throughout the world for their enormous power. Talented people emerge from every generation. The one that the martial arts world fears the most is not the murderous Sima Ming, nor the mysterious Dongwang Tai, but a woman. A very beautiful, gentle, yet extremely cold woman. Dongjun of the Yin-Yang School. Her current status is only second to Dongwang Tai. Her strength is also unfathomable. There are even rumors that her strength is not weaker than Wu Ming of Wei State. Some people also speculated that her strength had even reached the Grandmaster level, just like Dongwang Tai. She looks dignified and elegant, and as beautiful as a goddess, but she is actually scheming and cruel. Anyone can be sacrificed for one's own ends. In her eyes, life seemed to be just an insignificant thing. Gentleness is just an outward appearance. In fact, she has become so cold and almost emotionless. In the Yin-Yang family's villa, a woman in a black and white dress stands under the scorching sun. The scorching sunlight shone on her body, making her shine. The plump figure is soft and attractive, and the fair skin reflects an alluring glow in the sun, as dazzling as a golden crow in a raging fire. Her dignified and noble temperament makes her look like a goddess, making people dare not look directly at her. There is a gentle smile on her stunning beauty. When we watched the snow that day, you never looked at me, and I never looked at the snow. She looked at the book in her hands and recited this sad love story in a soft voice. As if some memories were brought back to her, a warm smile appeared on her face. But suddenly, the arc of her smile changed strangely. Even though it was under the midday sun, it was still chilling. Since you have no intention, why waste time? You are stupid, just kill him. The white and tender fingers slid across the line of words on the book, as ruthlessly as if they were swiping across the neck. Cold eyes are like dead water, intimidating. Hello, Lord Dongjun. A charming and plump figure walked into the yard. As soon as the Simon walked in, he saw Dongjun's terrifying smile. Even this kind of person couldn't help but shudder. What is it? Dongjun closed the book and turned to glance at her. The Simon lowered his head, not even daring to look her in the eye. By order of His Excellency Dong Huang, please ask Lord Dongjun to go to the human world to search for clues about the 7 stars of Azure Dragon. Dongwang Tai said send, but Desai Ming didn't dare to relay it directly, so he could only use please. Dongjun nodded slightly, his voice as clear as the sound of spring. Got it. You go tell Dong Huang that will take care of it, and he doesn't need to ask any more questions. The Siming swallowed his saliva and looked a little ugly. Isn't this making things difficult for me? I don't dare to say anything unpleasant to you, Dongjun. So do I dare to say it to Dong Huang? Xianyang Palace. The Yingjian in the north was where the Qin state held its court meetings every day. Therefore, before dawn every day, ministers from various departments would enter the palace in an orderly manner through this gate. The king of Qin will come out from behind only after everyone has arrived. This happens every day without interruption. But today, things have changed. All the officials had arrived, but there was no sign of the king of Qin. The officials kneeling on both sides began to whisper. The noisy discussions echoed in the palace like the sound of drizzling rain. Ahem. A slight coughing sound was heard. Nothing special, just like someone was moistening his throat because his throat was uncomfortable. But just this cough was like a thunderclap, making all the officials quiet down instantly. A military commander who was nearly 60 years old narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure opposite him. There was a gleam of light in his bright pupils. Just at this moment, the other party was also looking at him. The two people's eyes met in midair, and they immediately calmed down. At their level, it is rare for them to lose control of themselves. Even if you're unhappy with the other person, you should do it in private. Father, why hasn't the king appeared yet? At this time, a general behind the general asked in a low voice. How can we speculate on the king's affairs? Just wait patiently. Wang Jian glanced behind him and said in a deep voice, Promise. Wang Bin responded and said nothing more. He knew his father's character well. Although he was not pedantic, he always kept his word. He told me to wait. So I waited all day without asking any more questions. But the situation is a little different on the other side. Master Xianghua, why hasn't the king arrived yet? An official next to Lu Buwei couldn't help but ask. Lu Buwei's eyes flickered. It is against the national rules and is not decent. He looked at the eunuch beside him, as if he wanted someone to urge him on. But at this moment, a sharp voice sounded. The Queen Mother is here. A hint of doubt emerged among the civil and military officials, but they kept it deep in their hearts and dared not show it. He could only straighten his clothes and respectfully said to the superior, Greetings, Queen Mother. The King of Qin has not yet taken power personally, and the Prime Minister is in charge of major government affairs. Although the Queen Mother would rule the country from behind the scenes every day, she was usually the last one to arrive. The King of Qin hasn't come yet, so why is she here? This abnormality made everyone feel uneasy. Layers of gauze curtains blocked everyone's view. Only a vague, graceful figure could be seen walking into the back hall, surrounded by palace maids. 2 hours later, the court meeting ended normally and all civil and military officials left in an orderly manner. The one walking in the front, of course, is the current Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, you said that the king was fine. All of a sudden, he fell ill. Should we go and pay him a visit? During the morning court session today, the Queen Mother announced that the Prince of Qin was ill and could not attend. Lu Buwei said in a heavy voice, Your Majesty is young and strong. He was fine yesterday. How come he is so ill today that he cannot participate? The official behind him frowned and asked, You mean the king is pretending to be sick? There must be a reason for pretending to be sick. What is the reason that makes the king of a country not even want to participate in the court meeting? I don't know the truth. Whether you're really sick or not, just do your job well. Although Lu Buwei's words were obscure, his arrogance was difficult to conceal. It doesn't even matter whether the country has a king or not. As long as Lu Buwei is there, it can function normally. The first thing he did when he returned to the Prime Minister's mansion was to go back to his study. Go ahead. Just after closing the door, he suddenly said something abruptly to the open space. As soon as he finished speaking, a dull sound came from the study. Chapter 120 Master, please punish me. The spy reports that the King of Qin left the palace today and headed straight to the outskirts of Xianyang, heading towards the direction of South Korea. Lu Buwei was extremely powerful in the court, so it was not difficult for him to understand Zheng's movements because he had people around Zheng. Leaving the palace, Lu Buwei sneered, then slapped the table hard. The King of Qin has really grown powerful. He even hid the fact of leaving the palace from me. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Over the years, as Zheng grew older, his thoughts became somewhat unpredictable to him. Especially in the past 2 years, Zheng's behavior has gradually been at risk of getting out of control. Today was not the first time that he had concealed something from me and acted on his own without asking me. If another 2 years pass and Zheng takes power, wouldn't things get even worse? Lu Buwei had been doing business all his life and had never expected that something would go wrong here. But it's okay this way. The earlier you detect risks, the better you can contain them. Lu Buwei rubbed his numb palms, stood up, and paced in the study. After a long time, his eyes flickered like candle flames. Where is Xian Jian now? Yenri responded. We have been on the journey since we woke up last time. Now, we're almost reaching Korea. Lu Buwei nodded, put his hands behind his back, and took a deep breath. Inform Xinjian that he now has a more important mission. South Korea. Han Fei and Zhang Liang walked out of Zilan Xian and walked side by side. Although Han Fei is the 9th prince of the Kingdom of Han, he is now an adult, and according to regulations, he is no longer allowed to live in the palace. The place where he lives now is in the same direction as Zhang Liang, and the distance is not far. Compared to the somewhat frivolous and casual Zhang Liang, Han Fei's character is more stable. On the street, Zhang Liang stood with his hands behind his back, looking around. Han Fei had a heavy expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Zifeng, do you think that when Bai Yifei comes back this time, will father let him take over the position of General Ji Wuye? Bai Yifei just returned to Xinjiang yesterday. The reason he went to Baiwei was to clean up the remnants of the Baiwei faction. But everyone in Lusha already knew the real purpose. He wanted to find the treasure of Lord Huiyu. Zhang Liang paced back and forth and said casually, I think it's about right. Except for Ji Wuye, he has the greatest military achievements in Korea. Moreover, he has 100,000 soldiers and horses under his command, and he is also responsible for guarding Hanga Pass. His responsibilities are not small. Your father will definitely think of letting him replace Ji Wuye to share his worries. Han Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sharing the worries? Ha! Bai Yifei's ambition is even greater than Ji Wuye's. Once the general is in his hands, I'm afraid his power will be even greater. Father, this is not about sharing your worries. This is clearly raising a tiger to cause trouble. Just one night has filled South Korea with chaos. However, King Han would rather believe that Bai Yifei could serve Han wholeheartedly than believe the advice of his own son Han Fei. It's not just distrust, it's even more of a defensive stance. This cooled down Han Fei's enthusiasm. The king of Han poured cold water on him one after another, which frantically destroyed his spirit. If Chinemo had not taken action last time, it would be hard to say which country South Korea would belong to now. Zhang Liang suddenly said, if you ask Madame Mingzhu to go to the king of Han and persuade him, do you think he will give up this idea? Madame Mingzhu belongs to Chunmo, and this is news only known to a few people in Lusha. Madame Mingzhu has a lot to say with King Han, so it is not impossible. This is not something that cannot be considered. Who knows? Han Fei shook his head and said, if this happens, I'm afraid that Madame Mingzhu will enter Bai Yifei's field of vision. I think the master will not let her do this. It's not worth exposing Madame Mingzhu, who may be of unknown use in the future, for a position of general where you don't even know if you can stop the enemy. By the way, where did the gentleman go today? Why haven't I seen him today? Zhang Liang then remembered that he didn't see Chunmo in Zelangshuan today. He would appear every time before and give everyone some general guidance. Now that Bai Yifei has returned, the atmosphere in Lusha has become increasingly solemn. At such an important moment, the leader Chunmo disappeared. This is somewhat unexpected. It was as if they couldn't imagine where Chunmo was right now. Master, in the palace of King Han, inside Lady Mingzhu's bedroom. Madame Mingzhu's numb cries echoed slowly. Chunmo gently stroked her shoulders, as if he was stroking a warm cat. After a long time, Mrs. Mingzhu opened her eyes. She raised her head and leaned towards Chunmo, giving him a deep kiss with her red lips. All right. Madame Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, and her voice became a little clearer. Only then did Chunmo turn over and sit up. Madame Mingzhu also moved closer, hugging his waist and back tightly. Master, are you here to see me, or to ask about Bai Yifei? Chunmo touched her head and said, Of course I came to see you and ask about Bai Yifei. Madame Mingzhu raised her lips, not caring whether Chunmo's words were true or not. Does the master want to attack Bai Yifei? Now, Bai Yifei is the only one left in Yimu who could make a big move. As long as he is eliminated, Yimu will truly collapse. He seems to be your cousin? Chunmo did not answer this question, but asked it instead. Madame Mingzhu looked up in surprise. How come you know such a thing? Even Ji Wuye didn't know about this at the beginning. Madame Mingzhu was originally recommended to Ji Wuye by Bai Yifei so that she could be placed beside King Han. He has been trying to get you to seduce King Han so that he can replace Ji Wuye, right? Madame Mingzhu's face suddenly changed, because she had never reported this matter to Chunmo. It wasn't that she intended to conceal it, but Ji Wuye was already dead, and she thought there was no need to report. Did you forget, or did you think I didn't know? Chunmo's voice sounded softly in her ears. A layer of sweat suddenly appeared on Mrs. Mingzhu's face. She didn't care that she hadn't recovered her strength yet, and quickly got up and knelt on the ground. Master, master, please forgive me, master, please forgive me. Subordinates, I did not conceal it intentionally, but I felt that this matter had no impact on us. Ji Wuya is already dead, so I did not report it. I deserve to die. Please punish me, master. You can hit me or scold me. Please punish me, master. Chun Mo pursed his lips. What kind of punishment is this? Are you going to punish or reward? Chapter 121, Is this what you told me in a letter? Mrs. Mingzhu is a wild person. She was like a wild horse on the grassland. The more she was conquered, the more excited she became. Therefore, some of the requirements are very strange. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Whether it has an impact or not is not up to you to decide. Why say counts? Do you understand? You should report all the important information you know, whether you think it is useful or not, understand? Chun Mo reached out and stroked Mingzhu's head as if he were stroking a pet. A regular tremor could be clearly felt on the palm of the hand. That was Mrs. Mingzhu's fear. Yes, your subordinate, I understand. I know my crime, and I will never dare to do it again. Seeing Chun Mo nod, she said cautiously, Then, master, what should we do next? How should we do it? What should we do? How should we deal with Bai Fei? Madame Mingzhu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, should I tell you? Isn't this your cousin? Madame Mingzhu shook her head vigorously and said sincerely, Mingzhu only has a master, no cousin, and only listens to the master. If she wasn't still useful, Bai Fei wouldn't care about her as his cousin. The power struggle is so cruel that even a biological sister is sometimes just a tool, let alone the so-called cousins. Bai Fei knew that once he entered the palace, he would be in danger of death. But he was so focused on his own ambition that he didn't even consider her life or death. From the moment she chose to submit to Chun Mo, there was no way back for her. Between Chun Mo and Bai Fei, she can only choose one. Chun Mo nodded. Just lure the snake out of its hole. Madame Mingzhu pondered the meaning of this sentence and said hurriedly, I understand. Leave it to me. Master, don't worry. Chun Mo hummed. Get up. But Mrs. Mingzhu not only did not get up, but crawled a few steps beside him. Master, don't you want to punish me? I made a mistake. The corner of Chun Mo's mouth twitched. What the hell is this expression of yours that's pitiful yet expectant, and expectant yet full of desire? Chun Mo gave a faint smile. You want punishment? Please punish me, master. Madame Mingzhu nodded pitifully, a hint of desire in her narrow eyes. Okay, turn around. Madame Mingzhu turned around quickly. Okay, master. Well, lift it up. Mrs. Mingzhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her buttocks eagerly. Hearing the noise, she hurriedly said, Master, do you need me to get it? Ah! A scream pierced the roof, instantly changing the expressions of the palace ladies in the distance. Oh my! Mingzhu's chrysanthemums are blooming. Lady who reached out and stroked the pot of chrysanthemums that Madame Mingzhu had given her last time. How strange! Why did it suddenly open? She had been raising this flower for several days, taking good care of it, and soon the branches and leaves became lush and green. When Madame Mingzhu brought it to me, it was just a flower bud. Although I knew it was about to open, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Oh, it's so pink and tender and quite pretty. Miss Hu's small hand passed over the pink petals. The petals are blooming one by one, and the pink color looks particularly attractive. She nodded in satisfaction. Well, Mingzhu didn't lie to me this time. This species is really rare. I have never seen it before. The elegant fragrance of flowers wafts over, with an intoxicating scent. Miss Hu likes to grow flowers and plants, and she knows a lot about flower varieties. Chrysanthemums are generally yellow and white, but the pink chrysanthemum that was sent is really rare. Lady Hu took out the flower, placed it in front of herself, and looked at it carefully. This pink and delicate flower pales in comparison to her beauty. Her nose flickered and she sniffed gently. The strange floral scent penetrated into the nose like a stream of water. A dazed look appeared on Lady Hu's face, but she returned to normal in an instant. This fragrance is really unique to you all, as refreshing as a mountain spring and as intoxicating as strong liquor. She held the flower bed and admired it for a long time before reluctantly putting it down again. Help me change my clothes. I'm a little tired. Lady Hu yawned again and felt sleepy. Before she sat down at the dressing table, several palace maids came up quickly to help her take off the decorations on her head. Long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. soft and bright, floating behind you like a piece of black silk. After changing into a thin set of pajamas, Miss Hu lay comfortably on the soft bed. But after closing my eyes, I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She always felt a sense of frustration in her heart, which made her gradually irritable. Everyone get out. You guys are making me unable to sleep. The palace maids looked at each other. We didn't talk. Han Fei and Zhang Liang thought about it all the way, but still couldn't figure out where Chan Mo could go now. But the gentleman has always been very powerful, so he must have his own arrangements. His wife saw it, but she didn't see him. Even when Zi Nu asked Jing Wei said she didn't know. But from the looks on her face, it was clear that she knew. It's weird that he knows it but doesn't say it. Is there anything that even they, the people of Quicksand, don't know? The two separated at the intersection and went their separate ways. After Han Fei returned to his house, he did not feel sleepy. He turned around and walked towards the study. I had just lit the candle in the room, and when I turned around, I was almost scared to death. I don't know when a figure appeared in the study. At this moment, he was sitting at the desk, concentrating on flipping through a book. After Han Fei came in, he didn't even move, as if he didn't notice anything. On the contrary, Han Fei showed a surprised smile after seeing the man clearly. Disciple Han Fei, greetings to the master. He quickly leaned over and bowed deeply to the man. The person who came was his master from Xiaoxian Manor, Master Sun. Master Sun responded softly and continued to look at the book in his hand. Han Fei knew that the teacher hated being disturbed when he was reading, so he stood quietly by the side and watched over him. After a long time, Master Sun finally closed the book. Han Fei stepped forward and said, "Teacher, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know in advance so that I could go and greet you?" Master Sun's arrival was too sudden, and it was beyond his expectations. The teacher has not left Xiaoxian for so many years. Why did he suddenly come here today? Is this what you told me in your letter? Chapter 122. No, there will be next time. Master Sun was a serious person and looked particularly solemn. At this moment, the wrinkled palm was gently stroking the soft paper. Han Fei immediately understood that the teacher had come for this matter. Yes, teacher. This thing is called paper, and it was made by a good friend of my disciple. This thin little book contains as much content as a table of bamboo tubes. Master Sun nodded, and then asked, "What about the movable type printing you mentioned?" This is the main purpose of his visit this time. In his letter, Han Fei told him that there was a way to copy the classics of the ancients in large quantities, so there would be no need to worry about the loss of the heritage. Moreover, with this method and a sufficient number of classics, Confucianism can even expand once again on an unprecedented scale. This is an opportunity for Confucianism to flourish. Even a man like Master Sun couldn't remain calm when he heard the news. I couldn't wait to come to Korea to find Han Fei. Han Fei had of course spoken everything to Master Sun, but at this moment he hesitated. "Why? Are you teasing me, Master?" Master Sun's face suddenly darkened. "I came all the way from Qi State. Do you know how much trouble it is?" If Han Fei dared to nod now, the ruler in his sleeve would show no mercy. He is always like Han Fei, so he knew that Han Fei would not exaggerate with him about such things. So he sighed and said, "Is there something you can't tell me?" Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. "Yes, there is. Because movable type printing was invented by Chan Mo. It was said before that we would try it out in Xiaoxian Manor, but I didn't expect Master Sun to come directly to ask for the method." Master Sun stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "This paper is already a rare invention in the world. Add to that the movable type printing. The inventor is simply ingenious. Being able to come up with these two ideas is a boon to all scholars in the world. If it was just the same, Master Sun might be shocked, but he would not be so excited. Without printing technology, it would be difficult to spread words if there was only paper. After all, how much can be written manually? Similarly, if there is only printing technology, but no paper as a carrier, the same effect cannot be achieved. But when these two things are put together, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1. Paper is light, and printing facilitates mass production. Even he couldn't help but sigh that the person who invented this thing was truly a genius. Han Fei touched his nose and said, "The inventor of these two things is actually the same person." Master Sun was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. Same person. In fact, he still doesn't know how the paper is made, let alone what movable type printing is. After all, before this, there was no concept of printing in the world. Therefore, All characters were carved and written one by human power. This invention, from scratch, out of nothing, is so difficult that it is hard to imagine. Anyone who can come up with such an invention that defies heaven and earth must be a genius. But Han Fei actually told him that these two things were invented by the same person, which was hard to imagine even from Master Sun. Who is so wise as to be so wise? Master Sun couldn't help but gasp. Is this person a famous Confucian scholar? Han Fei shook his head. Could this person be your famous Korean minister? Han Fei shook his head again. None of them. Master, I know. This person must be a hidden master who has devoted his entire life to research and invented these two things for the benefit of the world. Han Fei nodded first, then shook his head. Master Sun watched his movements and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his left hand ready to pull out the ruler. Han Fei felt a chill on his back and quickly hid his hands behind his back, saying hurriedly, "This man is indeed a master, but he has not devoted his entire life to this, nor is he some hermit master. In fact, he came up with this thing casually and made it easily. He might even be younger than the disciple." Master Sun's dark face twitched visibly. "I've long told you to stay away from that kid Zhang Liang. It's only been a short while, and you dare to tease your master?" He said he couldn't believe that someone could invent something so easily. Master Sun studied and pondered all this time, but he didn't even have any idea about how to make this. No matter how detailed the material creation is, it cannot change its original form. For example, the bamboo tube, you can tell at a glance that its prototype is bamboo. For example, no matter how a sword is forged, the properties of the metal cannot be changed. But this thin piece of paper does not reveal the original material at all. Even more outrageous is the printing press. This kind of thing is simply against the will of heaven. Han Fei said anxiously, "I dare not tease my teacher. What I said before is true. These things were indeed made by the same person. Even this person is blind." Master Sun stared at him intently. "Are you telling the truth?" "It is absolutely true." Master Sun immediately fell into deep thought and said incredulously, "There is actually such a God in the world." After a moment's silence, he suddenly said, "Where is he now? Bring him to see me." Han Fei glanced at the dark night outside the door and asked, Now? Master Sun's years of cultivation of his state of mind were broken. He no longer had the calmness that Confucianism emphasized, but was filled with endless curiosity. Han Fei said in embarrassment, "To be honest with you, Master, I can't find any trace of him now." On the way, he was still wondering where Chanamo had gone. Now Master Sun asked him to find him. Where could he find him? You can't just go to the palace to look for it. Even if you run to the palace, you won't be able to find Madame Mingzhu, right? At this time, Mrs. Mingzhu was curled up in bed with tears in her eyes. "I dare not move. I dare not move at all." "Master," Madame Mingzhu cried pitifully. Chunmo said nonchalantly, "You know, I'm a blind man, so it's understandable that I entered the wrong door." "Mrs. Mingzhu, I always feel that you, the so-called blind man, are deceiving me." Then why don't you go out and re-enter the house?" Chun Mo pondered and said, "I am a stubborn person. I just like to stick to one path until the end." "Madame Mingzhu, you are the master. You have a final say." Chun Mo smiled, patted her head, and said, "It's nothing. Just get used to it. You'll be better next time." Mrs. Mingzhu was shocked. No, there'll be next time. That almost cost her half her life. Chapter 123. Open fast. Thank you just as fast. Madame Mingzhu's voice was a little hoarse. "Well then, Master, can you tell me in advance next time so that I can at least go and moisturize it first?" Chunamo nodded and said, "Of course, I'll go back first. Can you still lie down?" Madame Mingzhu shook her head. No, I can't move. I'll just stay like this for now. Chunamo looked at her weird look, feeling helpless like AZ. "You can't sleep like this?" Mrs. Mingzhu was immediately touched, thinking that her master was caring about her again. "It's okay. When it's not so hot in a while, I can lie down." "Huh?" Chunamo raised his eyebrows. He was really good at describing things. "Okay then, you can do whatever you want. I'll help you cover yourself with a quilt first." He covered Madame Mingzhu's snow-white back with a wide quilt. When he was about to leave, Madame Mingzhu suddenly raised her head. Before he could open his mouth after taking it, he let out 2 howls and took a few breaths of cold air. "What's wrong? Why are you moving around for no reason?" Chinamo stopped and asked. Madame Mingzhu grinned, a trace of sweat appearing on her forehead. "I want to think of something." When she saw the bright moon outside the window, she suddenly remembered what day it was. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This time is just right. There's a sachet in my clothes, master. Please help me take it out. Chen Mo felt a little amused when he saw her lying motionless on the bed. Of course, he couldn't expect her to do it herself. She walked to the clothes beside the bed, picked up a palace skirt, and said, "This one." Mrs. Mingzhu put her face on her arm and turned to look at it. Yes, that's it. It's inside the sleeve. Chen Mo reached in and took out a small sachet. I'll put it next to you. You can take it yourself. Who knew that? Madame Mingzhu shook her head and said, "This is not for me. It's for the master." For me? Chen Mo was a little surprised. Madame Mingzhu is proficient in the technique of manhwa fragrance, but Chen Mo doesn't think she has the courage to use this technique on herself now. Then what about giving yourself a sachet? I'm giving you a gift. Can you please stop thinking about what happened before? Madame Mingzhu smiled humbly, stretched out her snow-white arm, grabbed Chen Mo's clothes, and said in a flattering manner. She was still worried about the incident that made Chen Mo angry because she did not report by Yifei's matter. She felt that Chen Mo must be angry. Otherwise, why would he suddenly run so fiercely and take the wrong road, ending up on the dry road? I'm not angry. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. The reason I said that before was just because I wanted to see Madame Mingzhu's attitude. However, she was very satisfied with her decisive attitude. You are obviously angry, Mrs. Mingzhu said pitifully. Chen Mo said with some amusement. No, I know you must be angry, but that means you haven't forgiven me. She was extremely scared at this moment. Although she had just been taken away by the land, she was still afraid that she would lose Chen Mo's trust from then on. Okay, then I'm angry. Chen Mo had no choice but to go along with her. Mrs. Mingzhu smiled happily. See, I said so. She couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Chen Mo shook his head and said, I'll accept the gift. You should have a good rest. Who knew that? Madame Mingzhu smiled strangely and said, This gift is not this sachet, it's just the surface. The real gift must be obtained from Lady Hu. Chen Mo smiled and said, Okay, I'll get it next time I come. Madame Mingzhu said coquettishly, Oh, you're here today. It's only a few steps away, so why don't you take the trouble to get it? You'll definitely like it. Chen Mo sighed and said directly, Tell me, what are you trying to do? I don't think there's any gift I need you two to work together to give me. Madame Mingzhu looked strange today, and I knew what she was up to. You can tell with your toes that she is up to something. However, Madame Mingzhu knew that she couldn't hide it from Chen Mo, so she gritted her teeth and said, Just go ahead. I won't harm you. Just go and take a look. As he spoke, he began to beg. I didn't have the courage to harm Chen Mo before, and I don't dare to do that now. Chen Mo thought about it and decided that it was still early. Okay, I'll go take a look. If I'm not satisfied, I'll come back and punish you. It'll be hard for you to get up for a few days. Madame Mingzhu smiled charmingly. Then I'm afraid you won't be willing to come back. Chen Mo was also curious about what she said, so he turned around and went to Lady Hu's bedroom. When Mrs. Mingzhu saw him leave, she also smiled triumphantly. Ha, you little slut. Can't I deal with you? I want to see how you can fight me in the future. Are you as sensible as I am, as considerate as I am, and as considerate of my master as I am? Ouch, that hurts. Is it cracked? Mrs. Mingzhu smiled and then took a deep breath. At this time, in another bedroom, a graceful figure was tossing and turning on the bed, unable to fall asleep. After changing several positions, Miss Hu finally gave up struggling and couldn't help but open her eyes. She stretched out her snow-white hand from under the quilt and rubbed her eyebrows. It's so strange. Why can't I sleep at all? I was clearly feeling sleepy, but I just couldn't fall asleep in bed. Could it be that I slept too much in the afternoon? That shouldn't be the case. This didn't happen even after sleeping for an hour before. Lady Hu became a little confused. Gently lift the quilt. Under the nightgown, the calf is long and straight like a lotus root. A pair of delicate jade feet are small and exquisite, as delicious as ice cream. She got out of bed, walked to the table in her shoes, poured herself a glass of warm water, and started drinking it in small sips. All the palace maids in the bedroom were driven away, so she had to do it herself. Although the huge palace was luxurious at this time, it also had a touch of desolation. Lady Hu drank water while looking around the bedroom with her seductive eyes. Finally, her eyes fell on the pot of chrysanthemums that Mrs. Mingzhu sent her. At this moment, she was somewhat surprised to find that the pink chrysanthemum that was originally blooming had actually closed. It won't be long before it turns back into a flower bud. What a strange flower, It blooms quickly and withers just as quickly. Lady Yu put down the cup and walked over with some confusion. I only know that epiphyllum ephemeral flowers wither easily, but how come chrysanthemums also wither so easily? What a pity. I haven't had a good look at it yet, and I don't know when it will open next time. I'll ask about the blooming season of this flower later. Lady Hu sighed slowly. What was added to chapter 124? Isn't this what Mingzhu is talking about? The sudden voice behind her made Lady Hu tremble all over. Ooh! She stood there for a moment, not daring to move, her face turning pale with fear. But after turning around, he was stunned. Then he asked incredulously, Sir? Princess, are you okay? Concubine who screamed just now has already alerted the palace maids guarding nearby. There was even the sound of the door being pushed open. The fox beauty was startled again. If a man was found in her princess's room in the middle of the night, there would be no need to explain. Because there is no need to explain anymore. It's okay. Lady Hu quickly spoke to the person outside the door. No need to come in. If you disturb my rest, you will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane each. She kept scaring the palace maids outside, and at the same time hurriedly pulled Chun Mo and hid him. After hearing what she said, the palace maids of course didn't dare to come in. Lady Yu directly pulled Chun Mo and hid in the back hall. The back hall is where she usually rests, and there's a curtain separating it from the outside. She lowered the curtains on both sides and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chun Mo, who suddenly came to visit, she asked in surprise, Sir, why are you here? Lady Yu's heart was still beating wildly at this moment, and she was obviously frightened by what had just happened. It was hard to imagine that this usually extremely charming woman could appear in such an embarrassing state. At this moment, Lady Hu's expression was one of surprise and joy, and she even had a kind of girlish innocence that was rarely seen before. Chun Mo touched his nose, pointed outside, and said, Mingzhu said she wanted to give me a gift, and some of it is here for me to pick up. Lady Hu blinked in surprise and asked, Mingzhu? She can actually order you around now. Chun Mo explained awkwardly. That's not the case. She just had some health problems and is now paralyzed and can't get up. Lady Hu was a little surprised and asked, Is he going to die? Chun Mo's head was suddenly filled with black lines. What's wrong with this woman? What kind of grudge did you have in your previous life? Not really. It's just a minor problem. I think it will be fine after a night's rest. Lady Hu smacked her lips immediately and said regretfully, Why not let her lie down for a few more days? Oh, sir, what did she ask you to get? I don't have anything from her here. I only have a chrysanthemum here. Chun Mo pursed his lips, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Well, that might be it. Lady Hu poked her head out from behind the curtain and took a cautious look. Seeing that there was no one outside, she ran out like a thief and carried the flower bed in. It's really rare for this princess to be treated like a thief in her own bedroom. This thing. Lady Hu was also a little puzzled at this time. After all, Madame Mingzhu had clearly said that this thing was a gift for her. How come it suddenly became a gift for the gentleman, and he was asked to come and get it? If it were someone else, she would definitely ask Mingzhu. But since it was Chun Mo who wanted it, of course there was no room for objection. Chun Mo looked at the flower bud that was gradually closing and fell into deep thought. What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with this? Lady Hu stood aside and reached out her hand to poke the flower bud. Seeing this, Chun Mo continued to remain silent. No, there's nothing wrong. Now that I've got the things, I'll go back first. I must ask Mingzhu what she is doing when I get back and why she gave me chrysanthemums. You're leaving so soon? Miss Hu was tall, and when she raised her head slightly, she was face to face with Chun Mo. The two were so close that they could feel each other's hot breath. Lady Hu's heart suddenly trembled, and she felt a hot feeling spreading throughout her body. She pursed her red lips, took a step back, and said, Well, what I mean is it's rare for a gentleman to come here, so he should at least sit down, right? Please sit down first. I'll get you some water. Her heart was pounding, and she hurried out from behind the curtain. Then he picked up a cup absent-mindedly. Chun Mo used his spiritual sense to look around and immediately fell into deep thought. Sit? Is there any place to sit around here? There was nowhere to sit except the big bed. Chen Montag Zeit. It was quite hot, and it would be nice to drink some water. Why isn't the gentleman sitting down? Lady Hu came over with a glass of water and saw Chun Mo still standing there, and couldn't help asking. He took a look at his own room and suddenly realized. After handing the quilt to Chun Mo, he quickly said, Sir, drink some water first. I'll go get you a chair. Seeing her, a princess, running around so busy, Chun Mo felt a little sorry for her. Don't bother. I'll finish this glass of water and leave. Lady Who only felt her arm getting hot, and when she turned around, she found that it was Chun Mo who was holding her. Suddenly, her heart started beating violently. A sense of nervousness arose spontaneously, which she had never felt before when Chun Mo carried her back and forth. Well then, sir, please sit here and I will clean up. As soon as Chun Mo let go of his hand, she hurried to her bedside. The graceful figure turned its back to Chun Mo, bent down, and began to tidy up the big bed which had been messed up by itself. Her slender figure had beautiful curves, the thin nightgown seemed to be invisible, and her seductive outline was vaguely visible. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and almost crushed the cup in his hand. What kind of water is this? Why does it get hotter the more I drink it? Miss Who is naturally charming, and every move she makes is alluring. At this moment, she was facing away from him, still wearing only a thin nightgown, which was truly alluring and filled with endless reverie. If Madame Mingzhu is a wild horse, then Lady Who is an enchanting fox. Please take a seat, sir. Lady Who calmed herself down, turned around, and said with a smile, Is your bed suitable for me to sit on? The big pink bed looks soft and warm, and it must be very comfortable to sleep on. What's inappropriate about this? It's nothing. Sir, you're not an outsider. I don't mind. How can a grown man like you have so many things to worry about? Lady Who spoke in her usual frivolous and casual tone. Of course, Chun Mo is not afraid anymore. This water smells good. What's added to it? Chun Mo finished drinking the water in the cup and asked curiously. Nothing, just ordinary water. Lady Who had just sat down next to him, held up her skirt. Upon hearing this, she looked over curiously. His eyes fell on the cup in Chun Mo's hand, and his expression suddenly changed. I was so absent-minded just now that I actually gave my cup to Chun Mo. This was really embarrassing. Fortunately, Chun Mo didn't know about it at this time. Chapter 125, Aren't You Afraid? Lady Who bit her fingers, looked at Chun Mo eagerly, and said, Well, is it good? Chun Mo was a little puzzled, but still nodded and said, Not bad. Lady Who was stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled. Then, shall I get you a glass? Chun Mo drank 3 glasses of water in succession, and the more he drank, the more he felt something was wrong. There was nothing wrong with the water, but the atmosphere in the room was a little off. Lady Who rested her elbows on her knees, supporting her chin, and watched Chun Mo drink glass after glass of water with shining eyes. Is it still delicious? Seeing Chun Mo finish drinking, she asked with a smile. Chun Mo sighed and said directly, No matter how sweet the water is, it is not as sweet as the princess smile. Lady Who was a little confused and asked, How do you know I'm laughing? Chun Mo raised his lips, Because I can see it. Lady Who immediately rolled her eyes and said, Sir, you are quite funny. Chun Mo shook his head and sighed. It's true. Why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth, but they are willing to believe me when I tell a lie? I just like to hear the princess smile. It's like the sound of a silver bell, so I want to make you smile more. Lady Who really believed it. The fooled, she smiled and said, Really? Is it my smile that sounds better, or Mingzhu's? Chun Mo said without hesitation, Of course it's you. Isn't this nonsense? Whoever is in front of me now is the one. This is simply a 3-point question. Lady Who was very proud for a moment, and her giggles kept echoing like silver bells. The depressed mood caused by insomnia was now gone. The two chatted for a long time, and Lady Who refused to let Chun Mo leave no matter what, and insisted on chatting with him for a while longer. Chun Mo's lips were almost dry, and finally he just leaned back and said, If you do this again, I will just sleep here with you. Not only Chun Mo felt it, but Lady Who herself also noticed it. I had a feeling in my heart that I didn't want Chun Mo to leave. It was as if there was an invisible chain that tied him to Chun Mo, and as soon as Chun Mo left, his soul would be taken away with him. Lady Who is not as easy to tease as Madame Who, and she will become very embarrassed in a short time. The charming eyes narrowed and said cunningly, Sir, you have been very kind to me. I just don't know how to repay you. She also lay back, moving closer to Chun Mo, breathing sweetly, and said, That's just right. How about repaying me with your body tonight? She got closer and closer, wanting to see Chun Mo's panic-stricken look. But this time she miscalculated. Chun Mo didn't even look back, and their noses were almost touching. I think that's a good idea. Chun Mo also knew Miss Who's character. He's the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others with sweet words, but when the real action comes, he'll naturally back off. But this time he miscalculated. Lady Who was stunned for just a moment. Then she boldly put her arm on his shoulders. The curvaceous body kept moving closer to him, almost sticking to him. Lady Who's heart was beating like a hammer, and she inexplicably felt a surge of courage. Well, in this case, I will be yours from now on. Chen Mo put his arm around her soft waist and asked, "Don't you regret it?" Lady Who proved her inner thoughts with her actions. The petal-like lips have a charming fragrance, leaving a touch of tenderness on the lips. Love me well. In Madame Mingzhu's bedroom, Mrs. Mingzhu, who had been curled up like a rabbit, finally laid down slowly. She looked at the bright moon outside the window and calculated the time. Based on her understanding of Chen Mo, it was time to call off the battle. There was a hint of pride in her narrow eyes. What did I say? I said that once you go there, you won't want to come back. My Mingzhu really has a plan for everything. The master will definitely like the beauty of that slutty fox. You haven't been back for so long. It seems like you like it very much. It's worth the thought put into the words. There was nothing strange about the flowers given to Lady Who, and there was nothing strange about the sachet either. But when these two are together, it's something special. The flower is like a lock, and the sachet is the key. When two people are together, they can release the most sincere desires in people's hearts. The flowers should have wilted when Chen Mo went there. But it doesn't matter. Lady Who has already smelled the fragrance of the flowers. According to her understanding, this slutty vixen must have had ill intentions toward her husband for a long time. When she is aroused, her alluring appearance will be so seductive that even the statues will be unable to resist. If she hadn't brought the sachet with her, Lady Who would have just been a little depressed and irritable. But it's different with the sachet. The Who beauty will develop a deep attachment to, an obsession with her owner. Mrs. Mingzhu giggled as if she had gotten some great advantage. Now it's done. I can sleep peacefully. Madame Mingzhu raised the corners of her mouth, supported herself with her hands, and turned over carefully. But she suddenly felt she touched something. Is this what the master dropped? No, this thing feels familiar. When Mrs. Mingzhu took it in front of her, her glasses widened immediately. Here? Why is the sachet here? Didn't the master take it away? Why is he here? She stared at the sachet in her hand in amazement. The pink chain floated beside the bed like a layer of charming mist. Gradually, the curtain stopped shaking and fell down quietly. The huge palace became quiet. After a long time, a voice slowly sounded in the tent. It's late, I. Before he could finish, a charming voice immediately suppressed him and said, Don't talk. Stay with me for a while, okay? Lady Who stretched out her green, jade-like fingers and pressed them against Chen Mo's lips, interrupting what he was about to say. Good. Chen Mo nodded, picked up her tender little hand, and rubbed it gently in his hand. The dense, curved eyelashes above Miss Who's eyes trembled slightly. His eyes slowly opened, and the mist in his eyes was like a full pond about to overflow. You are really rude. You are really good at climbing the pole. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she drew circles on Chen Mo's body with her fingers. I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Her smile was as charming as peach blossoms, and her tone was a little coquettish. Chen Mo smiled and put his lips on her forehead. Since you've already kissed me, I should just run away, right? I'm the princess, aren't you afraid? If someone had suddenly broken in just now, both of us would have been finished. It sounded like she was afraid, but her tone didn't indicate any regret. Chapter 126, The Sutra, is gone. Of course, Chen Mo was not afraid of anyone breaking in. Now his spiritual awareness is growing stronger and stronger, fully capable of covering the entire palace of Lady Who, and the whereabouts of the palace maids outside the door are under his control. You have nothing to worry about as long as I'm here. Princess, well, you really don't deserve the title of princess. Chen Mo hugged the soft and gentle Lady Who, hinting at something. Now I know the answer. The King of Han is such a poor fellow. Not only does she have to perform a one-man show in front of Madame Mingzhu, she also has to perform a one-man show in front of another favorite concubine. Both princesses were stunningly beautiful, but he never touched either of them. Chen Mo got the canary, which he had raised for such a long time, into its cage and ate all of it without leaving a single one. Oh, it's all my good fortune, isn't it? Why you sound like you're taking advantage of me? Miss Who smiled and hooked Chen Mo's nose with her hand, calmly and generously. Have you been targeting me since the last time I used the aphrodisiac? Chen Mo remained non-committal. Who wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful princess? I would set my sights on you, which just shows how charming you are. Mrs. Mingzhu was not annoyed but happy. She said with a smile, "Sir, you are really sweet. I don't know how many girls you have fooled." Chen Montauk frowned. Lady Who reached out and smoothed his brows, thinking that he had thought of something and became nervous. "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Chen Mo laughed and said, "I've been cheated too many times. I can't remember." Lady was stunned for a moment. Then she snuggled into his arms and began to giggle. A smile brings out all charm. The tent suddenly became beautiful. After a moment, she sat up straight. Lady Who stared at Chen Mo intently and said seriously, "Don't lie, you and my sister." Before she finished speaking, Chen Mo knew what she wanted to ask. Simply said, "Clear and innocent. Real." Certainly, there is nothing wrong with it, and this statement must be said with confidence. Lady Who was also amused by his serious attitude. "I didn't say anything. It doesn't matter whether I have it or not." She changed her posture and huddled in his silent's arms, jokingly saying, "But why are you so nervous? Are you feeling guilty?" Chen Mo pursed his lips, feeling a little helpless. "I don't believe a single word of the truth, but I believe every lie. It's up to you. I'm not afraid of my own shadow because I am upright. Do you want to sleep for a while? I will accompany you. If she keeps pestering me like this, I will force her to say something even if it means nothing." Lady Hu yawned lightly and really felt a little sleepy. "I wanted to go to bed a long time ago, but I just couldn't fall asleep. But after a hard fight, I felt like I could fall asleep almost as soon as I closed my eyes. Moreover, it is so reassuring to be in this embrace." She rubbed against Chen Mo and murmured, "Then stay with me for a while and leave after I fall asleep." Chen Mo hummed. Just when I was about to help her pull up the quilt that had slipped down, my attention was immediately drawn to her snow-white back. Chen Mo's perception was very clear. So even when facing a person, you can see what's going on behind her. Lady Who has a slim figure, and her back is as soft as jade, without the slightest flaw. But now, a series of intricate lines appeared on this snow-white jade back. Chen Mo frowned. It wasn't there when I helped her undress her nightgown before. Could it be that it was pressed out by the quilt? Impossible. The quilt used by the princess was soft and comfortable. Even the weight of two people could not have left such an obvious mark. After touching it with his fingers, Chen Mo became more certain of his guess. The back is still smooth, without any bumps or bumps at all. "Stop it, it's itchy." Lady Who felt a little annoyed when Chen Mo touched her, so she hunched her shoulders and spoke in a daze. "You have something on your back." Chen Mo withdrew his hand and said in a low voice, What?" Lady Who opened her hazy eyes and reached behind her back in confusion. "Don't move. Let me take a look." Chen Mo held her slender wrist and pulled the quilt down a little more. The divine sense covered the back and examined it carefully. Lady Who suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Are you sure you can see it?" "Of course I can. It's clearer than what you can see with your own eyes." Chen Mo observed and responded. Lady Who was stunned. Looking at Chen Mo's serious expression, it seemed that he was not joking. "What is this?" She stretched out a white and tender finger. "1. And now." Lady Who stretched out 2 more. 3. Her expression suddenly became interesting. She hid her hands behind her back. "What now?" "Fist." Chen Mo took out her hand that was hidden behind her back and covered the little pink fist with his big hand. Lady Who widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Can you really see? You usually pretend to be blind. Why didn't you tell me if you could see?" Chen Mo was somewhat helpless. "I told you. You just didn't believe it. I have a better way than seeing, so I usually just pretend to be blind to confuse the enemy. Although there are not many enemies who can match my strength, it is just a disguise after all." Lady Who held Chen Mo's face in her hands and kissed him happily, saying expectantly, "So all those compliments you said about me before were true? Women all care about this." Jingwei and Xinu also asked the same question at that time. Especially for beautiful women like them. They hope to show their beautiful side to the people they love. Chen Mo pinched her nose. Of course it's true. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the strange pattern was slowly disappearing. The lines that were originally horizontal gradually disappeared. What's going on? Although Lady Who couldn't see behind her, she could tell from his tone that there were new changes. "What's wrong? What's behind me?" Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and then said, "It's a bit like a map." The mark that appeared on the back just now was not big, it just covered the middle position. The lines meander and twist, and some places are even marked. It looks like a map. Map? Then take a good look at this map. Where is it from? Lady Who sat up, gathered her long hair in front of her, and turned around to let Chen Mo take a closer look. No more. Chinamo shook his head slightly. Lady Who was a little surprised and asked, how could it disappear? Then how'd it come out just now? This thing must have just appeared. Otherwise, the palace maids should have discovered it when they were helping her bathe. Chinamo also became a little confused. Chapter 127, My Father Left Behind. It would be fine if a map just appeared behind Lady Who, but why did it appear and disappear from time to time? The key is that it has disappeared before you can take a closer look. What are the triggering conditions and reasons for disappearance? After thinking for a while, he suddenly had an idea. He pulled Lady Who was twisting her neck to look back, and asked, how do you feel now? Huh? I don't feel anything. It doesn't hurt or itch. Chinamo shook his head and placed his hand on her soft and slender waist. I'm asking, how do you feel physically? Lady Who understood immediately and put her arms around his neck and said, okay, do you want it? Chinamo asked against her soft lips. Then please take a moment to work on it. I'll find some paper money and draw the picture in a moment. Lady Who was immediately surprised and asked, do you understand how it appeared? Chinamo said mysteriously, you should understand it. You will know after trying it. Sure enough, his guess was correct. An hour later, Chinamo placed the silk painting on Lady Who's back on the bed and observed it carefully. Lady Who lay on the side in a daze, her little mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Drawing, are you done? Well, it's all done. You can take a rest first. Chinamo touched her hair lovingly. This map actually doesn't appear to be that complicated. The pattern is tattooed using a special method, and it will automatically appear as long as the owner's blood boils. Taking a bath obviously cannot achieve this level, so I have to go through it again. When she heard him say that he had finished the painting, Lady Who immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If he asked me to draw it again, I would probably cry. After resting for a while, she curled up limply in Chinmo's arms. He picked up the silk cloth and looked at it, saying, is this it? It really seems to be a map. Why do I have this thing on my back? Her white and tender fingers traced along those lines, and she suddenly said in surprise, I seem to be somewhat familiar with this place. There are mountains and hills painted on the silk cloth. Although it is relatively abstract, if you look at these things as markings on a map, they are extremely obvious. Chinmo raised his eyebrows and said, look familiar? Where is this? Lady Who looked left and right, frowned, and said in a depressed tone, I can't tell. I just feel familiar, but I can't tell where it is. It's just a vague feeling. It just looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. She said a little disappointedly. If I had some reference points, maybe I could figure it out. A reference? Chinmo's fingers slid across the edge of the silk cloth and said, look here, isn't the line disconnected too, suddenly? After he said this, Lady Who understood a little. It's true. It feels a bit disconnected. I remember now. Lady Who's eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in surprise. Princess, what's wrong with you? This sound startled the maid outside again, and a questioning voice came immediately. Lady Who quickly covered her mouth, then put it down and said to the outside, it's okay. I just had a nightmare. Don't worry. The palace maids outside the door believed it and dared not come in without her order. I was scared to death. Lady Who patted her heart and said playfully with her tongue sticking out. Chinmo couldn't help laughing and pulled her into his arms and said, what did our clever princess think of? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Lady Who said with pride in her eyes, because I know why the map is like this, because it seems to be only half of it. Half, well, it certainly looks like that. Lady Who looked at him, tapped her lips, and said, I know where the other half is. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Chinmo kissed her hard. After a moment, their lips parted. Lady Who narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. After taking a deep breath, she looked at Chinmo with some amusement and said slowly, it's with my sister. Looking at Chinmo's twitching mouth, Lady Who smiled like a cunning fox. The reason she was so sure was because she recalled the last time Miss Who took a bath with her. A casual question scared her, and she went into the bathtub. After she was pulled out, I found some strange lines on her back. The bath cannot be shown, but adding the sudden fright is enough. Before the two sisters could figure out what it was, the pattern had disappeared. I thought it was just some contamination on Mrs. Who's body that caused the allergy. Now it seems that it is not that simple. It should be the other half of the map. Chinmo pinched his chin and pondered for a moment. Besides me, has anyone else touched your back? When Lady Who heard this, she immediately hit him to express her dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? My princess is pure and innocent. You are the first man to touch me, and you will be the last one. Chinmo explained, I know, that's not what I meant. I mean, this thing must have been left on your backs by someone. Do you have any impression of who left it there? Lady who recalled for a long time before shaking her head and said, well, it seems not. If such a complex map is tattooed, it must have some feeling. Even if I was unconscious, I would wake up from the pain, but I have no memory of anything. Chunmo nodded and said, then I should know who stayed behind. Lady who blinked and looked at Chunmo in confusion. The person involved, haven't remembered anything at all. So how do you know who it is? Chunmo looked at the confusion on her face and chuckled. It's not that you don't remember it, it's that you forgot it. Since you have it and your sister has it too, the person who left it must be a relative of yours. Since you don't remember it, it means you were still young at the time. Think about it. Who could have been in contact with you two sisters since childhood and put things on you? Since the things on their backs are hidden in such a secretive way, it must be very important. Such an important thing would not be left with a stranger. Given the conditions mentioned above on the plane, the answer is obvious. Lady who opened her eyes wide and asked, so you mean my parents? What about this map? The only people who meet the requirements are their parents. The owner and his wife of Huiyu Villa. Lady who is not stupid, so of course she understood it immediately. Seeing Chunmo nod, she immediately understood what this map was related to. My father's treasure. Chunmo pursed his lips, feeling quite surprised. Chapter 128 open. A large part of the reason for the destruction of Huiyu Villa was because Lord Huiyu's treasure was coveted by others. They destroyed Fire Rain Villa and searched the entire manor. Even not long ago, Bai Yifei led the army to look for it, but found nothing. Who could have thought that this most important clue was hidden in his two precious daughters? This is why he would rather die than reveal the clue to the treasure. The maps on Lady Hu and Madam whose bodies were tattooed using a special method. Of course, it can also be revealed using special methods. This method is definitely not what Chunmo did. He just hit the jackpot by accident. Perhaps even Lord Huiyu had not expected that one day this map would be discovered by someone in this way. So, there's a huge treasure behind me. Lady who tried to sit up with her arms, but ultimately failed. Without even getting up half of her body, she fell back into Chunmo's arms. Yes, this part of your body, plus the half of your sister's body, should be the location where the treasure is buried. The treasure left behind by Lord Huiyu is no small sum. During his lifetime, Lord Huiyu was known to be as rich as a country. Huiyu Villa has monopolized the Huiyu stone business in Baiwei since its ancestors. The wealth accumulated over the years is simply incalculable. They have even always been supporters of the Baiwei royal family, and the military expenses of Baiwei are basically supported by Huiyu Villa. Being able to support a country's military on one's own is not something that an ordinary wealthy businessman can do. The fact that Baiwei was destroyed so easily was closely related to the destruction of Huiyu Villa. You keep this thing? Forget it. I'll just help you destroy it. Chunmo folded the map he had just drawn and wanted to give it directly to Lady Hu. But on second thought, it would be better to just destroy it. Otherwise, if it were to leak out, it would only bring her endless danger. Lady Hu certainly understood this and nodded in his arms. That's fine. If you need it in the future, you can come and draw it again. Although this way of painting is special, Lady Hu has already gotten used to it. It will be best if you come to paint every day. This is what your father left behind. Since it is with you, it is for you. Chunmo pinched the silk cloth and it turned into powder easily. Lady Hu asked with great interest, such a treasure, wouldn't you be tempted? Chunmo reached out and touched her rosy face and said affectionately, the most precious treasure now belongs to me. Miss Hu's heart moved, and she felt deeply touched. She took the initiative to move forward and directly pressed her tender lips against Chunmo's lips. After a long while, he hummed a few times, indicating that he couldn't breathe. After stabilizing her breathing, she lay in Chunmo's arms infatuatedly, holding his hand and interlocking their fingers, saying, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. This treasure is useless if it's buried underground. It's better to give it to my man to do something big. Without waiting for Chunmo's response, she immediately said excitedly, when there's a chance, I will go and dig out this treasure of my father. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by such a huge treasure. Chunmo simply didn't refuse and said with a smile, that's great. The money I dig out is just enough for me to marry a few more concubines. Lady Hu chuckled and said, okay, I won't tire you to death by then. But there is still a problem. She looked at Chunmo and said with a half smile, the other map is with my sister. That night, Miss Hu didn't know when Chun Mo left. She only knew that she slept particularly soundly during that night. It was not until noon the next day that I was awakened by the noise outside. Get out of here. You were so brave. You even dare to stop me. Forgive me, Madame Mingzhu, but the princess hasn't gotten up yet. You'll disturb her if you go in now. Madame Mingzhu looked up at the sky and sneered. Is your princess a pig? It's already this late, and you haven't gotten up yet? In fact, she had just gotten up not long ago. I was so exhausted last night that I didn't fall asleep until late at night. But when he saw the sachet left by Chun Mo, he was suddenly awakened again. If the owner doesn't bring this thing, wouldn't his trip be in vain? I vowed to make him satisfied. Now that he has made a wasted trip, it would be a small matter if he punishes her later, but will be a big deal if he develops disgust towards her. Therefore, after waking up, Madame Mingzhu hurried to Lady Hu. I want to get some information from her, but I didn't expect that lady who hasn't gotten up yet. When the palace maids heard Madame Mingzhu insulting their master like that, anger showed up on their faces. Let her in. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a charming voice came from the palace. Several palace maids quickly left Madame Mingzhu behind and worked together to push the door open. Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly and followed. As soon as you enter the door, you can see two palace maids collecting the gauze curtains on both sides. Lady Hu, who had just changed her clothes, was sitting beside the bed. He looked sleepy, and it was obvious that he had just woken up. Madame Mingzhu looked at her and wondered if she had really been sleeping until now. You are really good. Why are you here again? Can't you stay in your own palace? Why do you keep coming to me all day? Lady Hu raised her hand and combed her hair. After taking a look at Mrs. Mingzhu, who was walking slowly, he felt quite puzzled. Mrs. Mingzhu has a hot temper and doesn't usually walk so slowly. One needs to pay attention to her manners when there are people around, but what does she need to pay attention to here? Not only did she walk slowly, but she also frowned every few steps, as if there were thorns on the ground pricking her. Madame Mingzhu glanced at the palace maids around her and knew that now was not the time to talk. I made up an excuse and said, I came to see how the flowers I gave you are doing. Have they bloomed? She looked around but didn't see the chrysanthemum. It opened. It opened suddenly last night. Hearing Madame Mingzhu's question, she also asked back, but it only bloomed for less than an hour before it withered again. I was also wondering about the blooming period of this flower. Why is it the same as the night blooming cereus? As soon as she finished speaking, two palace maids brought a basin for her to wash. Lady Hu just raised her head and let others serve her without having to do anything herself. Mrs. Mingzhu did not answer, but asked, How is the fragrance of the flower? Do you smell it? Lady Hu narrowed her eyes and looked at her, then closed them again and said, I smell it. It has a very special fragrance. Madame Mingzhu's expression suddenly brightened. Before I could ask any more questions, I heard Lady Hu, who had just stood up, suddenly take a breath and hiss. Chapter 129, Still So Tough. Then she sat back with a frown on her face, looking extremely strange. Madame Mingzhu looked at her eagerly and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Lady Hu leaned on the bed and grasped the sheets tightly, her eyes a little distracted as she said, It's okay, my legs are just a little numb from sitting for so long. Are your legs numb? Mrs. Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, walked over slowly, folded her arms, and looked her over and over again. He frowned as he looked at her extremely charming face. What's going on? Why does this slutty vixen feel more seductive than before? The two palace maids thought that concubine whose legs were really numb, so they immediately knelt down and rubbed her legs for a long time. After recovering from the shock, Lady Hu waved her hands and said, It's okay. Come and help me. With the help of the palace maid, she finally walked to the dressing table. Madame Mingzhu stared at her back persistently, and she always felt that she had discovered something, but she couldn't remember what it was. It was not until the palace maid had made the bed and was serving her with a white silk in her hands that she had an idea. Isn't it like this every day? Turning his head to look at Lady Hu's bed, he found that the quilt had been changed by the palace maid. After finishing her makeup, Lady Hu turned around and saw the palace maid holding the white silk. She immediately frowned and asked, What are you doing with this thing? The maid's expression froze for a moment, and she asked in confusion, Princess, you are not. Lady Hu's face changed, and she turned her head to look at Madame Mingzhu behind her in a bronze mirror. A hint of panic appeared on that extremely charming face. She squeezed her hands and pretended to be calm, saying, It's okay, it's not necessary, my boyfriend has already left. Lady Hu, who had been staring at her, immediately grinned when she heard this. You, Miss Hu, your excuses are exactly the same as mine. Lady Hu turned around and looked at Madame Mingzhu with a puzzled look on her face. What are you laughing at? Aren't you in trouble? Normal women have it, but abnormal women don't. What's so funny? But Madame Mingzhu was not laughing at this at all. She was just laughing heartily because she had discovered the secret that lady who had tried so hard to hide. Haha, I'll come too, haha, but I have to say you haha. Haha, hiss, ouch, no, it's getting spicy again. You have to make me laugh, hiss. Mrs. Mingzhu was laughing so hard at first, but as she laughed, she began to gasp with a hissing sound. Lady Hu looked at the crazy Madame Mingzhu in front of her with disdain. What on earth happened to this woman today? After finally calming down, Madame Mingzhu waved to the palace maids around her. Get out, everyone. I have something to say to your master. Lady Hu looked at her suspiciously and waved her hand as well. Tell me, what made you so crazy? Madame Mingzhu hugged her shoulders and raised the corner of her mouth playfully. My master stayed at your place yesterday. Was he satisfied? I am satisfied. I've given you the things. Can you let me sleep for a while? Inside the courtyard, Chun Mo yawned and responded helplessly. He didn't sleep all night last night, running from Madame Mingzhu to concubine Hu. I have had in-depth communication with Miss Hu for such a long time. After waiting for a long time until she fell asleep, he secretly ran back. This time when we got back, it was already daybreak, and Jingwei had already prepared breakfast. Just as he finished his porridge and was about to go back to sleep, Yin Lingji came over and bothered him again. He had to take the flower buds he brought back. Chinemo thought that this was the gift that Madame Mingzhu had mentioned, and it would not be easily given away. Of course not. But Yin Lingji is such a stubborn little girl. If I don't agree to her, she will pester me for who knows how long. If you're really annoyed, just give it to her. As a result, just after he fell asleep for a while, he kicked the door and ran in again. You think I want to come over? Yin Lingji leaned against the door frame and snorted. She looked at Chinemo in the bed and said resentfully, Someone came to see you, but I chased him away. Chinemo suddenly poked his head out from under the quilt. With a quick probe of his spiritual sense, he knew who was coming. Han Fei. Why is he here? Although the few people knew the address, they usually met at Zelangshuan. This was the first time that someone came to his home. It seems that if it wasn't an important matter, he wouldn't be so anxious. Let him sit for a while, I'll be right there. Chinemo immediately sat up. Anyway, with his strength, it's really no big deal if he doesn't sleep for a few days. But since Han Fei came over, it must be something serious. Mrs. Hu is going to make tea. I'm too lazy to wait on anyone. Yin Lingji leaned against the doorframe, looking lazy. Looking at Chun Mo, who was nimble in his movements, he didn't look like a disabled person at all, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Han Fei, who had been anxiously waiting in the yard for a long time, saw Chun Mo coming out and quickly stood up to greet him and bowed, saying, I hope you don't mind disturbing your rest, sir. Yin Lingji rolled her eyes. This guy had just laid down, so how could he have rested? It's okay. You must have something important to say here. Go ahead. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and then said directly, My master has come to Korea and now wants to meet you, sir. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows. Master Sun? Yes. Chun Mo nodded and said, Okay, let him come over. Did he really say that? At Han Fei's house, Master Sun, who had been waiting for news for a long time, sat up immediately after hearing what Han Fei relayed. His already dark face now looked even darker. It was so gloomy, just like the dark clouds before a storm. He asked Han Fei to find the person, and he found the person. But after hearing this, the other party not only showed no intention of coming over, but actually asked me to go meet him in person. What is the identity of Master Sun? The most prestigious Confucian scholar today. Even these 7 countries are full of his disciples. The fact that he came here from thousands of miles away is enough to prove his importance and sincerity. Now that he has met the inventor, the other party actually wants him to come in person. Chen Mo doesn't care about the great or small Confucian scholars. I have no interest in you, the great scholar. You have to understand that you need something from me, not me from you. No matter who you are, you have to behave properly when asking for help. You're dreaming if you want me to come to your door with a shameless face. Good boy, you are so tough. Master Sun threw down the book in his hand, and his beard began to tremble with anger. Master, what do you think we should do now? Sir, you are a very stubborn person. Now that I tell you to go, I'm afraid you really won't come. Han Fei said with a somewhat embarrassed look. Chun Mo has a stubborn personality, and this master is even more stubborn. That's just like a stone in a pit toilet, smelly and hard. Chapter 130, Are You Feeling Unwell? Master Sun snorted coldly. Even the Queen Mother of Qi has never put on such airs with me. Han Fei said with difficulty. Indeed, my mentor is extraordinary. But he changed the subject and said seriously. But this matter is related to the future of Confucianism. If you don't agree, I'm afraid that this printing technology will be. Master Sun glared at him. Do you mean to ask me to go see him? Han Fei waved his hands and said, No, of course not. I just want to ask if we can come up with a compromise. Suppose you two agree on a meeting place. How about that? Nothing. After hearing Han Fei's so-called compromise opinion, Chen Mo immediately shook his head and rejected it. It's not that I don't want to give you this face. Chen Mo, don't have much face yet. But I want your arrogant master to understand one thing. After all, this matter concerns the prosperity of your Confucianism. If he cares about this little bit of status and face and can't let it go, that only shows that in his eyes, the fate of Confucianism is not even as important as his own face. You are the only one who has a temper. Don't I, Chen Mo, have one? Everyone is a grandmaster. At worst, I can just come and fight. If you want movable type printing, just come and ask for it yourself. I don't need that little bit of money from you Confucians, so don't bring up your stinking airs with me. Quicksand does require some money, but as it spreads, it doesn't need your little bit of money. If it doesn't work, I will go back and look for my father-in-law's inheritance. That amount of money is enough to drown your little Shengxian village. Han Fei felt helpless and had to go back to report to Master Sun. When Master Sun heard this, he became furious. Ridiculous. This is simply a fallacy. If I didn't care, why would I come all the way from Qi? This kid is really good at speaking. Han Fei was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to persuade him or not. It would be better for these two people not to meet. It's possible that these two people will start fighting after a few disagreements when they meet. He was curious, though. In terms of your ability, who is better, Sir or Master Sun? Well, what do you think we should do now? Han Fei stood aside and said helplessly. After all, he couldn't persuade either side, and he had no right to tell them what to do. At most, we can reconcile them in the middle. Now that both of them wanted to stick to their own opinions, he was of course helpless. Even in the evening, he entered the palace with a sad face. This also caused Hong Lian, who was standing next to them, to see it. Hong Lian immediately chased after him, holding up her skirt. Brother Wang, Brother Wang. Han Fei was so preoccupied that he didn't even notice his sister's voice. Hong Lian jumped up and landed on Han Fei like a monkey, scratching him all over. Hey, who is it? Han Fei couldn't turn his head to look, and could only turn around like a headless fly. Hong Lian ruffled his hair and said angrily, I told you to ignore me. I told you to ignore me. Hey, Hong Lian, I was wondering who in the palace is so unruly. Come down. This is so disgraceful. Han Fei felt somewhat helpless. Looking across the entire country of Korea, there were not many people who could give him a hard time. No, looking at the entire 7 countries, only the Red Lotus Society does this. Who told you to ignore me? I just called you for a long time. Hong Lian raised her chin, looking particularly righteous. Han Fei fixed his hair and sighed. Yes, it's all my fault, brother. Is that okay? Hong Lian chuckled and said immediately, That's more like it. But my brother, you look so absent-minded. What are you thinking about so intently? Suddenly, she lowered her voice and asked carefully, Are you thinking of finding a sister-in-law for me? Han Fei found her ridiculous teasing a little funny. He said in Master Sun's tone of admonition, I told you not to hang out with that Zifong guy a long time ago. It's only been a short while, but you've already learned to play jokes on Brother Wang. Hong Lian squinted with disdain and said smugly, Tease him? He's almost as good as me. Okay, Brother Wang, stop changing the subject. Tell me what you were thinking about. Han Fei pushed her little head away and shook his head, saying, My teacher went to my house and wanted to see you, sir. Hong Lian put her finger on her lips and thought for a while before saying, Your teacher? The old man with a dark face. Han Fei's face suddenly turned black, and his head exploded when he raised his head. Teacher is a great scholar. How can you be so rude? Hong Lian covered her head and whined. I'm still a young scholar, so what if I have a dark face? I'm not allowed to talk about it. Han Fei took a deep breath and raised his hand to hit again, but Hong Lian quickly hugged his arm. Well, then why does he want to see the master? Just let him go. The master is not someone to be ashamed of. Han Fei sighed. If only it were that simple. He explained the difficulties and then added, Now neither of them is willing to give in. Brother Wang is caught in the middle and is really helpless. Hong Lian nodded seriously and thought about it seriously. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she snapped her fingers. That's easy. Easy to handle? Han Fei was stunned. Princess Hong Lian said with a smug smile on her face, leave it to me. I will definitely do it for you. Han Fei also knew that although this sister was always a bit erratic, she was actually quite resourceful. Maybe she really has some good ideas. He was immediately delighted and asked, are you serious? Hong Lian swore solemnly. How could I lie to you? Wait, I will go and give the things to my father first, and then I will go out with you. Aren't these Princess Hong Lian and the ninth young master? What are you two doing standing in the middle of the road? Hong Lian suddenly got goosebumps all over her body and didn't even want to look back. Oh my god, how come I meet this slutty vixen again? Who else could be the one who could make my whole body feel numb with just one sentence except the naturally charming Miss Hu? Han Fei is obviously more polite than the girl. He turned around immediately after hearing that, and just as he was about to salute, he froze where he was. Then he bowed and said, Han Fei greets the two princesses. After saying this, he became a little confused. How come Madame Mingzhu and Lady Hu have such a good relationship? Can we actually take a walk together? Madame Mingzhu nodded, which was considered as her agreement. Lady Hu smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Why is Hong Lian still lowering her head? Is she feeling unwell? Chapter 131. Do you know this person? Hong Lian, who had her back turned, rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. I really didn't check the almanac before going out today, and as soon as I went out, I saw two foxes. You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. But now that she was named, it would be inconvenient for her to continue pretending to be dead with her back turned. After all, these two people were nominally her elders. The most basic rules still have to be followed. Princess Hong Lian turned around and greeted them. Meet the two beauties. Madame Mingzhu looked at her with amusement and said, she is not sick. Her little face is rosy and she looks very healthy. It sounds like he's saying that she looks good, but in fact he is hinting that she doesn't know the rules. Princess Hong Lian is not really stupid, so how could she not hear it? But at this time, Han Fei kept poking her, and she couldn't get angry in front of him. He could only puff out his cheeks, swollen like a cute puffer fish. The two of them laughed at her cute appearance. Lady Hu walked up to him with light lotus steps and looked him up and down. Hong Lian felt a little scared when she looked at him and asked uncomfortably, what are you going to do? Lady Hu had a charming smile on her face, her eyes fixed on her increasingly plump breasts. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel like Your Highness the Princess has grown up a lot? Hong Lian looked up and followed her gaze to herself. I understood it immediately. Her stiff expression suddenly relaxed a lot, and she smiled and said, really? You found it too. Lady Hu smiled softly and covered her lips. Of course, Your Highness Princess is still growing up. If she continues like this, she will soon catch up with Mingzhu. Although Madame Mingzhu was still smiling after hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed across her eyes. Want to catch up with me? I'll have to work hard in my next life for this little red lotus. Princess Hong Lian looked at her plump body and immediately raised her head proudly and puffed out her little chest. Hey, you have good taste. Lady Hu couldn't help laughing at her expression and said, by the way, I just heard that Her Royal Highness the Princess wants to give something to King Han. As expected, Your Highness is filial. I wonder what you gave her as a gift. If you don't want to make this trip, I can do it for you. Princess Hong Lian's eyes rolled around. That's good, so she doesn't have to make the trip herself. I can hurry up and help my brother with his work. Lady Hu's words just now really grasped her childish psychology, which greatly increased her favorability and reduced a lot of hostility. Okay then, I'll give it to you. She rummaged around and pulled out two furry things. Lady Hu was immediately puzzled and asked, what is this? Princess Hong Lian said proudly, I picked this hat specially for my father. Do you think it looks good? The last time I saw King Han, he looked quite handsome in that green hat. This color just suits him very well. Therefore, the shape was specially selected and made by craftsmen. Lady Hu and Madame Mingzhu were also dumbfounded. Looking at the two hats at this time, his expression also seemed a little strange. As the sun sets, the golden setting sun casts its light on the earth. Wei Zhuang looked around with a cold and sharp gaze, then rushed out of the alley. After all, he is still a wanted criminal and cannot walk around the street openly. After all, with his features, it is difficult for others to fail to recognize him. Just after passing a street, Wei Zhuang's footsteps suddenly stopped. The sharp gaze pierced through the crowd and landed directly on the street entrance. There, a man in green stood among the crowd like a sharp sword reaching into the sky. Wei Zhuang suddenly burst out with fighting spirit and clenched the shark tooth in his hand tightly. The aura that suddenly emanated from him made the passers-by around him feel inexplicably chilled, and they quickly frowned and walked around him. It's been a long time since we last met. Senior brother. In the world today, the only person he can call his senior brother is the sword saint, Gainye, who is also from Giguzi. The two were born together, but chose different directions. Gainye chose to go to the state of Qin and became the mentor and guard of the king of Qin. Wei Zhuang came to South Korea and wanted to for his own power. Giguzi always had only 2 disciples, each of whom was taught the art of diplomacy. So from the very beginning, the two were destined to go in different directions. In fact, it is destined to be hostile. The restaurant is doing booming business. The downstairs was full of guests. The waiter was carrying a tray and moving nimbly among the crowd. Compared with the noisy hall, the private rooms upstairs seem more comfortable. But in this quiet atmosphere, there's a more fierce aura spreading and surging. It was as if there was an invisible sword energy fighting against them in the air. 2 people sitting opposite each other in the private room, and there were no dishes on their tables. Instead, it is a book that looks wrinkled and has folds on it. The pages of the book were blown away with a rustling sound under the fierce momentum. Suddenly, the momentum subsided and the pages of the book flattened out. You want me to help you find someone? Wei Zhuang put his hands together, having already guessed Gainye's purpose this time. Good. Gainye spoke in a cold tone, and his words were few and concise. I checked. This thing originated from Korea. It was later divided into different scripts and circulated. This producer should be in Xinjiang. The purpose of his trip was to find the author. Gainye knew that Wei Zhuang was in Xinjiang. Know his abilities better. He has been developing here for so long, it should be easy to find someone to help him. The facts were just as he expected. Wei Zhuang not only knew who wrote this book, but also knew exactly where this person was now. However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You'd better not provoke this person. Wei Zhuang had no interest in knowing why Gainye was looking for this person, and even less interest in asking. Because he doesn't care. There was only one thing he cared about. Why? I'm afraid you'll die in his hands. That's what he really cares about. The Giga lineage has always had only 2 disciples, one horizontal and one vertical. The winner will become famous and become the next Giguzi. The loser can only become a stepping stone. Wei Zhuang is not worried about Gainye's safety. Instead, he was worried that if Gainye died, he would be left without an opponent and would not be able to win this game. A hint of surprise appeared on Gainye's expressionless face. Do you know this man? What surprised him was Wei Zhuang's words. To provoke him is to seek death. Although Wei Zhuang is arrogant, he never belittles the inheritance of Giguzi lineage. What he said only proved that the other party's strength was indeed far superior to theirs. Gainye became a little excited. He and Wei Zhuang are both already level 8. To defeat them, one needs to be at least at the Grandmaster level. Chapter 132, You don't even carry my shoes. But how many Grandmasters are there in this world? Wuming was one, but he was killed in Korea a long time ago. The Six-Fingered Black Knight, a leader of the Mahis school, is one. There is also the mysterious Dongjun of the Yin-Yang school, who is undoubtedly also a master. I didn't expect that this person is not only extremely talented, but is also a master-level expert. Gainye's expression was somewhat moved. Wei Zhuang looked at him and suddenly sneered. Who told you that he is in the free and easy realm? Gainye flicked the long sword in his hand and said confidently, If I am not in the free and easy realm, I am confident that no one in the same realm can do anything to me, unless... He frowned and stared at Wei Zhuang's face like torches. You mean Grandmaster? Gainye was a little bit unbelievable. Great masters in the world are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But Wei Zhuang's expression clearly told him that he had guessed correctly. Gainye quickly analyzed the other party's identity in his mind. Your own master Giguzi? Impossible. Giguzi lived in seclusion and only let his disciples travel around. Zayayozi? That's impossible. Many of the concepts in this book are completely inconsistent with Taoist ideas. The anger is very strong, and there is murderous intent between the lines. Not to mention Confucianism. On the contrary, Dongwang Tai of the Yin-Yang school may fit this style. But the question is, how could Dongwang appear in Korea? It is even more impossible to have the leisure and elegance to publish a book. These are the only Grand Masters that Guy Nye could think of, but none of them fit the bill. No need to guess. Wei Zhuang shook his head and sighed. This person is about the same age as you and me, but his strength is something that people look up to. You can't guess. Chen Mo has always been secretive in his actions and has not yet gained any fame. Those who fought him were either killed or recaptured. Up to now, Luo Wang has not been able to find any information about him. What? Guy Nye widened his eyes, straightened his back, and looked at Wei Zhuang. He knew that Wei Zhuang was not a person who would joke, nor was he someone who would easily admit that he was inferior to others. He is about the same age as them, but his realm is comparable to their master Giguzi. This is simply unbelievable. Both he and Wei Zhuang's talents were recognized by Giguzi. But even people with such outstanding talents are only level 8 now. But now Wei Zhuang told him that there was a man of similar age to them who had already become a grandmaster. Even if you have been practicing since the womb, you can't be so fast, right? Who is this person? I must meet him. Guy Nye immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. It seems that the gains from this trip to South Korea will far exceed that person's expectations. Wei Zhuang glanced at him, but remained indifferent. Guy Nye hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Wait for me here for a while." Without waiting for Wei Zhuang to answer, he walked out the door. Not long after, he turned back. He sat down opposite Wei Zhuang and spoke slowly under his strange gaze. "It's the king of Qin who wants to see him." A moment later, Wei Zhuang jumped out of the window. Guy Nye didn't stay long and went straight out to another private room. There was only one person in the private room. Although he was only wearing simple white clothes, it could not conceal his extremely dignified aura. Just sitting there is like a mountain, making people want to look up. Ow! When the king of Qin heard the noise, he broke out of his thoughts. My junior brother has asked him. He has a strange personality. Before he agrees, my junior brother cannot guarantee that he will agree to meet with the king. Yingzheng nodded thoughtfully, without any dissatisfaction. This just shows how different this person is. He said with emotion, I didn't expect that such a talented person in both civil and military affairs could be hidden in this small town of Xinjiang. It seems that this trip is really worthwhile. Guy Nye, I made the right decision to come here. It turned out that Yingzheng had only read the book and was struck by some of the sentences in it. I felt that this person might be my soulmate, so I came here from afar. But now I unexpectedly learned that this person is not only a man of great foresight and wisdom and knows everything about astronomy and geography, but also has top-notch skills in the world. Grandmaster. How many grandmasters are there in the world? Han Fei's house. Han Fei, who was severely ripped off by Hong Lian, touched his purse with heartache. This girl really has no concept of money. Just this one meal cost her half a month's salary. Who can afford to support such a little foodie in the future? We've finished our meal. Now isn't it time to tell me what the solution is? Han Fei followed Hong Lian, who was rubbing her belly, and asked anxiously. Hong Lian opened her mouth to answer, but what came out was a loud burp. She covered her mouth and blinked embarrassedly. Han Fei shook his head helplessly and said, I think you are really spoiled. Look at you. You don't look like a princess at all. Hong Lian said nonchalantly, I don't want to be a princess yet. It's so boring. I have to be controlled by everyone. Hurry up. Hurry up. I'll help you deal with that black-faced old man, and then treat me to a meal tomorrow. Hong Lian saw that he was going to teach her a lesson again, so she quickly pulled up his arm and quickened her pace outside. It seems that Master Sun has been staying with Han Fei these days. Don't go out the front door, and don't go out of the back door. Almost no one in Korea knew he was coming. Otherwise, Han Fei's threshold would be trampled down. Did that person really say that? After hearing Hong Lian's words, Master Sun stood up immediately. On his dark face, his originally small eyes were now staring like copper bells. Hong Lian looked at his face and hid behind Han Fei in fear. She nodded her head and said, Really? If you don't believe me, ask my brother. That man said that the little ink you have is not as much as what has leaked through his fingers. Don't think you're great just because you're a great scholar. Isn't it just reading a few more books? There's nothing to be proud of. If he were in the same grade as you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. He could recite Confucian classics, such as the Analects and the Book of Changes by heart. Princess Hong Lian kept talking nonstop, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. The more Master Sun listened, the darker his face became, and the taller his beard became. Good job. No wonder that kid has been reluctant to come and see me. It turns out that he just feels that I'm just a name for nothing and my knowledge is not as good as his. Therefore, he disdains to come and see me. Han Fei, who was standing by, felt himself sweating profusely as he listened to Princess Honglian's words. How could he know that Honglian had been mysterious for so long and finally came up with such a dirty trick? Chapter 133 Teacher, you also see it. Master Sun does not have a good temper. What should I do if he gets angry after hearing these words? I have never seen such a self-righteous and arrogant person before. Master Sun waved his sleeves, his face looked extremely ugly, and his teeth were grinding. Honglian's eyes rolled, and she said with great joy, He also said that your Confucianism is all petty and indecisive, just like a woman. Every mortal is fed up with all the etiquette. That would be great. Just throw away all those useless etiquettes and do whatever you want. Isn't that more fun? And you guys, why are you pulling me in? I haven't finished talking yet. Honglian was talking excitedly, but Han Fei at the side couldn't stand it anymore and quickly grabbed her arm. You're not trying to provoke Master Sun at all. You are clearly taking the opportunity to vent your own dissatisfaction. The royal palace etiquette and other things were inherited from Confucianism, and Honglian had long hated these things. Do you have to control how big your steps are when you walk? You also need to pay attention to how wide your mouth is opened when eating. Even laughing is not satisfying. Aren't you tired of living by these rules? Master Sun was so angry when he heard this. He had lived for who knows how many years, but this was the first time he heard someone dare to belittle Confucianism like this. I want to see how much ink you can put between your fingers. Where is he now? I want to go meet him in person. Master Sun snorted coldly and stared at Han Fei. Before Han Fei could say anything, Honglian, feeling that her provocation had succeeded, jumped out happily. I know. I'll take you there. Master Sun also nodded and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work, Princess. Princess Honglian laughed, her big eyes full of cunning. It's not hard. Watching the fun is what I like most. Chinamo did not go to Zelangshuan today. Yesterday, I was at Lady Hu and Madame Mingzhu's place. The day before yesterday was at Zilanxian. If we follow the order, then I should be accompanying my wife today. After dinner, Chinamo sat peacefully in the yard, enjoying the breeze. Jingwei and Mrs. Hu were busy in the kitchen. After eating, Yin Lingji still sat on the wall and looked at the sky as if nothing had happened. Everything is so peaceful. Although it is plain, there is a sense of warmth everywhere. But such warmth was broken by the arrival of a person. Wei Zhuang, like a sharp, long knife rushing into the cloth, he seemed to be that sharp blade. As soon as he arrived, the atmosphere cooled down. Only after Wei Zhuang left the yard did the atmosphere become peaceful and harmonious again. Was it Wei Zhuang who came just now? Jingwei and Mrs. Hu came out and asked while wiping their hands. Since moving here, Mrs. Hu has been helping with household chores. These days, she has become accustomed to this kind of life. Chen Mo nodded. He looked thoughtful and unusually serious. What's wrong, husband? It was the first time that Jingwei saw Chen Mo with such an expression. He walked over to his side and asked in a low voice. Mrs. Hu glanced at Chen Mo, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. He took another look at Jingwei, who was walking over, and his expression became a little darker. Chen Mo shook his head and said, Madam, please prepare some tea. Guests are coming. I'll go. You stay here with the gentleman first. Before Jingwei could move, Mrs. Hu's gentle voice came from the side. Chen Mo turned his head and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Madam Hu. Mrs. Hu's face inexplicably turned red, and she shook her head and said, It's not hard at all. It's all what I should do. She was penniless when Chen Mo brought her back. Silent was responsible for all the food, clothing, and daily expenses during these days. She is not as shameless as Yin Lingji. If she doesn't help with something, she would probably feel embarrassed to stay here. But she doesn't know yet that on her snow-white jade back, she is carrying half a fortune that is enough to rival a country. A horse-drawn carriage stopped by the roadside. As soon as it stopped, Honglian couldn't wait to jump down from it. So he lives here. It's really remote. Master Sun, who was about to get off the car, paused and looked at her strangely. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. At this moment, the sound of wheels suddenly came from the opposite side. Another carriage drove over from the night and stopped not far away. Ganya's sharp eyes fell on Han Fei and the others, and he immediately showed a vigilant look. This is the only house nearby, and there are no other houses. The other party stopped here, obviously also for Chen Mo. This friend, are you here to visit the gentleman as well? Han Fei saw that the other party had some concerns, so he took the initiative to greet him. Since you are here to see me, you might be my friend, so of course you should treat her in a friendly way. Gagne did not answer, but just nodded lightly. Immediately afterwards, his eyes fell on Master Sun, who was standing beside Han Fei. But what shocked him was that this old scholar who seemed to be dying actually breathed as fast as a whale, and his breath was extremely long and deep. Since we are all here to visit the master, why don't you and I go together? Han Fei smiled friendly and politely. But are we there yet? Before Gagne could say anything, a powerful voice came from behind him. The voice is youthful and full of energy, obviously that of a young man. Han Fei's eyes fell on the curtain. He knew that the master was inside. Gagne opened the curtain, and a young man with an imposing appearance strode out. When he saw Han Fei and his group, he just glanced at them and then looked away. Seeing him and Gagne walking alone, Hong Lian curled her lips in disdain. Who is this person? Why doesn't he respond when my brother talks to him? He's so arrogant. If I tell him my identity, he'll be scared to death. Han Fei shook his head slightly, but his brows were already furrowed. It's not a dissatisfaction, but a confusion. He actually saw a kind of courage in that man, a spirit that even surpasses that of his father. This person looks unfamiliar. Perhaps he is not a Korean citizen. If it was a Korean dignitary, Han Fei might not know him, but the other party must know him. This person is not simple. I was wrong. Master Sun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Han Fei turned around immediately and asked, "Teacher, did you see that too?" But Master Sun's gaze fell on the villa not far away. Obviously, he was not talking about the two people who just walked past, but the man in the yard. Chapter 134, Did you know that I was coming? The two groups soon met again at the gate of the yard. Han Fei was about to knock on the door, but before he could raise his hand, the door suddenly opened from the inside. A tall and beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. "Everyone, my husband has been waiting for a long time. Please come in." Han Fei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sir, you are indeed a very smart person." Ying Zheng and Master Sun were also stunned. How did the owner know they were coming and grasp the timing so well? Just when Han Fei was about to knock on the door, someone opened it. Before she was finished being surprised, Hong Lian poked her head out from beside Han Fei and said with a smile, "Sister Jingwei, long time no see." As soon as these words came out, Gagne's face changed drastically. He grasped the hilt of the sword with his hand and blocked Ying Zheng behind him as if facing a powerful enemy. His sharp eyes were fixed on Jingwei, and a murderous aura burst out. Hong Lian, who was standing by, was so frightened by the murderous aura emanating from him that her face turned pale. He hid behind Han Fei and shouted angrily, "Hey, you are such a jerk. What's wrong with you? You're drawing your sword in front of someone's door." With Master Sun protecting her, she is not afraid. However, Gagne turned a deaf ear to her scolding and kept his eyes on Jingwei. Jingwei, if an ordinary person hears this name, it's fine, and perhaps the first thing that comes to mind is the giant salamander. But Gagne is different, because he knew the name. The name represents death. Jingwei, Luo Wang's Tianzi assassin, is the assassin with the highest assassination success rate. Even he needs to be a little cautious, so why would he appear here? Jingwei's face was calm, without any fluctuation at all. After glancing at the sword in Gagne's hand, she said, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Gagne. My husband has said that your enemy is in Qin, not here." As soon as Jingwei finished speaking, Han Fei was suddenly surprised. He looked at Gagne with surprise, and his gaze then fell on the person behind him. Everyone knows that Giguzi has two disciples. One went to Han, and the other went to Qin. The man who went to Qin not only became the Qin king's swordsmanship instructor, but also guarded him every step of the way. And now the identity of the person who made him protect so carefully is about to be revealed. King Qin. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Why did the king of Qin come here from Qin and see you, sir?" You're not Ying Zheng, are you?" Hong Lian was also dumbfounded. Just now I said I would reveal my identity to scare him, but now I am the one who is scared by the other party's identity. No wonder he is so arrogant and doesn't even respond to people when they greet him. He is the king of a country. Not to mention that he doesn't know your identity. Even if he knows it, you're not comparable to their so-called princes and princesses. This is an existence at the same level as their father. Don't be rude, Han Fei. I'm here to see the king of Qin. Han Fei quickly reminded Hong Lian, then saluted Ying Zheng cautiously. Only then did Ying Zheng's gaze fall on him. "Han Fei, the ninth son of King Han?" Han Fei smiled and said, "That's right. This is my mentor, the Confucian master's son." Ying Zheng raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. He also didn't expect that the person who came to visit him at this moment would be Master Sun. Similarly, Master Sun did not expect King Ingzheng of Qin to appear here. Meet the King of Qin. Master Sun looked solemn. He was very surprised that the King of Qin, who was of such a high status, would actually condescend to visit the people there in person. Who exactly is this rude young man? The King of Qin was extremely excited at this time, and felt more and more that he had made the right decision. Although Master Sun was not a Qin native, his status and influence among the Seven Kingdoms were quite enormous. How much power does a person have who even he has to visit in person have? Please come in. My husband is waiting for you inside. Your husband? Only then did Gai Yin notice this title. His vigilance did not fade. Instead, he raised his brows in confusion. Not only did you betray Luo Wang, but you even got married? Who is in there? He even managed to capture a cold-blooded killer like Jingwei. Jingwei had no interest in answering his question and turned around and walked back into the yard. Master Sun and Ingzheng looked at each other, and Master Sun raised his hand first and said, King Qin, please. No matter what his status is, he has to be courteous in front of the king. Only when they entered the yard did they see the scene inside. The courtyard is in full view. The tea that had been prepared was placed on the table. Sitting on the courtyard wall was an extremely beautiful woman in red, looking at them curiously. Jingwei, who had just opened the door, was now standing behind a figure with a well-behaved look on his face. That look made it hard for Gai Nye to imagine that this was a killer who had killed countless people. Next to the table, a young man had already sat down. He doesn't look very old, but he is very handsome. But what was surprising was that there was a piece of black cloth covering his eyes. He is actually blind? Ingzheng looked surprised. Obviously, he had not expected this. I'm sorry for not welcoming you so late at night. Chun Mo's tone was flat, and although his words were polite, it didn't seem like he had the slightest intention of going to greet them. As soon as Hong Lian entered the door, she was attracted by Yin Lingji on the courtyard wall. I immediately followed her example and sat on it. Yin Lingji turned her head and winked at her. Hong Lian's heart skipped a beat. Sister, you are so beautiful. This was the first time she had seen someone who could rival Lady Hu in terms of charm. Yin Lingji raised her sexy red lips slightly and leaned closer to say, Little sister, you have such a sweet mouth. Hong Lian felt her whole body numbing when she heard the gentle voice. Compared to the coquettishness of Lady Hu, she sounds like a green tea bitch. Although Yin Lingji's voice was also charming, it was gentle and unhurried, like a friend's confession. It penetrates into the heart silently. By the time you realize it, the sound has already been burning for a long time, burning your heart to death. In terms of danger level, she is much more dangerous than Lady Hu. Concubine who could still be guarded against, but this was impossible to guard against. Hong Lian puffed up her cheeks and dared not speak. What kind of monster is this? Master Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at the seat. You knew I was coming? This is also what Ingzheng wanted to ask. What Wei Zhuang conveyed to Gai Nye was that Chun Mo saw him. But coming here tonight was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. But not only did the crowd know they were coming, they even had seats prepared. Chun Mo shook his head and said, It was just luck. Originally, he only prepared one seat for Ingzheng. Their carriage stopped at the intersection, where Chun Mo could see it with his spiritual sense. Another seat was added temporarily. Chapter 135 I hope you can help me. Although this sentence is true, it means something different to Ingzheng and Master Sun. What kind of lucky guess is this? It was clearly expected. I'm just being modest when I say this. Master Sun nodded. This person's character seemed to be completely different from what he had imagined. There was also a flash of surprise in Ingzheng's eyes. I thought he was a very arrogant person, but I didn't expect him to be so humble. You too, please take a seat. In exchange of this level, Han Fei, the ninth son of the Korean nation, certainly had no right to take a seat and could only watch from the side. Here is a great Confucian scholar who is also his mentor. A king of Qin, the ruler of a country. In terms of status and position, he is indeed not good enough. Therefore, Han Fei stood quietly behind Master Sun, and Gai Nye stayed behind Ingzheng closely. Behind Chun Mo stood the number one assassin who was once notorious but now gentle and considerate. Ingzheng was not in a hurry to speak. He didn't want many people to know the purpose of his visit this time, including his current situation. But Master Sun couldn't wait any longer. He was irritated by Hong Lian and was angry all the way here. Seeing Chun Mo at this time, he finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He said in a deep voice, Hong Lian told me that some people say that I am ignorant and that I am a Confucian and act like a woman. That's why I came here to talk to someone and see what this person has to rely on to dare to slander my Confucianism. Hong Lian, who was not far away, was stunned when she heard what Master Sun said. It's not you, old man. Why don't you keep your promise? I told you when I came here that I wouldn't mention it. Why did you sell me out first when you got here? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Hong Lian with interest and said, Your Highness, did I really say this? Hong Lian looked guilty and hesitantly said, Well, tell me, I did say that. Master Sun frowned and turned to look at her. Hong Lian's heart skipped a beat. It's broken. I'm dying. This princess's clever plan is about to be exposed. If this old man knew that I was fooling him, wouldn't he beat me? He even wants to beat my brother, let alone me. Just when he thought he was doomed, Chen took the initiative to look at Master Sun and said, Your Highness the Princess made a mistake. I'm not saying that the master is ignorant, nor am I saying that Confucianism is indecisive. When Master Sun heard this, his expression finally eased a little. I would like to say that my Confucianism has been passed down for such a long time, and no one has dared to say this. But before he could catch his breath, Chen Mo continued, What I'm saying is that you are reading the books of sages in vain, and you don't understand the meaning of the sages at all. It's talking about the Confucian way of killing and conquering. How come it was distorted into this in later generations? If Confucius knew about this, he would probably jump out of his skin in anger at you, his inferior disciples and grandchildren. Now, Han Fei, Ying Zheng and others were stunned by Chen Mo's shocking remarks. This is the first time I've heard someone say that Confucian scholars cannot understand the meaning of sages. What an incredible thing this is. A blind man actually refuted the great scholar who had read the books of sages all his life. Master Sun suddenly became furious. What did you say? Is it true that I cannot understand the true meaning of the ancient sages? My understanding of Confucianism goes against the truth. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Chen Mo looked straight at Master Sun, without any intention of retreating. Master Sun, who was already furious, became even more furious when he saw his calm eyes. Yes, very good. Today I want to debate with you about what is the Confucian way. Han Fei next to him suddenly became anxious. Chen Mo has great talents, but when it comes to Confucianism, how can he compare with the great scholars who have immersed themselves in it all their lives? If I lose, I will lose face in front of the King of Qin. Since the King of Qin has come to visit you in person, he must have something important to discuss with you. If he was looked down upon because of this, he would feel bad. Thinking of this, he also said, Teacher, that's not what the teacher meant. The teacher, and what does he mean? That's what I mean. Han Fei had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Master Sun and Chen Mo. It's over. These two guys are considered to be strong. I want to comfort him, but I don't know how to do it. Ying Zheng touched his chin, showing a very curious attitude. He also felt that the Confucian path was indeed somewhat weak. To put it nicely, it's called benevolence. But to put it bluntly, it's just being timid and indecisive. It can directly wipe out a person's bloodiness. It directly turns the person into a useless person who could be bullied by anyone and who will ask you if his hand hurts when he is slapped in the face. But now listening to what Chen Mo said, this is not what the Confucian sages meant. Master Sun's face darkened, his eyes narrowed as he said, The master said, If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Since you said that I misunderstood, then why don't you tell me the true meaning of what Confucius said? Didn't you say that I understood it wrong? I want to see what you said is correct. Han Fei said at the side, Confucius's teachings are of course the truth of the world. If we can find the truth, we will have no regrets, even if we die after hearing it in the morning. Ying Zheng nodded after listening. This is what he learned. This sentence represents the supreme determination to pursue the truth. However, at this time, Chen Mo smiled. Complex, distorted, and made up. Han Fei was stunned and said, But this is how the teachers teach us. Chen Mo said calmly, What is Tao? Master Sun responded, That is naturally the law and reason. Chen Mo pointed at the door and asked, What is that? Several people looked in the direction of his finger. At this time, the door of the yard was open and the road outside could be seen at a glance. Han Fei said blankly, Road. Chen Mo nodded and said with a smile, What's your name again? The Way. Chen Mo raised his lips and said, Yes, Tao means road. It's such a simple meaning. Why should we make it complicated and create something out of nothing? Han Fei frowned and said, But look, If Confucius was talking about the road, then this sentence can't be explained clearly. Chun Mo shook his head and said, "So you not only misinterpreted his teachings, you even misinterpreted the meaning of every word and sentence he expressed." Master Sun did not speak at this time, but was thinking about what it would mean if the word Tao was replaced by road. Yingzheng was also trying to figure it out. But no matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Han Fei bowed and said, "I don't understand. I hope you can help me solve this puzzle." Master Sun looked at Chun Mo with gloomy eyes. "I want to see how you can turn straight into curved." Chapter 136, It seems you still don't understand. Chun Mo picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Under the gaze of everyone, he said silently, "If I can hear the truth in the morning, I will die in the evening." The meaning is simple and clear. That means if I know the way to your house in the morning, I will kill you in the evening. What it really means is that a gentleman should not wait until tomorrow to take revenge and should act decisively. Puff. Yingzheng, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't help it and sprayed out the tea without even caring about his appearance as king. Master Sun also trembled all over and looked at Chun Mo blankly. He racked his brains, but never imagined that Chun Mo would interpret this sentence in this way. Han Fei didn't understand it yet, and was still translating it word by word. It turns out that after breaking down each word and explaining them separately, and then putting them together, it seems that Chun Mo is more suitable. What nonsense! Xuanzi's emotions suddenly lost control. Confucianism has always emphasized being open-minded and treating others with kindness. But when it came to Chun Mo's mouth, how did it become a narrow-minded idea of revenge? Yingzheng pondered for a while, wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, and said, "With your explanation, it seems to make sense." Not only does it make sense, it also perfectly explains why Confucianism is a way of killing and destruction. Chun Mo smiled and nodded to Yingzheng. "Thank you for your support, my friend." Master Sun was so angry that his eyebrows trembled, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Nonsense. Confucius said, "At 30, one is established. At 40, one is free from doubts. At 50, one knows the will of heaven." It is understandable that you, a young man who has not even reached the age of 30, cannot distinguish right from wrong. I will not argue with you. It's not that he didn't want to argue with Chun Mo, but after thinking about it for a long time, it seemed that what Chun Mo said was really correct. But he completely reversed Confucian thought. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said calmly, "Master, you misunderstood again." Master Sun stared and asked, "What's wrong?" "Master, what you just said, at 31 is established, and at 41 is free from doubts, is misunderstood. The original meaning of this statement is that as you get older, your horizons become broader and your understanding of yourself becomes clearer." Master Sun was saying that Chun Mo was very young, and therefore did not have a correct understanding of his own fallacies and heresies. Then you tell me, according to you, if this age is not 30, then what else could it be? Master Sun didn't believe it. This represents the age group where people should establish their moral character, words, and conduct themselves. Can you deny it? Chun Mo said calmly. This sentence is about Confucius' decisive, resolute, and confident character, but has been misinterpreted in your mouth. Master Sun's beard stood up. No matter how you understand this sentence, it has nothing to do with personality, right? You go ahead, I'm all ears. Chun Mo said calmly. The saying one should be able to stand on one's own feet at the age of 30 means that it takes 30 people from the other side for me to stand up and fight. At 40, I have no doubts. This means that even if the enemy comes with 40 people, I will not have the slightest doubt and will attack swiftly. At 50, one knows destiny. Even if the other side has 50 people, I can still win. This is destined by destiny. Tell me, does this mean Confucius is full of confidence in himself? Yingzheng looked at Gai Nye behind him and found that Gai Nye, who was always serious, was now stunned. Not to mention the rest of the people, they were already dumbfounded just listening. He pursed his lips and asked, "What about 60 being pleasing to the ear and 70 being able to do whatever one wants?" Chun Mo smiled and said, "Even if there are 60 people on the other side, I can beat them and make them obey me. If there are 70 of them and they don't obey, I can beat them however I want. Do whatever you want. Don't be afraid. Beat them until they obey." Yingzheng took a deep breath. He really learned something new. It turns out that Confucius was such a person. This kind of Confucius suits my temperament. But Master Sun could not sit still, and immediately stood up and shouted angrily, "What nonsense! I, the Confucian sage Confucius, led my students to travel around the world, emphasizing the importance of winning people over with virtue. How could it be possible that you would bully others with force at every turn, as you said?" Chenmo's expression remained unchanged. "He knew you were going to tell me this. Virtue? What's virtue?" Xuanzi naturally responded immediately. "Naturally, it is virtue and character." Chenmo shook his head and said, No. It is true that Confucius led his students to travel around the world, but it is a bit inappropriate for him to lead more than 3,000 people to reason with others, isn't it? You are discussing business with 72 hall masters and 3,000 younger brothers. Who wouldn't be stunned when seeing this? Who wouldn't give you some face after seeing this? Yingzheng was stunned. Yes, when Confucius traveled around the states, he did not go alone. Instead, he brought more than 3,000 disciples with him. You have to know that these are not just more than 3,000 good-for-nothings, but a group of young men from noble families with outstanding abilities and prominent status. With such a group of people gathered together, which monarch would not give them some face? What nonsense, all what nonsense! Master Sun's 3 views were shattered, but he could not refute it. He could only be furious and talk nonsense. Chenmo said calmly, "You don't believe it? Then let me ask you, did Confucius carry a sword when he traveled around the world? A sword is a gentleman's weapon, so of course you should bring it. At that time, the sword was more of a decoration and a symbol of status and quality. Then let me ask you, does the sword worn by Confucius have a name?" Master Sun said coldly, "Of course, this sword is still enshrined in my little sage manor." Chenmo nodded, smiled kindly, and said, "What is the name of the sword then?" Master Sun turned around and bowed to Zia Shengxianzhuang, then turned around again. Confucianism emphasizes benevolence, virtue, propriety, and righteousness. In order to remind himself, Confucius named this sword virtue, so that he could. Master Sun's words came to an abrupt end. They. His lips trembled. The sword of Confucius is called virtue. Chenmo said nonchalantly, bringing 3,000 brothers to win people over with virtue. Do you think this is to tell you that you need to be patient when encountering problems? They have used me as an example, and you can't learn well by following their example. If he knew, would he be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin? Chenmo sighed and wondered how Confucius could have such a group of unlucky disciples. Master Sun clenched his fist and retorted, "Confucius said that a gentleman is dignified if he is not serious. How could he do such a disrespectful thing?" Chenmo shook his head. "It seems you still don't understand. A gentleman is powerful even if he does not hit people too hard. This means that a gentleman must hit people hard, otherwise he will not be able to establish his authority. Then why not treat them with kindness? Shouldn't we treat those who come to surrender with leniency?" Chenmo shook his head and said, "Why can't it be that the enemy came before and let them be buried here?" Chapter 137, What is this Qi? If you study without thinking, you will be lost. If you think without studying, you will be in danger. What is the meaning of this? Chenmo laughed and said, "If you learn my martial arts but not my thoughts, you will be confused. If you learn my thoughts but not my martial arts, you will be beaten to death. This is to tell you guys again, if you want to learn, then learn it all. Only when you have enough capital can you be arrogant." After saying this, he sighed, "Confucius, you have good intentions." Master Sun was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he felt like he was about to lose control. The calmer and more indifferent Chenmo appeared, the closer he was to losing control. It was the first time that Han Fei saw someone who could make Master Sun so angry. The teacher is old. He can't be angry to death here, right? Princess Honglian, who was sitting on the wall, had her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. There are actually people in this world who can leave Master Sun speechless, especially when it comes to Confucianism, which is his best subject. Yin Lingji secretly poked Honglian with her arm, wondering, what this guy said, is it different from what you learned? Why do you look like you have seen a ghost? She was born in Baiwei, and the Baiwei people don't learn this thing. Honglian shook his head stiffly. What the hell? It's more than just different. These are 2 completely opposite meanings. Although, I feel it would be great if I followed your suggestion. Yingzheng looked at Chenmo with burning eyes and clenched his fists excitedly. The light in his eyes kept flickering, as if he had seen some rare treasure. This is what I want to learn. Intimidate the world and make all the people submit to you. Whoever is not convinced will be beaten into submission. You are so young. How can you possibly understand Confucius' teachings? I won't bother with you, old man. I won't bother with you. Master Sun sat down slowly, muttering to himself as if to comfort himself. If I get angry and lose my composure now, it would be in line with what Chinemo said just now. Be tolerant and don't get angry. However, Chinemo not only had no intention of quitting, but instead pressed on to pursue the victory. If I don't convince you, old man, today, I would be unworthy of being the flower of the new era. Since Master doesn't believe it, let me tell you what is recorded in the history books. Don't you believe it? It's okay. I'll keep talking until you believe it. Recorded in history books? What a joke. In which history book does Confucius appear like this? Master Sun was well versed in ancient and modern books, but he had never seen such a thing recorded in any book. Chun Imo said lightly, "It is recorded in the history books that Confucius brought 72 hall masters. Oh no, 72 sages to travel around the countries and then taught the king of Qi a lesson?" Master Sun pinched his beard and remained silent. It was not just the king of Qi. Confucius had fought with the kings of all countries except Qin. This is indeed recorded in historical documents. So what? Confucius is just educating them. Chunmo chuckled and said, "What I mean is that Confucius had already expressed this matter a long time ago, but you misinterpreted his meaning." Master Sun's eyes widened. "When did you express that?" Chun Imo said, "When you see a virtuous person, you want to be like him. This is what I'm talking about. Every time I see the 72 sages, I think of what happened in Qi state back then. Look, the history books say so. Confucius himself also said it in his book. Don't you believe it?" Master Sun's head was buzzing, and he was completely stunned. If we follow Chun Mo's statement, and there is historical evidence to support it, then this understanding is indeed correct. This. Master Sun hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a single word. Ingzheng looked at Chun Mo in amazement, his eyes full of admiration. "Mr. is very talented. How come no one has thought of this for so many years when there is evidence in history books?" After hearing what Chinemo said, it seemed that Confucianism could be accepted. Before, Ingzheng disliked Confucianism because he felt that their ideas were too pedantic. But according to Chun Mo's current explanation, there is nothing pedantic about it. This was clearly the path he was seeking. Is it possible that the Confucian school, with so many people and so many years of research, is not as good as your few words? Master Sun said in a deep voice, a terrifying aura bursting out from his body. Although Master Sun usually doesn't fight with others, his strength is truly that of a grandmaster. He was so angry that he lost his composure, and the momentum that burst out was like an endless wave in the sea, rushing towards everyone. Dust was flying in the courtyard, and tea from the cups on the table splashed everywhere. As if an earthquake was about to come, the doors and windows began to shake, making rattling sounds. Honglian, who was on the courtyard wall, lost her balance and would have fallen if Yin Lingji had not quickly grabbed her. At this moment, another calm aura emerged. It was as if the hand of God passed by, calming all the anger and leaving peace wherever it passed. The terrifying aura of Master Sun was dissipated silently. The courtyard returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. Master Sun was shocked and looked at Chun Mo in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Qi, an indescribable shock, appeared on his face. Gainya, who was standing next to him, blurted out when he heard the word. Qi, how is this possible? Mrs. Hu was in the house, heard the noise outside and opened the door to check. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a group of people standing there with different expressions. She walked gently to Jingwei and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Jingwei also shook his head in confusion. Just now, Master Sun was so angry at Chun Mo that he lost control. That kind of power was not something they could contend with. Chun Mo simply neutralized his aura, and then that's how it ended between him and Gainya. Ingzheng's face was gloomy, and he didn't know why Master Sun had such a big reaction. Gainya, what is this Qi? When the two were shocked just now, they seemed to have said this term. Gainya's Adam's apple rolled, and he seemed to have not yet come to his senses. After a moment, he spoke with difficulty. Qi is the ultimate internal force. Those who practice martial arts use their inner strength as support. The deeper your internal strength, the more powerful your moves will be, and the quicker your reactions will be. When the internal force is cultivated to a certain level, It can be transformed to create another kind of energy. This energy is called qi. It is a force that is more refined than internal force and more powerful when used. Zheng nodded thoughtfully, then said, "It seems that this practice is extremely difficult." Gainya pursed his lips and looked at Chun Mo with confusion in his eyes. It's not a question of whether it's difficult or not, but it's simply impossible for ordinary people to practice. Zheng was stunned for a moment, then gestured to Chun Mo and asked, "Who is he?" Gainya said solemnly, "Your Majesty, do you know why my master is a great master?" Zheng pondered. "Is qi cultivated?" "Exactly. Chapter 138, why is this?" The one who answered him was not Gainya, but Master Sun, who was also a grandmaster. "I have been practicing for 86 years before I cultivated my internal strength to the extreme and formed qi." Geguzi spent 82 years. Bei Mingzi is 83 years old. Dongwang Tai is 80 years old. The yard suddenly fell into silence. Many eyes fell on Chun Mo in disbelief. Master Sun continued, "Only the ultimate level of internal strength can be called qi. Only those who can transform their inner strength into qi can become great masters. The reason why there are so few grandmasters is not because of lack of talent. It's because even if one has enough talent, there is nothing one can do if one's internal strength does not meet the requirements. If the power of inner strength is like a pistol, then qi is like a rifle. A sword from an ordinary person can injure you slightly, but qi can directly split you into pieces. This is already a qualitative change, not a quantitative change caused by the accumulation of internal forces. For those who reach this state, their lifespan will be extended accordingly. Therefore, what they pursue is no longer strength, but to seek immortality from the heaven." Everyone was suddenly shocked. The people mentioned by Master Sun can all be said to be the world's top geniuses, but it took them nearly 100 years to achieve success. But how old is Chun Mo now? He was even younger than his wife Jingwei, only in his 20s. How is it possible to have such profound internal strength that it can even be directly transformed into qi? It's simply unimaginable. Chun Mo said nothing under the gaze of everyone. At this moment, he finally understood why Wu Ming was so shocked at that time. No wonder he could easily defeat someone of Wei Zhuang's level after only practicing for such a short time. It turns out that the tracks are different. One is for cultivating immortality, and the other is for practicing martial arts. If you still can't beat it, then there's a problem. "Hey, young sir, how long have you been practicing?" Master Sun's expression was extremely solemn. Not only did he lose his aggressive aura, he even changed the way he addressed people. Chun Mo pursed his lips and stretched out 2 fingers. Master Sun looked puzzled and said, 20 years, it only took 20 years to cultivate to this level. Even if it took a few more years, it can't be so exaggerated if it started from the womb, right?" He shook his head and said with emotion, "There is actually such a peerless world in the world. This old man is really enlightened." He was only 2 or 3 years old, when many of them couldn't even speak yet, but Chun Mo had already started practicing. If this isn't a natural genius, then what is? Chun Mo shook his head and said with a strange look, 2 years. He has been in this world for only 2 years at most. What? There were screams coming from the yard. Jingwei looked at him in disbelief. 2 years. Master Sun stretched out 2 fingers, his beard trembling, and he could hardly speak clearly. A person who has only practiced for 2 years has actually caught up with his achievements after 100 years? This is simply a miracle. Master Sun asked excitedly, "May I ask, where did you learn from, young master?" He had lived for so long and had never heard of such a thing. Which sect cultivation method could be so quick? Chun Mo pursed his lips and said, "I don't have any master who can do this. This is what happened after I crossed over. The golden finger is like this. JPG. Just breathing can increase your internal strength, and just sleeping can increase your bones. Now it seems that what has increased is not the internal force, but this thing called qi." If Master Sun knew that Chun Mo's breathing speed was increasing due to the practice he had been doing for his whole life, he would have fainted from anger. This is really the thief of comparison. Chun Mo said truthfully, "I don't have any master." "Huh? Then how did you train it?" Hong Lian, don't talk nonsense. Hong Lian, who was sitting on the courtyard wall, did not realize that this question was a taboo in the martial arts world, so she asked it directly without thinking. It was too late for Han Fei to stop it. The secret techniques of each school and sect are all secrets that are not passed on. It's like the yin-yang magic of the yin-yang school and the swordsmanship of Giguzi. That's not disclosed. Chinemo didn't mind Holian's question. He said frankly, I was chased by someone, fell off a cliff, survived the disaster, and learned magical skills. Yin Lingji tilted her head and asked, Is it over? Chinemo touched his nose. Isn't this enough? If this wasn't enough, I wouldn't be able to make it up. Jingwei looked at Chun Emo with heartache. I never expected that my husband, who was so powerful, would have such a tragic experience. Fortunately, God was merciful and turned a disaster into a blessing for him. Sun Fuzi's mouth twitched. Young master, you have a great opportunity and extraordinary luck. I understand. How could he not hear that this was Chun Mo's excuse? No one really believes it, right? Won't be. He became more and more certain that Chun Mo's background was extraordinary. It is very likely an ancient heritage that he is not aware of. It is no wonder that Chun Mo would so firmly refute his introduction to Confucianism. After taking a deep breath, Master Sun bowed. I am too narrow-minded. I will carefully consider what you said today, young master. Thank you for your advice. Han Fei and Ying Zheng were both startled. Master Sun actually said that he had learned something. Does this mean that he agrees with Chun Mo's views on Confucianism? Chun Mo is the first person who can be taught by this great scholar of the time. This really makes me lose my temper. Since he was able to achieve in a short period of time what took him 100 years to accomplish in martial arts, it seems that he might not be talking nonsense in literature either. Chun Mo responded, Master, you are too modest. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. It is normal to have different opinions on literature. Han Fei once told me that the master traveled thousands of miles specifically for the cause of the prosperity of Confucianism. In that case, I will definitely not let you make this trip in vain. Master Sun has a bad temper. But now that he has realized his mistake, even for Han Fei's sake, he can't be so petty. Besides, there is no conflict between the two. It was just that Master Sun was too proud of his status and didn't want to come and see me. Master Sun's face lit up immediately. Are you serious? Chinemo nodded and said, Of course it's true. I'll send someone to go back to Qi with the master later. As for the rest of the matter, just leave it to us to handle. Hearing what Chinemo said, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on Master Sun's dark face. He nodded and kept repeating, Good, 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 good. The main purpose of his coming to Korea this time was for movable type printing. Now that Chinemo had agreed, he was naturally in a good mood. But what Chinemo said next stunned him again. Master, there is no need to be so anxious to be happy. Even with movable type printing, it is still unclear whether Confucianism can flourish. The master frowned and asked, Why is this? Chapter 139, I Can't Do Anything. In Master Sun's view, with the blessing of movable type printing and paper, Confucian culture is bound to flourish. If this can't make Confucianism flourish, what else can be done? Chun Mo pondered for a moment, then slowly said, If Confucian culture wants to be passed on, the main problem is not the number of books, but people's understanding of the culture. And does the master know what is the fundamental factor that affects whether cultural cognition is widespread? Master Sun stroked his beard and said in a loud voice, Young master, you are joking. Whether culture can be known by people depends on writing. Chun Mo nodded. Yes, it is the text. Words, words. Chun Mo sighed. Master, do you know that Qin, Han, Zhao Wei, Chu, Yin, and Qi, the 7 kingdoms in the Central Plains, have 7 different scripts? How many people in this world can read and write? How many of them can recognize all 7 languages? If they can't even recognize all the characters, how can you expect them to learn your Confucian culture? No matter how exquisite a Confucian book you write in Qi's language is, it will be nothing but waste paper in Qin. No matter how reasonable the classics written in Zhao are, no one will be interested in them when they are sent to Yin State. Take the storybook I wrote, for example. Master, do you know how much I spent and how much it cost to distribute it to the 7 countries? And how many books and classics do you have in your Confucianism? Even if there was movable type printing, what you Confucians preach is only a tiny part of the story. Your culture and your books are nothing more than a piece of waste paper in other countries. It is not books, but words that hinder the spread of culture. Master, you should understand this principle, right? Chun Mo's words are sonorous, and every sentence is powerful. Everyone present was stunned by what he said, and Master Sun was sweating profusely. What Chun Mo said is absolutely right. Even if his Confucian classics can be passed down for generations, if no one reads them, they are just empty talk. Then, in your opinion, What should we do? Master Sun swallowed his saliva and actually felt a little nervous. Not to mention being in front of the junior, even in front of outsiders, he had never been so nervous. Chunmo's spiritual consciousness silently swept over Yingzheng. He took a cup of tea to moisten his throat, then slowly said, "What if there's only one kind of writing left in the world?" Master Sun and Yingzheng stood up at the same time. Master Sun was shocked that Chunmo would actually say such a thing. If only one language remains, that means discarding the other 6. To destroy other people's writing is to cut off their heritage. This is extremely vicious. The most important thing is what to destroy and what to keep. How could the rest of the countries agree? And Yingzheng was excited, because what Chunmo said about there being only one kind of writing system left in the world really touched his heart. He had had this idea a long time ago. Turn those miscellaneous texts into one. Anyone in the world can learn it and recognize it. Isn't that great? Impossible. This is impossible. No one would be willing to do this, and no monarch would agree to do this. Young master, your words are truly eye-opening and enlightening to me. But there's no way this approach will work. But Yingzheng had a different opinion. Your Confucian sage Confucius has already taught you the method a long time ago. How come Master Sun forgot it so quickly? Master Sun looked at Yingzheng and asked, "When did you teach me?" If he had been taught, how could he not know it? Yingzheng said seriously, "The Analects of Confucius said, when 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher." Master Sun frowned. He had realized that he was facing a similar attack of fallacies. Sure enough, Yingzheng said with a serious face, "Beat up these 3 people, and someone will definitely be willing to worship me as his master." Disagree? Then fight until they agree. Several people present couldn't help laughing. This is the king of a country. Speaking of which, Chunmo's theory actually doesn't seem out of place at all. Chunmo looked at him in surprise, quite surprised. I didn't expect Yingzheng to learn so quickly. When Yingzheng saw the women laughing so hard, he suddenly felt embarrassed. "Sir, could it be that I misunderstood?" Chunmo waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yes, that's right. More than right. What Yingzheng is going to do next is not just as simple as beating up 3 people." Hearing Chunmo's approval, Yingzheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the Analects is so wonderful. After I return, I must read the Confucius's classics carefully again. He felt that all his years of reading the Analects were in vain. It wasn't until today that I suddenly realized what the real meaning was. If someone else said this, Master Sun would definitely refute it. But now it was the king of Qin who was speaking, and even if he wanted to refute it, he couldn't. Chunmo saw Master Sun's dilemma and said, "Master, you don't have to think too much. You just need to know that the general trend cannot be violated, and you can save your Confucianism from a disaster. Although Confucianism is pedantic, it is indeed indispensable to every dynasty. Although it is not a way to save the world, it is indeed a good way to govern the world. In short, this idea is not suitable for troubled times. It can only be used to govern the country in times of peace. Moreover, it is also necessary to pay attention to the balance between relaxation and tension. For example, Mencius advocated benevolent government. He once put forward the idea that the people are more important than the king. It advocates giving farmers a certain amount of land, not infringing on farmers' working hours, and imposing lenient penalties and low taxes. This idea is very suitable for governing the country in peacetime. The country is based on the people, and this is a principle that should not be forgotten by all dynasties. Sometimes what people want is very simple. It is enough to have a piece of land to plant, food to eat, and not to be displaced, and to be able to survive. If you don't want to survive, who would want to follow others in a rebellion? If you win, you can continue to eat and farm, but if you lose, you will lose your head. The lower class people just have low education, but they are not stupid. Save Confucianism from a difficulty? Master Sun always felt that Chunmo had something else in mind. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't see what kind of trouble Confucianism was facing today. "Do you know anything, sir?" He knew that Chunmo would not speak without purpose, and that he must have a purpose in saying this, and even upgraded the wording from Mr. Junior to Mr. Chunmo thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Master, remember this sentence. If you believe in me, I will naturally find a way to make your Confucianism flourish. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. There are some things that cannot be said, at least not yet. It's like a secret of heaven, which can be known but cannot be revealed. Giving Master Sun such a hint has already been the most kind thing we can do. Confucian culture does have something to offer, otherwise it would not have been passed down for thousands of years. Chapter 140, I seem to understand. Master Sun pondered for 2 sentences and then nodded. If it is really as you said, I would like to thank you on behalf of all the Confucian scholars in the world. Chun Mo accepted his gift. Master Sun lifted his sleeves and said, although you are young, your opinions are really embarrassing for me. It was really worth the trip to debate with you today, sir. Han Fei stood behind him, pursing his lips tightly. That's not what you said at the beginning. He was very angry on the way, but now he is very respectful to me. It's getting late. I won't bother you and the ladies anymore. Goodbye. Master Sun glanced at the several peerless women in the courtyard, each with their own unique qualities, and said with emotion, Sir, you are so lucky, so lucky. The atmosphere on the field became strange because of his words, until he left with Han Fei and Hong Lian, who was reluctant to leave. Yan Lingji pointed at the gate and angrily said to Chinemo, that old man, did he say that I am your wife? Mrs. Hu remained silent, her cheeks flushed. She said hello and returned to her room. Chinemo pursed his lips. This was not surprising. After all the people living here are women. Who wouldn't get the misunderstanding? Master Sun left, but Ing Zheng hasn't left yet. Madam, please go and rest first. Jingwei helped the 2 of them change the tea. Hearing this, he glanced at Chun Mo, nodded, and left. Before leaving, he also took Yin Lingji with him, because she knew that the conversation between her husband and Ing Zheng would be shocking and would determine the fate of the world. So the fewer people who heard it, the better. Gainyan nodded to Ing Zheng. Then I will wait outside the door. With Chen Mo around, I think no one can hurt Ing Zheng. If Chen Mo wanted to do something, the result would be the same even if he was there. It would be better to wait outside. Soon, Chen Mo and Ing Zheng were the only ones left in the yard. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. A breeze blew by, and a leaf was swirled by the wind and slowly fell in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo stretched out his hand slowly and held the leaf in his palm. King Qin has been waiting for a long time. Ing Zheng stood up and walked in front of Chen Mo. His eyes fell on the black cloth covering the eyes. After looking at it for a while, he shook his head and said, not long. It's not too long to hear you say this, sir. It's just that I'm a little curious. How did you write articles when you were blind? How did you know the true meaning behind the analects? Chen Mo played with the leaves in his hand and said slowly, some people have never seen the ocean and think that rivers are the most magnificent. And some people can see the whole autumn through a leaf. Ing Zheng's eyes fell on the leaf in Chen Mo's hand. His eyes were as fiery as fire. So, sir, it's the latter? Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. Only by traveling thousands of miles can you see how big the world is. The king of Qin also said that since I can't see it, what does it matter whether I see it or not? If you have the world in your heart, you can see all the things in the world. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the world is, and the more beautiful the scenery is. Ing Zheng closed his eyes and stood in the yard under the falling leaves, thinking for a long time. He was savoring the meaning. Sir, what you mean is that sometimes the size of your vision is not determined by appearance, but by the heart. Chen Mo smiled and asked, is the world bigger in your heart or in your eyes? Ing Zheng said without hesitation, of course it's in my heart. In my heart, there is a vast world. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling waves of pride rising in his heart like the ocean. Chen Mo could feel the lofty ambition and passion in his heart, like a whale swallowing a tsunami. But he just sighed. Then why is there still disappointment on King Qin's face? Ing Zheng was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Sir, how do you know the expression on my face? For my ears can hear and my heart can see. I heard the helplessness of the king of Qin and saw his loss. Chen Mo kept talking. You have the ambition to climb to the sky, but you don't have the ladder to climb to the clouds. You want to realize your ideals, but now you can't even guarantee your own safety. Because you will die. Ing Zheng stood there, frozen in place. He seemed to be shocked by these words, and his tone was a little out of control. What did you say? Chen Mo said calmly. The key is when to die and how to die. Ing Zheng's face looked grim. Only now did he realize that Chen Mo was unusual. He seems to know everything. No one knows his current situation better than Ing Zheng. Chen Mo slowly raised his palm, and the leaves in his hand flew away with the wind. The drifting fallen leaves blew towards Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng took it and looked at him puzzledly. Sir, do you know? Chen Mo spread his hands. I have traveled through the long river of time and witnessed my own death. I have also traveled through history and witnessed thousands of years of changes. Do you believe these? Ing Zheng's breathing became rapid, but he finally shook his head. I don't believe it. What kind of people can travel through the long river of time? And what kind of people can witness their own death? If there really is such a person, why can he live well? What kind of person can be allowed by heaven and earth to know thousands of years of history? If such a person really exists, he should be called a god. Chen Mo said slowly. Is the king of Qin afraid of death? Ing Zheng's eyes were as hard as steel. Of course I'm not afraid. Everyone dies, doesn't he? People live, but their ambitions are not fulfilled. This is truly the cruelest ending for such an ambitious person. Sir, what do you want to tell me? Ing Zheng didn't think that Chen Mo would keep talking to him about these meaningless topics. The mountains become valleys, and the seas become mulberry fields. 10 years can distinguish the passing of spring and the coming of autumn, and 100 years can witness birth, aging, sickness, and death. 1,000 years can make you sigh at the change of dynasties, and 10,000 years can make you witness the passage of time. Life is only a few decades long. Since the king of Qin is not afraid of death, what is there to be afraid of? Boom! It was like a bolt of thunder striking my heart. Ing Zheng's eyes widened and his atoms apple-rolled. For some reason, the wind in the yard suddenly became stronger, blowing the two people's robes rustling. Ing Zheng was as clear-headed as if he had emerged from a thick fog. It was as if he had cut off thousands of chains from his body. If you have no fear of death, you should not be afraid of life. Good. Since I am not afraid of death, what else can stop me? Even if there are towering mountains in front of us, we must move them and fill the sea. I think I understand. The leaves in Ing Zheng's hands slowly turned into a pile of powder and dissipated in the wind. Ing Zheng raised his hand and bowed deeply to Chen Mo. Thank you for your guidance, sir. This is the answer he wanted to get on this trip. Chapter 141, Is there anything else they dare not do? But before he could open his mouth, Chen Mo already knew what he was going to ask. Chen Mo nodded gently. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ing Zheng stood up and said with great enthusiasm, I want to forge a sword. What sword? Ing Zheng looked solemn and said in a deep voice. The great Zhou ruled for 800 years. Confucius wrote the spring and autumn annals, and the Warring States period was divided into 7 kingdoms. This world is divided and united, and it is always the common people who suffer. I want to forge an emperor's sword. Use the 7 nations as the front and the mountains and rivers as the blade. Unparalleled in the world, the whole world is submissive. This is the emperor's sword. I want to use this sword to create a paradise. The strong wind died down, and Chen Mo was the only one left in the courtyard. He raised his cup to drink, but found that the tea was gone. Are we leaving? A gentle voice sounded in my ears. Jingwei came over and refilled his tea, speaking softly. Madam, do you know what the sudden cessation of the strong wind means? Jingwei squatted beside Chen Mo and gently rested his head on his shoulder. It means that heavy rain is coming. Crackle, clackle. The heavy rain was beating heavily on the wooden carriage. Inside the warm carriage, Honglian opened a corner of the curtain. Looking at the sudden downpour, she pouted in displeasure and complained, It's so annoying. Why is it raining so hard all of a sudden? When I was at Shin Mo's place just now, the sky was still full of stars and it didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Now, suddenly a rainstorm came. The heavy rain came suddenly and violently. Honglian sat in the carriage board, listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the carriage. His eyes fell on Master Sun. Master Sun has not spoken since he came out of the courtyard. He sat cross-legged in the carriage with his eyes closed, not moving at all. As Honglian finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking out the window through the open curtain, he sighed, because the weather has changed. Honglian rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, Isn't this nonsense? If it's not because of the changing weather, what else could it be? Do I need you to explain such a simple truth? The carriage swayed a few times and stopped in front of Han Fei's residence. When several guards saw the carriage, they immediately ran over with umbrellas. Master Sun stepped off the carriage, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Han Fei, Come with me. Han Fei was stunned. Before he could reply, he saw Master Sun striding forward. In the study. Teacher, why did you ask your disciple to come here? Han Fei, who had not yet changed his wet clothes, looked like a drowned rat and bowed in embarrassment. Master Sun stood by the window with his back to him. After a moment of silence, He looked at Han Fei and said slowly, "Do you seem to have some questions in your mind?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. As expected, I couldn't hide it from Master Sun. He pursed his lips and said hesitantly, "After hearing what you said today, I have some insights." Master Sun did not move and asked again, "What did you realize?" Han Fei lowered his eyes and said, "Rule the world with laws and educate with Confucianism and Taoism." Heavy rain covered the entire Xinjiang. The night became hazy. A carriage was speeding through the heavy rain. The driver was a young man. Suddenly his eyes moved. The carriage stopped suddenly. "What's wrong?" A question came from the carriage behind him. "According to the time calculation, we are only halfway to our destination. The driver shouldn't stop the car at this time." "Nothing, Your Majesty, don't worry." Ganya shook the reins gently, and the carriage began to move swayingly again. Ingzheng opened his eyes in the carriage, his eyes burning with anger. "Sir, you are truly a god. They really came." A few days later, in the Prime Minister's mansion in Xianyang, Lu Buwei listened quietly to Yenri's report. He had a blank expression on his face from beginning to end, and it was impossible to tell what his expression was at the moment. It wasn't until the last moment that a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. "You mean the king of Qin has been going to brothel these days?" Although Ingzheng was in his prime, he was never obsessed with vocal music in Qin state. It's impossible to travel all the way to Korea for fun now, right? If this is true, Lu Buwei would be overwhelmed with joy, because a king who is greedy for pleasure is the easiest to control. But unfortunately, the Ingzheng he knew was not like that. He is a person who is strict with himself, even to the point of being harsh. Among the kings of the 7 countries today, people like him are rare. Yes, recently he's been going out at sunset and returning to the inn late at night. Luo Wang's infiltration this time was extremely smooth, and several groups of assassins entered successfully. The previous incident of assassins being hunted did not happen again, which also made Lu Buwei puzzled. What did he do in there? Lu Buwei raised his eyes and looked directly at the hidden sun. Yenri shook his head and said, "Ganya is guarding us closely. Our people dare not get close to him." Ganya, Gaguzi's direct disciple, is a man of great strength that should not be underestimated. Without Lu Buwei's order, the assassins of Luo Wang dared not reveal their whereabouts. Lu Buwei nodded and said, "What about that brothel? Have you checked its background?" He still didn't want to believe that Ingzheng would actually go to such a place for no reason. And it happened for several days in a row. I checked and found out that the boss is a woman with a lot of businesses under her name. The paper that is popular recently is published by her. 0-inch. Besides being pretty, there's nothing special about it. When he heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Buwei's eyes again. "Oh, a woman with a lot of property and very beautiful." After a while, he suddenly sneered. "What a naive King Qin. He thinks he can hide it from me." Yenri was stunned for a moment, then said, "My lord, what you mean is that the king of Qin went to that brothel just to cover up his tracks." Lu Buwei sneered. "It's just to hide from me. What kind of place is Xinjiang? It was Ji Wuye's territory before. Among the 4 evil spirits of the night, the Emerald Tiger is greedy and lustful. He is a greedy person. How could we allow a woman to grow her business so big? How can a woman gain a foothold without a backer?" Yenri nodded thoughtfully. "My lord, what you mean is that the king of Qin has come to Yi Mu and wants to seek Yi Mu's help." "Wrong." Lu Buwei shook his head. "Having a backer doesn't mean it's Yi Mu. The question now is who is supporting Zi Lanxian. Besides Yi Mu, is there any other force in South Korea that is worthy of cooperation with Ingzheng?" "You mean quicksand?" Yenri spoke slowly. "Now it seems that this is the only answer. This Lu Sha dared to kill Ji Wuye in Xinjiang, so what else would they not dare to do?" Chapter 142, the sooner the better. However, these bold lunatics in Lu Sha forgot one thing. The web is not something that can be compared to the darkness. Lu Buwei snorted coldly. "Send someone in to check. I want to see what Ingzheng is doing in there and who he is meeting." "Quicksand, quicksand, humph. I will make you become a pile of loose sand." A few days later, news came again from the assassin lurking in Xinjiang. King Qin has been going to a private room every day these days to meet someone. Yenri reported the intelligence with a flat tone. "Who? A blind man." "What? A blind man?" Lu Buwei raised his head and looked towards Yenri. It seems to be questioning whether Yenri was wrong. Yenri said with certainty, "He is indeed a blind man." The two of them would communicate until midnight every time. Lu Buwei stood up and took a deep breath. So it seems that Ing Zheng has been going to Zilong, Xian, to look for him these days. He tried to think about which talented people in various countries were blind, but he couldn't think of any after thinking for a long time. But it goes without saying that the person who could be treated like this by Ing Zheng must not be an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Ing Zheng, the king, go to see him every day? Lu Buwei's brain raced, and he pondered, this man might be the leader of the quicksand. Send someone to follow him and see where he went after he and Ing Zheng separated. That place might be the headquarters of Lu Sha. Yenri responded, I can't keep up. Lu Buwei raised his head, his eyes cold. What do you mean you can't keep up? Is there anyone I can't follow? What a joke. It's just stupid to keep a bunch of assassins like you. He lives in the Zilong Xian and lives with the proprietress every day. Yenri thought for a moment and added, and the maid. Lu Buwei was stunned at first, then he sneered. Then there's no need to investigate. This person must be the leader of the quicksand. A person whom Ing Zheng would meet every day, a person who could sleep in the bed of the proprietress of Zelangshuan. His ability and identity were already obvious. I'm curious about what ability a blind man has that would make the king of Qin condescend to meet him. Humph! Ing Zheng, you don't think you can escape from my control by relying on a mere quicksand, do you? There was a flash of murderous intent in Lu Buwei's eyes. The safest thing to do was to nip the risk in the bud before it occurred. There was another person who had the same idea as Lu Buwei. However, the person he wanted to kill was not the king of Qin, but the quicksand that had already threatened him. A mere piece of quicksand can actually destroy half of the night. Aha! Should I say that Lu Sha is strong, or should I say that Ji Wuye is a waste? There was no color on by Yi Fei's pale face. After going to Baiwei and coming back, his strength seemed to have become stronger. He glanced at Madame Mingzhu, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Although Han Fei was not eliminated, it would be better to kill Ji Wuye. You did a good job on this matter. Madame Mingzhu looked at her with her legs crossed, her jade feet swinging restlessly under her skirt. It's just a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that a quicksand would appear in Xinjiang. I never thought that their leader would even dare to kill Ji Wuye. This has helped us a lot. When Bai Yifei heard that Ji Wuye was killed, he was actually shocked himself. If Han Fei is the stumbling block to their control over Korea, then Ji Wuye is the obstacle to Bai Yifei. If the master is not dead, how can a subordinate like me get promoted? He will not be inferior to others. Since Ji Wuye doesn't have the courage to be the king, Bai Yifei will be the one to take over. So you gave him your body in order to repay him? Bai Yifei's gaze slowly swept across Madame Mingzhu's eyebrows. There was a charm there that hadn't existed before. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and said, Nonsense. Do you think it's so easy to gain his trust? I have invested a lot of money in this. Bai Yifei raised his lips. Why? Does he trust you now? Madame Mingzhu stretched out a pair of snow-white hands and looked at them in front of her eyes. He said lightly, It's okay. At least I know where he lives, where his headquarters is, what he's been busy with recently, and who's at home. Quicksand has always acted in a mysterious way. Not only Luo Wang, Bai Yifei also didn't have the ability to find out their information. But now, Madame Mingzhu, who had always been a flirtatious womanizer, knew important information that they were all helpless against. Bai Yifei said slowly, Didn't he doubt you? He even told you all this. Madame Mingzhu let out a sexy smile. Of course I would doubt it. Otherwise, how could I know it now? I've been using all my musical instruments and singing to make him let down his guard. Who wouldn't be addicted to a subordinate as beautiful as me who can be played with at will? As a man, once your hardware becomes software, your mouth becomes softer and it becomes easier to get people to say things you don't like. Bai Yifei nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this woman is not completely useless. Very good. As long as we get rid of the quicksand, Korea will be under my control alone. Madame Mingzhu glanced at him and said, This man is not so easy to kill. His strength is unfathomable and is not inferior to yours. Madame Mingzhu didn't know what realm Bai Yifei was in now. I don't even know Chun Mo's specific strength. Anyway, in her opinion, they are all masters. For those who achieve great things, wisdom is always stronger than strength. If a person has a family, he has weaknesses. Mrs. Mingzhu's eyes lit up. You mean? Bai Yifei gave a sinister smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. Mrs. Mingzhu understood. 30 miles east of the city, there is an independent courtyard. Besides him, there are 3 people in the family. One is his principal wife, so she should be quite powerful. There are also two women whose relationship is unclear. He has been living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in Zilan Xian these past few days and hasn't been back for a long time. Bai Yifei squinted his eyes and listened quietly, keeping Madame Mingzhu's words in mind. But he may go back at any time. When are you going to take action? She was not sure whether Chen Mo's strength was superior to Bai Yifei's. If Chen Mo happened to go back when the action was taking place, something unexpected might happen. Of course, the sooner the better. Madame Mingzhu nodded. Then tomorrow night, I will find a way to get him to come to my place tomorrow. I can hold him back. The smile on Bai Yifei's face gradually deepened. Then I'll have to trouble you tomorrow night. Go away, go away. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow night is going to be a tough battle. Bai Yifei rarely mocked her. The curtains in the bedroom shook, and he disappeared on the spot. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and muttered something. However, these bold lunatics in Lu Sha forgot one thing. The web is not something that can be compared to the darkness. Lu Buwei snorted coldly. Send someone in to check. I want to see what Ing Zheng is doing in there and who he is meeting. Quicksand, humph. I will make you become a pile of loose sand. A few days later, news came again from the assassin lurking in Xinjiang. King Qin has been going to a private room every day these days to meet someone. Yenri reported the intelligence with a flat tone. Ooh, a blind man. What? A blind man? Lu Buwei raised his head and looked towards Yenri. It seems to be questioning whether Yenri was wrong. Yenri said with certainty, he is indeed a blind man. The two of them would communicate until midnight every time. Lu Buwei stood up and took a deep breath. So, it seems that Ing Zheng has been going to Zilan, Xian, to look for him these days. He tried to think about which talented people in various countries were blind, but he couldn't think of any after thinking for a long time. But it goes without saying that the person who could be treated like this by Ing Zheng must not be an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Ing Zheng, the king, go to see him every day? Lu Buwei's brain raced, and he pondered, this man might be the leader of the quicksand. Send someone to follow him and see where he went after he and Ing Zheng separated. That place might be the headquarters of Lu Sha. Yenri responded, I can't keep up. Lu Buwei raised his head, his eyes cold. What do you mean you can't keep up? Is there anyone I can't follow? What a joke. It's just stupid to keep a bunch of assassins like you. He lives in the Zilan Xian and lives with the proprietress every day. Yenri thought for a moment and added, and the maid. Lu Buwei was stunned at first, then he sneered. Then there's no need to investigate. This person must be the leader of the quicksand. A person whom Ing Zheng would meet every day, a person who could sleep in the bed of the proprietress of Zelangshuan. His ability and identity were already obvious. I'm curious about what ability a blind man has that would make the king of Qin condescend to meet him. Humph! Ing Zheng, you don't think you can escape from my control just by relying on a mere piece of quicksand, do you? There was a flash of murderous intent in Lu Buwei's eyes. The safest thing to do was to nip the risk in the bud before it occurred. There was another person who had the same idea as Lu Buwei. However, the person he wanted to kill was not the king of Qin, but the quicksand that had already threatened him. A mere piece of quicksand can actually destroy half of the night. Haha, should I say that Lu Sha is strong? Or should I say that Ji Wuye is a waste? There was no color on Bai Yifei's pale face. After going to Baiyue and coming back, his strength seemed to have become stronger. He glanced at Madame Mingzhu, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Although Han Fei was not eliminated, it would be better to kill Ji Wuye. You did a good job on this matter. Madame Mingzhu looked at her with her legs crossed, her jade feet swinging restlessly under her skirt. It's just a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that a quicksand would appear in Xinjiang. I never thought that their leader would even dare to kill Ji Wuye. This has helped us a lot. When Bai Yifei heard that Ji Wuye was killed, he was actually shocked himself. If Han Fei is the stumbling block to their control over Korea, then Ji Wuye is the obstacle to Bai Yifei. If the master is not dead, how can a subordinate like me get promoted? He will not be inferior to others. Since Ji Wuye doesn't have the courage to be the king, Bai Yifei will be the one to take over. So you gave him your body in order to repay him? Bai Yifei's gaze slowly swept across Madame Mingzhu's eyebrows. There was a charm there that hadn't existed before. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and said, Nonsense. Do you think it's so easy to gain his trust? I have invested a lot of money in this. Bai Yifei raised his lips. Why? Does he trust you now? Madame Mingzhu stretched out a pair of snow-white hands and looked at them in front of her eyes. He said lightly, It's okay. At least I know where he lives, where his headquarters is, what he's been busy with recently, and who's at home. Quicksand has always acted in a mysterious way. Not only Luo Wang, but Yifei also didn't have the ability to find out their information. But now, Madame Mingzhu, who had always been a flirtatious womanizer, knew important information that they were all helpless against. Bai Yifei said slowly, "Didn't he doubt you? He even told you all this." Madame Mingzhu let out a sexy smile. "Of course I would doubt it. Otherwise, how could I know it now? I've been using all my musical instruments and singing to make him let down his guard. Who wouldn't be addicted to a subordinate as beautiful as me who can be played with at will? As a man, once your hardware becomes software, your mouth becomes softer and it becomes easier to get people to say things you don't like." Bai Yifei nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that this woman is not completely useless. Very good. As long as we get rid of the quicksand, Korea will be under my control alone." Madame Mingzhu glanced at him and said, "This man is not so easy to kill. His strength is unfathomable and is not inferior to yours." Madame Mingzhu didn't know what realm Bai Yifei was in now. I don't even know Chun Mo's specific strength. Anyway, in her opinion, they are all masters. For those who achieve great things, wisdom is always stronger than strength. If a person has a family, he has weaknesses. Mrs. Mingzhu's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Bai Yifei gave a sinister smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. Mrs. Mingzhu understood. 30 miles east of the city, there is an independent courtyard. Besides him, there are 3 people in the family. One is his principal wife, so she should be quite powerful. There are also 2 women whose relationship is unclear. He has been living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in Zilan Xian these past few days and hasn't been back for a long time. Bai Yifei squinted his eyes and listened quietly, keeping Madame Mingzhu's words in mind. But he may go back at any time. When are you going to take action? She was not sure whether Chen Mo's strength was superior to Bai Yifei's. If Chen Mo happened to go back when the action was taking place, something unexpected might happen. Of course, the sooner the better. Madame Mingzhu nodded. "Then tomorrow night, I will find a way to get him to come to my place tomorrow. I can hold him back." The smile on Bai Yifei's face gradually deepened. "Then I'll have to trouble you tomorrow night. Go away, go away. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow night is going to be a tough battle." Bai Yifei rarely mocked her. The curtains in the bedroom shook, and he disappeared on the spot. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and muttered something. Chapter 143, I Call You Sister. Concubine whose bedroom? Lady who looked helplessly at Madame Mingzhu in front of her. "Can't you sleep over there? Why do you come to my place every day?" During this period, Madame Mingzhu not only came to her place to sleep every day, but also kept her chatting until midnight. She was so annoyed that she hadn't slept well for several days. "It's boring to sleep alone. Well, go inside a little." Madame Mingzhu untied her purple palace skirt. The plump and graceful figure is extremely attractive. She found a nightgown and put it on as if she was in the right place, then pushed Lady who was lying in the middle. Lady who moved inside with her eyes closed, and Madame Mingzhu turned around and got straight in her bed. "If you want to come earlier. I was almost asleep and you woke me up. Are you annoying?" Lady who frowned and complained. Madame Mingzhu shook her head nonchalantly and said, "Do you think I want to come so late? By Yifei? That pervert went to look for me. I had to trick him away before I could come." Hearing this, Lady who immediately opened her eyes. All sleepiness disappeared instantly. Turning to look at Mrs. Mingzhu, he believed it? Madame Mingzhu lay on the bed and said proudly, "Do you know what the highest level of lying is?" "What?" "That is, there's truth in falsehood, and falsehood in truth, falsehood in reality, truth in truth, and falsehood. What I told him was all true information. Do you think he could not believe it?" Upon hearing this, Lady who became more alert and moved closer to her. "Then tell me, sir, can you succeed this time?" Madame Mingzhu's eyes flashed with admiration. Of course the master will succeed if he takes action. Bai Yifei got the news that only the hostess and your sister were there, so they won't bring too many people with them. Those bird killers in the night probably won't go there either. With Tianzi, Wei Zhuang, and the mistress Jingwei here, even if the master doesn't take action, Bai Yifei will be doomed. Hearing her say this, Miss Hu breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope everything goes well tomorrow night. I'll try to get my sister here tomorrow morning." Madame Mingzhu nodded. "Take it. Then the 3 of us will sleep together. But there's a problem." She suddenly looked at Lady Hu, and her expression became serious. "What's the problem? Why are you looking at me like that suddenly?" Madame Mingzhu looked at her and said slowly, "Once Bai Yifei dies, the night will be completely destroyed. Then there's no point for me to be here. Then I will find a way to get out and go to my master. What about you? What will you do?" Lady Who blinked. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Pearl rolled her eyes. "Are you pretending to be confused at this time? Aren't you very smart when you usually compete with me in wits and courage? Now is this really stupid or fake? What I mean is, do you want to stay here and be a princess, or give up the glory and wealth of a princess and follow my master?" The night gradually darkened. Dark shadows gathered in the same direction. These people were Bai Niao's killers, and now they have become Bai Yifei's subordinates. "Sir, everyone is here." After hearing the report, Bai Yifei smiled. The smile is weird and creepy. He sneered, "Then let's go." Target, Zilan Xian. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the palace, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. "You want to trap me, Bai Yifei? Madame Mingzhu, you underestimate me a little bit. Tomorrow night? Haha, I'm going to kill you tomorrow night." After hearing what Madame Mingzhu said, Lady Who did not rush to answer. Instead, he stared at her intently. Then he said speechlessly, "You don't seem to have figured out one thing. It's not a question of whether we are willing to follow him, but whether he is willing to let us follow." What Lady Who said is true, because she and Madame Mingzhu are both princesses. Although it is a name only, this secret is only known by the three of them. In the eyes of others, they're princesses. If I follow Chunamo and the King of Han finds out, there will be no peace forever. No matter how incompetent the King of Han was, he would not accept the fact that his favorite concubine was cheating on him. So what Lady Who meant was that Chunamo chose to give up on them because of this consideration. Upon hearing this, Madame Mingzhu immediately teased, "Oh my, are you anxious now? Why didn't you consider this issue when you attached it to my master?" Lady Who snorted in annoyance. "It's already this hour, and you still want to argue with me. You'll feel uncomfortable if you don't mock me, right? It's as if you didn't take the initiative to stick to it." Madame Mingzhu smiled and said, Yes, it's because my master is so charming. I'm happy to stick to him. I'm serious. If the master is willing to take us away, are you willing to follow him? I can tell you that if you follow the master, the conditions will not be as good as here. There aren't that many maids to serve you. You are no longer a princess of high rank. It's even possible that we'll have to hide together for the rest of our lives. Well, have you thought about it? Is it better to follow my master and wander around the world, or to be a respected princess? Lady Who took a breath, looked at the excited Madame Mingzhu and said, "Don't mess around and cause trouble for your master. He now has to deal with Bai Yifei, and also has to guard against Qin's trap. If you cause any more trouble and offend the King of Han, he really won't be able to stay in Korea anymore." Lady Who said nonchalantly, "If you can't stay, then don't stay. The world is so big, as long as I can stay by my master's side. What difference does it make? The world outside is so wonderful, this is what I really want. I am almost suffocating in this birdcage-like palace." Lady Who looked at Madame Mingzhu in surprise. She really didn't expect Madame Mingzhu to say such a thing. In fact, compared to herself, she is the one who is more greedy for fame and fortune. But now, for Chunamo, he could actually leave these things behind without hesitation. It seems that this master means more to her than she thought. Even Chunamo himself did not expect that Madame Mingzhu would be so loyal and follow him so resolutely. After a long silence, Lady Who asked, "How can you escape?" Madame Mingzhu raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course there is. Do you want to know? Call me sister and let me hear it." Lady Who rolled her eyes speechlessly. Seeing this, Madame Mingzhu laughed and said, "Oh, you are still not happy. I became the master's woman before you. Even if we follow this, you still have to call me sister." Lady Who was conquered by her shamelessness. She covered her forehead and said, Okay, I'll call you sister. You are my sister, okay? Tell me now." Chapter 144, You Go Quickly. Mrs. Mingzhu suddenly smiled, and her eyes narrowed into slits. She teased, "Haha, dear sister Who, be good and listen to me in the future. I will love you." Only then did Mrs. Mingzhu feel that she had won. Then he said, "It's not difficult actually. When the time comes, we will find an excuse to leave the palace and get rid of the guard around us. By the time they find us, we will probably have already left Xinjiang. This is a good excuse to go out of the palace to watch a play. Why don't we do it?" Lady Who was stunned and asked, "Didn't you tell your master about this?" Madame Mingzhu shook her head and said, "Not yet. It's just that he hasn't had time to come these days. There's no way to tell. Can't we keep it as a surprise for him? Lady Who was speechless. Do you want to surprise him or scare him? What are you doing? You're crossing your legs at this time. What if it affects the gentleman? I'm really impressed by you. What a bad idea. Lady Who rolled her eyes, then began to move towards the bed, turned her back, and rolled the quilt around herself. It seemed that he didn't want to bother with Madame Mingzhu's stupid methods anymore. Mrs. Mingzhu immediately rolled up the quilt that was on her body. As the saying goes, when you look at a mountain from the front, you see different peaks. This thin nightgown can't hide her alluring curves at all. What do you mean by that? Are you stupid? Let's go first. After we leave Xinjiang, we'll find a way to reunite with him. Otherwise, once Bai Yifei dies, Xinjiang will definitely be under martial law, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lady Who turned her neck and frowned. Martial law? Madame Mingzhu nodded and said, of course Bai Yifei is not a traitor like Ji Wuye. He was a marquis after all. If he died in Xinjiang, how could we not impose martial law? Lady Who suddenly stood up. There was a gleam in her charming eyes. She suddenly threw back the quilt and jumped out of bed. After coming to the ground, she began to become restless in the palace. Mrs. Mingzhu looked at her, busying herself in confusion, and asked, what are you doing? What do you mean? Are you leaving or not? Lady Who was rummaging around in the cupboard, and she responded, we can't leave empty-handed. Are we going to starve to death without taking anything? Let me see if there are any valuables. Take them all away. Don't let that old man, King Han, get away with it. After being a princess for so many years, I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of rare treasures. Mrs. Mingzhu was stunned when she heard her words. Then he burst into laughter. Look at how stingy you are. You haven't even married yet, and you're already thinking about bringing a dowry for my master. But what you said is true. I will go back and clean up the palace for him. Mrs. Mingzhu had an idea and immediately put on her clothes and went back to pack her things. Tomorrow is the time to take action against Bai Yifei, and they don't have much time left. But just as she opened the palace gate, she suddenly felt a biting chill sweeping over her. A cold light rushed straight into her throat, so fast that she could hardly react. I could only rely on my body's instinct to retreat quickly. But the sword followed her like a leech, leaving her no chance to even ask for help. Lady who was packing her things, heard the noise, quickly pulled open the curtain and ran out, and was immediately frightened. Someone come. She had just opened her mouth and hadn't uttered a word when the person who came reacted. He kicked the ground with his right foot, and a dart flew out from the sole of his shoe. The dart flew past Madame Mingzhu in the middle and headed towards Lady Who. Lady Who's kung fu is not as good as her sister's three-legged cat kung fu. She can't even see the trajectory of the dart clearly. But she didn't see it clearly, but someone else did. Madame Mingzhu didn't even think about it, and actually dodged in front of the dart. Miss Who was shocked and blurted out, Mingzhu. She never thought that Madame Mingzhu, who had always disliked her, would risk her life to save her at this time. Seeing that the dart was about to hit Madame Mingzhu, the assassin frowned. The sword in his hand flew out and knocked his own dart away with a clang. Mingzhu, are you okay? How are you? Are you not hurt? Lady Who suddenly threw herself beside Madame Mingzhu. A pair of cold little hands touched her inside and out. It turned out that there was not a single wound. There was also a hint of doubt in Madame Mingzhu's solemn eyes. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. This guy is very powerful, and I'm no match for him. You go out and call someone, and I'll hold him back. Since the other party came in through the main gate, there is no need to think too much. The palace maids must have been dealt with. Judging from the man's skills just now, he is not someone I can resist at all. Moreover, his moves were fierce and brutal, so he was definitely not an ordinary killer. If Lady Who had not come out to attract attention just now, he would have been killed by a sword. This is a very strong assassin, so strong that no one can guard against him. But Madame Mingzhu couldn't figure out who wanted to kill Concubine Who. This is Concubine Who's bedroom. The other party must be coming for her. Such a professional and powerful assassin cannot be hired by ordinary people. Mingzhu, Lady Who was moved and stood closely beside Madame Mingzhu. There are thousands of words in my heart that I can't express. Madame Mingzhu asked her to go first. Under the current circumstances, that would be tantamount to exchanging her life for her own. Being targeted by someone of such strength, there is no way he would survive until the arrival of the royal guards. This is not the king of Han's bedroom. The defense of the harem was already weak, and the guards were patrolling outside. By the time they arrived, Madame Mingzhu was already dead. Madame Mingzhu didn't dare to be distracted and glanced at Lady Who out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she raised her lips and smiled. Since you call me sister, shouldn't I take on the responsibility of a sister? Get out of here quickly, work harder, and help me serve my master. The only regret is that I can no longer serve Chinamo. It's all the fault of this damn assassin. I haven't had enough fun yet. The assassin looked at the two with sharp eyes and suddenly asked, Mingzhu? Are you Madame Mingzhu? Madame Mingzhu held her head high and said fearlessly, It is me. The assassin hummed, then looked at Lady Hu. So you are Lady Hu? She is not. It's me. Madame Mingzhu, who was about to rush over to cover for Lady Hu, was speechless. Are you an idiot? It's obvious that the other party is coming for you. And you actually admit it? Lady Hu shook her head and said, Since she wants to kill me, it's me. You should leave now. Chapter 145. Hurry up and think of a solution. What did you say? Mrs. Mingzhu frowned. Lady Hu said firmly, Go and help me take good care of my husband. Madame Mingzhu's voice trembled a little. Do you know what you will face if you stay? I know I will die, but I can't let you get hurt. Mrs. Mingzhu suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. No, you are sick? You don't even want the chance to live. Lady Hu snorted coldly. You are the one who is sick. The one they want to kill is me, not you. The assassin seemed to be interested and stood by with his arms folded, watching. Madame Mingzhu turned around and argued with Lady Hu. I'm afraid your skills are not enough to block a single blow. What's the point of you staying here? Lady Hu refused to give in and scolded back. What else can you do besides being coquettish? Madame Mingzhu snorted coldly. I know a lot. Lady Hu looked her up and down and said, Really? Then show me if you can. Madame Mingzhu gritted her teeth, put her hand into her arms, and said angrily, Then I will show you today. A hint of curiosity suddenly appeared in the assassin's eyes. She seemed to be curious about what Madame Mingzhu wanted her to see. At this moment, the two people who seemed to be arguing fiercely suddenly had a sinister flash in their eyes. Madame Mingzhu stretched out her hand and suddenly threw a handful of powder at the assassin. There was a hint of surprise in the assassin's eyes. What kind of quarrel was this? It turned out that these two were acting for him and wanted to attack her by surprise. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh. You two have quite a good understanding. But even so, she remained calm and not agitated at all. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out the tablecloth from the table next to him, covering it completely without leaving a single spot. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two of them couldn't help but turn pale. This is really the end. The opponent's strength is much higher than theirs. Are you done arguing? If you're done, come with me. The assassin threw the tablecloth to the ground and said without letting anyone refuse. Madame Mingzhu was like a hedgehog with its fur standing on end, and her mouth remained stiff until her death. Who do you think you are? You want me to go with you just like that? You can kill me or chop me up, just tell me your name. The assassin glanced at her and picked up the sword that had just fallen to the ground. He uttered two words lightly. Jingwei. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. A carriage stopped at the door of Zelangshuan. The driver lifted the door curtain, and a man with an imposing appearance walked out. Ingzheng glanced at the sign at the door, saying closed for rectification, and strode in without hesitation. Gagne stood guard by his side, never leaving. Not long after the two of them went in, dark shadows appeared across the street. Grown-ups, an assassin said respectfully to the darkness. Everyone is here. Besiege and kill them all. A figure walked out of the darkness, glanced at Ing Zheng's carriage, and gave an order ruthlessly. The assassins were agile and silently surrounded Zi Lan Xian. Not long after, another group of people arrived. My lord, this is it. The leader took a look at the pitch-black Zi Lan Xian. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and he said with a strange smile, Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Listening to the sounds of fierce fighting coming from Zi Lan Xian, Bai Yifei's pale face showed a fierce look. After coming here, I thought there might be an ambush, but I didn't expect that there would be so many killers in such a small place like quicksand. Judging from the sounds inside, the number of people was no less than the one he brought. If they're given more time to develop, I'm afraid even Luo Wang won't be able to defeat them in the future. I thought this attack would catch them off guard, so he only brought the knight and the birds. If he had known there would be so many ambushes, he would have mobilized the troops directly. He miscalculated this time, too. He also didn't expect that the other side would have so many ambushes. But this is also good news. Since the other side has so many killers here, it is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. At the same time, the Luoyang killer in Zelangshuan was also frightened. They came in originally to besiege Ingzheng, but unexpectedly, he fell into the enemy's ambush. Not long after they came in, Ing Zheng had not been found yet, but a large group of killers rushed over from behind. He chopped down anyone he saw without saying a word. It was obvious that the other party had set up a tight net for them to fall into. How ridiculous! Killing everyone has always been Luo Wang's purpose, but they didn't expect that the same thing would happen to them today. Find a target first, and then come back to deal with these killers. Seeing that the two sides were fighting to a standstill, the leader of Luo Wang gave orders without hesitation. They are not here to compete with Liu Sha. The target this time is Ing Zheng, and completing the mission is what an assassin should do. The Luo Wang killers gradually began to retreat, but the 100 Birds killers did not hold back at all. Don't leave anyone alive. This is what the Marquis said himself. You're out of luck. In the galloping carriage sat two women in palace dresses. Although they were both wearing palace maid's attire, their stunning looks and noble temperaments were far beyond the reach of palace maids. Lady Hu glanced at Madame Mingzhu, who had an unhappy expression on her face, and blurted out something for no reason. Mrs. Mingzhu, who already had an unhappy expression on her face, looked even darker after hearing this. What are you so proud of? Just because I'm not doing well, do you think you will be better off? Lady Hu narrowed her eyes, not paying any attention to her threat. He gloated, what am I afraid of? I didn't scold her. Madame Mingzhu never could have imagined that the assassin who broke in was actually the one who took them away, Jingwei. All he talks about is my mother, and he feels really good when he curses her. When he found out it was the mistress, his face turned pale with fright. I was scared all the way. As a result, Lady Hu was now making sarcastic remarks beside her, which made her even more upset. Look at your mistress's cold expression. She hasn't said a word since she left the palace. She must be angry because of your scolding. Oh, my little Mingzhu is so brave. I really admire you this time. You even dared to scold the mistress. Neither of them had ever seen Jingwei before and had no idea about her personality. After Lady Hu said this, Madame Mingzhu became even more anxious. Then what should I do? She looked at Lady Hu in front of her with a bitter face. I didn't come here to save you, and now you're talking nonsense to me. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Hurry up and think of a solution for me. Lady Hu straightened her huge conscience and said, my conscience is here. Only you have eaten it, and only you can eat it. The fact that Chun Mo allowed Jingwei to pick them up has already proved their status in his heart. Chapter 146. This is the most unsuccessful choice in your life. What princess, what wealth and glory. None of them is as good as the words that Chun Mo asked Jingwei to send. You leave first. However, considering that you were so fearless just now, I can teach you a method. Lady Hu never expected that Madame Mingzhu would think of letting her escape first at this time. Although they were still bickering on the surface, she was already deeply moved in her heart. Madame Mingzhu's dim eyes suddenly brightened a little as she looked at Concubine Hu eagerly. Lady Hu moved closer to her. I heard that the mister's wife is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Although she was a cold-blooded killer before, she became a good lady after meeting Mister. As she was talking, Lady Hu took out a whip from somewhere. He continued, go down there in a bit, kneel down on the ground, and let her hit you hard a few times, and I think she'll calm down. Madame Mingzhu looked at the whip in her hand in surprise and asked, where did you get this from? There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Real. Lady Hu nodded seriously. The popularity of a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside comes and goes quickly. After the fight, she won't have the heart to blame you. I've given you the solution. It's up to you whether you cherish it or not. As she said this, she stuffed the whip into Madame Mingzhu's hands, looking as if she had done her best. The carriage drove all the way out of Xinjiang before slowly stopping. As soon as they stopped, Lady Hu and Madame Mingzhu rushed out. Before Jingwei could say anything, Madame Mingzhu knelt down in front of her with a plop. He raised the whip in his hand and thrust it forward, saying respectfully, I asked the mistress to punish me. Jingwei was confused by her sudden behavior. The cold eyes couldn't help but blink blankly. The air suddenly froze, and even the whispers and footsteps disappeared. Madame Mingzhu, who was kneeling on the ground, felt that the atmosphere was not right. He slowly raised his head and looked around. I was sweating all over. She didn't know when several women were standing around her, all looking at her in shock. Noticing Jingwei's surprised look and the shock of Madame Hu, Nong Yu, and the others, Madame Mingzhu's face turned red. Jingwei glanced at the short whip in her hand and said teasingly, your hobby is quite special, but I don't have it, so forget it. Is it my husband's usual hobby? Otherwise, how could Madame Mingzhu be so skilled? These words were like ripples on the water, breaking the original calm. The women's laughter also rang out. Among them, lady who next to her laughed the loudest, and the fabric on her chest was shaking so much that she couldn't hold it back. Get up. Compared to everyone else who was relaxed, Jingwei was not in the mood to play around at the moment. She turned to Xinu and said, "Take them away. My husband and I will come to find you after we are done." Since even Lady Hu and Madame Mingzhu have been taken away, Chinamo obviously does not intend to stay in Korea. But before leaving, there are still some things to be done. Since Chun Mo is not here at the moment, Jingwei's words are the most authoritative. After all, she is the principal wife and the most powerful. Therefore, Jingwei is superior to them in both status and ability, and can make this group of people convinced. Jingwei untied a horse from the carriage, turned the horse around, and returned to Xinjing City. As soon as she left, Mrs. Mingzhu's face changed. "Slutty fox, I'm not done with you." Lady who must have guessed what Chen Mo was thinking, which was to embarrass her here. There was chaos in Chen Mo's backyard. It was even more lively inside Zilan Xian. This time, Bai Yifei brought the elite of night and hunter birds. Those sent by Luowang are not weaklings either. The battle between the two sides was fierce, and both suffered heavy losses. Bai Yifei's target has never been the few insignificant women mentioned by Mrs. Mingzhu. In his opinion, as long as Chinamo died, what could those women do? When talking about Chinamo, Madame Mingzhu could not hide her obvious admiration for him. So he didn't believe what Madame Mingzhu said to him today. Following Madame Mingzhu's words, it was just to take advantage of the situation. His goal is to mobilize all forces to encircle and suppress Chun Mo tonight. The temperature in Zilan Xian suddenly dropped. Pieces of crystal snowflakes were actually falling in the air. A layer of white frost quickly condensed on the ground. "You are not from the quicksand." Bai Yifei had a gloomy face and walked towards the door step by step. The coldness on his body seemed to be real, making him look like a demon. His eyes scanned the corpse in front of him, and the spider web pattern on the back of the corpse's hand was clear. He finally realized something was wrong. His gloomy eyes were filled with anger. Bai Yifei's shocking appearance immediately shocked everyone present. The two sides gradually separated and soon became opposing sides. A cold voice came from the darkness. "Bai Yifei, why are you here?" Luo Wang realized later that something was wrong. "We've been tricked." At this time, Bai Yifei was too lazy to think about why the people from Luo Wang appeared here. He only knew that he had been tricked by Chen Mo again. Bai Yifei thought that Chen Mo was using Madame Mingzhu's words to ambush him. "I didn't expect it was just a trap." Chen Mo never thought that Madame Mingzhu could deceive Bai Yifei. He had already expected that Bai Yifei would take advantage of the opportunity. Bai Yifei thought he had figured out his plan, but in fact he had fallen into a trap. "You thought I was on the second floor, and you were on the third floor. Actually, I'm on the fifth floor." Luo Wang and his side were fighting to the death, while he was hiding behind the scenes watching the show. Both sides suffered heavy losses without bloodshed. In the backyard of Zelangshuan, Ing Zheng listened to the sounds of fighting coming from the front with a calm expression. "Sir, you really know things like a god." He admired Chun Mo more and more. Bai Yifei thought he could catch the enemy off guard, but he never expected that he would fall into the dog-eat-dog trap set by Chun Mo. Liu Sha does have a lot of high-end combat power now. But facing the two major forces, how can we fight back without enough men? The best way is to outsmart them. The two sides have been fighting for so long and have suffered countless losses, but they have not even seen the real target. The noise outside seems to have stopped. "Ganya, go and take a look." Ganya hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and walked out. Ingzheng took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a cold wind blew on my face. Ingzheng frowned and opened his eyes. A tall figure was reflected in front of him, standing like a sculpture. Ingzheng remained calm and asked in a deep voice, "Were you sent by Lu Buwei?" Standing outside the door was the Luowang killer. "Stay in Luowang, and you may still have a chance to survive. Coming here is the most unsuccessful choice in your life." Chapter 147, You Can Know Everything. Ingzheng was fearless. He was a man who was not afraid even of death. A sneer came from outside the door. "Your guard has no time to clone himself now, right? It is really unexpected that they want to use the cover of night to deal with us." Ingzheng's expression changed slightly. "Since you have seen through me, the other party would appear here, and Gagne has been out for so long and has not come back yet. That means the other party not only realized that they were fooled, but also reached a cooperation. Are you counting on the so-called quicksand to save you? Haha. Don't you know that the so-called Zilong Xian is already isolated and helpless? What's the point of dying? Zheng stared at the door intently and was silent for a while. Then he slowly said, You struggled to the death. Weren't you like this back then? The voice outside the door clearly fluctuated. What did you say? Zheng took a deep breath and continued. When you were being hunted, weren't you also struggling to death, Chang Jiao? He recognized you. Another figure appeared at the door. She was an old woman with a hoarse voice. As soon as the words fell, another voice followed. Since he can recognize our identities, he seems to know a lot. Figures kept appearing on the door. Did anyone tell him? I didn't expect that we would meet in this way, Brother Wang. This will be the most noble being I have ever killed. But I'm curious about who told him. There was a gleam in Zheng's eyes. He ignored the other figures and just stared at the fifth figure that appeared. He said with some surprise in his voice, You are all dead. Why are you still here? These 8 figures were actually the 8 Linglongs who were killed by Chun Mo. A scornful laugh sounded. Ha ha ha. I think you will understand this question after the Honorable Lord Qin becomes one of us. Hurry up and deal with him, so as to avoid any complications. Before you die, is there anything you want to ask me, brother? Cheng Jiao asked in a calm and unhurried voice. Zheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him. I just want to know why you betrayed me. Cheng Jiao has a good relationship with him. We have practiced sword and studied together since childhood. Cheng Jiao's betrayal was an incomparable and severe blow to Zheng's heart. He asked Shen Mo this question, but even Shen Mo didn't give him an answer. Me betrayal, ha. Cheng Jiao's shadow suddenly let out a crazy laugh and looked towards Zheng with a look full of sarcasm. After laughing for a long time, he slowly stopped. You should ask your dearest mother about this question. Go ask her. Ask her carefully. Zheng was suddenly shocked. He finally understood why Chen Mo refused to tell him. Now, any questions? Zheng shook his head sadly. I understand, sir. Hee. In that case, please die without any regrets. Boom. The 8 wooden doors were broken at the same time, and 8 figures appeared outside the doors. Then they froze at the same time. The 8 people sitting cross-legged in the room slowly raised their heads and looked at the man in front of them with his eyes covered with a black cloth. It was like looking directly into the gaze of the king of hell. Chun Mo said in a calm voice, It looks like you're going to die again. You? Why are you here? Why are you here? Where is Zheng? Where's Zheng? The one who just spoke was obviously Zheng. How could it possibly become yours? The 8 people were filled with fear and retreated step by step. The fear that Chun Mo had brought to them before has not dissipated even now. The pain of being easily crushed like an ant. You can all reappear, so why can't the king of Qin disappear? Shen Mo's tone remained unchanged. He was just curious about one thing now. This was clearly someone I had killed with my own hands, so why would he appear here again? His spiritual sense was enough to cover the entire Zilong Xian, so he had actually discovered these people the moment they appeared. That's why I just told you their identities directly. It is indeed a problem. A voice that had never been heard before sounded from behind the 8 people. A figure appeared. When Ba Linglong heard the figure, her whole body trembled. Then, as if desperate, they turned into 8 streams of light and disappeared one after another above the black shadow. They didn't want to face Chun Mo, and they didn't dare to face him. Chun Mo was able to crush them back then, and he could do the same now. A figure came over carrying 2 swords, one black and one white. But it doesn't matter. As long as you become one of us, you will know everything. Chun Mo felt everything that had just happened. All 8 figures merged into the body of the person who came. Every time one disappears, the opponent's strength will increase by 1 point. When all 8 figures disappeared, his strength had reached the Grandmaster level. Black and white Xianjian. Chun Mo spoke calmly and easily pointed out the other party's identity. Then he nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Ba Linglong was indeed dead, and what just appeared were their souls. Their souls were extracted by Luo Wang in a special way, and all of them were housed in Xianjian's body. This not only preserves Ba Linglong's abilities, but can also be used to enhance Xianjian's strength. Chun Mo figured out the answer, but he became even more confused. Soul, this should only be something in the legend. But why did it really appear in reality? If the soul really exists, does this world really have reincarnation? Even immortality? If death is like the extinguishing of a light, then how do we explain the soul? Does everyone in the world have a soul? Or did Luowang use a special method to preserve the souls of these 8 people? The assassins that Luowang first entered Xinjiang were all hunted down by Liu Sha. At that time, Lu Buwei asked who should be sent over. The answer given by Yinri at that time was Xianjian. The reason why Xianjian appeared now was because he was absorbing Ba Linglong's souls and merging with them. He was sent here only after the absorption was completed not long ago. The original intention was to deal with Chen Mo, but then Ing Zheng came, and it became a plan to deal with Ing Zheng. After many twists and turns, he finally met Chen Mo. Chen Mo's voice sounded slowly. The white sword represents protection and is used to protect loved ones. The black sword represents killing and is used to deal with enemies. The white sword repays kindness. The black sword seeks revenge. Black and white Xianjian, Luowang's #1 killer. His strength is unfathomable, and he holds a pair of black and white swords. The positive blade takes lives, while the negative blade calms souls. Chapter 148, It's Trouble. At the beginning, his strength was on par with Jingwei. After absorbing Ba Linglong, he reached the level of a grandmaster. If Chen Mo wasn't here, Gainye alone would not be his match. Since Lu Buwei has taken action, he will naturally mobilize overwhelming strength. But he never expected it. Ing Zheng came all the way to see this blind man, who might be the same person who killed Ba Linglong and Wu Ming. This is why Chen Mo is so persistent in hiding. Not only is the identity hidden, but the strength is also hidden. I know everything about you, but you know nothing about me. By the time you know it, it's too late. Xianjian looked at the sword in his hand and frowned. Then he said solemnly, "A sword is just a sword. It is only used to kill people." Chen Mo was slightly stunned, then chuckled. Xianjian's eyes focused, filled with murderous intent. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Mo's smile made him feel a little bit mocked, and he actually felt uneasy in his heart. Chen Mo shook his head, with a hint of pity in his tone. "You seem to have forgotten something." The interior of Zilan Xian had turned into a world of ice and snow at this time. Lines of ice spikes crisscrossed the room. Bai Yifei narrowed his eyes, emitting endless murderous aura from his body. Most of the killers he brought with him have died. Half of them died in the fight with Luowang. The other half died at the hands of the people in front of him. "I thought you were addicted to being cowards and didn't dare to come out." Bai Yifei also held 2 swords in his hands, which were icy cold and filled with a sinister aura. His people, plus the rest of the people in the net. There were dozens of people in total, but they were stopped in Zilan Xian by several people from the other side. Although our side suffered heavy losses, the other side was not so easy either. Wei Zhuang Tianze and Gainye, who came later, were the 3 unharmed, while the rest were all injured. Bai Yifei's strength even exceeded Wei Zhuang's previous estimation. After returning from Baiwei, he actually reached the Grandmaster level. If it weren't for Wei Zhuang and Gainye's combined sword skills to hold him back, Bai Yifei would have been able to deal with the rest of them by himself. "Ah, you're the first one I've seen who can still be so dignified after being made a fool of by others." As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Tianze looked at Bai Yifei with bloodshot eyes. National hatred and family feuds must be settled together. "Just you." Bai Yifei glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and gave a disdainful smile. A mere defeated general. His eyes fell on Wei Zhuang and Gainye again. "As for you, you are still worth my effort." Being arrogant naturally requires the confidence to back it up. After fighting for so long, Bai Yifei is still at ease. But Wei Zhuang and Gainye's combined faces turned pale at this moment. The 2 of them attacked together several times, both of which consumed a lot of energy. It's not that their combined attack was not powerful enough, but that the people brought by Luowang and Yimu were too many. Several joint attacks were overwhelmed by countless assassins and did not pose any threat to Bai Yifei himself. Bai Yifei was also very clear about the power of their combined attack. He was only a new grandmaster and did not dare to be overconfident. What's more, he is a cautious person and will not try it easily without absolute certainty. There is nothing shameful in avoiding the enemy's sharp edge. If you fail today because of your arrogance, you will lose your life. This was the only time he miscalculated, and he didn't expect to pay such a heavy price. The first battle with Quicksand turned out to be the decisive one. The other party didn't even give him a chance to test. Tianze brought the people from the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake, as well as the people from Liu Sha who were good at fighting. All the masters came out immediately. This guy's tone is quite loud. It's really unpleasant to listen to. Yan Lingji held two fiery red hairpins between her fingers, with scorching flames leaping from them. She's the most aggrieved person on the field. Bai Yifei's realm is very high, and the cold air has a huge impact on her. The flames in his body can't even display half of their power. Bai Yifei glanced at her sideways, then suddenly waved his hand. A sharp icicle rose from the ground and flew towards her face. Yan Lingji didn't expect that he would suddenly attack. Qingqing's face turned pale, and she quickly retreated. Who knew that Bai Yifei would sneer, and several icicles would rise from all directions, directly blocking her retreat. Crash! Tianzi's chains were flying towards Bing Ling, who was near Yan Lingji. But at the same time, Bai Yifei also moved out quickly. The two swords in his hands moved towards Tianzi's chains like a dragon. Tianzi could still hold on, but Yan Lingji was already in a panic due to these icicles. The killer who was watching them eagerly made Wushuang Gue and the corpse-driving demon unable to help. The sleeves of the king of poisons, who was coming from behind, trembled, and a red light flew out. A small red snake bit Bai Yifei's neck. Snort! Bai Yifei took a glance, and the little snake flying in the air turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground with a thud. The king of 100 poisons felt a pain in his heart. This is the red-bellied king cobra that he spent half a year taming. At the critical moment, Wei Zhuang and Gai Nye took action. Two figures came to Yan Lingji one after another. Gai Nye used a move called Changhong Piercing the Sun to directly shatter the ice in front of him. Wei Zhuang's shark teeth were as fast as the wind, directly blocking several icicles from behind. Women are trouble. In the end, he didn't even forget to sneer. Idiot! The sneer on Bai Yifei's lips deepened a little, and a strong chill suddenly burst out from his body. Tianzi's chains were actually blocked in the air, and the frost actually spread towards him rapidly along the chains. Bai Yifei's real target this time was not Yan Lingji, but Tianzi. The rest of the people were either unable to take care of themselves or unable to help. Tianzi was frozen stiff by the cold air from the chains, and his dodging speed was extremely slow. The two swords in Bai Yifei's hands were locked on his throat and heart respectively, with no intention of holding back. But suddenly he frowned. He felt a strong smell of chicken killing almost drowning him, enough to threaten his life. Without time to think, he roared, put away his sword, and retreated. But it was too late. A flash of cold light, as fast as a startled wild goose, struck down from the top of the head. Bai Yifei suddenly broke out in a sweat. He had no idea when the other party had set up an ambush. He parried the attack with the two swords in his hands at the fastest speed, thus blocking the attack without any danger. There was a ding-dong sound, and I felt a numbness in the base of my thumb. The two swords actually made a sound. This shows how powerful this attack is. If I hadn't decisively abandoned Tianzi, I would have had to trade my life for his. I didn't expect that there was such a master hiding in secret. Bai Yifei retreated to a safe area with a serious look in his eyes. Chapter 149, I Want You to Die. Judging from the moment when the opponent attacked just now, this person's skills are probably even better than Tianzi's, and he is proficient in assassination. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me not to notice it until he took action. This is a pretty scary opponent. A figure did a backflip in the air using the force of the sword and landed steadily on the ground. Only then did Bai Yifei see her appearance clearly. This is a woman with a slim figure and a stunningly beautiful face. That deep gaze contained endless coldness, as if he was a heartless person, 3 times colder than the sword in his hand. Bai Yifei's eyes twitched a few times. What the hell is this quicksand? There aren't many serious killers here, but there are a lot of masters. Before he could figure out the other party's identity, the killer next to him had already let out a series of exclamations. Jingwei's sword. She is Jingwei. Oh no, why is Jingwei here? There was an undisguised fear in each of the exclamations. A man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. Jingwei's prestige in Luowang was earned through his sword-killing skills. No one knew the horror of this woman better than the Luowang killer. Since debut, there has been no failure. That was something neither Xian Jian nor the 6 sword slaves could do. Jingwei. Bai Yifei was slightly pale. The appearance of Jingwei undoubtedly broke the previous deadlock. Even though his strength is higher than several masters present, with such a killer queen watching him closely, any mistake he makes would be fatal. In this situation, even he couldn't give full play to his abilities. Bai Yifei had to reevaluate Lu Sha in his mind. There is the descendant of Geguzi, the red eyebrow dragon and snake, And now, there is also the former number one of Luowang. How terrifying must be their leader, who has never shown up. Xian Jin in the backyard was using his personal experience to illustrate his horror. There were several wounds all over his body that almost penetrated his entire body, and thumb-sized wounds were spurting blood. Xian Jin's face was pale, and there was extreme fear in his eyes. If Ba Linglong's soul had not blocked 7 fatal attacks for him, he would probably have been a corpse by now. Your soul is dissipating, and your strength is rapidly decreasing. Chen Mo, holding a bloody bamboo pole in his hand, walked towards Xian Jin step by step. Xian Jin retreated step by step, dragging his 2 swords. His shaking arms betrayed his fear. He finally understood why Ba Linglong and other top killers were so frightened when they saw Chen Mo and had no intention of resisting. Grandmaster, this is certainly a dimensionality reduction attack for them. How could such a legendary master exist in an unknown place like Lu Sha? Ba Linglong kill. Xian Jin was forced against a big tree and had nowhere to retreat. He took a deep breath, picked up his 2 swords, and rushed towards Chen Mo. A powerful internal force burst out from Xian Jin's body, and finally the soul of 8 Linglong burst out from his body. But suddenly, Chen Mo's mouth curled up and revealed a sneer. The soul's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he lost all resistance and actually hid directly back into Xian Jin's body. No matter how he called her, she refused to come out. Xian Jin's scalp suddenly went numb, and he cursed at the remnant soul. Chen Mo had a faint smile on his face, as if he was comforting his friend. It's normal for women to be a little timid. The remnant soul that was frightened back and dared not come out again was Li, who was pressed to death against the wall by him with a slap. Xian Jin was too tired to complain. Damn it, what does this have to do with a woman's courage? Instead, Ba Linglong is parasitic in his body, and for special reasons, he can control it. But now this control has failed. It's not a failure to be exact. But after witnessing the 7 residual souls and her previous experiences, Li's fear of Chen Mo surpassed Xian Jin's control over her. Therefore, no matter how Xian Jin controlled and summoned her, she refused to come out. Xian Jin also lost the blessing of Ba Linglong, and his strength dropped from Grandmaster to level 8. What's more, Chen Mo has already seriously injured him, and now he is at the end of his strength. Luowang's mission failed again. In other words, Luowang's mission has never been successful since they faced this couple. I just said that I seem to have forgotten something. Chen Mo did not rush to take action, but spoke first. Want to know something? A hint of doubt appeared in Xian Jin's frightened eyes. Forgotten things? He struggled to recall his life. My own life seems like I have no life at all. Did you find out? Chen Mo's voice sounded faintly. These few short words struck Xian Jin's brain like a bolt of thunder. Feeling a sharp pain, Xian Jin fell to his knees in agony, covering his head tightly. His eyes were wide open and sweat was pouring down his body. His hideous face looked like that of a madman. What is it? What is it? I can't remember. I really can't remember. What have I forgotten? What exactly have I forgotten? Xian Jin roared towards the sky. It was as if countless silver needles were piercing his brain and countless hands were tearing at his soul. Chen Mo felt his pain, his consciousness monitoring him like a scanner. Zun Li Chen Montag found it. He found a very unusual place. He took a step forward, lowered his head, and said softly, "Still, I'll help you get rid of it." He stretched out his hand and lifted Xian Jin up in midair. Xian Jin had already collapsed at this point and was only concerned with tearing his scalp. Chen Mo flipped his wrist, and Xian Jin's roar suddenly stopped. I saw a cloud of blood mist bursting out from his chest, and something less than 2 inches long flew out from the wound with a stream of blood. A suction force surged out from his hand, and Chen Mo directly took the thing in his hand. He threw Xian Jin to the ground. Soul Tisk, so this is why. He gently held the thing in his hand, and immediately a look of understanding appeared on his face. There was a loud bang. The Zilon Xian was already riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse due to the fierce fighting. There was a spreading wildfire all over the building. With the addition of Jing Wei, Bai Yifei's actions were greatly restricted. Because of this, he was completely suppressed. Yin Lingji showed her skills, and the spreading flames continued to expand in Zilon Xian. The killers from Luowang had been cleared out at this time, and there were only a few killers from night left. Bai Yifei no longer had the calmness and composure he had at the beginning. He was beaten by several people, and his hair was disheveled. A layer of red ice crystals condensed on several hideous wounds. The flowing blood was temporarily frozen by him, alleviating the injury. Bai Yifei, I want you to die. Tianzi's face was ferocious, and the chains were rattling in the sky. Chapter 150. No need to chase him. He won't survive. Bai Yifei narrowed his eyes. The blood from a wound at the corner of his eye obscured his vision, but did not affect his skills at all. The speed of the two swords in the book did not slow down, and after-images appeared, slashing towards Tianzi's chains as fast as thunder. With a few clang sounds, he easily blocked it. You piece of crap, if you were alone, I could crush you with one hand. Bai Yifei's sinister eyes were full of disdain, and he did not take Tianzi seriously at all. But even a large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone a few fierce tigers. Especially the tigress who was good at assassination. Most of the wounds on his body were caused by her. Jingwei is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. Every time he attacks, he either interrupts Bai Yifei's attack rhythm and disrupts his offense, or leaves him with a severe wound. Bai Yifei chopped the corpse ghost summoned by the corpse-driving demon into pieces with his sword, then slipped and retreated directly towards the door. Now all the killers I brought with me are about to die. Although I can still continue to fight with them, it is meaningless. Even if he could replace some of these people, he would still not be able to escape death. This exchange was not a good deal in his eyes. I've fallen into your trap this time, but don't even think about leaving Korea alive. Bai Yifei sneered. Although he wanted to retreat, he had to say some harsh words. He was guarding Hangu Pass, where he had his own army of 100,000. With him around, these people can't leave no matter what. Stop him. A cold light flashed in Gaine's eyes as he realized the seriousness of the matter. If Bai Yifei leaves here alive and contacts Luoyang, King Qin's situation will become even worse. Not to mention that if he couldn't return to Qin, Lu Buwei would become even less cautious, and Ing Zheng would probably be doomed to death in Han. Jingwei suddenly exerted force with his feet. The pair of jade legs burst out with an astonishing explosive force, and did not seem as soft as boneless when they were carried on Chen Mo's shoulders. The whole person rushed towards Bai Yifei like an arrow. In a flash, they exchanged several moves. Jingwei's every move was aimed at the vital points, attacking without any defense. Bai Yifei was attacked so fiercely that a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly blocked Jingwei's long sword with his right hand, and the sword in his left hand came out from behind and stabbed Jingwei. Jingwei frowned and turned his wrist, and the Jingwei sword began to stir, directly breaking away from the restraint of Bai Yifei's right-hand sword. Then she drew her sword and blocked. With a clang sound, he narrowly blocked the sneak attack from the left-hand sword. Although he blocked the sword, the chill from the sword and the irresistible force still directly knocked Jingwei back. Bai Yifei had no intention of continuing the fight and just wanted to leave quickly before everyone could react. He burst out with his internal energy, chopped the wooden wall with two swords, and rushed out directly. Jingwei would never let him get away so easily, so he steadied himself and continued to chase him. Who would have thought that after Bai Yifei escaped, he turned around and saw two sword energies. The sword energy suddenly turned into a thick ice wall above the gap, blocking the way. Tianzi's chain hit it with a few thuds, and although it created a few cracks, it didn't break. So hard, Tianzi exclaimed in surprise. The hardness of Bai Yifei's ice wall was beyond his imagination. It would take a lot of effort to break it open. By then, even if you chase him out, Bai Yifei wouldn't know where he had gone. Gaine and Wei Zhuang next to him picked up their swords and broke the wooden wall next to them. They were not as stubborn as him. But although he only blocked them for a short time, Bai Yifei relied on his own strength to leave everyone far behind. A hint of anxiety appeared in Gaine's eyes. Even if he used the 100-step flying sword at this moment, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up with Bai Yifei. Right at this moment, there was a sound of sharp weapon breaking through the air from the side. Immediately afterwards, a green light pierced through Bai Yifei's ice wall, leaving an afterimage in front of everyone's eyes, and chased after Bai Yifei. Without any warning, Bai Yifei felt a chill on his back. A fear of death rose from the bottom of my heart. He turned around suddenly and saw a bamboo pole as thick as a finger coming towards him with a blurry trajectory. Bai Yifei's face changed drastically. The two swords quickly crossed behind him to block. But the speed of the bamboo pole was incredibly fast. The two swords in his hands failed to block the attack, and the bamboo pole passed through the gap between the two swords. Phew! Bai Yifei's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. The bamboo pole had actually pierced his heart. Ah! A shrill howl was heard. A large amount of blood mist spat out of Bai Yifei's mouth, and a hint of resentment appeared in his eyes. He muttered something to himself, and his already limited vitality suddenly burned up rapidly. The blood mist sprayed in the air suddenly turned into icicles, piercing towards everyone like a bloody rain. Several people swung their swords to block, but the ice spikes were hard and powerful. Just blocking a few times made their palms numb. Bai Yifei unleashed this final blow at the cost of his life, but when he saw that it was blocked by them, he actually covered his heart and continued to flee without looking back. Subsequent ice spikes continued to attack, and a few people were in a panic and had no time to take care of Bai Yifei. Jingwei suddenly felt his hands were empty, and his sword was taken away by someone. She turned her head, and a hint of tenderness suddenly appeared on her face. Sure enough, the person who made the move was her husband. It couldn't be anyone else but him. Chen Mo raised the Jingwei sword and swung it in the air. An invisible sword energy swept out and directly shattered all the ice edges. Only then did they have time to look for Bai Yifei. But the streets were empty, and apart from a few people, there was no sign of Bai Yifei. No need to chase him, he won't survive. Chen Mo handed the Jingwei sword back. The bamboo pole pierced Bai Yifei's heart. Even though he didn't die on the spot, how could he survive? How is the king of Qin? Ganya immediately asked about King Qin's situation. It was because Chen Mo was there that he felt at ease to leave. Nothing. Chen Mo responded indifferently. Xian Jian was dealt with by him, and Ying Zheng, who was hiding behind the screen and acting out a play with him, was safe. Zilan Xian had completely collapsed at this time, and Yin Lingji's fire was burning on the ruins. The blazing fire lit up almost half of Xinjing. In the darkness, a red figure with disheveled hair dragged his body and staggered forward on the ground. Every time Bai Yifei took a step, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Chen Mo's bamboo pole pierced his heart. Even though he quickly sealed the wound, he could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The internal energy seemed to be lost as well. Without the support of his inner strength, the evil skills he practiced began to backfire on his body. Wrinkles appeared on the skin, and the whole person was aging rapidly. Chapter 151, You Can't Run Away. Bai Yifei's entire condition was aging rapidly. Relying on his last bit of willpower, he walked forward firmly. As long as you don't stop, you can reach that place. Soon, a suspension bridge appeared in front of us. Bai Yifei raised his head, and a towering and gloomy castle appeared in his turbid pupils. Huff! His breathing was extremely heavy, emitting strands of turbid air. The hope in his eyes flickered like a flickering candle flame. It's here. It's finally here. As long as he comes back here and wakes that person up from his slumber, he will definitely be able to find a way to save him. Crash! Bai Yifei stepped onto the suspension bridge, and the chains on both sides of the bridge made noises because of his trembling. The suspension bridge, which can be crossed easily on normal days, now seems as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Want me to die? Bai Yifei clenched his teeth, and the blood from his mouth reflected a strange red light. The smile on his lips was hideous, terrifying, and extremely weird. Every time he opened his mouth, it would tear at the wound in his heart. The remaining internal strength turned into a thin chill that blocked the blood that the heart wanted to pump out. It is precisely by relying on this method that he has been able to persevere until now. Lu Sha, Tianze, Wei Zhuang, Jingwei, Ganya, 0. Bai Yifei murmured in a low voice, his voice sounding like an evil spirit from the underworld. All of you will die without a burial place. The suspension bridge is almost halfway across. He kept gasping for breath and tried to raise his head to look forward. The eerie castle was getting closer and closer to him, but it was becoming increasingly blurry in his eyes. The suspension bridge kept rolling as if it wanted to flip the human on him over and throw him into the abyss. I will definitely make sure you die in this burial place. Bai Yifei took the last step and finally arrived on the other side of the suspension bridge. But then he lost his last bit of strength and fell to his knees. I'm back. I'm finally back. Bai Yifei stared at the castle in front of him with red eyes, and the smile on his face was already crazy. But I couldn't stand up at all. He picked up the 2 swords behind him and thrust them into the ground, using them as his walking stick. I'm back. I'm back. I won't die so easily. Looking at the short distance in front of him, he suddenly felt full of strength, and he walked briskly with 2 swords. Save me! Save me! His eyes were full of hope, He only had a few meters left. Bai Yifei's speed was getting faster and faster, and his blood-stained hands finally touched the castle gate. "Save me!" He kept repeating the same cry, not knowing who he was praying to. Just when he was about to push it away, his whole body suddenly froze in place. His pupils suddenly dilated, his knees slowly moved, and his hands slid down weakly, leaving only a long trail of blood. The last glimmer of life also disappeared at this moment. Bai Yifei collapsed to the ground, staring at the gate. Pale lips whispered the last words. "Save me, mother." As vitality fades, the thin layer of frost on the heart melts away. Blood flowed out along the bamboo pole that pierced through it. It wasn't long before the entire land beneath him was dyed red. The blood seeped into the ground through the soft soil. Beneath the ground is an empty and dark dungeon filled with a strong smell of death. It's like a forbidden area of life. No living thing can survive in it. A coffin that looked like it had been soaked in blood and was engraved with intricate and exquisite runes was placed in the center. The blood that passed through the soil finally condensed into a drop of blood, which dripped right above. Snap! The blood drop just hit the coffin below, and a blood flower bloomed, like a flower of death. Silence returned to the cave. I don't know how long it took, maybe just a moment, or maybe several days. The drop of blood slowly disappeared. After another blink of an eye, a slight sound was heard in the cave. The tightly closed coffin lid trembled slightly, as if something inside was pushing it. Boom! The tightly closed coffin lid was suddenly blown away. The scene inside the coffin appeared before my eyes. A female corpse, cold and lifeless, was lying quietly inside. She didn't look old, only about 24-25, with a delicate face. There was almost no blood on her snow-white skin. Her hairpin is neatly tied, and her slender body is wrapped in a blood-red robe. Her hands are folded on her lower abdomen, and she looks peaceful and quiet. Suddenly, she opened her eyes abruptly, with scarlet light flashing in them. Those eyes filled with evil were eerie and scary. After trembling slightly, she actually stood up straight from the coffin. Outside the castle, a cold wind also blew. A tall figure appeared in the wind next to Bai Yifei's cold body. The robe, which seemed to be condensed from blood, fluttered in the cold wind. The straight and attractive legs are faintly revealed under the skirt. The scarlet eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. There was no expression on her charming and seductive face. 3,000 strands of black hair fluttered in the wind, and her whole body was filled with the breath of death. It was as if a corpse without emotions was standing there. On the exquisite and cold face, there was a strange blood-red color on the cherry lips. There is a heroic spirit between his eyebrows and eyes. She lowered her head and looked at Bai Yifei's body coldly. His eyes were fixed on the bamboo pole that pierced Bai Yifei's body. She raised her delicate hand and peeled a breath off the bamboo pole. The woman placed her hand on her nose and sniffed gently. Then close your eyes and feel it for a moment. When he opened his eyes, his scarlet lips moved and a cold voice rang out in the night. "I remember your smell. You can't escape." The woman waved her jade hand gently. Swarms of bats flew out of the darkness, and their sharp claws like hooks grabbed Bai Yifei's clothes, dragging him and starting to fly towards King Han's palace. Her eyes fell back on the two swords on the ground. It's been a long time. The two swords hummed and actually trembled from the ground, then flew up by themselves and fell into her hands. In Xinjiang City, the golden morning light shines on the ruins of Zelangshuan. After the fire burned out, all that was left was a pile of charcoal. Fully armed soldiers surrounded the place, and passers-by could only stand far away and talk. And a major event also happened in King Han's palace. A fire broke out in the bedroom of Han King's favorite concubine, Lady Hu. After the fire was put out, 2 unburnt bodies were found inside. Judging from the jewelry found on the bodies, they were clearly Madame Mingzhu and concubine Hu. The official in charge of examining the body fainted from fright. The 2 princesses were burned to death, and one can imagine the king of Han's rage. Honglian also wanted to go and take a look, but I heard that Zilan Xian in the city caught fire last night. By the time she ran over, the fire had burned everything. Chapter 152 I caught. A familiar figure was standing in front of the ruins. Brother Wang. Honglian was rarely naughty and looked at the ruins in front of him in a trance. Honglian, why are you here? Han Fei turned his head, but his face did not show the sadness that Hong Lian had imagined. Brother Wang, Why is there a fire here? Where's Sister Xinu and the others? How are they? Hong Lian had no idea what happened yesterday, and just thought that something unexpected happened to Zelangshuan. Han Fei pursed his lips and glanced at the soldiers around him. Of course he knew about Qinmo's plan, but these words cannot be said now. After thinking for a while, he could only say casually, "Don't worry, they are fine." After hearing this, Hong Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief. So where are they? Where did they go? This is Sister Xinu's hard work. It must be very sad to see it destroyed like this. I'm going to go comfort my sister. Hong Lian said this and turned to leave. Han Fei quickly pulled her back. Muttered they left. Gone. What does this mean? Hong Lian blinked her eyes. Where are they? I can just go find them. Does that guy know about this? Has anyone informed him? The guy she was referring to was naturally Qinmo. Not yet. Han Fei shook his head, seemingly not wanting to say anything more. Princess Hong Lian rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, "You didn't even inform him about such an important matter. Forget it. I'll go there myself. This is Liu Sha's base, and it was burned down like this. He must be heartbroken. Go and laugh at him. No, go and comfort him." As a result, he just turned around and was pulled back by Han Fei again. This time Hong Lian got angry. "I don't care whether you're the king or not. This is too much of a bully. I'm just going to kick you. Why are you pulling me? Let me go. I still want to see that guy's reaction. Let me go." Han Fei pulled her hard and said helplessly, "The master has left too." Hong Lian was stunned on the spot. Also, left, what does that mean? She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her. Han Fei sighed and said, "I'll tell you when I get back. You go first. There's a lot to process here." Although Zilan Xian was destroyed, hundreds of char bodies were found inside. He knew the inside story, so he had to find a way to deal with the matter. "All right." Hong Lian responded and immediately became well-behaved. Han Fei looked at her in surprise. What's wrong with this girl? When did she become so sensible and not even make a fuss? Hong Lian's face looked somewhat uncertain. She is a little spoiled and willful, but she is not stupid. Han Fei's attitude and ambiguous words when answering had already made her guess a lot. Han Fei shook his head and continued to work here. Hong Lian was wandering listlessly beside the ruins, with his cheeks bulging like a small bun. He was still mumbling curses. What a bastard. He left without even telling me when he was leaving. They also took Sister Xinu, Sister Nanhua, and Sister Jingwei away. By the way, the guy who played with fire must have been taken away as well. I wanted to learn how to play with fire from her, this damn bastard. Why didn't you take those two slutty vixens, Lady Hu and Mingzhu, away? Now they're all burned to death. She muttered to herself dejectedly, while kicking the dead trees in a vent of anger. Following Han Fei to Zelangshuan was undoubtedly the most interesting thing that had happened to her recently. Now everyone has left, and even the old nest of Zelangshuan has been burned down. Who will I play with in the future? The more Hong Lian thought about it, the angrier he became, so he kicked the wood under his feet away. However, with this kick, a red thing appeared in front of him. Before she could see clearly, the thing suddenly disappeared and went under another piece of wood. Hong Lian was stunned. What the hell? Red rope? Why does the rope move? She squatted down curiously to look and happened to meet an eye the size of a green bean. Hong Lian blinked, and the other party blinked as well. There was a hint of fear in those round eyes. This immediately piqued Hong Lian's interest, and she quickly and carefully moved the charcoal away, revealing a bright red little snake from the ground. Wow! She suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Han Fei, who was not far away, heard the noise and ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Snake! Han Fei's eyes suddenly fixed, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Get out of the way. Be careful, it's poisonous. This color, at first glance, looks extremely poisonous. But Hong Lian did not move and still stood there. Han Fei thought she was frightened and tried to pull her away anxiously, but he heard her scream again. Wow, this little snake is so cute. Han Fei. Hong Lian grabbed his arm and shook it continuously, pointing at the timid little red snake with glaring eyes, and said excitedly, Brother Wong, don't you think it's so cute? Help me catch it quickly. Han Fei. Are you kidding me, sister? This snake looks extremely poisonous, and you actually want to catch it? The little snake looked at Hong Lian's crazy look and was so scared that it shook its tail and ran under another horizontal beam. When Hong Lian saw that it had no shadow, she immediately left Han Fei behind and ran over alone. He seems to be determined not to give up until he catches it today. Hong Lian, don't catch it. This snake is obviously poisonous. Han Fei was sweating profusely. If the red lotus were to be bitten by this snake, it would become a dead lotus. You, and all of you, come here and help this princess catch this snake. Hong Lian chased the little snake several times, but the snake ran away every time. She put her hands on her waist in anger and ordered the soldiers beside her to deal with it. The soldiers were dumbfounded, but they could not disobey her request. Dozens of soldiers bravely went up to move all the burnt wood away. The little red snake was exposed among the crowd. Hong Lian narrowed his eyes and looked very proud. She took out a fruit from her waist, squatted down, and tempted her. "Little snake, be good, come back with me, and I will give you fruit to eat." Han Fei's eyes twitched. How can there be a snake that eats fruit? But then he was slapped in the face. The little snake tilted its head, stuck out its tongue, and actually crawled towards the red lotus. Hong Lian was quick-witted and quick-handed. She grabbed its neck and lifted it up. "Look, I caught him." Han Fei was immediately frightened by the little snake in front of him. Chapter 153, look what this is? Han Fei looked at the little snake that Hong Lian stretched out, and he was completely stunned. "Aren't you afraid?" He actually dared to catch a snake. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it cute? Such big eyes. Hong Lian widened his eyes and looked at the thing in his hand. "Aishmet." Reach out and stuff the freshly taken preserved fruit into its mouth. The little red snake opened its mouth wide and swallowed the egg in one gulp. Then he stuck out his tongue at Hong Lian, as if to ask, "Are you still there?" "This is a red snake. It's extremely poisonous." Han Fei took a step back and gave a reminder. Hong Lian didn't care, waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it won't bite me. Brother Wang, I'll leave first. I'll go get some fruit for Xiao Hong." Hong Lian's mood suddenly improved. The depression just now was swept away, and he ran away happily. Han Fei shook his head helplessly. Before he could turn around, he saw a figure rushing towards him. "Zifan, what's wrong?" Just after Hong Lian left, Zhang Liang arrived. Zhang Liang looked at him with concern. "Someone found by Yifei's body in front of King Han's palace." Boom! Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed instantly. What shocked him was not Bai Yifei's death. Last night, he planned to kill Bai Yifei, but he didn't expect that Bai Yifei's body would appear at the gate of King Han's palace, which surprised him. Soon, Lu Buwei would learn the news of Luoang's failure. Even if Ying Zheng passed through Hanga Pass, there were greater dangers waiting for him ahead. In a courtyard somewhere in the suburbs, Chen Mo made a bamboo pole. The last one has been almost 2 years. Now that he has changed to a new one, he is still a little uncomfortable with it. The size he was used to had suddenly changed, and whether it was thick or thin, it felt weird. He was picking through a pile of bamboos. "I only chose one, and it was the same as the previous one." After weighing it for a while, he nodded with satisfaction. After doing all this, Ying Zheng stood up and said, "Sir, in one more day, we will be able to reach Hanga Pass. What should we do next?" They left Xinjing overnight. After 2 days of traveling, they were approaching Hanga Pass. As long as you pass Hanga Pass, this place will belong to Qin. But Ying Zheng also knew that as long as he could not enter Xianyang, his life would be in danger. Where is it after passing through Hanga Pass? Chen Mo returned the Jingwei, sword to Jingwei, and then asked Ying Zheng. Behind Hanga Pass is where the Qin army is stationed. Chen Montak Mom Ulit, Wuzui. Is the one station there, Wang Qi? Ying Zheng was slightly stunned and looked at Chen Mo with surprise. "How did you learn that?" Wang Shiqi was an experienced veteran who led Pingyang's heavy armored troops to guard Hanga Pass. Chen Mo chuckled and said, "Wang Shi used to be Wu Anjuan's deputy. Although Wu Anjuan has participated in countless battles, I have only heard of him." When he heard Ying Zheng say that it was Wang who was guarding Wu Sui, he knew clearly. There was a sound of water splashing in the basin. Chen Mo's big feet chased Jingwei's white and tender little feet. These days, the couple rarely slept together and did not do anything shameful. It was not until the water had grown a little cooler that Jingwei lifted up Chen Mo's foot that was stepping on his and wiped it dry. When she came back with the water, she saw Chen Mo still on the bed. From the look of him, it seemed that he was waiting for her. A blush appeared on Jingwei's delicate little face. She turned around and closed the door. Lock the door, by the way. Before leaving Xinjing, Chen Mo had been living in Zelangshuan. Come to think of it, she hadn't danced with her husband for a long time. This time, Ying Zheng and Ganya also lived in a villa for a rare time. Jingwei saw Chen Mo waiting for him and understood. "My lady, come here. Let your husband show you a treasure." Sure enough, as soon as she closed the door, Chun Mo's mysterious voice came from inside. Jingwei looked at him with a half-smile and walked towards the bed. It's not like I haven't seen it before. It's so mysterious. More than just seen? Chun Mo was surprised and asked, have you seen it? Jingwei was speechless and rolled his eyes at him. I probably know more about it than you do. Chun Mo was shocked again. Jingwei sneered. Judging from Chun Mo's reaction, he was probably trying to do something new. So I followed his words and said, Husband, can you show me again? After saying that, Jingwei climbed onto the bed. She pulled the quilt over and handed the skirt and coat to Chun Mo. Hang it on the wall. Chun Mo put one hand in his arms and took the underwear and long dress with the other hand, which was scented with Jingwei's body fragrance and residual warmth. He took a look at her snow-white shoulders and said in shock, Madam, what are you doing? Jingwei blinked, looking confused. My husband wants to put on clothes? Jingwei glanced at him and asked for his opinion. Then should I wear it again? Seeing Jingwei's confused look, Chun Mo's mouth twitched. The last one couldn't help but burst out laughing. With trembling hands, he took out something from his arms, less than 2 inches long. This is the treasure I was talking about. What does the lady think? When Jingwei saw what he had in his hand, he immediately realized that he had misunderstood. My husband bullies me. I waited so long in vain. Chun Mo couldn't help laughing out loud. It's obvious that Madam has the wrong idea. Jingwei was suddenly filled with shame. He pulled the quilt over his head. He crawled into the bed and said in a muffled voice, Go to sleep. Go to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. I'm all fucking ready. And you show me this? Chun Mo moved closer to her and coaxed. I haven't explained it clearly yet. Madam, please help me identify it. Jingwei poked out a pair of deep eyes from under the quilt, and a hint of shame flashed in his eyes. What is this? He asked, looking at the thing in Chun Mo's hand. A small tower appeared in Chun Mo's hand, no more than 2 inches high. The whole body is emerald green, and the material is very similar to the jade found in the Han Guang sword. This is something from Xian Jian's body. The reason why Ba Linglong was able to retain her soul may be related to this. Have you seen it? When Jingwei saw that Chun Mo was talking about business, he forgot about the previous embarrassment. I stuck my head out and took a look. My husband, you mean that this thing was once part of the web? The reason why Chun Mo asked this must be because this matter was related to Luo Qianchuang. After all, she was once a top killer and knew much more than the average assassin. Chun Mo nodded. Well, Luo Wang turned Xian Jian into a killing machine. The reason why his strength can be improved so much is because of this thing. This is a special kind of promotion, though. It was all thanks to the forced improvement of Ba Linglong's soul. Once his soul dissipates, his strength will drop again. Xian Jian's improved strength did not surprise Chun Mo, but because it has the ability to preserve souls. The soul is illusory and should not exist at all. However, the soul of the 8th prince appeared before him alive. Jingwei looked at the small tower in his hand, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. After returning the things to Chun Mo, he raised his head and looked at the red strider around his neck. She took out the pendant that Chun Mo gave her. Husband, look at what this is. Chun Mo was stunned. Madam's pendant is so big. Madam's pendant is so white. Something is wrong. Husband, do you think their materials are similar? Jingwei didn't understand what Chun Mo was concerned about. Compare it with the small tower hanging around your neck. Chun Mo nodded and said seriously, Yes, it's very symmetrical. Jingwei was stunned. What is symmetry? It wasn't until Chun Mo stretched out his bowl-shaped claws and grabbed her that she understood what he meant. He quickly grabbed her hand and stuffed the two things into his hands. He snorted and said, I'm talking about this. I was teasing her just now, and now I am teasing her again. No matter whether it's serious or not, you are left to do it all by yourself. Chun Mo withdrew his hand awkwardly and looked at the two items in his hand carefully. Although the shapes are different, the feel is almost the same. Chun Mo frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. The 7 stars of Azure Dragon. As he spoke, he took out the small emerald green tower and said, You mean this thing is very likely from the Qin state? There are 7 secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Each of the 7 nations controls one. The jade piece in a Han Guang sword belongs to the Wei state, so the one on Xinjian is most likely from the Qin state. The Qin state is now controlled by Lu Bu Wei, who has great power. What's more, the late emperor trusted him very much during his lifetime. This may also be the reason why Lu Bu Wei knew what Qin was protecting. After the death of the previous king, This thing became his. Jingwei nodded slightly and said Xianjian's memory was erased by Lu Buwei, so he was able to put this thing into his body. If that's the case, then he should know the use of this thing. Therefore, Lu Buwei erased his memory and turned him into a puppet that only knew how to obey orders. At this point, Jingwei touched the pendant on his neck and asked, "Since Qin has the ability to extract souls, what's the use of mine?" Chapter 154 The Reason for Not Killing You. Chen Mo made the jade into a pendant and hung it around her neck. But after so long, nothing unusual was found. It looks like an ordinary pendant. Chen Mo didn't say anything. He was sorting out the information in his mind. The 7 stars of the Azure Dragon correspond to 7 stars, and each star represents 7 kinds of power. But now, only the Qin state knows about it. Can keep people's souls here. This is an unknown ability. If I'm not mistaken, the Korean one should be something like that. The rest are Yin, Chu, Qi, and Zhao. No one knows what is hidden in the bronze box of Shikoku. Only by collecting all 7 bronze boxes can the true mystery of the blue dragon be revealed. What secrets does the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon have? Treasure? Kung Fu? Or some other power? It is said that if you can unlock this secret, you can control the entire world. So, what kind of power can control the entire world? The secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon is not known only to the royal family. And Dongwang Tai of the Yin-Yang school has always wanted to uncover the mystery. The clues held by the Yin-Yang family might even be more than those held by these royal descendants. How did the Yin-Yang school know about this? And this genre appeared very abruptly. According to legend, they broke away from Taoism and were determined to solve the mystery of the blue dragon and the 7 stars. Therefore, the people from Yin-Yang school showed up just for the secret. Dongwang Tai's purpose is self-evident. In order to solve the mystery of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, the Yin-Yang school was established. This old guy must know something. However, he would never have thought that Chen Mo, an outsider, would get these 2 things by chance. That old villain Lu Buwei failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing the rice, and reaped the consequences. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing out loud. He deserves it. Now that the thing was in his hands, no matter whether he was interested in the mystery or not, there was no way to return it to him. Why is my husband laughing? Jingwei saw him smile and couldn't help but ask. I always feel that there is something malicious in his smile. Do you still want to bully me? Do you want to cooperate with me? Jingwei became a little excited. But Chen Mo put away his smile and put the pendant back into Jingwei's arms. He touched it and said, "It's okay, ma'am. Put this away and don't let anyone see it." Jingwei rolled his eyes. "Just you know where I put it. In this world, only you can see it. What about this?" Jingwei took the small tower, looked at it, and asked him what he was going to do with it. That belonged to the Qin state. Should we return it to Yingzheng? Chen Mo thought about it and said, "No." What Qin state? Didn't he steal Xianjian's things? When Yingzheng was only 13 years old, the previous king of Qin passed away. Perhaps the previous king of Qin entrusted this matter to Lu Buwei, asking him to wait until Yingzheng took power before informing him about it. But Lu Buwei, this heartless guy, secretly hid this matter. So whether Yingzheng actually discovered it is still unclear. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a few. Perhaps he knew the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. That old immortal Dongwang Tai will definitely be angry to death. Jingwei nodded obediently. Where should I put it? You can't keep it hanging around my neck forever, can you? Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, "Just leave it here with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the small tower in his hand shook violently. Although it was just a slight vibration, she could feel even the slightest change. Just now, the little tower was indeed shaking. "Husband, something seemed to be moving just now." Jingwei raised his head and looked at Chen Mo with a confused expression. "Move?" Chen Mo's face showed surprise. Jingwei nodded. "Yes, it is trembling, I am sure." "Let me see." Chen Mo took the small tower from her hand. "How can it move? Did you touch anywhere?" The little tower lay quietly in the palm of his hand, motionless. "Probably not. It moved because you said you kept it for yourself." "It seems so." Jingwei thought about it. His eyes lit up. "It seems that what you said scared it." Chen Mo curled his lips, looking depressed. "He is not a human being. How could he be afraid of me?" However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration came into his mind. "I see." Seeing that he had suddenly realized something, Jingwei asked curiously, "Is he scared by you?" He grinned and said to Jingwei, "I guess so. 8 souls were absorbed by Ba Ling Long at the beginning, and I killed 7 of them when I was in Zilan Xian. He spread out his palm and placed it in front of Jingwei, so there's still a trace of soul here. When Xianjian used the reverse blade soul calming technique, one of the souls was frightened by Chen Mo and retreated repeatedly. Even after Xianjian was dealt with, he did not show up. It seems that he is hiding in this small tower and dares not come out. These days, the small tower has been held in Chen Mo's hand. He is scared and dares not come out. Am I right? As he spoke, the small tower in Chen Mo's hand began to vibrate again. Jingwei was stunned, same as before. Chen Mo smiled coldly. It seems that my guess is correct. Do you want to come out by yourself? Or do you want me to catch you? The small tower in his hand shook again, emitting a faint light. A ray of light floated out from the tower and landed on the corner of the wall. Jingwei's sight instantly fell on the corner, where a figure was curled up there, holding his shoulders and shivering. Li. A cold light flashed in Jingwei's eyes. This lucky remnant soul is Li among the 8 Linglong. Chen Mo sat on the edge of the bed and picked up the bamboo pole leaning against the head of the bed. The moment he saw the bamboo pole, Li's expression suddenly changed. Her companion was killed by this thing. Don't kill me, don't kill me. There was a look of fear on her face, and her beautiful face turned pale. Maybe it's because of fear, maybe it's because of the state of the soul. This is a very strange state. Chen Mo could see that there was no difference between them and ordinary people. You can kill one with one stick, so there is no difference in killing. But they can parasitize in this small tower in the form of energy. Seeing that Chen Mo looked indifferent, Li immediately placed his hope on Jingwei. He knelt down on the ground, trembling, begging, Jingwei, please persuade him, please persuade him. Please let me go, as we are both members of Luoyang. I don't want to die. Please let me go. Even last time, she knew the relationship between them. But now, Jingwei was curled up in the quilt. How could she not see it? Besides, she heard their conversation. From their tone and attitude, you can tell that the relationship between them goes far beyond that of an ordinary couple. Tell me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. Jingwei said coldly. She didn't care at all about Li saying that she was a trap. She hates people from Luoyang the most. Hearing these words, Li felt happy. But her mind was about to explode, and she couldn't imagine the reason why Jingwei would let her go. In Luoyang, Jingwei is known for its ferocity. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to come over, Li was frightened and backed away desperately. This is a man more terrifying than the devil. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Please, please. She didn't dare look directly into Chen Mo's eyes, but stared at Jingwei on the bed. Suddenly, she had an idea. Please spare me, mine is very big. I could be a wet nurse for your child. Chapter 155, so I can only kill them. Chen Mo stopped. He scanned the other person's body. This weight is almost comparable to Mingzhu and Xinu. Jingwei narrowed his eyes, and his look suddenly became dangerous. So, I'm not old enough? You are blind. Even my husband can't control it. There was a flash of panic in Li's eyes, and he quickly explained, No. I mean, now, she has been scared to death by Chen Mo. And now, he has offended Jingwei again. He stammered for a long time, but still couldn't make any sense. Jingwei said expressionlessly, Don't worry, I can raise the child myself. You haven't even given birth to a child. Why do you breastfeed? Do you know what this is? Jingwei picked up the small tower that Chen Mo had thrown on the bed and asked. Li was startled and said hurriedly, I recognize it. It's my lord. It was Lu Buwei who put it on Xianjian. It was this thing that extracted our souls and imprisoned them inside. And then Xianjian controlled us and made us become part of him. Chen Mo understood it immediately. Then he asked, Xianjian can control you. Then can you control Xianjian? Li shook his head and did not hide anything. He is the real body. We can't control him. But if it's just a body without a soul, I can control it. In other words, once Xianjian died, her body would be under his control. Husband, what do you think? Jingwei looked at Chen Mo, asking for his opinion. Chen Mo touched his chin, thought about it, and shook his head. After Xianjian returns, Lu Buwei will definitely check what's on him. If this small tower is put back into Xianjian's body, he will lose control over Li. If he doesn't let go, Lu Buwei will definitely find out. In this case, the strategy of letting Li's Zhuoshuan Jian lurk beside Lu Buwei is impossible to achieve. Moreover, it has been 2 or 3 days. Xianjian's body must have rotted away. Jingwei curled his lips and said disappointedly, Yeah, there's no point in keeping it. Li's expression suddenly changed. Life or death depends on them. Of course it works. I'll bring you some water. I can play the flute too. When I was alive, the things I was best at were music and dance, thereby affecting the opponent's thinking and reaction ability. But this time, she met Chinemo. The first time, there was not even a chance to make a move. The second time, I was scared and didn't dare to do anything. Chinemo raised his eyebrows. How's your technique? Jingwei said, yes, the effect is better below the 8th rank. It's useless if I meet someone like you. Chen Montak Laukit. Look, this is the greatest affirmation of my ability by my wife. However, he still didn't quite understand. How could it be related to the other party's level? Li said quickly. The more advanced a person's cultivation is, the more resolute their mind is, and the less they will be affected by the rhythm of music. Chinemo was slightly stunned. What? You mean music? Jingwei and Li looked at him at the same time. What else? I meant music. Chinmo's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded. Fortunately, they didn't understand. How about staying here? Jingwei crossed his legs and rested his chin on the quilt that was propped up by his knees. There is no point in killing Li who has already died once, except to vent one's anger. Keep it might come in handy later. After all, the existence of Li is special. It's a good opportunity for Chonemo to do some research. Maybe he could also learn some secrets of the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon through this incident. Moreover, Chinemo had the small tower of Li Jixing in his hand, so he was not afraid that she would not listen to him. Having lost her physical body, she can only rely on this tower. Once away from the tower for more than 3 days, they will disperse on their own. Given her fear of Chonemo, she naturally didn't dare to make any unusual moves. Since Jingwei had spoken, Chonemo naturally didn't dare to disobey. Having a maid around isn't such a bad thing. Just have a servant to help. If you have nothing to do, go back to the tower and rest. This is a spirit. What are you thinking about? I just don't know if it will be the same as a real person when used. I have to find an opportunity to think about it carefully. Chunemo put Shaoli into the tower and then got in a bed. He turned over and grabbed Jingwei. The lady had already stripped for him. How could he let her efforts go to waste? The second day, evening. The setting sun was like fire, covered with a layer of golden edge, and slowly sank to the west. The 2 towering peaks are like a huge gate, dividing Qinyang Pass into 2. Hanga Pass on the border between Qin and Han. It was also an obstacle that hindered Qin's eastward advance. In the setting sun, a carriage galloped past. The dust raised by the wheels obscured the view. Behind Hanga Pass is the territory of Qin State. More than 2/4 of an hour later, the carriage drove into a dense forest. About 1/4 of an hour later, the driver pulled the reins suddenly and the carriage slowly stopped. Who is in the car? How dare you trespass on Qin's territory? Several scouts came out of the woods and stopped the carriage with spears in their hands. The coachman slowly raised his head. His sharp eyes swept over everyone. Several scouts felt a chill on their backs. How dare you? Come down now. The scout's sergeant gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and shouted sternly. The coachman still refused to get off the carriage and took something out of his arms and threw it to him. The scout's sergeant took a look and his face turned pale. The Dragon Mark Order is the king's token. The man in that carriage is our king. Greetings, your majesty. The faces of the other people also changed drastically, and they all fell to their knees. Gagne took the token from the scout sergeant and said calmly, "This is a very important matter. Your majesty's identity must not be revealed. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed without mercy." The scouts were all shocked. Yes, the majestic fortress is like a tiger, crawling in the afterglow of the sunset. This was a strategic location after the Qin state crossed the Hanga Pass, and it was also an important military location. There were chariots parked on both sides of the square. A group of soldiers with majestic looks and long spears in their hands are training to pacify thousands of troops, to arm one side with heavy armor. A corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, and Ing Zheng looked at the soldiers training below with a determined gaze. The Pingyang heavy armored army is indeed the elite of Qin. They're decisive in killing and intimidating. Gagne put down the carriage and said, "I heard that General Wang Shi is strict in managing his troops. Seeing him today, it is indeed true." Although it was already evening, the soldiers on the training ground were still shouting loudly. You can imagine the intensity of such training. Wang Shi. The corners of Ing Zheng's mouth twitched slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Just at this moment, a scout came hurriedly. General Wang, she has important matters to attend to and cannot come to meet you from far away. Your Majesty, please come to the military tent. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. After a long while, no one in the carriage answered. All that could be heard was the sound of orderly training. Gainyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face showed no emotion. After a long while, the curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted. Zheng strode out. Hold your head high and be puffed out with dignity. Lead the way. 2 simple words, yet full of majesty. The faces of several scouts changed, and they stepped back subconsciously. Yes. The scout's sergeant swallowed his saliva and led everyone forward. Zheng walked in front with big strides, and Gainyan left the carriage and followed closely behind. The few of them walked for about a quarter of an hour before they stopped in front of the tent. The people inside seemed to have known they would come. Just then, a loud voice came from inside. Come on, come in quickly. Gainyan turned his gaze towards Zheng and said, What is the other party trying to do? Instead of coming out to greet him, he let Zheng walk to his tent. Zheng said nothing and continued walking forward. Several scouts came quickly and opened the tent for him. When I entered the military tent, I found that there was only an old general in armor with his back to the door. Gainyan moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Several scouts knelt on the ground, waiting for orders. The old general calmly picked up the wine jug and poured them both full glasses. Well done to you guys here. This is a toast to you. The old general turned around and picked up 2 wine glasses. He has a leopard head, round eyes, and a full beard. Although he is over 60 years old, he is still very imposing. He handed the scout captain a glass of wine. The team leader quickly took it and said with great fear, Your subordinate is very scared. I don't know if it was because the old general had too high prestige in the army, but the scout captain was frightened by this toast. The old general looked at him sideways, ignoring Zheng and Gainyan behind him. He drank it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the scout sergeant picked up the wine glass and drank it all without any hesitation. Right at this moment, Gainyan suddenly appeared in front of Zheng. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the tent, and a figure appeared out of thin air in the tent. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the tent. There was a sound of sword sound, and the wine cup in the scout's hand was broken in half. There was a small wound on his neck, and blood was oozing out. His body fell limply to the ground, and he died. The old general had a blank expression on his face. He swung the sword in his hand and killed 2 more people. The remaining scouts then came to their senses and quickly rushed out of the tent. The old general snorted, threw away the sword in his hand, and picked up another sword. He walked forward, swung the sword in his hand, and killed the scouts. Wang Shi, what are you doing? Gainyan drew out his sword and looked at the other party coldly. Wang Shi shook the long sword in his hand, shaking off the blood stains on it. The long knife was stuck in the ground, making a tinkling sound. He turned around, leaned on his sword, knelt on one knee, and said, Left Minister Wang Shi, I have offended the king and am willing to be punished. Zheng looked calmly at the corpses scattered all over the ground. Commander Wang, what are you doing? Wang Shi said calmly, Your Majesty, although these scouts are innocent, I will still kill them. Oh, Zheng's eyes narrowed. Wang Shi replied, Your Majesty's trip is a top secret matter. Apart from me, only these scouts know about it. Your Majesty is in danger, so be careful. If these spies reveal the king's identity, it will be a disaster for the king. So I can only kill them. Chapter 156, How should I solve this problem? Zheng's expression did not change at all. As the king of a country, be sure to keep your emotions hidden. He nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Wang Shi's approach. Then he asked, How do you know I'll be in danger? Wang Shi said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for my rudeness. I forgive you. Wang Shi said honestly, Your Majesty came out from Hanga Pass and should have just left Han. Wang Xing's whereabouts are so secretive. Obviously, he doesn't want others to know. As the ruler of Qin, how could you do such a thing? Probably to guard against the Prime Minister. Everyone knows that Prime Minister Liu Buwei is very powerful in the court, so the ministers dare not say anything. The king is about to ascend the throne, and the Prime Minister's ambition is obvious. If he learns of the king's whereabouts, he will probably take the opportunity to harm the king in order to maintain control of the court. Zheng took a deep breath, and his face became extremely ugly. A feeling of admiration arises spontaneously. However, it was not Wang Shi whom he admired. Wang Shi added, There's a reason why I did not come to greet the king. There are quite a few people in the military camp. If I, the left assistant minister, go out to greet them, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Once the king's identity is exposed, our situation will be very dangerous. So, we must be rude to the king. This is also a helpless move. Ying Zheng pushed the guy nie eve. He walked step by step to Wang Shi's front. One hand helped Wang Shi up and said, "Thank you for your concern, General." Wang Shi slowly stood up and said calmly, "Your Majesty, they won't just let it go. Lu Buwei has many spies in Qin. The news of the king's return from Han will definitely reach their ears. The king is in the military camp. I'm afraid it's still very dangerous." Ying Zheng was not afraid at all. Chen Mo had already told him before returning to Qin. Once he arrives at Qin's territory, he will have to face danger. He asked Wang Shi, "What do you think we should do?" Wang Shi's face was full of loyalty. "I am willing to share your worries. I have a plan. Please decide, Your Majesty." "Go ahead." Ying Zheng nodded slightly. "First, the king can write a personal letter and send it to Xianying, give it to a trusted confidant, and ask him to bring people to support us. Secondly, the king needs to remain incognito and wait for reinforcements to arrive." Ying Zheng closed his eyes and thought. Only then did he open his eyes. "Then do as the general says. I will write you a letter right now. Can you send someone to deliver it to Xianying?" Wang Shi puffed out his chest and said firmly, "I will send my trusted men to rush to Xianying day and night." Ying Zheng nodded. "That's good." Half an hour later, Ying Zheng delivered a handwritten letter to the tent arranged by Wang Qi. After a long time, Ganya, who had been guarding the door of the tent, nodded slightly. "Ganya, what do you think of Wang Shi?" Ganya thought for a moment and said, "He is both intelligent and brave. He is a rare talent." Ying Zheng nodded calmly and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Ganya looked puzzled. "Why is the king sighing?" Ying Zheng sighed deeply, his face full of admiration. "Unfortunately, things did not develop as you expected. I'm very sad." Ganya seemed to understand what Ying Zheng meant, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. "Ganya, what do you think of my current situation?" Ying Zheng asked. "This is the wolf's den." Ying Zheng stood with his hands behind his back. He paused and said, "Wu Sui's camp is an important place in Qin. The forces of the various courts are intertwined, and it is difficult to distinguish between enemies and ourselves. I am indeed in the wolf's den." "Then why is your Majesty still?" Ying Zheng suddenly turned around, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Because the master told me that there is a tiger in the wolf's den." "Go find someone." He looked at Ganya. "Who?" Ganya asked. Ying Zheng said, "Meng Tian, the captain of the Wu Sui camp." The candlelight in the tent flickered. Ying Zheng looked at the flame and recalled what happened yesterday. In the yard, only Ying Zheng, Chen Mo, and his wife were left. Ganya gave the order to erase all traces here. With Chen Mo and Jing Wei, he doesn't have to worry about his safety. A breeze blew through the courtyard. Chen Mo was talking to Ying Zheng. It refers to Wang Shi, the left minister of Wu Sui. Ying Zheng asked the same question again. "I wonder what you think of Wang Shi, sir." Wang Shi was also a man who had experienced many battles. He and Wu Enjun participated in the Battle of Chongping and the Battle of Handan together. Later, he put down the Shandong Rebellion, which led to his later achievements. In this battle, he made great achievements. There were only two paths that Ying Zheng could take when going to Xianying. One is to make a big fuss and be escorted back to the palace by border troops. The second option is a bit cowardly. He took Ganya with him, hiding all the way, and returned to Xianying. Although Lu Buwei knew that Ying Zheng had returned to Qin, he still did not dare to risk the world's shame. However, this also has a prerequisite. The escort must be trustworthy. Otherwise, you will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. The second way, although it seems hidden and feasible, is full of dangers. Along the way, they had to pass through various city defense checkpoints. Lu Buwei was very powerful. He also has his own spies in the Qin state. It is so difficult to hide your whereabouts. "You mean you want Wang Shi to escort you back to the palace?" Chen Mo heard the hidden meaning in Ying Zheng's words and said it all. Ying Zheng did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Yes, Wang Shi is famous for his military exploits, and he has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. The relationship with the court is not very good, so I want to ask you, is this person trustworthy?" After this incident, Ying Zheng could no longer trust anyone. When they were in Zelangshuan, Cheng Jiao's spirit told him. His betrayal was because of his mother Zhao Ji. However, he was not told the reason. Zhao Ji's involvement in the Chengjiao incident was really beyond Ying Zheng's expectations. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said calmly, Wang Shi is a loyal person. A hint of joy appeared on Ying Zheng's face. However, before he could speak, Chen Mo added, but I'm not talking to you. Ying Zheng's face suddenly froze. He pondered and said, if he is not my man, who else could it be? Of course he would not suspect Lu Buwei. If it were Lu Buwei, Chen Mo would have made it clear long ago, so there would be no need for me to guess. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is it the Queen Mother? Lu Buwei was extremely powerful in the Qin state and was also an important figure in the court. However, I didn't get what I wanted. Military power. The most that Lu Buwei could do was to win over some military generals with his own strength. Moreover, most of Qin's military power was controlled by the Queen Mother. Ying Zheng has not yet ascended the throne and has no real power. The royal seal is just a decoration. But Queen Mother Zhao Ji had the Queen Mother seal, so she could mobilize troops. Before his death, the first emperor of Qin divided the Qin state into two, causing chaos under heaven. All of Lu Buwei's subordinates were civil servants. He handed over the command to Zhao Ji. He only hoped that these two people could help Ying Zheng until he ascended the throne. However, ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. Lu Buwei's ambition was too big. The same is true of Zhao Ji's desire for power. She wanted to know everything about Ying Zheng. He holds on tightly to the power in his hands, with no intention of letting go. According to common sense, although Ying Zheng had not yet ascended the throne, his power was unquestionable. However, although he was the king of a country, he could not even mobilize the imperial guards in Xianying. The mobilization of the imperial guards must be approved by Zhao Ji. That doesn't make sense. As for recruiting and cultivating talents, that goes without saying, was stuck by Zhao Ji. So when Chen Mo said that Wang Ji was unreliable, Ying Zheng immediately thought of Zhao Ji. The reason why Chengjiao rebelled is still unclear. In Ying Zheng's mind, Zhao Ji was also an extremely dangerous person. No. Ying Zheng was slightly stunned. The most powerful person in the court was none other than Lu Buwei, Zhao Ji. If Wang Shi is not loyal to them, who would he be loyal to? Ying Zheng said in a deep voice, I would like to hear the details. Chen Mo curled his lips when this name suddenly popped up in his mind. Bai Qi, Lord Wuan. Ying Zheng was horrified. Mr. Wuan? What surprised him was not that the other party's status was not high enough, but the other party is already dead. Yes, Wang Shi used to be a deputy general under Wu Anjun. When Wu Anjun was alive, he made great contributions to the Qin state, but he did not have a good ending. Because of this incident, Wang Shi bore a grudge against the Qin state. If you want to know whether Wang Shi is a reliable person, there are two things you should pay attention to after arriving at Wusui camp. Ying Zheng raised his hand and said, Please enlighten me, sir. Chen Mo said succinctly, First, let's see if he will take action against the person who leaked the information. Second, to see if he can give advice to the king of Qin. If that's the case, it means that he has already made up his mind to kill. Killing the scouts is to conceal our tracks. However, things were not as simple as Wang Shi said. He killed people to silence them, in order to prevent others from discovering Ying Zheng's true identity and ruining his plans. He gave advice to Ying Zheng in order to gain his trust. Then he would personally deliver Ying Zheng's handwritten letter. Where to send it, who to send it to. Whatever he says is what it is. Ying Zheng's face darkened and his heart sank. He then said, If Wang Shi really wants to harm me, wouldn't it be exactly what he wants if I go to Wusui's camp? Chen Mo nodded and said, But we have to go. The best way is to let them escort us. And Wusui Fortress is also a strategic location for the Qin state. If Wang Ji has ill intentions, it is best to get rid of him as soon as possible. Ying Zheng also deeply agreed with this point. He would never let such a traitor go. Then how do I break it? Chapter 157, Do you want to take a break? Chen Mo said indifferently. Wusui, Qinfu Captain, Meng Tian. What if there were people in Qin who did not rebel against Qin and were not impressed by the power of Zhao Ji and Lu Buwei? Just two people. One of them was the great general Wang Jian. The other is Meng Tian. Suddenly, the sound of horses neighing was heard outside the yard. Chen Mo's heart moved, and he immediately realized that this was Gai Nia. Ying Zheng kept this name firmly in his mind. Sir, there is one thing I don't understand. I hope you can help me solve it. He looked up, his eyes full of anticipation. I'd like to hear more about it. Ing Zheng looked at the other party with gritted teeth. With a serious look, he said, I want to ask you, why did Cheng Jiao rebel? Does this have anything to do with the Queen Mother? Chenemo didn't speak for a long time. I don't know. Whether you know or not, it's hard to say. The King of Qin can ask the Queen Mother about this matter himself. Cheng Jiao's rebellion was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. In any way, he had no reason to betray. He doesn't have the ability to rebel. But he did rebel. And Queen Mother Zhao Ji was also involved. If that were the case, things wouldn't be so simple. If what Lao AI said was true, then this matter would become Ing Zheng's family affair. If what he said was incorrect, it would affect Ing Zheng's judgment. So it was better not to say anything. It would be better for him to ask Zhao Ji himself. Inside Wu Sui's camp, the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the golden land. The ground was stained red with blood. There were corpses everywhere on the ring. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Around him stood soldiers in armor. On the middle step, an old general was leaning there with a long spear stuck in his body. Wang Ji had blood coming out of his mouth and nose. His chest armor shattered. With every breath, a large amount of blood gushed out of the wound. Even on the brink of death, there was no trace of fear on his face. A pair of tiger eyes widened and stared at a general in the crowd with a neck as thin as a swallow and as strong as a tiger. Meng Tian, how could you betray me? At the beginning, everything went well. Beside Ing Zheng, there is also a Gainia, who is an obstacle to the assassination of Ing Zheng. Only by gaining Ing Zheng's trust can he quietly use the power of the army to kill Ing Zheng. However, what Wang Shi never expected was that this time, something like this would actually happen. At the critical moment, Captain Meng Tian will appear and stop him. Meng Tian was dressed in military uniform, looking heroic. That is a soldier's determination. He took a step forward and said firmly, Meng Tian has always been loyal to your majesty. How can he be said to be a betrayer? Last night, Gainia came to see him, and he was also confused. Your majesty has come all the way from Xianyang. How come you're coming to Wu Sui camp? It was not until Gainia took out a 100-meter-long flying sword that Meng Tian believed it. The dragon pattern order might be fake, but the 100-step flying sword is real. As for Gainia, he stood beside Ing Zheng closely. Since he is here, it must be the king of Qin himself. However, what puzzled him was why the king of Qin did not trust Wang Qi, but instead trusted himself, the captain of 1,000 men. The Meng family has been a military family for generations. He had been a citizen of the Qin state since his grandfather Meng Ao. But now the world is in chaos and Meng Tian is only a captain of 1,000 men. With Gainia's message, Meng Tian became Wang Qi's undercover agent. Ing Zheng looked straight at Meng Tian. His eyes lit up. This person is exactly as the gentleman said. Not only does he have the potential to be a great general, but he is also extremely loyal. Now the Qin state is ruled by Lu Buwei and the Queen Mother. In this situation, he was able to stand on his side without fear of power and pressure, which shows his loyalty. Ing Zheng suddenly realized the reason why Chan Mo transferred himself to Wu Sui camp was not only to deal with Wang Shi, but also for other purposes. The most important thing is that he wants to find a loyal general like Meng Tian. Ahem. Wang Shi sat on the steps, cleared his throat, and sneered. Very good, very loyal. Ing Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the night wind. With a blank expression, he looked at him coldly. Wang Shi raised his head and looked at Ing Zheng with his bloodshot eyes. Your Majesty must be very curious about why I want to kill you. He fought for the Qin state all his life and was loyal to it. Ing Zheng must be very curious about why he did this. Although the plan failed, he had to vent his anger. Not curious. Ing Zheng's eyes narrowed. Because what? Wang Qi had already prepared an impassioned speech, but Ing Zheng choked him with just one casual remark. How could he not be curious? Wang Qi immediately became interested. Why aren't you curious at all? Ing Zheng walked up to the platform step by step. How could he not be curious? Wang Qi immediately became interested. Why aren't you curious at all? Ing Zheng walked up to the platform step by step. Because I am the child of destiny. I have divine help. Because he already knew what was going to happen. Everything was within Chun Mo's expectations. Wang Qi rebelled, and Meng Tian swore loyalty. This was his fate. Not only did we get rid of a serious threat, but we also gained a good general. Ing Zheng felt his eyes brighten. It won't take long to tear the darkness of Qin into pieces. Break free. Impossible. Wang Shi screamed in disbelief. Large streams of blood gushed out from the wound. He has hidden it so well over the years. How can anyone find out? Ying Zheng stood on the high platform like a towering mountain. Looking down at Wang Shi, a sense of imperial majesty arose spontaneously. Pass on my orders. Destroy Wang Shi and his 3 tribes. All those who recommended, endorsed, and endorsed will be thoroughly investigated. He raised his head slowly, his clothes fluttering. The biting cold wind blew on his body, but he remained motionless, his eyes determined. A kingly aura emanated from him. Below, the densely packed Qin army was silent. Ying Zheng gazed into the distance, gazing at the distant city of Xianying. His eyes instantly became calm. I am back, my lord. Finally, I've waited for you. Outside the city of Xianying, there was silence. In a courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. As soon as Chen Mo came in, a delicate voice came over. The extremely beautiful Xinu saw Chen Mo, who was late at first sight, with a look of surprise on her face. Starting from Xinjing, Chen Mo was only accompanied by Jing Wei and Ying Zheng. After passing Hanga Pass, he parted ways with Ying Zheng, because he has something else to do. There are so many women who need comfort. Oh no, to be settled. Xinu had already arrived in Qin State and was with Madame Hu and others. He bought a house outside Xianying City as his home. At the same time, he was also waiting for Chen Mo to arrive so as to arrange the next things. Until this moment, Lu Buwei still didn't know who his opponent was. It is precisely because of this that Chen Mo felt at ease bringing the 2 of them along. But once they entered Xianying, they were in a state of panic and saw enemies everywhere. So before entering Xianying, he had to settle them down first. It was a charming evening. When it's late at night and everyone is asleep, there's always someone who wants to do something. After not seeing each other for a few days, the girls came out to greet Chen Mo. As soon as he coaxed Xinu to sleep, Chen Mo wrapped his clothes tightly and ran to the next room. It was a hot and humid night. Mrs. Hu went to bed early, but tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Just when I wanted to drink a glass of water and open the window to get some fresh air, I heard noises coming from next door. Mrs. Hu was a little confused. That sounds weird. It was a groan of physical discomfort. She listened carefully and found that the sound came from the room on the left. Manhwa lived on her left. Is you feeling unwell? Mrs. Hu was stunned. She quickly put the cup down and walked over to take a look. Manhwa had been sleeping with her these days, but today she insisted on going back to her room to sleep. Although Mrs. Hu was a little surprised, she didn't say much. Now, hearing that Nongyu seemed to be feeling unwell, he wanted to go and see her. Mrs. Hu didn't even have time to put on her coat. She just wore a nightgown and went to open the door. Her plump, mature body trembled in the cold wind. With his hands folded across his chest, he walked to the Jade Gate and was about to knock when he heard Nongyu's childish and somewhat confused voice. What can I do for you, sir? Manhwa opened her watery eyes dazedly. He looked at Chen Mo with a dazed look and said in confusion. Chen Mo had a strange look on his face. He lowered his head and kissed Nongyu's beautiful red lips. Do you want to take a break? Manhwa pouted her lips and wanted to kiss him on the lips. Hearing this, he hugged Zwan's neck and shook it. No, you missed you. Chen Mo touched his forehead with an embarrassed look on his face. Your mother is standing at the door. Chapter 158. Something happened. Nongyu gave a coquettish sound. That pleading look made Chen Mo's heart melt. After thinking about it, I decided not to tell her. Manhwa is thin-skinned, and so is Madame Hu. Although the 2 are not related by blood, they have striking similarities. I think that if Mrs. Hu knew about this, she would be embarrassed to continue watching. Then just pretend you know nothing. Take Xiao Yuer with you and continue on your journey. Mrs. Hu was standing outside the door, and when she heard Manhwa say, sir, sweat broke out on her forehead. The plump body was trembling in the cold wind. She originally thought that Manhwa followed her because of Xinu. She never thought that she would have such a relationship with Chanamo. You are a Mr. Mrs. Hu just felt a tightness in her chest. I feel very uncomfortable. I feel like it's having trouble breathing. Her heart felt like it was weighed down by a stone. There was a sense of oppression in the air. Although Mrs. Hu has not experienced it personally, she is not a fool. How can I not know what happened? It's already this late. Why are you still pushing the door? She clenched her cold hands and returned to her room silently. No wonder Nongyu suddenly wanted to go back to her room to sleep today. We're going to have a midnight snack. Mrs. Hu listened to the sounds of eating next door, and her originally heavy mood gradually became irritable. Then, The irritability spread throughout her body, making her feel hot all over. Even the cold wind blowing in from the window couldn't make her feel any better. Mrs. Hu frowned slightly, and a hint of pain appeared on her gentle and peaceful face, as if she was the one who was sick. I closed the windows and covered my face with the quilt because it was too hot. But if you don't cover yourself with a blanket, the sound will get into your ears like a bug. Hotter. Mrs. Hu shrank even tighter. A trace of mist flashed across her gentle and beautiful eyes, and she felt like there was a fire in her chest with nowhere to vent. She reached out her hand and pushed aside the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead. The soft fingertips caressed her smooth forehead, causing her whole body to tremble. Her hand stopped. After a moment, she slowly raised her hand and looked into her eyes. Mrs. Hu bit her thin lips with a look of struggle in her eyes. Finally, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Reach out and get under the quilt. And at this moment, there was a slight creaking sound. Mrs. Hu was startled and came to her senses. Listening carefully again, I found that the room next door had become quiet. Only at this point did she feel completely relieved. He pulled his hand out from under the quilt. He rubbed his slightly hot face. A hint of embarrassment appeared on her gentle face. How could I be so shameless as to do such a thing? Fortunately, the door next door opened and she came to her senses. Mrs. Hu is a gentle and conservative woman. Self-sufficiency is also a form of indulgence. No, absolutely not. The next door became quiet, and her heart gradually calmed down, just when I thought I could finally fall asleep. But I didn't expect that the voice just now appeared again. Mrs. Hu widened her eyes. This time, it came from the room on the right. On the right is Lady Hu. Mrs. Hu was bewildered. Sir, doesn't he need a rest? The next day, it was already noon and the sky was bright. After having breakfast, Manhwa went to the backyard and looked curiously at Mrs. Hu's closed door. Strange, why hasn't Mother woken up yet? Is she sick? Mrs. Hu is usually the first one to get up. Concubine Hu and Madame Mingzhu are both used to sleeping in. The two maids, Xinu and Nongyu, usually had a reverse day and nightlife in Zilong Xian, going to bed late and getting up late. So it can't be changed for the time being. Every morning, after Mrs. Hu gets up, she prepares breakfast. But today, after breakfast, she still hasn't come out. Lady Hu walked behind her and listened to Nanyua's muttering. Standing in the yard, looking at the three houses. It was Nanyua, it was Madame Hu, it was her. Mrs. Hu's room is right between these two rooms. She took one look and understood. She covered her mouth and laughed. Nanyua's face was flushed and she looked confused, and she was bewildered by her smile. Lady Hu's face is rosy, like a blooming peach blossom. The foxy eyes turned and looked at Nanyua. Your mother is indeed ill. What? I'll go check it out. Nongyu was immediately panicked. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Lady Hu wanted to stop it, but she couldn't. Don't be fooled by this little girl's appearance of being well-behaved, but her kung fu is actually much better than hers. Nongyu walked quickly to Mrs. Hu's door and was about to knock, but the door opened by itself. Oh, Mother, you really scare me. Nanyua patted her chest, but was startled by the door that was suddenly opened. Mrs. Hu said with amusement, Why are you sneaking to my door? You scared me last night. Nothing, I just saw that you weren't up yet, so I came to see if you were sick. Mother, why do you look so bad? Are you sick? Nongyu looked at Mrs. Hu's haggard appearance and reached out to touch her face. He touched her forehead with concern. Mrs. Hu smiled kindly, took her hand away, and placed it in her palm. He was relieved and said, Mother is fine. She just didn't sleep well last night. One has a ruddy complexion and the other has a pale complexion. The contrast is too great. Mrs. Hu looked at Nanyua's pink little face and felt a tightness in her chest for no reason. You last night. He was choked by Nongyu's watery eyes before he could finish his words. Did you sleep well last night? I originally wanted to ask what was going on between her and Chinemo, but after thinking about it, I held back. If I ask, wouldn't that tell Nanyua that she heard it too? Fortunately, I slept soundly in the second half of the night. Nanyua smiled slightly, her bright eyes full of satisfaction. The second half of the night? Didn't you sleep the first half? Mrs. Hu knew what she was talking about, but she asked it anyway. Nanyua's face suddenly turned red. He stammered, in the first half of the night, 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 I was catching mice. Her eyes lit up, and she thought of good reason. Oh, Mrs. Hu nodded meaningfully. Catch mice. Are there mice in your house? Nanyua nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, it was a big rat. I spent half the night looking for it before I threw it away. Lady Hu followed him with a smile. No wonder a mouse entered my room last night. It turned out to be from your room. No wonder your mother didn't sleep well. You come to my place in the middle of the night, and I come to your place in the middle of the night. It's strange that I can sleep well. Mrs. Hu looked at her with a sad look. How could he not understand what she meant? It's okay to deceive you, but this lady who is an old fox. It's not that she's stupid, but I was not on guard against her. She actually believed what she said. Lady Who suddenly bumped Mrs. Who with her shoulder. Hey, how about we change rooms? I don't want to disturb you. It's better to be woken up in the middle of the night than to be woken up all night. Mrs. Who thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. No need, he said softly. There was a glimmer of surprise in Lady Who's eyes. Could it be that you still like to listen to this? I didn't expect you had this habit. Mrs. Who knew what she was thinking, so she glared at her and explained, once you're settled in Xianyang, we'll move in and see what happens then. When the time comes, just find a room farther away from them. It's best not to live in the same yard. Chinamo can't stay for long anyway. After not sleeping all night, she didn't believe he could hold on. Thinking of this, Mrs. Who finally breathed a sigh of relief. Night falls. She stared at the veil above her head, listening desperately to the sound coming from next door. Don't you need a rest, sir? I didn't sleep last night and went out to do business the next day. Now that I'm back, you're still awake? Even if you were made of iron, it is impossible to do this. This guy is really awesome. Not worried about his health at all. What if you exhaust yourself? That night, Mrs. Who once again did not go to bed until dawn. She slept until noon, then she managed to get some sleep. Lady Who saw that she looked more haggard than yesterday and couldn't help asking, Are you sure you don't want to change? Are you having trouble sleeping again? Mrs. Who looked at her with a sad look, a face full of helplessness. She seriously doubted whether Lady Who did it on purpose. The noise last night was even louder than the day before. Fine. Shaking her head, Mrs. Who said softly, She doesn't believe it. Chen Mo went out again during the day, so he must sleep tonight. Sometimes, people can't be too stubborn. What is Mr. doing next door so late at night? Laughing and howling. Chen Montag was confused. After a long while, Chen Mo came out, rubbing his waist. Next game, Mrs. Pearl. It was not until dawn that all 5 courses were completed. Mrs. Mingzhu had already fallen asleep while waiting for him to come. Although her eyes were blurry, she was not sleepy at all. Her curvy body was now curled up in Chun Mo's arms. She sniffed his scent greedily like a drug addict, with a look of obsession on her face. Chun Mo couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Madame Mingzhu's eyes were filled with intoxication. Master, how about we take a nap? Chun Mo hasn't slept well recently. A day is only about 1 or 2 hours. And also endure such intense exercise. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. The benefits of improving your bones are reflected at this time. Chinemo rubbed his brows and nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll take a nap first, and you can call me when it's daybreak. Mrs. Mingzhu considerately put down the pillow for him. What has the master been busy with recently? Why didn't you sleep well? Chinemo felt her thoughtfulness towards him. Something happened in South Korea, and Han Fei asked someone to ask me for help and sent Tianza and the corpse-driving demon over there. He paused here. Chapter 159, Where's the Murderer? When Mrs. Mingzhu heard that it was South Korea, she immediately became interested. Strange? Master, can you tell me something? Chinemo didn't plan to hide it from her. Just half a month ago, more than 10 bodies appeared in Xinjiang, and the cause of death was very strange. There were no injuries on his body, his clothes were neat, and his hair was not messy. They knelt in a neat row, all the blood had been drained from their bodies, but they still had smiles on their faces. When he heard about this way of death, the first person that came to his mind was someone. This person is Bai Yifei. Mrs. Mingzhu obviously thought so too. Master, are you sure he is dead? She is not only one of the 4 evil generals of the night, but also Bai Yifei's cousin. So what we know is what the outside world doesn't know. Bai Yifei practiced an evil martial art, relying on sucking women's blood to increase his strength from the very beginning. The woman whose blood was sucked dry had a smile on her face. That feeling was like dying in a beautiful dream and being liberated. Chen Mo said, He is dead. I pierced his heart and shattered all the qi in his body. He is definitely dead. Also, someone found his body in front of King Han's palace. Han Fei went to see it. Madame Mingzhu heaved a sigh of relief and said, This is good news, but it seems that no one in Korea knows this evil magic except Bai Yifei. Is there anything special about the deceased? Chen Mo touched her hair. He corrected it again. Not women. The dead are all men. Madame Mingzhu was stunned. A man? After saying that, she jumped out of Chunmo's arms. His face changed drastically. A face full of horror. Men, the dead are all men. How is it possible? Why is it a man? Mrs. Mingzhu grabbed the quilt, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. What's wrong? Chinemo saw that she looked upset, so he stood up and asked, Do you have any ideas? Madame Mingzhu pursed her pale lips, her face serious. No, we must not continue the investigation. Tell them to come back. Otherwise none of you will come back. Since he met Madame Mingzhu, Chinemo had never seen such a serious expression on Madame Mingzhu's face. Do you know that man? Madame Mingzhu nodded. Although this is impossible, Master said that except for the impossible, that is the result. So then, I thought of someone. Who? Chinemo asked. Madame Mingzhu showed a look of horror on her face. My aunt. The aunt she was talking about was naturally by Yifei's mother, the former lord of Bloody Castle. At the same time, she is also the only female marquis in Korea in the past 100 years. The only female marquis in Korea, but her name has completely disappeared from the historical records. According to legend, her eyes alone could make the stars pale in comparison, and countless people died at the hands of her swords. She gave people the feeling that even death would be a gentle process. No one knew exactly how old she was. She is still so beautiful. It is said that some kind of powerful pact was made with the darkness. Moreover, it must be maintained with the purest blood. The martial arts method that by Yifei practiced was derived from this secret technique. Chun Mo frowned. Is it her? I thought she was dead. It is said that more than 20 years ago, she practiced an evil technique and sucked the blood of many men. This incident caused an uproar in South Korea. The king of Han was furious and sent troops to surround and kill him. It was for this reason that she fell. Madame Mingzhu thought about it and shook her head. It is also possible that the king of Han deliberately made up a lie to appease the people. She is not dead, but asleep. Chen Mo nodded slightly. If it was really her who did it, Madame Mingzhu's speculation was not unreasonable. What kind of cultivation? Madame Mingzhu pondered for a moment before she said, I only remember meeting her once when I was a child. At that time, my father told me that she had reached the realm of freedom. That was more than 20 years ago. If her power is restored, I think she should be able to reach divine power. No wonder she asked Tianzi and the others to come back. If he meets a strong person in the realm of supernatural powers, Tianzi will probably cry again. If this is the case, then it makes sense that Bai Yifei's body would appear in King Han's palace. Before he died, he returned to Bloody Castle to ask his mother for help. But now he is dead. The body was sent to King Han's palace, and all this was because of the female marquis. She wanted to tell King Han that Bai Yifei was dead. But they also had a plan. Before the king of Han could react, they retreated. What's Bai Yifei's mother's name? The man was wiped from all records. This incident is very likely related to the big case she committed that year. A marquis who massacred his own people would surely arouse public anger. Madame Mingzhu hugged Chen Mo tightly, and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. Her voice also softened. Her last name is Bai. If I remember correctly, her name is Bai Xianwu. Mrs. Mingzhu was less than 10 years old 20 years ago. I don't have much impression of this aunt. The fear of her was mainly due to rumors from childhood. She vaguely remembered that this was a very beautiful woman. Although it's beautiful, there's always a weird feeling about it. Children's intuition is always accurate. At that time, she discovered that Bai Xianwu was different from others, and this was also confirmed by her parents. Chen Mo touched her shoulders and said softly, The surname is Bai. Then what about her husband? Did Bai Yifei take his surname? Madame Mingzhu shook her head repeatedly. With an embarrassed look on her face, she asked, How can a woman like this have a husband? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Bai Yifei is really not her biological child? Come to think of it, as the only female marquis in Korea in 100 years, her pride is justified. It's normal for ordinary men to look down on it. Furthermore, her powers are increased by drinking the blood of men. Even if I dare to marry, I dare not be married. The reason why Bai Yifei was adopted by her was entirely because of his special physique. He had an extremely cold physique and was thrown into the snow for 3 days and 3 nights without freezing to death. This kind of physique is very suitable for Bai Xianwu's evil magic. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips, a strange look on her face. It's not that no one dares to marry her. After all, she is so beautiful. I don't know how many people are willing to risk their lives to get close to her. Because she is a heartless person. She has no emotions at all. Chen Mo was stunned. Cold temperament. Jingwei is one of them. So this is not surprising. But Mrs. Mingzhu shook her head and looked up at Chen Mo. A look of fear appeared again in her pair of narrow and charming eyes. Because she's dead. Chen Mo frowned. Madame Mingzhu dared to act coquettishly in front of him, but she didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of him. A dead body. Living person. Madame Mingzhu curled her lips and explained, she is born weak, and her physique is similar to Bai Yifei's. In order to survive, I practiced that evil art. But the progress was too slow. In the end, the cold poison broke out, and all hope for survival was cut off. However, 7 days after she was buried, her grave was dug up and her body disappeared. After a year, she came to Bloody Castle again. It's not just an improvement in strength. It's like he's become a completely different person. Then everyone knew. But all that came back were corpses. It is said that the Marquis once signed a powerful contract with darkness, which is why she mastered this evil magic. She exchanged her soul for a new body. How can a dead body have feelings? It is even more impossible to have offspring. How to be born? It is still unclear whether she has her menstrual period. Whether you can feel as happy as Mingzhu remains to be seen. She is no longer a human being, so why should she even consider getting married? Mingzhu suddenly remembered something and crawled out of Chen Mo's arms. She pulled out a sachet from her bosom and handed it to him. Why give it to me? Chen Mo stroked the thing in his hand. This was the thing that Madame Mingzhu used to deceive Lady Hu. In the dead of night, she and Chen Mo rolled together. Bai Xianwu can find you through the scent left on the bamboo pole. Take this, it can cover up your smell. Chen Mo hesitated to speak. After thinking about it, I put the sachet away. Bai Xian danced with him. This is not a bad thing. No one else would be in danger. But Madame Mingzhu cared about him, and he didn't want to disappoint her. Put it back later. The next day, Chen Mo sent someone to pass the news to Han Fei and asked him to help find out. They couldn't deal with Bai Xianwu. If you really find it, you will most likely fall into the tiger's mouth. When Han Fei learned that the murderer was Bai Xianwu, he was completely shocked. He did not dare to delay and called Tianzi and the others back. Han Fei's home. Tianzi covered his mouth with his hands and rested his elbows on his knees. Sitting on the chair, he looked at Han Fei with an unhappy face. You asked us to investigate, and now you're asking us not to investigate. Do you think that without that person, Tianzi, will be obedient? Tianzi is a rebellious person at heart. Now that Chen Mo is gone, no one can take care of him. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. I am Tianzi. It's time to show your strength. However, when the corpse-driving demon used his secret method and found some clues on the corpse, Han Fei stopped the corpse-driving demon from continuing to explore. When Han Fei learned the news from Chen Mo, he was still in shock and couldn't believe what he saw. Seeing Tianzi's unhappy look, he could only explain, it was the master's idea. He has already found out the identity of the murderer. It doesn't matter if Tianzi can't find out. If he really finds me, I'm afraid I'll never be able to come back. The reason why Chen Mo showed mercy to Tianzi was that he wanted him to work for him. But a strong man like Tianzi is the best tonic for Bai Xianwu. The stronger a person is, the more vigorous his blood is. This was a great help to her physical recovery. Tianzi sneered. Where is the murderer? Chapter 160. Why is he here? Han Fei looked at him strangely and said vaguely, this guy is quite powerful. Tianzi twisted his neck. The bones in my neck made a crackling sound. There was a glimmer of fighting spirit in his eyes. This is the best. A weakling is not worthy of my attack. Tianzi, Han Fei shook his head and said, I have assigned you a task. Let me tell you about your other task first. Although Bai Xianwu has not fully recovered yet, her cultivation level has at least reached the free and easy realm. A hint of danger flashed across Tianzi's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, after completing this task, I will take on other tasks. Han Fei curled his lips. Are you sure? Tianzi glanced at him, a cruel smile on his face. Just tell me whether you want to live or die. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and said, okay, the murderer should be in Blood Robe Castle, by Yifei's mother. When Tianzi heard that it was by Yifei's mother, a sarcastic smile immediately appeared on his face. By Yifei's mother, good. Then don't blame me, Tianzi, for being rude. Having said that, He stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Han Fei's light voice came from behind. The other party should have the cultivation level of the divine realm. Otherwise, why don't you bring more people with you? Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned slowly and looked at Han Fei. Walk back to your position step by step. He dropped his elbows back onto his knees and covered his mouth with his hands. I'm very interested in this new mission. Are you kidding me? What Tian's, want to participate in is the peak competition, not a battle in which one must die. After talking to Tianzi, Han Fei rushed to the palace of King Han. The king of Han asked him to investigate, and now that he has found out, he naturally has to go back and report. The only way to deal with a person like Bai Xianwu is to mobilize a large army. Otherwise, the guests in his house were just providing him with fertilizer. Lady Mingzhu and concubine who were burned to death alive. After a period of grief, King Han gradually returned to normal. Moreover, his mind was much clearer than before. That's true. These two guys drugged him every day. After getting permission, Han Fei strode into the hall where King Han usually worked. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Han Fei shivered involuntarily. There seemed to be a chill permeating the palace, making people shiver uncontrollably. He looked at the open window and couldn't help but worry about the safety of King Han. Father, I'm here to show my respect. As soon as Han Fei entered the room, he saw King Han rubbing his hands. Only then did he raise his head. He said indifferently, "Oh, what's the matter?" Now, the king of Han had a somewhat strange attitude towards Han Fei, neither reused nor neglected. But my heart was full of vigilance. Especially the strength shown by Han Fei and his attention to South Korea made him feel a little uneasy. He admired his son's abilities. Compared to the prince, he is so many times stronger. If it were in the past, he might have been relieved. But now, Ji Weie is dead, and Bai Yifei is also dead, which makes it hard to accept. If that happens, there will be no one in South Korea who can suppress him. As the king of a country, family affection has long been weakened, especially when Madame Mingzhu and concubine who are not around. He saw more clearly. King Han knew very well that if Han Fei had any evil intentions, the crown prince's position would be threatened. Therefore, he did not trust Han Fei very much, but he did not force Han Fei too much. Han Fei felt the king of Han's coldness, and his heart sank. However, he still forced a smile and said, I have found some clues about the mummy that my father asked me to investigate. As soon as these words were spoken, King Han's brows immediately frowned. From the beginning, he had never thought of letting Han Fei discover anything. Just wanted to give him something to do. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. Oh, well, we found out. You can continue with the process. Catch him, hold him accountable, judge him, do whatever needs to be done. King Han waved his hand and seemed not to care. Han Fei certainly knew what he was thinking. The murderer has been identified. This time, I came here to ask you to send troops to help me. King Han's expression changed instantly. What a joke. In order to catch the murderer, you need to mobilize the army? Do you want to catch the murderer? Or do you want to? The king of Han hesitated to speak. All right. Go to my guards and get 200 men. Is it necessary to mobilize the army to catch a murderer? Do you want to catch the murderers or use them to rebel? Seeing that the king of Han was so cautious, Han Fei's face turned dark. This time, he felt the chill not only in his body, but also in his heart. Father, the murderer is not an ordinary person. 200 people are not enough to kill him. Although I don't know what the realm of spiritual enlightenment is. However, these 200 people are definitely not enough. 200 aren't enough? Who is the murderer? The king of Han seemed unable to bear the coldness in the palace. His lips had turned purple from the cold. Her death was strange in itself. It is said that it was surrounded by troops, but there is no record of it. Not only is there no record of this, even those who participated in the war don't know about it. King Han frowned and his eyes were wandering. He waved his hands and said, No, don't investigate this matter anymore. Han Fei was slightly stunned. Why? I already have an idea. King Han was furious and shouted, Clues? What evidence do you have? Han Fei tried hard and said, We'll find out what it is once we go to Bloody Robe Castle. King Han stood up suddenly, his face full of anger. Without hard evidence. You sent troops to search my Blood Robe Castle without any evidence. Can you afford it, Master Nine? Suddenly, a cold voice without any emotion came. It's like the cold wind in December, making people shudder. A beautiful woman in a blood-red cloak walked out from behind the screen of the hall. A chilling chill emanated from him. Han Fei looked back and was stunned. No, you are not Mingzhu. You are. His heart skipped a beat. Looking at the woman in front of him who looked like Madame Mingzhu, he was completely stunned. This woman's nose is somewhat similar to Madame Mingzhu's, but her temperament is completely different. Mrs. Mingzhu is charming and attractive, but her face was cold, just like a puppet without emotions. Master Jiao doesn't even know me, so why do you think I'm the murderer? Do you really think that there's no one left in Blood Road Castle? Boy Sionbu glanced at Han Fei coldly. There was no expression on her face, and even her voice did not reveal any emotion. Han Fei had never been so scared. Why are you here? Father. Han Fei looked at the king of Han in disbelief. The king of Han sat down slowly and said solemnly, Bai Yifei is dead, and there is no one to lead the kingdom of Han. Bai Xianwu is Bai Yifei's mother and the daughter of the Duke of Korea. South Korea is in need of talent right now, so I plan to appoint him as the general of Hanga Pass. Bang! Han Fei's face turned pale, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. They put a lot of effort into getting rid of the two bad apples in South Korea. Now, unexpectedly, another dragon has appeared, stirring up the storm. Is South Korea really doomed? Chapter 161 Master, can you comfort me? Han Fei didn't even know how he left the palace. Not afraid. His heart sank to the bottom, and he became depressed. He didn't know much about Bai Xianwu. Her existence was also mentioned in a letter sent by Chun Mo. When he saw this man in the hall, just now, he knew that Mo was not lying. It was a cold, numb corpse. Han Fei only felt a chill that made his hair stand on end. Apart from that, he could no longer sense her presence. Although she looks charming, she gives people a cold feeling. She has a great figure. Even the blood-red cloak could not hide her graceful figure. Even the king of Han did not dare to look her in the eyes. It is said that her eyes alone can make the stars pale in comparison. This person has no fluctuations, no ups and downs. Even no breath at all. Han Fei was sure that the woman had really died. He could even feel the long breathing of his teacher, Master's son. But the white slender dance. Han Fei looked carefully, but did not detect any scent from her. Is it true that, as you said, she is already dead? Han Fei suddenly hudried. Sir, did he tell you? Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Han Fei was stunned at that time. No wonder I had such a creepy feeling. Behind him is Bai Xianwu. Why are you here? Han Fei looked back and saw Bai Xianwu standing not far away. It was still that bright red cloak that attracted everyone's attention. The tail swayed gently in the cold wind, revealing the two long swords inside. Her figure is well proportioned, but it does not arouse any desire. The whole person is like an exquisite ice sculpture, exuding an aura that makes people dare not approach. Han Fei recognized these two swords. That was the sword that Bai Yifei had used before. Bai Yifei's sword came from his mother. The two swords are red and white. This sword was originally a woman's sword. Therefore, hanging this sword on Bai Xianwu's waist makes her look more heroic. Han Fei's Ayelit's Wisha. His eyes gradually became calm. Bai Xianwu glanced at him indifferently and did not answer. Han Fei suddenly felt a huge pressure. It was a look that viewed everything as dead. No one could remain calm under such a look. Bai Xianwu looked for a while, then retracted her gaze and walked over alone. The blood-red cloak on her body fluttered in the wind, and her long hair that reached down to her waist also fluttered with it. Tell your husband, the nutrients I worked so hard to raise were killed by him, so let him be my nutrients. She took him Bai Yifei in the first place just to let Bai Yifei practice this evil magic. This is not because she is soft-hearted. Instead, treat it as a container for cultivating nutrients. As a result, before he could be cultivated, he was killed by Chun Mo. How could Bai Xianwu tolerate this? Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief only after she left. This woman is so dangerous. There was no emotion at all, and it was impossible to tell whether she really wanted to kill him. If the other party had really attacked him just now, he might have died without knowing why. Han Fei was horrified when he heard this. Fortunately, Chun Mo notified Tianzi and others immediately. Otherwise, even Tianzi would surely die if he met such an opponent. He stared at Bai Xianwu's departing back, lost in thought. A charming blush appeared on Mrs. Mingzhu's pretty face. The delicate and tempting lips opened and closed, and the breath was weak. She leaned lazily in Chun Mo's arms, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. It was like a cat with its bones taken out, motionless. Chun Mo gently stroked her back to help her breathe more steadily. After a long while, Mrs. Mingzhu's eyes gradually regained clarity. The whole person became a little dazed. She looked at Chun Mo, her eyes full of obsession. She curled up lazily again and shrank into his arms. That beautiful face was pressed against his neck, licking it from time to time. She shrank into Chun Mo's arms and whispered, "Master," almost died. Who made her greedy? Knowing that Chun Mo was leaving the next day, he went to two places contentedly. Chun Mo smiled slightly and said softly, "I will come back. When I am settled, I will come to Xianyang to pick you up." Of course, it wasn't just Mrs. Mingzhu who was unwilling, but she was the most enthusiastic one. Madame Mingzhu's eyes flickered slightly. She looked up at him and said cautiously, "Why don't you let me go with the master, so that I can take care of you?" Chun Mo couldn't help laughing. "You're the type who just sits there and waits for everything to be done for you, and you don't even know who's taking care of whom. Be obedient." Chun Mo touched her head and said lovingly, "Oh." She pursed her lips and said no more. In fact, she didn't really want to keep Chun Mo all for herself. "But Jingwei will also stay here." Chun Mo changed the subject. "By the way, I have something else to talk to you about. Bai Xianwu's power is increased by sucking blood. There's definitely a lot of stuff like this in the military camp. For a great general like her, the death of a few soldiers every day would go unnoticed. In the long run, no one knows how much she will grow." The King of Han was not looking for a general. This is simply raising a tiger to cause trouble. "Yeah, I have to think of a way to get rid of her as soon as possible. Once Bai Xianwu enters the camp, it will not be easy to kill her. First of all, her strength is not worse than mine. What's more, he was leading an army of 100,000. Killing her is much more difficult than killing Lu Buwei. What Lu Buwei relied on was his network of relationships and power. Without these, he is just a fish on the chopping board. But Bai Xianwu is different. Everything is her own strength." Mrs. Mingzhu's heart began to beat violently at this moment. Move. Even after so many years, the shadow left by Bai Xianwu in her heart still lingers. She will never forget how scared she was at that time. "Master, you better not interfere in this matter. My aunt, she's scary." Madame Mingzhu even suspected that it was not because King Han did not kill Bai Xianwu. Instead, he was forced to agree to it since he couldn't kill her. "She is in Korea, and we are in Qin. You gave you a sachet. She shouldn't be able to find you." Chun Mo hugged Madame Mingzhu's trembling body tightly. He sniffed the scent of her hair and said calmly, "But if you don't get rid of it, it will be a threat." Mrs. Mingzhu bit her lower lip, raised her head, and looked at him pitifully. "But I'm still scared. Master, can you comfort me?" Chapter 162, I'll skin you. Chun Mo held her in his arms and comforted her. "It's okay, it's okay." Madame Mingzhu shook her head, her hair brushing gently across Chun Mo's chest. She licked her red lips, her beautiful eyes full of desire. "I want the master to comfort me by conquering me. The night sky is dotted with stars. Sparkling. For ordinary people, stars are just embellishments in the night sky. But in the eyes of those who are proficient in astrology, they can glimpse the secrets of heaven. The Yin-Yang school is also unique in this regard. Astrology is the art of Yin and Yang, or the fourth realm. Using astrology, one can predict the future based on the zodiac signs. People always say that nothing is certain. People of the Yin-Yang school are able to find the intricate connections between the changes in heaven and earth from the orbits of the stars. Everyone has a destiny, and there is a predestined fate in everything. This is a very powerful ability. Night falls. A woman in a black and yellow dress stands on a cliff. The hem of her skirt dragged on the ground, highlighting her graceful figure to the fullest. The long black hair was simply tied up with a long hairpin. Cross your hands naturally on your abdomen. Elegant and yet noble. Her facial features are delicate, and her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. The fair skin is still so dazzling in the dark. Her waist-length hair swayed gently in the wind, and her skirt fluttered. It's like a fairy walking out of a painting. She raised her pretty face, calm as water, and looked at the starry sky. Behind him is a graceful, mature woman. Her curvy figure is like a ripe peach. The open skirt was blown up by the wind. A pair of plump and attractive legs were revealed. The red lips and the long slanted bangs on the forehead give people a charming feeling. The whole person looks like a mature woman. It makes people want to conquer. The great god of destiny was very respectful. Standing behind Dong Jun of the Yin Yang school, I didn't dare to breathe. Strangeness. At this moment, a soft, somewhat doubtful voice came from the night sky. Dongjuan's gentle brows furrowed. But soon I felt relieved. The Siming pursed his sexy red lips and said cautiously, I wonder what Lord Dongjun found out? I discovered something. Dongjun nodded slightly, neither hurried nor slow. It's like a stream. The water flows gently and there are no waves. The Siming couldn't figure out what she was thinking and didn't know whether he should ask. Her voice was soft and sounded harmless. It has only been a few months since she left the Yin family, and she has already killed hundreds of people. If she doesn't get any clues, she won't show mercy. Once they get a clue, they will kill without hesitation. When you see her, it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. The final result is only death. At this moment, Dongjuan's voice sounded again. She raised her hand and pointed at the stars in the sky. The star Chang'e appears in the east in the morning and in the west in the evening every day, but 5 days ago, it suddenly became brighter. Do you know what this means? The Siming lowered his head and said, I don't know. Dongjun put down his hand, turned around, and looked at her. The great god of destiny felt terrified. Dongjun retracted his gaze and said softly, Stupid. The Siming swallowed and said nothing. She swallowed her saliva and said, Yes, I'm extremely stupid. Dongjun stood still, but her body slowly flew up from a cliff. It fell lightly to the ground, as if flying in the wind. He took a step forward and passed by the great god of destiny. Her steps were steady and her tone was calm. In other words, the opportunity lies in the west. She looked up toward the west. Jean. Dongjun walked farther and farther. In just a few words, he had walked dozens of meters. The voice was very soft, but extremely clear, as if it reached the ears of the great god of destiny. In Xianyang, you can go now. Go back and tell Dongwang Tai about this matter. I will definitely get it back. Besides, Dongjun paused and his voice stopped abruptly. Then he added, If you dare to report this to the moon god again, I will peel off your skin. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongjuan's elegant figure had disappeared on the top of the mountain. Only the great god of destiny was still trembling. Dongjun said he wanted to skin her alive, and that must be true. By then, it will be difficult to die. Compared with Xinjiang, which is a trade center, Xianyang is just as prosperous. There are many merchants traveling to Xinjiang. Xianyang has a large population. Since Xiangyang's reforms, the Qin state has attached great importance to population growth. More than 100 years is enough for a country's population to explode. The era in which Yingzheng lived was also an era of large population. The most prosperous street in Xianyang City was crowded with people. The vendors on both sides of the street were shouting, and the sounds of bargaining could be heard from upstairs from time to time. There were only 2 guests in a private room along the street. One sat by the window, and the other sat by the table. A young man was standing by the window. He looks young and handsome, giving people a free and easy feeling. However, such a handsome man has a pair of eyes that are hard to see through. It was a piece of black cloth. Upon closer inspection, the man turned out to be blind. The person sitting at the table is even more eye-catching. The fiery red dress perfectly highlights her curvy figure. A pair of big water blue eyes, charming and attractive. A pair of eyes that seem to be able to draw away a person's soul. The delicate and charming little mouth is slightly upturned, full of spirituality. Every time the waiter came in to serve the food, his heart would tighten when he saw her. This reminded him of his childhood sweetheart. It's like seeing your first love, your heart beats faster. Then, he would panic and look away at the blind man standing by the window. He couldn't help but sigh. How could such a beautiful woman follow a blind man? God is really blind. What are you doing standing by the window? Can you see what's happening below? Sir, madam, the food is ready. Please enjoy. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Although the servant secretly criticized Chun Mo in his heart, he still answered respectfully. Okay, you can go now. As soon as Chun Mo turned around, Yanlingji's gaze fell on him. A faint fragrance wafts into the air. Be careful. The servant looked at the white little hand holding Chun Mo's arm, and his teeth were almost broken with jealousy. Chapter 163, Does Anyone Persuade? Chun Mo was slightly stunned. Feeling Yin Lingji's gentle and considerate disguise, his heart trembled. What the hell is this witch doing? Is she here to help him? This is just like the sun rising from the west. Sure enough, when the servant closed the door with a look of envy and jealousy, Yin Lingru immediately shook off his arm. Dissatisfied, he said, I was cursing you in my heart just now. Why didn't you say anything? Chunmo knocked on the table with chopsticks and said speechlessly, Don't I just treat you as my wife? Why did he curse me in his heart? Isn't it because of you? This is a good misunderstanding. Yanlingji's charm technique is not just a fancy trick, it is a charm technique. More importantly, it can see into people's hearts. Although for someone like Chinmo, it is of little use and can even be said to be insignificant. But she could see through an ordinary restaurant waiter at a glance. The reason why Jingwei didn't take her with her was because she didn't want to reveal her identity. Xinu was busy transferring her property to the state of Qin. The others are weaker and won't be able to help much even if they go. There is no other choice but to take this fire starter with me. Tianze and Wei Zhuang. What's there for a man to bring? You just call them over when a fight breaks out. Although Yanlingji is a little naughty, she is also a beauty. Just don't let her mess around. After hearing what Chinmo said, Yanlingji suddenly felt a little bored. He could always guess what she was thinking. She was so angry that she stuffed another piece of food into her mouth. Chunmo glanced at her thin red lips, which curled up slightly. In later generations, this was called smiling lips. At this moment, she was covered in oil and looked very attractive. If you can, never mind. Given her temper, you never know when she might bite someone. If that happens, you will lose your happiness. What are we going to do next? Just when he was about to give up, Yanlingji's voice rang out. Chunmo raised his head and looked at the sunlight outside the window, then spoke. What? In broad daylight? That's not good, right? Yanlingji glared at Chunmo unhappily. We're not thieves. Do we need to be so sneaky? We can't wait any longer. Chunmo thought about it. That seems to be the case. Yeah, well, I'll go book a room after dinner. Yanlingji's mouth suddenly froze. She turned her head to look at him, blinked her eyes, and said, Book a room? How about walking around first and getting familiar with the environment of Xianyang? Besides, why did you only book a room? Are you going to throw me on the floor or on the rafters? Have you ever done this? As soon as he came out, he looked like he was bullying others. After I get back, I will definitely complain to Jingwei. Chunmo's hand trembled slightly. Nima, your sister. Not from the same channel. Then you can sleep in my bed. Without giving Yanlingji a chance to refute, he added, This word refers to quantity. 1, 2, 3. Read more books when you have time, and don't play with fire all day. There are a lot of people in Xianyang. If you don't get the room ready soon, it will be too late later. Yanlingji shrugged, looking indifferent. She had learned a few words with great difficulty in Korea, but when she arrived in Qin, she couldn't recognize any of them at all. Yanlingji became homeless when she was very young, so he didn't recognize such big characters. However, given her personality, it would be difficult for her to concentrate on studying. I'm tired of studying, and my temper starts to rise. I just point to the things I don't understand. She can really do it, but she was not wrong. 7 languages means you have to learn 7 languages. Anyone would be annoyed if they were in this situation. There are guest rooms in the restaurant. Since Yanlingji doesn't want to escape, Chinmo naturally won't look for her anymore. Might as well book a room here. After dinner, the two drank a cup of tea and rested for a while. Seeing that everyone downstairs had left, they went downstairs. Chunmo took out a golden bean from his arms. 2 of the best rooms. When a shopkeeper saw it, his eyes lit up immediately. Okay, got it. Wait a minute. I'll help you take a look. Although this is Xianyang, he rarely carries gold with him. Let's look at Yanlingji and Chunmo again. He is indeed a rich man. The boss flipped through the register quickly. Both of them couldn't help but sigh. This thing is much more useful than bamboo. In the past, he would record everything on bamboo slips every day. With this paper, you can change it every month. I really don't know which genius invented this thing. However, the joy on the boss's face became more and more intense. Look at the golden bean again. The color has become darker. What's wrong? Yanlingji suddenly had a bad feeling. Is there only one room left? I'm so sorry. There's only one room left. Yanlingji held the flower pot in one hand and put the other hand behind her back, and a ball of fire suddenly appeared in her hand. I really want to slap him. With a pair of big eyes wide open, he smiled innocently and said, I didn't hear you clearly. How about you say it again? The boss shuddered when he saw her smile. Why does such a pretty girl look like she's going to burn down his shop? The boss smiled bitterly and said, Today is the Lantern Festival. Business is good. Only one room. Yanlingji even suspected that this boss was bribed by Chunmo. How could such a little trick fool her? But there is no evidence. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Do you think that if you live in a room with me, you can watch me take a shower? So what if I take off all my clothes? In Yin Lingji's opinion, Chen Mo was able to do this entirely because of his hearing. There are only a handful of women who know that he can see. Well, let's go look somewhere else. Just when she was confused, Chen Mo's faint voice came to her ears. As he said this, he stretched out his hand, wanting to take the golden bean back. Yin Lingji was slightly stunned. Did I misunderstand him? The boss panicked when he saw this. How could he let go of the fat meat that was right in front of him? He quickly grabbed his hand and thought about it. I remember, Yaxi Anjuin is a 3-story building with a guest living in it. If you two don't mind, I can have someone talk to her about it. What do you think? Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze to Yin Lingji. Yin Lingji's blue eyes turned slightly. Yeah. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy, and he quickly called the servant over. After a while, the servant ran back from the backyard, looking anxious. That guest refused. The shopkeeper glared at him and scolded him. Why don't you try to persuade him? What do you want your mouth for? The servant looked embarrassed. Doesn't he want to persuade? But that half-smile look made him dare not speak. Chapter 164, That Tall Figure. Chen Mo shook his head and put away the golden beans in his hand. Forget it. Let's go look somewhere else first. Living in the courtyard is much more expensive than living in the best room. The shopkeeper doesn't want to let these two businesses slip away. He said politely, please stay, I will go and persuade him. Chen Mo didn't force it. He was a rich man anyway, so why was he afraid of having no place to live? Just as he was about to say no, he heard the servant lower his voice and say, Boss, this guest is here. The shopkeeper turned around, his eyes shining. Let them meet, maybe it will work out. Yin Lingji also turned and looked towards the backyard. Her eyes suddenly widened. What a beautiful woman. Even a monster like her says she is beautiful. How beautiful she is. Chen Mo had noticed it long ago. He was also a little surprised. It is indeed beautiful. The black and yellow dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair was casually tied behind her head with a long hairpin, but could not conceal her innate noble temperament. As she walked, her pair of fair little hands naturally folded over her belly. Her steps were so small that only her skirt swayed slightly. It is elegant and natural, without any trace of affectation. He had a faint smile on his face and looked very kind. I saw the shopkeeper coming over. The woman stopped immediately. What's up? I don't know why, but when she looked at me like that, the shopkeeper felt a chill down his spine. She looks very gentle and has a nice voice, but it made him feel scared. The shopkeeper just fell dry-mouthed. He licked his lips and said, Miss, we don't have enough rooms in the inn. We happen to have 2 rooms. Please be flexible. How about I give you a discount? The woman still had that smile on her face and didn't even look at him. Straight past him. The smile on the shopkeeper's face suddenly froze. Yin Lingji pursed her lips and said, Then let's go. It seems that you really don't want to. Chen Mo didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, ready to go to the next door. However, the woman passing by him stopped. He paused, as if remembering something. She turned her head and looked at his face. You can't see? Chen Maqian smiled slightly and said, This is a congenital problem. The woman nodded slightly and looked at his waist tenderly. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. After saying that, he glanced at Yin Lingji, then looked at Chen Mo and said, I don't like noise. You two should keep your voices down. The shopkeeper was a smart man and immediately understood what the other party meant. Don't worry. They live in 2 rooms and won't disturb you. The woman opened her red lips slightly. That's good. Yin Lingji curled her lips and fell into deep thought. You know, look like a couple? The woman turned and left, and the shopkeeper hurriedly took Chen Mo and Yin Ji inside. He picked up a pen and began to take notes. Chen Mo was about to take out the money, but suddenly stopped. He looked at the roster opened by the boss and frowned slightly. Is it that woman? Chen Montak Mutut. The gaze passed across the restaurant, across the street, and fell on a majestic and noble figure. Do you know who she is? Yin Lingji glanced at Chen Mo and asked curiously. This woman gave her a very strange feeling. Chen Mo shook his head and said, I don't know, let's go. Yin Lingji rolled her eyes at him and pointed at the flower bed in her hand. Do you want to take out with me? The flowers were snatched from Chen Mo. After so many days of growing it, the flower bud is still just a bud and shows no sign of blooming. I don't know if it's because I didn't take good care of it. If it doesn't open in a few days, I'll burn it. If you don't open it, you will die. Wait for you to come back. Chen Mo pursed his lips. A woman was holding a flower bed, followed by a handsome man. It smells a bit like a killer. The bustling streets were filled with people. Yan Lingji was wearing a fiery red dress, looking like an elf. That beautiful face attracts the attention of passers-by from time to time. Shen Mashing followed dejectedly. Bags of different sizes were hung on the bamboo pole, used to poke people and explore the way. We agreed to go to Xianyang to find out the truth. But as soon as Yan Lingji came out, she completely let herself go. I also bought some weird things. They're not here to get information, but to shop. Whenever he wanted to refuse to pay, she would act pitiful. Buy it, it's up to you. You make me bleed, and sooner or later I will make you bleed. In this way, the two of them strolled from afternoon to evening. Yan Lingji found a place to eat something, then pulled Chen Mo to continue on their journey. It's getting late. However, the number of people on the streets did not decrease, but increased instead. The streets are lined with lanterns, making them very lively. Chen Mo paused and suddenly asked, "What day is today?" Yan Lingji walked with her hands behind her back, looking at the lanterns around her curiously. Hearing this, he didn't care and said casually, "It seems to be the Lantern Festival. The Baiwe people have never celebrated such a festival before." This was told to them by the owner of their restaurant. The Lantern Festival is indeed very lively. No matter how many people there are in Xianyang, it is impossible to have a market-like. Only at this time will people go out. Yan Lingji's gaze fell on the lanterns. The lanterns made of colorful tulle are colorful. She had never seen lights like these. Chen Mo saw the curiosity in her eyes and reminded her, "There's a lantern shop in front. If you like, you can go buy one." Yan Lingji turned and looked at Chen Mo with a look of surprise on her face. This was the first time in such a long time that he had offered to buy something. "Why don't you buy it for me?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "I'm the one spending the money anyway, so what does it matter?" Yan Lingji rolled her eyes at him unhappily. "Idiot. Chen Mo is not a fool. He just felt that if he could get a woman like Yan Lingji with just a lantern, that would be too exaggerated, right?" Hearing this, he was slightly stunned. He smiled, took Yan Lingji's hand, and quickened his pace. "You choose." Yan Lingji was feeling depressed, and before she could come to her senses, the person had been taken away. When she came to her senses, her expression froze. Feeling the warmth of that little hand, she felt a sense of security again. Yan Lingji opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Like a robot, under the leadership of Chen Mo, he passed through the crowd unhindered. It was quiet all around. The colorful lanterns went out one by one. The scene before my eyes disappeared in an instant. The only thing left before my eyes was that tall figure. Chapter 165, Are you willing to give it to me? Pick any one of your own, and I'll buy it for you. Chen Mo said as he stood in front of a stall selling lanterns. Yan Lingji felt her hands loosen, and she suddenly woke up. One hand is placed in front of you while the other is grasping. Those deep blue eyes no longer had the liveliness they once had. Instead, they were dull. He pursed his thin lips, his expression somewhat complicated. After being asked by Chen Mo, he was no longer in the mood to choose carefully. He glanced around the stall and finally fell on a last lantern. This lamp is nice. The color is bright. It suits you very well." Suddenly, a soft voice came from beside Yan Lingji. When she turned around, she saw a woman standing next to her. She is dignified and graceful, with beautiful features like a painting, and extremely beautiful. "Is it you?" She was slightly stunned. The person who spoke was the woman who had lived in the restaurant before. The woman said softly, "What a coincidence, seeing you again." There was a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Mo, then looked away. Chen Mo's mouth twitched. What a coincidence. How could it not be a coincidence? There were a lot of people on the Lantern Festival, and there are many people selling lanterns. This is such a coincidence. How much is this? The boss rubbed his hands together and said, "Sorry guys, this is not for sale." "No? Then what are you hanging here for?" Yan Lingji was slightly startled and spoke with some disappointment. The boss is not young anymore and is no longer at the age where he can indulge in beauty. But after hearing Yan Lingji's voice, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened a bit. He explained, "This lamp is given to you by me. As long as you guess the riddle of the lamp correctly, the lamp will be yours." "Deliver." Yan Lingji blinked and asked in confusion, "Is this true or false? Are all the people in Central Plain stupid?"
The woman next to her burst out laughing when she heard this and asked, "Guess the lantern riddles?"
Chen Mo suddenly realized how to guess. Of course, there is no such stupid boss in the world. This doesn't seem like guessing riddles. but more like gambling on lanterns. Pay a deposit to place a bet. If you guess the riddle correctly, the lantern will be taken away. If you guess wrong, your deposit will not be refunded. So compared to selling colored lights, this method is more attractive and more profitable. The boss said, a deposit of $30 will get you unlimited puzzles. If either of you guesses incorrectly, the second young master will give you both a lamp. Thinking is 30 knives can be guessed from beginning to end. How much you can take depends entirely on your ability. The corner of Yin Lingji's mouth twitched. He also said that people from the Central Plains were all fools, but now it seems that he is the fool. There were only 7 lanterns, and even if I sold them all, it wouldn't be enough for $30. This old guy is so bad. Boring, let's go. Although I'm a little naughty sometimes, I am not stupid. The woman also shook her head slightly. This shopkeeper is really smart. If you guess correctly, you can get your deposit back. If you guess a question wrong, you will win big. Obviously, the prettier the lantern, the more difficult the riddle. Chun Mo stood where he was, took out his purse, and handed it to the shopkeeper. Have a go. The boss opened it and said, wow, there are so many. Chun Mo chuckled. It's okay, just help me collect it first. You will have to pay it back later anyway, so I'm too lazy to count. A hint of curiosity flashed across the gentle and beautiful face of the woman next to him. She heard a hint of confidence in Chun Mo's tone. The boss was stunned and felt uneasy because of his smile. More and more people gathered around. It's not because the boss's stall is so tempting. He was a blind man, and he was accompanied by 2 stunning beauties. The combination was very eye-catching. At this time, Chun Mo looked at the woman next to him. Can you read this question to me again? It would be incredible if it were said directly. As for Yin Lingji, she didn't recognize a single word. The woman had a calm and gentle face, giving people a feeling that she was easy to get along with. Nodding slightly, okay. Yin Lingji gently tugged at Chun Mo's sleeve and whispered, with so many eyes staring at us, should we leave? Of course, she wasn't shy. He was afraid that Chun Mo would not be able to guess it and would be laughed at. Don't worry. Chun Mo patted her sleeves. Yin Lingji blinked and looked at the back of her hand. She rolled her eyes at him, taking advantage of someone's misfortune again. Just guess. You'll be the one who is embarrassed then. The riddle is hung on a bamboo just below the lantern. The woman raised her hand to steady the lantern and looked at the question. Slowly read. Question 1. Lady Hong, when she went up to a tall building, felt pain in her heart and shed tears. Guess an object. Candle. As soon as this sentence came out, Chun Mo thought of the answer. The woman was startled. Yin Lingji was also slightly stunned. The boss next to him was also confused. Before Yin Lingji could hear the question clearly, Chun Mo had already given the answer. The boss looked Chun Mo up and down. Oh, I really don't know. This blind guy is quite capable. Congratulations. The boss took out the bamboo slip with the answers written on it from the lamp and spread it out for them to see, to show that he didn't cheat. When Yin Lingji saw that Chun Majin was right, a smile appeared on her face. My, he pointed to the first lamp. The shopkeeper took down the lantern and handed it to her. Sir, you guessed it right, so it belongs to you, Mississippi. Yin Lingji accepted it with a smile. It seems that buying colored lights in this way is indeed more meaningful than buying them with real money. The riddles are getting harder and harder. If the boss guesses wrong, he can earn $30. Unless Chun Mo can guess all of them correctly, the deposit will not be refunded. So he was not panicked at all. The woman looked at Chun Mo and said softly, second question. Sitting is also sitting, standing is also sitting, walking is also sitting, lying down is also sitting. The woman frowned slightly. The difficulty of the second question increased significantly. The only difficulty is that there are no hints. Is this a word puzzle or an object puzzle? As she was thinking, Chun Mo's voice came to her ears again, frog. Yin Lingji slowly raised her head and glanced at him. After saying that, he looked at the stall owner. The boss grinned and pulled the bamboo slip with the riddle written on it out of the lamp. He handed over the lantern in his hand. Congratulations again. Yin Lingji happily put away the lantern. Her gaze fell on Chun Mo again. There was a glimmer of surprise in his calm eyes. Sir, you have a quick mind, which is rare. Chun Mo smiled slightly and said modestly, it was just luck. What are 2 riddles? Even if there were 10 more questions, he would be able to guess them. How did you put the answer in the lantern? Isn't this right in front of me? I'm cheating, what can you do? The smile on the woman's face grew wider, and the entire lantern lit up. Still guessing? She asked softly. Chun Mo nodded slightly. Miss, please speak. After a while, The boss' mouth twitched, and he reluctantly took down the last colorful lantern. Tremblingly, he took out Chenmo's purse and handed it back. Where did this blind man come from? Guess 7 puzzles in one go. He has been setting up a stall here for a while, but this is the first time he has seen such a person. The woman glanced at Chenmo and was also shocked. If that was the case, she could have guessed it. However, it is not as easy as Chenmo. As soon as I opened my mouth, the other person immediately gave the answer. No need to think about it at all. This made her very curious. This guy, his brain works too fast, right? Yin Lingji held 6 lanterns in both hands, with unconcealable joy in her eyes. He took the colorful lantern and hesitated for a moment. He turned to look at the woman and asked, "Here's this for you." These 2 people who were not related to them at all actually joined them in guessing riddles. Yin Lingji would feel embarrassed if she didn't say anything. What's more, the 2 of them live in the same yard. Sent a lantern as a token of gratitude. The woman was stunned when she saw the colorful lantern in her hand. This is what the girl liked. Are you willing to give it to me? Chapter 166, I'll tell you when we have a relationship. Yin Lingji blinked and smiled. I have a lot here. The woman looked at the lantern in the other person's hand and nodded. Thank you. Just then, Chenmo's actions attracted her attention. The boss took a few knife coins from Chenmo with a painful expression on his face. This is... Chenmo chuckled and said, it's not easy for the elderly to make a living, so we just want to have some fun. This is your capital. We want the lantern. As the saying goes, if you lose a gamble, you have to accept the consequences. Since Chenmo won the lantern, he naturally didn't need to pay. But I won, but I still cheated. The Lantern Festival only happens once a year, so we can't let them make a wasted trip. The boss was stunned for a long time holding the money before he reacted and thanked me repeatedly. The woman glanced at Chenmo, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This person seems to be different from those he has met before. She saw a kind of humanity in Chenmo that she had never seen before. The 3 of them left the lantern stall and wandered around the bustling market. The charming and attractive Yin Lingji and the dignified and elegant woman are completely 2 different styles. The 2 men stood on the left and the right, sandwiching Chenmo in the middle. There was always a gentle smile on the woman's lips. Chenmo and Yin Lingji were both carrying large bags in their hands, so it was impossible for them to stroll around the street. The woman also felt a little bored, so the 2 of them returned to the restaurant. The shopkeeper at the front desk was also stunned when he saw the 2 people coming together. What time is it now? There are 3 rooms in the yard. Every room has its place. The 2 courtyards are shared. Room number 1 is the room of the woman just now. After returning to the room, she closed the door and looked at the night sky outside the window. But tonight, the sky was covered with dark clouds, so she didn't even have the chance to see the stars. During the day, the reason why the 2 people were allowed to move into this yard was because Chenmo's eyes were blindfolded with a black cloth. She once looked at the stars and calculated that the opportunity she was looking for was in Xianying. Changing star, also known as the morning star, represents hope, a sign of wisdom and talent. By finding out who or what it represents, we can solve the mystery of the blue dragon and the 7 stars. Changing star appears in 2 different positions every day, east and west, which means that this opportunity is from the east to the west. This star is also known as Tai-Bai star. Among the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood. Wood represents eyes in the 5 elements of the human body. If this opportunity is for a person, it means that gold and wood are in conflict, which means that this person has eye disease. This is also why she suddenly stopped after seeing Chenmo, especially when she saw the knife coin hanging around Chenmo's waist. Her guess was confirmed. When Chenmo paid the bill, he had a Korean knife and money on him. The Qin state did not allow the use of Korean knife coins. The knife coin used for guessing riddles was given to him by the restaurant owner. The East is South Korea. A blind man actually guessed 7 riddles in a row. It is consistent with the wisdom symbolized by Changing star. From this point of view, it is consistent with the results of his previous stargazing deduction. Whether it is true or not, we will have to observe for a while. The woman came back to her senses. Just when I was about to close the window, I saw Chenmo push the door open and walk out. He was sweating and his face was red. It looked so hot. Hot. Dongjun looked at the snowflakes falling outside the window and was slightly surprised. Chenmo walked into the yard dejectedly. A gust of cold wind blew by, and he felt the heat in his body gradually subside. This Firestarter girl really went a bit too far. It took me half an hour to take a bath. Not to mention half an hour. She couldn't stand it. It was all white, and I almost burst. Let me know when you take a shower. If you can't eat it, then don't watch it. Chunimo shook his head and sighed in the yard. Why are you sighing? Just then, a gentle voice came from the side. The distinguished figure walked out of the room. Chunimo frowned slightly. In the afternoon, he saw this man's name on the shopkeeper's list. Fian, what a beautiful name. As beautiful as she is. Gee, whose name is Fian? Coupled with her elegant and noble temperament, Chunimo instantly thought of someone. That is Dong Jun of the Inyang school. He was an infatuated person who could give up everything for love, but was played around by that bastard Yandan. He tricked her into giving birth to his child, then used her to kill his master and became the heir of the Mai school. In the end, he stood on the moral high ground again, accusing her and abandoning her with a righteous attitude. If this isn't scum, then what is? I want to do great things, but I also want to wash my hands clean. Signal the people around you to take action, and then drive away those who take action. It's not just hypocritical, it's simply despicable. Although Dong Jun is cold and ruthless to others, she will not hold back at all when it comes to those around her. He clearly had the ability to kill Yandan, but he acted like a punching bag and didn't respond when he was insulted or beaten. She knew she was being used, but she still defended him. Love is terrible, but it doesn't matter. Considering the time, Dong Jun shouldn't be fooled by that bastard. The two probably haven't met yet. Oh, nothing, just a little trouble. Chunimo said this without turning his head. Troubles? Fian's footsteps were so light that they were almost inaudible. Her hands were still on her belly, and she looked very dignified. As he walked, he said, I saw you today, and your ideas are flowing like spring. I didn't expect that you would have something to worry about today. I don't know what's on your mind. Tell me what's on your mind. Maybe I can help. A smile appeared on Chunmo's lips. I'm tempted by the lighter girl in the room, and I want to light your cigarette as well. Can you help too? I bet she would, but she has to like you first. A hint of curiosity flashed in Fian's beautiful eyes. Judging from astrology, the person in front of her is very likely her chance. So what exactly is this opportunity? Is it the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon? Or can he help me find the key clue? Or can I get something from him? I don't know yet. So Fian was not in a hurry at all. Just explore it slowly. The Inyang family has waited for hundreds of years, so this time won't be a big deal. Then start by getting to know this person. White snowflakes fluttered down, dyeing the entire courtyard silver. Under the reflection of the white snow, Fian's skin seemed to be covered with a faint halo. She is like a goddess descending to earth, noble and beautiful. Fian stretched out a slender hand. He gently picked up a snowflake, and the smile on his lips deepened. He whispered, When I saw the snow, a word suddenly occurred to me. She stared at Chunimo, as if waiting for him to ask something. What? Chunimo did not let her wait in vain. Fian closed her plump lips and said slowly, When we watched the snow that day, you never looked at me, and I never looked at the snow. I wonder if you have heard of it, sir. Chen Montag was stunt. He was slightly startled. Do you also like to watch the grudges in the martial arts world? Of course he had heard this sentence, because this book was written by him. Fian smiled, making the entire dark space bright. I have read all the books in the world, and this is the only one that is interesting. Although it may sound like bragging, this possibility still exists. There are not many books in this world, and she has always stayed in the Yin-Yang family. Apart from practicing and reading, I do nothing else. Plus, she's very smart and basically has a photographic memory. I admit that you are very knowledgeable. But how can something like love be taught from books? Without emotions, no matter how many books you read, you will still be illiterate. Chunimo nodded gently and corrected, I have heard it before, but this sentence means that the man has feelings but the concubine has no loyalty. Isn't it inappropriate to use it here? This sentence means unrequited love. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Fian to suddenly say such words. But she said leisurely, I wanted to share your worries, but you turned a deaf ear to me. You can't tell me, or are you wary of me? Chunimo couldn't help laughing. It's not a precaution. I'm just worrying about nothing. It's better not to say it, so as not to make a fool of yourself. We don't know each other very well, so how can I tell you? Unless you know everything about this. I'll tell you when we have a relationship. Chapter 167 is finally open. Fian was rejected, but she was not angry. The smile on her face remained unchanged. Sir, you are so smart, and you have such a beautiful woman by your side. If you're a mediocre person, then aren't all men in the world mediocre people? In a sense, a woman is a man's face. especially a stunning beauty like Yin Lingji. This will take his partner status to the next level. How could such a beautiful woman be with an ordinary man? At least Fian thinks so. She has always been curious about why Chinemo would tell so many riddles. At this moment, Yin Lingji's room suddenly opened. After taking a bath, Yin Lingji did not use a hairpin, and her jet black hair fell behind her. I don't know if it's because it's been soaked in water for too long. The skin is fair with a hint of blush. Her little face was rosy, somewhat similar to Manhwa when she was flying. He folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the doorframe. The graceful S-shaped curve, coupled with the charming face, would make anyone who sees it want to look up. However, when she looked at Chonimo, a dangerous look flashed in her eyes. This guy, why are there women everywhere? When we entered the palace, there was a bad smell. Now I live in an inn and can chat and laugh with people. It's snowing heavily, and 2 people are standing outside, being very affectionate. Aren't they afraid of freezing into popsicles? Fian looked at Yin Lingji calmly and nodded slightly. Chinemo sensed a hint of danger in Yin Lingji's eyes. She curled her lips, looking confused. You're not sleeping yet? He couldn't bear to see it just now, so he slightly narrowed his perception range. So, he didn't know what Yin Lingji did in the room. Looking at her rosy little face, I wonder if she is amusing herself. Yin Lingji took a deep breath and sighed softly. A look of resentment suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Great acting. The room is too bright. I can't sleep. The room was filled with 6 colorful lanterns that dazzled her eyes. Just like when Chunemo was taking a shower and was shaken dizzy by her. Chunemo grinned. Actually, you just need to blow out the candle. Yin Lingji tilted her head, and her jet black hair fell down. Looking at Chunemo, his eyes were filled with a hint of charm. But I couldn't bear to destroy it. Chunemo finally understood. You are so pretentious, so hypocritical. I really admire you. Under her gaze, Chunmo's whole body softened, and he couldn't utter a word. He took 2 steps back, sat down on the stone bench, and said, take out the lantern and give you some fun. When Yin Lingji heard something interesting, her blue eyes suddenly lit up. The seductive look faded, replaced by a girlish curiosity. What do you mean? Chinemo said thoughtfully, it's fun. Yin Lingji curled her lips and turned to walk towards the room. Okay, I'll get it right away. Seeing this, Fian couldn't help but laugh. This girl has a very interesting temper. Sometimes compassionate, sometimes resentful, sometimes charming and attractive. Now he's full of life again. Such people are either schizophrenic or good at acting. Yin Lingji is obviously the latter. The Oscars still owe her an Oscar statuette. Chinemo smiled and said, it's quite interesting. Not long after, Yin Lingji came back with 6 lanterns in her hands. She walked with a cat-like gait, her slender waist swaying in the wind and snow. She was wearing a fiery red dress, like a plum blossom in the snow. It's so beautiful that it's unbelievable. Even Fian's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. How do you play? Yin Lingji asked softly, her blue eyes full of curiosity. Still a little confused. Show it to me. Chunemo stretched out his hand and took the lantern. He blew out the candle and began to get busy. Yin Lingji squatted down and stared without blinking. Fian also looked expectant. Under the gaze of the 2 beauties, Chunemo began his modification. He first took down several heavy brackets and then secured them with bamboo sticks. He dropped the stick. He didn't want anything that could add weight. After a cup of tea, it was finally done. Yin Lingji looked at the shattered lantern. She raised her brow. Tearing down my lights, what's the fun in that? She raised her head and glared at Chunemo fiercely. Fian was also quite interested in the lantern that had been modified by Chunemo. You have great craftsmanship. It's a miracle that you can make it so simple. She still didn't quite believe the miracle that Chunemo mentioned. If that's the case, it would be disappointing. Lanterns made in this way are too light to be hung up. How could there be a miracle? Chunemo ignored them and just kept lighting the candle. Yin Lingji rubbed her hands. The fire in her heart was almost burning. Can you do that? If Chunemo dared to refuse, he would definitely disappear with the lantern. Just as Chunemo inserted the last candle, which was the size of a fingernail, he heard a crisp sound. Hearing this, he was slightly stunned. If it comes down to it, I can definitely do it. If you don't believe me, then come on. Yin Lingji raised her eyebrows and said. Fian placed her jade hand on her lips, as if thinking about something. I always feel that this statement is weird, but I couldn't tell what was so strange about it. Light it up. Chen Mo raised the simple lantern in his hand and instructed Yan Lingji. Yan Lingji took a look at the candle hanging by a rope. The slender jade fingers slowly stretched out. Puff! A small flame appeared from her fingertips. A hint of surprise flashed across Fian's beautiful eyes. I couldn't help but look at Yan Lingji one more time. There seems to be no such skill in the Central Plains. Okay, then what? Yan Lingji withdrew her hand, and the flame went out. Chen Mo held the lamp head and said, "Be patient, don't shout too loudly later." Yan Lingji glared angrily. "You can say anything to your wife. It disturbs my sleep every day." As the candle burns, the heat gradually rises. Held in Chun Mo's hand, the originally loose bandage gradually swelled up. Finally, it was inflated by the heat. He slowly loosened his hand. The modified colored lights shook and then flew up into the sky. Yan Lingji's beautiful eyes widened. A pair of water blue eyes were full of shock. As the lights rose, their heads gradually raised up. The little mouth opened wider and wider, and the tongue inside looked tender and fragrant. Chen Mo swallowed his saliva and said, "How is it? Flying away?" Yan Lingji opened her mouth wide and looked at the colorful light in shock. "Fly, fly, really fly." Fian also looked at the colorful lantern with flames with surprise. He was usually calm, but when he saw this scene, he became very upset. It was not until the lantern turned into an imperceptible light and disappeared into the night sky that the two came to their senses. "What's going on?" Yan Lingji looked at Chun Mo and asked curiously. Fian was also very curious, but I still held back. When she looked at Chun Mo, a strange light flashed in her bright eyes. She had never seen or heard of such a method before. She was also very curious about what means Chun Mo used to achieve this. Chun Mo explained with a smile. "Starting from this, then to this, then to this, it ends like this. Isn't it simple?" Yan Lingji wished she could bite this guy to death. Fian chuckled and covered her mouth with her hands while smiling. This was the first time I laughed from the bottom of my heart. This guy is really an interesting guy. It's not that Chen Mo doesn't want to say it. They have all seen how it is made. Can't you explain the principle to them? There are some left. Let's order some together. If you want the Kongming lanterns to look beautiful, there must be enough of them. Hundreds of lanterns are flying in the night sky, which is magnificent. Yan Lingji immediately forgot her previous grievances and started to make a fire. She perfectly interprets her role as the Fire Queen. Soon, 5 lanterns rose up like stars in the night sky under the illumination of snowflakes. Yan Lingji stood up and looked at the wonderful sight before her. "Close your eyes and make a wish." Just then, Chen Mo spoke softly. "Make a wish." Yan Lingji and Fei Yin both turned their eyes to him. "This is a wishing lantern." Hearing Wang Yao's words, both of their eyes lit up. They all closed their eyes and clasped their hands together. One is dignified and graceful. The other is charming and attractive. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The skin is as white as jade and as delicate as a touch. 2 completely different faces, yet both equally beautiful. Feeling the 2 people's piety, Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. Fian was the first to open her eyes and couldn't help but look at him. Chen Mo raised his head, seeming to be thinking about something. Snowflakes fluttered down and sprinkled all over his face. The smile on his face gives people a warm feeling. Looks very comfortable. Fian's heart moved. The next second, she was stunned. She didn't know why she felt this way. It's a feeling I've never had before. It's so weird. It seems to have a hint of sweetness. It seems to have a sweet taste. When we watched the snow that day, you never looked at me, and I never looked at the snow. Yan Lingji finally spoke, pointing at the light that was getting smaller and smaller. "It's so beautiful. How do you feel?" She turned and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo curled his lips. The smile on his lips became a little unnatural. "I can't see." Yan Lingji and Fei Yin were both stunned. That faint smile, like a heavy hammer, hit the 2 people's hearts hard. 2. Yan Lingji was a little at a loss. She realized she had spoken out of turn. "I didn't mean to, I forgot." Chen Mo always gave her the impression of being an ordinary person. So for a long time, she almost forgot that he was blind. It's okay. No matter how beautiful the lights are, they can't compare to the beauty in the snow. It's not that he can't see it, but that the lamp is flying too far away. Yan Lingji blinked and looked at him. Is this a compliment on her beauty? Fian smiled softly and said, "Young master has a broad mind, which is admirable." Yan Lingji was worried whether Chen Mo would be disappointed. Looking at the lights gradually fading away, I changed the subject. They seem to be flying very far away. When will they come back? Chinemo raised his eyebrows. Once you leave, there will be no possibility of coming back. Lingji was stunned for a moment and slowly turned her head away. He spoke word by word. Could it be that you lost all my lights? Chinemo curled his lips. Yes, you are right. Hey. Stop fighting. What are you arresting me for? You didn't ask for your lamp. If you hit me again, I'll hit you. Lingji was like an irritated kitten, pinching, scratching, and clawing Chinemo. Fian stared at the scene in a daze. He blinked and suddenly burst out laughing. Her gentle eyes narrowed, and she was extremely happy. Chinemo panicked and didn't know where to run, so he rushed into the house. Lingji followed closely behind, hooked her jade feet, and closed the door. A ball of fire came out of her hand. It seems that he wants to bury Chinemo and his lantern together. The fire had just started, and she hadn't had time to say anything harsh. Then her eyes fell on the flower bed on the table. The flower bud that she had been nurturing for so long finally bloomed. Chapter 168, Just a Rookie, How Ridiculous. The room was filled with a faint floral scent. The light fragrance is intoxicating. Chinemo sniffed and noticed the blooming flower on the table. Chrysanthemum? It's quite pink. Upon hearing this, Lingji frowned slightly. That's not right. A pair of big water blue eyes flickered. My heart moved. How did you know that? It was only with the help of the firelight that she could see clearly what was on the table. How did Chinemo know that the chrysanthemums were blooming? She had asked him before what kind of flower it was. He waved his hands impatiently and said he didn't know, but he still remembered it clearly. Chinmo's heart skipped a beat. It's overexposed. Actually, I know, but I didn't tell you last time. Lingji walked over step by step with her hands behind her back. Do you think I'm a fool? Can you see it? She looked at Chinmo's black cloth, her eyes full of confusion. I knew there was something wrong with this guy. A blind man is more skillful than those who have eyes. I can't even catch up. Chinemo curled his lips. Yeah, I can see it. I don't believe it. Lingji smiled coldly. Unless you take off that cloth and let me see. Chinemo spread his hands. Believe it or not. If you tell me to pick it, I will pick it. What a joke. You don't have to ask me to take off my pants, so I have to listen to you. Lingji raised the corner of her mouth in a charming arc and walked towards Chinemo step by step. Anyone could tell what she was thinking from that naughty smile. Then I'll pick it for you. She walked up to Chinemo and stretched out her little hand to touch his eyes. My fingers were about to touch the cloth. Just then, someone grabbed his wrist. Chinemo raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Rookie, have you forgotten one thing? The realm of supernatural powers. You are the 8th rank. At most, it is close to the 9th rank. You want to take off my pants? No, you want to take off my blindfold. Isn't this too fantastical? It's too bullying. Before Lingji could come to her senses, she felt her body becoming light. Chinemo grabbed her wrist, turned around, and pressed her against the wall. Lingji's delicate body stiffened and her heart began to beat wildly. That's the feeling. Here we go again. But this time, it seems to be more violent than the previous 2 times. She had an urge to hold him in her arms. Lingji's breathing became more and more rapid. There's a light floral scent mixed with a special aroma. She wrinkled her nose. This fragrance seems to come from Chinemo. The more she sniffed, the more addicted she became. She was pressed against the wall by Chinemo, unable to move, but that didn't stop her from putting her head close to it. Chinemo was confused. What are you smelling? Lingji was like a cat that had smelled fish and was tirelessly searching for the hidden dried fish. He stretched his neck and kept sniffing. You taste so good. After smelling it for a while, she looked up reluctantly. She raised her head, her eyes full of obsession. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. I want to eat it so much. The warm breath sprayed on Chinmo's neck, carrying a faint fragrance. It was like a flame that ignited the fire in everyone's heart. Chen Montak Svalovit, even more greedy than Lingji. This enchanting vixen is so addictive that you can't stop lusting after her. He lowered his head and said from the bottom of his heart, I feel that the smell on you is also very good. Lingji blinked her big eyes and looked up at him. His eyes became more gentle. It's like the snow outside is melting. Chinmo's hand, which was holding her wrist, was gently moved by her. Chinmo hesitated for a moment before letting go of his hand. His hand stopped in midair and gently embraced the slender waist. Yin Lingji's whole body shook as if she was struck by lightning. However, she did not refuse. A pair of beautiful eyes like water, captivating and charming. She pursed her red lips, raised her head, and moved her snow-white neck. She always felt that Chun Mo's face had gotten a little bigger, etc. In other words, it is getting bigger. Just when she was about to be unable to open her eyes, she felt something warm against her lips. Yin Lingji widened her eyes. This kiss made her completely stunned. He raised his hands in the air, looking like he was surrendering. Chun Mo always felt that something was not right. He thought about it, and his arms tightened. Yin Lingji. She had nowhere to put her arms, so she hugged Chun Mo's neck tightly as a revenge. She stood on tiptoe and responded enthusiastically. It's snowing harder outside. After waiting for a long while, Fian came back to her senses, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yin Lingji knows martial arts, but Chun Mo is different. I'm afraid I can't beat this girl. The room is well soundproofed, and you can't hear anything going on inside. Although Fian really wanted to know the result, she had no interest in eavesdropping. We'll see who walks unsteadily tomorrow, and then we'll know who's been dealt with. With that girl's temper, she's going to be punished pretty severely. She turned around and went back to her bedroom. The wind stopped. The storm in the house gradually subsided. A pair of big eyes flashed with an enchanting light in the darkness. Yin Lingji leaned against Chun Mo, holding her forehead with one hand, looking very enjoyable, staring at him without blinking. Chun Mo also lay on his side, supporting his head. Clothes were scattered all over the floor. Some were even torn. You can imagine how anxious these two people were at that time. How anxious he was at that time, and how calm he is now. Chun Mo reached out and grabbed Yin Lingji's shoulders. Bang! Yin Lingji's hand missed and hit her own shoulder instead. She frowned in pain. Chun Mo's mouth twitched. Aren't I covering you with a blanket? You'll easily catch a cold if you sweat so much. Yin Lingji's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and she stared at him closely. Why didn't you worry about me catching a cold? Chun Mo said calmly. Then I can't see your beauty. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. Yin Lingji seemed to be in a strange state. So peaceful, neither shy nor angry. She was just thinking about one thing. How could he succeed so easily? She thought about it carefully. He was the one who kissed her first, but it seemed like I was the one who pulled his clothes off first. It is true that she dares to love and hate, but she would not take the initiative to do so. It was as if all of a sudden, she had a great affection for him and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Doesn't exist. It's out of the question. If she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, he would not cherish her. Moreover, he has more than one or two women. Yin Lingji felt a strong sense of crisis. She blinked and looked away. When she raised her head again, her face had become charming. The slender white fingers gently stroked Chun Mo's strong chest. Her red lips parted as she spoke softly. Come on, why are you so far away? Chun Mo's mouth twitched and he looked confused. You little vixen. Although I don't know what this girl is up to. But Chun Mo was not afraid at all. He has already proved with facts that Yin Lingji is no match for him at all. She is good at the art of seduction, but has no experience at all. I have to teach you how to twist your waist. Just a rookie. How ridiculous. Chapter 169. Naturally not an ordinary person. Chun Mo came close to Yin Lingji. He reached out and hugged her soft body. Yin Lingji was slightly stunned. The thought of teasing him disappeared instantly. Her white and tender chin rested on Chun Mo's shoulder and her mouth opened, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Chun Mo asked softly, listening to the sigh in his ear. Yin Lingji leaned on Lin's shoulder and kept shaking her head. She had completely fallen. This guy is really good at what he does. Well, she's just good-looking and capable. She hugged Chun Mo's neck and closed her eyes. Your embrace is so warm. Chun Mo chuckled. You are also very warm. Yin Lingji is very enthusiastic. Perhaps it was because she was born with the ability to make fire. The body temperature seems to be higher than that of ordinary people. As we all know, human body temperature is evenly distributed in the human body. So it's hot. Yin Lingji behind him rolled her eyes. His voice was a little lazy. Do you like it? Chun Mo raised his head, kissed her raised lips, and said slowly, I like it very much. This is said sincerely. The corners of Yin Lingji's mouth curled up. A pair of big eyes are shining and sparkling with cunning light. She kissed his lips with some passion and eagerness. Let me see how much you like it. Chin Mo hesitated for a moment and said, "Your body, Before he could finish his words, Yin Lingji covered his mouth. How can one time be enough for such fun? The second day. It's noon and the sun is shining brightly. Fian was sitting in the courtyard when she suddenly heard a slight creaking sound coming from behind her. The door, which had been silent for the entire morning, was finally pushed open. She turned her head and looked. Suddenly, he was stunned. The charming and attractive Yin Lingji is extremely beautiful. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. It's just that the way he walks is a little weird. Fian smiled and said, "Did you sprain your ankle because you failed to catch up with him last night?" Yin Lingji paused. His eyes flickered, and he said meaningfully, "I caught up with him, but I didn't fight him. I have never had a fight, so I don't feel ashamed. I just had some internal injuries and some bleeding, that's all. No problem. Have a good sleep in the afternoon and come back to make amends in the evening." Fian nodded, looking thoughtful. It seems that this gentleman is hiding his strength. His strength is even stronger than this woman. Yes, that's the reason. This was the limit of what she could understand. Where is he? Why don't I see him? Fian looked at Chin Mo's closed door and then breathed a sigh of relief. From the time I came out last night until now, it seems like nothing has happened. Leave. Probably going to meet someone. Yin Lingji picked up a pile of snow from the ground. The flame in his hand instantly melted the surrounding snow. He raised his hand and threw a handful of snow on his face. My mind suddenly became much clearer. Fian glanced at her and said softly, "The technique you are practicing is a little weird. It seems to be a little different from the techniques in Zhongyuan." Yin Lingji wiped the snow from the corners of her eyes and blinked. "I'm from Baiwa." Fian stared at her in a daze. She is indeed a vixen who brings disaster to the country and the people. Baiwa? Could he be from Baiwa as well? Yin Lingji's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said casually, "I don't know about this, but it's quite special anyway. Want to get some words from me? I'm not a fool." Fian talked about Chan Mo all the time, and naturally she, a clever woman, could not hide it from her. Chan Mo sat in a private room with a smile on his face. He could sense everything around him, but he couldn't hear anything. For this purpose, he even learned lip reading. Although I haven't fully mastered it yet, I can already see most of it. This juicer, oh no, it should be said is the Fire Queen. Although this Firestarter girl is naughty, she is not stupid. After just a few words, I understood what Fian meant. Sitting opposite Chen Mo was a man in his 20s, with an expression of disbelief written all over his face. He is very tall and has big eyes. Majestic. This person is Meng Tian, who sent Ying Zheng back to Xianyang. He came to see Chen Mo on Ying Zheng's orders to tell him Ying Zheng's plan. Meng Tian also learned from Guy Nya why Ying Zheng trusted him so much. All this is because of the strong protection of the person in front of me. This is also the reason why Ying Zheng brought Guy Nya to Wu Sui's military camp. In this case, Mr. Chen Mo has shown me a great favor. Therefore, Meng Tian still respected him very much. As he was speaking, Chen Mo suddenly laughed. Meng Tian wondered what he was thinking about. "What do you think of the king's proposal?" Yin Lingji returned to her room and began to tidy up her bedding, which seemed to be the habit of women of this era. After doing all this, he looked at it carefully, then smiled, folded it, and put it in his clothes. Chen Mo came back to his senses, looked at Meng Tian, and said, "This is a good idea, but will Lu Buwei and the Queen Mother agree?" Meng Tian frowned. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chen Mo's words were very straightforward. The current king of Qin has no power at all. If you want to do anything, you must get the approval of the Queen Mother or Lu Buwei. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so secretive when going to Korea this time. Ying Zheng had great ambitions. Having a lot of passion, but nowhere to show it, you can imagine how I feel. Meng Tian thought for a moment and said, "According to your opinion, what should we do? In the current Qin state, apart from the Queen Mother, who else can be a rival to Lu Buwei? But here comes the problem. What on earth was Zhao Ji thinking? She just coveted power and didn't want to hand it over to Ying Zheng. Or is he in cahoots with Lu Buwei? Chen Mo prefers the former. Most of the military power of the Qin state was in the hands of the Queen Mother. If she had colluded with Lu Buwei, the Qin state would have changed its name and dynasty long ago. In fact, this is not a difficult task. Just letting Zheng try it, and you will know. It was a charming evening, but she is not as charming as Yin Lingji. If two people are in love, going to bed is a natural thing. At night, Chen Mo did not return to his room, took a shower and changed clothes. By the way, experience what it means to be as gentle as water. This is not a lighter at all. It's clearly just a juicer. Even gods cannot resist his enthusiasm. Fortunately, he practiced a simple technique. After some instruction, Lingji finally calmed down. This woman doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Of course, Chun and Mo knew who she was talking about. Dongjun of the Yin-Yang family is naturally not an ordinary person. Chapter 170, Let Others Depend on Me. Lingji looked at Chun and Mo with some curiosity and asked. She blinked. Yin-Yang family. Why is she here? People from the Yin-Yang school rarely appear in the world. Even if there are, they travel together. The purpose of leaving the house is to complete the mission. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. There are very few people like Dongjun who wander around Xianying City. Chinamo obviously thought of this as well. The corners of his mouth curled up into a charming arc, and he said, it might be the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. As Dongjun of the Yin-Yang family, her status is second only to Dongwang Tai. No one from the Yin-Yang family dares to say anything. The Yin-Yang school is a force with a strict hierarchy. There's a saying that goes, a high-ranking official can crush people to death. It's not just that their official ranks are high, but more importantly, their strength is also high. It has to be said that Dongjun's power is unquestionable. Even Dongwang Tai sometimes ignores her. But the facts prove that one should not be too indulgent toward subordinates. Lord Dongjun, once he is blinded by love, he can do anything. Mother's home? Your parents' family is not as important as your husband. It's just that her vision was not good enough, so she was deceived by that scumbag. It's typical that someone is being sold but still helping others count money. Since he came so early, Chinemo felt that he still had to save this woman. Lingji smoothed her hair and playfully touched Chunmo's nose. There was something playful about her charming face. Chunmo wrinkled his nose, and she smiled happily. It's like enjoying something fun. Didn't I help you find the things inside that Songlong Chishio's sword? She said it with pride. Never mention the damage to the lightsaber. He turned the trouble he had caused into his own achievement. How shameless. This is just one of them, the Blue Dragon's 7 stars, Achu. Before Chinemo could finish his words, he sneezed. Lingji laughed happily and lifted her hair beside her ears. She asked tenderly, so there's still a lot of these things? Chinemo touched his nose and felt a little itchy. 7. What's wrong? Chinemo pondered and said, there are 7 bronze boxes, and each box contains different items. One of the 7 bronze boxes. Lingji nodded and said, then what's the matter with this sword? Chunmo casually replied, because it's not safe in the copper box. Many people have heard about the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon, and they all know what is in the box. Isn't this obviously something that people are concerned about? It's like your neighbors know exactly which drawer you keep your money in and are keeping an eye on it every day. Will you continue to invest money in it? Lingji asked curiously. What's in the other boxes? Qin has a Linglong tower, Wei has a jade disc, and Han has a sword. Lingji looked up and said, another sword? What is this sword? Chunmo twitched his lips. Someone. Cut. Lingji rolled her eyes and said, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You slept with me, and you were still on guard against me. Heartless thing. All men are bad. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she bit Chinmo's chest. Chinmo was completely stunned and had no idea what was going on. He took a breath and said, why are you biting me? There was a person inside the sword. Real. Lingji still didn't let go and looked at him with confusion. There is a sword spirit inside the sword. Do you think it is a human? Tell me, what's so great about biting here? If you have the guts, go down a little further. Lingji's eyes lit up. From this point of view, it is indeed a person. This is a misunderstanding. She looked up and saw several teeth marks on Chunmo's body. She rolled up her tongue and pretended nothing had happened. Chunmo's eyes turned red as he watched her. She was simply a beauty that could make people crazy. He pulled her over and sucked her hard a few times, leaving her gasping for breath. Stopped. Lingji felt weak all over after being kissed. She curled up his arms proudly and said softly, I see she pays a lot of attention to you. Does she know that you know about the Blue Dragon's 7 stars? Chunmo smacked his lips, savoring the sweet taste. It's almost certain. The Yin-Yang school is good at astrology and will definitely be able to see some clues. Otherwise, with Dongjun's personality, why would he let the two of them live with him for no reason? Lingji's beautiful eyes were full of worry. She won't hurt you, will she? Look, women have changed. It had nothing to do with Chun Mo's life or death before. The more trouble it caused, the happier she was. But now, her attitude has completely changed. Now I know how to care about her. Chun Mo felt a hint of warmth, touched her little face, and said, "No. Not only that, they will try every possible means to make friends with us." Given Dongjun's personality, if he wanted to use force, he would have done it the first time they met. It's up to her to decide whether to fight or not. However, we must not waste time. Now that she was approaching him in this way, it meant that she was after him as a person. You want my people, and I want yours. Then let's see who wins. This Dongjun is at least a strong man in the Xiaoyao realm. If I could just get her to my room, camp. If he could win her over, his power would be even greater. But Chun Mo was very curious about what her astrological skills were. I have no confidence that I can solve the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Can this thing really predict the future? Okay, I'll have less contact with her in the future. When Yin Lingji heard that Fian wanted to be with Chun Mo, she immediately refused. Chun Mo advised, "No need, just get in touch with her more. Maybe she can help you." Obviously, Fian's attitude towards Yin Lingji is different. I don't know if it's because she gave her a colorful lantern during the Lantern Festival. This is also the reason why she and Yin Lingji get along well. He might have some plans for Chun Mo, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Yin Lingji revealed a hint of goodwill. Or maybe Yin Lingji was born with the ability to use fire. Dongjun is the reincarnation of Jinwu. In mythology, it is a symbol of the sun. Moreover, the skills she practiced also tended towards this. Even the Yin-Yang school's supreme skill, Soul of the Wandering Dragon, could only transform into a 3-legged golden crow. In other words, all this was because of Yin Lingji, and that woman is like a furnace. Chun Mo noticed it last night. As soon as the snowflakes touched her hands, they immediately melted into water, without any need for internal strength. Therefore, the temperature of her body will be higher. I don't know what this fire princess will look like. I guess it won't be roasted like a hot dog. If she could guide Yin Lingji's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. During this period of time, Chun Mo was thinking about how to make them stronger. His method of cultivation was to practice while lying down, and he had no idea how to practice at all. Even if he wanted to teach, the other party wouldn't know how to learn. After hearing what Chun Mo said, Yin Lingji let go of her prejudice. She climbed onto Chun Mo's body and said, "What should we do now? Should we join other forces, or do it secretly like we did in South Korea?" She was asking Chun Mo about his next plan. Chun Mo changed his perspective and said calmly, "No, this time let others depend on me." Chapter 171 Betting. Yin Lingji frowned slightly. "Would you please stop bragging?" No." Chun Mo chuckled. "Want to make a bet?" "How about it?" Yin Lingji sighed. She buried her face in his neck. "Well, okay, let's bet." Chun Mo thought about it, and an evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and whispered something in her pink ear. A hint of excitement appeared on Yin Lingji's face. She looked up sharply. Then she glared at him fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "What if you lose?" Chun Mo raised his lips into a confident smile. "I'm sure to lose this battle." Yin Lingji blinked and asked in confusion. She leaned her head against him, a sly gleam in her eyes. "No, if you lose, then it's your turn to help me." Chun Mo paused, his lips curled up. "In fact, I can totally lose." "Okay, don't cheat if you lose. This goblin is thick-skinned and shameless." Yin Lingji patted his shoulder gently. "Yeah, even though you say that, don't be lazy." It was late at night, but the lights in the Prime Minister's residence were bright. But one of them was completely dark. That was Lu Buwei's study. Ever since he finished his court session, he has been staying in his study and has not come out. He had a gloomy face and didn't relax for a long time. This time, the plan to assassinate Ing Zheng not only failed, but also resulted in the death of a strong man like Xian Jian. After Jingwei, Luo Wang lost another 9th-grade strongman. What's even worse is that Xian Jian's body is also missing. Xian Jian's body is okay, but what's inside his body is the most important. The only good news is that Ing Zheng seems to have not realized that he has sent out the assassin. As for the attack on him in South Korea, he didn't say a word. The web is indeed in our own hands, but not many people know it. So what if Ing Zheng has doubts? He is the prime minister and holds great power. Without evidence, what can a king who has not yet come to power do to him? Relying on a quicksand? Isn't this young king a little too fanciful? If Ing Zheng can agree to Lu Sha, then Lu Buwei can naturally agree to it as well. In this society, profit is everything. As a businessman, he never takes his enemies to heart. As long as enough conditions are offered, Lu Sha will definitely be tempted. What's more, there is no deep hatred between him and Quicksand. If this cooperation is beneficial to both parties, then Lu Buwei believes that the other party will be very happy to cooperate with him. After figuring this out, his tense nerves finally relaxed. Ying Zheng in the Xianying Palace was not as open-minded as Lu Buwei. Surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs, Ying Zheng walked into the depths of the palace with a heavy heart. Inside the palace, all the snow had already been cleared away. This is the Queen Mother's bedroom. In addition to the main hall, there are several side halls. Ying Zheng stood outside the hall and looked around with a sharp gaze. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. His calm eyes made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The heavy door creaked open. Zhao Ji's personal maid came out, bowed respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother invites you." Regardless of whether Ying Zheng is currently handling state affairs or not, according to the rules, he must ask for permission if he wants to see the Queen Mother. After all, except the Queen Mother of Qin, and she is the biological mother of the King of Qin. After the palace, maid reported. Gainyef followed closely behind and stood at the door. Ordinary people cannot enter the Empress Dowager's bedroom without the Empress Dowager's summons. Ying Zheng looked straight ahead and strode into the hall. Inside the brightly lit palace, as soon as you enter the door, a warm feeling hits you in the face. It was in stark contrast to the cold outside. A red veil was hung in the center of the hall, covering the hall, the place where Zhao Ji slept. The gauze curtain in the middle didn't move at all, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. A gorgeous phoenix bed took up half of the space, and next to the bed, the two maids lowered their heads and bowed their heads. On the phoenix bed, there lies a graceful figure. Your son greets his mother. Well, give the king a seat. A lazy and gentle voice came from behind the curtain. His voice was soft, yet somewhat charming. No need. I just entered the palace today to report to my mother. Ying Zheng winked at the two maids. His eyes were calm, yet full of majesty. The two maids stood there holding chairs, hesitant. Okay, back off. Zhao Ji waved gently through the gauze curtain. The two palace maids then lifted the chair and left. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. He was a king, yet two mere palace maids dared to disobey him. Is this because he has no prestige, or because Zhao Ji's prestige is too high? Why did your majesty think of informing me? Zhao Ji didn't know that Ying Zheng had left the palace. She only found out later that it was because the king of Qin did not attend court. So there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. The son went out without even saying hello to his mother. It is a big deal when the king of a country leaves the palace. So Ying Zheng used the word reply, and she emphasized the word notify. I left too early and was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I didn't report. Now that you are back, you should pay your respects to your mother according to the rules. Zhao Ji was silent for a moment before she slowly replied, Well, that's fair. It's your filial piety. Have you seen anything along the way? No matter whether what Ying Zheng said was true or false, it was impossible for him to keep harping on this matter. So he began to ask about his gains. In Zhao Ji's opinion, Ying Zheng was probably bored in the palace and wanted to come out and relax. Ying Zheng curled his lips and said nothing. Only then did Zhao Ji suddenly realize. Let's all go. The palace maid inside bowed slightly, lifted the gauze curtain, and walked out. A graceful figure flashed past behind the curtain. After the palace maids left, only Ying Zheng and Zhao Ji were left in the bedroom. Zhao Ji finally spoke. Can you tell me? Ying Zheng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking firmly at the curtain that was gradually stopping. It's like looking at the person behind you through a veil. I saw Cheng Qingjiao. What? Zhao Ji's surprised voice came from behind the curtain. She sat up from the bed. Cheng Jiao? He's not dead. Cheng Jiao was executed for treason, and everyone in Qin knew about it. Ying Zheng said calmly, It is Cheng Qingjiao. I will never forget him. The reason he came to see Zhao Ji this time was to use the matter of Cheng Qingjiao to test Zhao Ji's attitude towards him. And what role did he play in the Cheng Jiao case? Chapter 172 Predictions. What did he say? Zhao Ji stood up, walking with light and graceful steps. Through the veil, he asked Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng took a slight breath. His hands slowly clenched. Zhao Ji's behavior implies that he is closely related to Cheng Jiao. Otherwise, she would definitely ask if there was something wrong with my ears. But the first thing she thought of was what Chang Jiao said to him. There was a gloomy glimpse in Ying Zheng's eyes. I want him to explain why you betrayed me in the Qin state. What did he say? Through the curtain, Ying Zheng could not see Zhao Ji's expression at this moment. However, there was a hint of coldness in her tone. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, neither servile nor arrogant. He asked me to ask you, is this why you came to see me? When Zhao Ji heard this, a look of relief appeared on her face. The tone was somewhat displeased. Ying Zheng's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a deep voice, yes, I came to ask you, why did Cheng Jiao betray me? Zhao Ji looked at him through the veil for a while before saying. As he said this, he waved his sleeves. She turned around and sat down on the phoenix couch. Are you here to inquire of me, or to question me? Ying Zheng's attitude was very dissatisfied, and there was a subtle sense of tension in the bedroom. It didn't happen before. Even when facing his own mother, he is respectful. It's only been a short time, and he's completely different. Ying Zheng said calmly, don't worry, mother. I just want an answer. Zhao Ji was slightly startled, then nodded slightly. That's all for you to worry about. You mean I'm not qualified to know? Mother, don't forget that I am not only your son, but also the king of Qin. Zhao Ji suddenly got up from the ground, and her exposed shoulders trembled slightly. Obviously, he was very angry about Ying Zheng's words. She gritted her teeth and asked, where did you learn to talk to your mother like this? Have you been studying etiquette and Confucianism all these years? Ying Zheng had never spoken to her like this before. Back then, the two of them depended on each other for life and death in Handan, and after going through many hardships, they finally returned to Qin. This is also the reason why Ying Zheng was the most filial to her. What happened to make him change so drastically? All of this is her own fault. Ying Zheng is now seeing things in his eyes. He was especially shocked when he learned that Zhao Ji and Zhao Yu had a relationship. No one can be trusted in the Qin state. I just need an answer. Does Cheng Jiao's matter have anything to do with my mother? Zhao Ji supported herself on the bed with one arm, her pretty face slightly blushing. She placed a hand on her chest and tilted her head to look at him. Mom is doing this for your own good. I just want to know the truth. A strange look flashed in Zhao Ji's eyes. She didn't realize it until this moment. This child seems to be really different. Following Ying Zheng's firm words, the entire hall was filled with silence. Zhao Ji touched her chest and calmed herself down. The expression on his face gradually returned to normal. She knew that if she didn't explain things clearly, Ying Zheng would not let her go. Yeah, it has something to do with me. Ying Zheng's face was as gloomy as water, and he waited for Zhao Ji's next words. Zhao Ji stood up slowly. He groaned and said, Cheng Jiao did not betray us. What? Ying Zheng's body trembled violently, and his eyes were full of shock. Zhao Ji added, Cheng Jiao never betrayed us. It was me who pushed him to his doom. At this moment, Ying Zheng felt as if his heart was stabbed hard by something. The fist behind his back turned white from the excessive force. No wonder he was so excited when he asked Cheng Jiao in Zilan Xian, how could you do this? Ying Zheng's eyes were bloodshot. His relationship with Cheng Jiao was naturally very good. If he was killed because of a conspiracy, then at most he would just feel uncomfortable. But it turned out that he was indeed framed. Moreover, the person who framed him was his most trusted mother. The person you trust the most kills the person closest to you. This is unacceptable to anyone. Why? Zhong snorted coldly. Of course it's you. Cheng Jiao was Ying Zheng's younger brother, and his status was as high as Ying Zheng's. It was also quite popular in the Qin state. At the age of 15, he was sent to Korea to serve the Qin state. This forced Han to cede a piece of land of 100 miles in radius to Qin. Because he had made great contributions at a very young age, he was named Lord Chang'an, compared to Ying Zheng, who had no say in the court. On the contrary, he has more say in the court. What's more, his mother is from a wealthy family in South Korea. If he became disloyal and started a civil war, there would definitely be many people supporting him. Moreover, in Lu Bui's view over the years, Ying Zheng has gradually shown signs of slipping out of his control. If he insisted on helping Cheng Jiao ascend the throne, Ying Zheng would have no chance at all. It is for this reason that Zhao Ji made the same decision as Lu Bui. Take precautions before they happen. If Ying Zheng lost control, he would become a serious threat to Lu Bui. Cheng Jiao's reputation is also a threat to her. A trace of anger flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Cheng Jiao has never had such thoughts. But he does have the ability. Zhao Ji suddenly spoke in a very low voice. Through the veil, he stared at Ing Zheng coldly and said, "This is his fault." Ing Zheng's teeth were clenched tightly together, and his eyes were trembling violently. "I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin died because of me." Zhao Ji sat down and said softly, "Have you ever thought about what would happen to the two of us if Lu Buwei helped to become a crown prince?" Suddenly, her voice turned cold. He said coldly, "Zheng, you must remember that if you want to achieve something, you can even kill your own relatives." Ing Zheng's body trembled violently. They stared in surprise at the blurry figure behind the curtain for a long time in silence. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Without Cheng Jiao, Lu Buwei also took action." "What's going on?" This time, it was Zhao Ji who was stunned. Lu Buwei's power was very great. But without Cheng Jiao, he killed Ing Zheng. Did he want to become the monarch himself? Ing Zheng calmed down and asked seriously, "Mother, do you know why I left Xianyang secretly and sent so many soldiers to escort me back?" Zhao Ji frowned slightly. His mind moved, and he said, "Didn't you see that there was something wrong with Wang Shi, and were afraid that he would have other intentions?" Ing Zheng's eyes flashed coldly. "In fact, I was assassinated when I was in Korea." Zhao Ji's heart trembled, and she asked hurriedly, "Are you injured?" Ing Zheng nodded slightly. "Fortunately, I got help from an expert." Zhao Ji nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. "In that case, then reward him well." Ing Zheng added, "It's not that no one knows that Wang Shi is plotting something bad. It's just that this expert figured it out. Thanks to him, I was able to escape death." Zhao Ji looked suspicious. "Foresight, what's wrong with chapter 173? So, he already knew that Wang Shi was going to attack you?" Ing Zheng nodded and said, "Moreover, he can even predict Meng Tian. I am in the Wusue army, and Meng Tian will be the key to my turning the tide of the war." Zhao Ji frowned, and the doubt in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by shock. "I couldn't help but ask curiously. You mean he has seen through everything a long time ago?" Ing Zheng said, "That's right. I came here this time to discuss something else with you." What he did just now was just to test Zhao Ji's attitude. The last sentence is the real reason for his trip. After one stick of incense, Ing Zheng came out of the bedroom. He stood there, breathing heavily. Time passes slowly. The night passed quickly. The tightly closed door of the Xianyang Imperial Palace was slowly opened. Outside, there was already a neat crowd of civil and military officials. Lu Buwei stood with his head held high and took the lead. The door opened, and he walked in with steady steps. As soon as they entered the door, all the civil and military officials in the court sat down on both sides. Not long after, Ing Zheng's figure appeared amid the eunuch screams, standing in front of all the civil and military officials. Zhao Ji is the third one to appear. Still the same as before, sitting behind the curtain. Ing Zheng sat on the tall dragon throne, looking at the civil and military officials in the court. His eyes were full of intimidation. The kingly aura of this young king became increasingly stronger. Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows, but soon he felt relieved. He noticed that Ing Zheng didn't even look at him. Nothing has changed. Apart from a few people, there was not much commotion when Ing Zheng appeared in the court again. The real powerful figure in Qin State was Lu Buwei, and he was also the head of all officials. The court meeting went on, as usual. Officers from various departments read out their reports in an orderly manner. After doing all this, a sharp gleam flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes. He asked slowly, "You all have nothing to advise. I have something to say to you." This one sentence made the ministers below show different expressions. Over the years, he has been a listener. To put it in a positive way, it is to study how to govern the country. To put it bluntly, he is just a tool. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Buwei's sharp eyes. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice. The ministers looked at each other and sat upright. Ing Zheng saw clearly what was happening below. He said calmly, "I left the palace these few days. You should have heard about this. When I passed by the Wusue military camp, I discovered that Wang Shi was plotting something bad, so I decided to execute him and kill all his family members. Do you have any comments?" This matter has been spreading in Xianyang for a long time. Now, even if Ing Zheng made this request, they would not have any objection. No one would speak for Wang Shi. It is absolutely true that Wang Shi killed Ing Zheng, and anyone who speaks for him is on his side. No one would do such a stupid thing. Your Majesty's move is both reasonable and logical, and we have no objection to it. As soon as Lu Buwei opened his mouth, others followed suit. There was no change in expression on Ing Zheng's face. Then he added, during the process of his promotion, all those who recommended, and approved him will be strictly investigated. Do you have any objections? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of whispers. Wang Shi was also a prominent figure in the Qin state. If we really investigate the people around him, many people will definitely be implicated. Ahem. Just then, a light cough was heard. The hall suddenly fell silent. A minister held up the jade tablet in his hand and said loudly, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. Ing Zheng gave him a sinister look. Yes. He stood up from his seat, bowed to Ing Zheng, and said, I think that Your Majesty's behavior is really inappropriate. Wang Shi joined the army at the age of 16, and it has been almost 50 years now. The promotion process is very long, and it would be difficult to screen them all out. That's the first reason. Second, Wang Shi was a loyal man from the beginning, and he has been deceiving us for decades. Officials are still unclear about his intentions. Previously, promotions were based on merit. It would be unfair if they were implicated in this matter. It's not because he is kind-hearted. The reason why he did this was because he was promoted as an official. If anything, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a wave of reconsideration from the audience. All generals were appointed by civil officials, most of whom were on Lu Buwei's side. If Ing Zheng used this as an excuse to eliminate them all, it would not seriously harm their vitality. As the Prime Minister, he can never afford to lose face. I wonder what the Prime Minister thinks. Ing Zheng stretched out a hand that was hidden in his sleeve and grasped the handle of the dragon, thrown tightly. But his tone was still so calm. Lu Buwei spread his hands, sat upright, and said in a deep voice, Master Zhang's words make sense. I hope the king will withdraw this order. I hope the king will take back the order. I hope Your Majesty will withdraw the order. Under the leadership of Lu Buwei, all the ministers seemed to have found someone to rely on. Everyone spoke out to persuade him. Ing Zheng half closed his eyes, hiding the anger in his eyes. He knew very well that any anger would be futile before he had power. Then let's do as you say. Master Zhang, you can leave now. The officer calmly saluted again and left. From beginning to end, he was not at all flustered. If Lu Buwei doesn't agree, then Ing Zheng will be helpless. Moreover, Karl Lagerfeld's meaning is already very clear. From beginning to end, there was no statement. That's why he opposed King Qin's decision. Just as the minister sat down, Ing Zheng looked behind everyone. He said, Meng Tian of Wusue Army Camp has made great contributions in protecting the emperor. I want to promote him too. Right, Prime Minister, take over Wang Shi's position. Do you have any opinions? Meng Tian behind was slightly stunned. He looked up in surprise. He was originally just a captain of 1,000 men, several levels lower than Zhou Shuchang. The generals looked at each other. Then they expressed their approval. Meng Tian was the grandson of the Meng family, whose generations had served in the army. He is old and can only retreat behind the scenes, but his influence in the army is still very great. They had no objection to Meng Tian's appointment. But Lu Buwei's eyes had become sharp. The officers around him understood immediately. I think this is inappropriate. Wang Bin behind Wang Jian asked loudly. What's wrong with that? The Meng family and the Wang family have always had a good relationship. Wang Bin is a generation older than Meng Yi and Meng Tian. Meng Ao and Wang Jian were people of the same era. From this point of view, Meng Tian should be considered as Wang Bin's nephew. Now that he heard that there were people who wanted to trick his nephew, how could he just stand by and watch? His voice was so loud that even Zhao Ji was alarmed. Chapter 174. Who is it? Zhao Ji cast a dissatisfied look at Wang Bin through the gauze curtain. Suddenly, I felt unhappy. This reckless man is indeed lawless. But as the Queen Mother, she couldn't argue with the ministers over such a trivial matter. Leaning back in the chair, waiting to see Wang Bin make a fool of himself. Her plump red lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of red. The maid understood and stuffed a fruit into her mouth. It's very leisurely to eat and watch at the same time. Wang Jian didn't care about Wang Bin's actions. The implication was that he tacitly approved of bickering with the civil servants over there. When the civil servant heard Wang Bin scolding, he stood up suddenly with an unhappy look on his face. Of course not. Meng Tian is only a captain of 1,000 men. In terms of rank, he can only be considered a rank 14th class noble at best. Minister Zhua is a genuine 10th rank official. Qin has always awarded titles based on military merit. If we are promoted 6 levels in a row, I'm afraid the other soldiers will not accept it. What the official said makes a lot of sense and is very pertinent. It sounds like that is indeed the case. However, in the hall, all the generals sneered. We obey. The civil servant. It was obvious that he hadn't realized what was happening yet. Well, what? Wang Bin turned around and said, Didn't you hear it? Do I need to say it? Of course the civil servant heard it, but he didn't know what to say. He lowered his head and glanced at Lu Buwei, only to see that the other party still looked indifferent, so he knew his position. That is, Meng Tian must never be allowed to sit in this position. If Meng Tian became the Zhua Shuchang, he would become the first direct descendant under Yingzheng. Relying on Meng Ao's prestige in the military, he might be able to make a name for himself. Although military generals hold military power, their status in the court is not as high as that of civil officials. As the saying goes, civil officials just talk, while military officers run their legs off. Unless you want to rebel, you must follow the orders of the civil officials. Of course, it's business. Civilians play a leadership role and also a command function. At their command, the officers had to obey and fight to the last moment, no matter how much hardship they had to endure. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, countless loyal and righteous people have died due to the conspiracies and tricks of civil officials. Military salaries are distributed and food is allocated. All of this is under the control of the civil servants. Someone grabbed my neck and I had to lower my head. Faced with Wang Bin's aggressiveness, the clerk remained calm and fearless. What's more, he has the support of the prime minister behind him. Nonsense. So what if you surrender? Can you still represent hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the border? Of course. Wang Bin glared. Ahem. Just then, a loud cough was heard. This time, Lu Buwei did not cough. It was none other than Wang Jian. Of course, Wang Bin is no pushover either. However, you must never say this. Every soldier belongs to his own country and his own monarch. They will only follow orders from one person. But this person could never be the commander-in-chief. If Wang Bin said that he could represent hundreds of thousands of troops on the border, doesn't that mean that you alone are more useful than the Queen Mother? Wang Bin was so angry that he almost fell into the trap. If Wang Jian had not stopped him in time, he would probably have died long ago. This statement was enough to get him punished. The civil servant saw that Wang Bin's face was full of anger, but he suppressed his anger and showed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at him with disdain, then turned to Yingzheng and said, I think your majesty's move is unfair, and I hope you can withdraw your order. Yingzheng gave him a cold look. The anger in his heart was 100 times greater than Wang Bin's. The corner of Yingzheng's mouth twitched, and he had to retract his proposal. However, at this moment, a low voice sounded. Your Excellency, do you mean that the king's life is not as important as a few military achievements? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was discovered that the person who was speaking was the protagonist of this incident. Meng Tian. The civil servant frowned, turned around and shouted, How dare you? Who do you think you are? When will it be your turn to speak? Meng Tian's family was not small, but his official position was not high. If it weren't for escorting Yingzheng back to Xianying, he wouldn't even be qualified to attend the court meeting. All the ministers looked at Meng Tian. Although Meng Tian felt uncomfortable, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew very well what this position meant. Not an official position. This is the beginning of the dispute between the king of Qin and the prime minister. So he had to grab this position no matter what. Chen Mo had already thought of this scene in the restaurant yesterday. No matter what suggestions the king of Qin made, they would only benefit himself and not Lu Buwei. The civil servants will definitely not agree. Moreover, they can come up with a set of rules and regulations to refute it. Civil servants are not good at anything else, except that they can turn black into white. So before setting off, Chen Mo gave Meng Tian a suggestion. Don't you like to make a big deal out of small things? It depends on whose hat is bigger. Meng Tian stood up and walked to the center of the hall without saying a word. Everyone was looking at her. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Yingzheng's eyes lit up slightly. Yes. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Tian turned around and faced the civil servant. The voice was sonorous and powerful. Master Gao, I want to ask you something. Which is more important, Your Majesty or the life and death of the enemy? The civil official sneered, clasped his fists, and bowed to Yingzheng, and said without hesitation, Of course, the king's safety is more important. In this world, apart from the Queen Mother, Even the lives of tens of millions of people are not as important as the safety of your majesty. Although Ing Zheng was not a powerful figure, his status was there. Even Lu Buwei did not dare to openly declare that his weight exceeded that of the current monarch. Meng Tian had a blank expression on his face, and it was impossible to tell what his emotions were. He just asked with full strength, "If that's the case, then is the king's life less important than a few heads of the enemy's soldiers?" The civil servant was speechless for a moment. His eyes widened. "What did you say?" The civil and military officials around were all excited. Meng Tian's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of this civil servant. Seeing that he was speechless for a moment, Meng Tian continued, "I will definitely save the king from danger, which is a great achievement. In your words, the king's safety is less important than the heads of a few enemies? Do you think the king's life is less important than the lives of the enemy? Or is it that your majesty's safety is less important than a mere military achievement? You dare to ignore the safety of the king. Is this disrespectful to the king? Mr. Gao, your authority is truly great." Every word of Meng Tian was like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. This one sentence made the civil servant break out in a cold sweat. After hearing the last sentence, he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, Meng Tian slandered me. I never thought of it this way. Your Majesty's safety is the most important thing. That's the most important thing." A group of generals looked at each other. Oh, Meng Tian is quite talkative. Just a few words made this guy surrender. Wang Jian raised his eyebrows and winked at Meng Tian. He knew Meng Tian's character too well. He is indeed a man of both civil and military talents. He is not only proficient in military tactics, but also has extraordinary wisdom. However, he is not a person who likes to talk nonsense. To put it bluntly, he is a doer. He would never make such a long speech, leaving the civil servants speechless. It is very likely that the mastermind behind this incident had already anticipated this. Give him some advice. Wang Jian looked thoughtful. Who is it? Chapter 175, Why do I always feel like something is missing? His brother Meng Yi? Wang Jian thought about it, and it didn't seem to be the case. This can almost be said to be far-fetched argument, which is inconsistent with Meng Yi's down-to-earth and hard-working character. However, no matter what, the person who gave advice to Meng Tian was an extraordinary person. Ing Zheng heard the hidden meaning in Meng Tian's words. Why does this style of painting look so similar to yours, sir? Chen Mo's words left Master Sun speechless. Most importantly, what he said makes sense. Ing Zheng looked at the civil official expressionlessly. He said calmly, I think what Meng Tian said makes sense. Upon hearing this, the civil servant broke out in a cold sweat. He cannot bear the charge of such disrespect. He hurriedly asked Lu Buwei for help. Lu Buwei's eyes narrowed into slits and his face suddenly darkened. He was speechless at Meng Tian's words. If he admitted it, he would be promoted to the position of Zhuoshuzi. This is a powerful figure in the military. If he disagrees, it means that he has regarded the king as a dispensable person and his safety is not important to him. Although he thought so in his heart, he even took action against Ing Zheng. But being open and covert are two different things. He must not speak nonsense until they have a complete falling out. Lu Buwei pondered for a while, then said dejectedly, If that's the case, then I'll just follow your opinion. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone can see that Ing Zheng won. Meng Tian returned to his seat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, I didn't embarrass Ing Zheng. This gentleman is indeed a man of great foresight. This person is not in the court, but he can influence the outcome of today's battle. If it weren't for Chen Mo's guidance, he would not have been able to sit in this position. Meng Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but Ing Zheng was not at all relaxed. Because this is just the beginning. Seeing that the matter was settled, all the civil and military officials in the court thought that the court meeting could be over. However, at this moment, Ing Zheng's indifferent voice came from the throne. List them as ministers. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Buwei's eyelids twitched. Is it never going to end? Behind the curtain, Zhao Ji waved her hand gently and refused the tea handed to her by the palace maid, waiting for Ing Zheng to continue. Ing Zheng stood up. His majestic gaze swept over everyone present. He said solemnly, I would like to recommend a person to be my minister. As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of shock from below. The ministers were whispering. However, Lu Buwei frowned and did not move. His eyes flickered. No matter what, Ying Zheng was also the emperor of a country. How could the person whom he could personally introduce be simple? Who is he and what talents does he have to be valued so much by the king of a country? Never mind who he is. Ying Zheng made this person public in front of so many civil and military officials, obviously not for the purpose of making everyone familiar with him. Lu Buwei's expression suddenly became solemn, and he finally understood Ying Zheng's intention. This is going to bite back. Silence. At this moment, a voice rang out. Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes, and his voice drowned out the noise in the hall. Since His Majesty wants to see me, I'd better obey your command respectfully. We have to see what kind of person Ying Zheng found to do this. What on earth gave him such confidence that he had the courage to fight back? I, Lu Buwei, have a stronghold in the imperial court. How can I, a mere outsider, shake me? Ying Zheng's face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't even look away. Please invite Mr. Chun Moli in. Please let Master Chun Machin in. Please let Master Chun Machin in. Voices came out from the hall. All the civil and military officials looked towards the tightly closed palace gate. They wanted to see who Ying Zheng wanted to meet. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened at the push of the guard. A tall figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a tall man. He has a handsome face and an elegant temperament. Her hair was neatly combed. He has a calm expression and an extraordinary bearing, holding a bamboo pole and with his eyes covered by a black scarf. Huh? Everyone was stunned. This is blind? The palace door was completely open. Chun Mo straightened his clothes and stepped over the high threshold. Meng Tian was standing at the end of the team. When he saw Chun Mo, he immediately stood up straight to show respect. There was silence in the huge hall. Only Chun Mo's footsteps echoed in the hall. Everyone's eyes fell on him, with different expressions. Some were surprised, and some were confused. Some were puzzling, while others made me want to laugh. Why did the king of Qin introduce a blind man so solemnly? Chen Mo walked to the center of the hall. His perception enveloped the entire palace. He saw every expression. Accident? Don't worry, I will give you bigger surprises. Chun Mo's perception covered the entire hall, and at this moment he saw everything. Even the slightest crack could not escape his perception. Of course, the Empress Dowager hiding behind the curtain had no cover at all. The figure and appearance are clearly visible. Behind the gauze curtain, Zhao Ji was wearing a bright red robe embroidered with a phoenix in gold thread. Her 3,000 black hair were tied into a bun, and she wore a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, revealing her slender white neck. She was leaning sideways, with a charming figure and a beautiful face. She was wearing a phoenix robe and looked elegant and graceful. She looked very young, about the same age as Mrs. Hu. There's a kind of arrogance in his eyes that looks down on the world. She was looking at herself curiously through the gap in the curtains. There was an air of coldness and arrogance all over his body. She doesn't look like a woman, but rather a mature and sexy woman. This is a sexy woman. I am Chun Mo, paying my respects to your majesty. Chun Mo sensed it for a moment and then ignored it. In terms of temperament, Fian is not inferior to her at all. When it comes to charm, no one can match her. In terms of enchanting beauty, the enchantress Yan Lingji has no rival. In terms of capital, Xinu and Mingzhu are well hidden. Compared to being aloof, Jingwei is more indifferent than anyone else. So after much thought, only the identity of Queen Mother can give her extra points. Ying Zheng nodded slightly and said, Sir, please don't be so polite. Please take a seat. Several eunuchs brought a chair over and placed it at his feet. Chun Mo sat cross-legged, as if meditating, with a bamboo pole across his legs. All the civil and military officials stretched their necks and looked at him curiously. Ying Zheng glanced at everyone. Everyone knew that he had something to say, so they stopped looking at Chun Mo and turned their attention to the throne. Ying Zheng's expression turned serious. I want to appoint Mr. Chun as the state teacher of Qin. Do you have any objections? Achoo. In a room of the Yinyang family. Just then, the moon goddess suddenly sneezed. A pair of eyes hidden behind the veil slowly opened. Her eyes were full of confusion. She frowned slightly and whispered, Strange, why do I always feel like something is missing? Chapter 176, Do you think you are the reincarnation of a god? It was silent. Whether it was the civil officials, military generals, or Zhao Ji, they were all shocked by Ying Zheng's words. Ying Zheng came to her last night just to recommend someone. Judging from the looks of it, this should be the person in front of me. But Ying Zheng did not recommend him to be the national teacher. The imperial teacher is a very special position. He has no real power but holds a very high status. He did not regard himself as a subject, but entered the palace and was given a high position. He was an important advisor and cultural teacher to the emperor. It is our responsibility to give advice to the country. Teach the monarch how to govern the country and spread culture. Since the Xia dynasty, the position of national teacher has existed in almost every dynasty. It is the responsibility of the superiors to intervene and guide the monarch in making decisions. Next, they are responsible for the mission of educating the monarch and the people, inheriting traditional culture, and promoting excellent traditional virtues. Even the king of Qin, who was the queen mother, had to respectfully call her the imperial master. This shows how honorable this position is. Zhao Ji leaned forward slightly. Two slender white fingers gently lifted the curtain. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of solemnity flashed in her phoenix eyes. Her eyes were somewhat sharp, a pair of eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Yingzheng came to see him yesterday, simply to get his approval. What's there to care about with a blind man like this? If Zhao Ji was like this, then the same must be true for all civil and military officials. My mind went blank. These people knew what was going on without Lu Buwei's hint. Although the imperial teacher has no real power, he cannot control many things in the court. But he can influence the king's decision. It's still the same no matter how many times you go around in circles. That would be fine since Yingzheng hasn't ascended the throne yet. If he ascends the throne in another 2 years, I wonder what the people below will think. He glanced to the side, and the imperial master shook his head. Well, my proposal is ruined again. And with this identity, everything you do in Qin is legal. As long as it does not endanger the security of Qin and the country, it will be fine. Even if a few ordinary officials were killed, there would not be any problem. As long as there are enough reasons and national interests are the priority, then nothing matters. Lu Buwei suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Chen Mo. Lu Buwei recognized Chen Mo's identity at a glance. The boss of Quicksand. Yingzheng once went to Korea and met him. He noticed Chen Mo. Chen Mo was also looking at him. He has a pair of bulgy eyes and a long beard on his chin. He looks quite old, but his eyes are bright and sharp. The corner of Chen Mo's mouth twitched slightly. You old fool, did you send people to kill my giant salamander? Just wait and see. Obviously, Lu Buwei didn't know that Chen Mo had another identity. He only knows Quicksand. As for who the people in the Quicksand are, it is unknown. He came to this conclusion based on Yingzheng's trip to Zelangshuan. Not to mention the relationship between Jingwei and Chen Mo. Except for Meng Tian, everyone else's heart was in their throat. Wang Jian and other generals were also thinking about it. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for this person to become the national teacher? A group of civil officials under Lu Buwei expressed their opposition without hesitation. Your Majesty, I have a point. Your Majesty, I am meaningful. Your Majesty, I refuse to obey. Your Majesty, you must think it through. Your Majesty, please withdraw your order. As expected, voices of opposition were heard in the hall. Wave after wave, it's so lively. Yingzheng had anticipated this scene and looked down at everyone. Why not? A civil servant nearly fell off his chair and fell directly into the center of the hall. He raised the jade token in his hand and glared at Chen Mo fiercely. Your Majesty, the position of a national teacher is not trivial. Since the Zhou Emperor, the Dali State Master has been responsible for influencing the country's destiny. This is not a position for a learned and virtuous person to hold. But this person is a blind man who cannot see the road or people clearly. What virtue and ability does this national teacher have? These words are straightforward and to the point. How can I assist the king of Qin if I can't see and can't read? As his voice fell, another figure flew out. Your Majesty, I agree. This person's origins are unknown and his character is suspicious. If he has evil intentions in his heart, he will be the second Wang Ji. This statement makes a lot of sense, which is to make a fuss about national security. Your Majesty, I object to. Your Majesty, I don't agree. Your Majesty is still young and inexperienced. Don't listen to the words of a villain. You are blind. Do you think you can win the king's favor with sweet words? Civil and military officials rushed to the center of the hall and started scolding Chen Mo. It seems as if he is just a flatterer who uses sweet words to deceive Yingzheng in order to get rich and powerful. Yingzheng looked ashen and his heart was burning with rage. They were talking about Chen Mo, but in fact, The implication is that he is indiscriminate and is young and ignorant. In the center of the hall, Chun Mo sat cross-legged and motionless. No matter how hard the wind blows or how heavy the rain falls, I will remain unmoved. Since you are an expert, you can't curse people like a shrew. Anyway, I remember your faces. Turn around and ask Meng Tian, what is your name? Tonight, I will bring Xiao Ji to your house as a guest. The weather is dry. Please be safe. A group of people talked for a long time with saliva flying. Yingzheng said nothing, and neither did Chun Mo. As they kept cursing, they got bored. They had thought that after such a heated discussion, the man would refute them. But he seemed not to hear it and did not react at all. If Chun Mo were to argue with them, he would definitely be tricked by these old foxes. What a national teacher emphasizes is peace of mind and good moral character. If you act on impulse, doesn't that mean there is something wrong with your character? In the original novel, when a moon god was the national teacher, it was so cool. The veil covered her eyes, and she wore a long, flowing dress. All he talks about is me. I never bother with these ordinary people. It's a shame to look at them for even a second. This kind of calmness, which comes from having everything under control, is so profound. Chun Mo doesn't have her fairy spirit. But when it comes to fooling people, he is really not an exaggeration. He is a charlatan. Just scare them. Your Majesty. Chen Montag spoke calmly. What did you want to say, sir? Yingzheng also looked nervous. When he invited Chun Mo, he promised to give him a very high position. If he changes his mind, Chun Mo will definitely return to Korea. From beginning to end, Lu Buwei didn't say a word. His eyes were calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. As soon as Chun Mo said this, everyone's eyes fell on him. Even if you talk nonsense, you can never become a national teacher. Chun Mo said meaningfully, Does your Majesty still remember what I said to you? I have traveled through the long river of time and witnessed the changes of the years. Yingzheng nodded and said, Of course. There was laughter from the audience. You're blind. Travel through time and witness the changes of history. You think you are the reincarnation of a god. Chapter 177, What is he doing? Chun Mo said proudly, I am not the reincarnation of an immortal, but my coming here is God's will. Everyone was speechless and looked at him as if he were a fool. The king of Qin is young and ignorant. Do you think we are all fools? Yingzheng was also stunned when he heard Chun Mo's words. No, sir, we have never said this before. I don't know how to answer this sudden question. After lowering the curtain, Xiao Ji frowned and suddenly sneered. She thought that Yingzheng brought back a capable person. I didn't expect him to be so crazy. She shook her head, looking disappointed. This is simply nonsense. Chun Mo looked calm and said calmly, I came here with the wordless heavenly book. The purpose is to select an ambitious king to restore order to the world. Yingzheng's heart beat violently. He nodded and said, Sir, your papermaking and movable type printing are indeed amazing things. This thing has never appeared in the human world. You must have brought it from heaven, right? Now, after hearing what Chun Mo said, he even began to doubt whether this Chun Mo was really the reincarnation of a god. Otherwise, how could he have predicted Wang Shi's disaster and invented things like papermaking and movable type printing? This papermaking technique is truly magical. All the ministers were stunned. The Confucian disciples looked at each other. The two of them huddled together, whispering something. He created it. It is light and strong, and it is indeed a gift from God. Movable type printing is more convenient. It is said that the master also copied all the rare books in the little sage's library. If our Confucianism can be carried forward, this item should be of utmost importance. Several people were whispering and suddenly looked at a middle-aged man behind them. Li Si, did the master tell you about this? The middle-aged man had a small mustache and looked at Chun Mo with a strange look in his eyes. He nodded and said yes. What did the teacher say? Li Si frowned and looked at Lu Buwei and Chun Mo, who were in the first place. The teacher only said one sentence. Destiny is destiny, and the general trend is the general trend. Master Sun only had 2 disciples. These 2 people are Han Fei and Li Si. However, Li Si's luck was not good. He was not as lucky as Han Fei. After decades of hard work, he was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by Master Sun. After arriving in Qin, Lu Buwei took a special liking to him and made him a minor official. He never understood what Master Sun said before. However, Chun Mo's appearance and his words stunned everyone. The answer is self-evident. Li Si glanced at Chun Mo, looking thoughtful. A saying of Master Xuanzi can almost be said to be a golden rule in Confucianism. Even Master Sun called him the son of destiny. Could it be that this person was really destined by heaven? What's more, Master Sun seemed to have known that Chun Mo was going to Qin State a long time ago. So how could he know what happened today? So he talked to Li Si in advance just to make his attitude clear. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Li Si's face. After thinking for a while, he took another step back. Seeing this, the others also stepped back. He did not dare to go against Lu Bui's wishes. Just shut up. Chen Mo could see that Master Sun had already told him. Although it is not of much use, the thought is real. When the time comes, I must ask Xinu to give Xiao, Shengxian Manor a 95 discount. Lu Bui's eyes narrowed. He never imagined that Chun Mo actually invented a kind of paper that could replace bamboo slips in a short time. Your Majesty, even though that piece of paper is magical, it doesn't mean he isn't immortal. Yes, Your Majesty, this guy is simply talking nonsense. Your Majesty must not be fooled by him. After a brief silence, there was another round of opposition. Someone angrily said, "You said you brought the wordless book with you. Then show it to us." "Not bad. Take it out and let's see it." In this world, there is no such thing as a book without words. No matter what Chinamo took out, it could not escape their eyes. Even if what you say is true, it's still false. Chinamo was not in a hurry and slowly took out scrolls from his sleeves. Here it comes. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at his hands. The same is true for Ing Zheng. He was also full of curiosity about what Chinamo had in his hand. Zhao Ji lifted a corner of the curtain and looked inside. This heavenly book records the destiny of the Qin state. Do you want to take a look? Chinamo stood up and showed the scroll in his hand to everyone. Everyone stared at the scroll. Someone sneered. "Then let me see it for myself." Chinamo shook the scroll in his hand and said, "Everyone, take a look." With a snap, the scroll opened. It was more than a foot long and appeared in front of everyone. The whole audience was silent. They looked at the scroll in doubt and surprise. "There's nothing on top." "Bah, you really are a liar. It's just a piece of paper. Do you think we are all 3-year-old children?" Ing Zheng narrowed his eyes. "You mean I'm a 3-year-old child?" Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Chimo said calmly, "I've already said that this is a wordless book, so there are naturally no words on it." Ing Zheng almost couldn't control his emotions. These people are not so easily fooled. If he didn't know Chun Mo's strength, he would have suspected that Chan Fan was just being mysterious. "Ah, then how can you prove that this has the destiny of the Qin state?" Chen Mo chuckled. "It's time for you ordinary people to broaden your horizons." He turned to Ing Zheng and said, "My king, please give me a cup of tea." Ing Zheng readily agreed. "Besides, what exactly is written on it?" He nodded, but before he could say anything, a pleasant voice came from behind the curtain. "I have it." Zhao Ji's voice like a night owl rang out, and a palace maid came over holding a teacup. This wordless heavenly book seems to have some meaning. Zhao Ji really wanted to know what methods this Chinamo had. "That's a lot." Chinamo held the book in one hand and the teacup in the other, taking a sip. "Just throw it into the air." The scroll opened automatically and floated in front of him. Everyone gasped. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Chinamo simply opened his mouth and drank the tea in one gulp. He opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of water mist, which fell right onto the scroll. The maid behind the gauze curtain saw this, and her face changed. "How outrageous!" "That's all." Zhao Ji waved her hand to stop the palace maid's accusations. I looked at the gauze curtain outside curiously. All the civil and military officials in the court stretched their necks, not blinking. "What is he doing?" "You ask me, who should I ask? Are you crazy?" This was brewed by the Queen Mother herself. How dare he spit it out? "Where? What are you writing? Where's the promise of seeing the world?" Seeing the wet scroll lying motionless, the ministers were in an uproar again. At this moment, someone shouted, "Look, the scroll has changed." "What?" "I felt something. It seems like it's really a word, and it's still getting bigger." After a moment, 16 words appeared on the scroll. The whole audience was silent. Some were shocked, while others were incredulous. Everyone stared at these 16 words in amazement, their lips trembling. "The fire phoenix spreads its wings. Auspiciousness descends. The destiny is bestowed upon you, and you will live forever and prosper." Chapter 178 Gift. Ing Zheng's body trembled violently. What a great sentence. It is destiny that has been given to me. May I live forever. Sir, is this really the Book of Heaven? At this point, he could no longer tell whether Chinamo was trying to intimidate these people or because he really had a destiny. Everyone was stunned when words appeared out of thin air on the scroll. This word foreshadows the prosperity of the Qin state. If this is really the annotation of the Book of Heaven, then isn't the Qin dynasty destined to prosper? Zhao Ji's heart trembled when she saw this, and she took a breath of cold air. She guessed that Chen Mo must have used some special means. But I still can't figure out the mystery. All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned. This word alone is enough to shock people. Chen Mo also noticed their shock. Do you think this can fool you? This is not the end yet. As you can see, this is God's will. As he finished his words, a ball of fire emerged from the scroll. The 16 words suddenly ignited into flames and slowly rose into the sky. The blank scroll fell from the air and burned up in midair. Only the words are getting bigger. The firelight illuminated the entire hall. The heat wave hit them in the face, stunning them. At this moment, the 16 large characters burning with flames suddenly moved. It turned into a ball of burning flame. Klee! A low roar sounded. Suddenly, a clear bird song sounded. What's that sound? Why does it sound like a bird singing? A bird? Why is there a bird in the hall? Everyone looked towards the hall, trying to find the source of the sound. It seems to be the sound made by this fireball. Just when he was wondering, the fireball changed again, like an egg breaking in the middle. Then it trembled slightly and slowly opened. A huge bird with flames burning all over its body came out from inside, spread its wings, raised its long neck, and howled towards the sky. Klee! A low roar sounded. Everyone was stunned. The fire phoenix spreads its wings, and auspiciousness is coming. The comments in the heavenly book are indeed true. A majestic phoenix hovered above the hall, bringing a wave of heat towards us. A phoenix flew over the gauze curtain, and when it flapped its wings, the curtain began to sway. Behind a curtain, Zhao Ji was stunned. The scorching temperature and the whistling wind are so real. It seemed that a fire phoenix really appeared before his eyes. This is definitely not an illusion. For a moment, even Zhao Ji began to doubt her previous thoughts. Is this person really destined to be his? All the civil and military officials in the court were frightened by the fire phoenix. If they were hit by these wings, the flames alone would burn their clothes to ashes. However, the fire phoenix seemed to have recognized them and stared at them intently. It flew right over their heads, going nowhere. Some people can even smell the burnt odor coming from their own beard. My whole body was shaking. Sir, stop it. Put away your magical powers now, or you'll be roasted. If we fly any further, the entire hall will be burned to ashes. Chen Mo said calmly. This is a good omen. Flying over your heads can ward off evil spirits. Everyone almost vomited blood. I don't know if it can drive away evil spirits, but if I fly forward any further, I will be reduced to ashes. National Master, that's enough. Someone shouted in panic. It immediately caused a commotion. The Imperial Master's voice rose and fell, fearing that if he was a step slower, he would die in the sea of fire. Chen Mo smiled slightly. He turned around and waved toward the palace gate. The door burst open, and the fire phoenix hovering above everyone's heads seemed to have found a way out and flew out. With a flap of its wings, it flew away. Soon it disappeared. The fire phoenix has returned to heaven. Sure. As long as you are here, my Qin state will prosper forever. The civil and military officials had disheveled hair and responded weakly. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged, and he said solemnly, the strength of Qin still depends on the king's hard work and efforts to govern the country. Everyone agreed. Yes, you have the final say. Yingzheng couldn't help laughing. I am the one destined by heaven, and you are the one destined by heaven. This time, you will definitely win. At this moment, Zhao Ji's voice came from behind the gauze curtain. Sir, you are destined by heaven. If we reject you again, wouldn't it be that Qin is violating heaven's will? In that case, you deserve to be the national teacher. All the officials changed color. The old man agreed. Zhao Ji spoke, and the generals also expressed their opinions. All the ministers looked towards Lu Buwei. The reason why he let go was entirely because of the appearance of the fire phoenix. Now that everyone has calmed down, they naturally want to see what Lu Buwei thinks. However, Lu Buwei had a calm expression on his face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Second, all the officials were shocked. If the prime minister insists on opposing it, his position will be lost. Why did you suddenly agree? Could it be that he also believed that the person in front of him was the one created by God? Lu Buwei glanced at Chen Mo nonchalantly. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Congratulations, Master Imperial Master. With his lead, others followed suit. Ingzheng did not expect that Lu Buwei would agree so readily. Looking at the scene that has already been settled, a raging fire is burning in my heart. Chun Mo stood motionless in the hall, accepting congratulations from civil and military officials. Li Si stood in the crowd, looking at everyone surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon, and his heart was shocked. When will he be able to do this? The voices of congratulations lasted for a long time before gradually fading away. Chun Mo raised his head and said calmly, "As a national teacher, I will take this opportunity to present a gift to the Qin state today." "What ceremony?" Ingzheng asked curiously. Since Chun Mo dared to take out this thing in front of so many people, it must not be an ordinary thing. Under everyone's gaze, Chun Mo reached into his arms. "Open it and take a look." The box is only the size of a palm and no more than 2 inches thick. Everyone looked up. Like Ingzheng, they also wanted to know what was inside. Chun Mo took the brocade box with one hand and slowly opened it. That's it. Everyone looked at the crescent-shaped piece of metal in confusion. Ingzheng was slightly startled. "Puzzle, what is this?" He thought that Chun Mo would take out some rare treasure to shock everyone present. The result was a pile of scrap metal. Chun Mo said slowly, "This thing is called horseshoe." A horseshoe, as the name suggests, is a piece of iron mounted on a horse's hoof. I know that the loss of war horses on the battlefield is the main reason for the decline in the number of cavalry. Most of the damage comes from the horse's hooves. There are rocks everywhere, swords everywhere. If a horse's hoof steps on it, it will quickly fall apart and lose its ability to move. If we lose too many war horses, not only will military expenditures increase, but it may also affect the war situation. Chapter 179, Imperial Master, the Queen Mother invites you. In ancient times, breeding a war horse was very expensive. However, the combat effectiveness of the cavalry far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. In terms of combat effectiveness, one cavalryman is equivalent to 10 to 20 ordinary soldiers. Therefore, war horses are of vital importance to any dynasty. It takes about 10 to 15 years for a war horse to go from birth to retirement. In addition to injuries sustained in combat, there is also the inevitable and unnecessary loss. That's the horseshoe injury. Cavalry travel long distances and are likely to encounter all kinds of roads. The gravel on a mountain road is a huge burden for horses. Sometimes, when an army of 1,000 men arrives on the battlefield, they have less than half of their war horses available for use. The other half had their horses' hooves broken after a long journey and had lost their combat effectiveness. On the battlefield, the situation became even worse. The knives, spears, swords, and halberds dropped by both sides were like sharp sickles, crushing the horses' hooves to pieces. After a battle, it is common for horses to have bleeding hooves even though they are not injured. Chun Mo held up the horseshoe and continued, "But if you use this kind of horseshoe nailed to the horseshoe, you can minimize this kind of damage. Iron hooves made of iron can not only protect the horse's hooves from damage, but also make the horse's hooves more powerful. Who can escape under the iron hoof?" After hearing this explanation, Wang Jian, who was originally a little confused, suddenly widened his eyes and looked bewildered. He had been in the military all his life, so of course he knew what Chun Mo was talking about. Those civil officials who have been on the battlefield all year round may not know this, but he knows it very well. These unnecessary damages not only increased military expenses, it can even affect the direction of the entire battle, if there's a way to reduce or even avoid such situations. With this money, he can definitely raise another batch of war horses, organize another cavalry. Cavalry played a vital role on the battlefield. Flexible, fast pursuit, quick support, and powerful combat effectiveness. The number of cavalry is an important factor in determining a country's combat effectiveness. One important matter this is. National Master, can you lend it to me for a look? Wang Jian was the first to stand up, gasping for breath. A group of generals were even more horrified. Just like Wang Jian, they all knew what this horsehoof meant. If what Chun Mo said is true, then the strength of the Qin state will be greatly enhanced. Of course, General Wang, please watch if you want. Chun Mo held Ma Taidi in his arms and smiled kindly. It is hard not to admire an old general as loyal as Wang Jian. Wang Jinlong stepped forward with the steps of a tiger, leading Xiang Xiaolong over and carefully taking over the 4 horse hooves. I waited and found it was lighter than I thought. The 4 sets of horse hooves do not affect the speed of the warhorse. After knocking a few times, a series of tinkling sounds were heard. Wang Jian was completely stunned. Listening to this sound, he could even imagine whether the Qin cavalry would flatten a mountain and sweep away everything. This is a divine weapon. Wang Jianhu's eyes were shocked, and he looked at Chun Mo with a hint of excitement. The whole audience was in an uproar. The fact that Wang Jian attached so much importance to it shows how important this equipment is. Chun Mo said calmly, "General Wang, do you think this thing will be helpful to Qin's cavalry?" Wang Jian curled his lips. "It's more than useful." He turned around suddenly and shouted, "Your Majesty, Queen Mother, if all our Qin cavalry were equipped with this kind of equipment, the loss of our war horses would be reduced by half." Ingzheng couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he was greatly shocked. Isn't this too much? The loss of war horses has been reduced by half, so the remaining half can be used to train a cavalry team. The same amount of money can increase the number of people from 100,000 to 200,000. Military strength doubled. Everyone gasped. Wang Jian was a very cautious person. Since he said that, it must be true. This is still a conservative estimate. Everyone looked at Chun Mo with shock on their faces. Isn't the gift from a national teacher too expensive? This was only his first day as the imperial master, and no one could imagine what else he could bring to the Qin state. Chun Mo's face was calm, not afraid at all. That's good. This court meeting lasted a long time, from dawn till dusk. First came the matter of Wang Ji, and then Meng Tian was promoted to the position of left prime minister. The last imperial teacher descended from the sky, holding an imperial edict and riding a horse with iron hooves, shocking the entire audience. After the meeting, Meng Tian took the lead in walking towards Chun Mo. "Welcome to the imperial master." He was truly convinced by the title of national master. If it weren't for Chun Mo, he would still be just a captain of 1,000 men, accumulating military merits in the Wusue army. No. Chun Mo nodded slightly as a response. "There's nothing we can do about it." Meng Tian refused to return the gift. After standing there for only a short while, Meng Tian was congratulated by an officer. Chun Mo couldn't tell who was who, so he just smiled and nodded. They're not fools. Lu Bui's attitude towards Chun Mo was still ambiguous, and he did not make any comment. The status of a national teacher is very high. Of course, they will also come over and say hello. "I have met the imperial master." With a loud shout, Wang Jian came over with Wang Bin and others and raised their hands from distance. This time, Chun Mo raised his hand and returned the greeting. This does not mean that Wang Jian's status is higher than his, but it is a respect for him. "General Wang, what do you want to say?" Wang Jinlang laughed and said, How dare I point fingers at the imperial master? Please give me some advice, imperial master." After saying that, he came closer to Chun Mo and rubbed his hands. "It's the method of making the iron hoof. Chen Montag was dilapidated. General Wang, please rest assured. I will draw a blueprint and give it to you right away." Wang Jian waved his hands quickly. No. How dare I trouble the imperial master? Or how about this? You go find the imperial master. Remember, you must go there in person. The fact that Wang Jian asked Wang Bin to personally take action shows how much he values this iron hoof. And in his opinion, Chun Mo is also extremely important. "Congratulations, Master Imperial Master." When most of the people around Chun Mo had left, a weird yet somewhat charming voice suddenly came from the side. A fiery red, long dress perfectly sets off her curvy figure. That face is enough to fascinate everyone. A pair of big water blue eyes stared at Chun Mo, full of charm. It was none other than Yin Lingji. Next to her stood a graceful and beautiful woman. "Thank you, Dongjun Pavilion, for your help." Chun Mo extended his hand and saluted to express his gratitude. The fire phoenix in the palace was created by Fian. This phoenix was derived from the Yinyang school's martial art, soul, and dragon wandering. Fian laughed softly and said, "It's just a piece of cake. I just don't know how the imperial master recognized me." Chun Mo grinned and was about to speak. Just then, a palace maid ran over in a hurry. He bowed and said, "Grandmaster, the Queen Mother invites you." Chapter 180, A Big Gift for You. Chun Mo nodded slightly and said slowly, "I understand. It's not surprising at all that Zhao Ji would come to see him. One is the Queen Mother, and the other is the newly appointed Imperial Master. No matter what, we have to meet. As for why you are looking for me, the answer will come naturally when the time comes." Chun Mo turned to look at Fian and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'll have to tell the girl about this when I get back." He used the word girl instead of Lord Dongjun. Fian deliberately concealed her identity. Now that you already know, there's no need to embarrass her anymore. A strange light flashed in Fian's beautiful eyes. I have to say, Chinemo is very attentive. She is a smart person. How could she not hear why Chinemo suddenly became a different person? He nodded upon hearing this, and a smile on his lips became even more intense. No problem. The Imperial Master has something important to attend to. I will be waiting here. Yin Lingji. Huh. I should have said this, right? Fian is a typical good wife and mother. So once these words are spoken, it can easily make people think of other places. After saying that, Chinemo looked at Yin Lingji again and said, You guys go back and wait for me first. I don't know when I can come back. When the Queen Mother talks to him, it's not something that can be concluded with just a few words. Instead of waiting here, it's better to send them back first. Before Yin Lingji could speak, the maid beside her frowned. He reminded unhappily, Master Imperial Master, the Queen Mother is still waiting. She always felt that this Imperial teacher was too ungrateful. When others heard that the Queen Mother had invited them, they wished they could grow wings and fly over. He, on the other hand, arranged things calmly. Chinemo turned his head and said calmly, I know what I said. Can't you hear me? Will I die if I wait any longer? It's just a matter of a few words. Once he takes a big step forward, I'll be able to catch up. Perhaps it was because she had spent too much time with Zhao Ji, and the palace maid didn't know the reason. An air of superiority. Who do you think you are? You dare. The palace maid's face was as gloomy as water. The implication is that Chun Mo asked the Queen Mother to wait for him here. But the same words have completely different meanings in the ears of other people. Yin Lingji said unhappily, You are so disrespectful. When is it your turn to interrupt? It should be the Imperial Master who fucks you. How dare you, a maidservant, scold the Imperial Master? Is this what your Queen Mother taught you? Chun Mo raised his eyebrows. I won't do anything that doesn't look good. The maid was about to retort, but Fian glanced at her. Smile slightly. The palace maid only felt the soles of her feet were cold. What's going on with this woman? She has such a beautiful smile. Why does it give me goosebumps? She was Zhao Ji's personal maid, and her cultivation was at least at the 8th level. But now, he was actually scared by a woman. She couldn't help but look at Chinemo. Who exactly is this national teacher? How could the woman beside him be so terrifying? This gets nothing. Let's go back first. Yin Lingji spread her hands with a look of disdain. He crossed his arms and touched Fian with his shoulder. The palace maid gritted her teeth, but did not dare to get angry. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. I am nothing. What about the Queen Mother? Just wait for me. If you tell the Queen Mother this, even the Imperial Master won't be able to protect you. The Xianying Palace covers a very large area. The Queen Mother lived deep inside the Imperial Palace. Along the way, the two were rushing. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the leading maid. Her mind was now filled with thoughts on how to exaggerate the matter and tell the Empress Dowager. It's not like she hasn't told tales before. How much longer will it take? About a quarter of an hour later, Chunemo suddenly asked. The palace maid glanced behind her with a look of disdain. Being able to become the Imperial Master is a gift from the Queen Mother and the Prince. Do you really take yourself seriously? I'll be right there. However, she did not dare to refute Chunemo to his face. I can only say it lightly. Even though she had her back to her, how could Chunemo hide the disdain and malice in her eyes? Like master, like servant. The further you go in, the quieter it becomes. Chunemo paused and stopped abruptly. Noticing that he was not following, the maid stopped. What is the Imperial Master going to do? The Empress Dowager is still waiting. If she gets impatient and blames us, I'm afraid even the Imperial Master won't be able to bear the responsibility. Seeing Chunemo sitting down on the stone chair, the palace maid frowned, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Chunemo smiled and waved. Come here, let me show you something. The maid looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over. She has the strength of an 8th rank and lives in the palace. Chunemo didn't dare to do anything to her. I wonder what the Imperial Master wants to tell me. Chunemo chuckled and said, I'll give you a big gift. After one stick of incense. Just then, a rustling sound came from the flowers on the roadside. A palace maid with disheveled hair and ragged clothes crawled out. He straightened his clothes, combed his hair, and stood there respectfully. He raised his head and looked at Chunemo with some fear. Before she could say anything, Chunemo beside her nodded. It's okay, just make do with it. Let's go. The maid didn't dare say anything more. Yes, After saying that, she carefully led the way. The two of them spoke in silence along the way. The palace maid brought Chun Mo to the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Master, Imperial Master, I will report this to the Queen Mother right away. The maid stood at the door, as if asking Chun Mo for his opinion. Go ahead, Chun Mo said casually. Not long after, the palace maid came out. National Master, the Queen Mother invites you. Led by the maid, Chun Mo walked into the hall. As soon as you enter the door, an intoxicating fragrance hits your nose. The bedroom is magnificent, warm, and comfortable. Maybe it's because Chun Mo is blind. At this time, the red gauze in the middle has not been put down yet. In fact, it didn't matter whether the curtains blocked him or not. You can see everything you should see and shouldn't see. An enchanting figure was lying on the other side of the phoenix bed. It was a woman with a hot body. She has a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. There was a strong sense of pride in her eyes. She is obviously very beautiful, but she chooses to act in an aloof manner. After all, she was the most noble woman in the Qin state. Having enjoyed it for such a long time, he now has such great power. It is normal to have this reaction. Zhao Ji lay on her side on the bed, her curvy body outlining alluring curves. The plump hips and slender waist form an amazing curve. He supported his head with one hand and lighted the quilt with the other. If you ignore that arrogant look and that beautiful face, the posture seemed to be saying, "Come here quickly, you bastard. I've been waiting for you for a long time." However, coupled with that condescending attitude, it is really annoying. Today, Chun Mo is already the national teacher. You don't have to regard yourself as a subject, but go directly to the palace and be given a seat. So he just nodded slightly to Zhao Ji. Meet the Queen Mother. Zhao Ji narrowed her eyes slightly, and the maid beside her immediately understood. He immediately walked forward and helped her up. Chun Mo saw all of this. It seems that this Queen Mother is not someone who is easy to deal with. There was no way the maids were smart enough to understand what they should do just by her blinking. He must have learned his lesson from this. Zhao Ji sat upright, chin slightly raised, looking down at Chun Mo with a condescending look. Take your seat. Only through the curtain could Zhao Ji see Chun Mo's face clearly. I couldn't help but sigh. What a handsome young man. He doesn't look much older than Ing Zheng. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Very natural and confident. It turns out that this is true. Chapter 181, Aren't You Afraid Anymore? Whether in the court or in the imperial court, he was attacked by a group of ministers. It was the following words that shocked everyone. His every move gives people a sense of confidence. He didn't seem to be worried at all about anything unexpected happening. Soon, two palace maids brought a chair and placed it at his feet. As soon as Chun Mo sat down, Zhao Ji said, "The imperial master doesn't seem surprised that I asked you to come." Zhao Ji looked at his handsome face, which remained expressionless, and couldn't help but feel curious. Chun Mo said slowly, "I made a big splash in the court. The Queen Mother must be very curious about how I proved the truth of that statement. Then I presented the horseshoe." General Wang lost his composure for a moment. The Queen Mother must have been curious about where I got it. If the Queen Mother really cares about Qin, she will definitely let me ask. In that case, I'm not curious anymore. Zhao Ji raised her eyebrows slightly. How could she not understand what Chun Mo said? The implication was that her failure to summon the other party meant that she was not concerned about the state affairs of Qin. She's nothing more than a vulgar woman who takes advantage of the power of others. Zhao Ji looked at him proudly and said slowly, "National Master, do you know that I can punish you just for what you said just now?" Few people dare to say this about the Queen Mother. "No. Aren't you afraid?" "Don't be afraid," Chun Mo said frankly. Zhao Jifeng glared at him and asked why. Chun Mo shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Zhao Ji sighed softly, her snow-white chin slightly raised. It seemed that she wanted to use the Queen Mother's power to put pressure on him. But when I looked up, I realized he couldn't see. The Imperial Master is indeed extraordinary. I think I understand why Zheng'er trusts the Imperial Master so much. Zhao Ji had a proud face, waved her hand, and asked the palace maids around her to leave. Although Chun Mo was criticizing him, on the surface, she showed her concern for Qin. "You are praising me." Since Chun Mo didn't give her face, she could only find a way out. The maid standing by quickly retreated. With a creak, the door of the bedroom closed. In the huge palace, there were only the proud and beautiful Empress Dowager and the handsome and elegant imperial teacher, Chun Mo. Of course, Chinamo was not stupid enough to think that the Queen Mother sent the palace maids away just to welcome him. Most likely, what they're going to talk about next are some relatively private matters. Zhao Ji looked at Chinamo with a look of scrutiny. Compared to when she was lying on the bed, her sitting posture was obviously much more dignified. I wonder what sect or school the national teacher belongs to. Today, there are many schools of thought, all flourishing. The most famous among them are Confucianism, Yin-Yang School, Moism, agriculturalism, and the School of Diplomacy. Zhao Ji looked at Chun Mo's miraculous appearance and had a guess in her mind that he was a member of the Yin-Yang School. After all, the people of the Yin-Yang School are best at playing tricks. But the people of the Yin-Yang School had never heard of such a person. Even in the Yin-Yang School, Ying-Zheng would not be so polite to him. In fact, Zhao Ji's guess was correct. The Fire Phoenix was Fian's creation. In a sense, she could be considered a member of the Yin-Yang School. Chunmo said frankly, I am alone and have no background. Now there's no need for him to elevate his status anymore. I don't need any background. I'm the background myself. On the surface, he is the national teacher, but secretly, there's a force called Lu Sha that is developing with all its might. Next, it's Z News business. Fame, power, and profit are all there. If you want to establish your own business, it is not a difficult thing. Yeah. Zhao Ji looked at him in surprise. Where did the Imperial Master learn these things? She just didn't believe that a person could have such a high IQ. Papermaking, movable type printing, annotations on heavenly books, and the spreading wings of the Fire Phoenix can all be called divine skills. Chun and Mo smiled and said, I have walked out of the long river of history and have experienced too many things. It's normal to know something that others don't. Zhou Yi, do you think I'm as easy to fool as they are? It would be fine if you didn't say it, but you had to say it so outrageously. I'd be foolish to believe you. Zhao Ji snorted and said, This imperial teacher's background is too great. I'm a little scared. After that, she asked again, Let me ask you again, who are those last two lines talking about? Zhao Ji had already experienced the first two sentences. The following part, granted by heaven, may you live long and prosper forever, has not yet come true. The first two characters refer to people, and the last two characters refer to people. Chun Mo heard the hidden meaning in her words. This person is, of course. Zhao Ji's plump and sexy little mouth was slightly upturned, and her whole body exuded a lively aura. The look he gave Chun Mo was full of anticipation. Chun Mo said expressionlessly, Of course not the Queen Mother. Old witch, I don't believe you are so broad-minded. Chun Mo had already heard Zhao Ji's ambition from her questions. No wonder this beautiful old woman has always been reluctant to hand over power to Ying-Zheng. It turns out there is a reason. Hold on to power firmly. What are you up to? Is this intended to set an example for Lu Ji, Cixi, and others? Or do you want to be the Wu Zhao of this period? I admit that you are beautiful, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Just wait and see. If your son finds out, you'll be doomed. The reason why Lu Ji and Cixi were able to turn the court upside down was because they were incompetent emperors. The reason why Wu Zhao became the queen was entirely because Emperor Gaozong of Tang was too indecisive and let her make the decisions on everything. So when the two saints went to court, she was already paving the way for herself. But do you know who your son is? You don't know your place? You're courting death. Chun Mo said firmly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. There was contempt in the sarcasm. Zhao Ji was immediately furious. A beautiful face full of anger. Do you know who you are facing? My Queen Mother, of course I know. And she is the Queen Mother who holds military power. Chun Mo was not afraid and looked calm. You want me to kneel down for you? Sorry, this is not possible. If it were the other way around, I might consider lying down and letting you perform. Zhao Ji raised her head and stared at Chun Mo with her sharp eyes. I abolish your position as the Imperial Master. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Chun Mo didn't move or react at all. When the Queen Mother gets angry, millions of people die. But before you kill me, I will kill the Queen Mother first. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid? Chapter 182. The Imperial Master still seems to be a little unaware. Chun Mo's calm voice quickly spread throughout the bedroom, but it echoed in Zhao Ji's mind for a long time. If an ordinary person heard this, he would be scared out of his wits and would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, this person remained unmoved. He even dared to threaten the Empress Dowager. Zhao Ji stood up, her face full of anger. Not only were Chun Mo's words extremely rebellious, they also brought back unpleasant memories for her. When Ing Zheng was brought to Han Dan as a hostage, his life was in danger every day. From then on, she understood one thing. Now, the years have passed. She is the Queen Mother, a noble status and a distinguished position. Moreover, he still firmly holds the power in his hands. Because only in this way can she feel safe, enjoy the respect of others. So she had long forgotten the fear of those days. But today, Chun Mo's words made her feel this way. Fear, a feeling I had never experienced before, came over me again. Bold, you are committing treason. Are you planning to rebel? Zhou Yi shouted angrily. She pointed at Chun Mo. Her fingers were trembling, and the bright red nail polish was flowing between her fingers. She tried hard to control herself, but she couldn't control her breathing. Does this imperial teacher really not take her, the Queen Mother, seriously at all? How could Zhao Ji, who had been in a high position for many years, accept this? Everyone in the Qin state respected her. Everyone is trying to please her. If it were someone else, they would definitely say it in a nicer way. But this person's words were filled with strong sarcasm. It would have been fine if he didn't beg for mercy after being scolded, but he actually dared to threaten her. This is the first time she has seen such a person. The bedroom door opened silently. Several figures walked in. Of course, guards are indispensable around the Queen Mother. These palace maids look normal on weekdays, but once the critical moment comes, they will all turn into Deadpool. The humility in everyone's eyes disappeared. As soon as Zhao Ji says a word, they will rush forward and risk their lives. Who are you trying to scare? It's not enough to fill my teeth. Does your majesty want to try it? Judging from the current situation, it would not be difficult to kill the Queen Mother. What is difficult is the consequences after the killing. There are always some people who think that they can crush an army by themselves. Where does he get his confidence from? Is it because I am overconfident, or because I cannot see the reality clearly? If he could fight a country on his own, the world wouldn't be in such chaos. If Master Sun wanted to promote Confucianism, he could have included everyone in the world. What are you still doing here? Dong Wang Tai wants to open the seal of the Blue Dragon and the 7 stars. Wouldn't it be better to directly destroy the 7 countries and snatch all the bronze boxes? Why was Dong Jun sent to the mortal world? If he killed Zhao Ji today, even if he could leave the Xianyang Palace, the 100,000 imperial guards in Xianyang City would not be pushovers. Just like dealing with Lu Buwei. Maybe he is just an old guy who doesn't know martial arts. But Luo Wang's secret guards are different. Moreover, he is not yet the prime minister. If you want to kill Lu Buwei, you could just kill him in the court. Even Ing Zheng and Zhao Ji could be killed. After killing them, can you then stand on a high place and declare yourself the emperor? Who cares about you? What is waiting for you is hundreds of thousands of Qin troops. If one person throws a stone, they can pile it up into a hill. But Chen Mo was not afraid of Zhao Ji's threat. He knows it very well. How dare this proud and beautiful old witch? If she didn't dare to kill him today, she wouldn't bother him again in the future. The more powerful he showed, the more reluctant she was to kill him. Who knows, he might even take the initiative to show goodwill. Because Ing Zheng is about to take power. There is no doubt that he is the person Ing Zheng trusts the most. Given Zhao Ji's desire for power, she would definitely try every means to win me over. By making him hers, she could control the coup after Ing Zheng ascended the throne. When Zhao Ji saw Chun Mo's calm look, she was actually a little scared. This confidence and arrogance made her feel very strange. Roll. Zhao Ji waved her sleeves, shouted angrily, and drove the palace maids out. Chun Mo knew that his guess was correct. Master, do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Ji sat back on the phoenix couch. He crossed his arms across his chest, with a hint of pride on his face, trying to hide his strangeness. Chun Mo shook his head, looking indifferent. Of course not. The Queen Mother is so smart. The Queen Mother thinks it's not worth it for my life. So instead of going to hell with me, it's better to join hands with me. Zhao Ji stared at him without blinking. This person seemed to see through her thoughts. This was like standing naked in front of him. You're smart, but what makes you think I would think that? Zhao Ji raised her eyebrows with a hint of arrogance. Chen Mo guessed what she was thinking, but she would not admit it. This sentence is her last obsession as the Queen Mother. Chen Mo also asked, what kind of person does the Queen Mother think I am? Zhao Ji's arrogant eyes moved around him again and again. He only said one sentence, arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. You think you can calculate everything. and you dare to ignore me? I hate people like you the most. But I have to admit it. You are really capable. You are calm and composed in the face of adversity. You are very confident. Not only did he shock the ministers, but he also won the trust of the king of Qin. That's what I like about you. It's okay, it looks good. Zhao Ji said a lot of things in one breath, some good and some bad. Of course. Part of it was also because he did not give her face or flatter her. She was unwilling to accept this, so she said such words. Chen Mo curled his lips. I won't mention the appearance or anything like that. If complimenting someone makes them uncomfortable, then just don't say it. The Queen Mother didn't say a word. I can change the fate of Qin. What changes? Zhao Ji became interested. Chen Mo said solemnly. Push Qin to a new peak. Zhao Ji was stunned. I was shocked by this sentence. If Chen Mo was just talking nonsense, then she would definitely ridicule him mercilessly. However, it was the little thing he took out in the court, such a small thing, that was enough to change the military strength of Qin. The emergence of papermaking and movable type printing has changed the way of cultural inheritance for many years. Zhao Ji couldn't refute it at all. There is no way to refute this. She was very curious about what was going on in this man's mind. This is a kind of confidence that is enough to change the world. For a moment, Zhao Ji looked at him in a daze. After staring blankly for a while, she came to her senses. His tone softened, and he nodded slightly. You're right. I'm looking forward to it. Chen Mo heard the approval in her words. However, the Imperial Master seems to still not know one thing. Chapter 183. No, we join forces? Zhao Ji suddenly changed the subject. Chen Mo was cheered up. This was the key point. Really? Your Majesty, please speak. Zhao Ji was very satisfied with his attitude. With a twitch of the corners of his mouth, the expression on his face finally improved a little. If you want to complete your mission, it's not enough to just be passionate. You should be very clear about the current situation in the court. Zheng Er is powerless and can't manage the overall situation. Do you think that as long as he trusts you, everything will go well? Chen Mo understood what he meant. It seems so. What do you think, Queen Mother? Create worry, sell worry, then find a solution. It's like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. Then I burst into tears of gratitude. Oh, how vulgar. As a young man of the new era, all those messy things on the internet are a piece of cake for him. You think I'll be fooled? Sure enough, the next moment, Zhao Ji gave a solution. The current situation is divided into two factions. You have been chosen as the Imperial Master today. You should be able to tell what the attitudes of the civil officials are. They have bad intentions towards you. In comparison, Wang Jian and Meng Tian had a better attitude towards the Imperial teacher. Since the Imperial Master wants to be in charge, he must naturally find a suitable candidate. Chen Montauk nodded seriously. I think our king is very nice and congenial. Zhao Ji frowned slightly. I don't know if Chen Mo really didn't understand what she was saying. Play dumb with her? How come you don't understand at all? I've already said that the king of Qin has no right to interfere. Just the two of you think you can turn the Qin kingdom upside down? Your Majesty is a talented person, but he is still too young. On the other hand, even he has to take orders from others. Zhao Ji puffed out her chest proudly. At this moment, the wide phoenix robe was outlined with a breathtaking curve. Chen Mo nodded slightly. It doesn't seem to be sagging yet. It's too difficult. The Queen Mother is talking about. The Prime Minister? Zhao Ji only felt a sharp pain in her chest and gritted her teeth. Master Imperial Master, isn't this very boring? How could she not hear that Chen Mo was doing this on purpose? But she was really angry. Are you bored? No. Chen Mo felt that this was necessary. What else? What happened today was nothing more than the angry words of a group of civil officials, not the Prime Minister's intention. I think the Prime Minister has no ill will towards me. What's more, the Prime Minister is now extremely powerful. The power of Qin is unmatched. But the premise is that Liu Buwei dare not rebel openly. Zhao Ji's military power posed no threat to him at all. Moreover, he could use his power to slowly weaken Zhao Ji's power. The Prime Minister is the head of all officials. Hold great power. Officials can be appointed without even the Emperor's consent. He can easily change the situation in the court. Even a battle-hardened general like Wang Jian would be doomed in this situation. As long as he catches any evidence against him, he can easily demote him and deprive him of his power. Are you dissatisfied? That is treason. This is big trouble. Everyone makes mistakes, let alone those generals with hot tempers. He would find an excuse to make them step down and let someone else take their place. In this way, the seal in Zhao Ji's hand became a useless stone. Can't even crack a walnut. Only Wang Jian could keep a low profile and reach where he is today, step by step. Otherwise, he would have been dismissed by Lu Buwei long ago. When Chinemo said this, Zhao Ji was immediately dissatisfied and disgusted. Zhao Ji's eyes turned cold and she snorted. Lu Buwei? I wonder if he has forgotten the surname of Qin. I'm just a businessman from a humble background who has made it to where I am today by chance. When Zheng ascends the throne, how long do you think he can live? When the time comes, I will be the first one to deal with that old thing. There was a strange look on Chun Mo's face. I remember that you were a dancer when you were in Lu Buwei's mansion. It should be Ji, right? Wouldn't that be an even lower status? Chun Mo pretended to be surprised, frowned, and asked in confusion. Hey, why do I feel that the Queen Mother is very dissatisfied with Prime Minister Lu? Didn't Prime Minister Lu recommend you to meet the late Emperor? If it weren't for Lu Buwei's intervention, Zhao Ji's fate would have been disastrous. How could she possibly enjoy the lofty status of Queen Mother? So that's why he killed. Zhao Ji stood up suddenly and became excited. Before he could finish his words, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. He calmed himself down and looked at Chun Mo with a look full of vigilance. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she continued, I used to be a dancer in the Lu Mansion. Many people know about this. There is nothing to hide. But there are rumors outside that I was used by Lu Buwei and then given to the late king. That's ridiculous. If so, would the late king have made me queen? Chen Mo nodded slightly. That's true. King Zhuangxiang was not a stupid person. Besides, let's talk about the background. Cheng Zhao's biological mother was more powerful than Zhao Ji. If she was just an ordinary woman, King Zhuangxiang would not have made her the queen. That's why the Queen Mother thought that Lu Buwei not only did not defend himself, but acquiesced to this matter so that your position in the court would plummet. So, you really don't like him anymore? Zhao Ji's pretty face turned cold, and she raised her head and said, Isn't this enough? Because he ruined my reputation and the royal family's reputation. So he must die. Chinemo chuckled and said, That's good. I'd be a fool to believe you. The same desire for power. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. Only by getting rid of him can we completely control this country. This is definitely one of the reasons. Moreover, the second half of Zhao Ji's words seemed to have another deeper meaning. But it doesn't matter. It is enough to just clarify her relationship with Lu Buwei. An expression of deep shock suddenly appeared on Chun Mo's face. He was stunned and said, The Queen Mother said so. Are you going to deal with Lu Buwei? He is the prime minister of the dynasty, holding great power. Zhao Yisneirtit Koldli. Whoever stands in my way will die. Has his true identity been exposed? It's all for the sake of fighting for power and profit. Chun Mo frowned and shook his head. You don't need to say more, Queen Mother. I just want to focus on assisting the king and don't want to get involved in the fight between the Queen Mother and Prime Minister Lu. Knowing too much is harmful. I don't want to get involved in disputes, nor do I want to offend the Prime Minister. This guy doesn't even blush when he talks. I really don't want to get involved in this muddy water. In fact, his intention to kill Lu Buwei even exceeded his intention to kill Zhao Ji. But if Zhao Ji knew this, wouldn't it be like I had something to ask of her, and she would be controlling me? I asked for help from someone, but she took control of me? Whoever asks for help must bow his head. So he must play this scene well. Zhao Ji walked towards Chun Mo with light steps. Do you think you can stay out of this? She stood straight in front of Chun Mo, a faint fragrance emanating from her body. Lu Buwei must have known you were looking for me. Do you think he can remain indifferent? Rather than being stared at by him, it's better to... Zhao Ji extended a hand towards Chun Mo. Although he still looked superior, his attitude was more serious and more friendly. How about we join forces? Chapter 184. Did he get mad at himself? Her fingers are slender and white. Even her nails were neatly trimmed. Zhao Ji raised her hand in the air, and seeing that Chun Mo didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either. He frowned. The Imperial Master is the first person who has made me humble myself like this. But the Imperial Master is indifferent. Do you think I can't leave you? Isn't Chun Mo too arrogant? Chun Mo felt Zhao Ji's hand reaching out to him, but he did not reach out to grab it. He said calmly, The Queen Mother wants me to help you get rid of Prime Minister Lu? You don't want to? Chun Mo shook his head slightly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm still a little short of the right time. Zhao Ji's hand froze in midair. It was not until he saw the black cloth swaying in front of his eyes suddenly stop moving when he saw Chun Mo shaking his head that the Imperial Master could not see. So her hand was already out, but the other party didn't realize it. Zhao Ji put down her hand silently. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Not enough? Then what do you think is enough? Chun Mo had no idea that the Queen Mother could actually comfort him. The reason why I didn't shake her hand was that if he agreed, there would be no way to negotiate terms. It's not impossible for me to agree to your request, but I have one condition. Zhao Ji crossed her arms and looked at him with interest. Just tell me what you want. Chun Mo said shamelessly. The Queen Mother just needs to cooperate and follow my arrangements. Zhao Ji glared at him and said coldly, You want me to listen to you? Not bad. He nodded. When Zhao Ji saw Chun Mo nod, a sneer appeared on her face. National Master, you dare to order me? Do you want to turn the world upside down? Chun Mo explained in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. It's not that you're taking orders from me, but in this matter, I need to take the lead. This is what he wants. He agreed immediately. Any one of them will put him in a passive position. Take orders from her? If she really had the ability to deal with Lu Buwei, why would she wait until now? If I really listened to her, I don't know what ideas she would come up with. How can you use my gun recklessly? I will be tough when there is a ball, but I won't always agree to anything you ask for. Zhao Ji flicked her sleeves, turned around, and left. With her curvy figure and infinite charm, she walked step by step to the bed. Then, he turned around suddenly. He stretched out his arms, waved his sleeves, and sat down. He glanced at Chun Mo, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Do you think you're the only one I can use? We in Qin are full of talented people. It's not like you're the only one. You are already a great honor to me for inviting you here in person. Your Excellency the Imperial Master, you are really too ignorant, aren't you? Oh, Chun Mo responded. He got up and left. Are you kidding me? If you really have a solution and helpers, why would you still be talking nonsense to me? I think you can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king. Who do you think you are? Zhao Ji was slightly startled as she watched him turn and leave. Why is this person so disrespectful? Stop, stop, stop. Zhao Ji called Chun Mo 3 times, but there was no response. Only then did Chun Mo stop. Hearing Zhao Ji's roar, the palace maids outside hurried over. After entering the bedroom, I felt something was wrong. The Queen Mother sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers tightly clenched around the sheets, staring fiercely at the Imperial teacher's back. Her chest heaved like an abandoned woman. The Imperial Master had no expression on his face. It's like a bastard who played with other people's feelings, played with other people's bodies, and then walked away. Several palace maids stared at Chun Mo and Zhao Ji blankly, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. Who let you in? Get out. Zhao Ji was extremely angry. Those palace maids who entered without permission were undoubtedly walking into a trap. The palace maids shrank their necks after being scolded and left in shame. Chun Mo didn't move on, and Zhao Ji ignored him. There was silence in the bedroom. There was only the sound of Zhao Ji panting. Chun Mo was not in a hurry at all. He just stood there, leaning on a bamboo pole without moving. It could be heard that Zhao Ji was really angry. You win. After a long while, Zhao Ji finally spoke. A smile gradually appeared on Chun Mo's face. What does the Queen Mother mean by this? He asked knowingly. Zhao Ji glared at him, wishing she could eat him alive. A few words jumped out from between his teeth. I say you win. Is it fun? This guy is really stubborn. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This actually forced the Empress Dowager, who was of noble status and proud temperament, to compromise in the end. Zhao Ji wished she could tear him into pieces. You're the first person to make me give in. Zhao Ji gradually calmed down and let go of the quilt she was holding. A pair of phoenix eyes calmly watched Chun Mo's departing back, without a trace of ripples. But there is one thing I must make clear. As you wish. But if you can't get rid of Lu Buwei, I will make you pay the price. Chun Mo then turned around, but his face did not show the smug look as Zhao Ji had expected. He seemed calmer than she. It was as if her compromise had no effect on him. It was as if he had anticipated his own compromise. Don't worry, Queen. Zhao Ji nodded slightly, thinking he was going to say something. However, Chun Mo's second half of the sentence was, you don't stand a chance. This made Zhao Ji unable to bear it. At this moment, her grace was gone. She grabbed the pillow on the bed and smashed it hard on Chun Mo. Do you know how much I hate you? She didn't have much aversion to Chun Mo. It's because what an arrogant person hates most is the feeling of being powerless and at the mercy of others. It seemed that he had been in a passive position since the moment he entered the bedroom. I wanted to teach him a lesson. Now, he's threatening her instead. I want to use both kindness and force to deal with him. However, he remained unmoved. Chen Mo tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the pillow thrown by Zhao Ji. He said calmly, "That's fine. I don't have a good impression of the Queen Mother either." It's even. Zhao Ji only felt a tightness in her chest and difficulty breathing. So angry. Who cares about you? Who do you think I am? How dare you talk to me like that? But think about it carefully. It seemed like there was nothing he dare not say. Zhao Ji raised her eyebrows and glared at Chen Mo fiercely. But at this moment, the corner of her mouth suddenly twitched. Then he burst into laughter. Chen Mo was stunned. Did he get mad at himself? Isn't the ability to resist attacks too poor? Zhao Ji laughed so hard that her body shook and her voice was clear and crisp. She covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Chen Mo deeply. The laughter stopped and suddenly became arrogant. She said softly and charmingly, "Master Imperial Master, do you think I am an old woman with wrinkles all over her face and white hair?" Chapter 185, This Duplicity Guy. As for the Queen Mother, ordinary people would be shocked when they heard this title. The first thought was an old woman. In her opinion, Chen Mo, who couldn't even see, must have thought the same. That's why she said that she didn't like the elderly Empress Dowager very much. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, not smiling. "It can't be, is it?" Zhao Ji had a smug look on her face, her eyes full of pride. Looking up, Zhang Qianjiao's pretty face was full of pride. "Master, you can't see my true face. Otherwise, you will definitely regret what you said." Chen Montak, where does this confidence come from? Do you think I'm a fool? He nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Oh. Question mark. Zhao Ji was confused. Is this the end? Only one, huh? Don't you have any curiosity, any surprise, or any intention of flattery at all? That's all I have to say. It's getting late. My wife is still waiting at home. I won't disturb you. Chen Mo spoke as if he knew what she was thinking. No need to wait. I won't flatter you anymore. In such cold weather, hugging a warm fire starter is a very comfortable thing. What are you talking nonsense to, old woman? Great. This kind of small restaurant probably doesn't even have a fireplace. Is it possible that my palace, which is as warm as spring, can't accommodate you? Zhao Ji could easily find Chen Mo's residence. She finally understood. It's impossible to expect him to say a good word. She felt as if this guy had a grudge against her. I don't know why, but I just feel it. Chen Mo smiled and said expectantly, "Don't worry, my wife is warm. Sleeping with my wife is so comfortable. A warm bed, warm and sweet. It's not just warmth, but you can also chat with people. It's not comparable to these heaters that can only emit light and heat." Swish. There was a soft swish sound. As Zhao Ji listened, her expression became more and more unsightly. His face turned pale, and he pressed the quilt under him. She couldn't help it and tore a hole in the quilt. "Well said, Mr. Imperial Master. The insults are without any dirty words or blood. But every word is heartbreaking." Just now she was laughing at him for being blind, and now she was saying that she was alone in the room. As a man, can't you have some backbone? Chen Mo curled his lips and said with concern, "If you work hard today, the Queen Mother should drink more water and don't hurt your body." "Roll." Zhao Ji said coldly with a gloomy face. "Where does this fire come from? It's all your fault. All right. Goodbye. By the way, when you drink water, it's best to add some honey. It makes your skin better, and your skin starts to sag as you age. It also helps with sleep if you can't sleep on your own. Loose skin, sleeping alone." Every word Chen Mo said was like a sharp knife, stabbing Zhao Ji's heart. It made her eyebrows twitch. "Get lost." Chen Mo spread his hands. "Your kindness is taken for granted. This old witch is going too far." However, just as he reached the door, Chen Mo stopped. Seeing Zhao Ji's eyes that seemed to want to tear him into pieces, he hesitated for a moment. He turned his back and said calmly, "If the Queen Mother really wants to enjoy the glory and splendor, then listen to my advice." "What?" Zhao Ji gritted her teeth, and with every additional word, her emotions would get out of control. "Just follow the will of heaven." Chen Mo said seriously. Peace returned to the palace. The anger on Zhao Ji's face slowly faded away. She just sat quietly beside the phoenix bed, looking in the direction where Chen Mo left with an indifferent expression. "I want to see what you can do for the Qin state. No matter how powerful you are, You can't escape from my palm. The palace maids filed in. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. There was no trace of the anger and panic from just now. Change my bed and help me take a bath. Zhao Ji flicked her sleeves, stood up, and gave a cold order. Yes. Several palace maids took the order and left. The two maids worked together to change the bed sheets. One of them had sharp eyes and saw the crack at a glance. At first glance, you can tell it's man-made. But how did such a good bed sheet get torn? The palace maid was shocked. Could it be that the Empress Dowager used too much? Her face suddenly turned pale, and she looked terrified. He looked at Zhao Ji's graceful back in disbelief. No wonder I heard the Queen Mother's roar outside the door just now. Zhao Ji sat in front of the gorgeous dressing table. Her face was beautiful and charming. The palace maid who sent Chun Mo out of the harem was standing behind her, helping her take off the exquisite and complicated headdress on her head. At this moment, Zhao Ji suddenly asked, when the Imperial Master came, did he say anything? She even suspected that the maid had let the cat out of the bag in front of Chun Mo. Otherwise, how could he always have the upper hand? However, although this girl was her personal maid, she didn't know why she called Chun Mo here. Your Majesty, this is what the Imperial Master said. The maid responded respectfully. Oh, what do you mean? Zhao Ji opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. The Imperial Master said that the Queen Mother has a very nice and charming voice, and he is so valued that it is an honor for him to come and see him. When I came here, I asked this servant what to pay attention to. Zhao Ji raised her eyebrows. Is this true? Are you really praising me for being pretty? This palace maid had followed her for nearly 10 years and trusted her very much. It is impossible to lie, and I dare not lie. However, Chun Mo's reaction was completely different from what he said. The palace maids combed her hair carefully. I dare not lie to the Queen Mother. Even when the Imperial Master left just now, he told me that he might have been nervous and made you angry. Let me say something nice to you. Don't bother with him. Zhao Ji turned around suddenly and stared at the palace maid. The palace maid was so frightened that she stepped back and lowered her head. Zhao Ji looked her up and down, with a strange look on her face. Really? Really? The maid did not dare to hesitate. I don't have the courage. Zhao Ji snorted and turned her head away. I knew you wouldn't dare. If that's the case, is that bastard really too nervous? Zhao Ji touched her chin, recalling what the two of them said from beginning to end. He doesn't look nervous at all. Am I overthinking it? Because he didn't salute himself or flatter him. Did she have a problem with him that affected her judgment? But as the imperial teacher, he is qualified to enter the hall, not a subject. Zhou Yi frowned. Maybe. The confusion in her eyes and the arrogance on her face slowly dissipated. This guy says one thing and thinks another. Why didn't you refute me earlier? Why do you have to confess afterwards and then let the palace maids give you sweet words of advice? Never mind. I am a magnanimous person and I will not argue with you. I'm Festi. Go give me a glass of water. At this point, Zhao Ji paused and reminded again, don't forget to add honey. The palace maid looked at Zhao Ji with a faint smile on her lips. Chapter 186. Wait. Wan Filu. The shopkeeper was sitting behind the counter doing the accounting as usual. The waiter went downstairs in a hurry. With an appearance of offering a treasure, he said mysteriously, Boss, I have something important to tell you. The shopkeeper squinted at him and said calmly, if you have nothing else to do, just wipe the table. This is the most important thing. The servant chuckled and said, this is big news. This is a big deal. The shopkeeper snorted, his face darkened, and said, what's wrong? Do you think my business will be better? After the Lantern Festival, the business of the shop was obviously not as good as before. The shopkeeper was becoming more and more anxious. That's not necessarily true. The servant pointed to the private room upstairs and said in a low voice, there are several officials upstairs. I went upstairs to serve tea and overheard their conversation. I heard that His Majesty appointed a new Imperial Master today. Everyone is talking about it. The shopkeeper's eyebrows jumped and he asked in surprise, oh my God, the Imperial Master? Even ordinary people like them know what the identity of the National Master is. Of noble status. He is qualified to be on equal footing with the Queen Mother. It can be said that no matter who it is, once you ascend to the position of national teacher, you will be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. But immediately he frowned. But what does this national teacher have to do with me? The servant's eyes lit up and he came closer to him. He whispered, from the tone of their voice, it seems that the Imperial Master lives here. He is here to wait for an audience with the Imperial Master. Think about it. If the national teacher really lives here, once his reputation spreads, won't we become famous? Isn't there business? The shopkeeper looked at him as if he were an idiot. Then he kicked him in the butt. Are you out of your mind? Who is the national teacher? What is your status as a national teacher? Where am I? How could a dignified imperial master live with me? This is simply a fantasy. Even an ordinary court official would not be able to come here. When they were in power, the court would provide them with accommodation. What's more, he is the national teacher. I guess the garden at home is bigger than his entire restaurant. Why live in his inn instead of his mansion? The servant retorted, it was just sealed. Maybe the house hasn't been arranged yet. The shopkeeper glared at him and shouted, get out of the way and stop talking nonsense. If the imperial master is willing to stay here, his salary will be doubled. Stop talking nonsense and clean the table. The servant was scolded so badly that his nose and face were swollen. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was about to speak. The shopkeeper's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Hey, General Wang, why are you here? What brings you here? Wang Bin, son of Wang Jian. Wang Jian fought for the Qin state throughout his entire life and experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, the prestige of the Wang father and son among the people far exceeds that of civil officials, who would not respect a great general who brought them stability. So when he saw Wang Bin, the smile on his face became more sincere. Wang Bin was riding on a tall horse. He raised his head and looked at the sign of the restaurant and was slightly stunned. Has the imperial master returned? The shopkeeper wanted to say something else, but when he reacted, he was stunned. Is Wang Bin saying that the imperial teacher has returned? At this point, the shopkeeper didn't know how to respond. He stammered, the Grand Master didn't come to my place. As the shopkeeper, how could he not know what kind of people live here? Now only 1 yard is occupied. Could be those 2 stunning beauties? Then, the only one left is the blind man who lives in the same hospital with them. Is he the national teacher? That's absolutely impossible. If you want to become a national teacher, you need more than just a face. How could a blind man become the national teacher? Wang Binhu raised his eyes and said, I didn't come to your place? Are there still a few Mengxianglu in Xianyang? The shopkeeper's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. General Wang, there's only one Mengxianglu in Xianyang. What would happen if the national teacher could live here? If this gets out, his restaurant will be further promoted because of his title as the national master. Wang Bin scratched his head, looking confused. This is too weird. The imperial master clearly said that he lived here. Wang Bin was just about to ask his father if he had heard it wrong. He turned around and saw 2 people approaching. The servant's eyes lit up, staring blankly at the door. The shopkeeper took a look and understood. Hey, you guys are back. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to bring it to you? Only the enchanting and charming Yin Lingji and the dignified and elegant Fei Yin can make any man lose his mind. Neither of them showed any intention of stopping. Directly past a few people, Yin Lingji walked halfway and suddenly turned back. Have eaten. The servant's legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Okay. If you need any help, just let me know. The shopkeeper was much older and seemed calmer. Yin Lingji narrowed her bright eyes and glanced upstairs out of the corner of her eye. They seem to be coming for that kid. Several carriages stopped at the door. One can tell at a glance that these people are high-ranking officials in the court. Today, Chun Mo had just ascended to the position of a national master, and so many dignitaries had come to this restaurant. It was obvious who they were targeting. Fian chuckled and said softly, I'm afraid we will return empty-handed this time. How do you know? Yin Lingji looked at her curiously. Fian said calmly, young master has a cold personality and doesn't like these formalities. I'm afraid we won't meet again. Yin Lingji smiled slightly. The sexy corners of her lips are raised in a charming arc. He looked at Fian with a smile and said, it seems that you know him very well. How sharp is Wang Bin's hearing? Hurry up and keep up. Miss, please wait a moment. The 2 stopped, and Yin Lingji looked around with her lively blue eyes. Seeing that they were the only 2 people there, he asked slowly, are you calling us? What can I do for you? Her eyes swept over Wang Bin. Never seen it. It's definitely not a good thing. The guy said that we should be more cautious when we go out. I don't seem to know you, do you? After saying that, he turned and looked at Fian. Fian shook her head slightly. You know, before she met Chen Mo and Yin Lingji, she seldom communicated with others, not to mention old friends. Yin Lingji said angrily, where did this big idiot come from? Why are you calling people randomly? The shopkeeper and the servant were both startled. The other party is the son of the general and is also an important figure in the court. He is a military general. It is normal to be tall and powerful. Why are you calling him a big fool? My goodness, this is the first time someone has scolded him like this. Miss, he is General Wang. Please don't say anything nonsense. The shopkeeper hurried forward to explain. Yin Lingji was slightly stunned and instantly understood Wang Bin's intention of calling them. Are you here for that person too? Except Fian, everyone else was stunned. That person? Who is it? Wang Bin was no fool. Are you talking about the Imperial Master? Yin Lingji curled her lips and said faintly, Isn't it that guy? He was summoned by your queen mother and has not returned yet. Wait, chapter 187, and there are two of them. After saying that, she took Fian into the backyard. What else can we do besides waiting? Can be brought into the yard? There are only two of them here. It's really inconvenient. The shopkeeper and the servant were both stunned. For a moment, everyone held their breath. My heart started beating fast. So, the National Master is really with them? What shocked them the most was that Yin Lingji actually said such words. Doesn't this mean that this national teacher is very familiar with her? Someone she knew. The shopkeeper and the servant turned their heads very stiffly and looked in the direction where the two men left. The only possibility is the blind man who lives with them. Are you still here with me? It's him. The shopkeeper and the servant looked at each other in disbelief. Wang Bin was not angry when he heard Yin Lingji's words. On the contrary, there was a look of joy on his face. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. You can wait as long as you want. The shopkeeper came back to his senses from his shock. On the contrary, there is more panic. If the national teacher stays here for a few days and finds anything he is dissatisfied with, he will keep it in mind. Wouldn't that mean my shop would be ruined? The boy was so frightened that his legs went limp. The first day, Chun Mo brought Yin Lingji to dinner. He sneered at this guy. He is a blind man. How could he be worthy of this fairy? Who knew he was actually the national teacher? What if the national teacher finds out? This is what is called Yi Gong's love of dragons. Before the Imperial Master came, he had always hoped that he could stay here. But now that it was in front of him, he was afraid again. The two went back to their rooms to rest, and suddenly Chun Mo's voice was heard in the yard. Ma'am, come and help me. Yin Lingji was lying on the bed. At the beginning, he was leisurely crossing his legs, with his pair of white and tender little feet swinging back and forth. Hearing the voice, he sat up suddenly. Her face was full of panic. The Jingwei is coming? This? How to explain her relationship with Chun Mo? I haven't thought about it yet, and you're here? The fearless Xiaohua Ji suddenly became nervous. I feel like an ugly person going to meet my in-laws. Although she's not ugly, I'm also very familiar with the Jingwei. But now it's different. I asked you to come and help my husband. But in the end you slept with me? Yin Lingji was adjusting her hairpin and clothes in a panic. Just die. She pushed the door open and took a look. In addition to Chun Mo, there was also a silly guy following behind him. Hey, why are there only two of you? Yin Lingji was stunned and looked around quickly, trying to find any trace of Jingwei. Chun Mo chuckled and said, What else? Go to my room and get a piece of paper. I want to draw. Ever since he slept with Yin Lingji, Chun Mo has never returned. Your own room. He's been in her room these days. Eat together, take a bath together, and sleep together. This evil woman who brings disaster to the country and the people is really irresistible. Yin Lingji suddenly reacted. His eyes sparkled as he pointed at his nose. So, the one you called me just now was me? Chun Mo snorted. What else can I do? Should I call her? As he spoke, he pointed towards a room where Fian was. Although he did not get married with Yin Lingji like Jingwei did. However, since you are following him, you are one of us. After all the calculations, it should be the sixth madam. It is exactly the same number as the 6 hairpins on her head. There was a gleam of brilliance in Yin Lingji's eyes. The sexy and charming corners of the lips slowly curled up. Then call me again. This was the first time she heard the word madam from Chun Mo's mouth, and her heart felt warm. Chun Mo couldn't help but laugh and said, Madam, could you please go to my room and bring me a piece of paper? Yin Lingji giggled, and her big eyes curved into crescents. He ran into the room quickly and came back with a piece of paper. Then he snatched the ink tray that Wang Bin handed over. I'll do the grinding. Yin Lingji is very obedient and sensible. Vem Ben Smunyov. Is this really the girl who called him a big fool? Fian also came out upon hearing the sound. At a glance, he saw Wang Bin standing in the yard and the two people in front of the stone table. Yin Lingji rolled up her sleeves with one hand, picked up a stick of ink with the other hand, and slowly began to apply it in the ink. Fian looked at Chun Mo with some curiosity. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush, and looked like he was going to write calligraphy. Wang Bin was also stunned. He originally thought that Chun Mo would ask his wife to write the letter. Who would have thought that he would actually pick up the pen himself? National Master, Wang Bin shouted. What's wrong? Chun Mo stopped writing and asked. Wang Bin had a strange expression, as if he wanted to say something. It's okay. But he still held back. What if I offend the imperial teacher and make him unhappy? What should I do then? Wouldn't it be possible that if I went back I would be beaten to death by the old man? Fian also looked expectant. Obviously, they all wanted to see how a blind man painted. Chun Mo dipped the brush in ink and began to write quickly under the curious gaze of everyone. Soon, a simple and clear drawing appeared in front of him. Wang Bin's eyes gradually widened as if he had seen a ghost. Each of Chun Mo's strokes can be perfectly connected with the previous one. He drew every detail clearly. It's more detailed than what ordinary people draw. Wang Binren was stunned. He looked at the painting, and then at Chun Mo's calm and composed look. He felt his scalp was numb. This is even more shocking than being surrounded by enemies on the battlefield. Even if Chun Mo is pretending to be deaf and dumb. But if you cover yourself with a piece of black cloth, even if you're not blind, you will become blind. Then why can he write so well like a god? Even Fian couldn't believe her eyes. Her fair, beautiful face was full of disbelief. For strong people of their level, even without looking, it is not difficult to determine the other person's location based on sound alone. But how can you learn about painting just by listening? All right. Finally, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, Chun Mo finally finished the painting. Yin Lingji had long been accustomed to it. This guy is not comparable to ordinary people. Commander Wang. When Chun Mo blew dry the ink, folded the paper, and handed it to Wang Bin was still in a daze. What? Finished. Thank you, Master Imperial Master. Wang Bin took it respectfully and glanced at Chun Mo's unmask. General Wang, you are too polite. This is what we should do. Chun Mo had a kind smile on his face and did not appear as a national teacher. Wang Bin had already left before he had the chance to talk to Yin Lingji and Fei Yin. Just then, a few more people walked into the backyard. When they saw Yin Lingji and Fei Yin, everyone was stunned. Then, he looked at Chun Mo. Otherwise, how can he be called a national teacher? Even the woman next to him is so beautiful. And there are two of them. Chapter 188. Why is this woman so smart? My name is Li Shoren. Sun Jiao. Wan Hai. Greetings to the Imperial Master. All three of them bowed respectfully to Chun Mo. Chun Mo sat down on the stone chair. Fian is on the left, and Yin Lingji is on the right. These two stunning beauties are simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. He thought about it. These three people have never heard of them. Never heard of it. Get up. What do you want from me? Chun Mo nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Although Yin Lingji and Fei Yin are extremely beautiful, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. What women should see and what women shouldn't see. It is obvious that the two people around the national teacher cannot be looked at casually. The imperial teacher was blind, but he is an immortal who came with heaven's will. Chun Mo's amazing performance in the court has shocked most people. Master Imperial Master, we have prepared wine and food for you. I would like to invite the Imperial Master to dinner. Do you think I would have the honor? The leader stepped forward and said with a smile. Now Lu Buwei's attitude towards Chun Mo is even more unpredictable. Not only did he not express his opinion, but he agreed to his request. Some sharp-eyed people have already seen through Lu Buwei's intention. This is to win over the national teacher. So, these people all want to get to know each other earlier. Chun Mo shook his head, looking helpless. Under the expectant gazes of the three, he slowly said, I will bathe and burn incense today and abstain from fasting and eating. You can go now. Yin Lingji quickly covered her mouth. If you were a little slower, you would be amused by Chun Mo's serious look and laugh out loud. Fian couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really good at acting. Looking at his unfathomable appearance, Fian suddenly felt somewhat familiar. After a little thought, I suddenly understood. This seems to be what the moon goddess looks like. One of them covered his eyes with a purple veil, and the other covered his eyes with a black scarf. This unfathomable look is exactly the same. Very similar. Chun Mo is not a fortune teller. It was exactly the moon goddess in her memory. Several ministers were stunned. The national teacher is so awesome. This is simply divine. This has reached the level of fasting. If not a god, then what else could it be? He was unwilling, and others did not dare to force him. He walked out of the yard disappointed. After they left, Yin Lingji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Were you a fortune teller before? He's quite good at acting. Chinamo was not proud at all. Instead, he said modestly, "Is it really like that?" Fian chuckled. I couldn't help but nodded. It has that flavor. The moon goddess exudes an ethereal and fairy-like aura. But Chinamo gives people an approachable feeling. It's a feeling of unity between man and nature. Just as the three of them were chatting, another sound of footsteps came from the yard. Soon, several figures appeared in the courtyard. Yin Lingji gave Chun Mo a displeased look. Can you still talk properly? No surprise. These people all came for the national teacher. Chun Mo also used the same excuse to send them away. He turned around before he could say a few words to the two of them. At this time, a few more people came in. In less than half an hour, 4 or 5 waves of troops arrived one after another. Yin Lingji held her chin with one hand and sat in a pavilion nearby, pointed to the number of people. Then, he muttered, "There are already 18. How come there are so many people in such a short time?" Fian smiled and said, "The imperial master is of noble status, so naturally there will be people who curry favor with him. This is just the beginning." Yin Lingji rolled her eyes. Worried. "Will someone come in while we're sleeping?" "Don't worry, it won't happen. Even if they don't sleep, they dare not disturb you and the imperial master in the middle of the night." Yin Lingji also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. These two guys are quite sensible. Then she was stunned. He slowly turned around and looked at Fian, pointed to Chun Mo, who was sneaking around in the yard. He said slowly, "You just said that these people came here just to please that boy." Fian nodded slightly. Every smile, every frown, every gesture is dignified and graceful. Yes, as the national teacher, his status is no less than that of the king of Qin and the queen mother. Although I have lost my power, I can still influence the king of Qin's decision. Of course someone will come to please him. Yin Lingji stood up quickly, as if he remembered something extraordinary. These people all came to please him. So I lost the last bet? Then I have to help him, just at this moment. After Chunamo sent a few people away, he turned around and smiled at her. Yin Lingji suddenly found that his smile was a little strange. So proud. What happened? Fian couldn't help but ask when she saw Yin Lingji so excited. Yin Lingji glared at Chunemo. His teeth were chattering. Something is wrong for sure. This is a big problem. Chunemo watched every move of the two. He looked at Yin Lingji, and the smile on his face became even more intense. If you lose, you lose. That's what we agreed on. Yin Lingji almost couldn't hold back and threw a fireball at his face. Got fooled. That's why he proposed such a bet. He is sure to win. Yin Lingji misunderstood what Chunemo meant. He is willing to win or lose. If you win, you will be hesitant. If you lose, you will be patient and humiliated. After everyone left, the two walked back to themselves. Yin Lingji was obviously a little excited. He sat down on the stone chair opposite Chunemo. Chunmo's heart was broken. Of course, he didn't care about his stool. What he felt sorry for was Yin Lingji's buttocks. Fian smoothed her skirt and slowly sat down. Dignified and graceful, with elegant manners. Her body is plump and soft. The whole body is round, just like a full moon. I'm curious. How did you draw this picture? He looked at Chun Mo with curiosity in his eyes and spoke in a soft voice. She thought about it for a long time in the pavilion, but couldn't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, just ask. Painting is like reading a book. It's not done with your eyes. Yin Lingji blinked her eyes. If not eyes, what else can we rely on? She now knows that Chun Mo can see and knows his background, just like he also knows his own abilities and depths. But this does not mean that he can speak without thinking. Chun Mo patted his chest and said, "Reliable. Reliable." A strange color flashed in Fian's beautiful eyes. Seems to understand something. Her plump lips slightly opened, and after a moment of thought, she said, "So, sir, you also look at people with your heart?" Chun Mo was stunned. How come this woman is so smart? Yes, what we see with our naked eyes is only appearance, and appearance can be easily concealed. Only by observing it with the heart can one see its essence. Fian's gaze turned and fell on Chunmo's chest. He nodded slightly, as if it was a matter of course. "No wonder you saw through me at first sight." "Sir, Your methods are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 189, It's Not Too Late. Thanks for the advice. Yin Lingji opened her mouth wide and looked at Fian. Fian's admiration for Chun Mo was beyond words. You believe it? Do you believe this kind of thing? Are you too gullible? Fian's beautiful eyes turned, and she said with a smile, Why not? That's right, sir. Not only do I believe it, I admire it. Master Sun used books to understand life. Bei Mingzi used meditation to understand the universe. Dong Huang Tai used to deduce the past, present, and future, and Gue Guzi used a sword to break illusions. Master, observe the world and the heart. At your age, being able to achieve this is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated. I've been stuck in the free and easy realm for many years. Sir, give me some pointers, and it has opened my eyes. Sir, I salute you. As she spoke, Fian stood up. He put his hands together and bowed respectfully. Yin Lingji, fraud, big liar. Sister Jingwei, please come quickly. Our husband is a liar. Yin Lingji's mind went blank. What did he teach you? And you understood. How come I don't know? Chen Mo was easygoing and calm, and smiled with satisfaction. Miss Fian is really smart. No need to be so polite. This is a thank you for helping me today. Fian stood up straight, looking at him with complicated eyes. Sir, you are very generous. It's just a small favor today. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll do my best. Chen Mo responded without being pretentious. When Yin Lingji saw this scene, she was completely stunned. When did you become a brain-dead fan? You are Lord Dongjun of the Yin-Yang family. So easy to fool. What did you realize? Fian did not sit down, but looked at Chen Mo and Yin Lingji and said, Then I won't disturb you. Your words enlightened me. What she meant was that she wanted to go back to her room and meditate carefully. Under normal circumstances, she would not come out. Tonight, you can make a bigger noise. He returned to his room, closed the door, and looked like he was going to retreat. Yin Lingji said this, twisting her butt and sitting on Chen Mo's thighs. She hugged his arms, her eyes wide. What did you tell her? Chen Mo curled his lips. How the hell should I know? I just asked her to see the essence through the phenomenon, but I didn't expect she could understand so much. Chen Mo still hasn't come back to his senses. But looking at Fian's expression, it seemed that she really understood something. That's what she said herself. I've been in Xiaoyao realm for many years. To enter the realm of supernatural powers, it is not enough to have simple talent. The most difficult thing is to convert strength into energy. This takes time to accumulate. The prerequisite for reaching the Qi transformation realm is to find one's own path. It's like knowing there are countless treasures on the other side of the sea. Let's not talk about how to bring it back. The most important thing is that you have to find your way through. Only once you have it can you consider how to make it your own. Either pave the way or fly over it. The only thing Fian can do now is to find this path and then transform the power. She took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the soft big bed. The black and yellow skirt, like blooming plum blossoms, covered the entire bed. Covered her legs. She did learn something from Chun Mo's words. All the currently known powerful people in the realm of supernatural powers have one thing in common. That is, everyone sees the world from a different perspective. In other words, they have their own world in their eyes. This is also the reason why they can transcend the mundane and achieve supernatural powers. Fian's mood gradually calmed down. If this is the case, how should I view the world? What is going on in my world? She won't go crazy, will she? In the yard, Yin Lingji finally got what she wanted and sat on Chen Mo's lap. She leaned lazily in his arms, playing with the stick in her hands. He glanced at Fian's tightly closed eyes. I asked with some concern, Be careful not to burn my branches. When a bamboo pole meets a fire-burning girl, it is likely to catch fire. Chen Mo said with some concern. As for Yin Lingji's worries, they were unnecessary. Fian didn't care. Only by understanding correctly can we go further. If you can't understand, you can only sigh. As for becoming possessed, that is impossible. Yin Lingji tapped her palm with a bamboo pole. After that, she turned her head to look at Chen Mo and said softly, Are you afraid that I will burn your bamboo pole? Then why aren't you afraid of me doing that? Chen Mo smiled and said, Are you willing? Besides, that's not a bamboo pole. Let's call it the tree of heaven. Yin Lingji rolled her eyes at him. However, he did not refute. This sentence seems to be agreed. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. He patted Yin Lingji's soft back and said, Someone is coming. Yin Lingji looked towards the gate of the yard. Not even a shadow can be seen. Just when he was confused, Chen Mo said, Just entered the restaurant. Yin Lingji turned around and blinked her charming big eyes. Just enter the restaurant? There's still time. Chinamo was confused. What do you mean by coming? Two soft and tender lips pressed against his, blocking what he was about to say next. After a while, Chinamo pinched her thick chassis. Yin Lingji knew that someone was coming soon. When they broke apart, she pressed her nose against his ear. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, as if it was about to overflow. She exhaled and said, "Send it out quickly. I'll wait for you in the room." There was a numbing sound, like a kitten scratching Chunmo's heart. Yin Lingji shook her hair and skipped back to her room. Chunmo scratched his nose, which had been rubbed by her hair just now. "There is still a faint fragrance on my hands. This vixen, how could the old woman, the queen mother, be her match? I really don't understand why she is so confident." Just then, a figure walked in from outside. "I am Li Si, and I am here to meet the Imperial Master." Li Si rolled up his wide robe sleeves and bowed. "No need to be polite." Chinemo nodded and said no more. Li Si was indeed a talented person. Otherwise, he would not have become Master Sun's disciple. It's just that he values fame and fortune too much. But if you don't have ambition, then what's the point of learning a skill? Unlike his junior brother Han Fei. Han Fei was the son of a Korean and had a noble status. Li Si, on the other hand, was of humble origin. Want to stand out. They have to work harder than Han Fei. This is also the reason why he is good at seizing opportunities. He always rushes to do things that others are unwilling to do. Hardworking. It was also because of this that Lu Buwei looked at him differently and took him under his command. He came here this time because he was entrusted by Lu Buwei. "National Master, the Prime Minister invites you." Chapter 190, Why Should He Take the Risk? The lights in the Prime Minister's residence were bright. The only difference is, Lu Buwei never stayed in the study again. Instead, he was in a magnificent hall, together with a group of staff and ministers. The luxurious hall was filled with guests. They were either important figures in the court or Lu Buwei's close confidants. Everyone sat down on the left and right. A group of dancers with graceful figures and beautiful faces danced gracefully. Judging from the situation, a banquet should be held. At this time, Lu Buwei was nowhere to be seen. People of his level usually don't arrive early. Instead, he started chatting with a few die-hard fans. "Prime Minister, I have a question that I cannot figure out." An officer looked at his expression and raised his hand to ask. Lu Buwei looked over with a pair of sharp eyes. "You want to ask why I agreed?" Until now, they still don't understand why he agreed to the appointment as the national teacher. The Imperial Master and His Majesty are very close. If he agreed, he would be targeting himself. The official flattered. "Sure enough, I didn't hide it from you, Lord Prime Minister. That's the question I want to ask." However, Lu Buwei readily agreed. His expression eased slightly, and he said slowly, "Isn't it my good fortune that your Majesty trusts the national teacher so much?" The ministers looked at each other. Obviously, she didn't understand what he was talking about. Lu Buwei said leisurely, "Being an official is either for fame or for profit. Moreover, from what I know, the national teacher probably wants both fame and profit." Someone said, "But the Imperial Master has no power. At most he is closer to His Majesty." "I have a name, but Li, even if there is a salary, how high can it be?" To put it bluntly, although the national teacher has a high status, it is just an empty title. You can't get any benefits even if you want to. What does the Prime Minister know?" asked another person. Lu Buwei laughed. He stroked his beard and said meaningfully, "I know. Others may not know who Chinemo is, but how could Lu Buwei not know? Do you think the national teacher is very powerful?" "The strength you showed today is stronger than I thought." The others looked at each other and nodded. All the officials were shocked by what happened today. Not only did comments appear out of nowhere in the wordless heavenly book, but half of them came true right after that. The fire phoenix spread its wings and flew high in the hall, making them look very embarrassed. How could a mortal have such ability? Lu Buwei shook his head with a look of disdain on his face. "This thing is just to scare you. You are too young to hide it from me." Someone's eyes flashed, and he exclaimed, "Prime Minister, are you saying that the magic performed by the State Master today was a little strange?" Lu Buwei sneered and said, "I know the origins of the state teacher very well. Beside him is a beautiful woman. She is from Baiwei and is born with the ability to control fire. That so-called fire phoenix is nothing more than a cover." Only then did everyone react. "I see. It's a pity that the national teacher is still pretending." It turned out that the woman who knew how to control fire secretly helped. Suddenly, someone frowned, looking a little puzzled. What about the wordless heavenly book? Yes. Why are there words on the scroll? Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes and looked the two of them up and down. No words. Because he couldn't figure out either. He couldn't understand why there were such comments. I can't answer that, but I don't want to admit it either. So he changed the subject and said, one of the reasons why I agreed today is because of that sentence. He thought about it. The fire phoenix spreads its wings and auspiciousness descends. May you live long and prosper as the destiny has chosen you. That's a good point. I'm actually speechless. Chinemo said that he came with God's will. This sentence, then, is God's will. It is predicted that the Qin state will prosper. If he refuted, wouldn't that mean that he didn't want the Qin state to prosper? If it was someone else, it would be fine. But as the prime minister, he could never say that. This sentence represented his recognition of the national teacher. It was a simple sentence, but he couldn't help but nod his head. I see. Lu Buwei waved his hand and said, no, this is one of them. There's one more thing I said. The imperial master enjoys the trust of his majesty, but has no real power. Without power, there is no benefit. But I can give it to him. In Qin, I can give him anything he wants. Lu Buwei was not bragging when he said this. He really had the ability. Everyone then suddenly realized, Prime Minister, are you trying to win over the imperial master? Lu Buwei's eyes lit up. Good. This person can gain your majesty's trust, as long as he submits to me. Even if your majesty ascends the throne in the future, the Qin state will be under my control. These people are all his confidants. So he was not worried. That's great. That's great. The prime minister has a keen eye. Lu Buwei looked very proud. The best investment he had ever made in his life was in the late king. From a hostage, I have walked step by step to my current position. Now, he's going to make another investment. This person is the national teacher. He doesn't believe that there are people in this world who are not tempted by profit. It's not just me who has vision. The Queen Mother thinks so too. He knew that Zhao Ji summoned Chen Mo today. Although he was a step late, Lu Buwei didn't care. What can the Queen Mother give him in the harem? She can't even protect herself, so how could she support someone to deal with her? What? The Queen Mother has also summoned him. What if he sides with the Queen Mother? It is not difficult to hear their concern from their tone. Lu Buwei waved his hand and said confidently, the state teacher is definitely not a stupid person. To stand on the Queen Mother's side is to go against me. Who is the real ruler of Qin? I'm not his enemy. Why would he take the risk? At this point, he sighed, people are all profit-driven. As long as there are enough benefits, I can pull him over even if he stands on the Queen Mother's side. Over the years, Lu Buwei has mastered the art of understanding people's hearts to perfection. Why would anyone follow him? It's all for power and profit. When I fall, will anyone still flatter me? Maybe they are eager to cut off ties with me. Seeing that Lu Buwei was so confident, everyone felt relieved. Lu Buwei looked at the time, and something moved his mind. Judging from the time, Li Si should be back soon. Let's go to the main hall and take a seat. Looking at his calm back, everyone was filled with awe. As long as the national master comes to the banquet today, it means that he thinks so too. That's a very good idea. From now on, the Qin state belonged to Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei entered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone praised him. He made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, today's protagonist, is the imperial master. So, please wait for a moment. After the imperial master arrives, we can start the banquet. No one who can enter here is a fool. I vaguely guessed Lu Buwei's intention. Now listening to his words, this is further confirmed. Lu Buwei had just sat down when he saw a figure hurried in. The person who came was Li Si, who came with Chen Mo. Li Si walked in and looked at the people on both sides with a strange look on his face. Lu Buwei waved his hand, signaling him to turn away. Where is the imperial master? Everyone's eyes turned to Li Si. With the addition of a national teacher, the strength increased greatly. Therefore, tonight's banquet is the most important. Moreover, even if the imperial master cannot make up his mind for the moment, he cannot make things difficult for the prime minister. Isn't this a blatant opposition to him? Li Si curled his lips and looked at everyone again. Lu Buwei's brows furrowed even more tightly. Li Si is not a person who drags his feet. Why are you so hesitant now? Suddenly, a bad feeling came over me. Li Si raised his hand and bowed. The imperial master refused to attend the banquet. Chapter 191, I will definitely get it done. There was a sudden, deathly silence in the hall. Not attending the banquet? No, why refuse? He actually dared to say no? Regardless of whether the national teacher stood on Lu Buwei's side, he should not have refused so bluntly. The wisest thing to do is to show up to the party and give a vague answer. Everyone present is smart, although this will cause dissatisfaction among the prime ministers. But at least I managed to save myself. Things won't get too awkward in the future. But he had just arrived in Qin and had just become the imperial teacher. How dare he not give face to the prime minister? Lu Buwei's face suddenly turned ugly. Just now, he said he wanted to hold a banquet for the national teacher. The party has already started, but the other party is not here. How will it end? This national teacher is too arrogant. At such a young age, aren't you too arrogant? This is really outrageous. Do you know how great an honor it is for the prime minister to personally invite you? Who do you think it is? Before Lu Buwei could say anything, there was already a chorus of curses from the audience. Lu Buwei's face also darkened. What did he say? If he had any sense, he would have found an excuse to decline. I feel unwell, cannot adapt to the climate, and occasionally catch a cold. There are too many reasons. Lu Buwei glared at him fiercely, and Li Si dared not hide anything. The imperial master said he can't come. I asked him why, and he said there was no reason, he just didn't want to come. The crowd was shocked. This national teacher is really amazing. The prime minister has invited him. How can he refuse? Lu Buwei gripped the chair handles tightly with both hands, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. It's the first time in decades that someone has treated me so disrespectfully. He gritted his teeth and said, what else does he have to say? Li Si wiped his sweat and then he remembered. Sure enough, Chinemo said another sentence. But his eyes swept over everyone. It's hard to say, but since Lu Buwei asked this question, he had to answer it. After thinking about it, Li Si moved his lapel forward, thinking of what Lu Buwei had secretly said to him while sitting in front of him. But Lu Buwei was furious. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to sit in my seat. Stop. Tell me everything. Li Si scolded him and was furious. I wanted to give you face, but you humiliated me like this. You insist I say that. He coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, the imperial master asked me to bring a message to the prime minister. He told me that before he lost his sight, he was a locksmith. Lu Buwei's brows furrowed even more tightly. Everyone looked confused. You are a locksmith. What does it have to do with you not coming? Liston paused here and continued. In addition, he also said that he, as a locksmith, specializes in making keys for others. He asked me to tell you. Master Xianghua, are you worthy? There was silence in the hall. Everyone has this question in their mind. After a moment, the two suddenly realized. Master Xianghua, are you worthy? It's not your key. Are you worthy? Everyone finally reacted and held their breath. This is more than just not giving any face at all. Isn't this a slap in the face of the prime minister? Outrageous. Ridiculous. Lu Buwei became furious and kicked the low table in front of him to the ground. Get out, get out, get out. Still having a banquet? There were too many people coming today. He was totally embarrassed. Lu Buwei locked himself in the study. Is there any need to think about this? It is obvious that Chun Mo is on the side of the Queen Mother. But Lu Buwei couldn't figure out. Even if you're the Empress Dowager's man, you can't go against me so blatantly, right? So many years have passed, and even the Queen Mother doesn't dare to turn against him. Where do you get the courage? Do you think that you are qualified to fight me just because you have quicksand in your hand? Just then, the curtains in the study suddenly moved. Yenri's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Buwei. Sir, according to the report from my subordinates, the Imperial Master has rejected your invitation and has accepted Wang Jian's invitation. He and that Baiwei woman were guests at Wang Jian's residence. Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows. Damn, is this a slap in the face? At first, I rejected myself and said I was not worthy. Then there is Wang Jian. Am I not as good as Wang Jian? Should we intercept them halfway? Lu Buwei raised his head, stared at the other person, and said, Is your head filled with shit? Today, so many people know that this prime minister was humiliated by his imperial master. Now he's been assassinated again. Isn't this telling the servants that it was me who did it? Chun Mo today is no longer the same as before. If it was anyone else, there would be nothing wrong in killing them. But now, he has been appointed as the national teacher by the king of Qin, became the focus of Qin state's attention. If he was killed in Xianyang, the consequences would be disastrous. Where can Qin put its face? As the prime minister, Lu Buwei is the first to take responsibility. Then where would his face be? If you want to punish him, you can't use this method. At least, it cannot be done at the moment. You just said that he took that Baiwa woman to the banquet. Lu Buwei calmed himself down and asked in a deep voice. Seeing Yinri nodded, he asked again, "Is there another woman living with him?" Yinri nodded and said, "Yes, that woman has an extraordinary demeanor. She must be a lady from a wealthy family, right?" Lu Buwei smiled coldly and walked in. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "That's good," he said to Yin. "Send a few people to capture her. I can't kill you, but I will teach you a lesson. When the time comes, I'll see if you can still be so tough." The eyes beneath the sun-covering mask were emotionless. "Don't worry, my lord. I will get it done." Chapter 192, How Could He Appear in My Heart? Suddenly a cold wind blew outside the window. The cold wind whistled past like a knife. The windows rustled in the wind, as if something was hitting them. Although there was no heater in the house, it was unusually warm. The delicate body, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked like the most exquisite stove in the world. Fian sat there cross-legged, motionless. She had been in a meditative state since she entered the room. If you want to reach the other side, you must first open up a path. Only in this way can we see the new world from another perspective. But after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out. She has been stuck in this realm for many years. No matter how talented she is, it is impossible for her to reach the next level overnight with today's epiphany. Master Sun took 86 years. Guguzi has been practicing for 82 years. Bei Mingzi is 83. Dongwang Tai is 80. This is the time when they will transform all their internal energy into qi and enter the realm of supernatural power. Of course, this doesn't mean it took them long to find a bridge, but it is enough to prove how difficult this road is. Fian is a natural genius. Even the moon god of the moon god clan has to bow down before her. Being so young and yet being able to attain enlightenment is enough to make you proud of yourself. But after enlightenment, there was one more thing. Transform power into qi. To achieve this, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. This is also the biggest reason why Bei Mingzi and others have been able to do this over the years. Just cultivating to the qi transformation stage is already very difficult. Moreover, when it comes to the qi transformation stage, it will take some time to transform the internal energy. The only problem is converting the internal force into true energy. Every time he meditated, he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This is the true realm of supernatural powers. When he reached the realm of supernatural powers, his strength increased greatly. First of all, the moves are powerful. Therefore, even a strong man like Wu Ming had his arm numbed by the shock of Chen Mo's pole, because the power of qi is much stronger than internal strength. In other words, the capacity is the same. Which is heavier, a bale of cotton or a bag of iron? Also, after entering the realm of divine power, lifespan will be extended. The reason why Master Sun and others look like old men is that they were already this age when they entered the magical power. If Fian could enter the realm of supernatural powers now, this face can be kept for many years. Even if your lifespan runs out, there won't be much change. At best, it just makes her look more mature and charming. But there are no signs of aging. Breathtakingly beautiful. On her beautiful face, her curved eyelashes trembled slightly. Fian opened her eyes. The gentle eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of ripples. "I don't know yet." A gentle voice like clouds in the sky. Just listening to it can make people intoxicated. However, this woman is not as gentle as she appears to be. Beneath the beautiful appearance, there's a cold and ruthless heart that will do anything to achieve its goals. Fian's delicate body trembled. A pair of snow-white jade feet stretched out from the hem of the skirt. Small and exquisitely crafted, her feet are as white as jade. The pointed toes look like tender bamboo shoots. Fian landed lightly on the ground, put on her shoes, and walked to the window. When I opened the window, I saw heavy snow falling outside. Heavy snow fell from the sky, dyeing the whole world silver white. The whole courtyard was covered in snow. The yard was covered with white snow, just like her current mood. Fian dressed very thinly and always wore the same black and yellow dress, which made her look very adorable. Although clothes of this color are not gorgeous, they look gorgeous. It forms a sharp contrast with her gentle and noble temperament. Fian stretched a hand out of the window. Soon, a few snowflakes fell on her palms. However, the snowflakes fell into her hands and melted instantly. Fian opened her red lips slightly, revealing a helpless look. She was born this way, and her body temperature is much higher than that of ordinary people. Some even say that it is the reincarnation of a golden crow. Suddenly, she saw something in the yard that caught her attention. There was something more than 3 feet long placed on the stone table in the yard. In appearance, it looks a bit like a pole. A strange light flashed in Fian's beautiful eyes, although it is covered with thick snow, but she recognized him at once. This was none other than the bamboo pole that Chun Mo carried with him. Wang Jian asked Wang Bin to take Chun Mo to a banquet. He left with the fire maker, but left the bamboo pole in the yard. You need to be attentive when painting, attentive when reading, and attentive when observing people. We also need to observe the world carefully. Fian murmured to herself, remembering what Chun Mo said to her. There was finally a ripple in those calm eyes. The gentle look became confused. Look down at your own strong capital. Keep reading. But I couldn't find my toes. Fian glanced at her chest. Look at the world with your heart. What is in your heart? She suddenly understood something. If there is nothing in your heart, how can you feel it with your heart? The beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. I carefully recalled my experiences over the years. As a result, I found myself having nothing. In her heart, there seemed to be nothing. She tried hard to picture scene after scene in her mind. But no matter which one it was, it burst like a bubble. Flash by. Her cold heart can't accommodate anything. Just then, a cold wind blew, interrupting her thoughts. The snowflakes showed no sign of stopping. Suddenly, a flame ignited in her heart, swaying in the snow. Then the second one, the third one, 5 in a row. 5 balls of flame slowly rose up from under the lantern. Under the colorful lights, there is a smiling face which seems to be sensing something. It was a black face cloth. He can't see anything, so he can only experience the world in this way. Snowflakes fell and landed on his handsome and confident face. The smile on his face gives people a warm feeling. It looks very comfortable and makes people feel comfortable just looking at it. When we watched the snow that day, you never looked at me, and I never looked at the snow. Fian's calm heart suddenly began to ripple. The picture in my mind becomes clearer and clearer. Even the hair could be seen clearly. It was so dark that the cloth covering my eyes fluttered in the wind. This was not something she had thought up, but something that really existed. Fian suddenly became innocent and naive. She stretched out a hand and pressed it to her chest. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he was completely stunned. How could he appear in my mind? That scene seemed to be imprinted in my mind and could not be erased. Even if she didn't understand love, she knew what this meant. It all happened so suddenly. Fian was caught off guard. Chapter 193, Why Aren't You Laughing? Ichu. As Chun Mo was walking, he suddenly sneezed on the snow. He said to Yin Lingji dissatisfiedly, Are you scolding me? I did it behind your back. Isn't it a bit unkind? Yin Lingji crossed her arms over her chest and hooked them around his shoulders. He put his neck between his arms to prevent the snow from getting into his collar. 2 straight legs swayed restlessly. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at him and said, Actually, someone misses you. Chun Mo grinned, but was choked by the snow. Who was missing him? This is normal. Jingwei, Zi, Mingzhu, and Lady Hu doesn't miss him. After Wang Jian's banquet, the 2 men declined the carriage prepared for them. It must be very romantic to walk with such a stunningly beautiful vixen on a snowy night like this. Moreover, he had to take Huiji to do an important thing. Just now, Wang Cheng had found out from Wang Jian the addresses of those officials who had cursed him the most harshly. Confucius said, To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is enough. I'm not a person who gets angry easily. However, I will let you see what the might of heaven is. Have you eaten enough? Chun Mo touched Huiji's butt and asked with his head tilted. Yin Lingji pulled back one hand, covered her flat belly, and said with a look of grievance, I'm full. How about a little exercise tonight? Yin Lingji tilted her head and looked at Lin's profile, with a hint of charm in her eyes. She bit his ear gently and said in a seductive voice, Not once. Chun Mo's legs were almost weakened by her attraction. Don't worry, it will take at least 5 or 6 times. Yin Lingji lay on his back, rubbing her little face against his neck like a coquettish kitten. Then you go. Chun Mo grinned and quickened his pace. There are still 5 or 6 places to set fire to, and time is running out. Tonight, I'll take you to the fire 5 or 6 times, and see if you can still be unhappy. Fian, who was standing in front of the window, finally came back to her senses from her shock. When did this shadow remain in my heart? Did it start from the first meeting in the restaurant? During the Lantern Festival, he won all the lanterns and, standing on a boss's side, gave the other party enough money. At that moment, Fian felt that something was wrong with him. This kind of warmth was something she had never experienced in the Yin-Yang family. Or that night, when she looked up at the sky. Perhaps it was because of his few words that gave her some new insights. Fian took another look at the snow bamboo piled in the yard. The next second, the figure disappeared outside the window. He has returned to his own yard. Behind him was a flat snowfield without any footprints. The tender little white hands picked up the bamboo pole leaning against the stone table and carefully wiped the snow off it. It's like looking at a precious treasure. You think this thing is so heavy, there's no way I could leave it out overnight. Fian's beautiful eyes are full of affection. Her voice was soft and gentle. Suddenly, her head tilted slightly. The affectionate look in his eyes suddenly froze. In an instant, he turned into a cold-blooded and heartless person. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and her voice was colder than the wind and snow. Are you guys here to die? The few men in black who appeared silently on the roof felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. This time, the target seems to be a little wrong. Look, it must be at least 5 or 6 times, right? Is it fun? Why aren't you smiling? Are you unhappy? Haven't you had enough fun yet? Do you want me to find someone else and let you set the fire? Yin Lingji simply ignored Chun Mo. She crossed her arms angrily and walked forward with her sexy long legs. Don't want to say much. I don't want to pay any attention to him. Just as she entered the restaurant, she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and glanced at him, raised her eyebrows, and said viciously, "Go back to your room to sleep tonight. At least 5 or 6 times. I'm ready to ask for your forgiveness tonight. But you let me here to set the fire? Find a way to put out the fire yourself. Don't come here. Chen Montag it. That won't do. It's so cold. How can I sleep without a heater?" He knew very well what Yin Lingji was angry about. The 4 words passionate as fire are not just said casually. This fairy is full of passion and unrestrainedness towards love. It's so addictive. Tian Tian is like a little wild cat, having a lot of fun playing. If it weren't for my extraordinary physique, there would be no way I could conquer him. Chun Mo quickly followed, cleared his throat, and said, "Isn't it that I lost the bet just now?" Yin Lingji paused again. Real. Naturally, there are stakes in this gamble. As for what the prize is, only the 2 of them know. Yin Lingji asked in confusion, "Why do I feel like you were looking forward to it?" There was no one around. Chun Mo walked up to her and hugged her waist. She pulled him into her arms and kissed him hard. This kiss made Yin Lingji's legs go weak. When they parted, her eyes were filled with tears. Her delicate little face was flushed. She looked up at Chun Mo with her mouth slightly open. It seems that there is still something to be said. "Ma'am, would you like to try it?" Chun Mo raised his lips into a wicked smile. Yin Lingji stood on tiptoe and hooked her hands around his neck. My whole body went limp. The little head rubbed against his neck, eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. "Well, you're not allowed to dislike it." Chun Mo bent down and picked her up sideways. "It doesn't prick your mouth, so why complain about it?" She also uses this brand and has rich experience. However, before he walked far, Chun Mo's brows furrowed. Yin Lingji looked at him expectantly and saw his expression, a little confused. That look makes people feel heartbroken. Want to regret it? You hate me. Liar. It aroused his expectations, but then he wanted to regret it. Chun Mo looked at her and put her down. He shook his head. No, Fian is in the yard. Yin Lingji suddenly realized. So what? It's not like she didn't know that. But that doesn't mean he will regret it. I want to see if he can really speak. It's not just her. Yin Lingji was about to jump onto Chun Mo's back, but was interrupted by Chun Mo. Yin Lingji paused. Are there guests coming? A smile appeared on Chun Mo's lips. After saying that, he pulled Yin Lingji and walked towards the yard. Yin Lingji finally understood what a guest was. 5 or 6 men in black knelt down at the same time. In the biting snow and wind, he was trembling all over but dared not move. His face was filled with fear, and he didn't even dare to look up. Not far away, Fian stood tall and graceful, elegant and graceful. Fian turned around when she heard the voice. When he saw Chun Mo, his eyes immediately became gentle. I'm back. Several men in black looked at her in confusion. This woman is really moody. I felt uneasy when he looked at me just now. Now her voice is so soft and tender. Chapter 194. Are you qualified to negotiate with me? Yin Lingji blinked her watery blue eyes and looked at Chun Mo with curiosity. The charm in her eyes disappeared in an instant. She has a passionate heart, but that doesn't mean she is passionate about everyone. There are some things that only you can experience. He pointed at the man in black who was kneeling in the yard with a look of despair on his face. What's going on? It's the middle of the night, and you're dressed like this. It's definitely not a good thing. The faces of 5 or 6 men in black were filled with fear, but they all knelt on the ground obediently. The internal strength of all these people has been sealed. He covered his arms and shivered in the cold wind. They received an order from their superiors to capture an ordinary woman. This has been specifically explained above. This woman is no ordinary person. You can't get hurt, and you can't have any unreasonable expectations. Lu Buwei's intention was to use Fian to suppress Chun Mo and make him submit. But who would have thought that he would be discovered as soon as he appeared on the roof? An ordinary woman. Have you ever seen an ordinary woman who can freeze 5 or 6 8th-grade warriors by just raising her little hand? Just now, several people jumped down from the roof. Before landing, Fian raised her hand. Everyone felt like their hands and feet were tied, suspended in midair, unable to move. But strangely, she didn't kill them. Fian walked to Chen Mo's side, and the cold wind could not blow away the faint fragrance on her body. She is not wearing any makeup. She has fair skin and pretty face. Her skin looked particularly fair against the backdrop of the snow. Among all the women Chen Mo had ever seen, she was the fairest. There was even a faint flicker of light. Her figure is curvy, just like a peach. They were sent by Lu Buwei to capture me and threaten me, sir. Fian looked at Chun Mo tenderly. There seemed to be something in her eyes that was not there before. There seemed to be some stars twinkling. The corner of Yin Lingji's mouth twitched. Arrest her? How many lives do you have to give away? That's why Chun Mo didn't bring anyone else here. He knew that Lu Buwei would make this move. That's why he brought Yin Lingji with him. We even took a bath together. As a result, he met Dong Jun of the Yinyang school in an inn. Lu Buwei also regarded her as his own. Fian didn't spend much time in the martial arts world, and when performing a mission, she would kill anyone she met. This is why many people have only heard of her name, but few know her. Are you okay? Chun Mo nodded, then looked at Fian, his eyes full of curiosity. Fian smiled slightly, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. He shook his head. It doesn't matter, they're just a bunch of clowns. I want to kill you, but I'm afraid you have other plans. Fei Yin was afraid something bad would happen, so she asked them to wait here. She didn't seem to mind being involved at all. The first thing Chen Mo said was that he cared about her, which made her happy. This is a kind of warmth that I have never experienced before. Chen Mo didn't expect Fei Yan's mind to be so meticulous. This doesn't make sense. With her personality, just don't offend her. If you offend her, she'd be lucky if she doesn't kill your whole family. People from the Yinyang school show no mercy at all. But she didn't do so because she was afraid that he had other plans. This is a perfect wife and mother. Strong strength and meticulous mind. It's okay, I want to ask you something. Where's your base? Chen Mo walked up to Chun Fan and said calmly. The assassins looked up and looked away. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. Don't expect to get anything from us. Those who can become Luoyang killers have all received rigorous training. He will not betray the organization easily. Bang! Just then, a crisp voice rang out. The assassin who spoke fell limply to the ground. This is the only chance. Even if you don't say it, someone will. Fian lowered her arms and walked towards Chun Mo. Her expression was calm and her tone was calm. It was as if the attack just now was not done by her at all. Several killers were immediately frightened and pale. How could this woman kill someone so easily? You say. Fian's beautiful eyes turned and looked at another person. There was no emotion in her eyes. The man shuddered suddenly and felt a chill on his back. I swallowed in fear. With this moment of hesitation, Fian's attack came again. Click! Another person fell. After saying that, he glanced at the next person. And you. The assassin was about to speak when she glared at him. As a result, I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. They had carried out countless missions, but had never seen such a terrifying person. That indifferent look was colder than that of a killer. But there was a gentle smile on her face. She smiles beautifully and her eyes are cold. Use the softest words and do the cruelest things. Where did this woman come from? If someone told them now that this woman was just an ordinary woman, they would definitely dig up his ancestral graves. The third assassin hesitated only for a moment. There was another crisp sound. Fian doesn't need to do anything at all. A pair of white jade hands gently grabbed, like an invisible big hand, strangling the two people's throats. I'll tell you. Have mercy. I'll tell you everything. The remaining three were so frightened that they dared not resist anymore. Fian shook her head slightly. Sorry to have kept him waiting. Everyone was shocked. Kill us, and you won't know where we are. At this time, they no longer care about professional ethics. The woman in front of me looks elegant and graceful, but she is scarier than the devil. Chun Mo frowned. He was really stubborn. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? Fian looked at Chun Mo with a hint of expectation in her eyes. She said softly, as long as you want to know, Fian will do her best. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and lightly touched one of them on the forehead. A white light lit up from her fingertips, and then a strange power burst out from her body. The assassin froze in place, as if he had been cast under a spell. His eyes were lifeless. It's as if the soul has been sucked away. Seeing this scene, the other two gasped. The fear cannot be described in words. Yihin, soul-changing technique. You are from the Yin-Yang family. It was not until they saw the methods Fian used that they realized what Fian was all about. No one wants to offend the Yin-Yang family. On the one hand, their Yin-Yang magic makes it hard to guard against. Secondly, most of the people in the Yin-Yang school are cruel and ruthless. People in the martial arts world would rather offend Luowang than offend the Yin-Yang family. They can tell fortunes. Chapter 195, I'm not afraid. If you offend them, you won't even have the chance to escape. These people can actually calculate the enemy's position based on the trajectory of the stars. Nowhere to hide. Fian's face turned pale, and she let go of her hand. His body shook uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chun Mo, who was standing next to her, held her arm without thinking. Fian's heart moved, and she looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness. The soul-changing technique can corrupt people's minds and spy on the most secret things in their hearts. But the consumption of mental energy is huge. It should not be used unless absolutely necessary. In the entire Yin-Yang family, apart from Dongwang Tai, only she and Yueshin know this technique. After asking 3 people in a row, these assassins just refused to speak. Fian is not a patient person. Seeing that Chun Mo was unhappy, he used his skill without any hesitation. Are you okay? Sit down. Chun Mo originally wanted to continue asking, but he never expected that Fian would use such means. He always felt something was odd. Isn't this too much about caring about yourself? Fian was startled for a moment, then returned to normal. I felt a warm breath. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her face. My heart was pounding. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to deal with the other 3 people. What are you going to do? With the help of the soul-changing technique, Fian quickly found their hiding place. This is just one of the many strongholds of Xian Yang's dragnet. It's just like a hall. There weren't many people, only about 40 or 50. These 8th grade warriors are all masters. Since they've delivered it to our door, we should at least give something back, right? Fian knew what Chun Mo was talking about as soon as she heard it. He nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll take you there. Your body. He knew that the soul change technique consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Fian's heart warmed up again. What a caring man. It's okay, I won't hold you back. Just a few dozen second-rate bastards are nothing to her. Run over to catch the person, and if you don't catch him, just pretend nothing happened. There is no such good thing in the world. If I don't teach Lu Buwei a profound lesson today, Chun Mo's name will be written backwards. Luowang's base camp often changes. Moreover, each stronghold is unknown to each other. Privacy protection is very good. This is why, although Luowang is famous throughout the 7 countries, Egyo has been able to remain mysterious. Not long after, Chun Mo and Fei Yin cleared out all the people in the stronghold. There was no one alive, even the dog at the door was dead. After killing the man, the 2 men walked back as if nothing had happened. The snow stopped. The dark road was covered with snow. Every step you take makes a crisp sound. This is the only sound in the dark night. Fian followed behind Chun Mo and looked at him from time to time. His eyes were full of curiosity. She just couldn't understand how Chun Mo, at such a young age, could have cultivated to the level of supernatural powers. I'm a few years older than him. To be able to reach this point is already amazing. But the young man in front of him was not only younger than him, but also had reached the realm he had always dreamed of very early. Master Dongjun seems to have something to ask. Chun Mo looked at her and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but held back. She couldn't help but feel funny in her heart. How could Dong Jun, the dignified master of the Yin school, become such a coward? When Fian saw the smile on his face, her pretty face turned red again. My heart was pounding. If it was Yin Lingji, it would be much easier. Now that she was alone, she felt an unprecedented sense of nervousness. Why am I such a loser? Fian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Sir, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Fian. The words Lord Dongjun sound awkward no matter how you hear them. Chenmo nodded slightly. Ms. Fian. Fian curled her lips and said softly, "It's not Miss, it's Fian." Calling her girl all the time still sounds so unfamiliar. Chen Mo noticed her shyness. Then he was stunned. "You had a problem. Fei Yin," he muttered to himself. Sure enough, a smile flashed in Fian's eyes. "Sounds very comfortable." Chen Mo keenly caught the change in her expression. "You had a problem." The first thing he thought about was not whether Fian would fall in love with him. This is unscientific. I didn't hook up with her. For more than 20 years, her heart has been cold. How could she fall in love with someone so easily? There's no need to be so lacking in love. How long have they known each other? At this moment, Chen Mo frowned slightly. The reason why the two met was most likely because Fian guessed that he was related to the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon. That's why he came to find me. So what's going on with her current appearance? Could it be that he is also acting? Chen Mo thought silently in his heart. He wouldn't be so easily bewitched by her. After a moment's silence, Chen Mo asked, "Have you calmed down?" "What?" Fian was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Chen Mo spread his hands. "Are you angry because those assassins disturb your rest?" Fian shook her head slightly. "Some people are an eyesore. Just kill them. Why get angry?" She has never been angry since she was a child. Chen Mo chuckled and said, "You really don't care." Fian is really indifferent. She had nothing to hesitate about anymore. She would kill anyone who displeased her. That'll naturally go smoothly. Fundamentally solving this problem is convenient and saves time. But now, she raised her head and looked at Chen Mo. But now it seems that things are not so easy to solve. Could I just tell him directly that I suddenly fell in love with him? Could she still ask him what to do? How can I say such a thing? So embarrassing. Fian lowered her head and curled her lips, a face full of disappointment. She never thought that she would encounter such a problem. But I still can't swallow this. Chen Mo's voice rang in Fian's ears again. Fian looked up at him and said softly, "Then I will help you kill Lu Buwei. If Chen Mo agrees, she will go right away. As long as you're happy." Chen Mo curled his lips. It's not that easy to kill Lu Buwei. He has 3,000 retainers in his house, many of whom are martial arts masters. There are even more guards at the Xiangwa mansion. Let's not talk about whether we can kill him. In that case, the Yin school would become sinners of the Qin state. Fian shook her head slightly. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. "I'm not afraid." Question mark. Chen Montag was confused. How is this possible? Is this true or false? Chen Montag was stunned. Is this girl blinded by love? Chapter 196. No one dared to step forward. Fian raised her head slightly and glanced at Chen Mo. Her eyes were soft yet firm, as if to say, she wasn't kidding. However, she was already at her limit in saying this. To express more would be a shame. Dongjun of the Yin school. A murderous female devil blushed after speaking a few words. If the god of destiny were here, he would probably wonder if I was crazy. You don't believe me? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't respond for a long time, Fian couldn't help but pursed her lips. Chen Montag suddenly realized. He was really scared. "I trust you." He nodded quickly and emphasized. He was afraid that if he didn't explain clearly, she would think that he didn't believe him and would turn around and leave. "So, sir, you think Fian can't kill him? If we can't kill him in the Prime Minister's residence, then we can set up an ambush on the official road. One day he will come out." Chen Mo curled his lips and said seriously, "But if this happens, everyone will know that you killed Lu Buwei. On the surface, Xianying has 100,000 defenders, but secretly there are countless assassins. They'll all come for you. Kill him, and you won't be able to leave." Lu Buwei was the Prime Minister of Qin and also the uncle of Yingzheng. Ying Jingming also knew that the person who assassinated him this time was him. However, without real evidence, he had no other choice. Suppose Lu Buwei died suddenly. In order to maintain the dignity of Qin, he must mobilize the entire country to avenge Lu Buwei, no matter who it is. There is nothing we can do about it. Once Lu Buwei died, Yingzheng would probably hold a grand banquet to celebrate. But the other party's identity is there, and he must avenge him. No matter what Lu Buwei's intentions were, they would only happen within the territory of Qin. How could it be unbearable to be assassinated by an outsider in Xianyang? Where can the Qin state put its face? How can the king of Qin save his face? The brain cannot decide thinking. The but is the key to deciding thinking. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After hearing Chun Mo's explanation, Fia nodded. Chun Mo felt that she understood, but she still shook her head. I don't care. Fian's gaze fell on Chun Mo, her expression as gentle as water. If you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Why are you so stubborn? Chun Mo touched his chin and fell in a deep thought. If she wasn't trying to gain my trust, then she must have been blinded by love. But here comes the problem. Can't tell which one is real. Gentle attacks are so terrifying. Who can stand it? The reason why Chun Mo knew Fian's real purpose was because he had the ability to cheat. Otherwise, I would have been obsessed with it long ago. Let's go collect some interest. Chun Mo touched his chin and rubbed it subconsciously. Although it is not very cold, the snowflakes falling on the body are icy and make people feel very uncomfortable. Fian felt the chill from him. I really want to warm his hands. But she bit her lower lip, clenched her fists, and ultimately didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Are you cold, sir? Fian helps you warm up? Hey, how can you say that? At this moment, she suddenly felt a little envious of Yen Lingji. Dare to love and hate. Instead of being like me, not even a word of concern. So annoying. Inside the Prime Minister's residence. Where are the people? Lu Buwei waited for a long time, but his subordinates did not come back to report. He frowned and asked unhappily. These people's efficiency is getting worse day by day. It took so long to capture even one woman. Yenri said, according to the time, they should be back soon. Don't worry, my lord. He still has great confidence in his men. If you can't even catch up with an ordinary woman, then you'd better not open that gang. Lu Buwei nodded slightly. Come to think of it, there is nothing he can't do in Xianyang City. Suddenly, he had an idea. It was like being caught doing something bad. But this doesn't make sense. Even if he did something wrong, no one would come to settle the score with him, right? Ha, what a joke. Don't you even look at where you are? Prime Minister's mansion. Civil officials get off the car, and military generals get off the horse. No matter who comes, they must bow and greet before leaving. Thinking of this, Lu Buwei felt relieved again. He picked up the teacup and was about to drink. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. The movement was so violent that the teacup in his hand spilled out. What's going on? Lu Buwei flew into a rage and slammed the teacup on the table. A gleam of light flashed in Yenri's eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. Such a huge momentum could never be made easily. His mission was to protect Lu Buwei's safety. He is very sensitive to everything around him. Lu Buwei pushed the door open and saw the butler running towards him in a hurry. Something bad is happening. Before he could say anything, the butler called out. Lu Buwei asked gloomily, What happened? What happened? The butler ran over panting. Master is in trouble. The main gate of the Prime Minister's residence. The main gate. He pointed at the door, so anxious that he couldn't even speak. Where's the door? Tell me. Lu Buwei screamed, feeling something bad happening in his heart. The butler swallowed his saliva and looked as if he had seen a ghost. The door was chopped open by a sword. Lu Buwei and Yenri were both stunned. Lu Buwei calmed down immediately and wondered if he had heard it wrong. Are you kidding? Break down the door of our house. Even the king of Qin and the queen mother wouldn't dare to do this. The gate of the Prime Minister's residence is the face of the Prime Minister. Hitting his door is like hitting him in the face. What did you say? Can you repeat it again? Lu Buwei stepped forward and asked again. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pointed at the door and said, Master, someone broke our door open. They haven't left yet. Go check them out. Lu Buwei heard it clearly. With a loud slap, the butler's left cheek was slapped. How dare you? Are you planning a rebellion? The butler was slapped in the face and felt very bad. I didn't hit you. Why did you hit me? The originally magnificent gate had now fallen to the ground in pieces. As soon as Lu Buwei walked to the door, he saw the mess on the ground and his eyes twitched violently. Even if we asked someone to tear down his gate, it would still take a day or two. But now, in the blink of an eye, it has turned into a ruin. When he arrived, the door was already full of guests and guards. Who are you? And do you know where this place is? You dare to smash the door of the Prime Minister's mansion. You are seeking death. No matter who he is, arrest him first and hand him over to the prime minister for punishment. From a distance, Lu Buwei heard the shouting and cursing of his guests. Someone raised his arms and shouted, "Yes, let's all attack together. I don't believe they can outlast us. Yeah, don't be afraid. Even if we can't defeat them, the worst that can happen is that we can split up and escape. They can't do anything to us." A group of people were filled with indignation and started shouting. They shouted, but no one dared to step forward. Chapter 197, Let him escape. The blind man waved his hand, and the door was split open by his sword. Who dares to be the first to stand up? If we have to take action, the guard should go first. The reason why he shouted so loudly was that he was addressing the prime minister. When Lu Buwei heard the noise and saw this scene, his expression relaxed slightly. It is not in vain that these people have cultivated me. An old butler with a bruised face and nose walked over quickly. When they saw Lu Buwei coming, everyone started shouting at him angrily. Gradually, everything became quiet. They all bowed. Lu Buwei walked out of the crowd with a gloomy face. He really wanted to know who was so bold as to attack him. After being chopped off, he actually dared to stay here. "If you don't leave, I'll prepare a carriage for you." The corner of Lu Buwei's eyes suddenly twitched, and his gaze fell on the two people in the field. "Prime Minister, long time no see." Chun Mo greeted him with a smile, not showing any fear of the door exploding. Next to him was a woman with stunning looks and dignified temperament. Fian looked at Lu Buwei with an indifferent expression. There was a cold light in his eyes. Looking hesitant, Lu Buwei had been in Qin for so many years and had seen all kinds of scenes and people in Liao, but Fian's gaze made him feel cold in his heart. This woman's gaze is more dangerous than Yenri's back then, and even more ruthless than Jingwei's. "Who is she? Why are you looking at me like that?" Feeling the other person's noble aura, Lu Buwei immediately had the answer in his mind. He stood there, brows furrowed. Judging from his temperament and appearance, he is most likely the one I sent to capture. Since he appears here, it means the mission has failed. Lu Buwei's gaze shifted to Chun Mo. So, it is obvious why they are here. The shock lasted only a moment. Soon, he regained his composure. "So what if you come? There is no evidence, even if you report it to the Emperor or the Empress Dowager. Break down my mountain gate. This matter won't end so easily." "Master, what are you doing?" Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes and pretended to know nothing. Seeing his shocked expression and then his calmness returned, Chun Mo immediately understood what he was thinking. He knew very well why he wanted to break down his door. But if you want to bring an army to bear vengeance, you have to provide evidence. Without evidence, even the Empress Dowager cannot break down the door of his house, or apologize to him and ask for his forgiveness, or let everyone know that he, as the imperial teacher, is slandering the prime minister. Compared with Lu Buwei, Chun Mo was more calm and composed. He threw away the long sword that had appeared in his hand at some point and said calmly, "Can't you see? It's for revenge, of course." The corners of Lu Buwei's eyes twitched violently. "You are so brave, but it's okay this way. You are cutting off your own retreat." Revenge?" Lu Buwei gave a dry laugh. "I don't know how I have offended the imperial master, so that you came to the prime minister's residence to cause trouble. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you off easily." Chun Mo looked calm and said slowly, "Tonight, when I was out, someone sneaked into my yard with bad intentions. He wanted to arrest someone and threaten me. Fortunately, this lady is not an ordinary person and was not robbed by someone. Prime Minister, do you think I should seek revenge? If I can't get revenge, how can I explain to this girl?" Fian looked at Chun Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She just thought that Chun Mo came to seek revenge on her because he was dissatisfied with Lu Buwei's provocation. But it sounds like he's avenging himself. Fian's beautiful eyes lit up. There were stars twinkling in her eyes. The teacher not only gave me enlightenment, but also helped me understand the mysteries of the new world. He protects me and values me, and speaks out for me. Fian's heart softened, and a strong feeling of love arose spontaneously. If I had a husband like this, what else could I ask for? That's how Sir treats me. From now on, I will treat you equally. After Chun Mo said this, Lu Buwei remained silent. Everyone around was panicking. Everyone was cursing Chun Mo and slandering him. You mean to say that those people were sent by the Prime Minister? How dare the Prime Minister do such a despicable thing? Yes. Is there any evidence? What evidence do you have? Lu Buwei smiled knowingly and asked, Master, if you are seeking revenge, then why did you smash my gate? Is it true, as everyone speculates, that the Imperial Master believes these people were sent by the Prime Minister? Does the Imperial Master know what the consequences will be if you slander me without any evidence? He was certain that Chun Mo could not get the evidence. They were also following orders. Above them is the sun. The real person in power was Lu Buwei. They only knew that this was a mission. The reason why Fian said that it was Lu Buwei's man was because this matter was too easy to guess. There is no need for people who don't know her true identity to do this. No one who knew who she was would dare to do this. Then it can only be directed at Chun Mo, wanting to use himself to deal with him. In the city of Xianyang, the only person who dared to challenge the imperial teacher in this way was the Prime Minister. Lu Buwei wanted to see how the other party would end up without any evidence. Chun Mo frowned and curled his lips. Lu Buwei immediately felt relieved. If you can't get evidence, then you are in the right. Since the Imperial Master has no evidence, then I would like to ask the King Ming and the Queen Mother to make the decision for me. I didn't say you ordered it, Chun Mo said calmly. Lu Buwei was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Chun Mo curled his lips. He added, "I never said that the Prime Minister asked people to do this." Lu Buwei looked around in confusion. "Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. He never actually said this." Lu Buwei frowned and asked, "If that's the case, why did the Imperial Master split my door in half?" Chun Mo said honestly, "A thief broke into my yard. We killed 5, and 1 escaped. They fled here, and we are hunting them down." Lu Buwei's face immediately turned cold. "You came to see me, didn't you say that I asked them to come?" "Haha, that's ridiculous. You mean he belongs to my house?" Chun Mo shook his head and said, "No, I mean he is running forward." "Then why did you break down my door?" Lu Buwei choked and asked. Chun Mo pointed at the Prime Minister's mansion and said, "If he goes to the Prime Minister's mansion, I'm worried that he will harm the Prime Minister. In desperation, I took action. Isn't this for the safety of the Prime Minister?" These words are said with confidence. "I'm protecting you. Why are you still arguing with me?" Lu Buwei only felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. "You are too good at making specious arguments." Where's that person?" Chun Mo spread his hands helplessly. "I didn't hit him, and he escaped." Chapter 198, then all problems will be solved. At the gate of the Prime Minister's residence, a group of people looked at Chun Mo with a hint of shock in their eyes. "Can you come up with such a high-sounding reason?" After hearing these words, Lu Buwei was stunned and speechless. Only Fian's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. In this way, cutting down the door of the Prime Minister's mansion became legitimate. "I'm here to catch a thief. A thief broke into your house. Am I not afraid that something might happen to you? Don't thank me, it's my job." As a national teacher, he shoulders the responsibility of protecting the royal family and maintaining national security. Should I just watch him die without helping him? No. So, I have to take action. Unfortunately, the thief still escaped. Chun Mo shook his head and sighed. "What a pity my skills are still a little lacking." "Don't worry, sir. I will practice well. I won't miss the target next time." The corners of Lu Buwei's mouth twitched slightly. "So you want to chop again?" This reason is simply impeccable. The group of retainers were all bewildered. How could Lu Buwei have expected that Chun Mo would find such an excuse to deal with him? It would be fine if he put the blame of assassination on himself. However, he did not say this. Instead, I said righteously, "I have never thought about this matter at all. If we compete with him, then that would be the petty-minded Prime Minister Lu Buwei. The Imperial Master destroyed your door because he was worried about your safety. You have to consider the gains and losses of a door as well. If that happens, his reputation will be greatly affected. However, if he just let it go like this, he couldn't swallow this anger. Master, you really have good intentions." Lu Buwei gritted his teeth and looked at Chun Mo with flaming eyes. Chun Mo waved his hand lightly. "You're welcome. It's just a small favor. If I do nothing, will others think that the Prime Minister is easy to bully?" "Prime Minister, what do you think?" These 2 words sound particularly harsh. This is not a respectful term, but mockery. Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes. He knew what the other party meant. Although the woman beside him was safe and sound, he couldn't act as if nothing had happened. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei forced a smile. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course. Whether I am the Prime Minister or the Imperial Master, I cannot allow these scoundrels to bully me." Now that things have come to this, he has nothing more to say. In order to save face, he had to say some harsh words that only they could understand. Chun Mo looked at the other person with a smile on his face. His mood was completely different from Lu Buwei's anger at the moment. In that case, I will take my leave. Oh yes, he added. In this weather, the road is difficult to travel. I wonder if the Prime Minister can arrange a carriage for us. May I? Lu Buwei and others were stunned. You poop on my head and you want me to hand you tissues? Lu Buwei opened his eyes wide and stared at the other party, trying his best to suppress his anger. His eyes were red. He glared at Chunimo, but before he could say anything, Chunimo spoke again, interrupting him. The words stopped at his lips. Don't you think that the Prime Minister's mansion doesn't even have a carriage? Prime Minister, is this true? When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. They all knew how much Lu Buwei cared about his reputation. To say that there was no carriage was worse than having his door cut down. Lu Buwei naturally refused to say it. He gnashed his teeth and said grimly, how can a mere snow stop the Imperial Master? For something like this to require a carriage, the Imperial Master is too delicate. With this kind of body, how can I assist your Majesty and shoulder the safety of Qin? Upon hearing this, the guests almost clapped their hands in applause. This sentence is so well said. Assisting your Majesty, protecting the royal family, and protecting the Qin state is no joke. Can't you stand this little snowstorm? How can we shoulder such a heavy responsibility? This time he won. I have a carriage, but I don't want you to ride in it. Everyone was waiting to see Chunimo make a fool of himself and then leave in disgrace. Beside him, a woman of stunning beauty stood up. I'm just a woman. I really can't stand it in this kind of weather. I wonder if it's okay? Fian's beautiful eyes were calm as she looked at Lu Buwei quietly. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of the Prime Minister? Who do you think you are to be worthy of riding in the Prime Minister's carriage? How dare you say that? A group of people don't dare to confront Chunimo, a national master-level figure, but they even dare to scold you, a woman? As soon as Fian's words came out, she was immediately met with a burst of sarcastic voices. She didn't seem to care. Just ignore what these people are saying. He stared at Lu Buwei, waiting for his reply. Lu Buwei also sneered secretly. His eyes swept over her, and he said sarcastically, Where are you from, girl? You are so arrogant. Didn't her family teach you what rules are? I don't know which rich family she is from, but she is always so arrogant. How dare you talk to me in that tone? Fian shook her head slightly. Not bad. In the past, in the Yinyang family, I was the only one who taught others how to behave. Even Dongwang Tai has never interfered in my affairs. There was a sudden dead silence all around. Only the cold wind was howling. The cold ice and snow hit their faces mercilessly. The look of astonishment on everyone's face froze. Tell me, where are you from? Lu Buwei's eyelids were twitching violently. Yinyang School. Lu Buwei looked at her carefully. He suddenly felt his heart beating faster. Are you from the Yinyang family? Fian said calmly. Dongjun. Plop, plop, plop. There was a sound of swallowing saliva all around. Everyone stared at her in amazement. Didn't even blink. This woman who is known as the strongest person in the Yinyang school and is ruthless and merciless is here too. Although no one has seen her true face, everyone has heard of her vicious reputation. The more famous a person is, the more he knows how terrifying this person is. Yenri, hiding in the darkness, had a pair of masked eyes full of shock. The person he wants to capture is Dongjun, the most mysterious Yinyang master of the Yinyang school. No wonder those killers haven't come back yet. It would be a miracle if he could come back alive after falling into Dongjun's hands. Lu Buwei's eyes also widened. Dongjun of the Yinyang family. No one in the world dares to impersonate the name of Dongjun of the Yinyang school to defraud others. If you have the strength, you don't have to fear the Yinyang family. Without sufficient strength, they would not be afraid of the Yinyang family. Therefore, there is no suspense about the identity of this Dongjun. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Buwei's mind. Dongjun is nothing, and the Yinyang school is nothing in his eyes. But the problem is, how could Dongjun, who represents the Yinyang school, be related to the national master? Is this just her idea, or does it represent the Yinyang school's idea? If the other party is from the Yinyang school, then you have to reevaluate his strength. How about it? Can I borrow your car? Fian said expressionlessly. He glanced around from the corner of his eye. Those who had made sarcastic remarks were startled and quickly hid behind the crowd. Everyone knows that this woman is not easy to mess with. Moreover, she is very knowledgeable about Yinyang astrology. Once she holds a grudge against you, it will be of no use even if you run away to the ends of the earth. At this moment, how could Lu Buwei dare to say a word of objection? He looked at Chun Imo deeply and asked someone to prepare the car. He even had some doubts as to whether Chun Imo was trying to trick him. Only Dong Jun of the Inyang family was left alone in the restaurant. This is clearly setting a trap for him. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. Chun Imo brought Yin Lingji to the banquet. It would be inappropriate not to bring Fian with me. Lu Buwei was also extremely unlucky. A moment later, a luxurious carriage slowly drove out. Fian walked in front and turned to walk towards the carriage. He stretched out his hand and said to Chun Moru, "Sir, please slow down." From the look on her face, it seemed that she wanted to help him into the car. This thoughtfulness shocked everyone. When has Dong Jun of the Inyang school ever been so polite to others? Most importantly, he is a man. Is this still the same female devil who killed people like crazy? Fian ignored the shock of the people around her. One hand lifted the car curtain, and the other hand supported Chun Imo. Chun Imo was not polite either. As he spoke, he threw aside the sword that had appeared in his hand at some point and reached out to hold Fian's small hand. Their hands touched. The two couldn't help but shiver. This was Fian's first time interacting with the opposite sex, so she had this strange feeling. When Chun Imo felt the warmth coming from her palm, he was completely stunned. Fian's jade hands were burning hot. It's even hotter than Yin Lingji's body. Her hands are very white and soft. The skin on the palms is as smooth as fat. The feeling is like steam buns just taken out of a cage. Although it is not very hot, it is not something that most people can endure. No wonder these snowflakes didn't stay in her heart for long. Fian held Chun Mo's broad hand, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Chun Imo got on the carriage without looking back. Even after the carriage slowly moved away, no one had recovered from the strange scene. What is the relationship between them? Who exactly is this national teacher? Dong Jun of the Inyang family was actually willing to help him into the carriage. Lu Buwei's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Looking at Fian's attitude towards Chun Imo, you can tell that there must be more than just acquaintance between them. Dong Jun has a close connection with this person. Dong Jun's status is enough to represent the entire Inyang school, and this is enough. Lu Buwei, if you still want to play some tricks, then include us Inyang school in it. Master, do you think we should have it repaired? The steward walked up to Lu Buwei and asked carefully. Lu Buwei became furious and slapped Lao Ai on the right cheek. Don't you want to embarrass yourself by staying here? Idiot. This time, he suffered a serious setback. Just swallow your anger. Lu Buwei flicked his sleeves and walked straight into his study. The pressure in his heart made it hard for him to breathe. Over the years, he had never suffered such a big loss, but today he suffered 2 losses in a row. Still snapping. He was beaten so hard that he dare not fight back. What do you think of his strength? Lu Buwei supported himself on the table with both hands, panting heavily. He is not young anymore. Now that he has provoked me like this, I'm lucky I didn't faint on the spot. He can split 6 doors with 1 sword. This person must be a master of the free and easy realm. When Lu Buwei heard Yenri's words, he was stunned. Black and white Xian Jian should have been defeated by him. Xiaoyao realm, I didn't expect this blind man to be so powerful. When Lu Buwei heard that it was the Xiaoyao realm, he felt relieved. At the very least, his secret guards can handle it. But if it is a peerless strong person in the realm of supernatural powers, Yenri and others will not be able to resist at all. Lu Buwei couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could there be such a young person with supernatural powers in this world? Impossible. My lord, a secret letter just came from the palace. Seeing that Lu Buwei's expression had improved a little, Yenri took out a bamboo tube as thick as a little finger from his arms and handed it over. In the palace? Lu Buwei looked at the bamboo tube in his hand. The spies he placed in the palace were either beside the Prince of Qin or the Queen Mother. The person who could deliver the message at this time must be extraordinary. He stretched out his hand, took the bamboo tube from Yenri, and poured out a roll of paper. Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly widened. He slammed the table. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, yes. Umph. I was wondering why he would so easily side with the Queen Mother. So that's how it is. Yenri whispered. What benefits did the Queen Mother promise? Lu Buwei rolled his eyes and asked sinisterly, conditions? More than just conditions? This shameless woman has been guarding for so many years and finally can't bear it anymore. Yenri trembled all over. You mean? Lu Buwei smiled coldly, picked up the note, and lit it on the candle. He narrowed his eyes and said, those two people were fighting so fiercely that even the quilt was torn. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that this seemingly high-ranking old Buddha would be so crazy. Yenri's eyes flashed. Now that we have this clue, can't we threaten them to surrender? Once the affair between the current Empress Dowager and the current Emperor is exposed, no one, not even God, can save them. Lu Buwei slowly shook his head and said, do you think they will be caught by someone? He threw the burning paper ball in his hand away, turned around, and walked into the study with his hands behind his back. After a while, his eyes lit up. But we can take advantage of that. As soon as the Queen Mother and Chun Mo met, they couldn't wait to go to bed. What does that mean? This shows that the Empress Dowager has stayed in the palace for too long, and her desire for men has reached its peak. Although Chun Mo is hateful, one has to admit that he is very handsome. One is mature and charming. The other is handsome and elegant. It doesn't matter who seduces whom. The two of them could roll around on the bed and even lift the quilt off. All of this means one thing. The Queen Mother has wanted it for a long time. Moreover, she was full of vigor and vitality, but she had been hiding it. Lu Buwei stroked his chin and remained silent. If we could find a way to control Zhao Ji, all problems would be solved. Chapter 199, I almost forgot the bet. A carriage was running smoothly in the snow. Lu Buwei attached great importance to appearances. So even though he didn't ride in his own carriage, it was still considered luxurious. The carriage was covered with thick blankets. There was also an incense burner burning on the table. The only difference was that the incense inside was not lit. Chinemo didn't really care. No matter how good the incense is, it can't compare to Fian's body fragrance. Since they got on the carriage, the two of them haven't spoken a word to each other. The carriage could only accommodate one person, so two people could only sit side by side. The carriage was not spacious, and there was only the faint fragrance of Fian. A faint smell penetrated his nostrils. It makes people feel itchy. Although they were far apart, Fian's heart was beating fast. His heartbeat began to speed up. Chinemo was sitting on a chair with his face covered by a black scarf. I don't know whether he was asleep or thinking about something. The curtains were drawn tightly, and it was dark inside. She could only vaguely see Chinmo's back. Fian sat still with her waist straight. Place both hands naturally on your abdomen. The slender white fingers were interlocked. After getting on the carriage, Chinmo let go of her hand. But her heart still couldn't calm down. It was like holding her hand and stealing her heart. Fian's soft and bright eyes stared at the pitch-black void in front of her, and occasionally she would glance at Chun Mo beside her. He wanted to look back, but was afraid of being discovered. She hesitated for a long time, and suddenly something happened to her. He lowered his head slightly and stretched out his hand to scratch his forehead. Lift your head and look into your own eyes. He secretly looked for the people around him through his fingers. Film. A sound was heard. At this moment, Fian suddenly exclaimed. It seemed as if he was frightened by something. She curled up into a ball, leaning against the wooden planks of the wagon. Even if she encountered a ghost, it wouldn't scare her so much. There's only one possibility. That is, the thief is guilty. Just then, the curtain of the carriage moved, and a ray of sunlight shone in. Although it was very weak for a strong person like her, it was easy to see everything inside through the car window. When Fian looked up, she saw Chunmo's handsome face with a faint smile on his lips. He was looking at her with a faint smile on his face. If Chinmo could see this scene, he would definitely find out that he was peeking. Fian was also shocked. This feeling is like someone secretly looking at his phone during class. As a result, when he turned around, he saw the old face of his head teacher standing by the window, who owed him 5 million. Don't you think it's scary? Although Chunmo is not his class teacher, his position in Fian's heart is higher than anyone else. Grown-ups. Fian let out a delicate cry and clung to the carriage. What's wrong? Chunmo looked at the other person with a smile on his face. You can see me? Fian was a little nervous. Chunmo pointed at his eyes. I can't see anything. He didn't need to see it. There is only a small space in this small carriage. He could even clearly feel the other person's expression in every move. He had already seen it when Fian sat there looking at him. Seeing her pretending to scratch herself with her head down, he knew what she was planning. See how she reacts. Who knew I would be scared? How could this happen to the dignified Lord Dong? Hearing this, Fian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, I was not caught, otherwise it would be very embarrassing. But I can feel it. Chun Mo continued. Fian was stunned. Chun Mo once told her that he could see the world with his heart. If you say this to others, they may not believe it. But she believed it. There is no other reason. If she had to find a reason, it would be that she believed whatever Chun Mo said. What's more, the realm of supernatural powers has transcended the scope of mortals. The closer you get, the more you can feel the difference. Fian suddenly became a little flustered and didn't know what to do. So he still knew? Were you trying to spy on people just now? Chun Mo moved closer to her. Fian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly dodged. No. She won't admit it. Yeah. Chun Mo pressed forward step by step. Fian suddenly found it difficult to breathe. It's like a deer cornered by a hunter, without even the courage to resist. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her pair of phoenix eyes revealed a hint of weakness. The look he gave Chun Mo was full of pity. That look seemed to be saying, please don't bully me, okay? A female devil who kills people without blinking an eye outside. Now looks like she is about to cry. Chun Mo's heart melted when he saw it. That's right. If you scold me, I will hit you. He has terrifying strength, but is willing to be bullied. She didn't even think of resisting. That's not to say he can't do it. She was afraid that Chun Fan would be angry. Fian's delicate body trembled slightly, her snow-white neck moved slightly, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That momentum made her feel unable to resist. Chun Mo put one hand on the carriage with a bang, blocking Fian's way. His face was almost touching hers. Fian's heart almost jumped out her throat. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at him. She pressed the back of her head against the wooden board, dodging his attack, her fair face flushed red. Her face turned red again, as if it was about to bleed. It looks like a ripe lychee. It makes people want to peel off the cumbersome outer skin. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Look at me, what are you doing? Fian's eyes were closed, and her breathing became rapid. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. At this moment, she no longer had any of her usual elegance and grace, just like a little girl who didn't dare to confess her feelings to her first love. My lord, why do you have to embarrass Fian? Peeping is very rude. If you don't tell me the reason, I will be angry. When Fian heard that he was going to be angry, her heart suddenly tightened. He opened his eyes quickly. She turned around and looked at Chun Mo anxiously. You, calm down. The two hands were intertwined, feeling a little overwhelmed. Obviously, she was really afraid that Chun Mo would be angry. Explain the situation clearly, and I'll calm down. Chun Mo curled his lips. Fian's plump lips were just inches away from him. It makes people want to go up and kiss her. Because I... Fian lowered her head shyly, her red lips slightly parted. Because I like... Hey, we're here. Just then, the driver's loud voice came from outside the carriage. The carriage slowly stopped. Fian opened her eyes and seemed to want to say something, but stopped herself. Have a good rest. She lowered her head and crawled under Chun Mo's armpit like a boneless cat. Run away. The driver driving the carriage in front only felt a strong wind blowing from behind. I turned around and saw that the carriage was empty. Strange, there is another woman here. Where is she? Chun Mo glared at him. What the hell is weird? Did you know you scare my bird away? In the courtyard. The bodies of the previous few people have been dealt with. He looked to his left. Fian closed the door, and the room became pitch dark. His perception penetrated the door, and he saw her sitting on the bed with a dazed look on her face. His eyes were dull and empty. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul. Chun Mo touched his chin and fell in a deep thought. Is this too much? Maybe. He has never experienced anything like this. Now that the problem has been solved in an instant, of course he can't tolerate it. This has to be done step by step. Be gentle and let her get used to it. That way, I wouldn't have to be so nervous. Chun Mo nodded in agreement. Again looked in the room on the right. Yin Lingji sat at the dining table with her chin supported by one hand. He closed his eyes and did not move. Her hair was simply tied up with a hairpin, and the ends were still a little wet. It looked like she had taken a shower and was waiting for him to come back, but ended up falling asleep. Chun Mo frowned. I almost forgot about the bet. Could it be that she was still thinking of coming back to fulfill her promise? I was completely confused, but it must be you who was crying for your parents. The only thing in the room was a candle on the table. The orange-red flames burned fiercely, illuminating Yin Lingji's beautiful face. Her facial features are delicate, and her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. It's like a fine work of art, almost unreal. In terms of appearance, Huiji is undoubtedly the tallest among everyone present. Just like the illegitimate daughter of Manhwa, he put a lot of effort into shaping her. With Chunmo's strength, it is not difficult for him to come in without being noticed. When he came over, she was already fast asleep. Chun Mo bent down and picked her up from the ground. Her delicate body felt light and weightless. Yin Lingji suddenly opened her eyes, her body tensed, and there seemed to be flames burning in her eyes. Her straight nose twitched a few times, and her whole body became limp. After spending these few days together, she has gotten used to Li Hei's smell. The alertness that had just risen suddenly disappeared. Like a confused kitten, she buried her head in his arms, changed to a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Chinamo didn't ask her to get up either. He laid her on the bed, took off her hairpin, and then considerately covered her with a blanket. After washing up, she went to the bed and found that Yin Lingji was awake. Her breathing was steady, and her eyelashes didn't even tremble. He must have fallen asleep. Chun Mo gently lifted the quilt and lay down on the bed with his head covered. Soon, Yin Lingji frowned. The back of his head hit the bed, and his whole body arched up suddenly. He snorted heavily and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes wide, and her water blue eyes rolled around. The other side, Fian sat there, not coming back to her senses for a long time. The wind and snow had stopped, but the uneasiness in his heart lingered for a long time. The scene in the carriage seemed to still linger in his mind. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. A hint of worry emerged. He left so suddenly just now that he didn't even have time to say a word. Will the gentleman be angry? Fian could no longer hold back her temper. She paced back and forth in the room and suddenly felt regretful about her behavior. If I had been braver at the beginning, perhaps this would not have happened. She couldn't guess what Chinemo was thinking. But what if he rejected her? When she thought of this possibility, her mood dropped and she sat back on the bed with a sad face. Doesn't this gentleman have any thoughts about himself? If so, how come we can't see it? If he didn't tell her, she wouldn't understand. I want to say something, but I hesitate, and I'm afraid of being rejected if I say it. Fian was in a state of confusion. There is no such difficult thing in this world. It is even more difficult than the realm of supernatural powers. She thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. It's all because of the driver. If your carriage had gone any slower, I would have let the cat out of the bag. What do you think after hearing this, sir? I won't think so much. Now I've missed such a good opportunity. She didn't even have the courage to speak. Fian stared in a daze. Sometimes I worry, sometimes I regret. Finally, I got up. Come to think of it, it was the coachman who ruined his good fortune. Just wait, I'm going to wipe out your entire family. There was a flash of cold light in Fian's eyes, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. This shows how angry she is at this moment. But as soon as she reached the door, she stopped. No, the driver was just driving an ordinary carriage. Sir, you are kind-hearted. If you knew that I killed so many innocent people, you would definitely be very unhappy. You'll think I'm cruel. Will he hate me? No, no. Fian shook her head slightly and slowly backed away. She sat back on the bed and continued to be in a daze. Boom! There was a slight sound from the other room. There was a slight sound, as if something fell to the ground. A pair of big blue eyes were staring blankly at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. He looked like he had fallen down and become stupid. She opened her mouth, looking confused. It took a long time for her eyes to regain clarity. He pulled back the quilt that was covering him and was about to curse. But upon first glance, he looked shy. Go wash your face. Chunamo licked his lips and didn't answer, but his eyes fell on the other person. When Yin Lingji saw this scene, she immediately frowned. Chunamo looked confused. What's wrong? I haven't even started to complain yet. As he said that, he crawled in front of Yin Lingji and was about to kiss her. Yin Lingji quickly stepped back. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Chun Mo sneered. Don't you understand? Of course it's a kiss. Seeing this, Yin Lingji frowned. No, don't come over here. Wash your face first, then kiss me. After the kiss, you can take a shower. Take a shower first. Neither of them was willing to give in, and Chun Mo got closer and closer. When she was halfway up, Yin Lingji became anxious. Give me some water so I could take a bath. Of course, he is not alone. But Chun Mo was still not satisfied. Just take a shower? He began to speak. Yin Lingji rubbed her jade-white fingers on his chest. I'll rub your back. Chapter 200. I didn't expect that he would come to me. There was a sound of splashing water in the bathtub. Chun Mo held the bucket and supported his chin. a face full of pride. Behind him, Yin Lingji rolled her eyes. You're a real boss. Chun Mo grinned and said, Can I be the boss? Then he spread his hands and said, Move higher and rub your shoulders as well. Yin Lingji stood obediently in front of Chun Mo. You are so unreasonable. I didn't even scold you for disturbing my sleep. Who is like you? If you keep hiding, you will be killed sooner or later. Chun Mo said proudly, but your body is honest. Yin Lingji was slightly stunned. A slap on the back of his head. She scooped up a handful of water and brought it to his mouth. Rinse your mouth too. Chun Mo took a breath and sucked all the water in her palm into his mouth. After a while, he spat out a mouthful of water and asked, Did Wang Bin ask them to deal with the body? He personally brought people here and said he wanted to report to the Queen Mother and the King of Qin. Yin Lingji stopped and rested her chin on Chun Mo's shoulder. He looked exhausted, as if he had been hanging around here for a while and was exhausted. In fact, I just want to be lazy. Mingzhu and Ziji never complained of being tired from the beginning. So why are they so tired? A waste of time. Someone is committing a crime in the Imperial Master's mansion. So of course we have to get to the bottom of it. But they couldn't find out anything about this matter. Chun Mo didn't want to use this to deal with Lu Buwei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken down my own door tonight. Yin Lingji also knew this, and leaning lazily on his back, she asked, What does the Queen Mother of Qin think of you? Should she do something when something like this happens to you? Chun Mo's throat moved. When Yin Lingji heard his voice, she jumped up with a plop, splashing water everywhere. Sit upright. Little Feet was so angry that she kicked him in the water. Why did you kick me? Chen Montauk was confused. Yin Lingji glared at him. Why? When I mentioned a Queen Mother, you drooled. Is she that beautiful? Chun Mo was speechless. Isn't your angle of jealousy too tricky? I'm dying of thirst, and you're still jealous. Tell me, who is prettier, me or her? Yin Lingji approached again and put her arms around Lin's waist. A pair of small hands seemed ready to move, full of threats. Chun Mo said without hesitation, You are beautiful. Real. Chun Mo sneered, turned around, and kissed her on the ear. Of course, you little devil. How can you compare with that old witch? A satisfied smile appeared on Yin Lingji's face. Slightly upturned. A vixen is a vixen, and she wants to seduce his soul away. That's right. I'm happy to hear you say that. Reward you. Do you want it? Once this seductive voice comes out, who would care about the reward? Want. Then let's turn back. Yin Lingji stepped back. Chun Mo turned over and stood up like a salted fish. He leaned against the edge of the barrel and murmured, Madam, do you have any instructions? Yin Lingji untied her loose hair, tied it up again, and looked at him. Her eyes were full of seduction. Let me show you how gentle we Baiwell women are. Chun Mo was holding the bucket in his hand, almost crushing it. This is a life-threatening situation. One advantage of being a national teacher is that he does not need to attend court. While other people were queuing outside the Xianying Palace, Chun Mo was hugging Yin Lingji's soft body and falling asleep. The atmosphere at the court meeting was a little weird. Everyone knew that the Imperial Master had been assassinated. It is already known to everyone that the Prime Minister held a banquet last night to reject the Imperial Master and got furious at the banquet. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The Imperial Master made you, the Prime Minister, lose all face and then send assassins to kill you. Why do you have to make you angry at this critical moment instead of going earlier or later? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that there is something fishy going on here. The strangeness doesn't end there. Just last night, several important officials in the court also lost their jobs for unknown reasons. Although no one was injured, several houses were burned. If it was just 1 or 2 people, it would be fine, but how could 5 or 6 people catch fire at the same time? My lords, everyone heard clearly what General Wang said just now. The Imperial Master was attacked just after he took office. What do you think? Ing Zheng's majestic voice echoed in the hall. You can see that he is really angry. He knew exactly who was behind this. Is this to establish authority or to punish him? Before, he had praised the national teacher to the skies in front of so many people. If he were assassinated right away, it would only mean that he was not strong enough. Was it because I was young and ignorant that I was blinded by others? No matter what decision you make in the future, these people will find fault with you. Lu Buwei sat at the bottom without saying a word. Normally, he would express his opinions below or only make the final decision when there are disagreements. Is it necessary for him to speak up for such a small matter? Your Majesty, I think the Imperial Master should be punished. At this moment, a minister held up the jade tablet in his hand and announced loudly. Ingzheng narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Punish you? Are you getting old and confused? The national teacher is the real victim. Instead of comforting him, he should be punished?" The official said, "Your Majesty, before the imperial master came, Xianyang was peaceful and there was no disaster. But just last night, the residences of 6 ministers in the court suddenly caught fire. It's all the imperial master's fault. He was indeed assassinated, but it is also possible that he offended someone outside. Now, these daring people have been brought to Xianyang, causing great suffering to the people of Xianyang. Your Majesty, this imperial master is not a good sign." As soon as these words came out, there was a chorus of agreement from all around, especially those officials whose homes caught fire. "Your Majesty, please severely punish the imperial master and appease the wrath of heaven. Your Majesty, please remove the imperial master from his position, so as not to bring trouble to the people of Xianyang." "I second the motion." Everyone echoed. "I agree." A series of voices were heard, and Ingzheng's face darkened. Snort. "What the national teacher said is that our Qin state will surely prosper. If he is an ominous person, doesn't that mean that this statement is also a kind of deceptive talk?" Everyone's heart was in their throat. If a person is unlucky, his words will surely be ominous. Seeing that no one spoke, Ingzheng said, "The title of the national teacher has been announced to the world. Anyone who dares to act insolently in front of him is disrespectful to the Qin state and an insult to the Qin state. My fellow ministers, instead of thinking about how to save the Qin state's reputation, you want me to punish the imperial master. Could it be that our Qin state should bow down to those despicable villains and try to please them?" He glanced at Lu Buwei calmly. His eyes and his words were full of aggression. Upon hearing this, the officials who made the suggestion panicked. "I dare not. That's not my intention." Ingzheng calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Search the whole city for those traitors. Arrest them and behead them in public as a warning to others. I want everyone in the world to know that the majesty of Qin cannot be offended by anyone. In addition, each official whose house caught fire will receive 200 taels of gold as compensation." When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. 200 taels of gold could buy a house in Xianyang. They just had a few houses burned down. It was totally worth it. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your grace." Ingzheng glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Everyone, please be careful when lighting candles at home in the future." Lu Buwei and Zhao Ji behind the curtain also had no objection. Obviously, this is an approval of his approach. Your Majesty seems to have forgotten someone. Suddenly, Zhao Ji's voice was heard from behind the curtain. His eyes looked through the gauze curtain at Lu Buwei's motionless figure. "I heard that Prime Minister Lu's gate was smashed last night. Your Majesty, should we give him some silver to appease him?" Lu Buwei suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Whispers were heard in the venue. Everyone looked at him in surprise and started whispering. Lu Buwei indeed kept this matter secret. Someone actually dared to tear down the door. This is simply a slap in the face of the Prime Minister. Zhao Ji brought this up deliberately in front of everyone. "What's going on? I just want to make him lose face in front of everyone." The national teacher destroyed the door, but the imperial teacher rode away in Lu Buwei's carriage. Doesn't this mean that Lu Buwei is afraid of the imperial teacher? Not only did he not mind, he even praised me. They were afraid that he would be tired, so they arranged a carriage for him. Lu Buwei only felt a burning feeling rising in his heart. "Oh!" Ingzheng was stunned. He looked at Lu Buwei in disbelief and asked, "Prime Minister, are you serious? Did you really have your house demolished?" Lu Buwei took a deep breath and barely suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "It's true. Last night, the imperial master chased the assassin to my residence and chopped the door open with a sword. Since the imperial master didn't do it on purpose, I won't take it seriously." Listen, what a brilliant sentence this is. In an instant, he changed from a timid person to a generous person. Ingzheng nodded and said, "Do you want me to give the Prime Minister some silver?" Lu Buwei gritted his teeth and said, "No, I still have the money for my coffin. How can I use the money from the national treasury? Lu Buwei started out as a businessman, so this little money is nothing." I thought the matter ended there. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ji's questioning voice came from behind the curtain. "I have a question that I can't figure out. Why did the assassin go to the Prime Minister's residence?" "National Master, Won't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, Ingzheng also glanced at Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei clenched his fists in his sleeves and said lightly, "It's just a panic. Where did the assassin come from?" Chen Mo was just making an excuse. But Zhao Ji seized on this point and questioned him. "Are you too concerned about your lover and want to speak up for him?" After the court meeting ended, Lu Buwei could no longer calm down the anger in his heart. It had only been a short period of time before Zhao Ji and Ingzheng dared to confront each other openly in the court meeting. He is just a national teacher. What's so great about him? It was not until noon that Lu Buwei returned to the prime minister's residence. In front of the gate, dozens of craftsmen were working. It is more like reconstruction than construction. The gate was split in two in the middle. The top half collapsed into a pile of wood, but the bottom half remained intact. Repairing it is impossible, and Lu Buwei has no shortage of money. Might as well tear it down and start over. At this rate, it will only take 2 or 3 days at most. Lu Buwei looked at the door and felt annoyed. He strode into the study. "Did you find that person?" The moment he closed the door, he spoke to the air. Immediately afterwards, Yinri appeared in the room like a ghost. "It has been found, sir." A gleam of light flashed in Lu Buwei's sinister eyes. "That's good. Bring the person to me." Zhao Ji's attitude today made him feel that something was wrong. Before this, she had never gone against me so openly. Now that the imperial teacher has arrived, she has started to act arrogantly again. Is she just being wishful thinking, or is she being bewitched by Chun Mo's sweet words? Lu Buwei thought the latter possibility was more likely. Otherwise, she would have taken action long ago. If that were the case, things would be much simpler. Could it be possible that the imperial master could go to the palace every day to accompany her? When you fall out of favor and without the Queen Mother's support, I wonder what you will achieve. The next day, 3 days have passed since Chun Moching took over the position of national master. In the afternoon, after talking with the king of Qin for a while, he got up and went to find Zhao Ji. On the one hand, he had things to do. On the other hand, he also wanted to ask the Queen Mother. 3 days have passed. Do you know how I got through these 3 days? Are you Qin's state too inefficient? Ingzheng couldn't handle such a big matter, so he had to go to the Queen Mother. Zhao Ji seemed to have just woken up from a nap. There was a thin curtain above the phoenix bed, but could not block Chun Mo's spiritual sense. A red silk pajamas wrapped around her exquisite figure, leaning lazily on the phoenix couch. The bedroom was warm, and she was only wearing a thin blanket. The graceful curves are undulating. The slender waist doesn't look like that of a newborn baby at all. But when it came to the waist, her plump and round buttocks were unusually full, just like a ripe peach. There's a kind of plumpness that only people of her age can have. Mrs. Hu is about the same age as her, and their figures are surprisingly similar. However, she was not as gentle, virtuous, and lovable as Mrs. Hu. This old witch always looks superior. Such a woman should be taught a lesson. Treat severely. Conquer her, and her pride will disappear. It can even become a weapon and obey your commands. The imperial master is indeed amazing. He actually split the door of the prime minister's residence with one sword. Zhao Ji's lazy voice came from behind the gauze curtain. She sounded like she had just woken up, and her voice was still somewhat sleepy. There's no trace of his usual aloofness at all. This is true femininity. He's causing trouble for me. I can't just not say hello, right? Not long after they sat down, a palace maid, carrying out Zhao Ji's order, served them fragrant tea. Chen Mo was a little surprised. "Oh, when did this old woman become so polite? Is he going mad because of himself?" "Yes, this is the first time I've seen Lu Buwei so embarrassed in all these years." The palace maids left one after another, leaving only Zhao Ji and Chun Mo in the bedroom. There was a hint of relief in Zhao Ji's tone, but it doesn't mean much to him. Since the Grand Master has said that everything is up to you, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Ji looked at Chun Mo's blurry back through the gauze curtain. Chun Mo drank the tea in one gulp, savoring the sweet taste. Then he said, "I originally wanted to play with him, but I didn't expect that he would come to me on his own.